After the shipwreck, I unexpectedly ended up stranded on a deserted island with the aloof campus beauty Lin Xianer. Starving and parched, we faced a life or death crisis. Yet she stubbornly insisted on drinking a coconut that had fallen on the ground. When I kindly warned her, she assumed I was trying to trick her. "You just want to trick me into throwing away the coconut so you can drink it yourself, don't you?" Lin Xianer looked at me with utter disgust. I cursed inwardly. Why was this woman so unreasonable? To survive, I had no choice but to climb the 30-meter tall coconut tree. "Can you even climb that? No one could possibly scale it barehanded, right?" Her tone was full of doubt. "I can. But I'll need your stockings as a tool. My name is Chen Fei." The stifling sea breeze blew past as darkness enveloped my vision, my memories still frozen at the moment before the shipwreck. "Hey, Chen Fei, are you dead yet?" A woman's voice rang in my ears. Squinting against the blinding sunlight, I opened my eyes and saw Lin Xianer pouting at me. The aloof and stunning campus belle Lin, was she about to kiss me? Is this the perk of making it to heaven after death? But the next second, slap. With a sharp sound, my cheek stung as Lin Xianer slapped me hard across the face. "Chen Fei, you're pretending to be dead to trick me into giving you CPR? How disgusting." She glared at me with disgust, her beautiful eyes turning icy, as if she couldn't wait to slap me twice more. After all, she had kindly tried to save me. Only to think I was trying to take advantage. That slap completely woke me up. I didn't even care about the stinging on my face. My heart was filled with nothing but the joy of having survived a disaster. Lin Xianer and I were college classmates. Some guy in our class suggested going on a cruise for our graduation party. That night, we encountered a storm, and the cruise ship hit a reef. When the seawater swallowed me, I thought I was doomed, but unexpectedly, I survived. But on the beach, there were only me and Lin Xianer. None of the other classmates were in sight, which made me uneasy. The scorching sun overhead left me desperately thirsty, my lips cracked and dry. I needed to find fresh water quickly, or dehydration would become a serious risk. At that moment, Lin Xianer cheered, "Wow, coconuts!" She sat beneath a coconut tree, clutching a yellow-husked coconut, and was about to drink from it. Startled, I urgently stopped her. "Don't drink that. Put it down." "What? If you want one, go pick it yourself. Get lost." Lin Xianer hugged the coconut protectively, eyeing me with suspicion and disdain. I explained that coconuts fallen from the tree were spoiled and would cause diarrhea. With our current water shortage, getting sick would be disastrous. But she just rolled her eyes at me. After I faked death to trick her out of her first kiss, she didn't trust a word I said. I quickly recounted how, as a child, I went to sea with my grandfather and got food poisoning from drinking coconut water that had fallen on the ground on a small island. Fortunately, I was sent to the hospital in time and was fine. Lin Xianer listened to my vivid story and, after hesitating, threw the coconut away. But she was still thirsty. With not a drop of fresh water left and sweating profusely, her vision darkened and she felt on the verge of fainting. Staring at the coconuts atop the 30-meter tall palm tree, she licked her parched lips. "Can you climb up there, Chen Fei?" she asked, and then shook her head helplessly, thinking no one could climb 30 meters barehanded. I confidently promised that I could, but on the condition that she give me her stockings. When she heard this, she cursed me as a disgusting pervert who took advantage of her vulnerability, and even feared I might harm her on this deserted island. As I approached to remove her stockings, she clenched her silver teeth, her eyes reddening, on the verge of tears, yet too weak from hunger and dehydration to resist. I was completely baffled, not understanding why she was scolding me. I braided the two stockings into a rope, tied them around my ankles, and began climbing the tree. The coconut tree was smooth and straight, making it difficult to climb directly. But with this rope, it felt like having stairs under my feet. Soon, I reached the top of the coconut tree. Lin Xianer was stunned, only then realizing she had misunderstood me. I needed her stockings to use as a rope, not to do anything bad to her. 2. Changing one's expression as quickly as turning a page. Chen Fei steadied himself firmly at the top of the tree, cupped his hands beneath a coconut, gave it a gentle twist, and plucked it off, then tossed it down. Soon, all 6 coconuts on the tree had been picked by Chen Fei. Chen Fei couldn't wait to slide down the tree, picked up a coconut, and cracked it open on a rock. The cool, sweet coconut juice flowed out, and Chen Fei tilted his head back and drank greedily, feeling refreshed after a long drought. "Don't just drink all of it yourself." Lin Xianer was too weak to crack open the coconut no matter how hard she tried, growing increasingly frustrated. Chen Fei helped her crack open a coconut. Lin Xianer's eyes lit up. She tucked her hair behind her ear and sipped the coconut juice in small sips. Even in the wilderness, she had to maintain her appearance. You know how to do that too, Chen Fei?" After drinking the coconut juice, Lin Xianer felt a bit more energetic. She couldn't bring herself to admit she had misunderstood Chen Fei, so she changed the subject. "Of course. My grandfather used to be a sailor and knew many survival techniques for islands at sea. I learned a lot from him." Lin Xianer listened distractedly, then suddenly saw Chen Fei crack open the coconut, stir the coconut meat inside, and smear it on his arms and legs. "You idiot, why are you wasting the coconut meat?" Lin Xianer was furious. She was still hungry, and the coconut flesh was so fragrant and sweet, why not eat it? Now it's all wasted. This isn't wasteful. Chen Fei corrected her. After crushing the coconut meat, you can extract coconut oil, which has excellent sunscreen properties. The sun is so intense sunburn can lead to skin infections and ulcers. I learned this from my grandfather. The old man often said that in a civilized society, minor illnesses and accidents can become life-threatening dangers on a deserted island without antibiotics. There's no room for carelessness. It can prevent sunburn? Give me the coconut oil. As a girl and especially a super beauty, Lin Xianer was extremely particular about skincare. Her beauty was even more important to her than her life. Plus, her back was cut open by the clothes, exposing her snow-white skin to the sun, which was already burning hot. Did you just call me an idiot? Chen Fei raised his hand to prevent Lin Xianer from easily getting the coconut oil. You! Lin Xianer was furious that Chen Fei dared to control her. The sun overhead grew increasingly intense, and the skin on her back began to burn slightly. Lin Xianer clenched her teeth tightly, then suddenly her smile turned sweet and seductive, her peach blossom eyes narrowing into slits. You're not an idiot. You're the smartest person in the world, Chen Fei. You know everything. You're really amazing. Under the circumstances, this was the first time she had ever acted so coquettishly toward a boy. But she was so beautiful that even her awkward flirtation was enough to make anyone lose their senses. There's no need for that. I'll protect you. Chen Fei, a mere novice, couldn't handle this. He blushed and handed the coconut oil to Lin Xianer. You stinky fisherman, who told you to protect me? I spit on you. But to her surprise, after receiving the coconut oil, Lin Xianer immediately changed her expression. Chen Fei couldn't believe it. The sweet smiling Lin Xianer from just now seemed like a dream. Are all women so fickle? They changed their faces as quickly as turning a page. Lin Xianer saw Chen Fei looking dazed and felt extremely satisfied. Being forced to act cute with a guy she didn't like was enough to give her goosebumps. But her joy was short-lived. She suddenly realized her hands couldn't reach her back. Oh my goodness. Why is this happening to me? I just finished giving him a piece of my mind and now I'm asking him to do something? But the burning pain on her back left her no choice. Lin Xianer's cheeks twitched. She took a deep breath and put on a sweet smile again. Chen Fei, the smartest guy in the world, could you help me apply some coconut oil sunscreen? Please? 3. First steps into the jungle. Chen Fei saw Lin Xianer's seductive eyes and felt a surge of electricity run from the soles of his feet to the top of his head, leaving him dizzy. But when he thought about how she had flipped her mood so quickly, he felt a pang of resentment. He scoffed, Lin Xianer, you just said you didn't need my protection. Lin Xianer was deeply frustrated. At school, if someone shouted, who will apply sunscreen for me, all the boys would rush to line up. But this guy was still holding a grudge. The scorching sun forced Lin Xianer to lower her proud head. Chen Fei, I'm sorry, could you please help me apply some coconut oil? My back hurts so much, really. Lin Xianer's beautiful peach blossom eyes were filled with tears, and she looked at him pitifully. Seeing the young girl's snow-white back turning red, Chen Fei softened. After all, they were classmates. He couldn't just stand by and watch her get sunburned and infected. That could be life-threatening. Lie down. Lin Xianer obediently lay down on the sand, exposing her smooth, snow-white back to Chen Fei. With his hands coated in coconut oil, Chen Fei began to apply it to Lin Xianer. Wherever his hands touched, it felt like touching white jade. The coconut oil glistened faintly on the girl's delicate, translucent skin. Chen Fei, are you done yet? She had never been touched by a boy before, and her cheeks turned slightly red. Moreover, Chen Fei had directly seen her watercolor-painted tank top. Alright, done. Chen Fei's hands withdrew from the girl's snow-white back as if electrocuted. Lost in the moment, he snapped back to reality. He had actually finished applying the oil long ago, but his hands refused to obey him. Lin Xianer felt that after applying coconut oil, the burning pain from the scorching sun had indeed subsided. Thinking back to being forced to apologize to Chen Fei earlier, she felt a bit resentful. However, she also realized that on this deserted island, she couldn't survive on her own and couldn't do without Chen Fei for now. With that in mind, she reluctantly said, "Thank you, Chen Fei. Let's set up a distress signal first." Lin Xianer didn't know much else, but she knew to use stones to form an SOS signal so that a rescue helicopter might spot it. She picked up a stone, but before she could take 2 steps, her legs gave out, and she collapsed onto the sand. I'm so hungry, I have no strength left. Lin Xianer felt dizzy and disoriented. She hadn't eaten anything for a day and a night. Chen Fei, you're so skilled. Can you catch a fish for us to eat? Preferably a king salmon. Lin, we're on a deserted island, not a Michelin-starred restaurant. Chen Fei shook his head helplessly. The fish in the ocean were within arm's reach, but without fishing tools, they were impossible to catch. Chen Fei didn't have the energy left to make any tools. Chen Fei looked around frantically, his mind racing, trying to figure out how to get food. Got it. After scanning the area, Chen Fei's eyes lit up. He spotted a plant at the edge of the jungle with thick roots, white spots on the leaves, and white buds. Without hesitation, he broke off the plant with a forceful tug. An overpowering stench immediately filled the air, reminiscent of the smell of a latrine. Here, take this. This will be our dinner for tonight. Chen Fei handed the ammonia-scented plant to Lin Xianer. The young girl stared in disbelief, quickly stepping back and covering her nose tightly, disgusted. It's so stinky. I'm not eating that. This isn't for you to eat. I can't explain it to you right now, but with this, we'll have dinner. Just follow me and you'll see. Chen Fei spoke confidently as he led the way into the jungle on the island. Lin Xianer followed him skeptically. What possible use could this stinking branch have? Stay close to me and don't wander off or touch anything. In the jungle, Chen Fei walked ahead and reminded her. Okay, Lin Xianer nodded obediently. She had watched documentaries and knew that tropical rainforests were full of unknown dangers. Chen Fei's back gave her a sense of security. But moments later, she saw Chen Fei crawl down into a patch of tangled grass, sniffing around like a dog, as if searching for something. Suddenly, Chen Fei stopped. Quick, Lin, stick this branch into this grass hole. Lin Xianer hurriedly did as she was told. Chen Fei moved forward a bit, crouched down on the ground, as if waiting for something. Time ticked by second. Just as Lin Xianer was puzzled, a gray shadow suddenly darted out from another grassy hole. Chen Fei, who had been watching, acted swiftly, diving forward. A wild rabbit was caught by Chen Fei. Dinner was secured. Chen Fei grabbed the wild rabbit by the ears and slammed it hard against the rock, ending its life. The wild rabbit was very plump, and even after Lin Xianer and Chen Fei ate their fill, there was still some left. Wow, Chen Fei, how did you manage that? Lin Xianer's big eyes were filled with delight and curiosity. The branch I gave you emits an ammonia-like odor. Rodents like wild rabbits can't stand that smell, Chen Fei explained with a smile. But how did you know there was a wild rabbit in that grassy hole? Lin Xianer asked again. Rodents' nests emit a musky scent. Plus, they're usually shaped like tunnels with two openings, one at each end. So all you had to do was use the branch to smoke them out from one side while I watched the entrance. I used to catch rabbits with my grandfather using this method all the time. You know so much. Lin Xianer was deeply impressed. She began to look at Chen Fei in a new light. Let's hurry back to the beach. The jungle isn't safe to linger in. Chen Fei said. Without proper equipment, the jungle is extremely dangerous. Lin Xianer nodded, but then froze in place. Chen Fei, we seem to be lost. She looked around and saw nothing but trees, unable to tell which way to go. Instantly, her heart sank to the bottom of her stomach. Getting lost in a tropical rainforest has only one outcome. That was death. For the women's showdown. Chen Fei heard this and felt a chill run down his spine. He looked up at the sky. Don't panic, we entered the jungle from the west, which means that as long as we head east, we'll be able to get out of the jungle. He remained calm and said. But how can we tell which direction is east? Lin Xianer had no idea. That's simple. Chen Fei broke off a straight branch and stuck it into the ground. The light shone on the branch, casting a shadow on the ground. Then he picked up a small stone and placed it at the end of the shadow. What are you doing? Lin Xianer squatted down, her beautiful face filled with curiosity. You'll see in a moment. Chen Fei remained calm. A quarter of an hour passed quietly, and the shadow of the branch had already moved to a new position. I see. That's how it works. Lin Xianer exclaimed, made a mark at the end of the new shadow, then drew a line connecting it to the small stone Chen Fei had placed earlier. This was an east-west line, as the sun rises in the east and sets in the west, causing the tree branch's shadow to move continuously. Therefore, the end of the old mark pointed west, while the new mark pointed east. Lin Xianer's face lit up with joy. Smart. This technique is called the shadow pole method. Chen Fei gave her a thumbs up. No wonder she's a top student, she figured it out right away. This lady is naturally brilliant. Lin Xianer was the type of person who shone brightly when given the chance, but she wasn't without self-awareness. She knew deep down that the credit for being able to determine the direction went entirely to Chen Fei. She just refused to admit it. The two followed the east-west line and were about to exit the forest when suddenly Lin Xianer's heart tightened. Chen Fei, there's a woman lying ahead. Chen Fei followed Lin Xianer's gaze and saw a woman lying on the ground. He approached cautiously and recognized the face as that of a stunningly beautiful woman he had seen before. Li Yingying. Lin Xianer furrowed her brows slightly. This Li Yingying was a prominent figure at school, the only person who could rival Lin Xianer in terms of beauty. However, her reputation was completely opposite to Lin Xianer's, extremely poor. Rumors at school claimed she was promiscuous, willing to do anything for enough money. She always dressed in a flashy, provocative manner, her almond-shaped eyes exuding a seductive allure. At that moment, she was unconscious, her black stockings torn and tattered by tree branches, giving her a disheveled yet alluring beauty. She's dehydrated. We need to carry her to the beach immediately and get her some water. Otherwise, she could be in serious danger. Chen Fei acted decisively. Lin Xianer, though not on the same level as Li Yingying and having no connection with her at school, couldn't stand by and let her die on a deserted island. Together, they carried Li Yingying to the beach. Chen Fei cracked open a fresh coconut and poured the coconut juice into Li Yingying's mouth. Cough cough. Li Yingying coughed lightly and opened her beautiful eyes. Chen Fei, Lin Qianer? Seeing the two of them, she paused for a moment, overwhelmed by the joy of surviving the ordeal. Then, she leaned her entire body against Chen Fei. Brother Chen, thank you for saving me, Li Yingying said in a sweet, delicate voice, her fragile body rubbing against Chen Fei's. Chen Fei's mind went blank. He had never experienced anything like this before. What a? Lin Qianer muttered angrily in her heart. As a girl, she knew exactly what Li Yingying was thinking. She was just taking advantage of the fact that Chen Fei was the only man around and could only rely on him. Unconsciously, Lin Qianer felt a sense of crisis. On this deserted island with limited resources, if Li Yingying seduced Chen Fei away, how would she survive alone? Hey, are you the only one here? Lin Qianer roughly pulled Li Yingying away from Chen Fei and asked coldly. Sigh. Li Yingying let out a pained groan, biting her red lips with her silver teeth, looking pitiful as she covered her pale arm and said in a wrong tone, Qian sister, you hurt me. Don't be so mean, okay? Lin Qianer was furious. She had only pulled her gently. This green tea was clearly putting on a show for Chen Fei. Chen Fei, my head is spinning. Did I get heat stroke? Suddenly, Lin Qianer narrowed her almond-shaped eyes and collapsed into Chen Fei's arms. Oomph, Li Yingying, do you think you're the only woman who knows these tricks? 5. Roasted wild rabbit. Lin. Chen Fei startled, quickly supporting Lin Qianer. The faint scent of a young girl drifted into his nostrils, but he had no mind to savor it. If it was really heatstroke, he couldn't take it lightly. If handled improperly, it could be life-threatening. Li Yingying took a deep breath, surprised by Lin Qianer's decisive counterattack. However, when it came to using her beauty to manipulate men, she considered herself unmatched. Fei Ge, I can't breathe properly. Is it because I was unconscious for too long and my heart is having issues? Please take a look. Li Yingying said, reaching to pull open her collar. Lin Qianer, who was pretending to be dizzy, heard this and was about to explode. Li Yingying, let me check for you. After all, there's a difference between men and women. Besides, I'm feeling a bit overheated and need to open my clothes to cool down. Come on, let's go over there. Alright, fine. Li Yingying didn't expect Lin Qianer to be so clever. There was no reason to refuse. The two women pretending to be sick walked toward a large rock. Li Yingying, this is a matter of life and death. Don't play those tricks to seduce men. Lin Qianer frowned and warned coldly. Oomph, Lin Qianer, you're getting desperate? Li Yingying lost her earlier delicate demeanor and retorted, aren't you also trying to use Chen Fei? Lin Qianer paused, furrowing her delicate brows, don't speak so harshly. I regard Chen Fei as a companion. I'm not as scheming as you. Don't act innocent in front of me. Li Yingying gave a seductive smile, just wait and see. Tonight, I'll make Chen Fei weak in the knees. Before we leave this deserted island, he'll be at my mercy. You have no shame. Lin Qianer was furious she wasn't as bold as Li Yingying. Are you two okay? Chen Fei, being a naive young man, had no idea about the power struggles between women. After a while, he didn't hear any movement behind the giant rock and grew concerned. Brother Chen, I'm fine now. I'll come help you. Li Yingying emerged from behind the boulder, her face now sweet and innocent. Oomph, I can help too. Lin Qianer wasn't about to be outdone and followed her out. Chen Fei was completely baffled. Just a moment ago, they both looked so weak and exhausted, but now they're full of energy? Then please help gather some dry pine needles. We'll need them to start a fire later. Survival isn't just Chen Fei's responsibility. Since they can move, they should pitch in. The two girls gathered dry pine needles on the outskirts of the forest, while Chen Fei found 2 round stones. He struck them together, causing them to crack open and reveal sharp edges. These would serve as makeshift circular knives. Dissecting a wild rabbit was second nature to Chen Fei. Most college students wouldn't even know how to kill a chicken, but he had been through countless battles. After disposing of the rabbit, they threw all the internal organs into the sea to prevent the smell of blood from attracting wild beasts from the jungle. By now, Lin Qianer and Li Yingying had collected a large amount of dry pine needles. Are you planning to start a fire by rubbing wood together? Lin Qianer looked eager. She had only seen it on TV and had never tried it in real life. Yes. We need to start a fire to roast the rabbit. Plus, it's getting dark and the temperature will drop significantly. We'll need a campfire for warmth and to keep wild beasts away. Chen Fei explained. Brother Fei, I found a base for starting the fire. Li Yingying eagerly handed over a neatly shaped piece of wood. Lin Qianer felt frustrated. Why hadn't she thought of that first? She'd been beaten to it. This base won't work. Chen Fei shook his head. This is oak, too hard. The best fire starting base is golden nanmu wood, which is soft and dry. However, it's very rare. If we can't find any, pine wood will do. Lin Qianer heard this and couldn't help but smirk inwardly. Oomph, she must have been trying too hard to be helpful. However, Li Yingying showed no embarrassment. Her peach blossom eyes sparkled with admiration. Brother Fei, you know so much. You're truly amazing. I've learned so much from you. Chen Fei smiled indifferently. He didn't let Li Yingying's praise go to his head. After spending time with Lin Qianer, he had become somewhat immune to it and understood their true intentions. He wasn't stupid. Though he couldn't decipher the two women's rivalry, he knew himself well enough to realize they weren't genuinely interested in him. At school, such a stunning beauty wouldn't even spare him a glance. Now that she was being so enthusiastic, it was clearly because she had noticed his survival skills. Here, pinewood. Lin Xianer scowled and tossed a piece of pinewood base in front of Chen Fei. She wasn't bothered to compete with Li Yingying anymore. Her skills were no match for hers. She'd just contribute her share and move on. If Chen Fei really abandoned her, she'd have to accept her fate. Thanks. Chen Fei used a stone to carve a small groove in the center of the pinewood base, then inserted a wooden stick into the groove, gripping it tightly with both hands and spinning it rapidly. When a wisp of smoke appeared, Chen Fei stopped moving and quickly poured the black ash onto the dry pine needles. The flames shot up instantly. Phew, finally lit. Chen Fei wiped the sweat from his brow. This was a skill honed through practice. If someone else had tried, drilling wood to start a fire wouldn't have been so easy. He skewered the prepared wild rabbit on a wooden stick and placed it over the fire to roast. Animal fats release an enticing aroma when heated, making one's mouth water. Lin Xianer and Li Yingying both felt their throats tighten. They were already starving. Alright. After an agonizing wait, Chen Fei finally finished grilling the wild rabbit. He grabbed a rabbit leg, tore off a piece of meat, and handed it to each of the two girls. He also grabbed a piece for himself and began to devour it with relish. It smells so good. Lin Xianer, though a wealthy young lady, had never tasted such delicious food before. Even without any seasoning, it was better than a Michelin-starred restaurant. Only in life or death situations does one truly appreciate the value and taste of food. Li Yingying didn't care about her appearance anymore, chewing and swallowing the rabbit meat in big bites, drinking coconut juice. Thanks to Brother Fei, we can live so comfortably on this deserted island. Chen Fei sighed helplessly. The coconuts on the tree were almost gone, and the real challenge was yet to come. If they couldn't find a water source, there was no way out. However, just at that moment, a rustling sound suddenly came from the jungle behind them. Lin Xianer and Li Yingying widened their eyes in fear and hid behind Chen Fei. Chen Fei furrowed his brows, his heart pounding wildly. Could it be a wild beast attacking? 6. I dare you to hit me again. Chen Fei's nerves were on edge, clutching two stones in his hands, but he still felt uneasy. If it's a large wild beast, we're doomed. But then, they saw a human figure emerging from the rainforest. Long Haoyu? Lin Xianer recognized him immediately. Chen Fei remembered. It was this super-rich second-generation heir, Long Haoyu, who had suggested the sea trip. However, at that moment, he bore no resemblance to a wealthy heir, looking disheveled and utterly bedraggled. Shanxian, you're still alive. Long Haoyu was overjoyed. He had been lusting after Lin Xianer for a long time. After failing to win her over at school, he thought this remote wilderness would be the perfect place to finally get his hands on her. Shanxian, did you do this? Seeing the rabbit meat roasting over the campfire, the starving Long Haoyu grabbed the remaining meat without hesitation and began to eat voraciously. The wild rabbit was caught by Chen Fei, and he also started the fire. Lin Xianer didn't take credit for herself and spoke the truth. Upon hearing this, Long Haoyu's eyes flashed with malice as he said to Chen Fei, "You dare to serve such a simple meal to two girls?" Chen Fei was taken aback and found it amusing. Then don't eat it. Out of consideration for being classmates, he didn't hold it against him for trying to take the food, but now, just to show off in front of Lin Xianer, he was turning the tables. Do you think I wanted to eat it? I thought it was made by Shanxian, that's why I ate it. If I had known it was you who made it, I wouldn't have touched it at all. Long Haoyu said disdainfully. You talk tough now that you're full. Chen Fei said indifferently. Long Haoyu had always been a spoiled rich kid, never having been mocked like this before. He was furious. Stop arguing. We're all classmates. In this time of crisis, we should help each other. Seeing the conflict escalate, Lin Xianer hurriedly intervened. Mr. Long, don't take it to heart. He's just a poor student, he's not as well-mannered as you. Li Yingying flattered Long Yuao, even going so far as to praise one and insult the other. Clearly, in her eyes, this top-tier rich second-generation heir was worth flattering. Lin Xianer furrowed her delicate brows, finding her attitude shift utterly repulsive. The rabbit meat and coconut juice hadn't even digested yet, and she's already changing her tune. She's just one person, don't take it to heart. Lin Xianer sat down next to Chen Fei and whispered comfortingly. Even she didn't realize it, but she had started to care about Chen Fei's feelings. It's just flipping faces like turning pages. I've already been trained by you. Chen Fei remained expressionless, speaking calmly. In his eyes, whether it was Long Haoyu or Li Yingying, they were all just monkeys jumping around. Chen Fei, you're driving me crazy. Lin Xianer felt deeply wronged. She never expected Chen Fei to lump her in the same category as Li Yingying. At that moment, Long Haoyu spoke up loudly, since we're a team, we need a leader. I volunteer myself. How about I be the leader? I support it. Li Yingying agreed without hesitation. Whatever. Lin Xianer was in a bad mood. Although she thought Chen Fei had more experience in the wilderness and was more suitable for the role, she was still furious from earlier and didn't want to speak up for him. Alright, from now on I'm the leader. You all have to follow my orders. Shanshan and Yingying, you two rest well. Don't worry, with me as the leader you won't suffer. Shenfei, go catch a few more fish for us and find some fresh water quickly. Did you hear me? Long Haoyu ordered from above. Shenfei stared at Long Haoyu like he was an idiot. You want me to go find water and food to serve you? Why should I do all the work while you get to be the hero? What's wrong? You don't agree? I'm the captain, you have to follow my orders. I'll listen to your ass. Shenfei grinned, his mouth filled with profanity. You dare to curse at me? I dare hit you too. Come try if you dare. Shenfei clenched his fists tightly. Even in a civilized society, Shenfei wouldn't give a damn about this rich kid, let alone on a deserted island. You uncultured brute, apologize to Dragon Young Master immediately. Li Yingying shouted arrogantly. Shenfei didn't bother with them. These spoiled brats still hadn't realized how dangerous their situation was, thinking they were just playing a survival game. It's getting dark. Looking for water and food now isn't safe. Let us wait until tomorrow. Let us find a safe place to sleep first. Lin Xianer spoke indifferently, diffusing the conflict with a soft tone. Since Chanshan has spoken, I won't argue with you. Long Haoyu snorted coldly, then turned to Lin Xianer with a servile expression. I've already found a place to sleep. Look, there's a natural cave over there. It can shelter us from the wind and rain. Isn't that great? Lin Xianer looked and saw that it was indeed a perfect cave. But this cave is a bit small, only big enough for 3 people. Shenfei, you can sleep outside. Long Haoyu said with a cold smile. Lin Xianer furrowed her brows slightly, still angry at Shenfei, but she said, we can squeeze in, it can fit 4 people. I'm not sharing with him. Does he even deserve to sleep in the same place as the Dragon Young Master? If you like Shenfei, you can go sleep with him. Li Yingying said disdainfully. She was desperately trying to curry favor with Long Haoyu. As long as she could get close to the super-rich second-generation heir, she would surely obtain endless wealth once they left the deserted island. Who said I like Shenfei? Lin Xianer was furious, not expecting Li Yingying to be so cruel and say such heartless words. Even if you beg me, I won't sleep in this cave. Shenfei snorted coldly and said, because I don't want to die. I advise you not to sleep inside either. Hearing Shenfei's words, the 3 of them were stunned. What do you mean? Lin Xianer asked. Shanshan, he's just trying to scare us with his nonsense. He's so childish. Let's go into the cave and let this little cutie sleep on the beach. Long Haoyu completely ignored Shenfei's words and led Lin Xianer and Li Yingying into the cave. Shenfei saw this and shook his head. Good words are wasted on a fool. He had noticed the cave earlier. There was a faint waterline at a higher elevation. This meant that once it rained and the tide rose, the cave would be flooded halfway. That waterline was proof that the cave had been submerged in seawater for a long time. 7. The cave being flooded was their own doing. Shenfei had done his utmost to warn them, even though they were ungrateful. Out of consideration for their former classmates, he had still given them a heads up. If they didn't listen, then it wasn't Shenfei's fault. As night fell, Shenfei went to the back of a sloping giant rock to shelter from the sea wind. The temperature difference between day and night was significant, and the deserted island was extremely cold at night. However, Shenfei had his own way of coping. He threw numerous large river stones into the campfire, dug a pit in the sand, used wooden sticks to scoop the heated stones into the pit, and then covered them with sand. This ensured that the place where Shenfei slept remained warm, much more comfortable than an electric blanket. Shenfei soon fell asleep. Though tomorrow held unknown dangers, it was precisely because of this that he needed to rest well. Fear was pointless. In a half-asleep state, he faintly heard footsteps approaching. When he opened his eyes, he saw no one. All he saw was a piece of clothing covering him. Shenfei froze. This wasn't Lin Xianer's outer garment? Could it be that she was worried he might catch a cold? Shenfei was puzzled. Was Lin Xianer showing concern for him? The faint fragrance of Lin Xianer's outer garment drifted into Shenfei's nostrils, and he drifted back to sleep. In the middle of the night, a sudden gust of wind blew, and Shenfei felt the temperature drop sharply. Whoosh! Suddenly, a torrential downpour crashed down. The massive rock where Shenfei was standing was slanted like a roof, providing some shelter from the rain, but he was still awakened by the noise. Suddenly, faint cries echoed from the coast. Help! Help! Shenfei stood up and looked around. Sure enough, the cave had already been half submerged by the tide. In the midst of the night's raging storm, Long Haoyu, Li Yingying, and Lin Xianer were all trapped inside the cave. The tide continued to rise rapidly. At this rate, it wouldn't take more than a quarter of an hour for the entire cave to be completely submerged. The 3 of them were doomed. Shenfei, hurry and save us! Shen Haoyu, upon seeing Shenfei, immediately began to scream. The seawater had already risen above his knees, and he dared not move an inch. Otherwise, a single wave could sweep him into the pitch-black ocean. Brother Chen, I shouldn't have looked down on you before. Please save me. Li Yingying pleaded with a tear-stained face. Shenfei ignored the 2 of them and fixed his gaze on Lin Xianer. The raging storm and turbulent waves had turned her face pale with fear, but she clenched her teeth and refused to cry for help. Lin Xianer couldn't utter a sound. Earlier, when they had chosen a team leader, she hadn't voted for Chen Fei, and later she hadn't heeded his warnings, leading her to this dire situation. Seeing this, Chen Fei turned and ran toward the forest. He had always been clear about his debts and grievances. If it weren't for Lin Xianer bringing him a garment in the middle of the night, he might have hardened his heart and left her to her fate. But since Lin Xianer truly cared about him, he couldn't just watch her die. The sea was churning violently under the fierce wind, and Chen Fei couldn't swim out to save her. Doing so would only get him swept away by the waves. Now, he had to find a vine, throw it over, and pull Lin Xianer ashore. Vine, vine. Chen Fei searched frantically along the edge of the jungle. In the pitch-black night, he dared not venture deeper into the forest. There were many vines in the rainforest, but none of them were what Chen Fei needed. To pull Lin Xianer back and withstand the force of the surging waves, ordinary vines were useless. They would snap in an instant. Only the extremely flexible zigalong vine could withstand such weight. However, the zigalong vines were extremely rare. In the cave, the surging seawater had already reached waist level. Damn Chen Fei, he actually abandoned us and ran off. What a selfish scoundrel. I'll be damned if I don't curse him. Long Haoyu shouted angrily, as if Chen Fei saving him was his right. Fei Ge, I really made a mistake. Please come back and save me. Li Yingying assessed the situation and dared not argue, only shouting for help. Lin Xianer's eyes darkened as she watched Chen Fei's figure disappear into the dark jungle, feeling a sense of despair. However, she didn't blame Chen Fei, she only blamed herself for bringing this upon herself. Just then, Chen Fei's figure burst out of the rainforest. Lin Xianer's eyes lit up. Chen Fei had finally found a short piece of shiga-long vine, but it was enough. He tied a stone to one end of the vine, ran to the shore, and threw it toward the cave. Lin, hold on to the vine, I'll pull you ashore. Lin Xianer was deeply moved and was about to grab the vine Chen Fei had thrown, but she was pushed aside by Chen Haoyu, who had already grabbed the vine first. Chen Fei, hurry up and pull me ashore. Quick! Long Haoyu clung tightly to the vine, refusing to let go, and screamed at Chen Fei. 8. Lin Xianer has a fever. Chen Fei's expression turned cold. He hadn't expected Long Haoyu to be so shameless. If he were to act on his temper, he wouldn't have bothered to pull Long Haoyu up. But now, if he didn't pull this brat up, the rope would keep him from rescuing Lin Xianer. The surging tide was rising rapidly. There was no time to waste. Chen Fei decided to pull him over first and settle the score later. Chen Fei gave a hard pull, and Long Haoyu fell directly into the sea. As for whether he could hold on, that wasn't Chen Fei's concern. If he let go and was swept away by the sea, Chen Fei didn't have the ability or the interest to save him. Long Haoyu clung desperately to the vine. Just then, Li Yingying suddenly jumped into the sea as well, her hands tightly gripping Long Haoyu. What the hell are you doing? Long Haoyu's pants were almost pulled off by her. Mr. Long, don't leave me. Li Yingying shouted once before choking on seawater, but she still clung tightly to Long Haoyu. She knew that if she didn't take this chance to be rescued together, Chen Fei might only save Lin Xianer and ignore her. Chen Fei was about to curse. With the resistance of the surging seawater, dragging one person was already exhausting, and now there was another one. Fortunately, Chen Fei was strong enough to pull both of them ashore. Without even glancing at them, he quickly threw the Shige dragon vine back into the cave. Lin, hold on tight. Lin Xianer grabbed the vine, held her breath, and jumped into the sea. Under the surging waves, her body was like a small boat, swaying with the currents. The vine in her hands was her only lifeline. Chen Fei pulled her ashore with all his strength. Thank you. Lin Xianer said, shivering uncontrollably from the cold. The temperature was already low at night, and she had been soaking in the seawater for so long. Chen Fei returned the shirt he had given Lin Xianer and took off his own outer garment to wrap her in it. Xianxian, I'm so glad you're okay. Chen Fei, you're so cruel. You knew the cave would flood, didn't you? Why didn't you warn us? Long Haoyu was lying through his teeth. Shut up. Lin Xianer was furious. The scene of Long Haoyu pushing her aside and grabbing the vine was still fresh in her mind. Earlier at school, Lin Xianer had thought that Long Haoyu was handsome, well-mannered, and came from a family that was a good match for hers. If she were to date someone, Long Haoyu might have been the most suitable choice. But it was in a real crisis that one could see a person's true character. She had completely lost all hope in Long Haoyu. Xianxian, don't be angry. Long Haoyu hurriedly explained, I didn't push you on purpose earlier, I was trying to protect you. If you had been rescued by the vicious Chen Fei first, he would have definitely done something inappropriate to you. Only I could protect you on shore. Lin Xianer was so angry she laughed coldly. How could someone be so shameless? It was truly rare. Lin, come here and rest. Chen Fei waved to Lin Xianer from where he had been sleeping earlier. Due to the rocks blocking the area, the small spot was still dry. Thank you, Chen Fei. Lin Xianer's attitude changed drastically. Just moments ago, she had been cold toward Long Haoyu, but now she was suddenly friendly. Immediately, she noticed that the spot where Chen Fei had been sleeping was incredibly warm. The sand here is so warm. How did you do that? She asked curiously. There are heated pebbles underneath. Chen Fei explained. Long Haoyu's eyes darkened. He noticed that Lin Xianer's attitude toward Chen Fei was growing increasingly favorable, which he couldn't accept. He immediately ordered, Chen Fei, this spot is too small. Go outside. I'm the captain, you must obey. Your mother. Bang. Chen Fei didn't hesitate, delivering a powerful kick to Long Haoyu's stomach. The latter let out a loud scream, was knocked into the pouring rain, and rolled on the ground clutching his abdomen. If this guy had kept his mouth shut, Chen Fei could have let him off like a fart. But he kept provoking me time and again. Don't blame me for being ruthless. Damn it, you dare hit me. Do you know that my father could end your life with a single phone call? Long Haoyu glared at Chen Fei with a ferocious expression. He came from a wealthy family, and his father's methods of amassing wealth were far from clean. He had connections in both the underworld and the government, and his influence was vast. Oh, then go call your dad right now. Chen Fei laughed. If there were a signal here, he would have been rescued long ago. Why bother surviving on a deserted island? Long Haoyu had nothing to say, his pupils filled with hatred. He knew he wasn't a match for Chen Fei on this deserted island. He swore to himself that once they were rescued, Chen Fei would pay with his blood. Chen Fei had Lin Xianer lie down inside, while he stayed a little further out, leaving a small space open. Brother Chen, thank you for saving my life. We must work together to survive. Li Yingying spoke more smoothly than she sang, first thanking Chen Fei and then pulling Long Haoyu under the rocks. Li Yingying realized her previous mistake. On this deserted island, she shouldn't have sided with Long Haoyu and ignored Chen Fei, as the latter was just a useless fool. Even with all his money, it wouldn't matter here. To survive, she absolutely couldn't afford to offend Chen Fei. At the same time, maintaining good relations with Long Haoyu was also essential, as she was counting on him to help her climb the social ladder once they were rescued. Her strategy at this point was to hedge her bets, not offending either side. Chen Fei didn't even acknowledge Li Yingying. A leopard can't change its spots. Lin Xianer was different from her. She had a sharp tongue but a kind heart, and her concern for her was genuine. After the harrowing ordeal, everyone was physically and mentally exhausted, and they fell into a deep sleep beneath the massive rock. Until dawn broke. The rising temperature woke them all up. Only Lin Xianer remained unconscious. Chen Fei was about to wake her up when he noticed that Lin Xianer's cheeks were flushed red, and her complexion was abnormal. He touched her forehead and immediately felt a burning heat. She had a fever. Chen Fei was startled, his brows furrowing deeply. This was trouble. Getting sick on a deserted island without antibiotics was extremely dangerous. Moreover, it was extremely hot during the day, and the deserted island was already water scarce. With her body temperature rising, she could dehydrate within minutes. If the fever didn't subside quickly, Lin Xianer's life would be in danger. 9. Long Haoyu attacks Lin Xianer. Chen Fei suddenly thought of a plant that could be used to reduce fever and treat colds, but he wasn't sure if he could find it in the jungle. Without hesitation, he rushed into the jungle. Seeing Chen Fei leave, Long Haoyu's gloomy expression suddenly brightened. His gaze shifted to Lin Xianer lying beside him, and his breathing grew rapid. Lin Xianer, whom he had coveted for so long, lay there defenseless, helpless to stop him from taking her. Once the depraved thoughts emerged, they couldn't be suppressed. Long Haoyu approached the unconscious Lin Xianer, trembling as he reached out to undo her clothes. Li Yingying's eyes flashed with disgust, but she did not stop him. Instead, she stood up and went to a distance. Her current strategy was to avoid offending either side, so she couldn't get involved in this matter. Meanwhile, deep within the jungle, Chen Fei searched carefully around the base of every tree. The plant he needed was a fern-like plant called paramina, which grew specifically under large trees and was highly effective in treating colds. The jungle was filled with countless trees, and fern-like plants were even more numerous. Paramina was not a fern, it merely resembled one in appearance. Chen Fei had to touch it with his hands to distinguish it. The surface of paramina had a sticky texture. Found it. After searching for nearly 10 minutes, Chen Fei finally found a few palaminas, quickly picked them, and hurried out of the jungle. On the beach, Long Haoyu, trembling with excitement, finally managed to unbutton Lin Xianer's outer garment, only to have his wrist gripped tightly by her small hand. Chen Fei, don't. In a half-conscious state, Lin Xianer murmured with furrowed brows. This enraged Long Haoyu instantly. He never expected that while she was feverish and unconscious, she was thinking about Chen Fei. This only made Long Haoyu even more determined to possess Lin Xianer to vent his anger. Without hesitation, he decided to force himself further. You're asking for death. A sudden shout rang out. Chen Fei burst out of the woods and arrived just in time. Seeing Long Haoyu about to harm the unconscious Lin Xianer, he flew into a rage and kicked him directly in the groin. Ah! Long Haoyu let out an agonizing scream, collapsing to the ground and clutching his groin as he rolled around in pain. That kick was powerful and forceful. Even if it didn't break anything, it must have caused severe injury. Chen Fei hadn't expected him to be so ruthless, but there was no time to deal with him now. Saving Lin Xianer was the priority. He reached out to support Lin Xianer's neck, lifting her head slightly to open her mouth. Then he placed the herbs he had picked into her mouth. However, Lin Xianer, who was in a state, couldn't chew at all. If he forced her to swallow it, it wouldn't cure her illness and could even block her airway, putting her life in danger. Lin Xianer had offended him. Chen Fei could only chew the paramina into a paste and feed it to Lin Xianer mouth to mouth. This plant truly had miraculous effects. After Lin Xianer swallowed it, her beautiful eyes gradually cleared. Immediately, she saw Chen Fei's face approaching hers. "Chen Fei, what are you doing?" Lin Xianer panicked and tried to push Chen Fei away. But she had just recovered from a fever and was still weak. "Lin, you're awake." Chen Fei, seeing she was conscious, sighed in relief. Thankfully, the fever subsided in time. If it had persisted, it could have been life-threatening. But just then, Long Haoyu suddenly shouted loudly, "Xianxian, Chen Fei is a bastard. He's taking advantage of you while you're unconscious. You're asking for trouble." Chen Fei was furious, unable to believe that this guy dared to turn the tables on him. "Chen Fei, why did you do this to me?" But before he could respond, he heard Lin Xianer's voice, filled with sorrow. Looking down, he saw her almond-shaped eyes reddened and tears welling up in her eyelids. "I was trying to save you, and now you're blaming me?" Chen Fei felt depressed, as if a stone had been lodged in his throat. "I am very grateful that you saved me last night, but what do you think I am? Do you think I would trade my purity for peace?" Lin Xianer raised her head and glared at Chen Fei. "Do you believe what Long Haoyu said?" Chen Fei laughed bitterly. "All I know is that when I woke up, you were kissing me, and my clothes were in disarray." Lin Xianer lowered her eyes and tidied her disheveled blouse. "Alright, it's my fault for being a fool and offending Miss Lin," Chen Fei said with a grim expression, then turned and walked away. "Where are you going?" Lin Xianer saw this and felt a surge of anxiety. "None of your business." Chen Fei's voice was icy as he walked away quickly without looking back. Lin Xianer pouted her lips, tears streaming down her face. Watching Chen Fei's departing figure, she felt a void in her heart. She wanted to get up and chase after him, but she didn't even have the strength to stand up. What happened? Li Yingying, who had been watching from the shadows, ran over, pretending to know nothing. That sleazy little bastard Chen Fei was trying to bully Qianqian, but I chased him away," Long Haoyu said arrogantly. With Chen Fei absent, his words carried weight. "Long Xiao, we're surviving on this deserted island. We don't need Chen Fei, that lackey. He still has some use. I'll go bring him back," Li Yingying whispered to Long Haoyu. Long Haoyu nodded, feeling the lingering pain in his lower body, his eyes filled with hatred. "If I get the chance, I'll make sure Chen Fei can't have any children." Li Yingying followed the coastline and soon spotted Chen Fei, who was picking up pieces of wood on the ground. "Brother Chen, I just heard what Long Haoyu said. It's obvious that that bastard is lying. I still believe in you. Brother Chen, you should come back to the group. Without you, that dog Long Haoyu might harm Lin Xianer." Li Yingying spoke with righteous indignation, cursing Long Haoyu without a second thought, continuing her strategy of playing both sides. Such a two-faced person is truly one in a million. That's all Lin Xianer's own fault, Chen Fei said indifferently. "Oh, Qianqian just lost her mind for a moment. As long as you keep being nice to her, she'll eventually realize who's truly sincere," Li Yingying continued. "For her, as long as Chen Fei has Lin Xianer to feed him, she can at least get a share of the scraps within the same team. If Lin Xianer truly loves Chen Fei, that would be even better. Then no one would compete with her for Long Haoyu. She is extremely cunning, with survival and her future all calculated in her mind. Get out." However, what greeted Li Yingying was Chen Fei's icy rebuke. 10. Lin Xianer is beaten. Chen Fei showed no mercy. He knew full well the principle of strength in numbers. A united team has a greater chance of survival. But the key is that unity is essential for cooperation. Being with a few people whose hearts aren't in it will only hold you back. Not only does it not increase your chances of survival, but it actually makes you die faster. Chen Fei had already made up his mind. Rather than dragging along a few disobedient little cuties, he'd rather go it alone. With his extensive survival knowledge, one person might just manage to survive. Li Yingying was furious inside, but she kept a smile on her face. "Brother Chen, I know you're just angry right now. I'll go talk to Lin Xianer and convince her to come apologize to you." She knew that without Chen Fei, it would be extremely difficult to survive on this deserted island, so she had to use him. Li Yingying spoke and left first, returning to where she had been sleeping. However, she found nearly 10 people gathered there, causing her eyes to widen in shock. She immediately recognized them. These new survivors were members of the boxing club who had been on the same lifeboat when they encountered the shipwreck. Unbeknownst to them, they had all been swept ashore by the waves onto this island. The one at the front with a dragon tattoo on his shoulder and a fierce expression was the leader of the group, Tailu, who was currently talking to Long Haoyu. "Long Xiao, don't worry. With us brothers here, we'll keep you safe on this deserted island. You want to take out your anger on Chen Fei, right? Leave it to us." Tailu grinned savagely, revealing a mouthful of tobacco-stained teeth. Lugo, once we're rescued, I promise to give you and the brothers a huge sum of money so you can live in luxury and never worry about food or clothing for the rest of your lives. Long Haoyu's eyes were filled with hatred. Dragon young master, Lugo, I know where Chen Fei is. Li Yingying immediately betrayed Chen Fei, saying, I'll guide you there, but Chen Fei is still useful. He knows a lot about survival skills, so keeping him alive will be beneficial. Guo Tailu growled, I know what I'm doing. I'll just disable his hands and feet, I won't kill him. And his third leg, I'll break it myself. Long Haoyu's expression was utterly brutal. A group of muscular men from the boxing club, eager to fight, followed Li Yingying toward where Chen Fei was located. Lin Xianer trailed behind, hearing their discussion, her body filled with a chill. She realized for the first time how cruel Long Haoyu could be. On this desolate island, the dark and vicious side of human nature was being unleashed without restraint. Chen Fei was still searching the jungle for the wood he needed. He had never been an indecisive person. Once he decided to go it alone, he would start preparing. In the wilderness, having a weapon significantly increases the chances of survival. Whether for self-defense or hunting, it is extremely useful. Chen Fei was now determined to use his knowledge to craft a bow and arrow from scratch. This piece of wood is absolutely perfect. Chen Fei's eyes lit up. After searching for a while, he finally found a piece of cane palm wood, which is the best material for making bows in the wild. With the materials for the bow, making the bowstring and arrows would be straightforward. The leaves of the pita palm could be used for the bowstring, and they were abundant on this tropical island. The leaves resembled aloe vera, but both sides were covered in small thorns. Chen Fei used a stone disc knife to remove all the thorns. He then peeled off the leaf flesh and discarded it, leaving 2 fibrous strands, the perfect material for bowstrings. Chen Fei wove the leaf fibers together and tied them to the notched ends of the palmwood. With the bowstring complete, making arrows is even simpler. The stems of the sweet flag grass served as natural arrows, straight and sharp. Simply tie a palm leaf to the tail as an arrow feather, and you have a perfect arrow. Thus, the bowstring and arrows are complete. Though simple in appearance, they can easily pierce the throats of animals like deer and goats if aimed accurately. Coincidentally, Chen Fei had been trained by the old master in the use of bows and crossbows. Rustling sounds. Just then, footsteps suddenly echoed from outside the jungle, and Chen Fei immediately grew alert. He grabbed the 5 arrows he had already made, slung the bow and arrows over his back, and climbed onto a large rock. Looking down from above, he immediately saw Li Yingying leading over 10 people walking toward them. They meant trouble. Chen Fei recognized the people as members of the boxing club who had been bullying others at school. They were so close to Long Haoyu it was obvious they were in cahoots to deal with him. Seeing Lin Xianer following behind, he felt a pang of sadness. Chen Fei admitted he had feelings for her, especially after learning she cared about him. After all, he was a young man full of vigor, and a beautiful girl showing concern was bound to make him feel something. But now, they were destined to become enemies. Just then, Lin Xianer suddenly raised her eyes, as if they were on the same wavelength, and their gazes locked. Chen Fei, run! They're going to kill you! Lin Xianer suddenly screamed at the top of her lungs. Chen Fei froze. He had thought she was here with Long Haoyu to deal with him, but at this critical moment, she actually warned him of the danger. Slap. However, immediately afterward, a crisp slap echoed through the air. Damn it, I told you to keep your mouth shut. Only to see Long Haoyu suddenly slap Lin Xianer's snow-white face, leaving an immediate red, swollen handprint. Bright red blood trickled down from the corner of Lin Xianer's mouth. A surge of intense anger erupted within Chen Fei's heart. 11, you're a good person. Lin Xianer glared at Long Haoyu, her almond-shaped eyes red with anger. The burning pain on her face made her feel incredibly wronged. Not satisfied? Long Haoyu snorted coldly, his face twisted into a menacing grin. Do you think this is still school? From now on, you'll do as I say. You're my plaything, understand? Dare you remind Chen Fei? I'll break his arms and legs later, and make him watch as I play with you. Lin Xianer felt as though she had been thrown into an ice cellar, never expecting him to be so twisted and cruel. But she still stubbornly glared at Long Haoyu. Oh, and I forgot to tell you, you had a fever this morning. I just wanted to take advantage of you. Chen Fei, that idiot, saved you, and you even cursed him out. Ha, that's hilarious. Long Haoyu laughed wildly. You. Lin Xianer's eyes widened. She had misunderstood Chen Fei and spoken those words to him. She regretted it deeply, her heart filled with guilt. You dare to curse me? You're asking for a beating. Long Haoyu was filled with a brutal aura, raised his arm, and slapped Lin Xianer across the face again. Whoosh! Suddenly, a piercing sound echoed through the air. An arrow pierced through Long Haoyu's palm in an instant. Aha! Long Haoyu screamed in agony as blood poured from his palm. Li Yingying, Guo Tailu, and the others were all utterly shocked. The incident happened so suddenly they never expected Chen Fei to have a bow and arrow. Moreover, his archery was so precise that the arrow struck Long Haoyu's palm directly. Go to hell! Lin Xianer seized the opportunity and kicked upward with her foot. With a loud thud, she kicked him in his vulnerable spot. Having suffered 2 severe blows, Long Haoyu collapsed to the ground with a howl, writhing in agony. It all happened too quickly. Before anyone could react, Lin Xianer had already kicked him and fled into the forest. Chase her. Catch her. I'll cripple Chen Fei. Then we'll kill this together. Long Haoyu screamed in agony, his eyes filled with hatred. Brothers, attack together. Wo Tailu's eyes glowed green. In civilized society, Lin Xianer was a goddess beyond their reach, and they, as rough and tumble men, had no right to touch her. But on this deserted island, all rules were shattered. The demons deep within their hearts were unleashed. Long Xiao, I'll take care of you here, Li Yingying hurriedly said. She didn't want to enter the dangerous rainforest, let alone fall into the hands of Gui Tailu's group of brutes. Though she was adventurous, Li Yingying valued her interests above all else. For her, the safest outcome now was to stay on the beach with Long Haoyu. In the jungle, Lin Xianer ran to Chen Fei's side. Chen Fei, I'm so sorry. I misunderstood you. You're a good person. Thank you for saving me, she said guiltily. I was actually planning something shady with you. Chen Fei walked ahead with a smirk. Don't say that. I really know I was wrong. I'm sorry. Lin Xianer lowered her proud head. If she fell into the hands of the ruthless Long Haoyu, the consequences would be unimaginable. What's an apology worth? How will you compensate me? What will you use to thank me? Chen Fei scanned Lin Xianer up and down. You're a good person. A good person, my ass. Don't give me the good person card. Good people are only destined to be wronged. I've made up my mind. I want tangible benefits. Chen Fei finished speaking and took Lin Xianer's hand. She trembled suddenly, like a startled deer, instinctively pulling her hand back, but she couldn't break free from Chen Fei's grip. Her delicate, white hand was held by Chen Fei, and she felt the calluses on his palm. Her heart began to race. She made a symbolic attempt to pull her hand away but stopped struggling. For some reason, she didn't resist Chen Fei's touch and even felt a slight ripple in her heart. Almost immediately, Chen Fei grew bolder, beginning to touch Lin Xianer's face. Guo Tailu and the others are almost here. Don't do anything reckless. Lin Xianer's cheeks flushed red. She shrunk her swan-like neck and murmured softly. Does it still hurt? Chen Fei asked. Lin Xianer realized Chen Fei was referring to her face, which had been hit. She shook her head and said, This is my own fault. Consider it punishment for mistakenly accusing you. Why is my face sticky? She froze for a moment and saw that Chen Fei was holding a transparent, gel-like substance in his hand. This is freshly picked aloe vera. It has anti-inflammatory and hemostatic properties, Chen Fei explained. The jungle is teeming with plants and animals. With enough knowledge, it's a treasure trove. Lin Xianer heard this and indeed noticed that her previously burning face had become cool and no longer as painful. So he wasn't just taking advantage of her after all. The little bastard and the little are over there. At that moment, Wo Tailu's voice came through the chaos of footsteps. Let's run. Lin Xianer was filled with anxiety. 12. Searching for water. What are you afraid of? Chen Fei snorted coldly. Once we're in the jungle, it's Chen Fei's territory. Wo Tailu and his bunch of brutes are nothing to him. Chen Fei walked steadily, leading Lin Xianer deeper into the jungle. Running around recklessly in such an environment was an extremely reckless act. Chen Fei led the way, using a wooden stick to tap the bushes and fallen leaves on the ground. What are you tapping on? Lin Xianer asked curiously. Saying hello to poisonous snakes and insects. What? Lin Xianer jumped in fright. She was terrified of such creatures. What's the big deal? Do you think snakes and insects aren't afraid of humans? If we startle them, they'll naturally stay away. Chen Fei explained. Lin Xianer finally relaxed and followed him to a fork in the path. The right side is quieter, there must be few insects. Let's go that way. Lin Xianer listened carefully and concluded. Quiet means fewer animals. Do you know what situation would cause fewer animals? Chen Fei glanced at Lin Xianer and said, It means there are large carnivorous beasts in that direction. What? Lin Xianer's face turned pale. She felt that if she were alone in the jungle, she might die in a matter of minutes. Finally, she learned to keep quiet. In this dangerous environment, she would leave everything to Chen Fei. Being led by him gave her a great sense of security. Lin Xianer's proud and stubborn heart gradually softened. But soon, Lin Xianer felt her mouth go dry and her head spin. Chen Fei, I'm so thirsty, I'm dying of thirst. Chen Fei furrowed his brows. The rainforest was extremely hot and humid, and one of the greatest dangers was dehydration. Once the body's water loss reached 2%, physical strength would decrease by a quarter. If it became more severe, it could be life-threatening. Take off your clothes. Chen Fei acted decisively, taking off his short-sleeved shirt and continuing on bare-chested. What did you say? Lin Xianer's face flushed red. I'm just thirsty. Why do I have to take off my clothes? The humidity in the rainforest was at least 90% and clothes were always damp. Sticking to the body hindered heat dissipation, causing the body to lose moisture faster. After explaining, Chen Fei glanced at the alluring Lin Xianer. So you'd rather die of dehydration than let me take a look? Lin Qian'er's face turned bright red. She hadn't expected Chen Fei to be so blunt. You bad guy. Anyway, good deeds aren't rewarded. Do as you please. If I dehydrate, I'll just leave you here. Chen Fei ignored her. Hearing his words, Lin Qian'er's almond-shaped eyes dimmed, and a sense of guilt toward Chen Fei welled up in her heart again. You'll see. Lin Qian'er finally stopped hesitating, forcing herself to overcome her shyness and slowly took off her jacket. The only watercolor-painted tank top was now exposed to Chen Fei's view. Lin Qian'er's nose felt sore. She was already embarrassed enough. But there was nothing she could do. Out of guilt toward Chen Fei, she lowered her head, placed her hands behind her back, and prepared to undo the buttons. Enough, you're really going to show everything? Chen Fei stopped her. This was enough to let her body cool down. Lin Qian'er sniffled and stammered, I knew you were a good person. If you keep handing out good guy cards, don't blame me for not doing anything inappropriate. Chen Fei said, continuing to walk forward. At first, Lin Qian'er felt embarrassed wearing just a tank top, but she gradually got used to it. However, Chen Fei's occasional intense glances still made her feel shy. It wasn't Chen Fei's fault. Following a beautiful girl wearing only a tank top and a miniskirt, how could he not look a few extra times? As time passed, it was already afternoon. After walking for a long time, both Chen Fei and Lin Qian'er felt extremely tired. The environment had left them dehydrated and weak from not drinking any water. I can't go on. Lin Qian'er felt dizzy and leaned against Chen Fei, letting him support her, no longer caring about the physical contact. The chaotic footsteps behind them were faintly audible, mixed with complaints and curses. Wo Tailu and the others had been following closely behind, but they were equally exhausted. However, since they were outnumbered, if they were caught, it would be extremely dangerous. Chen Fei, go ahead. Don't worry about me. Lin Qian'er could barely lift her eyelids. The oppressive heat and dehydration had left her utterly exhausted, relying almost entirely on Chen Fei's support to stay upright. She was well aware that she was a burden to Chen Fei. Although being captured by Gui Tailu and the others would be terrible, she didn't want to drag Chen Fei down with her. Hold on, we're almost there. The water source is just ahead. Chen Fei was also exhausted, but his robust physical condition kept him going. He had indeed mentioned leaving Lin Qian'er behind earlier, but now that they were in this situation, how could he possibly abandon her so easily? Don't lie to me. Just leave me here. Otherwise, we'll both die. Lin Qian'er was barely breathing, severely dehydrated, and in critical condition. I'm not lying to you. Open your eyes, don't fall asleep. As Lin Qian'er fell silent, Chen Fei quickly slapped her face. If she fell unconscious, her life would be over. Survival in the wilderness is so brutal. But no matter how hard Chen Fei slapped her, Lin Qian'er didn't open her eyes. Occasionally, she let out a faint, mosquito-like moan, revealing her extreme weakness. Chen Fei clenched his teeth and slapped her little bear hard. Slap! With a sharp crack, Lin Qian'er suddenly opened her eyes. Dazed, she felt a dull pain on her left side, as if she had been struck by Chen Fei just moments before she was about to lose consciousness. Seeing that she was more awake, Chen Fei sighed in relief and threatened her fiercely, if you dare to fall asleep again, I'll rip off your little tank top and hit you again. Lin Qian'er's face was so flushed she could have cried, but she didn't have the strength to curse Chen Fei. See the birds in the sky? At dawn and dusk, the birds in the jungle always go to drink water at the same time. So the direction they fly indicates where the water source is. We've been following the path for a long time, and now there are more and more birds in the sky, which means the water source is nearby. Chen Fei spoke with absolute certainty, and his words gave Lin Qian'er hope for survival. Sure enough, soon the sound of flowing water could be heard ahead. Lin Qian'er was overjoyed and forced herself to stay alert. Finally, there was water to drink. After passing through a small patch of forest, they came upon a valley with a stream flowing through its center, the water clear and visible to the bottom. Chen Fei led her to the stream but furrowed his brows. This water isn't drinkable. We need to keep going upstream, Chen Fei said. Why? The water looks so clear and clean. I really can't walk any further. Lin Qian'er said weakly. Look at the ground, it's dry and white. Chen Fei looked at the large patches of white on the ground by the stream, then pointed to the blooming flowers nearby. Look at these flowers, they all have 5 special petals. This is a type of oleander plant, which is extremely toxic. Under the sun, the sap seeps out and soaks into the ground. The white ash on the ground is the dried residue. Since there are oleander plants near the water source, that means this section of water is poisonous. Lin Qian'er looked and saw that white sap was indeed flowing continuously from the flower clusters onto the ground. 13. Saved another woman. You really know a lot. Once again, Lin Qian'er was deeply impressed by Chen Fei's extensive survival knowledge, and her gaze toward him was filled with admiration. The water source was right in front of them, so they didn't mind walking a bit longer. However, before leaving, Chen Fei suddenly shouted, "There's water here." Lin Qian'er jumped in surprise. What are you doing? You'll attract Gui Tailu and the others. Chen Fei sneered, I was just hoping they wouldn't come. After saying that, he led Lin Qian'er upstream. Lin Qian'er immediately understood. Chen Fei knew that the water source in that area was poisonous, but Gui Tailu and the others didn't know. Soon, Gui Tailu and the others followed the sound and rushed over. Seeing the gushing water, their eyes lit up greedily. Some couldn't resist rushing forward to drink the water. Wait! The water in this jungle, we don't know if it's safe to drink. Gui Tailu spoke up to stop them. Though he looked like a brute, he had a cautious side, something even Chen Fei upstream hadn't anticipated. That's right, the water is poisonous. Don't drink it. Chen Fei, who was upstream, emerged from behind a large rock, shouted loudly, then knelt down in front of them and took a big gulp from the stream. He continued shouting, "Don't drink it. It's poisonous. I'm just drinking poison to quench my thirst. Damn it. You little bastard, just wait for me." Gui Tailu roared, "Brothers, drink your fill of water, then catch that little bastard in Lin Xianer." He. Gui Tailu and the others finally began to drink the water. Will they die? Lin Xianer turned to ask Chen Fei. Thinking back to how Chen Fei had lured them into drinking the poisoned water, she realized that even though he looked pretty honest, he was actually pretty sneaky. No, where was he honest? Why should I compensate him? It depends on their luck. Mild cases might result in vomiting and diarrhea, while severe cases could lead to convulsions and unconsciousness. In such an environment, severe cases are essentially hopeless. Chen Fei didn't think much of it. He had never taken the pursuits seriously. In the jungle, even if Gui Tailu's group was skilled in combat, they were no match for Chen Fei. Chen Fei wouldn't even bother to confront them head-on. The real enemy he had to overcome was the danger of nature. Damn, my stomach hurts so much. Me too, vomit. I can't hold it anymore, I'm going to have diarrhea. Sure enough, soon afterward, agonizing screams began to echo from downstream. The dozen or so people who had drunk the poisoned water were all vomiting and diarrhea. Those who drank first took the largest doses and began convulsing and losing consciousness. Gui Tailu, that guy, had been cautious and drank last, but he was still suffering from severe diarrhea. Sai, I told you the water was poisoned. Why didn't you listen to me? You idiots are beyond reason. Chen Fei emerged again from behind the large rock, adopting a stern and admonishing expression. This immediately enraged Gui Tailu and the others, who started screaming and standing up. But after taking just a few steps, they couldn't hold it in anymore and nearly vomited, forcing them to crouch back down and continue their diarrhea. Now they were sitting ducks, and Chen Fei could easily kill them with his bow and arrows. But Chen Fei wouldn't, and didn't need to, do that. After all, he is a civilized person. It wouldn't be easy for him to kill someone. Moreover, if he were rescued later, it would be difficult to explain what happened. But if they were to die on this deserted island on their own, it wouldn't have anything to do with Chen Fei. Therefore, there was no need for him to get involved personally. Chen Fei, I'm hungry. Lin Xianer said, holding her stomach. But it wasn't as urgent anymore. A person can survive without food for 7 days, but without water, in such a rainforest, they'd last at most a day. The most critical issue of water had been resolved, and as for food, Lin Xianer believed Chen Fei had a plan. It was this inexplicable trust. After spending a day together, Chen Fei's image in Lin Xianer's eyes had risen to an extremely high level. There are fish in this stream. Let's walk upstream and see. It's getting dark. We need to find a place to sleep together. Chen Fei emphasized the last 4 words. Lin Xianer's face turned bright red. After walking a few minutes further, they suddenly heard a woman's shrill scream from ahead. Help! Someone help me! Chen Fei and Lin Xianer exchanged glances, then cautiously made their way toward the source of the screams. Pushing aside the grass, they saw a woman dressed in a sailor's uniform sitting on the ground, trembling and sobbing softly. Upon seeing Chen Fei and Lin Xianer, the woman clung to them as if they were her last hope. Please help me. I was bitten by a venomous snake. The woman's pale ankle had a bleeding wound. Not far away, a long red and black snake was slithering around, clearly the one that had bitten her. Lin Xianer took a few steps back, hiding behind Chen Fei, her palms drenched in cold sweat. Chen Fei walked straight over, seized the opportunity, and struck the snake's vital spot with his wooden stick, lifting its body into the air and flinging it deep into the jungle. Lin Xianer stared in disbelief. Chen Fei was so brave. Facing such a terrifying snake, he had charged right in, which only deepened her admiration for him. Thank you. The sailor woman thanked Chen Fei, but her face was still filled with sorrow. I was bitten by a venomous snake. I probably won't survive much longer. Wailing, I've never been in a relationship before. As she spoke, she began to cry. On this deserted island, there was no way to find anti-venom. Who said you're going to die? That wasn't a venomous snake. Chen Fei rolled his eyes and said, in the rainforest, most snakes with red and black stripes are non-venomous. Don't worry, just wash the wound with stream water. Hearing Chen Fei's words, the woman stopped crying immediately. Really? 14. DIY fishing device. If it were fake, you'd already be showing symptoms. Chen Fei was speechless. Venomous snake venom has no incubation period. Once injected into the human body, it takes effect immediately. Depending on the type of toxin, different symptoms manifest. The woman shook her snow-white legs. Aside from the wound hurting a bit, there was no numbness or swelling, just a simple external injury. She immediately felt relieved. I'm Deputy Captain Luo Bing of the highway ship. We're all in the same boat, aren't we? Luo Bing smiled as she introduced herself, her face still tear-stained from crying, making her smile even more beautiful. The highway was the cruise ship where Chen Fei and his classmates had gathered for their reunion. Clearly, Luo Bing was also a survivor of the maritime disaster. I'm Chen Fei. My name is Lin Xianer, Ms. Luo Bing. Lin Xianer couldn't help but glance at Luo Bing a few more times. Her beauty was no less than her own, and since she was several years older, she exuded a mature charm that made Lin Xianer feel a little insecure. Are there any other survivors on the island? Luo Bing asked. Yes. Chen Fei replied and prepared to leave. Taking Lin Xianer alone was already a huge burden. But considering her concern for him, Chen Fei would do his best to protect her. Taking another woman alone would only complicate matters further. Though Luo Bing was indeed beautiful, in a life or death situation, what good would her appearance do? Those survivors aren't good people. They've lost their minds. If Luo Bing, who's so beautiful, encounters them, she'll definitely be in trouble. Why don't you come with us instead? Lin Xianer suggested. Luo Bing heard this and felt a pang of sadness in her heart. This was exactly what she feared most. Having worked at sea for many years, she knew that in the isolated vastness of the ocean, the darkness of human nature would be amplified to the extreme. Many tragic human dramas had been brewed under such circumstances. She thought for a moment and was about to agree to Lin Xianer's proposal. The main reason was Chen Fei. Based on their previous encounter, she judged that this young man was highly reliable. Recognizing that the snake was non-venomous demonstrated knowledge. Daring to approach and remove the snake showed courage. Possessing these two qualities would significantly increase their chances of survival on the island. Lin Xianer, are you letting Luo Bing join the team and planning to leave yourself? However, what Luo Bing didn't expect was that Chen Fei suddenly spoke in a serious tone. From the tone of his voice, it seemed like he didn't want her to join the team. Luo Bing was completely caught off guard by this outcome. She prided herself on her beauty and assumed that, even if she didn't mention it, as a guy, he would definitely take the initiative to take care of her. But this young man seemed to be completely unpredictable? Lin Xianer was stunned. She hadn't expected Chen Fei to be so unfeeling. But she couldn't think of any words to counter him. Because she knew deep down that saying Luo Bing should join the team was really just a way for her to rely on Chen Fei. Without Chen Fei, she was nothing. If this had been before, she could have stood on the moral high ground and scolded Chen Fei for not helping others. But after going through several crises, Lin Xianer had come to understand that in the face of life and death, no one had any room to be generous. What special skills do you have? Chen Fei asked Luo Bing if she could be of any use, in which case he would take her alone. Otherwise, Chen Fei would have to harden his heart and abandon this woman. I can drive a boat and speak multiple languages. If there is an international search and rescue team, no matter which country they're from, I can communicate with them. I also know some lesser-known languages. Luo Bing sounded a bit weak. She had always been an extremely confident person. At such a young age, she was already a first mate, and how many men had looked up to her? But when faced with Chen Fei, she couldn't help but feel her momentum being overshadowed. The initiative in communication seemed to be entirely in Chen Fei's hands. Alright, I agree to let you come along. Chen Fei rubbed his chin and said. This first mate isn't a fraud, she's genuinely capable. He had been worried that Luo Bing, being so young, had become a deputy captain through connections, and that such a woman would be nothing but a burden. Then thank you, Lieutenant. Lieutenant, can you get us some food? Luo Bing looked at Chen Fei pitifully. Her stomach was already empty from hunger. After being washed ashore by the sea, she had been lucky to stumble upon this stream and had been surviving on water alone. It had been 2 days and 1 night since she last ate anything. I'm a bit hungry too. Lin Xianer covered her stomach and said shyly. In the end, it all comes down to relying on Chen Fei for food and drink. I just saw traces of salmon in the stream. If we're lucky, we might be able to catch some. Chen Fei finished speaking and took off his jeans. Are you going to go into the water to catch fish? Lin Xianer blushed, looking at Chen Fei, who was only wearing a pair of shorts. I don't have the skill to catch fish with my bare hands, but I could try making a fishing trap. The two women were taken aback. Why are you taking off your pants to make a fishing trap? To show off your muscles? Under the puzzled gazes of Lin Xianer and Luo Bing, Chen Fei found a long white vine. The vine was even harder than the Sega long vine, though it lacked flexibility, making it perfect for making a fishing trap. He pulled out the belt, threaded the vine through it, and tied it into a loop. The waistband became a circle. Chen Fei tied the pant legs into tight knots, turning the entire jeans into a fishing net. The extra length of vine served as the fishing line. Can you really catch fish with this? Even if you have bait, a fishing net made from pants won't work. Besides, you don't seem to have any bait, do you? Luo Bing couldn't help but question. From common sense, this is impossible to catch fish. She wasn't Lin Xianer, who trusted Chen Fei 100%. Who says you need bait to catch fish? Chen Fei didn't seem to care. He picked up many oval-shaped leaves from the grass by the stream, crushed them, and stuffed them into his pants. He stuffed pebbles into both front and back pockets, then tossed the pants into the stream. This made the jeans heavier, causing them to sink underwater. It looked just like a fishing net floating on the water's surface. Chen Fei then grabbed a handful of fine sand from the ground and scattered it over the water where the pants were floating. The fish, sensing the sand being thrown into the water, would instinctively gather around. That was a good idea, but how could they keep the fish from escaping? Luo Bing clearly knew some fishing knowledge. After all, he had spent years floating at sea. But even if the fish came, what then? Pulling the white rope directly would never catch the fish. Sure enough, drawn by the sand, 2 large salmon swam toward this side. But what Luo Bing never expected was that when the 2 fish passed by the fishing device, they suddenly stopped. Instantly, they all swam into the net on their own. No, not swim. They sank. Chen Fei gave a hard tug on the white vine in his hand, and the 2 fish, wrapped in his jeans, were pulled up. This is too amazing. Chen Fei, you're so skilled. How did you do that? How did you make the fish obey you like that? Lin Xianer praised generously, her pretty face filled with astonishment. 15. Obtained the strongest tool in the wilderness, the military shovel. How did you do that? Why did these 2 fish swim in and then stop moving? Could it be because of those green leaves? Luo Bing was shocked and speculated. Chen Fei nodded. These round leaves are called fish vines. When crushed, their juice contains a toxin called fishvine alkaloid, which spreads in the water and causes fish to become poisoned and paralyzed after absorption. Luo Bing suddenly understood. No wonder those 2 large salmon had sunk into Chen Fei's pants. But if the fish are poisoned, won't we get poisoned too if we eat them? Luo Bing asked, puzzled and concerned. Racemose is only effective on fish. You 2 go gather wood for the fire. Chen Fei made arrangements while beginning to fillet the fish with a circular knife. Although salmon can be eaten raw, there's always a risk of gastrointestinal infection. In such an environment, every extra risk increases the chance of death. Lin Xianer, experienced in such matters, headed toward the nearby area to gather dry pine needles and a fire-starting base. Luo Bing followed closely behind. She was more than happy to help after all. Only by contributing her value could she feel at ease surviving together. Otherwise, she'd just be a useless ornament. Chen Fei slit open the fish and discovered numerous translucent fish roe, instantly filling him with joy. Salmon roe is a precious ingredient. It's the raw material for caviar. Just as he was waiting for the 2 women to return and prepare for a hearty meal, an unexpected incident occurred. Ah! Suddenly, he heard the screams of Lin Xianer and Luo Bing coming from the jungle. Chen Fei's heart raced and he hurried toward the sound. What's going on? Seeing the 2 women standing in front of a bush, seemingly unharmed, Chen Fei sighed in relief. He walked over to them and finally understood why they had screamed. Lying in the bushes ahead were 3 skeletons. They had been reduced to nothing but bones, covered in moss, indicating they had been dead for a long time. Moreover, the skeletons were quite incomplete, and their clothes were in tatters, indicating they had been devoured by wild beasts. Judging by the clothing, they must have been members of a foreign expedition team, pretty professional. Chen Fei furrowed his brows. The good news is that this island is inhabited. The bad news is that they've been dead for so long and no one has found them. It seems that the rescue team will have a tough time finding this place. Suddenly, Chen Fei's eyes lit up. His gaze locked onto the travel bag next to the skeleton. Chen Fei, what are you doing? Seeing Chen Fei striding toward the skeleton, Lin Xianer asked in a trembling voice. She had been avoiding it, yet Chen Fei dared to approach it. Luo Bing curled her lips. This young man was truly bold. On this young man who was several years her junior, she actually felt a sense of security. Chen Fei opened the travel bag, which was filled with various supplies. Compressed biscuits, beef cans, antibiotics, these were all good items, but unfortunately, they had gone bad and were useless. These people had been stranded for too long. All the food and medicine were unusable. But Chen Fei wasn't giving up. He kept rummaging through the bag. Let us go, Chen Fei. There's probably nothing else worth taking. Lin Xianer said. Yeah, there might even be wild beasts lurking around. It's too dangerous. Let's leave quickly. Luo Bing echoed. The 2 women found the skeletons unsettling and didn't want to stay a moment longer. But Chen Fei kept searching. In the wilderness, anything could be valuable, even this travel bag. Just as he reached the bottom of the backpack with no expectations, he discovered a shovel. Chen Fei immediately became excited. When he saw the shovel in its entirety, his hands even trembled slightly. It was a military-grade shovel. Ha! Lin Xianer and Luo Bing exchanged puzzled glances. They couldn't understand why he was so excited over just a shovel. If Chen Fei found out what they were thinking, he would surely look down on them. A military shovel. In the wilderness, this was a true marvel. This small, ordinary shovel contains nearly 10 functions, including a small bayonet, a machete, a ruler, a saw, a whistle, a stick, and a fire-starting rod. No other tool can compare to the military shovel. Thank you, all 3 of you. Chen Fei carefully placed the 3 skeletal frames and covered them with bushes. He had originally planned to help bury them, but since he hadn't confirmed their identities yet, it wouldn't be appropriate to act on his own. In any case, Chen Fei was deeply grateful for the military shovel they had left behind. In addition, there was a travel bag, a military canteen, and several rolls of bandages. Put the dry pine needles and bushes inside. Chen Fei opened the travel bag and said to the 2 women. Lin Xianer and Luo Bing followed his instructions. After the travel bag was filled, Lin Xianer handed Chen Fei a small piece of golden thread cypress wood. Look, golden thread cypress wood. You mentioned it last time, the best material for a fire starter. I found it. Lin Xianer looked at him with an eager expression, hoping for praise. Chen Fei just smiled. We don't need it now. Lin Xianer was taken aback. She had been hoping for Chen Fei's praise, but why wasn't it needed anymore? She couldn't help but feel disappointed. Upon reaching the stream, Chen Fei twisted the military shovel slightly, revealing the small knife in the middle, and once again scraped the fish scales clean. The previous stone disc knife was too simple and could only handle basic tasks. With the military shovel, the results were naturally much better. The 2 women realized for the first time that the military shovel had a small knife attached to it. They had thought it was just an ordinary shovel. However, the even more impressive functions that follow truly amazed them. Where are you going? Seeing Chen Fei carrying the cleaned fish toward the edge of the forest, Lin Xianer couldn't help but ask. If you start a fire in an open area, the smoke will be very thick and easily give away your position. Chen Fei walked to a large tree with dense branches and explained, but if you start a fire under a tree, the smoke will rise along the trunk and be absorbed by the branches and leaves. It will then disperse, making it invisible to the naked eye. Sister Luo Bing, Chen Fei is so impressive. Lin Xianer said excitedly. Luo Bing looked stunned, nodding blankly. This young man knows so much. Even such details are so clear to him. Chen Fei placed dry pine needles and dry grass on the ground, then twisted open the military shovel again. A small black rod appeared. This is a fire-starting rod. With this, we don't need a fire-starting base. Chen Fei spoke, then quickly scraped the small black rod with a knife. Sparks flew out, instantly igniting the dry grass. The humidity in the rainforest was extremely high, and even Chen Fei couldn't guarantee that drilling wood to start a fire would work 100% of the time. But with the fire-starting rod, it was completely different. How many more functions does this shovel have? The 2 women were speechless. No wonder Chen Fei was so excited when he got the shovel. Plenty. In the wilderness, if you can only carry one tool, there's nothing better than a military shovel. Chen Fei laughed. 16. Triple protection against wild beasts. Chen Fei was in a good mood, not just boasting about the military shovel's strength. With this tool, survival chances truly increase significantly. But it must be used to its full potential. Only in Chen Fei's hands could it achieve its maximum effectiveness. Just like now, it could even be used as a grill. The sliced salmon was placed on the shovel and set over the fire. Soon, the fish fillets sizzled, releasing an enticing aroma. The flesh turned golden brown, making one's mouth water. It's ready. Let's eat. Chen Fei handed the cooked fish slices to Lin Xianer and Luo Bing. The 2, who were already starving, immediately devoured the fish with relish. 2 large salmon fillets were more than enough for 3 people to have a hearty meal. Chen Fei was still grilling when suddenly, a delicate hand pinched a fragrant piece of fish and brought it to his lips. You must be hungry too, eat quickly. Lin Xianer noticed that Chen Fei had been grilling the fish the whole time, giving the freshly grilled pieces to her and Luo Bing first, and hadn't eaten any himself. She was worried that Chen Fei was hungry. Thank you. Chen Fei opened his mouth and bit into the fish slice, the aroma immediately filling his mouth. Although there were no seasonings to enhance the flavor, being able to fill his stomach when hungry was enough to feel satisfied. Survival is more important than anything else. 2 large salmon fillets were more than enough for the 3 of them. The remaining portions could be saved for tomorrow's breakfast. By now, the sun was about to set. Let us set up camp here, near the water source, so we can drink if we get thirsty at night. Luo Bing suggested. You'll get thirsty, and so will the wild beasts. Sleeping by the water source, you won't even know how you died. You were lucky last night that no wild beasts attacked you. Chen Fei said indifferently, and Luo Bing's face turned pale. These seemingly simple truths can save lives. There are many caves along the path I took into the jungle. Can we sleep in one of the caves? Luo Bing asked again. Let's go check it out. Whether the caves are suitable for sleeping depends on what we find inside. Luo Bing's heart filled with joy. This suggestion hadn't been outright rejected, at least she'd managed to contribute something. As Chen Fei demonstrated increasingly powerful abilities, the pressure on her grew accordingly. If it doesn't work, will he abandon me? This was something Luo Bing couldn't help but worry about. Following Luo Bing to the foot of a mountain range, they indeed found several caves carved into the rock face. Chen Fei examined them carefully and chose the shallowest one that he could see the end of. That's the one. The cave in front is deeper and better sheltered from the wind. Lin Xianer was puzzled by Chen Fei's choice. Lin, in the wilderness, the first thing you need to change is your mindset. Don't underestimate the wisdom of animals. Chen Fei spoke slowly. Animals in nature are constantly racing against death. They understand survival better than humans. When making a choice, try to put yourself in their shoes and think it through. This time, Chen Fei didn't explain directly. Instead, he let Lin Xianer figure it out for herself. Deep caves are suitable for survival, so wild beasts also use them as dens, right? Lin Xianer was quick to catch on. Yes. And even if there are no wild beasts, there might be toxic gases in the depths of the cave. So when looking for a cave to rest in the wilderness, it's best to choose one where you can see the end at a glance. Chen Fei spoke as he led the two women into the cave. The cave wasn't large, but the smaller it was, the less heat it would lose, making it an ideal place to sleep. On the other side of the cave, there was a small opening. This made Chen Fei even more satisfied. The last thing he wanted was for beasts to attack and have no way to escape. The small opening was just big enough for a person to crawl through, but beasts couldn't fit inside. It was the perfect resting spot. But if there are wild beasts in the deep cave ahead, we'll still be in danger if we sleep here, right? Luo Bing asked nervously. With 3 layers of protection, we should be fine. Chen Fei said, lighting the campfire. Beasts fear fire the most. He quickly dragged a section of thorny locust tree branches from outside and laid them across the cave entrance. The branches were covered in sharp thorns, which would also prevent beasts from entering. That's 2 layers of protection. What about the third one? Lin Xianer asked curiously. She saw Chen Fei take off his pants and start urinating toward the outside of the cave. What are you doing? Even if this is the jungle, you can't just relieve yourself anywhere. We're girls. The 2 girls were startled and quickly turned away, their faces flushing red as they demanded an explanation. This is the 3rd layer of protection. Chen Fei shook himself and said. Lin Xianer and Luo Bing were both stunned. Urine has that effect? Then close your eyes. Lin Xianer said to Chen Fei with a red face. Closing your eyes isn't enough, you have to turn around. We'll take turns watching him. Luo Bing's cold, beautiful face was also flushed red. Chen Fei looked completely bewildered. What are you 2 doing? Shoo. Didn't you say that Shu could ward off wild beasts? The more, the better. Lin Xianer's cheeks were as red as a boiling teapot, almost smoking. Get out of here. Don't peek at me and Luo Bing doing Shu. 17, you're going to drive me crazy. Chen Fei heard this and was speechless. Your shushing doesn't contain testosterone, it has no effect on wild beasts. Phew, why didn't you say so earlier? Lin Xianer and Luo Bing both sighed in relief, otherwise, having to relieve themselves outside would have been truly embarrassing. Let's go to sleep. As night fell, the jungle became dangerous. They quickly went to sleep to replenish their energy and stay alert. Chen Fei, however, was carefree. He lay down and started snoring immediately. Lin Xianer and Luo Bing, however, couldn't sleep at all. Soon, continuous slapping sounds echoed through the cave. What are you 2 doing? Chen Fei, awakened by the sounds, frowned at the 2 of them. There are too many mosquitoes, we can't sleep. Yeah, 1 bite and it itches like crazy. The 2 delicate-skinned women pouted. Wait. Chen Fei got up and walked toward the entrance of the cave. Mosquitoes aren't something to take lightly, they can easily spread malaria, which is dangerous. The reason I wasn't bitten is probably because these 2 girls attracted their attention. I can't just leave them alone. Lin Xianer and Luo Bing huddled together, too scared to follow Chen Fei out, yet deeply worried. The area outside the cave was pitch black, with occasional howls of wild beasts echoing in the darkness. Fortunately, Chen Fei returned soon. In his hands were 2 bundles of dry grass-like material. What is that? Lin Xianer turned into a curious child again. Termite nests. The termites' droppings burn with a fragrant smoke that can drive away mosquitoes. Chen Fei lit the termite nests over the campfire and tossed them into the cave. Sure enough, the mosquitoes and insects vanished instantly. Lin Xianer and Luo Bing were once again amazed. The confusion and fear they had felt about the next day vanished greatly the moment they saw Chen Fei. This young man always gave people a sense of security. At night, the howls of wild beasts echoed intermittently. Lin Xianer and Luo Bing shivered in the cold. Chen Fei slept on the outer edge, and Lin Xianer, unable to resist, leaned toward him. Clinging tightly to Chen Fei, she felt his warmth, which finally brought a sense of security to her panicked heart. When he woke up in the morning, Chen Fei felt something soft in his arms. Looking down, he saw Lin Xianer had crawled in unnoticed, curled up like a little piglet, occasionally nudging her head. She was still asleep, unaware of her surroundings. Her long, black hair emitted the delicate fragrance of a young girl. Chen Fei felt a bit flustered. Such a beautiful girl lying in his arms, which normal guy wouldn't be tempted? Especially since Chen Fei was a novice. Lin Xianer, as the daughter of a top-tier wealthy family, was exceptionally well maintained. And at the prime of her youth, she was as soft as cotton candy. Sigh. After squeezing for a while, his fingers suddenly felt a sharp pain, and Chen Fei sucked in a sharp breath. Looking closely, he saw that his fingers had been bitten by Lin Xianer. You're not being good. Lin Xian'er released her lips, blushing as she gave Chen Fei a playful glare. You're getting too bold. You've already taken advantage of me for a while, isn't that enough? You're still not satisfied. Don't you know who was the one who came crawling over me in the middle of the night? Chen Fei's words left Lin Xian'er speechless, her face turning bright red. This isn't my fault. I didn't know what happened after I fell asleep. Lin Xian'er blushed and tried to hide her embarrassment, only to see Chen Fei pick up a piece of charcoal from the campfire and put it in his mouth. What are you doing? She and Luo Bing were both stunned. In the early morning, they saw Chen Fei eating charcoal? Brushing my teeth. Chen Fei rubbed the charcoal on his teeth, broke off a piece of horsetail grass, folded it in half, and used the flat side to brush his teeth. Charcoal was effective at removing stains, and the split end of the horsetail grass could scrub away plaque. It couldn't compare to toothpaste and a toothbrush at home, but it would have to do in the wilderness. After finishing, Chen Fei picked up his military canteen, poured a mouthful of water into his mouth, swished it around, and spat it out. This canteen was also a relic from an explorer, with a capacity of 2 liters. The water filled from the stream yesterday was enough for the 3 of us to drink throughout the night, with some left over for rinsing. I want to try too. Lin Xian'er hesitated for a moment before deciding to give it a try. After all, she was extremely clean and had always rinsed her mouth after every meal, whether at home or at school. After 2 days on the deserted island without rinsing her mouth, she simply couldn't stand it anymore. Following Chen Fei's method, she ground the charcoal between her teeth. Though it felt uncomfortable at first, her mouth felt refreshed after rinsing. Luo Bing followed suit. After rinsing their mouths, Chen Fei took out the remaining grilled fish slices from the previous night, and the 3 of them shared them, finally filling their stomachs. Chen Fei, look! There are animal footprints outside the cave where we're sleeping. Lin Xian'er crouched down outside the cave and exclaimed. Chen Fei went over to take a look and sure enough, there they were. The paw prints of a cat-like animal could only be seen, but these prints clearly showed claws, indicating a canid. The prints were not large, resembling those of a jackal or a hyena. However, the prints were somewhat scattered, suggesting they were not from a lone animal, so we can rule out a solitary hyena, Chen Fei concluded. Does that mean a pack of wolves came here last night? Lin Xian'er and Luo Bing both turned pale. The thought of wolves approaching so close last night sent a chill down their spines. We can't sleep here tonight. Jackals are cunning. Yesterday they were just testing the waters and didn't encounter any danger. If we use the same old methods to defend ourselves tonight, they won't be afraid. Chen Fei said. Let's hope the rescue team arrives today. We'll take another path to the coast and check things out. It's best to set up camp by the coast. Lin Xian'er said. Although it's by the coast, it's not easy to hide from Guitailu and his men, but the coastline is long, so it's unlikely we'll run into them. Even if they really return to the coast, Chen Fei will simply continue into the jungle if they come after him again. In any case, to be rescued, they must stay in an area where the rescue team can see them. Staying in the jungle indefinitely is not a viable option. The rainforest can only be used as a supply depot. And it's extremely dangerous, not suitable for prolonged stays. Let us fill up on water first. The military canteen was empty, so Chen Fei led the 2 women upstream to the creek. However, he didn't venture out recklessly but hid behind a large rock instead. Just as the 2 women were puzzled, Chen Fei stood up and suddenly shouted, Guitailu, you stupid idiot! I've already seen where you're hiding. Why are you still hiding? Come out immediately. Lin Xian'er and Luo Bing exchanged glances. They hadn't seen Guitailu or anyone else at all. They had all come with Chen Fei. Could Chen Fei have X-ray vision? Chow, you little bastard, don't run. Suddenly, Guitailu and his henchmen burst out from the nearby woods and charged toward them. And Long Haoyu was among them. Clearly, he had joined them later. You fools! I was just baiting you with a random shout, and you fell for it. Ha! Chen Fei laughed hysterically, exaggerating his laughter. He wanted to drive them crazy. This wasn't because Chen Fei was immature in the wilderness, one must always keep a clear head. Anger leads to impulsiveness, which is the root of danger. 18. Determining direction, starting to lead the dogs astray. Chen Fei had already filled his water bottle and was running away with Lin Xian'er and Luo Bing. The 2 women were speechless. They had thought Chen Fei had really seen them, but it was just random shouting. They never expected such a coincidence. The other party was really lying in ambush and actually believed Chen Fei's words. Actually, that's where they were mistaken. Chen Fei had simply put himself in their shoes and figured there was a high chance that Guitailu and the others were here. There was a water source here, and with some luck, they could even catch fish. It was relatively safer than the depths of the jungle. Guitailu must have also thought that he would come back to fetch water. Unfortunately, he had calculated it perfectly, but he couldn't resist and ended up being tricked out by himself. You little bastard, don't run! Long Haoyu screamed wildly, the intense pain in his palms keeping him awake all night, hating Chen Fei with every fiber of his being. Ha, you dog, come and chase me if you dare. Chen Fei continued to taunt Long Haoyu with his words, but that wasn't enough. He suddenly stopped, wrapped his arms around Lin Xian'er, and kissed her face fiercely, then taunted Long Haoyu, forgot to tell you, she's already mine. Does that make you angry? After saying that, he turned around and ran off. Chen Fei, you son of a. I'll kill you and cripple you. And that woman beside you won't get off either, I'll take all of you. Long Hao Yu screamed wildly. Chen Fei, you bastard. Lin Qian'er's face was so flushed it seemed like water was about to drip off it. She swung her delicate fists at Chen Fei, but didn't use any force, making it look more like a playful fight between lovers. This was the first time she had ever been kissed by a boy. Ugh, this is just to provoke him. Chen Fei grinned, hiding the wild pounding of his heart. Not only had Lin Qian'er never been kissed before, but this was also Chen Fei's first kiss. It felt like a truck was racing through his heart, making him unable to stop. Was it really just to tease him? Lin Qian'er suddenly felt a pang of sadness. Chen Fei paused for a moment, then leaned in and bit her cheek again. Hee, since you're being so stubborn, don't blame me. Chen Fei gave a mischievous smile. Once you start something like this, there is no more mental barrier afterward. Lin Qian'er's face grew even redder, and she angrily punched Chen Fei. You two, stop flirting. We need to escape. Luo Bing hurriedly reminded them. She didn't want to fall into the hands of the group of people behind them. Luo Bing had seen Gui Tailu and the others on the ship earlier, and they were extremely uncivilized. Sure enough, once they arrived on this deserted island, they became violent. At least she was with Chen Fei, otherwise, she would be in danger. But thinking about the group chasing them relentlessly, Luo Bing grew tense. Don't worry, they definitely don't have the stamina we do. Take it slow, I can handle them. Chen Fei, however, wasn't he the least bit worried. The three of them had eaten both dinner and breakfast and had slept soundly. How could they compare to Gui Tailu and his group, who had been vomiting and diarrhea all day? As they passed a towering ancient tree, Chen Fei stopped. He picked several large leaves with unique shapes from the tree, tore them off along the stems, and discarded them. He then placed the remaining narrow leaves in his mouth and began chewing them. He also gave 2 leaves to Lin Qian'er and Luo Bing. Lin Qian'er simply put them in her mouth. Wow, it's so bitter. Although it was hard to eat, she didn't spit it out. Her trust in Chen Fei had reached the point where she had no reservations. What is this? Luo Bing hesitated for a moment before putting it in her mouth. It was indeed very bitter. This leaf is called Wangbilisland, which translates to strong man. The juice from the leaves can reduce lactic acid buildup in muscles, allowing one to move faster. It can also treat malaria and diarrhea. Chen Fei picked another large handful of leaves, put them in his travel bag, and continued leading the two forward. Should we keep going deeper into the jungle? Isn't that too dangerous? After walking for nearly 15 minutes, Luo Bing couldn't help but ask. This area was already unfamiliar, we had never ventured this deep before. Chen Fei nodded slightly. It was indeed unwise to proceed further. The deeper into the jungle, the more dangerous beasts there would be. Moreover, we don't even know our direction now, and the shadow pull technique is useless. If it takes another 15 minutes, Wo Tailu and the others will catch up. Lin Qian'er heard the rustling footsteps behind them and grew tense. What are you afraid of? Don't panic. Remember, my goal has never been to run away, but to lure them out and eliminate them. Chen Fei remained calm, already having a plan to deal with them in mind. He took out a small piece of wire he had prepared earlier and began rubbing it against his hair. After walking for another 2 minutes, Chen Fei stopped at a small puddle. He knelt down, picked up a thin, dry leaf, placed it on the puddle, and then laid the wire on top of the leaf. What are you doing? Luo Bing asked anxiously, as the people behind them were almost catching up, yet he was still lingering here. Look, the leaf is spinning. Lin Qian'er crouched beside Chen Fei, observing the leaf closely. When the floating leaf finally stopped spinning, Chen Fei pointed to the direction where the wire had stopped spinning clockwise, that's south. How did you figure that out? Lin Qian'er and Luo Bing were both completely baffled. After friction, the iron wire becomes magnetized. Magnetized metal always points toward magnetic north. Magnetic north and true south are aligned, so the direction the iron wire points is south. After explaining, Chen Fei stood up and began to walk around to the right. 19. Luring the wolf out of its den. Now that Chen Fei had figured out the direction, leading the dog around was easy. No wonder it had to be placed on a floating leaf. The friction on the ground was too strong, so the iron wire wouldn't move when placed on the ground. Lin Qian'er finally understood. Smart, no wonder she's my girlfriend. Chen Fei chuckled and continued to take advantage. Sooner or later, he'd make this a done deal. Who's your girlfriend? Lin Qian'er's cheeks flushed like a boiling teapot. Earlier, Chen Fei seemed so well behaved, but who knew he was such a sly fox? If it were anyone else daring to talk like that, they would have been kicked out long ago. But for some reason, hearing Chen Fei say those words, she didn't feel angry at all. Instead, there was a hint of joy in her heart. Lin Qian'er felt like she was going mad. She actually had developed feelings for this young man. Chen Fei walked ahead at a steady pace, occasionally making a little noise on purpose, as if afraid that Long Haoyu and the others would lose track of him. Luo Bing was on edge the entire way. Should we just ditch them and get out of here? She couldn't understand Chen Fei's thrill-seeking mindset, deliberately teasing others like this. What if things went wrong? They'd be the ones in trouble. Oh, Luo Bing, just trust Chen Fei. Lin Xianer wasn't worried anymore, she trusted Chen Fei implicitly. Just then, Chen Fei suddenly stopped in his tracks. Zzz. Right in front of them, a rattlesnake was staring straight at Chen Fei, its eyes darting back and forth, and its tail rings vibrating wildly. Clearly, the rattlesnake was in a defensive posture, highly aggressive. Lin Xianer's face turned pale, and she pressed herself against Chen Fei. Luo Bing also gripped Chen Fei's shirt collar, her calves trembling. Especially since she had been bitten by a snake yesterday, and now she was facing a rattlesnake, a highly venomous one at that. The two women were on edge, but Chen Fei looked thrilled. Lunch was served. Under the shocked stares of the two women, Chen Fei picked up a wooden stick, swept away the dry leaves in front of him, and then, seizing the opportunity, struck the rattlesnake. Strike the snake at its 7-inch mark, this is an age-old truth. SSSS. The rattlesnake spat out its fangs, its body suddenly moving in a Z shape, dodging Chen Fei's attack in an instant, and then lunged toward Chen Fei to bite him. Be careful. Lin Xianer urgently warned, as the rattlesnake's speed was simply too fast. The snake's body sprang forward, nearly biting Chen Fei's arm. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, Chen Fei swung his military shovel with all his strength, striking the rattlesnake's head and sending it crashing to the ground. Chen Fei didn't dare to hesitate, rushing forward and stepping on the snake's head with his foot. He plunged the shovel downward with all his strength, severing the snake's head. The headless rattlesnake continued to twist and writhe, looking utterly terrifying. However, the snake's body was no longer dangerous, only its nerve endings were still alive. The snake head being stepped on by Chen Fei was the most dangerous part. Almost all venomous snakes store their venom in their fangs. Even after the head is severed, it can still bite, so utmost caution is required. Using a military shovel, he dug a small hole in the ground, stepped on the snake's head, and moved it into the hole. He quickly covered it with soil, ensuring it was completely buried. At this point, the rattlesnake's body finally stopped writhing. Phew, that was close. Chen Fei wiped the sweat from his brow and picked up the rattlesnake. I didn't expect it to be so dangerous. Fortunately, before taking action, I swept away the dry leaves in front of me, which reduced the friction during the rattlesnake's final charge, slowing it down slightly. Otherwise, there was a real chance the shovel wouldn't have hit it, and I would have been bitten. That would have been terrible. Woo woo. Just then, he heard Lin Xianer's faint cries. What's wrong? Chen Fei turned around to see Lin Xianer's beautiful eyes red and filled with tears. You're asking? You're asking? Lin Xianer punched Chen Fei's back with her little fist, her delicate nose twitching, and whispered softly, what if you were bitten by a snake? In that heart-stopping moment, Lin Xianer realized how much she cared about him. You care about me so much? Chen Fei walked forward while teasing her. He felt a bit touched as well. From Lin Xianer's reaction, his emotions were genuine. I was just afraid you'd die, and no one would be left to serve this lady. Caught off guard, Lin Xianer's face flushed red, but she stubbornly denied it. Captain, you were being too reckless just now. Luo Bing's pale face regained its color as she patted her chest and said, this is the real wilderness. Chen Fei said indifferently. It could only be said that Lin Xianer and Luo Bing, under his protection, had not yet witnessed the cruelty of the wilderness. With food and water, everything seemed so safe, just waiting for rescue. But it's all an illusion. In the real wilderness, even the slightest carelessness could cost you your life. Alright, Long Haoyu and the others seem to be catching up, squad leader. Luo Bing caught up and said. Chen Fei remained calm, continuing to walk while dissecting the rattlesnake. Taking advantage of the fact that the freshly killed snake hadn't stiffened yet, the snake skin could be peeled off intact. Using a small knife from the military shovel, he sliced the snake vertically, removed the internal organs, and stuffed them all into the snakeskin. The remaining snake meat is all edible. Chen Fei packed it into his travel bag. Hey, Chen Fei, isn't that the cave where we slept last night? Lin Xianer froze, having wandered around for a while, only to end up back here? Chen Fei threw the snakeskin, which had been stuffed with the internal organs, directly in front of a very deep cave entrance. Immediately, he shouted toward the rear, Long Haoyu, Hoi Tailu, and the rest of you idiots following behind. I'm waiting for you here. You have 30 seconds. If you don't come, I'm leaving. After shouting, Chen Fei grabbed Lin Xianer and Luo Bing and ran forward. After running a short distance, they hid in the cave where they had slept the previous night. What are you doing? Lin Xianer was out of breath, having just been walking slowly moments ago, but suddenly she started running wildly. It was obvious what was happening. Chen Fei led the two of them to a small opening at the back of the cave, from where they could see outside directly. At that moment, Long Haoyu, Hoi Tailu, and the others were charging toward them with great momentum. They're here. Chen Fei, you little bastard, come out and face us. You cowardly turtle, let me catch you and I'll beat you to a pulp. You bastard, get out here immediately. Long Haoyu and Hoi Tailu were screaming wildly. These guys are truly despicable. Lin Xianer's delicate fists fluttered in the air, her teeth clenched in anger, but her expression was somehow cute. Hearing them curse Chen Fei made her feel incredibly annoyed, as if she were venting her anger on his behalf. Oh whoa! Just then, the howling of wolves suddenly echoed through the air. A gray figure burst out from the deep cave ahead, snatching the snake's entrails that Chen Fei had left at the cave entrance. Immediately afterward, 5 more jackals burst out of the cave. A total of 6 wolves, all with green eyes glowing, pounced toward Long Haoyu and Gui Tailu and the others. 20. Nyener Huai. Ah! How could there be jackals? Ah, don't bite me, it hurts. Don't run around. We need to form a circle and fight the jackals. Suddenly, the scene became extremely chaotic. You guys keep playing. We're going to go eat some barbecue first. Chen Fei led the 2 women out of the cave and shouted at Long Haoyu and the others. Damn it, you bastard, I'll kill you, I'll kill you. Long Haoyu, even if he were a pig, now realized he had been outwitted by Chen Fei. The snake-like innards at the entrance of the cave were undoubtedly something Chen Fei had deliberately left there to lure the wolves out. Chen Fei ignored their futile screams and walked away. Would they all be devoured by the wolves? Lin Xianer felt torn inside. On one hand, she hoped these vicious creatures would stop harassing them. On the other hand, as a wealthy young lady from a civilized society, she wasn't eager to witness a bloody death. She knew she was being overly compassionate, but this wasn't something she could change in just 2 days. If they were wild wolves, they might have wiped them all out. Jackals are tough, they'd probably only lose 1 or 2 at most. Chen Fei said regretfully. Jackals are just a name, they're actually a type of canid that's smaller than wolves but larger than dogs, known as jackals. He wished they were a pack of wild wolves instead, then Long Haoyu and the others would be finished for good. Chen Fei had no mercy whatsoever. The enemies were after his life, why pity them? That would be madness. The campfire blazed, and the prepared rattlesnakes were skewered on branches and roasted over the flames. Compared to fish meat, snake meat was clearly far inferior in taste. But in the wilderness, there was no room for pickiness. Catching fish yesterday was a stroke of luck, it didn't mean Chen Fei could do it every time. Every time he had a full meal, he felt grateful. Delicious. I'm full too. Lin Xianer and Luo Bing were both licking their fingers. Just 2 days ago, these 2 women from high society never imagined they'd end up eating such food. But now, they're already content. Chen Fei smiled, unable to help but feel a sense of awe. The reason humans stand at the top of the food chain is their ability to adapt to their environment, an ability so strong it's hard to even imagine. The snake didn't have much meat, and the 3 of them finished it all, leaving nothing behind. It was hot at noon, so they decided to rest in the shade. Chen Fei extinguished the fire and led the 2 women to a large rock nearby. Before resting, Chen Fei used a shovel to clear all the leaves from the ground. Why sweep away all the leaves? The ground is already dirty. Luo Bing's brows furrowed slightly. Lin Xianer felt there were too many of them, so she sat down in the shade behind a rock. She didn't even bother to ask, she knew Chen Fei had his reasons. Poisonous scorpions and insects wouldn't venture into open areas. As long as all the leaves were swept away, no poisonous insects would enter this area. Chen Fei explained patiently. The more they knew about these wilderness survival skills, the greater their chances of survival would be. Sigh, no wonder you failed so many courses. Your head is filled with things that aren't in the textbooks. Lin Xianer leaned against a large rock, enjoying the moment of leisurely shade, and muttered. You little brat, daring to mock me? Chen Fei stepped forward, wrapping his arms around Lin Xianer's waist as she looked at him in shock and embarrassment. Feeling Chen Fei's bold aura sweeping over her, Lin Xianer even stopped breathing. Luo Bing turned away discreetly, feeling a touch of envy in her heart. Though she was 5 years older than Chen Fei and Lin Xianer, she had never experienced the taste of love. Get off me! Shame on you, bullying a girl. Lin Xianer's cheeks flushed red as she tried to push Chen Fei away, but her limbs were already weak and limp, unable to muster any strength. Oh, you dare to scold me? Chen Fei grinned wickedly, his other hand reaching up to cling to her watercolor-painted tank top. Lin Xianer pouted her lips, her face so delicate it seemed like it could hold water. She couldn't resist Chen Fei at all. She never expected that in just 2 days, an honest guy could turn into such a bad boy. But she didn't seem to mind it that much. Lin Xianer thought shyly. I'll scold you. You bad seed, you shameless rogue. So she kept cursing him more and more. Deep down, she felt a faint sense of anticipation, as if she wanted Chen Fei to bully her even more. 21. Lin Xianer is poisoned. Lin Xianer felt as though all her strength had been drained from her body. Her fair face flushed red as she collapsed into Chen Fei's arms, allowing him to do as he pleased. Chen Fei's hands grew still. The mischievous smile on his face turned into silence. What's wrong? Did I make you angry by scolding you? Lin Xianer's cheeks were still flushed, and seeing that Chen Fei was preoccupied, she couldn't help but ask. I was thinking, if no rescue team ever comes and we end up dying here, maybe I should take advantage of my strength and get you while I still can. Lin Xianer froze, baring her little fangs. Rest well and build up your strength. You're the little captain, you're not allowed to say such discouraging things. I'll take it back and do it later. Her voice was barely audible, and her cheeks flushed so deeply they seemed to glow. She leaned in close and gently massaged Chen Fei's temples with her delicate hands. Chen Fei jolted, his heart racing wildly. Wow, did she just agree verbally? The delicate fragrance of a young girl wafted into his nostrils. Lin Shenner's jet black hair fell across her face, giving him a tingling sensation. Under Lin Shenner's tender care, Chen Fei soon drifted off to sleep. This nap felt like he was sleeping on a soft pillow, and he slept exceptionally soundly, drooling uncontrollably. When he woke up, Lin Shenner's face was flushed red, and she glared at him with a mix of shyness and playfulness. Moreover, her moisture-wicking tank top seemed to have a damp spot. The hottest part of the day had passed, and it was time to start thinking about dinner. On this desolate island, any sense of being well-fed was only temporary. Forever, they had to fight for survival. About a kilometer south of the stream, there seemed to be a muddy pond. When they passed by earlier, they thought they heard frog calls. Should they go check if they could catch some bullfrogs? The two women agreed enthusiastically. Chen Fei led the two women toward the muddy pond. As they approached the muddy pool, they spotted a massive beehive filled with honey. It must be very sweet. Lin Shenner and Luo Bing, the two girls, couldn't help but drool at the sight of the honey. Girls naturally love sweets, and on this deserted island, honey was probably the only thing with a sweet taste. Don't even think about it. Chen Fei glanced at the buzzing bees and immediately dismissed their idea. Lin Shenner and Luo Bing both sighed deeply, their pretty faces filled with helplessness. But there was nothing they could do. There were too many bees, and the risk of getting honey was too high. In the face of survival, the desire for food had to be set aside. After walking for a few more minutes, they arrived at a muddy pond in the jungle. The muddy pond was about 20 meters in diameter, filled with black muddy water. But every now and then, frog calls could be heard coming from inside. There were bullfrogs inside, and by the sound of it, there were quite a few. But how were they going to catch them? Should they just jump into the muddy pond? Lin Shenner turned to ask Chen Fei. This muddy pond must be teeming with bacteria. Going in there could be deadly. Chen Fei looked around, searching for something that could be used to catch the bullfrogs. Suddenly, he spotted a patch of thorn bushes nearby. He used a military shovel to cut down several thorn branches, then tied them together with a piece of sea hibiscus, creating a large thorn broom. Chen Fei approached the muddy water with his makeshift tool, covered his face with his clothes, and plunged the bundle of thorns into the muddy water with all his strength. Splash! As Chen Fei struck the water, the muddy water churned violently. Luo Bing looked skeptical. Could this really catch a bullfrog? Lin Shenner, however, was confident. She believed in Chen Fei. Croak! Sure enough, after Chen Fei splashed around a few more times, the sound of frog calls came from the thorns in his hands. Upon closer inspection, 3 bullfrogs were trapped in the thorn branches, completely unable to move. Not a bad catch, enough for us to eat tonight. Chen Fei said with satisfaction. Wow, I've never seen such big bullfrogs before. A bit scary, though. Lin Shenner and Luo Bing also gathered around, marveling at the sight. These are non-native bullfrogs, each one weighs 2 pounds. Hey, what kind of frog is that? It looks so beautiful. Lin Shenner, with her sharp eyes, pointed at the thorn branch and said. Chen Fei paused, following Lin Shenner's gaze, and saw a vibrantly colored little frog in the middle of the thorn bush. That's a poison dart frog. No sooner had he spoken than the poison dart frog, being too small to be restrained by the thorn branch, jumped out, brushing against Lin Shenner's calf before leaping away. Damn it! Chen Fei's scalp tingled. The vibrantly colored back of the poison dart frog was highly toxic. Even the slightest touch could cause poisoning. The neurotoxin can paralyze muscles and breathing. If not treated promptly, it can lead to respiratory failure and death. Ouch, my leg feels numb. Lin Shenner plopped down onto the ground, seeing Chen Fei's serious expression, her heart began to race, her eyes reddened, and tears started to fall. Am I going to die? Woo! It'll be okay. Luo Bing hurried to comfort her, but she couldn't understand how a tiny frog, which had only made slight contact, could cause such severe consequences. There's a way. Wait for me. Chen Fei suddenly thought of something, turned around, and sprinted at top speed toward the beehive. He needed to get the honey. Honey could neutralize the toxins from the poison dart frogs, even if it might not fully cure Lin Shenner, he had to try. But the honey wasn't easy to get. The sky was swarming with bees circling the hive. As soon as Chen Fei approached, he would be stung all over his head. These bees were all poisonous. A sting or two might be bearable, but if he was surrounded, Chen Fei would die here. But at this moment, we must take the risk. If we delay any further, the toxins in Lin Shenner's calf will begin to spread, leading to respiratory failure, and she'll be beyond saving. Chen Fei grabbed a handful of dry grass, tied it together, and lit it with a fire starter. He then wrapped it in banana leaves. The fresh vegetation burning produced thick smoke. The thick smoke engulfed the bee swarm. Bees are most afraid of smoke. In the thick smoke, they will calm down and all rush into the largest hive. This leaves the smaller hives empty. Chen Fei seized the opportunity, rushed forward, and tore off several small hives, then ran off without looking back. A few bees swarm around Chen Fei, but he doesn't swat them away, letting them stick to his body. Although he was stung a few times, all the bees eventually flew away. Once you swat at them, the bees will sense danger and be more likely to attack. That's not just a single sting. Chen Fei, don't leave me behind, wah. Returning to the muddy pond, Lin Xianer wiped away her tears and said. Seeing Chen Fei leave, she, who was already poisoned, felt her sense of security collapse, and her mental defenses were on the verge of breaking down. I didn't even get to kiss you yet, how could you leave me? Chen Fei joked lightly. He knew that only by acting nonchalant could he make Lin Xianer feel a little better. Did you bring the honey? Is this your way of letting me have a good meal before I die? Lin Xianer pouted her lips, tears streaming down her face. 22, I won't let you be a widow. Chen Fei froze for a moment. What are you talking about, you silly girl? The honey is for the poison. Chen Fei didn't dare to delay, crushing the beehive and letting the honey flow onto Lin Xianer's calf, where the poisonous dart frog had scraped against her skin. He rubbed the honey into her skin, spreading it evenly over her calf. Gradually, Lin Xianer felt the rough calluses on Chen Fei's palms. She felt shy but also delighted. My leg is regaining sensation. This meant the toxin had been neutralized. Chen Fei also sighed in relief. Thankfully, it was only a minor scratch from the poisonous dart frog, and it was on the calf, far from the heart and lungs. If it had been closer to vital organs and the toxin had been more concentrated, wild honey alone wouldn't have been enough to neutralize it. Your forehead is swollen. Lin Xianer saw the bump on Chen Fei's forehead and immediately felt sorry for him. It's nothing, just a minor issue. Chen Fei didn't think much of it, it was just a bit swollen and painful, but it would heal in time. However, Lin Xianer suddenly leaned in, opened her small mouth, and began to gently lick Chen Fei's forehead. Bee venom is acidic, and saliva contains alkaline, which can neutralize acidity, Lin Xianer explained, blushing. Since she was so close, Chen Fei's face was almost buried in her chest. A delicate fragrance swirled around him, and Chen Fei felt utterly blissful. Gurgle, gurgle. But soon, a rumbling sound came from Lin Xianer's stomach. Chen Fei, who was right next to her, heard it clearly. It was time to prepare dinner. Chen Fei went to gather dry grass and firewood, and instructed the two girls, you two go kill the bullfrogs. The two girls froze in surprise. The flush on Lin Xianer's delicate face quickly faded. Luo Bing's face also turned pale. They dared not kill it. Even a caterpillar could terrify them. Let alone this 2-pound non-native bullfrog, which looked terrifying just by its appearance. If we don't kill it, we'll starve. Watch me eat it. Chen Fei's expression turned cold as he spoke. On a deserted island, one encounters many terrifying things. Without cultivating a strong mind, survival would be impossible. The two women had no choice but to grit their teeth and go ahead. Lin Xianer held the small knife and the military shovel, while Luo Bing used the large blade on the shovel as blade to begin processing the bullfrog. Chen Fei watched them go from initial screams and dry heaves to eventually growing accustomed to it, feeling a sense of satisfaction. This was also a form of training and growth. Sizzle. The roasted meat was fragrant. Lin Xianer and Luo Bing felt a great sense of accomplishment. This was their first time cooking food on their own. Before eating, Chen Fei took out the last small honeycomb, which had just been harvested. He squeezed the honey onto the roasted meat, and instantly, the aroma intensified several-fold. Lin Xianer and Luo Bing couldn't help but swallow hard, their appetites whetted. Ignoring the scorching heat of the freshly cooked meat, they began to devour it with gusto. This is so delicious. I'm already full. After finishing the non-domestic frog, there was still nearly a pound of meat left, and the two girls were so full they were burping. I'm so thirsty. Let's go to the stream to drink some water. Luo Bing suggested. Chen Fei asked Lin Xianer, what do you think? Lin Xianer thought for a moment and said, I think we shouldn't go. Long Haoyu and the others know there's water in the stream, they might be waiting for us there. Chen Fei nodded in agreement upon hearing this. Although Long Haoyu and his group had suffered some losses, they still outnumbered them. Although Chen Fei's side had 3 people, the 2 women were practically useless in combat. Therefore, Chen Fei decided to avoid direct combat and wear the enemy down in the jungle as the best strategy. Lin Xianer, having received Chen Fei's approval, felt delighted inside. Luo Bing felt a bit ashamed she hadn't even considered that. But we still need to drink water, didn't we? Lin Xianer added. There are many ways to obtain water in the jungle. Chen Fei said, leading the 2 women to a nearby bamboo grove. He extended his hand and tapped on the bamboo stalks. Most of the bamboo joints produced a crisp sound when struck. But some produced a dull, muffled sound. These muffled sounds indicate that there is clean water inside. This water has seeped in from the ground. Groundwater is naturally clean, and after passing through the bamboo joints, it becomes even purer. Chen Fei spoke as he picked up a military shovel and cut into the bamboo. A crack appeared, and clear water flowed out. Gurgling sounds. Delicious. It even has the fresh scent of bamboo. After searching for nearly 10 bamboo joints with clear water, Lin Xianer and Luo Bing drank their fill. Chen Fei replenished his fluids and filled his military canteen. Chen Fei, be careful. There's another poisonous dart frog. Lin Xianer, who had been burned before, spotted the colorful poison dart frog jumping out of the muddy pond and quickly warned Chen Fei, who was closest. Chen Fei, upon hearing this, not only didn't avoid it but walked straight toward it and killed it with a wooden stick. Crouching down, Chen Fei pulled out an arrow from his back and carefully extracted the poison from the poison dart frog's back, coating the arrowhead with it. What are you doing? That's too dangerous. Lin Xianer couldn't help but shout. If Chen Fei were doing anything else, she would have trusted him unconditionally and not asked any questions. But she had been poisoned by the poison dart frog before, so she was naturally more cautious. Do you know why it's called a poison dart frog? Chen Fei remained unfazed, continuing to coat the arrows with poison. It was precisely because primitive hunters used poison on their darts to better kill their prey that it was named as such. Lin Xianer, upon hearing this, suddenly understood. Then, be careful not to touch it on your body, Lin Xianer urged worriedly. Don't worry, I won't even have time to touch you. I won't leave you a widow. Chen Fei rolled his eyes and said. You? Oomph, you're so mean. Lin Xianer's face was as red as a peach. She then whispered softly, in a voice only she could hear, even if you're poisoned, I'll go find you some honey. I won't let you die. The voice was too soft for Chen Fei to hear, who was focused on refining the poison. He crafted 10 arrows and a quiver made from sea hibiscus fibers. There were too many inconveniences, but since there were plenty of sweet flag plants around, he could always make more if needed. All 10 arrows were poisoned and placed on the ground to dry. He then carefully retrieved the quiver. By then, it had grown dark. Chen Fei was about to find a place to rest. Chen Fei, look! There's something watching us from the tree. Lin Xianer suddenly jumped in fright, pointing at the tip of a tree branch, her voice trembling with fear. Luo Bing was also terrified, her delicate body trembling as she clung tightly to Lin Xianer. There were 2 eyes on the tree branch, glowing green and staring at them. In the dim light, they looked extremely unsettling. 23, feeling a bit heated. Chen Fei heard this and quickly looked over. Don't worry, it's just a monkey. He sighed in relief and said. Hearing this, the 2 women finally relaxed. We thought it was some kind of monster. They saw the baboon using one claw to grip the tree branch and extending the other claw to reach for the fruit hanging from the tree, but its arms were too short and it couldn't grab it. Luo Bing, give me your stockings, Chen Fei said. Luo Bing was startled and her face turned red. Why does the squad leader suddenly want this? He wants to climb the tree. Lin Xianer sighed helplessly, explaining for Chen Fei. She was already at a loss. Couldn't you at least explain what you needed the stockings for before asking? Otherwise, any girl who heard that would think you're a pervert. Luo Bing was curious. How does one climb a tree with stockings? She quickly took off the black ones and handed them over, her face turning red. These were personal items, giving them to a guy like that was really embarrassing. Chen Fei didn't think much of it. He tied the stockings around his ankles and quickly began climbing the tree. This was a baobab tree, and the fruit the monkey was trying to reach was a baobab fruit. Baobab fruit is rich in vitamin C, sweet in taste, and resembles dried cheese. Baboons love to eat it. Chen Fei climbed to the top of the baobab tree, reached out, and picked a few baobab fruits. This made the baboon scream in frustration, but it dared not come up to. After all, its brothers weren't there, it was alone, or rather, alone among baboons. In the end, Chen Fei simply smashed open the baobab fruit and tossed a piece of the cheese-like flesh to it. Wow! The baboon cheered happily, stuffed the fruit flesh into its mouth, swallowed it in a few bites, then continued watching Chen Fei. All for you. Chen Fei handed 5 monkey bread fruits to the baboon, who took 2 but couldn't hold any more. It clutched the baobab fruit, pointing a claw forward and chirping excitedly. Chen Fei dropped the fruit from the tree and climbed down. Immediately, the baboon jumped toward the tree ahead and stopped, waiting for Chen Fei. Chen Fei quickly followed with Lin Xianer and Luo Bing. Can you actually communicate with a baboon? Lin Xianer was truly curious now. It's not really communication. Baboons are intelligent creatures. They saw me give it the fruit, so they wouldn't consider me an enemy. Since I couldn't take all of them, it must have led me to its nest. Chen Fei explained. Wow, you're going to the baboon's den to catch them all? Lin Xianer exclaimed. Wipe them out? You're kidding. Chen Fei was speechless. This girl's mind works in such strange ways. Baboons are incredibly strong, intelligent, and agile. They live in groups in trees. It's not that easy to kill them. In the wild, baboons are known as danger warning signs. When wild beasts or danger approaches, they will scream loudly. Therefore, sleeping near a baboon den is quite safe. After Chen Fei explained, Lin Xianer finally understood. Oh, so they were looking for a place to sleep. Following the baboons, as long as you watch your step, there won't be any predators around. After nearly 15 minutes, they finally arrived near the baboon nest. There were several towering trees here, with trunks so thick that 5 people holding hands couldn't encircle them. There were about a dozen baboons on the tree branches. We'll sleep here tonight. Chen Fei tossed a few baobab fruits onto the tree, and the baboons all jumped over happily to share the food. This is the protection fee once paid. The baboons won't attack us without provocation. Sleeping on the ground? Isn't that too dangerous? Luo Bing was a bit concerned. Lin Xianer didn't say anything, but her slightly furrowed brows revealed her reluctance to sleep on the ground. After all, the jungle floor was covered in bushes and leaves. At night, if there were poisonous insects or snakes, you wouldn't even see them coming and there'd be no way to defend against them. Didn't you see that big tree? There's plenty of room for 3 people to sleep on the branches. We can tie a vine around our bodies to prevent falling. Chen Fei suggested. Sleep in a tree? Alright, but I can't climb up there. Me neither. Lin Xianer and Luo Bing hung their heads, feeling discouraged. Luo Bing, you go up first. After lighting a campfire at the base of the tree, Chen Fei squatted down, allowing Luo Bing to step onto his shoulders. She was very tall, nearly 1.7 meters, a true older sister type. Standing on Chen Fei's shoulders, she grabbed the branches with both hands and pulled herself up. Lin, it's your turn. Step onto my shoulders, and Luo Bing will pull you up. Chen Fei shouted. Let Lin Xianer go second, she's shorter than Luo Bing. With Luo Bing going first, she can pull her up from above, making it much easier. Got it. Lin Xianer stepped onto Chen Fei's shoulders, and Chen Fei carefully stood up, looking up. A pale pink color came into view. Chen Fei immediately felt a warmth in his nose. Hey! Lin Xianer was pulled by Luo Bing, who gave her a strong push, and she climbed up the tree. Turning around, she was stunned. Chen Fei, you're bleeding from your nose. Are you okay? Her expression was panicked, filled with concern. No, I'm fine. It's just a minor issue. I've been eating too well lately and got a bit overheated. Chen Fei wiped away the blood, trying to hide his nervousness, and quickly climbed up the tree. Eating too well lately? We're practically refugees here. Lin Xianer scratched her head in confusion. Luo Bing, standing nearby, smiled mockingly. She had seen everything clearly from above and obviously knew the truth. Chen Fei tied the vines around the waists of the 3 of them and secured them to the branches. This way, even if they fell while sleeping at night, they wouldn't get hurt. This place seems a bit cramped. I'm afraid I might fall. You 2 should move closer together, it's best if you sleep hugging each other. Luo Bing lay down and said to Chen Fei and Lin Xianer, then gave Chen Fei a sly smile. Chen Fei felt excited. Sister Luo Bing is such a great helper. No way? It looks like there's enough space for the 3 of us to sleep side by side. Lin Xianer's face flushed red, feeling both anxious and secretly hopeful. It's not enough. Half my body is hanging off the edge. Shanxian, if I fall out tonight, it's all your fault. Luo Bing, who was sleeping soundly, lied without a care, putting pressure on Lin Xianer. Lin Xianer's head was spinning. The thought of sleeping in Chen Fei's arms left her unable to think straight. She hadn't even considered that she could sleep in Luo Bing's arms instead of Chen Fei's. Sigh, I'm not used to sleeping while holding someone, but for Luo Bing's sake, I'll just endure it. Chen Fei didn't give Lin Xianer a chance to react, suddenly pulling the delicate young girl into his arms, taking advantage of the situation. You don't move your hands. You're keeping me awake. Before Lin Xianer could finish speaking, her voice was cut off by Chen Fei. Her delicate face flushed red, as if it could drip with water. Fortunately, it was night, so no one could see. Otherwise, Chen Fei would have realized what a delicate, alluring young woman she was. After a long while, the 2 finally separated. Chen Fei, go to sleep. I told you, let us wait until we get back. What else? Chen Fei gave a mischievous smile and said. 24, go to sleep, you idiot. Get up and party. I'm not talking to you. Lin Xianer, ashamed and angry, punched Chen Fei twice. How could a girl say such things? Chen Fei stopped teasing her and kept his hands to himself. On a deserted island, the most important thing was to survive. They needed to rest and recharge, so it was time to sleep. The jungle night was far from quiet, with the howls of wild beasts echoing everywhere. But as long as the monkeys didn't make a sound, it meant this area was safe. This situation continued for several hours. Finally, at dawn, the peace was shattered. Ziwa Wa. Upon hearing the screams of the baboons, Chen Fei jolted awake. By reflex, he used a military shovel to cut through the vines, then shook Lin Xianer and Luo Bing awake. The 2 girls were still half asleep, looking dazed. Wild beasts are coming. Chen Fei heard the thunderous sound of wild beasts charging from ahead, clearly in large numbers. The bushes and dry leaves in the jungle were being crushed and snapped under their feet. Lin Xianer and Luo Bing jolted awake, all traces of sleep vanishing, their faces filled with fear. Chen Fei, using the light from the campfire, saw the first beast charging forward, a massive black-haired wild boar with terrifying tusks. Quick! Let's get down there! Chen Fei acted decisively, climbing down the tree in an instant. The lead boar must weigh over 300 kilograms. The danger level is off the charts. Such beasts, resembling wolves, would be instantly killed by such a wild boar. And there wasn't just one, there was a whole pack. Led by the black-haired wild boar, over a dozen wild boars charged toward Chen Fei and his 2 companions like bulldozers spewing nitrogen. The ground around them began to tremble slightly. Wild boars can't climb trees, aren't we safer up here? Ha ha ha. Luo Bing ran until she was out of breath, gasping for air as she asked. No way. There are so many wild boars. If they surround the tree, we'll be trapped and killed. Ha ha. Lin Xianer was also sprinting away, managing to reply between breaths. Chen Fei ran while praising her. "You're truly the one I'm meant to protect. You're so smart." In truth, he was also extremely nervous, but he forced himself to appear as calm as possible. Because Chen Fei knew that he was the backbone of the team and absolutely couldn't lose his composure. Lin Xianer, in her panic, heard Chen Fei's teasing and felt a bit relieved for some reason. But the wild boar herd was still chasing them relentlessly from behind. She was terrified, her face contorted in fear, thinking, "We won't make it in time to be pushed by you. We'll be trampled by the pigs tonight." Luo Bing was equally terrified. "I'm going to be pushed too. Why, the wild boars are way faster than us. We can't escape." Chen Fei said, "Indeed, if we just run away, it's hard to escape the wild boars. But if someone comes out to distract them, our chances of survival are much higher." "Are you talking about Long Haoyu and the others? Are you planning to lure the wild boars to the stream? But it's pitch black out here. We're just running around aimlessly. How are we supposed to find the stream?" The two women agreed with Chen Fei's decision, but now they were just running around aimlessly. How could they possibly find the stream accurately? "Who said we can't find our way?" Chen Fei sprinted forward, glancing up at the sky from time to time. "See that constellation? That's the Big Dipper." Chen Fei pointed at the sky, panting heavily, and shouted, "Take the last 2 stars of the Big Dipper as the starting point, count up to the 4th star, and that's the North Star. The North Star never moves, it always points north. The other stars move, so we can use this to determine the direction." Lin Xianer and Luo Bing were both stunned. Goodness, how many ways does this guy know to determine direction? It seemed like a compass wasn't even necessary in his world. Sure enough, not long after, the sound of flowing water could be heard. At that moment, the wild boar herd was almost upon them. Chen Fei saw that he was about to be caught and shouted loudly, "Long Haoyu! Guo Tai Lu! Wake the hell up and get moving!" That shout took all of Chen Fei's strength. Even a sleeping pig would have been woken up by that. Long Haoyu, Guo Tai Lu, and the others, who had been hiding by the stream, were startled awake. "Damn it! The little bastard finally showed up. I'm going to kill you!" Long Haoyu shouted. "Brothers, grab your weapons. Tonight we'll cripple that little bastard's limbs, kill those 2 women, and avenge our fallen brothers." Guo Tai Lu roared angrily, and the 5 thugs all grabbed wooden sticks they had picked up in the forest. At that moment, their hatred for Chen Fei was so deep it felt like it was in their bones. Because of Chen Fei, they had lost 4 men. 2 had died from drinking poisoned water, and the other 2 had been torn apart by wolves. Those who survived had grown emaciated over the past 2 days, surviving on the occasional large salmon they managed to catch, and drinking water to stave off hunger the rest of the time. Although all these events were the result of their attempts to harm Chen Fei, leading to their own downfall, it was clear that Long Haoyu and Guo Tai Lu would never blame themselves. All the hatred was directed at Chen Fei. Now is the time for revenge. Roar! However, what greeted them was a strange, eerie howl. The moment they saw Chen Fei, they saw a herd of wild boars charging toward him from behind. "You idiots, hurry up and help me block those wild boars. They're your own kind." Chen Fei darted past Long Haoyu and Guo Tai Lu like a whirlwind, taunting them with his words. "You bastard!" Long Haoyu and the others turned pale with fear. With no time to spare for Chen Fei, they fled for their lives. The wild boar herd, seeing more people, immediately scattered their targets. Originally, all of them were chasing Chen Fei, but now only one large wild boar was chasing him. The rest of the wild boars all went after Long Haoyu and the others. Chen Fei's pressure eased instantly. However, this wild boar wasn't someone to mess with either. Though not the largest one, it still weighed over 200 kilograms. "I can't run anymore." "Me either," huff, huff. At the critical moment, Lin Xianer and Luo Bing were both exhausted. The 2 girls weren't very physically fit to begin with, and after sprinting for nearly 20 minutes, they were running purely on sheer will to survive. But they'd reached their limit, they couldn't run any further. "I'll hold the wild boar off. Chen Fei, Luo Bing, you 2 take this chance to run to the beach." Lin Xianer spoke resolutely, her voice firm. She had decided not to be a burden. Even if it meant dying, she would make a sacrifice for Chen Fei. However, Lin Xianer suddenly felt a hard blow to the back of her head. "Damn it, I haven't even been with anyone yet, and now I'm supposed to be trampled by a pig?" Chen Fei's blow was no light tap. He meant to snap Lin Xianer back to her senses. Survival was the only truth. Self-pity was meaningless. "That's right, Xianxian. If we have to sacrifice you, how can we live with a clear conscience?" Luo Bing also said. Lin Xianer covered her head but didn't blame Chen Fei. On the contrary, she felt deeply moved. Chen Fei ran to a large rock, knelt down, and said, "Quick, step on my shoulders and climb up. Hurry." 25. Black Bear on the loose. The wild boar is about to charge. Lin Xianer was panicking, stumbling several times and nearly falling, on the verge of tears. Chen Fei saw that time was running out, so he grabbed her hips with both hands and pushed her up with all his strength, lifting Lin Xianer onto the rock. "Luo Bing, hurry!" Next was Luo Bing. Though she was also nervous, her height advantage came into play, and with Lin Xianer pulling her from above, she quickly made it up. At that moment, Chen Fei could hear the wild boar's screams right behind him. Using every limb, Chen Fei frantically climbed up the rocks. The two women above were also pulling with all their might. Boom! The next second, a deafening explosion echoed through the air. Ah! The wild boar collided violently with the rock, causing the entire stone to shake. The two women stumbled and nearly fell off the rock, screaming in terror. Chen Fei was drenched in cold sweat. Luckily, he managed to climb back onto the rock just in time. Otherwise, being hit like that by the wild boar would have been certain death. Even the sturdy rock was left with two deep gouges from its massive tusks, a testament to its terrifying power. Grumble! The wild boar circled the rock repeatedly, its eyes glowing green in the darkness, fixated on Chen Fei and the two women on the rock. It was trying to trap us here. Without supplies, we'll starve and dehydrate to death. Lin Qianer and Luo Bing both looked gloomy. How could we run out of supplies? This wild boar is our only source. Chen Fei laughed heartily, quickly removing the bow and arrows from his back, pulling an arrow from the bamboo quiver behind him, drawing the bowstring, and firing the arrow directly at the wild boar's head. Shoo! Roar! Poison arrows struck the wild boar's head directly. At such close range, Chen Fei couldn't have missed. It was almost a 100% hit. If it were a herd of wild boars, they could indeed surround and kill Chen Fei. But now, there's only one. What does Chen Fei have to fear? He now possesses poison-tipped arrows. Although the boar is massive and has strong resistance to poison, if all 10 arrows hit, it can still be dealt with. Whoosh! Chen Fei didn't hesitate for a moment, moving with the fluidity of water, and fired another arrow. Roar! This arrow once again struck the wild boar's head. The wild boar let out a roar, its eyes bloodshot, repeatedly ramming itself violently against the rocks. Driven mad by the pain, it became increasingly frenzied. Lin Qianer and Luo Bing were so scared their faces turned pale. This wild boar, once it went berserk, was truly terrifying. Damn it, if this were a goat or a deer, it would have been dead already. Chen Fei couldn't help but curse under his breath. This wild boar's defense is too abnormal. Its skull is as hard as iron, and it has a thick layer of wild boar hide. Although the arrows had hit their mark, relying on physical damage alone to kill it was extremely difficult. But just then, the wild boar's force as it collided with the rocks began to weaken. The massive body of the wild boar swayed back and forth, as if it were about to collapse. Chen Fei quickly fired a few more arrows, and finally, the huge wild boar crashed to the ground. Is it really dead? Chen Fei, you're so skilled. Lin Qianer and Luo Bing exchanged glances, then both turned to look at Chen Fei, their eyes filled with admiration. Chen Fei drawing his bow and shooting the wild boar looked absolutely cool in their eyes. Thank goodness I poisoned the arrows beforehand. Otherwise, these arrowheads made from sweet flag grass wouldn't have been able to kill the boar. Chen Fei sighed in relief. After a moment, confirming the wild boar was no longer moving, Chen Fei jumped down and pulled the two women to safety. The tension in his heart dissipated, replaced by wild joy. Such a large wild boar will be enough for us to eat for a long time. Chen Fei exclaimed excitedly. If they had to find food for every meal, even someone as experienced as Chen Fei would feel a lot of pressure. With this 200-kilogram wild boar, things would be completely different. After all, having food in hand means peace of mind. In such an environment, preserving wild boar meat must be difficult. Ah, what a pity. Lin Qianer sighed softly. Who said that? Just salt it and smoke it, and it'll keep for a long time. There's a salt-alkali plot right by the beach. Chen Fei laughed. The two women heard this and became excited. However, the biggest problem now was how to move this huge wild boar to the beach. Chen Fei estimated that their current location was less than 10 minutes away from the beach. But this wild boar weighs 200 kilograms. Let's handle it here first, then transport it to the beach in batches? Lin Qianer suggested. No, killing a pig in the jungle will create too much bloodshed, attracting many wild beasts. We have to move it to the beach to handle it. Chen Fei said, it seems we'll have to make a cart out of bamboo. Otherwise, we won't be able to move it at all. Fortunately, the jungle was littered with bamboo. Chen Fei started a fire beneath the bamboo, causing it to crackle and pop. Why burn them? Can't we just cut them down? Luo Bing asked. The bamboo is too tough. Cutting it directly would be too exhausting. By lighting a fire at the bottom, the bamboo joints will expand and contract due to the heat, causing them to burst open naturally. As Chen Fei had said, the bottom of the bamboo split open with a loud crack under the heat of the fire. At this point, Chen Fei used his military shovel to strike the bamboo with force, and after just a few blows, he managed to cut it down. Using this method, Chen Fei cut down 3 bamboo stalks, lit several campfires, and the 3 of them worked together to heat different parts of the bamboo, shaping them into sections of varying lengths. 2 long bamboo poles were placed on either side, holes were drilled, and wooden axles were inserted. The smaller bamboo sections served as wheels. The middle was filled with various materials like wood and bamboo, and finally, a bamboo cart was completed. At this point, the two women finally saw just how versatile the military shovel was. It's almost on, we've been working on this for hours, said Luo Bing. Without the military shovel, it might have taken days to finish. Lin Qianer said. Chen Fei smiled without speaking. Without the military shovel, it wouldn't be a matter of how much time it would take, it simply wouldn't be possible to make it at all. The three of them exerted tremendous effort and finally managed to push the wild boar onto the cart. They quickly tied the trailer with vines and worked together to head toward the beach. After walking for a while, Chen Fei stopped in his tracks, his expression growing serious. Damn it, there are black bears in this area. He looked at the deep bear paw prints on the ground, his heart sinking. 26. Li Yingying's distress call. Black bears are absolute super predators of the jungle. The two girls, seeing this, turned pale with fear. We can't linger here, we need to hurry to the beach, Chen Fei said, picking up his pace. This short 10-minute hike, with a wild boar in tow, took nearly an hour even with a trailer, leaving the two girls gasping for breath. It wasn't until dawn that they finally returned to the beach. The morning sea breeze blew gently, prompting the three to close their eyes and savor the moment of peace. This must be the salt flats, right? Are all these white powders sea salt? The salt alkali land along the beach was vast. Lin Xianer squatted beside it and turned to ask Chen Fei. Don't touch it. Chen Fei shouted a warning, startling Lin Xianer into quickly pulling her hand back. She had been about to touch some to taste it. Since it's saline soil, besides salt, there must also be alkali. If you accidentally touch the alkali, it can burn your skin, get into your eyes, and even cause corneal burns, leading to the risk of blindness. Chen Fei solemnly instructed Lin Xianer and Luo Bing, this isn't something to play around with. But salt and alkali are both white powders. They look exactly the same. How can we tell them apart? The two women were completely confused, they couldn't tell the difference at all. This is simple. Chen Fei brought some seawater and poured it into different areas of the saline alkali soil. Look, the areas that have absorbed water look a bit like soapy water, that's the alkali. The powder and water separate clearly, that's the salt. This area is all salt, you can use it safely, Chen Fei explained. That's amazing. That's amazing. Lin Xianer and Luo Bing were both a bit stunned. The amount of wilderness knowledge Chen Fei demonstrated had amazed them countless times. Alright, let's get ready to handle the wild boar. This is going to be a big job. Chen Fei smiled helplessly. This was a happy problem. On this deserted island, with plenty of food, there's nothing more fortunate than this. However, dealing with a 200-kilogram wild boar is no easy task. Chen Fei, who had no experience with this, looked at the wild boar and didn't know where to start. Fei Ge, Jianshan Jie. Just then, a disheveled woman ran over. The three of them grew wary, but upon closer inspection, they realized it was Li Yingying. She looked utterly disheveled, having lost a significant amount of weight from starvation over the past 2 days, almost unrecognizable. Li Yingying ran over, didn't say a word, and immediately knelt down, bowing her head and begging for help with a sorrowful expression. It was my fault before. Please give me some food. I'm starving to death. Please. Li Yingying was so starved she was on the verge of fainting. Over the past 2 days, she had only managed to eat a few raw sea snails and survive on rainwater. Chen Fei gave her a cold glance and ignored her. That was just how he was, clear-cut in his dealings, unyielding to both kindness and force. He felt no sympathy for Li Yingying. This outcome was simply her own doing. Luo Bing remained silent. She didn't know Li Yingying and wasn't familiar with the previous events. But from those few words, it was clear that she and Chen Fei didn't get along. Given that, she naturally wouldn't say anything more. Luo Bing was well aware that her survival on this desolate island depended entirely on Chen Fei. Therefore, as long as it didn't involve her own principles, she would never defy Chen Fei's wishes. Lin Xianer felt torn. Though she knew she shouldn't speak up for Li Yingying, seeing her in such a state made her feel sorry for her. Watching a living person starve to death was unbearable for her. Chun. Before she could finish her sentence, Chen Fei glared at her fiercely, and she immediately sighed softly and lowered her head, dared not say another word. Li Yingying, however, seemed to have found an opening. She crawled to Lin Xianer's feet, clung to her legs, and kept bowing her head in supplication. Jianshan sister, I really know I was wrong. Please believe me. I won't hurt you anymore. Please beg Brother Fei to spare me. Lin Xianer, with her typical sharp tongue and soft heart, couldn't bear it anymore. Li Yingying seized the moment and crawled over to Chen Fei's feet, saying, Brother Fei, you need to deal with the wild boar, right? This is a real hassle, let me handle it. I've been helping my family raise and slaughter pigs since I was a child. I guarantee I can take care of this big wild boar. She was clever in the past, she would have immediately used her body to tempt Chen Fei. But the situation was different now. It was clear that Lin Xianer and Chen Fei had developed feelings for each other, and as the only soft-hearted person in the group, she was the only one who could break through the barrier. If she acted like she was trying to steal his man now, wouldn't that be forcing Lin Xianer to harden her heart? Can you handle a wild boar? Chen Fei asked coldly. I can. Li Yingying saw a glimmer of hope and nodded vigorously. I'm from the countryside. I've killed pigs with my own hands since I was a child. This is no problem for me. Chen Fei tossed the military shovel to her. Li Yingying was thrilled and wasted no time, using the sharp edge of the shovel to skillfully begin handling the wild boar. Her technique was indeed incredibly proficient. This was something Chen Fei hadn't anticipated. He had no experience dealing with such creatures. However, he had given her this opportunity out of consideration for Lin Xianer. Otherwise, no matter how much she pleaded, it would have been useless. At most, he would give her a few pieces of meat as compensation for handling the wild boar. As for joining him, that was out of the question. You two go gather some firewood and banana leaves. Chen Fei instructed Lin Xianer and Luo Bing. He wanted to stay and watch Li Yingying handle it. Otherwise, if she had any ulterior motives, the military shovel in her hands could be dangerous for the two girls. Soon, Lin Xianer and Luo Bing gathered a large amount of dry grass, wood, and fresh banana leaves. Why use banana leaves to start a fire? Fresh vegetation doesn't burn well. Lin Xianer asked. Banana leaves aren't for ignition. Fresh vegetation, when roasted over a fire, produces a lot of thick smoke. This way, there's a greater chance of being spotted by the rescue team, Chen Fei explained. Although we don't know if there's a rescue team in the nearby waters, we can't give up trying to signal for help. Sure enough, after the campfire was lit and the banana leaves were placed on it, thick smoke immediately rose into the sky. Over there, Li Yingying had already finished preparing a piece of pork leg. Chen Fei used a small knife to slice strips of pork leg meat and place them over the fire to roast. The fat dripped onto the fire, emitting an enticing sizzling sound that made one's mouth water. He continuously sprinkled sea salt over the pork leg to season it. These past few days, they had consumed too little salt, leaving them feeling weak. Soon, the pork leg was cooked. Chen Fei began cutting the meat with a small knife and distributing it to Lin Xianer and Luo Bing. Li Yingying was still preparing the wild boar meat. The aroma made her swallow hard, but she continued working. She wanted to make a good impression. It wasn't just about filling their stomachs, it was also about earning trust. Here, eat. At that moment, Lin Xianer held a piece of roasted pork and handed it to Li Yingying. 27. Long Haoyu's plot. Lin Xianer is captured. Thank you. Li Yingying said gratefully, picking up the wild boar meat and devouring it greedily, completely disregarding her appearance, her mouth glistening with grease. Ugh. But after taking a few bites, Li Yingying couldn't help but vomit. Eat slowly in small bites. You haven't eaten for a long time, and eating meat too quickly can cause nausea. Lin Xianer reminded her. Thank you, Qianqian. You're such a kind person. Li Yingying said, her eyes flickering with a hint of struggle. After eating her fill, Li Yingying continued to prepare the wild boar meat. Make sure to bury the offal and internal organs properly, otherwise the blood smell will attract wild beasts, Chen Fei said, beginning to dig a sandpit. He was still thinking about the black bear's footprints and dared not delay for a moment. We're on the beach, so far from the jungle, and wild beasts can still smell the blood? Lin Xianer was startled. Of course, like the black bear, it can even smell the scent of blood from 40 kilometers away. Chen Fei swung the shovel vigorously. As soon as Li Yingying finished processing some of the offal and internal organs, Chen Fei immediately buried them, daring not to expose the blood smell for even a moment. This was a massive undertaking. The meat yield from a wild boar was roughly 50%, meaning that the remains to be buried weighed around 100 kilograms. After a whole morning, Li Yingying finally finished processing the wild boar meat. No wonder she has experienced it looked just like pork from the market, ready to be marinated right away. The sea salt was already prepared, and they immediately began the marinating and smoking process. Once the meat was smoked, the food reserves would be complete. Chen Fei broke off a few more reeds and filled the quiver with arrows. Though the new arrows weren't poisoned, they were better than nothing. Lin, Luo Bing, go pick up some plastic bags and bottles. After making arrangements, Chen Fei began digging a sand pit on the ground. Plastic does not decompose. Even in the most remote corners of the ocean, where no human has ever set foot, there will still be floating plastic debris. By the time Lin Xianer and Luo Bing returned with the items, Chen Fei had already dug over a dozen sand pits. What are you doing? Didn't you already bury all the wild boar remains? Lin Xianer asked curiously. Collecting freshwater. The beach is quite a distance from the stream, and Chen Fei didn't want to enter the jungle unless absolutely necessary. It wasn't out of fear of Long Haoyu and the others, he hadn't given them a second thought from the start. Besides, they didn't even know what state the wild boars had left them in. What Chen Fei was truly concerned about was the dangers of nature. After all, even a minor accident in the rainforest could be fatal. Compared to that, the beach was much safer. Chen Fei dug a sandpit, cut open the plastic bottles, placed them inside, secured them, and continuously poured seawater into the pit until the water level reached the top of the bottles without seeping in. He then covered the sandpit with plastic, spread sand around the edges, and pressed down with pebbles to prevent air from entering. The final step was to place a small stone in the center of the plastic, causing it to slightly. This point was aligned with the opening of the plastic bottle. Is this how we collect seawater through high-temperature evaporation and then collect the distilled water on the plastic? The small stone is to ensure that all the water droplets on the plastic precisely converge into the plastic bottle? Lin Xianer was a bit surprised. How much water can this collect? Luo Bing also found it. Chen Fei explained, by continuously adding seawater, one sandpit can collect about half a liter of water in a day. 10 sand pits would be enough to replenish our water supply. The ideal outcome would be to survive on wild boar meat and distilled water until the rescue team arrives. By then, it was almost dark, having worked from sunrise to sunset. Unfortunately, the rescue team never showed up. This is your reward for your labor. As for fresh water, you can also learn to make a distilled water pit. Chen Fei tossed 2 pieces of smoked wild boar meat to Li Yingying and said in a low voice. Clearly, he had no intention of letting her join the team. Saving her life was already a favor done for Lin Xianer's sake. I understand. Li Yingying didn't say much, her eyes growing dim. She took the 2 pieces of smoked meat and disappeared into the darkness. That night, Chen Fei dragged a long piece of wood from the outskirts of the jungle, placing one end on a rock and the other directly into the sand to secure it. Then, like building a roof, he placed wooden planks on either side of the long log and secured them with sea hibiscus. Finally, he covered it with banana leaves and palm leaves. Thus, a simple shelter was constructed. He buried the heated pebbles in the sand, covered them with a layer of dry pine needles, and lit a campfire nearby. Sleeping in such an environment would certainly keep them warm. You two sleep first, I'll keep watch. We'll switch after 3 hours. Chen Fei said to Lin Xianer and Luo Bing. Alright, I'll take over after 3 hours. Luo Bing, you sleep for 6 hours, then wake up to keep watch. Lin Xianer said. This way, someone will always be awake, and if anything unexpected happens, we'll know immediately. A few minutes before the 3 hours were up, Lin Xianer woke up. Rubbing her sleepy eyes, she got up and sat beside Chen Fei, leaning gently against him. The night sky was dotted with stars, and a cool sea breeze blew gently. The warmth of the person beside her made her feel not at all cold. If this weren't a time of distress but a vacation, how delightful this scene would be. Chen Fei. What's wrong? Want me to tease you? I'll seduce you, you big dummy. Lin Xianer punched him playfully, glaring at Chen Fei angrily. You're just ruining the mood. You're so annoying. Go to sleep. Chen Fei smiled faintly. Though he wanted to chat with Lin Xianer longer, he knew his sleep was most important. As the backbone of the small team, he needed to rest and recharge, not just for himself. Soon, Chen Fei fell into a deep sleep. Lin Xianer stayed awake alone, but she didn't feel bored. Under the orange glow of the campfire, she stared at Chen Fei's handsome yet stern profile. You're actually pretty handsome when you look closely, she murmured to herself. As if speaking to herself, Lin Xianer murmured, then lowered her head and gently kissed Chen Fei's face. Instantly, her cheeks flushed red and grew hot. It felt like taking advantage of someone's absence to do something naughty. Suddenly, Lin Xianer felt the urge to use the restroom. She looked around, but the night was quiet. She stood up, stepped out of the shelter, and made her way to the edge of the forest to relieve herself. But, just as Lin Xianer had finished and was pulling up her pants to return to the hut, a dark figure darted forward from behind, covering her mouth and nose with a handkerchief. Before she could utter a sound, she lost consciousness. Li Yingying dragged Lin Xianer away and whistled toward the forest. Not long after, Long Haoyu, Guo Tailu, and the others emerged from the jungle. 28. Don't kneel. At that moment, Long Haoyu was covered in blood and looked utterly disheveled. Guo Tailu, who had only 5 men left earlier, now had only 2 remaining. Clearly, the other 3 had all been trampled to death by wild boars. Well done. Grab that little. Chen Fei, that little bastard, won't be able to resist capture now. Ha, I never thought making you wait for them on the beach would actually work. Long Haoyu sneered. He had left Li Yingying on the beach specifically to capture Lin Xianer if Chen Fei and the others returned to the beach. That opportunity would be when Lin Xianer went to the bathroom. No matter how inseparable Chen Fei and she were, they would definitely separate at that moment. As for the substance used to knock Lin Xianer unconscious, that was something he always carried with him when he was out. It was clear what kind of person he was. Hee, I'm going to cripple Chen Fei's hands and feet and play with this little in front of him. Lu Ge, you get a share too. Long Haoyu's expression was ruthless, and a cruel smile curled at the corners of his mouth. He immediately reached out to grab the unconscious Lin Xianer. However, Li Yingying stepped back a few paces, preventing Long Haoyu from succeeding. What do you mean? Hand over this little to me. What do you want to do? Long Haoyu glared at Li Yingying, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Clearly, with Lin Xianer within his grasp, how could he not be desperate? Mr. Long, let's not take this too far. After all, Chen Fei is still useful. We need him to survive. Only by not harming Lin Xianer can we better use him to our advantage. Li Yingying pleaded. You're speaking for her? 2 pieces of meat, and you've been bought off, huh? Ha, you're worth no more than 2 pieces of meat. Hurry up, don't make me do it. Long Haoyu's expression turned cold as he walked toward her step by step. The look in his eyes toward Li Yingying was filled with malice. Li Yingying's expression grew bitter as she kept backing away. The task Long Haoyu had assigned her was to wait on the beach for the ambush on Lin Xianer, but he had never provided her with food or drink. It was she who couldn't bear the hunger and tried to beg for mercy. To her surprise, Lin Xianer was willing to help her. In Lin Xianer, she saw the purest kindness. She didn't care about Chen Fei's life or death, but she couldn't bring herself to hand Lin Xianer over to Long Haoyu and his men to be abused and tortured. Even if she was self-centered, she still had some humanity left. You bastard! You think I'm giving you face, do you? Long Haoyu charged forward and kicked Li Yingying in the stomach with all his strength. Instantly, Li Yingying curled up like a shrimp, clutching her stomach and groaning in pain, cold sweat streaming down her temples. Immediately, Long Haoyu grabbed Lin Xianer, his hands trembling with excitement. Poof! Lin Xianer felt a sharp pain in her head and slowly regained consciousness. She suddenly saw Long Haoyu's disgusting face approaching her. Almost instinctively, Lin Xianer slammed her head forward. Ah! Hit directly on the bridge of his nose by Lin Xianer's forehead, Long Haoyu let out an agonizing scream, his eyes filled with rage and savagery, ready to erupt. Damn it, I'll show you for being so bold. Long Haoyu grabbed Lin Xianer's hair and slammed her head against the nearby tree trunk with no mercy. On this desolate island, he had unleashed the darkest brutality buried deep within his heart. Lin Xianer's snow-white forehead was gouged open, and bright red blood flowed out. The pain made her dizzy, but she clenched her teeth tightly and glared at Long Haoyu with hatred. Absolutely not. I will never bow down to such a person. Very well, let's see how long you can stay so arrogant. Did you hear that? Chen Fei is calling you on the beach. Wait, I'll show you what true cruelty is. Long Haoyu snarled furiously, grabbing Lin Xianer's hair and dragging her out of the jungle. Chen Fei, you little bastard, look, who is this? Ha! Long Haoyu laughed maniacally. Lin Xianer had disappeared for only a short while when Chen Fei came to his senses. After frantically searching for a while, when he finally saw Lin Xianer, his anger erupted from the top of his head. Seeing the wounds and blood on Lin Xianer's head, Chen Fei felt a genuine desire to kill for the first time. Rage surged through Chen Fei's body, but he hadn't lost his composure yet. Luo Bing's eyes turned red. She never expected that Lin Xianer had ultimately fallen into their hands. Moreover, the cruelty of these people was far worse than he had imagined. Do you want food or water? Chen Fei knelt down, dug open the sandpit, and took out the smoked meat wrapped in banana leaves, then said to Long Haoyu. Now, what was most important to Chen Fei was time. Ha, I want you to kneel down before me first. Hurry up! Long Haoyu roared furiously at Chen Fei, his temples throbbing with anger. Chen Fei's eyes twitched and a savage aura spread through his heart. It wasn't just Long Haoyu unleashing his humanity on the deserted island. Chen Fei had been suppressing his own emotions, controlling himself like a barrel of gunpowder. But now, Long Haoyu was holding a torch, constantly provoking him. Lin Xianer was in Long Haoyu's hands, and Chen Fei had to admit that Lin Xianer had become his Achilles heel. No, don't, Chen Fei, don't kneel. Lin Xianer's tears, which she had been holding back, finally burst forth uncontrollably. She can endure beatings, humiliation, bullying, even death. But she cannot bear to see Chen Fei lower his head or bend his waist for her. Let alone kneeling. Shut up. Long Haoyu suddenly slapped Lin Xianer across the face, leaving her snow-white cheek swollen. Stop. Chen Fei coldly snapped, I'll kneel. Don't hit her. Ah, you bastard. You little bastard. You finally met your match. Long Haoyu laughed maniacally, as if trying to vent all the hatred he harbored toward Chen Fei. Just wait. This is just the appetizer. I have plenty of time. I'll kill you, you little bastard, and then I'll play with this beautiful little whore until she's dead. Ugh. Long Haoyu's expression was filled with hatred, and he let out a painful scream. The holes in his palms, pierced by Chen Fei's arrows, had become infected and oozed pus, causing him unbearable pain at every moment. And with each wave of pain, his hatred for Chen Fei grew even stronger. At that moment, Long Haoyu's mind was filled with countless ways to torture Chen Fei until he suffered every possible torment and died in the most humiliating manner. Next, he would carry them out one by one. First, he would make Chen Fei kneel before him, disable his limbs, and force him to watch helplessly as he began to harm Lin Xianer. No, don't kneel. Lin Xianer's eyes were blurred with tears as she watched Chen Fei kneel down, about to submit, his voice hoarse with grief. 29. Counterattack. Chen Fei's eyes were bloodshot. At this moment, the violence within him was about to erupt. Time, just a little more time. Perhaps he had no choice but to kneel first, to buy time, and wait for any possible changes. Boom! Suddenly. Just as Chen Fei was about to steel himself and kneel down, the unexpected finally happened. Suddenly, from the depths of the jungle, a loud commotion erupted. It sounded as though some fierce beast was charging out of the rainforest toward the beach. The sound grew louder and louder, more intense with each passing moment. So much so that the ground began to tremble slightly. What's going on? Long Haoyu froze for a moment. Lu Go check it out. What's going on? Wo Tailu hesitated for a moment but turned around and started heading toward the jungle. But before he could take 2 steps, he saw a massive black figure over 2 meters tall and nearly 4 meters long bursting out of the rainforest. A bear. A black bear. Wo Tailu's face turned pale with fear. Such a massive black bear was something he had only ever seen on TV. The sheer impact of it appearing before him was indescribable. Long Haoyu also froze in place, his legs trembling uncontrollably. Taking advantage of his momentary distraction, a figure charged toward Long Haoyu. Oh my god! Long Haoyu was knocked to the ground. The person who had hit him was none other than Li Yingying. She took advantage of Long Haoyu's momentary disorientation and suddenly pushed Lin Xianer's back, sending her toward Chen Fei's direction. Chen Fei seized the opportunity, rushed forward, picked up Lin Xianer, and then threw the prepared wild boar innards at Long Haoyu's face with all his strength. These were the wild boar innards he had dug out while digging the sand pit earlier. Clearly, the moment he saw Lin Xianer being held hostage, Chen Fei had already devised a plan. Earlier, when they had left the jungle, they had seen black bear paw prints, indicating that there were black bears in the vicinity. Therefore, Chen Fei had no choice but to take a gamble, betting that the black bear would smell the blood and charge out. This was the only option. Only by creating an unexpected turn of events could he possibly rescue Lin Xianer and break out of this desperate situation. Fortunately, Chen Fei won the bet. Whoosh! The wild boar's innards flew through the air in an arc, about to hit Long Haoyu's face, but the guy suddenly reacted, dodged to the side, and accidentally hit Guo Tailu instead. Instantly, Guo Tailu's body was covered in the foul-smelling blood. Roar! The terrifying black bear locked its target directly on Guo Tailu. Its massive body charged toward him with relentless force. Terrified, Guo Tailu quickly grabbed a few of his men to shield himself. However, under the bear's impact, they were instantly knocked to the ground. The terrifying collision left their fate uncertain. The black bear swiped its claw at Guo Tailu's waist, causing his body to twist grotesquely. The sound of shattered bones echoed through the air, and in just a second, he was dead beyond any doubt. Ah! Long Haoyu let out a horrifying scream. Even witnessing people being torn apart by wolves or trampled to death by wild boars earlier couldn't compare to the sheer horror of this scene before his eyes. It nearly drove him to the brink of madness, causing him to instinctively leap to his feet and flee. Whoosh! But the next second, an arrow whistled through the air, piercing through Long Haoyu's left knee from behind. Ah! Long Haoyu screamed in agony, stumbling and falling to the ground. The terrifying sounds of the black bear tearing at him echoed behind him. Long Haoyu dared not turn around to look, struggling to get back to his feet and limping along the coastline, desperate to escape. Chen Fei's eyes were icy as he continued to draw his bow. His eyes, as sharp as an eagle's, fixed intently on Long Haoyu's back. His pupils were filled with murderous intent. Kneel! Chen Fei bellowed. His hand holding the bowstring suddenly relaxed, and the arrow whistled through the air, piercing precisely the back of Long Haoyu's right knee. Long Haoyu collapsed to the ground with a thud. With both legs injured, he couldn't move. Let's go! Chen Fei picked up Lin Xianer, took Luo Bing with him, and ran along the coastline into the jungle. As for Long Haoyu, with his legs immobilized and the black bear nearby, his fate was undoubtedly sealed. There was no need to kill him personally after all, getting blood on his hands would cause major trouble. Let him slowly experience the fear of death, preferably by being crushed to death by the black bear. Chen Fei must hurry into the jungle as well, before the black bear notices him. Otherwise, if the black bear gives chase, there is no way to outrun it. A human's speed is no match for a black bear's. As for the smoked meat buried on the beach, it's already been secured. We can retrieve it once it's safe. Where's Li Yingying? Chen Fei, she saved me just now. Lin Xianer, who was clinging to Chen Fei's back, said weakly. You fool! It was her who attacked you, that's why you got caught. Chen Fei snorted coldly. Li Yingying had already disappeared earlier. If Chen Fei encounters her, he might want to kill her. Why would he care about her life? Only someone like Lin Xianer, with her sharp tongue but soft heart, would remember the insult but not the blow. Chen Fei carried Lin Xianer on his back and led Luo Bing to the stream. Now, Long Haoyu's men were finished, and there were no ambushes at the stream. Moreover, black bears had appeared in the area, which meant that aside from the black bears, there wouldn't be any other wild beasts around for now. With such a terrifying creature like a black bear around, other carnivorous animals would have already fled. Chen Fei, will the black bears follow the scent and attack us? I saw on TV that black bears have an extremely sensitive sense of smell. Luo Bing's face turned pale, and she stammered nervously. Clearly, the scene of the black bear killing someone earlier had left her deeply traumatized. But didn't you see on TV that black bears only attack prey when they're hungry? Those few people on the beach are enough to fill a black bear's stomach. The real danger comes from brown bears, which will attack humans even without the need for food. Chen Fei finished speaking, set Lin Xianer down, lit a campfire, and used clean water to wipe the blood from her forehead. Ouch, it hurts. Lin Xianer's snow-white forehead was swollen, and her cheeks were also red and swollen. Her clothes were torn and tattered, having been dragged through the jungle by Long Hao earlier, with bloodstains from branches scratching her body everywhere, looking pitiful and vulnerable. Chen Fei felt a pang of sympathy. This girl had been a pampered young miss her entire life. When had she ever endured such hardships? To endure so many sudden changes without breaking down was already a sign of strength. Luo Bing, help her clean up. I'll go find some medicinal herbs. Chen Fei said. Alright. Luo Bing led Lin Xianer to sit by the stream, removed her clothes, and gently wiped the wounds on her body. Captain Chen, why haven't you left yet? Suddenly, Luo Bing saw Chen Fei still by the campfire. You bad guy. Lin Xianer quickly covered her upper body. Her originally pale cheeks instantly regained their color, resembling a bright red tomato. 30, call me Xianer. I'm making torches. It's pitch black in the jungle. How am I supposed to find herbs without light? Chen Fei stared intently at Lin Xianer, speaking with a straight face. But he was actually making the torch with both hands, leaving Lin Xianer speechless. She could only blush and turn away. Making a torch was simple. Find a wooden stick, wrap it in palm fibers soaked in camphor resin, and place it over the campfire. It would catch fire immediately. Hurry up and come back. Lin Xianer watched as Chen Fei prepared to head into the jungle, speaking with concern. Chen Fei held the torch aloft, using the stick to tap the ground ahead, carefully making his way through the jungle. Thanks to the black bear that had passed through this area, there shouldn't be any wild beasts tonight. However, creatures like poisonous scorpions and snakes should not be underestimated. They are not afraid of black bears and will still hide in the dark bushes, posing a significant risk. The herbs he was searching for were not a specific type. Having learned a great deal about wilderness survival from his grandfather, Chen Fei was familiar with many plants that could serve as herbs with anti-inflammatory and antibacterial properties. Now, he would use whatever he found, without being too picky. Chen Fei was growing increasingly anxious. After all, infection was out of the question on this deserted island. Although Lin Xianer's injuries were not severe, if she were to become infected, it would be a major problem. He had to find the herbs as soon as possible. His gaze was fixed on the ground ahead, but he also kept glancing up at the sky to look for the Big Dipper to ensure his direction, lest he lose his way. After nearly a quarter of an hour, Chen Fei's eyes lit up. He spotted a tree with a smooth trunk ahead. The leaves of this tree were heart-shaped. This must be dragon's blood. Chen Fei's heart filled with joy. Dragon's blood was one of the most potent herbs in nature. Whether it was for antibacterial and anti-inflammatory properties or for stopping bleeding, it was incredibly powerful. However, relying solely on its appearance was insufficient for a definitive conclusion. Chen Fei used his military shovel to hack off a piece of bark from the trunk and immediately saw red sap flowing out. That's it. It's called dragon's blood because the sap is red. Seeing this, Chen Fei had no doubts left. He quickly took out a plastic bottle he had picked up by the seaside and began collecting the red sap. After collecting half a bottle, he saw the torch was about to go out and dared not linger. He quickly returned to the stream with the collected sap. Why are you putting your clothes back on so quickly? You still need to apply the medicine. By then, Lin Xianer had already dressed herself properly. You, give the medicine to Luo Bing. Lin Xianer said, her face flushing. Shanshan, I feel a bit dizzy and exhausted. I can't hold on anymore. I'll sleep first. Luo Bing covered her head with her hands, lay down on the ground where the heated pebbles had been buried, closed her eyes, and fell asleep immediately. Lin Xianer was stunned. Hey, now only I can help you. Chen Fei's eyes lit up. Luo Bing was so considerate. He grinned wickedly as he walked forward, not bothering with formalities. He quickly stripped Lin Xianer of her clothes and began smearing dragon's blood all over her body. The red sap rubbed onto the wounds gradually turned white like soapy water and was quickly absorbed. Lin Xianer's body was covered in small cuts from the branches, almost everywhere, as if she had been served on a platter for Chen Fei, who had practically licked her clean. The young girl's cheeks were as red as a boiling kettle, reaching an extreme point, almost as if they were about to emit white smoke. Chen Fei appeared calm on the surface, but his heart was racing wildly. This was his first time having such close contact with a girl. The inexperienced young man and woman were both starting to lose control. Lin, the classmate. Call me Xianer. Xianer. Love me. Lin Xianer buried her head in Chen Fei's chest, murmuring softly, her words almost a hum. Chen Fei couldn't hold back any longer. He immediately picked Lin Xianer up and laid her on a flat rock. That night, Luo Bing couldn't sleep. Such a thing had never happened to her before. She had never heard it so clearly. 31. Wild Men and Wolf Pack. At noon, the temperature had already risen significantly, and Chen Fei and Lin Xianer finally awoke. Lin Xianer turned her head away, her cheeks flushed red as if they could bleed, too embarrassed to look at Chen Fei. The scene was still vividly etched in her mind. Chen Fei looked at the shy, innocent posture of the young girl who had just experienced such things, and immediately felt a surge of desire. If it weren't for Luo Bing waking up, he might not have been able to control himself. Thinking about it, it really was a twist of fate. If he hadn't been stranded on this deserted island as a poor, lowly fisherman, he probably wouldn't have had a chance with Lin Xianer, such a beautiful and wealthy young lady, even in 10 lifetimes. However, such things must only be tasted lightly. Chen Fei kept reminding himself that he was still in constant danger. If he let himself be consumed by such desires, he might not even know how he would die. He couldn't stay by the stream any longer, otherwise, wild beasts would start to roam. Chen Fei's vigilance returned, and the lustful thoughts from before were immediately pushed to the back of his mind. Lin Xianer didn't respond, but stood up and followed Chen Fei slowly, seeming to have some difficulty walking. Shanshan, what's wrong with you? Your leg didn't seem injured yesterday. Why are you having trouble walking? Luo Bing's face flashed a mischievous smile, asking the question she already knew the answer to. You little brat, you shouted so loudly last night, keeping your sister awake. Now I have to tease you properly. Sure enough, upon hearing Luo Bing's words, Lin Xianer's cheeks turned as red as a small tomato. No, it's nothing. I just twisted my ankle while getting up in the middle of the night. It's really not because of anything else. Lin Xianer explained nervously, adding a contradictory remark. Luo Bing suppressed a laugh, walked over to help Lin Xianer up, and said, I wonder which wicked stone made Xianxian twist her ankle. If I see it, I'll smash it to pieces. Lin Xianer lowered her eyes, her face flushed with embarrassment, too nervous to respond. But just at that moment, Chen Fei, who was walking ahead, suddenly stopped in his tracks. There seemed to be some commotion up ahead. Chen Fei spoke cautiously, leading the two girls toward a large rock and hiding their bodies. Hearing the sounds ahead, the two girls grew incredibly tense. At the same time, they felt a surge of excitement. It was the howling of wild beasts and the angry shouts of humans. People. Could they be the surviving classmates? It sounds like wild men are fighting a pack of wolves. Chen Fei peered cautiously and whispered to the two girls. It wasn't classmates after all, it was wild people. Lin Xianer and Luo Bing followed Chen Fei and peered out. Sure enough, in the dense forest ahead, two male wild men with copper-colored skin and a female wild woman with wheat-colored skin were wielding spears and fighting a pack of wild wolves. There were 10 of these wolves. They were enormous in size, nothing like the jackals Chen Fei had encountered before. At that moment, the three wild people were clearly at a disadvantage. The two male savages were covered in deep wounds that exposed their bones, their bodies drenched in blood. They looked as though they might collapse at any moment. The female wild woman was not in much better shape. She was being protected by the two male savages, though she didn't have any life-threatening injuries, she was still covered in blood, and her wheat-colored face had turned pale. All three were in imminent danger of death. 10 wild wolves had formed a circle, trapping the three in the center, but they did not rush to attack. Wild wolves are highly intelligent. They knew these humans were on their last legs and fighting for their lives. A direct attack could result in casualties among the pack. Under the leadership of the largest wolf, the pack began to surround them without attacking. Based on their injuries, they would eventually bleed to death as time passed. Chen Fei, should we help? Lin Xianer turned to look at Chen Fei, her eyes filled with question. Chen Fei furrowed his brows. He didn't want to get involved in this matter. If those three were classmates, he might have considered saving them. But wild people couldn't be compared to those from civilized society. They could be friends or enemies. These are pure-blooded Kanaka tribe members. Luo Bing, standing beside him, had a look of shock on her face. What are Kanaka tribe members? Chen Fei was curious. This was the first time he had asked Luo Bing a question since arriving on this deserted island. Luo Bing explained, the Kanaka tribe is the self-designation of the Hawaiian people. In the past, Hawaii was inhabited by small tribal groups. Later, they were brutally treated by colonizers, and many Hawaiians fled to sea to escape. The Hawaiians in our world today are mostly not pure-blooded Kanaka. However, judging from their appearance and attire, these few must be pure-blooded. They are definitely descendants of those who fled to sea during that time. She looked extremely excited, as if she had discovered a new continent. You must know that there are now fewer than 10,000 pure-blooded Kanaka people left in the entire world. They are of immense research value. Chen Fei, the wolf pack, they seem to have noticed us. Luo Bing's excitement froze instantly, and her voice began to tremble. Did she need to be reminded? When the alpha wolf first looked over, Chen Fei knew he was in trouble. But it wasn't anyone's fault. It wasn't because they were meddling or peeking that they were discovered. Wild wolves have an extremely keen sense of smell. Even if they were just passing by, they would still be detected, and there was even a risk of being ambushed. Now that they've seen us, at least we have some advance warning. Quick, climb the tree. Chen Fei didn't hesitate, climbing the massive rock as fast as he could and leaping onto the nearby tree. He clung tightly to the branches and climbed up in a few swift movements. There was a white vine on the tree, and Chen Fei quickly grabbed it and threw it down for Lin Xianer and Luo Bing to hold onto. Immediately, he used all his strength to pull the two of them up. A loud howl echoed through the air. The alpha wolf let out a long howl, as if giving an order. Immediately, two extremely swift wild wolves charged toward the two girls. 32, Harvest in Crisis. Chen Fei was almost out of strength. Just as the two wild wolves leaped high into the air, about to tear into the two girls, he finally managed to pull both of them to the tree branch. The two wolves circled the tree, raising their heads, their eyes glowing green, fixated on the three people above. Clearly, they had marked Chen Fei and the two girls as their new prey. Captain, we're going to be trapped here on this tree. Luo Bing was frantic with anxiety. Lin Xianer was also filled with fear, seeing the wolves below drooling, clearly regarding her as food. At the thought of being devoured by the wolf pack, her fair face turned pale with terror. Chen Fei furrowed his brows. The situation was dire. Jumping down to escape was out of the question. In the jungle, a human couldn't outrun a pack of wolves. There was only one option: drive the wolf pack back. However, Chen Fei only had 8 arrows, and there were 10 wild wolves. Even if he could kill one with each arrow, he couldn't eliminate them all. Moreover, wild wolves have decent defense. How could they be killed instantly? We must kill the alpha wolf. Chen Fei made his decision and immediately drew his bow, aiming at the alpha wolf. It's the same principle as capturing the king first. When fighting bandits, only by decapitating the pack can we break this deadlock. Whoosh! An arrow whistled through the air, instantly heading toward the outermost alpha wolf. The arrow pierced the alpha wolf's waist with a loud thud. A loud howl echoed through the air. The alpha wolf let out an agonizing howl. The pack of wolves surrounding the 3 wild men in a circle suddenly panicked. Hit! Chen Fei, you're so fierce, you're amazing! Lin Xianer exclaimed in surprise. Her cheeks flushed slightly. The phrase "you're so fierce, you're so amazing" seemed like she had shouted it countless times last night, leaving her voice hoarse. Now, when she heard it again, it had a different meaning. Chen Fei also felt a stir in his heart, took a deep breath, and focused even more intently on his aim. He didn't know why, perhaps it was his male pride talking, but it had become a conditioned reflex whenever Lin Xianer praised him. Chen Fei felt motivated. Sigh, it's a pity. If it had hit the head, it would have killed the alpha wolf outright. Luo Bing sighed softly. Come on, squad leader. Aim for the alpha wolf's head this time. Chen Fei shook his head. Copper head, iron bones, tofu waist. That's exactly what wolves are like. A wolf's skull is extremely hard, and the arrow made from sweet flag grass couldn't penetrate it. The weakest part is the waist and abdomen. Luo Bing's face flushed red, feeling a bit embarrassed. She had thought Chen Fei had missed the target, but it turned out he had intentionally aimed for the wolf's waist and abdomen. Chen Fei continued to draw his bow and aim at the alpha wolf's waist and abdomen, then released the arrow. This time, the wolf pack blocked the wounded alpha wolf, and the arrow missed its mark. However, this also completely broke the wild men's encirclement of the wolf pack. Whoa! The female wild woman seized the opportunity, let out a loud shout, and with her last ounce of strength, threw the spear in her hand with all her might. The alpha wolf and the pack were completely focused on Chen Fei and couldn't dodge in time. The alpha wolf's abdomen was pierced by the spear. The physical damage inflicted this time was far greater than that caused by Chen Fei's arrows. Of course, Chen Fei's arrows were poisoned. Under the dual damage, the alpha wolf let out a few agonizing howls and staggered toward retreat. But after taking a few steps, it collapsed and couldn't get up. Seeing the alpha wolf dead, the pack of wolves immediately fell into chaos. Especially upon seeing the numerous arrows still embedded in Chen Fei's back, they let out a series of howls and fled into the forest. This was the impact of the alpha wolf's death. In fact, if the wolf pack continued to fight, not only would the 3 savages be doomed, but Chen Fei and his 2 companions would also be trapped and killed. His poison-tipped arrows were nearly depleted, and he simply couldn't eliminate all the wild wolves. But beasts are beasts after all. No matter how intelligent they may be, they could never match human intelligence. After all, in the eyes of beasts, humans are the most terrifying creatures. The crisis averted, Chen Fei sighed in relief, turned to look at Lin Xianer, and asked with a mischievous smile, "How about that? Am I impressive?" Lin Xianer's face turned as red as a ripe tomato, and she shyly glared at Chen Fei. In her mind, she recalled yesterday's scene, and finally nodded slightly. Though it was embarrassing, she had to admit that the pleasure she had experienced yesterday was unlike anything she had ever felt before. Lin Xianer, you must be more reserved. How could you keep thinking about such things? She covered her burning cheeks with both hands and muttered to herself. Chen Fei tied a knot with a white vine around Lin Xianer and Luo Bing, instructing them to hold on tightly before lowering the 2 girls down from the tree. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to climb down on their own. Chen Fei also climbed down the tree as quickly as he could. The 3 wild men were all lying in pools of blood. The 2 men had no pulse and were clearly beyond saving. The female savage's breathing was equally weak, also due to severe blood loss. Chen Fei quickly picked several leaves of wild aloe vera from the nearby jungle and applied them to the female wild woman's wounds. This woman was named Goya, as recorded on the nameplate on her chest. She must have held a high status within the tribe, otherwise she wouldn't have had a nameplate. Luo Bing had studied this extensively, and she was the only one who could recognize the characters on the nameplate. Moreover, the 2 dead savages beside her did not have nameplates either. We've done what we could. Let's head back to the beach. We need to skin the wolf before it cools down too much. As the saying goes, fortune favors the bold. Hunting down a pack leader is no small feat. Wolf pelts are valuable. They're far superior to banana leaves for keeping warm. With this pelt, we'll never freeze on this deserted island again. But just as Chen Fei was carrying the wild wolf and preparing to leave, a series of rustling footsteps suddenly echoed from behind. Chen Fei froze in shock and quickly had the 2 girls stand behind him. Moments later, over a dozen wild men charged out, wielding spears. They were all clad in garments woven from hibiscus leaves, their bronze-colored muscles visible beneath the fabric, their brows brimming with a wild, feral energy. Upon seeing the 3 tribe members lying in a pool of blood, the wild men let out loud, guttural cries. Their eyes burned with anger as they glared at Chen Fei and the others, their gaze as if they were about to devour them. They're wild wolves. They're attacking us. We mean no harm. Luo Bing quickly communicated with them in Hawaiian, a language that was extremely complex and obscure. Chen Fei and Lin Xianer couldn't understand a word. The wild men were also taken aback, clearly not expecting these outsiders to speak their language. However, they did not become friendly. They continued to howl and charge toward them, wielding their spears. Captain, let's get out of here. These guys are saying they're going to set up a pot and boil us to nourish Goya. Luo Bing looked panicked. Chen Fei could only think, what the hell? We came here to help, and now they want to eat us? 33. The rescue ship has arrived. This is exactly what happens to good people. I knew these guys weren't here with good intentions. He immediately took Lin Xianer and Luo Bing and fled into the jungle. However, as soon as they entered the jungle, Chen Fei stopped and crouched behind a rock with the two girls. Is this okay? Lin Xianer whispered timidly. The savages are right there. If they discover us, we're as good as dead. The most dangerous place is often the safest. They wouldn't think we're hiding instead of running. Chen Fei had no choice but to do this. With two girls in tow, they couldn't outrun the wild men who were familiar with the jungle. Moreover, they were carrying a wild wolf. Sure enough, the wild men didn't notice Chen Fei and continued chasing into the jungle. Once the footsteps had faded completely, Chen Fei quietly picked up the wild wolf and hurried toward the beach with the two girls. Phew, we're safe for now. Back on the beach, Chen Fei let out a sigh of relief. Will the wild men come after us? Lin Xianer was still nervous and asked. They probably won't. The coastline is so long, but we've never seen any wild men's footprints here. This means they've been living in the jungle all their lives. Chen Fei reasoned. Luo Bing agreed with Chen Fei's assessment and added, from the wild men's attitude, they harbor hostility toward people from civilized society and fear contact. That's why they don't come to the beach, they're afraid of being discovered. The three of them ran for a while and were all thirsty. Fortunately, they had dug distilled water pits yesterday, and now all 10 mineral water bottles in the pits were filled with water. However, the two girls dared not drink it. Chen Fei, could you go get some water for me? Yeah, Captain, you're brave, you go. The reason they were afraid was because not far from the sand pits lay the bloodstained, scattered skeletal remains. Yesterday they were still living people, and now there's only bones left. It's too horrifying to think about, it makes my scalp tingle. Chen Fei didn't feel that much psychological pressure and walked straight over to get the water. If it had been before, Chen Fei might have resisted the scene. But after yesterday, he had already regarded them as enemies to the death. Now that he knew they had died so horribly, Chen Fei's only regret was that there was no champagne on the deserted island. He also dug out a piece of smoked meat from the nearby sandpit, brought it to the shade of a tree, and enjoyed it with the two girls. After expending so much energy, he finally replenished his strength. Chen Fei ate 2 pounds of meat before he was finally full. Lin Xianer blushed slightly upon hearing his words. Exhausting your energy? Was it all spent on me? After eating his fill, Chen Fei first dug a large sandpit before beginning to peel the wolf's hide. After removing a complete wolf hide, he buried the wild wolf properly. Now we won't catch a cold while sleeping. Chen Fei said contentedly. Catching a cold? I'm almost boiling over. Chen Fei, the sun is burning my skin. We picked all the coconuts from the tree earlier, and we have no coconut oil sunscreen left. What should we do? Lin Xianer pouted, her snow-white skin flushed from the sun. Sunscreen isn't just coconut oil. Chen Fei could handle it a bit, but the two girls had delicate skin. If they kept getting sunburned like this, they'd definitely peel. On the island, besides coconut oil, there are other things that can be used as sunscreen. Earlier, Chen Fei had spotted something in the shallow seawater that could be used as sunscreen. He swam out to the shallow area, dived down, and emerged with a round piece of coral in his hand. The water was crystal clear, and Lin Xianer and Luo Bing saw him swimming back up with the coral. Is that coral? How does coral work as sunscreen? Lin Xianer looked curious. This is called mushroom coral. Chen Fei explained, holding the coral up and exposing it to the sun. Soon, they saw a transparent, sticky substance seeping out from the surface of the coral. See that liquid? If you apply it to your skin, it can provide sun protection. Plus, after use, you can throw the mushroom coral back into the sea without harming it, and it can be reused. Chen Fei explained. Wow, there's such a great thing? Lin Xianer and Luo Bing were both thrilled. For girls, beauty is of utmost importance. Under the scorching sun, nothing is more important than sun protection. Luo Bing, let me apply it for you first. You, step aside. Lin Xianer hugged the coral and went with Luo Bing to the back of the rocks, where Chen Fei couldn't see them. She carefully applied the sunscreen to Luo Bing, not forgetting to ask about the effect. Luo Bing, how does it feel? It's great. It's just as good as the store-bought sunscreen. The little captain is really amazing. Luo Bing exclaimed in surprise. Of course, he's so strong and skilled. My legs are still trembling. Lin Xianer blushed as she thought to herself. Alright, Luo Bing, come help me apply some. After helping Luo Bing apply the sunscreen, Lin Xianer said. Shanxian, I'm a bit tired. Let me take a nap for a while. Luo Bing put on her clothes and walked out from behind the rock, saying to Chen Fei, little team leader, could you please apply sunscreen for Qian Qian? Sister Luo Bing, why are you tired again? Lin Qianer's face turned bright red. Last night was the same. She asked her to help apply medicine and she was already tired. Today she asked her to help apply sunscreen and she's tired again. Even though Lin Qianer is a little cutie, she should know that Luo Bing is selling herself out. That wicked Luo Bing, willing to sell me out just to please the squad leader. Oomph. Lin Qianer was thinking angrily when she saw Chen Fei walking over with a mischievous smile. Her cheeks turned as red as a boiling kettle and her calves trembled. Chen Fei once again stripped Lin Qianer's clothes, but this time nothing happened. He couldn't just think about his own pleasure and ignore Lin Qianer's feelings. After all, she was already very tired last night and needed to be treated gently. Of course, he didn't miss out on any of the fun. After helping Lin Qianer apply sunscreen, Chen Fei turned away and asked her to help him apply some as well. Chen Fei didn't care about whitening, but he also had to be careful not to get sunburned. Every now and then, his back was pinched by her soft fingers. Clearly, this was Lin Qianer venting her frustration. The mushroom coral was teased by the three of them, then Chen Fei put it back into the sea, waiting for the next round of teasing. As a mushroom coral, it could only endure the relentless teasing without complaint. However, just at that moment, Luo Bing's excited shouts echoed through the air. A boat! A boat is coming! To Chen Fei and Lin Qianer, the sound was like music to their ears. The two rushed to the shore as quickly as they could and indeed saw a rescue ship sailing across the ocean. Here, here! Lin Qianer and Luo Bing shouted loudly. Take this! Chen Fei, however, dug out 3 metal plates from the ocean debris and handed them to the two women, saying, use the metal plates to reflect the sunlight toward the rescue ship. This way, the rescue team will be able to spot us more easily. He also raised the metal pieces himself, and the sunlight hit them, precisely reflecting toward the rescue ship. Sure enough, the rescue ship began heading toward them. 34. The deadly pirate ship. Chen Fei and the two women all looked at each other with excitement. Soon, the ship docked. A person wearing a rescue uniform stepped off the ship, holding a roster. After comparing the 3 faces, his eyes grew excited as he asked, may I ask if you are Chen Fei, Lin Qianer, and Luo Bing? Yes, it's us. Finally, the rescue team has arrived. Wah! Lin Qianer and Luo Bing both burst into tears with joy. Great! Hurry up and get on the boat, we'll take you back to your country right away. The rescue personnel exclaimed excitedly. Chen Fei paused and asked, sir, are there any other survivors on this island? Shouldn't we search further? The rescue personnel replied, there will be more rescue teams coming. Don't worry. Survivors are scattered across different islands, it's not something that can be done in one go. We found you first, so we'll send you back first. Chen Fei felt something was off. But the rescue boat was definitely real, he had seen it on the news before. He stopped worrying and followed the rescue worker onto the boat. You must all be hungry. Here, have some chocolate cake and hot cocoa to replenish your energy. After you eat, you can rest here for a while. When you wake up, you'll be on your way home. The rescue personnel led the 3 to the rest area, brought out the food, placed it on the table, gave them thoughtful instructions, and then left the room. Wow, chocolate! Cocoa, I haven't had anything sweet in ages, sniff sniff. The two women were thrilled and began eating greedily. If you like it, I'll give you some of mine too. Chen Fei had already eaten 2 pounds of meat and was now too full to eat anymore, plus he wasn't interested in sweets. Great! Little team leader, thank you. Lin Qianer and Luo Bing couldn't refuse. They loved sweets anyway, so why be polite? Seeing the two girls with their faces covered in black cocoa, Chen Fei couldn't help but laugh. Where was their ladylike demeanor? They were eating like there was no tomorrow. But suddenly, just as Chen Fei was admiring the two beauties eating, he saw Lin Qianer and Luo Bing's beautiful eyes darken. Instantly, their eyelids fluttered shut, and with a thud, they collapsed onto the table. Chen Fei's heart sank. A strong sense of unease crept into his mind, and a bad began to linger in his heart. Just then, footsteps could be heard outside the door. Ha, the food laced with sleeping potion, they must have already eaten it. I never expected it. The daughter of the Lin family from the capital of the Great Xia Kingdom was so easily captured by us. This deal could net us $10 billion. Lin Qianer is worth every penny. As the voices grew louder, the door swung open. Chen Fei, at the critical moment, grabbed the hot cocoa and smeared it on his face, pretending to have eaten a lot, then closed his eyes and collapsed onto the dining table. Now, he could only pretend to be unconscious. The situation is still unclear, but from the conversation outside, these people are definitely a group of desperados. If he were to resist directly, Chen Fei, alone, would definitely not be a match for them. Moreover, both women were unconscious, so even if he wanted to escape, Chen Fei couldn't possibly take them with him. Therefore, he had no choice but to pretend to be unconscious and deceive this group first. Once Lin Qianer and Luo Bing regained consciousness, he would make further plans. I finally understand what that uneasy feeling was before boarding the ship. Chen Fei also vaguely realized that there were human skeletons clearly visible along the coastline. But that man, as a rescue worker, had ignored them earlier? But by the time he realized it, it was already too late. Soon, Chen Fei felt himself being bound with ropes. No doubt Lin Xianer and Luo Bing were in the same situation. But now, Chen Fei dared not open his eyes. If he was discovered, there would be no chance to rescue the two girls. Next came a sensation of weightlessness as he was dragged along for a while before the footsteps came to a halt. Click! The sound of a door opening echoed, and Chen Fei immediately caught a whiff of a chilling, blood-curdling stench. Still, he dared not open his eyes to look. It wasn't until he felt himself being placed on the ground, the door slammed shut with a click, and the voices and footsteps of the others grew faint in the distance that Chen Fei dared to open his eyes. Just a glance. Chen Fei's breath nearly stopped. This was the ship's warehouse, but now it resembled a hellish inferno. On the warehouse floor, more than a dozen people lay scattered in pools of blood. They all had fatal wounds, their clothes torn off, and scattered around them were numerous pirate jackets. Though no one came to explain to Chen Fei, the scene before him left no room for doubt. The truth was plain to see. The real rescue team had been ambushed and killed by pirates along the way. The pirates, using the information and identity details of the stranded passengers they had intercepted, began searching for valuable individuals. For example, Lin Xianer. Thinking of this, Chen Fei's mood grew even more somber. If he couldn't escape quickly, he would be the first to die. Because to the pirates, he had no value at all. Unlike the two girls, who possessed stunning beauty, especially Lin Xianer, who had a fortune of over 100 billion. Sigh. Chen Fei took a deep breath to calm himself down. He must not panic. The only one who could resolve this deadly situation was himself. If he acted recklessly, not only would he meet his end, but the two girls would suffer an even worse fate. Such a thing must never happen. Especially since, in Chen Fei's heart, Lin Xianer was already his woman. No one else could lay a finger on her. Fortunately, Chen Fei had the habit of keeping a military shovel tucked into his waistband. Although his hands were bound behind his back, he could still grasp the handle of the military shovel. After twisting and unscrewing it, a sharp knife appeared in Chen Fei's hand. Zila, zila. With continuous friction, the rope was cut by Chen Fei. After regaining his freedom of movement, Chen Fei did not move recklessly. Because Lin Xianer and Luo Bing were still unconscious, it was impossible for Chen Fei to carry two unconscious people and escape on his own. He had to wait until both girls regained consciousness before they could escape together. Xianer, Luo Bing, wake up! Chen Fei slapped the two women's cheeks, trying to wake them up. Lin Xianer and Luo Bing both furrowed their brows slightly, mumbling incoherently, as if they were about to wake up. Seeing this, Chen Fei felt a surge of excitement. They had just been captured, and now was the moment when the pirates were most confident and relaxed. Escaping now was clearly the best chance for success. If they waited for the pirates to figure out how to extort them, they might not even be able to escape. Chen Fei didn't know how many pirates were on the ship, so he absolutely couldn't risk a direct confrontation. But just as the two girls were about to regain consciousness, the warehouse door opened once more. Chen Fei quickly closed his eyes. The man who entered was the same one who had come ashore earlier to communicate with Chen Fei and the others. As he walked in, he began to remove his rescue suit. The look in his eyes as he gazed at Lin Xianer was filled with intense lust. Chen Fei, my head is spinning. What's happening? Lin Xianer, who had regained consciousness, suddenly screamed out loud. 35. Escape, a terrifying ordeal at sea. Although Chen Fei kept his eyes closed, he knew that Lin Xianer had regained consciousness and seen the bodies lying haphazardly in the warehouse. Chen Fei sighed inwardly, regretting that he had allowed Lin Xianer to witness such a bloody scene. Lin Xianer's screams also woke Luo Bing. Her face turned deathly pale in an instant, and she couldn't utter a single sound. She turned her head and began to vomit. Both girls realized that the rescuers they had encountered were all fakes. The situation now was infinitely more dangerous than on the island. Ha, keep screaming. The pirate dressed in rescue gear, his face twisted with malice, snarled, make the noise louder. Wake everyone on the ship. Ha, let me tell you, those men don't treat women like human beings. At those words, Lin Xianer and Luo Bing both clamped their mouths shut tightly. Their beautiful faces were filled with intense fear. Both of their gazes instinctively turned toward Chen Fei. This man was their only hope. However, in their eyes, Chen Fei was still unconscious at that moment. Instantly, their hearts sank to the bottom of their stomachs. Ha, the daughter of the Lin family from the capital. Never did I think that in my lifetime, having become a pirate, I could end up with such a noble woman. What a life well lived. Ha! The man laughed savagely, his large hands reaching out to tear at Lin Xianer's clothes. Clang! However, the next moment, a deafening explosion echoed through the air. If this is worth dying for, then die. As the military shovel struck the back of his head with force, the man didn't utter a single sound and collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Chen Fei. Woo, I'm so scared. Lin Xianer, seeing Chen Fei take action, felt as though she had seen the dawn's first light in the darkness of night. The tension in her heart relaxed, and she couldn't help but burst into tears. Luo Bing also had tears welling up in her eyes. She knew that if Chen Fei hadn't intervened, her fate wouldn't have been much better. She would have followed Lin Xianer's footsteps. Let's go quickly. Chen Fei used a small knife to untie the two girls. Before leaving the warehouse, Chen Fei's eyes lit up. There, on the man's waist, was a leather holster. Chen Fei grew excited, opened the wallet, and sure enough, it was a revolver loaded with 6 bullets. Although Chen Fei had never used one before, he knew exactly what it was. With this, he now had an additional life-saving ace up his sleeve. He tucked the holster into his waistband, then led the two girls out of the warehouse. The corridor was eerily quiet, but Chen Fei was faced with a dilemma. The ship was sailing at high speed, and going to the bridge was out of the question. Even with a revolver, he couldn't go head-to-head with the enemy. Should he jump into the sea? They were already miles out at sea. There was no way he could swim ashore. How could he escape? Chen Fei was utterly distraught. The survival skills he had memorized seemed useless in this situation. Follow me. At that critical moment, Luo Bing stepped forward. She led Chen Fei and Lin Xianer quietly to the deck. Instantly, she pulled a hidden latch on the ground, and a downward passageway appeared on the deck. A lifeboat. No wonder she's Sister Luo Bing. Below the passageway lay a lifeboat. Chen Fei and Lin Xianer were filled with joy. This was the professional expertise of the first mate. After sailing at sea for so long, she had gained such a deep understanding of the ship. Otherwise, if it had been Chen Fei, he wouldn't have had a clue how to activate the lifeboat's passageway. Under Luo Bing's guidance, the three boarded the lifeboat, immediately started the engine, and with the sound of the engine roaring, they broke away from the ship and began sailing. The lifeboat's fuel tank was nearly empty, so returning to the island we had previously been on was the safest option. However, I couldn't determine our direction. Although Luo Bing knew how to operate the lifeboat, it wasn't a ship. There were only a few life rings, some rations, and fresh water on board, making it impossible to determine the exact direction. Moreover, the weather was gloomy, with the sun completely obscured by clouds, making it impossible to determine our position by the sun. Stop the lifeboat. Chen Fei said. Luo Bing was puzzled. The pirates could catch up at any moment. Why stop? But since it was Chen Fei's request, she obeyed. Chen Fei closed his eyes and carefully felt the sea breeze, then pointed in a direction and said, "That's the southeast. Follow the direction I'm pointing, and we'll be able to return to the island." Luo Bing heard this and quickly restarted the lifeboat. However, she was still puzzled and asked with a curious tone, "Captain, how did you determine the direction? We can't see the sun, the stars, or even a floating piece of wire. How can you tell just by the wind? That's too amazing." Lin Xianer also stared with her bright eyes, her expression filled with curiosity. In the Pacific Ocean, the trade winds generally blow from the southeast. Chen Fei explains simply. The two girls listened, their admiration growing even more. These principles sound simple, but they can be incredibly useful. Chen Fei, the pirates seem to be catching up. Lin Xianer looked back and immediately saw a black dot on the horizon, rapidly growing larger. Clearly, the pirates had spotted Lin Xianer escaping and were rushing to give chase. How could a lifeboat possibly match the speed of a ship? As they watched, the pirates' ships grew closer and closer. Lin Xianer and Luo Bing both turned pale with fear, their hearts filled with terror. They knew all too well that these pirates were ruthless murderers who wouldn't blink an eye at taking a life. Compared to them, Long Haoyu wasn't even worth the price of a grain of sand. The thought of possibly falling into the pirates' hands again made the two women tremble uncontrollably, their very souls shaking with fear. At this point, they were only 1 kilometer away from the deserted island, and they could clearly see the coast. Could they really fail at the last moment? Hold on. Luo Bing pushed the engine to its maximum speed. 600 meters, 500 meters, 400 meters, 200 meters, 100 meters. Bang! Just as they were only 100 meters from the shore, a loud explosion came from the lifeboat. The inflated raft exploded like a burst tire. The three of them plunged into the sea in an instant. Clearly, the pirates had sunk the lifeboat with gunfire. The icy seawater instantly engulfed Chen Fei, Lin Xianer, and Luo Bing. 36 deadly sharks escape for survival. Chen Fei, Lin Xianer, and Luo Bing all felt a chill run down their spines. If the pirates hadn't been after captives, they would have surely met their end by now. Hold on tight and follow my commands. The relentless waves crashed and churned, causing the two women to choke on several mouthfuls of water. Fortunately, they could swim, and with Chen Fei pulling them, they gradually stabilized their positions. Wave after wave crashed down, making it incredibly difficult to swim toward the shore. This short 100-meter distance seemed impossible to swim across. Don't swim straight toward the shore. Swim at a 45-degree angle. Chen Fei shouted loudly. The waves were hitting directly, and swimming straight would mean confronting them head-on, making progress impossible. Remember the rhythm of the small waves. After every 6 small waves, there will be a large one. When the big wave hits, submerge your head underwater to avoid injury and prevent being pushed back by the wave. Chen Fei shouted loudly, holding onto the two girls with both hands, and swam toward the shore with all his strength. Chen Fei! They're catching up. Lin Xianer glanced back and screamed in terror. Only to see the rescue boat just a stone's throw away. Nearly a dozen pirates jumped off the deck and surrounded Lin Xianer's side. Remember what I just said? Keep swimming toward the shore. Chen Fei shouted the instructions, then used every ounce of strength to violently fling Lin Xianer and Luo Bing toward the shore. This single action propelled the two of them several meters forward, creating some distance between them and Chen Fei. Chen Fei! Little Captain! The two women's faces paled, and their eyes suddenly turned red. They sensed that Chen Fei was intending to hold off the pirates alone so that they could reach shore. Trust me, I won't die. If you hesitate, we'll all die together. Chen Fei stood with his back to the two of them, his voice cold and firm. Lin Xianer and Luo Bing clenched their teeth, finally wiped away their tears, and turned to swim toward the shore. Chen Fei took a deep breath. Could he really survive? That was just self-comfort. Whether he could survive was an unknown. But Chen Fei knew the chances were slim. But no matter what, he had to try. He reached out and gripped the handle of the military shovel, twisting and turning it to pull out the small knife. Chen Fei's gaze was icy as he faced the dozen or so pirates closing in on him. These pirates were of various skin colors, clearly a motley crew of desperados from different countries. The leader was a one-eyed man with copper-colored skin, resembling a South American. This one must be killed immediately. He ordered in English. Clearly, he was referring to Chen Fei, who was blocking the way ahead. In the pirates' eyes, the most valuable target was Lin Xianer, followed by Luo Bing, who could be captured as a plaything. As for Chen Fei, he was of no value whatsoever. Captain Vala, this kid is pretty funny. He thinks he can take us on with just a small knife? Maybe that's just wishful thinking. Sigh, another nameless corpse. The pirates discussed in English, their eyes fixed on Chen Fei as if he were already dead. Chen Fei's throat tightened, and his heart raced to its limit. These are a bunch of real desperados. Who knows how many lives they've taken? Even though Chen Fei had already seen death, he still felt his throat go dry and his hair stand on end in the presence of these men, who were brimming with malevolence. But there was no way out now. Just as the pirates closed in, suddenly, the leader of the South Americans, Vala, furrowed his brows. How could a school of sharks be swimming over here? Suddenly, over a dozen fast-moving fins appeared on the surface of the sea. Clearly, each fin represented a great white shark swimming toward them. Vala and the other pirates all showed fear on their faces. They hadn't immediately fired their guns at Chen Fei because they feared that the blood in the water would attract the sharks. After all, sharks' sensitivity to blood in the water was utterly extraordinary. This kid isn't using the knife to fight us, damn it. Get on the ship. Verrill suddenly realized. Earlier, he had mocked Chen Fei, thinking he could use a small knife to take on so many pirates. It turns out he was using it to cut himself and attract the sharks. Just as he had suspected, after Chen Fei had thrown Lin Xianer and Luo Bing aside, he immediately used the sharp knife to cut open a gash on his palm. As the shark pack grew closer, Chen Fei suddenly pulled out a revolver and fired at Verrill. Bang! Ah! With a gunshot, Verrill let out an agonizing scream. A bullet hole appeared in his shoulder, pierced by the bullet. Bright red blood spread rapidly in the seawater. Such a concentrated pool of blood was far more enticing to the sharks than the small wound on Chen Fei's palm. The pirates never expected Chen Fei to have a gun. By the time they turned to attack Chen Fei, he was already gone. After firing the gun, Chen Fei immediately began to sink into the water. In the seawater, bullets encounter immense resistance, making it impossible for the enemy to attack him with bullets. Only when the oxygen in his lungs was about to run out would Chen Fei surface for half a second, gasp for air as quickly as possible, and then continue diving. A pang of regret washed over him. He had missed his aim and failed to kill Verrill. This was Chen Fei's first time using a firearm. To hit the target under such urgent circumstances was already quite difficult. The pirates were even more stunned. The duck that was already cooked was now flying away. Sharks were gathering in greater numbers, so they had to hurry back to the ship and sail toward the island. Although Lin Xianer was still on the island, searching and capturing her there was clearly much more difficult than in the open sea. All of this was because of that young man. You Eastern brat, very well. I'll make you pay. Your body will be dried and hung from the mast as a flag. And your woman will suffer the harshest punishment for your defiance. Vala cleaned the wounds on his shoulder and spoke with hatred. The pain made the veins on his temples bulge, and his hatred for Chen Fei had reached its limit. If it weren't for Chen Fei, Lin Xianer would already be in his hands, serving him alongside that beautiful woman, becoming his best plaything. Once he grew tired of her, he could even exchange her for a $10 billion ransom. Everything he should have easily obtained had been ruined by Chen Fei. Chen Fei. Lin Xianer and Luo Bing stood on the shore, seeing Chen Fei return unscathed, and couldn't help but shed tears. Quickly bring the food into the jungle. Chen Fei dared not rest for even a moment. He quickly used a military shovel to dig out the smoked meat from the sandpit, pack it into his travel bag, grabbed the peeled wolf pelt, and ran into the jungle with the two girls. Just 2 minutes later, the pirates arrived in their boats. Search them. Capture the two women alive for the brothers to enjoy. Kill that little bastard and dry him up as a banner. 37. Lin Xianer was stung by a poisonous scorpion and jumped into the sinkhole. One-eyed Verrill, clutching his wounded shoulder, roared madly. Due to the excessive force, bright red blood seeped through the bandage. In pain, his expression grew even more vengeful. Instantly, over 10 pirates armed with guns charged into the jungle, beginning their search for Chen Fei, Lin Xianer, and Luo Bing. Ha, Chen Fei, I can't run anymore. Lin Xianer followed closely behind Chen Fei, sprinting for over 10 minutes until she was completely exhausted, gasping for breath. Just then, her ankle suddenly throbbed in pain, causing her to let out a cry of agony as she collapsed to the ground. Chen Fei and Luo Bing were startled and immediately stopped to check on her. They saw 2 small bloodstains on Lin Xianer's ankle. The ankle was also slightly swollen. She had been stung by a scorpion. Chen Fei recognized the situation immediately. And nearby, a grayish-brown scorpion was disappearing into the pile of dry leaves at top speed. The pirates were about to catch up. Chen Fei, Luo Bing, you two must leave immediately. Lin Xianer, lying on the ground, felt her ankle slowly losing sensation. She spoke resolutely. She knew that she was the most valuable target in the pirates' eyes, at least she could save her life. As for what tragic events might unfold, Lin Xianer was well aware, but what could she do? She couldn't possibly drag Chen Fei and Luo Bing down with her. Slap. However, the next moment, Lin Xianer felt a sharp pain on her buttocks as Chen Fei slapped her hard. I warned you before. If you say such things again, don't blame me for punishing you. Chen Fei spoke in a low voice, then quickly pulled out a small knife from his military-issue shovel and gently slit Lin Xianer's wound. Sigh. Before she could even feel embarrassed, Lin Xianer let out a pained cry as she saw the wound on her ankle begin to bleed profusely. Being bitten by a poisonous creature and using your mouth to suck out the poisonous blood is a dangerous and incorrect action. Because the poisonous blood is extremely difficult to suck out, it only delays medical treatment. Moreover, if you manage to suck it out, any contact with the mouth will result in poisoning. Therefore, the correct approach is to cut open the wound and let the poisonous blood flow out. Meanwhile, Chen Fei firmly gripped her ankle. This would prevent the poisonous blood from spreading upward as much as possible. After a while, the blood flowing from the wound turned from dark red back to a normal crimson color, and Chen Fei finally released his grip on his ankle. He grabbed a clump of what looked like weeds from the roots of a nearby tree and pressed it against Lin Xianer's wound. This is peat moss, which contains iodine and has disinfectant properties. Chen Fei explained. You don't need to explain. I believe you, Lin Xianer said softly. Even if Chen Fei had picked up a clump of mud and thrown it at her, she would have believed there was a reason for it. At that moment, the pirates' footsteps grew louder and their voices could even be heard clearly. And they weren't coming from just one direction. The scream from that woman earlier came from ahead. Search! One-eyed Verrill, holding a shotgun, barked orders at his men. Whoever catches those 2 women first gets to taste them first. Hearing this, the pirates all grew excited. Captain, we seem to be surrounded. Luo Bing whispered in alarm, panicking. These pirates weren't like Long Haoyu's men, they could at least run if they saw them. Pirates had guns, a single shot could be fatal. Lin Xianer's delicate face was filled with guilt, feeling that she had dragged Chen Fei and Luo Bing into this mess. Can you hear the sound of flowing water? Chen Fei remained calm, bending down and listening carefully as he walked. As the sound grew louder, they finally spotted a sunken area in a thicket. Chen Fei quickly led Lin Xianer and Luo Bing to the spot, where they heard the roar of rushing water coming from below. After sweeping away all the leaves in the sunken area, Chen Fei saw a huge pit, and below it was a hidden cave. A rushing underground stream was gushing out, making a loud roaring sound, which was coming from below. How could there be underground water here and such a large pit? Lin Xianer and Luo Bing were both astonished. The underground water must be connected to the stream we were in earlier. As for this cave, it's a viper's den. It was formed over thousands of years by rainwater eroding the limestone. Come on, be careful going down. Chen Fei used his small knife to cut 2 white vines, tied them around Lin Xianer and Luo Bing's waists, and lowered the 2 girls down first. He then stood firmly on the rocks beside the underground water. Then he grabbed the vines and slid down, cutting them with his knife as he went. Captain, they've gone down here. Just as Chen Fei landed, the pirate's shouts echoed from above. Clearly, the vines had been discovered. Hurry up! Chen Fei picked up Lin Xianer on his back, took Luo Bing with him, and jumped into the underground stream, heading toward the pitch-black cave ahead. The water flowed out from the cave, which resembled a pitch-black tunnel. All they could hear was the sound of flowing water, they couldn't see anything. The reason he was carrying Lin Xianer was because her feet were injured, and he feared the water might contain bacteria that could cause infection if they came into contact. In the pitch-black mountain tunnel, besides the rushing sound of the water, there were occasional strange and terrifying squeaking noises. What was that sound? Lin Xianer and Luo Bing, the 2 girls, both felt their hair stand on end. Bats. Chen Fei whispered, the ceiling of this cave must be covered in bats, but we can't see them. Instantly, the 2 girls fell silent, not daring to make a single sound. Just imagining the scene sent chills down their spines. Damn it, that little bastard, what the hell is he crawling into that dog hole for? Behind them, the pirates' curses echoed, clearly dissatisfied with the dark environment. At that moment, Chen Fei was about to step out of the cave tunnel and quickly led Luo Bing to the side. Because the outside was bright, and from the darkness, they could clearly see the outlines of the people in the light. Although it was only for an instant, the pirates had already spotted them. Right ahead, chase. Verrill was at the back, giving orders. They dared not fire indiscriminately, fearing they might accidentally kill Lin Xianer. Otherwise, they would have already fired a burst of bullets. However, they had to be wary of Chen Fei, as he was armed with a revolver. Chen Fei emerged from the mountain tunnel and prepared to climb upward, but upon glancing at the height of the rock wall a full 10 meters he realized he couldn't reach the top before the pirates caught up. He had to slow them down. Suddenly, Chen Fei's eyes lit up. Growing on the rock wall was a nut tree. The nut had a thick shell. Chen Fei picked one, peeled off the shell, and revealed the white, creamy flesh inside. Little squad leader, don't even think about eating it now. Luo Bing was nearly in tears. 38, if you think you can do it, go ahead. I'll smash you to death. Luo Bing was nearly in tears. Behind them, a group of armed, ruthless men were chasing them. How could he think about eating? Was the squad leader trying to become a glutton who dies from overeating? Who wants to eat it? This is called a candle nut, flammable and long burning. Chen Fei was speechless. He took out the flint, scraped it against the knife, and sparks flew onto the nut meat. The white nut instantly burst into flames. Chen Fei picked up the burning candle nut and threw it into the mountain cave tunnel. Sizzle! Suddenly, the flames startled the bats in the cave. Under the glow of the flames, countless bats flew out of the cave tunnel toward another opening. Ah! Damn it, there are so many bats! Bang! The pirates' shouts and gunfire erupted suddenly. The bats were carrying a large number of bacteria, and being bitten could potentially lead to rabies infection. However, Chen Fei didn't think that far ahead, he just wanted the bats to distract the pirates for a moment. Chen Fei took this opportunity to climb the rock wall as quickly as possible. The most important technique in climbing is to find the right footholds and keep 3 limbs in contact with the rock wall at all times, using the remaining limb for climbing. Only when both limb coordination and physical strength reach a certain level can one climb without using tools. Under his grandfather's guidance, Chen Fei had undergone countless special forces-style training sessions since childhood. Rock climbing was no challenge for him, as long as the rock face wasn't exceptionally treacherous. Soon after Chen Fei climbed up, he lowered a vine. Luo Bing, you go first. Hurry! Lin Xianer said to Luo Bing, knowing that she was the only one who wouldn't be shot by the pirates, so she chose to stay behind. The latter didn't hesitate and quickly grabbed the vine. Once she was up, Chen Fei pulled Lin Xianer up as well. The pirates had also arrived at the base of the cliff, but climbing up was no easy feat for them. Not everyone possessed Chen Fei's abilities. Rock climbing wasn't just about brute strength, technique was crucial. Let us hurry. Lin Xianer and Luo Bing trembled at the sound of the pirates. Why the rush? Chen Fei gave a cold smile. He hated being chased like a dog. As long as there was a chance to fight back, he wouldn't let it slip. Although the pirates were below the cliff was completely vertical, forming a 90-degree angle, so neither side could see the other. In other words, the pirates couldn't attack Chen Fei, and Chen Fei didn't have to worry about being shot by the pirates. But Chen Fei could attack the pirates. Chen Fei was sitting beside the cliff, holding a rock the size of a watermelon. As soon as he heard the sound of pirates climbing up, he would follow the sound and hurl the rock down. Ah! A piercing scream echoed from below the cliff face. Being hit by such a large rock would already cause severe injuries, and falling off the cliff would be a death sentence. You little bastard, I'll peel your skin off and make you die in agony. Verrill screamed wildly, seeing one of his crew members hit and fall to his death. His rage toward Chen Fei was about to reach the heavens. You bastard. Chen Fei didn't back down, firing back with equal venom. Translated, it meant, you think you're so tough? Come on, if you're so brave. Verrill, of course, wouldn't dare. As the captain, he had just seen a man die, and he wasn't about to risk his own life unless he was a coward. Verrill was so enraged by Chen Fei that his entire body trembled, and his remaining eye turned black, nearly blinded by anger. As a notorious pirate, aside from the 10 sea tyrants, who dared to speak to him so boldly? Brothers, let's all go up together. I'll see how many stones that little bastard can throw. Verrill roared in fury. The ruthless pirates, though they saw their comrade die horribly, felt a momentary chill. But the thought of the $10 billion ransom for Lin Xianer sent them all climbing forward like madmen. Let's go! Chen Fei acted decisively. With the pirates climbing up together, he couldn't continue throwing stones. He simply couldn't keep up. Moreover, Chen Fei had achieved his goal. He wanted to prevent the pirates from climbing up alone and using vines to pull their comrades up. That way, he would only need to deal with one pirate at a time. Now, under the threat of Chen Fei's stones, each pirate had to climb up personally. This not only greatly delayed their ascent but also, a 10-meter high cliff wasn't something just anyone could climb. Sure enough, soon the sound of pirates falling and screaming echoed from behind. Chen Fei surveyed the area and realized they had reached the depths of the jungle, a place he had never ventured into before. The vegetation around him was even denser than the outer perimeter, and the rainforest was even more suffocatingly hot and equally dangerous. Chen Fei, I'm so thirsty. Little captain, me too. Lin Xianer and Luo Bing both hung their heads in shame, feeling useless for becoming a burden to Chen Fei and causing him trouble. Chen Fei also felt his body was losing too much moisture. Although he had some smoked meat with him, there was no way to carry water. "Take off your clothes," Chen Fei said. Upon hearing Chen Fei's words, Lin Xianer's cheeks flushed slightly, but she didn't say much. She followed Chen Fei's instructions and took off her jacket, leaving only a light pink tank top. She knew that in such a life or death situation, Chen Fei wouldn't have any ulterior motives. Since he had given such an order, there must be a reason. This was her unconditional trust in Chen Fei. Besides, she had already given him the most precious thing she owned. What else was there that she couldn't show him? Luo Bing hesitated slightly but eventually complied. However, she couldn't be as composed as Lin Xianer. After taking off her jacket, she tried to cover her arms, attempting to hide the purple-laced undergarments. But could her arms really cover that? Judging by the volume, it was far more revealing than Lin Xianer's. Clearly, though she wasn't as beautiful as Lin Xianer, Luo Bing had a more voluptuous figure. She spread out the clothes and tied them around her calves. Chen Fei gave instructions while also tying his own clothes around his legs. The plants in the rainforest, including every blade of grass, were saturated with moisture, though invisible to the naked eye. This moisture could be absorbed by the clothes. This way, as we walk, we're essentially storing moisture, Chen Fei explained. Is that really possible? The two women were startled but continued to follow Chen Fei forward. After nearly 15 minutes, Chen Fei felt the weight of the clothes was about right. He untied them, tilted his head back, and squeezed the clothes, causing water to flow out and into his mouth. The taste wasn't great, but when it comes to survival, one can't be too picky, Chen Fei said. The clothes had been worn all along, so they must have sweat stains. They couldn't be that clean. Lin Xianer and Luo Bing naturally didn't mind such things. Having water to drink was already more than enough for them. He wrung the clothes dry until not a single drop remained, then tied them back around his calves. 39. Trapped in the swamp, struggling to escape, turning danger into safety? They hadn't drunk enough yet. They had to absorb the water quickly. Lin Xianer grew impatient and took a few steps forward recklessly. Suddenly, her feet sank suddenly downward. Ah! Lin Xianer screamed and struggled to lift her feet. But as she exerted force, her entire body sank downward. Her legs were completely submerged in the pitch-black mud. Terror left her pale with fear, struggling and twisting, but her body not only failed to rise but continued to sink deeper. Stop! Don't move! Chen Fei shouted urgently to stop her. You're stuck in a swamp. If you keep struggling, you'll only sink deeper. Lin Xianer hurriedly stopped, her eyes red and teary, clearly frightened. She guessed what had happened. She had fallen into a swamp. I'm sorry, she sobbed. Lin Xianer cried tearfully, feeling guilty. Earlier, Chen Fei had been walking ahead just fine, but she had been in such a hurry. Now she was stuck in the mud, unable to move. Captain, let's use the vines to pull Qian out quickly. The pirates are catching up. Luo Bing's face was filled with anxiety. Vines won't work. Xianer is too deep in the mud. Chen Fei furrowed his brows and spoke solemnly. Lin Xianer felt utterly hopeless. Even Chen Fei said there was nothing he could do. It seemed she was going to die here. But maybe this is for the best. At least she won't be captured by the pirates and subjected to their cruelty. Thinking this, Lin Xianer felt a strange sense of relief. Plop! But the next moment, she was shocked to see that Chen Fei had also jumped into the swamp. Chen Fei, what are you doing? Lin Xianer was frantic, even more so than when she had fallen in herself. Chen Fei, who could have escaped safely, was now going to be trapped in the swamp with her. Luo Bing's face turned pale. If Chen Fei and Lin Xianer both died here, she wouldn't bother escaping either. They might as well die together. Otherwise, her fate would be either dying later or becoming a pirate's plaything, which would be even more tragic. Xianer, don't panic. Come, follow my lead. Chen Fei reached out his hand and gently stroked Lin Xianer's head. The warmth of his palm calmed her nerves, and she nodded firmly. Chen Fei stretched out both arms, placing them flat on the mud, leaning his chest forward, effectively bending his body into a 90-degree angle, forming a position where his entire body was crawling on the mud. Using the strength of his upper body, he maintained the crawling position and moved side to side. Chen Fei explained while demonstrating. When a person becomes stuck in mud, struggling in a vertical position only causes them to sink deeper. The only way to escape is to increase the surface area of contact between the body and the mud, thereby increasing friction. The larger the contact area, the stronger the friction. The initial stage is the most challenging because the submerged part of the body is larger than the exposed part. However, as long as you maintain the proper body curvature and continue crawling sideways, you will eventually emerge slowly. At this moment, rustling sounds came from the distant jungle behind. Clearly, the pirates were climbing up the rock wall and were about to catch up. Lin Xianer grew anxious again, but felt her small hand grow warm as Chen Fei's sturdy palm gripped it. Don't panic, take your time. Chen Fei's voice was soft, but to Lin Xianer's ears, it had a profound calming effect, soothing her panicked heart. Sure enough, following Chen Fei's instructions, Lin Xianer's body gradually began to move upward from the swamp. Although the initial progress was slow, as more of her body emerged from the mud, the increased surface contact and friction gradually accelerated her speed. However, just as Lin Xianer's lower body was about to fully emerge from the swamp, Chen Fei froze in shock. This mud had a strong suction force. Although Lin Xianer had managed to pull herself up, all her clothes were still stuck in the mud and hadn't come out with her. However, Lin Xianer hadn't noticed yet. Fortunately, there was a layer of black mud on her body, otherwise Chen Fei would have seen everything. But even with the black mud, it didn't mean it could cover everything properly. Lin Xianer's entire focus was on escaping the swamp. She didn't notice anything else. It wasn't until she finally managed to lie flat on the mud and crawl her way out that she noticed something was wrong with her body. Ah! Lin Xianer screamed, quickly covering herself front and back with both hands, her face red as if it might bleed. Glancing back at the swamp, she knew her pants were gone for good. "Captain, I heard a woman scream. It's right ahead." Instead, the screams gave away their position and attracted the pirates. "The pirates are coming. Run!" Lin Xianer's face was flushed red, but she didn't have time to think about it now. There were only two of them. Luo Bing was a girl, letting her see was no big deal. As for Chen Fei, he was already his man. There was no point in being shy. No rush. Such a large swamp, it would be a shame not to make good use of it. Chen Fei sneered, picked up several large banana leaves from the side, and spread them over the swamp. He then added a layer of dry leaves, making the swamp blend seamlessly with its surroundings, indistinguishable from the surrounding area. Under such rapid pursuit, it was nearly impossible to tell the difference. Slap! Instantly, Chen Fei slapped Lin Xianer on the back. Ah! The sudden blow made the young girl scream out loud, her voice filled with a seductive tone that stirred the imagination. Lin Xianer glared at Chen Fei in embarrassment, baring her little fangs, as if she wanted to devour him. Luo Bing was so stunned she couldn't move, her face flushing red. Though it wasn't on her body, for some reason she felt a tingling sensation at the back of her neck, as if she were experiencing it herself. "Run! Run! The pirates are coming!" Chen Fei quickly changed the subject, savoring the sensation in the palm of his hand, and hurriedly led the two girls into the jungle. Earlier, he had intentionally had Lin Xianer shout out to reveal their location. As long as they came after them, the swamp would be their only way out. As for why he didn't communicate with Lin Xianer and just tell her to shout, Chen Fei felt that would lack emotion and might not fool anyone. Well, to be honest, he just wanted to take advantage of Lin Xianer. The pirates heard the sounds and quickly gave chase. They saw the vegetation in the forest ahead still swaying, clearly indicating that someone had just entered. Vala grew excited and immediately gave the order, sending all his men into the jungle in pursuit. Plop! Swamp! This is a swamp. I'm stuck. Help me. Instantly, 3 pirates sank into the muddy swamp. Veril abruptly stopped in his tracks, his heart boiling with rage. From the layout of this swamp, it was clear that Chen Fei had planned this. He never expected that the young man would dare to continue fighting back. 40. The terrifying marshland. The pirates didn't have Chen Fei's ability to escape the swamp, and the others dared not risk rescuing them. The vines couldn't pull them out either. The 3 pirates trapped in the swamp struggled violently, but in the end, they all sank completely. Once their heads were submerged in the mud, they would suffocate to death in no time. "You little bastard, you son of a..." Valo roared furiously with bloodshot eyes. He had brought 15 men with him. One had been killed by Chen Fei while climbing the rock wall earlier, and another had fallen to his death on his own. Now 3 more had died in the mud. In such a short time, they had already lost 5 men. A third of his men were dead. "Captain, we can't afford any more casualties. If our strength drops to a certain level, Queen Lilith will abandon us." One of his men stepped forward and said to Veril, "Do I need to tell you that? We must capture Lin Xianer and use the ransom to strengthen our forces. We must secure an important position under the Queen's command. And we absolutely cannot let the other pirates Lin Xianer this hostage." Veril also spoke harshly, shivering at the thought of being abandoned by Queen Lilith. Anyone familiar with the sea would tremble at the mention of Lilith's name. It was a name that struck fear into the hearts of every sailor and merchant who ventured onto the seas. She was one of the 10 sea tyrants. The 10 tyrants refer to the 10 most powerful pirate crews in the world. They stir up trouble on the seas, each commanding thousands of desperate men. Armed with superior equipment and weapons, they reap enormous profits in various shadowy industries. Within their respective territories, they are absolute rulers, their word is law. This is something unknown to the civilized world, but in the underworld, it is common knowledge. Chen Fei didn't linger there, as there was no need to know how many of the Vala had been killed. After all, it was impossible for them all to die in the swamp, that much was certain. And since each of them had a gun, whether there were many or few, the threat was significant. After all, what difference does it make if it takes 1 bullet or 10 to kill Chen Fei? In the end, there's only one life. "Chen Fei, I'm thirsty again. Squad leader, the moisture absorbed by our clothes isn't enough for our bodies to use," Lin Xianer and Luo Bing said with pale lips. The clothes didn't absorb much to begin with, and now they've lost 2/3 of their moisture. Lin Xianer's clothes, tied around her calves, had been torn away by the mud. Chen Fei's were wrapped around Lin Xianer's body. He couldn't very well leave her exposed. Although it was only a short-sleeved shirt, Chen Fei was 1.8 meters tall, so the shirt hung loosely on Lin Xianer like a dress. Of course, the gaps needed to be covered. But who had time to worry about that now? At least we had something to cover ourselves with. Now only Luo Bing had one piece of clothing left, absorbing moisture from the vegetation, but it wasn't enough for 3 people to drink. There were no bamboo groves or water vines in this area. This was truly life-threatening. Lin Xianer frowned. This was the most dangerous thing in the jungle. The high temperatures were causing their bodies to lose water rapidly. Without replenishing fluids promptly, there was a risk of death. This was more terrifying than pirates. Even the strongest could resist, but the power of nature could not be defied. After walking further, Chen Fei spotted an oddly shaped tree with ugly fruits growing on it. There it is! I found something to replenish my fluids. Chen Fei's heart leaped with joy. He pulled out a pair of stockings from his pocket, tied them around his ankles, and began climbing the tree. Luo Bing's face flushed slightly. Her personal item had been carried around by Chen Fei all this time. She felt embarrassed. Chen Fei had no choice. He had learned his lesson. He shouldn't have discarded Lin Xianer's stocking earlier. The stocking would break after being rubbed against the tree trunk a few times. Once this one broke, climbing the tree would be much harder. This was a date palm tree. The fruits above are all date palms, which are rich in sugar, vitamin C, and energy. They can replenish lost salts in the body and prevent electrolyte imbalance. In dehydrated conditions, they can be life-saving. However, despite the name date palm, the taste is nothing like coconut. Ugh, it's so bitter. Lin Xianer and Luo Bing both scrunched up their pretty faces. The taste of date palms is extremely bitter and unpleasant, nothing like the sweet and fragrant coconut. Yet, the names are so similar, leading the two girls to have high expectations. As the saying goes, the higher the expectations, the greater the disappointment. Even if it had no taste, it would be bearable, but this bitterness is unbearable. But no matter how bad it tastes, they have to eat it now. When it comes to survival, taste doesn't matter. They forced themselves to eat several dates, which temporarily eased their thirst. However, their bodies were still dehydrated, and there was no way around it. Only by finding a water source could they solve this problem. The stream has already been bypassed, and on the path we came from, pirates are in pursuit. There was no choice but to continue deeper into the jungle in search of water. Moments later, Lin Xianer's beautiful eyes lit up. Pointing ahead, she exclaimed excitedly, "Chen Fei, water! There's so much water over there!" Luo Bing also grew excited. Ahead lay a vast marshland, stretching as far as the eye could see, completely covered in water. However, compared to the girl's excitement, Chen Fei's expression grew solemn. "Chen Fei, what's wrong?" Lin Xianer noticed Chen Fei's unusual expression and asked anxiously. "This is a forest marsh. The water here is undrinkable. Even a single cup contains over 1 million bacteria, and boiling it won't help." Chen Fei shook his head. Lin Xianer shuddered at the thought. If she took a single sip, wouldn't that be the end of her? If we can't drink it, then we can't drink it. Don't frown, Captain. You're our leader. Luo Bing comforted him. Chen Fei sighed helplessly. There's no other way forward. If we want to avoid being captured by the pirates, this Lin Zadie is our only path. But there are at least 1,000 crocodiles in this Lin Zadie. Hearing this, the two women turned pale instantly. Crocodiles. They had only seen them in animal documentaries, dangerous creatures with incredibly powerful jaws. What does over 1,000 even mean? If we're attacked by a pack, wouldn't we be reduced to nothing but bones? Follow me. I know the habits of crocodiles and can reduce the chances of being attacked. Perhaps we can even use this marshland to eliminate some pirates along the way. Chen Fei said with a smile, his tone light and carefree, a stark contrast to his earlier helplessness. Chen Fei knew he had to become stronger, otherwise, the two girls would break down mentally. Before entering the marshland, Chen Fei crouched down, scooped up some mud from the damp ground, and began smearing it all over his body. Lin Xianer and Luo Bing were both stunned. You two, strip off your clothes and smear the black mud all over your bodies. Remember, make sure it's evenly distributed. Don't try to cut corners or you'll die. 41. Crocodile attack. Lin Xianer and Luo Bing blushed, completely confused. Why did they have to take off their clothes and smear mud on themselves? Chen Fei explained. There are many sandflies in the Linza region. Applying mud can prevent their bites. The bites of sandflies can infect you with black fever, which is fatal. Black fever is a terrifying disease. Once infected, the body begins to rot as if being devoured, starting from small areas and spreading throughout the entire body until there is nothing left, much like the bone-melting palm technique from the Sea Grandmaster. Hearing Chen Fei's description, Lin Xianer and Luo Bing were both terrified. They completely disregarded the mud's filthiness, smearing it all over their bodies until they were covered head to toe, resembling little mudmen. Follow me closely. Remember, when walking in the marshland, do not lift your feet too high, and under no circumstances should you enter or exit the water. Otherwise, the crocodiles will mistake you for fish or turtles and attack you. Chen Fei warned them solemnly. The two women nodded and followed Chen Fei into the marshland. Once their feet touched the ground, the water level reached their calves. Immediately, a putrid stench filled their nostrils, making them feel nauseous. The marshland was densely forested, and over hundreds of years, the decaying vegetation and tree trunks had rotted away, making the smell unbearably foul. This was also why there were so many bacteria in the water. Follow me and stay out of direct sunlight. Crocodiles are cold-blooded animals and need sunlight to regulate their body temperature. Chen Fei kept walking under the shade of the trees and instructed them. Lin Xianer and Luo Bing both followed Chen Fei's instructions, not daring to stray even an inch. At that moment, rustling sounds began to echo from the jungle behind them. Clearly, the pirates were closing in once again. Chen Fei sped up. They had to get out of here before dark, otherwise, once the sun set, the swamp would be swarming with crocodiles. Moreover, even if they weren't attacked by crocodiles, they would die from dehydration. In such extreme heat with no water, let alone the two girls, even Chen Fei, a grown man, couldn't endure it. Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed from behind. Ah! Captain, there's a crocodile. Boss, it's dangerous here. Bang! Besides the screams, there were gunshots. Clearly, the pirates were being attacked by crocodiles and had fired their guns at them. The pirates weren't as cautious as Chen Fei and knew nothing about crocodiles' temperament. So many of them charged into the swamp, they were bound to get bitten. Chen Fei furrowed his brows. The pirates' gunfire was too loud, which would disturb many crocodiles that were resting nearby. Sure enough, at that moment, two eyes appeared on the path ahead, quietly breaking the surface of the water. This was completely unforeseeable. The crocodiles' eyes were small and blended in with the water of the marsh, making them impossible to distinguish. Just as Chen Fei was about to get closer, one of the saltwater crocodiles suddenly opened its bloodthirsty jaws and lunged toward Chen Fei. Chen Fei's heart sank. He knew that relying on his eyes alone was impossible to spot the crocodile, so he had remained absolutely vigilant the entire time. Just as the saltwater crocodile attacked, Chen Fei suddenly saw a figure dart in front of him. A petite, fragile figure, arms spread wide. Though her face was filled with fear, she was unwavering in her resolve. At this critical moment, Lin Xianer hesitated not a moment, stepping in front of Chen Fei to take all the risk for him. It was in such a dangerous moment that one's true feelings were truly tested. Chen Fei was deeply moved, but his hands didn't stop. He pulled out his revolver and fired a shot at the crocodile's head. Bang! Before the saltwater crocodile could bite Lin Xianer, Chen Fei had already shot it dead with a single bullet. At such close range, Chen Fei couldn't have missed, and the bullet's power was maximized. A revolver holds 6 bullets, and Chen Fei had already fired 2, both used in the most critical moments. It goes without saying how much this weapon enhanced Chen Fei's combat effectiveness. Without it, the outcome would have been unimaginable. Lin Xianer kept her peach-shaped eyes tightly closed, her delicate face tense, dared not open her eyes to look. The expected pain did not come. Carefully opening her eyes, she saw Luo Bing's face pale with shock. Clearly, she had been stunned by Lin Xianer's bold actions. It's okay, Xianer. Chen Fei pinched Lin Xianer's back and said. Lin Xianer's entire body trembled violently. Her peach blossom eyes widened, and this time she refused to let Chen Fei get away with it. With her cheeks flushed red, she suddenly bit down on Chen Fei's arm. Ouch! Chen Fei couldn't help but growl lowly. This little girl must be a dog. It was all Chen Fei's fault for being so bold. He thought Lin Xianer was easy to handle, but when she really got angry, she was like a little devil. However, Lin Xianer soon let go. If you dare to do that again, I'll bite you to death. Lin Xianer warned him fiercely, then pouted her lips and asked with concern, does it hurt? I bit you so hard I left a tooth mark. It's ruined, it's going to break, I can't play with you anymore. You didn't use your hands to play with it, did you? Spit it out. It seems I didn't bite hard enough earlier. Lin Xianer's face was so cute it could make water come out. Captain's wife. The pirates are catching up. Luo Bing had to speak up to remind them. Especially since Chen Fei fired a gun earlier, the pirates behind us must have heard it. If we don't leave immediately, we might get caught up. You must know that the pirates' speed is much faster than Chen Fei's. They have more men and more guns. Even if crocodiles attack, they can just shoot them. No matter how fierce the crocodiles are, can they be fiercer than bullets? With their overwhelming firepower, the pirates can advance unchecked. Chen Fei, however, must proceed with caution. Otherwise, attracting more crocodiles would be extremely dangerous, as he only has a revolver with 4 bullets remaining. Chen Fei continued to move forward steadily and finally crossed the swamp, picking up speed. At that moment, Lin Xianer suddenly felt weak, stumbled, and nearly fell to the ground. She managed to steady herself, but her lips were pale, and she looked utterly exhausted. I'm so thirsty. Lin Xianer said weakly, her voice barely audible. Chen Fei quickly caught Lin Xianer, his heart racing with anxiety. This was a sign of heat stroke. If she couldn't cool down and rehydrate soon, it could be life-threatening. 42. Crisis. Lin Xianer is suffering from heat stroke. Lin Xianer's eyes were half closed, and she was in a very poor condition. Chen Fei was frantic, but finding a water source was an extremely difficult task. Given Lin Xianer's current condition, she might not survive until then. Perhaps he would have to take the risk of stealing water from the pirates. This was an extremely bold idea. The pirates had all brought water flasks with them, but how dangerous would it be to take them? The slightest mistake could cost their lives. If it weren't for Lin Xianer's life being in danger, Chen Fei wouldn't take such a risk. Just as Chen Fei was about to make a desperate decision, he suddenly raised his eyelids, looked up at the sky, and burst into laughter. "Xianer, hold on a little longer. It's about to rain," Chen Fei exclaimed excitedly. "As long as it rains, we can replenish our water supply and cool our bodies down." Lin Xianer opened her eyes and strained to look up at the sky, only to see a clear, cloudless expanse with not a single sign of rain. With a helpless smile, she shook her head, assuming Chen Fei was just trying to comfort her, like hoping for rain by looking at a plum tree. "Little team leader, how did you know it was going to rain?" Luo Bing, who always asked questions until she got an answer, asked humbly. She knew that even the smallest piece of knowledge could be life-saving on this deserted island. Look at the clouds in the sky. They're in layers, with a distinct structure. This is caused by a drop in atmospheric pressure, known as banded cirrus clouds. When such cloud formations appear, it often means rain is on the way, Chen Fei explained. But Chen Fei's explanation was already inaudible to Lin Xianer. At that moment, Lin Xianer had already fainted. "Xianer, wake up." Chen Fei quickly slapped Lin Xianer's cheeks, but she showed no signs of waking up. Instead, he felt that her body temperature was extremely high. This is a symptom of heat stroke. Chen Fei didn't dare to delay. He quickly removed the short-sleeved shirt she was wearing. Now wasn't the time to be concerned about such things. In the environment, with clothes stuck to her body, her skin temperature could rise by more than 10 degrees. Sure enough, after removing the clothes, Lin Xianer's body temperature dropped slightly. However, this was only external. The most critical factor was internal. As long as she was dehydrated, there was an immediate risk to her life. And in a heatstroke state, fluid loss accelerates even further. Although the banded cumulus clouds indicated rain was coming, every second was torture for Lin Xianer. Delaying even a few seconds could result in irreversible consequences. "Please rain down." Chen Fei looked up at the sky and prayed. If something were to happen to Lin Xianer, Chen Fei couldn't bear to think about the consequences. People aren't plants, they have feelings. She was his first girl. If he couldn't protect her properly, what kind of man would he be? Splash! As if heaven had heard Chen Fei's inner voice, a heavy downpour poured down. Instantly, the suffocating heat gave way to a refreshing coolness. Chen Fei's heart filled with joy. In the jungle, whenever it rained, the vegetation covered in vines naturally acted like faucets, gathering raindrops into a small stream that flowed down the vines. Lin Xianer was still unconscious. Chen Fei carried her to a small stream and let the rain wash over her body. Instantly, the mud on her body was washed away, revealing her snow-white figure before Chen Fei's eyes. However, Chen Fei had no time to admire the sight. Lin Xianer, being unconscious, couldn't drink on her own, so Chen Fei simply fed her rainwater mouth to mouth. After some time, Lin Xianer's body temperature finally began to drop. Chen Fei finally exhaled in relief. She should be out of immediate danger, and regaining consciousness was only a matter of time. After picking up Lin Xianer, Chen Fei and Luo Bing drank their fill of water, refilled the military canteen, and prepared to continue on their way. They couldn't linger any longer, otherwise, the pirates would catch up. The rain in the rainforest came quickly and left just as fast. Within a few minutes, the downpour had stopped. In another hour, the sun would begin to set, and they had to find a place to sleep. Rustling sounds. But just then, the pirates' footsteps could be heard approaching from behind. Clearly, the few minutes we spent refilling Lin Xianer's water had allowed the pirates to close the distance. Bang! Suddenly, a loud gunshot rang out. Ah! Luo Bing screamed in terror and was pulled aside by Chen Fei, rolling behind a rock. "Captain, your shoulder is injured." Still shaken, Luo Bing turned to look and saw that Chen Fei's shoulder was bleeding, with fresh blood seeping out. "It's nothing, just a graze from the bullet." Chen Fei clenched his teeth, enduring the pain radiating from his shoulder. "Luckily, it's just a graze. If it had hit the right shoulder, that arm would be as good as gone. Kid, I think you're a talent. You've managed to hold your own against me in this jungle for so long. Now I've made up my mind. If you come out and hand over the 2 women willingly, I'll take you into my pirate crew. You'll live in luxury, and when it comes to enjoying those 2 women, you'll get your share too. What do you say?" One-eyed Verrill stood at the back, shouting loudly, his tone sincere but his eyes fierce. Earlier in the forest, they had lost another subordinate. He had been bitten by something as small as a fly, but his body quickly began to rot, and his death was horrifying and terrifying. Verrill was now beginning to fear the jungle. He hadn't even captured Lin Xianer yet, and had already lost so many men. How many would be left by the time they caught her? Not to mention that they would have to leave the jungle and face countless dangers. Waller isn't just some pushover, he's a captain for a reason. He noticed that Chen Fei, despite lacking weapons, could still ensure the safety of the two women. This proves that he's no ordinary man and must have extensive knowledge of the wilderness. Therefore, he decided to recruit Chen Fei. Of course, his true purpose was to use Chen Fei to lead them safely out of the jungle. As for what happens afterward, Chen Fei will still meet a tragic end. Boy, what do you think of my offer? You're already surrounded by us. If you resist, your fate is sealed. The only path before you now is to surrender to me and hand over the two women. Veril continued to pressure Chen Fei while ordering his men to gradually surround the rock where Chen Fei was hiding. Lin Xianer had regained consciousness and heard Veril's words, but she said nothing, only tenderly bandaging Chen Fei's wounds. Luo Bing looked at Chen Fei with pleading eyes. Though she trusted him, it wasn't absolute. Especially since she knew that human nature couldn't withstand such a test. In a situation where death was certain, if there was a chance to survive, wouldn't it be possible for Chen Fei to betray himself and Lin Xianer? Alright, come here. I'll hand both of them over to you. Chen Fei suddenly shouted. Luo Bing froze in shock, her face turning deathly pale. All the strength seemed to drain from her body as she collapsed onto the ground, her eyes vacant and filled with despair. 43. Poisoning the pirates. A pair of delicate hands gently touched Luo Bing's body. Lin Xianer looked at her with a determined expression and whispered, "We must believe in Chen Fei." Moments later, Chen Fei was seen crouching behind a rock, using a small knife to cut a plant that resembled a cactus. White liquid seeped out. He then collected all the withered branches and leaves beneath the plant, piling them together. I knew the squad leader wouldn't abandon us. Luo Bing lowered her voice, but couldn't hide her excitement. Although she didn't know what Chen Fei was doing, if he really intended to betray the two of them, he could have just left already. Why was he still here doing all this? Clearly, his earlier agreement with Vala had only one purpose, to buy time. Chen Fei raised his eyebrows at the two girls, who immediately understood and began shouting loudly. Chen Fei, you coward! You're betraying us! We want to go out! We'd rather die than let the pirates capture us. I'll smash myself against these rocks right now. Don't even think about using me to get a single penny, and don't even touch my body. Luo Bing and Lin Xianer shouted wildly, throwing stones at the rocks to create the illusion of a heated argument. Veril panicked. He had been waiting outside for Chen Fei to bring the two girls out. But now, if the two girls were determined to die, an accident could happen. Especially Lin Xianer. This hostage is worth $10 billion. The Lin family in Beijing is worth over $100 billion. They can definitely come up with that money. She is their only daughter. Quick, stop them. At Veril's command, the pirates all rushed toward the rocks. They were all counting on Lin Xianer to make them rich. If she died, what would they do? But before the pirates could get close, they suddenly saw a lot of white liquid spraying out from behind the rocks like raindrops. What is that? It's burning my skin. Oh, it's in my eyes. It hurts so much. My eyes. I can't see. The pirates screamed wildly, especially those whose eyes had been splashed with the white liquid, their cries piercing the air. The juice from the cactus is so powerful. Lin Xianer exclaimed. This isn't a cactus. This plant is called euphorbia, which resembles a cactus but contains a highly toxic substance. The white liquid can cause blindness if it comes into contact with the eyes. Even the smoke from burning dried euphorbia can cause poisoning and death. Chen Fei explained while using a fire starter to ignite the pile of withered euphorbia plants. Let's go. As soon as it ignited, Chen Fei led Lin Xianer and Luo Bing into the nearby jungle. This happened in the blink of an eye. Some of the pirates were blinded and couldn't see a thing. The rest were still in shock and hadn't reacted yet. Plus, without Vala's orders, they dared not fire their guns recklessly. If they accidentally killed Lin Xianer, no one could take responsibility for that. Ah! I want him dead. Contact Queen Lilith and request reinforcements. Veril roared madly, his eyes bloodshot, nearly losing his mind. Although he hadn't been touched by the white liquid, he had been thoroughly humiliated by Chen Fei. Now it was clear that Chen Fei's agreement and the two girls' resistance were all part of their act. And he had fallen for it. Like a little fool, he had ordered his men to surround them, only to be injured by that strange liquid. This was more humiliating than being shot. It made him look like a little fool, being toyed with by a young man. Captain, if this continues, we won't be able to keep the $10 billion for ourselves. Some of his men spoke reluctantly. Do as I say. Don't make me repeat myself. Veril roared furiously. He naturally wanted to keep the $10 billion for himself, but his rational mind told him that, given the current situation, it was almost impossible. 3 more men had been lost in the rainforest, which was like a death sentence. If this continued, they would all be killed by that young man. The only option now was to request reinforcements. Though he couldn't keep it all for himself, the intelligence was still worth a fortune. Moreover, providing valuable intelligence would ensure that Queen Lilith wouldn't expel the Veril pirate gang from her ranks. What gnaws at Veril the most is that if Queen Lilith comes personally to capture Lin Xianer, he'll never get his hands on that woman. After all, once she is in Lilith's hands, how could he possibly touch her? But even if he's unwilling, this is the only option left. His men dared not question further and quickly pulled out their communicators, dialing a signal channel. However, at that very moment, several pirates closest to the rocks suddenly collapsed to the ground, vomiting violently. They looked extremely distressed. He collapsed on the ground, convulsing violently. After vomiting all the food in his stomach, he began to vomit stomach acid and bile. Finally, he foamed at the mouth and lost consciousness. The pirates further back were startled, but before they could ask what was happening, they too felt nauseous and began vomiting. The last pirate, Veril, felt a sudden dizziness, and his heart sank instantly. Smoke! It's poisonous smoke! Veril struggled to retreat backward, with 2 of his men beside him, all beginning to withdraw. Only the 3 of them were far enough away for the symptoms to be less severe. The rest of the pirates had already collapsed on the ground, gradually being engulfed by the thick smoke, with no chance of survival. Veril was now even more certain that his earlier decision was the only option. With only 3 of them left, there was no way they could go after Lin Xianer, let alone follow her. The path had been completely blocked by the thick smoke. The hatred he felt toward Chen Fei was beyond words. Meanwhile, Chen Fei had settled into a cave. He lit a campfire, placed dried thorn branches at the cave entrance, and sprinkled urine over them. The triple defense against wild beasts was now in place. He also set fire to an ant nest, filling the cave with smoke. It was time to rest and sleep. Are we really safe sleeping so close to the pirates? Luo Bing was filled with doubt and anxiety. The cave Chen Fei had chosen was less than 5 minutes' walk from the large rock they had just left. Don't worry, the toxins from the burning spears are far beyond your imagination. They won't be able to catch up. We'll go loot them first thing tomorrow morning. Chen Fei was treating this like a game of PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds. He had been eyeing the pirates' weapons all along. The revolver he had seized only had 4 bullets left, which wasn't enough to make Chen Fei feel secure. With so many of them dead, there must be plenty of bullets left in their guns. Chen Fei, give me your clothes. Lin Xianer was crouched on the ground, her arms wrapped around herself, her face flushed red. Earlier, during the life or death escape, she hadn't noticed. Later, she realized that after waking up from heatstroke, she had been in an open-top vehicle the whole time. Why bother wearing clothes when it's time to sleep? 44. Lin Xianer has diarrhea. Chen Fei gave a mischievous smile and spread out the wolfskin, which was large enough for 3 people to sleep on. The only issue was the order. If Chen Fei had slept in the middle, that would have been the true blessing of having 2 women. But now, Lin Xianer was in the middle, Chen Fei was closest to the cave entrance, and Luo Bing was furthest inside. Chen Fei, you stop it, please. Luo Bing, he's bullying me, save me. Lin Xianer curled up under the wolfskin, unable to withstand Chen Fei's advances. Her rosy cheeks seemed to glow with moisture as she alternated between pleading and screaming for help. Snoring sounds. Luo Bing responded with snores, unwilling to disrupt the squad leader's good time. Otherwise, what would she do if she ended up selling herself next time? Luo Bing's face was also flushed red, and she couldn't sleep at all. Ugh, Chen Fei, my stomach hurts. Suddenly, Lin Xianer furrowed her brows and let out a pained moan. Chen Fei quickly stopped what he was doing. Stomach pain wasn't something to joke about. He hurriedly helped her put on her clothes. Luo Bing, come with me to the bathroom. Lin Xianer nudged Luo Bing and said. Luo Bing had heard her say she had a stomachache and was very worried, wanting to get up to check on her. But upon hearing Lin Xianer's words, she immediately pretended to continue sleeping and said tiredly, Shanshan, my head hurts so much. Let the squad leader accompany you. If there's any danger, the squad leader is more reliable. Lin Xianer's face turned bright red. How could she ask Chen Fei to go with her to the restroom? Luo Bing, you're just teaming up with Chen Fei to bully me. Oomph. Lin Xianer slapped Luo Bing hard on the back, venting her frustration. She wasn't some little cutie. She had seen through them long ago. But she couldn't take it anymore. Lin Xianer clenched her teeth tightly, feeling extremely ashamed as she looked at Chen Fei. It was pitch black outside, and Lin Xianer didn't have the courage to go out alone. Let's go. Chen Fei wasn't in the mood to think about anything else. In the wilderness, stomach pain wasn't something to take lightly. He hoped it wasn't diarrhea, because in that state, the body loses water 40 times faster. It could happen in a matter of minutes. But things often took a turn for the worse. Lin Xianer had been crouched behind a pile of grass for a long time and hadn't come out yet. After a while, she finally said with an embarrassed smile, Chen Fei, I think I have diarrhea. As expected, it must be from drinking the rainwater earlier. With a weak stomach, drinking unboiled water is already risky. Moreover, it had flowed down through vegetation, so it likely contained some bacteria. Chen Fei was already searching for herbs for Lin Xianer, but unfortunately, there were no leaves from the giant tree in this area. The ones he had prepared earlier had already withered and lost their effectiveness, so he had to find something else. Soon, Chen Fei's eyes lit up. Under the glow of the torch, he spotted several 3-leafed plants growing at the base of a large tree. However, Chen Fei didn't pick the fresh 3-pronged leaves. Instead, he focused on the withered ones nearby, grabbed a handful, and brought them to Lin Xianer. Here, eat this. Lin Xianer was crouched on the ground, stunned. Her cheeks turned as red as if they were bleeding. She was in the middle of relieving herself, and Chen Fei just walked over like that? Who doesn't want to maintain their image in front of someone they like? What kind of image was she making now? Get away! Lin Xianer quickly grabbed the withered leaves Chen Fei had handed her and pushed him away. Thankfully, there was a pile of grass between them, otherwise, Lin Xianer would have wanted to dig a hole and bury herself. You told me to leave, so I'll go back to the cave. Don't go! Lin Xianer's cheeks turned bright red. She knew Chen Fei was teasing her, and her little mouth puckered up as if she were about to cry. Don't worry, I'll stay right here and watch over you. Chen Fei was just teasing her playfully. He wouldn't embarrass Lin Xianer. He stood off to the side of the haystack, out of her line of sight, but close enough that he could rush over in 2 steps if anything happened. Lin Xianer felt a strange sensation in her heart. What was wrong with her? Her usual spoiled princess temperament was nowhere to be seen in front of Chen Fei. He had her completely under his thumb. Even when he teased her, it seemed like she was enjoying it. Thinking about it, Lin Xianer's face grew even redder. It wasn't until she swallowed the 3 withered leaves that she suddenly snapped back to reality. It was so bitter. Lin Xianer sighed in frustration. Why were all the things she ate so bitter? It seemed like she hadn't tasted anything sweet besides honey. There is a bit. Try just a little first and see how it affects you. If you eat too much of this, it can cause side effects like constipation. By the way, there is some sand gourd here. Do you want some? It can be used to wipe your butt and prevent hemorrhoids. Chen Fei leaned against a tree and noticed a few sand gourds on it, asking casually. No way. I don't have hemorrhoids. Stupid Chen Fei, you idiot. Lin Xianer's shrieks echoed from behind the haystack. Really? Seeing is believing. Let me check. Chen Fei chuckled. Get lost. Lin Xianer was both ashamed and angry. This guy is such an idiot. How could he talk about hemorrhoids with a girl? Besides, haven't you already seen everything? After a while, Lin Xianer finally got herself together, stepped out from behind the haystack, puckered her lips, and glared at Chen Fei before storming back into the cave in shame. Come here, drink this water. Chen Fei picked up the military canteen from the campfire and handed the boiling water to Lin Xianer. Diarrhea causes fluid loss. Even if it stops, your body will still be dehydrated. You need to replenish fluids in a timely manner. Gulp, gulp. Lin Xianer blew gently on the mouth of the canteen and took a sip. Put. Then she sprayed it out. There's so much sediment in this water. Lin Xianer frowned. It's charcoal ash. It absorbs toxins from the body and alleviates diarrhea. Chen Fei explained. These methods are useless in civilized society. The effects of medication are safer and more efficient than such methods. However, in the wilderness, when there's no other choice, you have to use whatever means available. Lin Xianer, hearing this, knew Chen Fei was thinking of her. Though the taste and texture were awful, she drank all the water. Qian, does your stomach feel better? 45. Deterring wild people. Luo Bing asked with concern. Lin Xianer and Chen Fei had been gone for so long, and she suspected they might have diarrhea. Oomph, Luo Bing, weren't you asleep? Lin Xianer was still holding a grudge against Luo Bing for helping Chen Fei tease her. Luo Bing felt a bit embarrassed, as if this little girl had taken a grudge against her. It's okay, thanks for asking. Lin Xianer wasn't the type to hold a grudge. She understood that if Luo Bing had gone out with her, she'd probably still be crouching there with diarrhea. After all, it was Chen Fei who found the herbs that quickly stopped the diarrhea. Luo Bing didn't know any of those things. As long as you're okay, go back to sleep. Luo Bing ruffled Lin Xianer's hair, treating her like a younger sister. A night passed. At dawn, Chen Fei woke up and was about to head to the rock where they had been the previous day to see how many people had been poisoned and how much equipment they could salvage. But just then, a commotion of footsteps erupted outside. Chen Fei froze, shook the 2 girls awake, and gripped the revolver tightly in his hand. Pirates are coming? Lin Xianer and Luo Bing both tensed up, rubbing their sleepy eyes. Their fatigue vanished instantly, replaced by fear. No, there couldn't be that many pirates. Chen Fei clearly heard the heavy footsteps outside. There were at least 10 people. But the pirates led by Varel were probably all dead by now, so it couldn't be them. Suddenly, a series of shouts that Chen Fei and Lin Xianer couldn't understand came crashing in from outside. It was that group of Hawaiian savages. They said Jaya was unconscious and near death, so they had come to seek revenge. Jaya was the female savage, holding a very high status within the tribe as the chief's daughter. Luo Bing could understand what the savages were saying. As she translated, her face turned deathly pale. So many savages had surrounded the place. Breaking out was almost impossible. Chen Fei tightened his grip on the revolver in his hand, his expression growing somber. If we could get our hands on the dead pirates' equipment and ammunition, we could break out directly. But there's no time to loot now, we're already surrounded. With only 4 bullets, it's impossible to take them all out. Luo Bing, explain the situation to them and see if we can negotiate, Chen Fei said. The best outcome would be to resolve this peacefully. After all, Chen Fei did save that girl, Jaya. Since they're part of the same tribe, they should be reasonable and wouldn't repay kindness with betrayal, right? Luo Bing shouted outside for a while, then negotiated for some time. Finally, she turned to Chen Fei with a grim expression. They don't believe us at all. Since Gaia fell unconscious, she hasn't woken up once. They say she's running a fever now because we poisoned her, and only our blood can save her. This is just an infection causing a fever. Superstition is killing people. Chen Fei was about to curse, but what could he do? Could he really expect these savages to understand science? His mind raced, trying to figure out how to break this deadlock. If we confront them head-on, we're as good as dead. Even the 2 girls would die with us. These savages aren't pirates, they don't know how to take hostages, they just kill without mercy. Tell them I might be able to cure that girl. Chen Fei said to Luo Bing. In the end, he could only come up with this risky plan. Only by curing Jaya and getting her to speak could he explain that he had saved her, not harmed her. Of course, this also carried a significant risk. The infection could cause a high fever, and without antibiotics, it would be extremely difficult to cure. Previously, he had been able to treat Lin Xianer because her symptoms were not severe, intervention was timely, and there was a bit of luck involved. If he couldn't cure Gaia, she might end up dying even more miserably. But there was no other option. They couldn't keep wasting time with these savages. On this island, it was their territory, and who knew how many people were in the tribe? Luo Bing nodded upon hearing this and began shouting outside. After a while, Luo Bing shook his head helplessly. They didn't trust us at all and told us to surrender. Chen Fei, what should we do? Lin Xianer asked fearfully. Those savages are unreasonable. If we fall into their hands, we're as good as dead. Chen Fei's temper flared, and he walked over to the cave entrance, glancing outside. Sure enough, there were over 20 wild men outside, each holding a spear, glaring at him menacingly. The one at the front was leading a hunting dog. Clearly, they were using the dog to pinpoint Chen Fei's location. Chen Fei didn't hesitate, pulling out his revolver. Bang! With a loud gunshot, the hunting dog was instantly killed, falling into a pool of blood. The wild men were all startled, staring at Chen Fei with wide eyes, as if they were looking at a monster. The wild man holding the hunting dog immediately stepped back a few paces. They all raised their spears, pointing them at Chen Fei, hesitating between wanting to advance and being too afraid to move. I'll emphasize this again, I can heal Jaya. If you refuse to try, I'll fight you to the death with this. Chen Fei spun the revolver in his hand and said. Luo Bing followed his instructions and spoke for a while. The wild men all began to show signs of hesitation. Chen Fei knew his objective had been achieved. He fired a shot, killing the hunting dog. This would intimidate the wild men without provoking them into a frenzy of hatred. If he had fired at them, he might have killed one, but what then? The wild men would certainly have charged forward in anger to surround and kill Chen Fei. But killing the hunting dog was different. It wouldn't provoke deep hatred or anger, while also demonstrating the power of the weapon in his hands. These savages likely had no idea what a handgun was. The psychological impact from earlier had already been maximized. After Luo Bing exchanged a few more words with them, the solemn expression on her face finally eased slightly. She translated for Chen Fei. They say they can do it, but if they can't cure him, then even if our weapons are stronger, they'll still surround and kill us. There's more. Chen Fei raised an eyebrow and asked, what else? There's also this, their tribal chief has said that whoever can save that girl named Gaia will be able to marry her and become the next tribal chief. Luo Bing said with a troubled expression. No way. Lin Xianer blurted out, her little mouth puckered up high, even more urgent than Chen Fei, like a little beast guarding its food. 46. Save Gaia and make arrangements for her funeral? Chen Fei was speechless. How could there be such a rule? It's not that Jaya isn't attractive. On the contrary, although she's a wild woman, she's in excellent shape from hunting. Her wheat-colored skin looks healthy, and her deep-set features give her a natural, wild beauty. But what good is that? Who in their right mind would want to be the future chief of a wild tribe? Even if she could be cured, I'd make it clear to them and refuse the arrangement. Chen Fei said indifferently. Beep. At that moment, a rhythmic whistle suddenly echoed from the nearby valley. Upon hearing the sound, all the wild people grew anxious and began to utter incoherent cries. Chen Fei, they say the whistle means Jaya is critically ill. We must hurry and follow them. Luo Bing hurriedly translated. Immediately, swept along by the wild people, Chen Fei and the others followed into the valley and began climbing up the mountain slopes. This mountain was one of the highest points on the entire island, offering a view of nearly half the island. Clearly, the tribe had chosen this location for its superior vantage point, allowing them to detect danger early. When Chen Fei reached the top, he realized that the entire mountain was the tribe. There were nearly 100 wild people, all gathered around a large wooden shelter, forming a tight circle. Every face was filled with worry. In the center of the crowd was a bed. Lying on the bed was a young woman with her eyes tightly closed. Jaya, who had previously exuded a wild beauty, now looked fragile. Her wheat-colored cheeks were pale. Sitting beside the bed was an old man with snow-white hair, exuding an air of authority. Even among the wild tribesmen, he carried himself with the demeanor of a leader. He was clearly Jaya's father and the chief of the tribe. Upon seeing Chen Fei arrive, the crowd erupted into chaos. They screamed wildly, waving their weapons in the air, as if they intended to tear Chen Fei and the two girls behind him to pieces. "We mean no harm. We've come to rescue Jaya," Luo Bing shouted, while Chen Fei clenched the revolver in his pocket. If it came down to it, they would have to kill the nearest few and break through with the two girls. The savages weren't buying it, and just as they were about to attack, the group of savages who had brought Chen Fei finally bowed their heads and whispered something to the tribal chief. The old tribal chief finally raised his eyes to look at Chen Fei and mumbled something in a hoarse voice. "Captain, he's sending you to treat Gaia. But if you can't cure her, he'll take our lives," Luo Bing said fearfully. Chen Fei nodded slightly, knowing he had no choice but to take the risk. The most important thing was to see if Gaia's life was strong enough. "Everyone step back. I need to remove her clothes," Chen Fei said, with Luo Bing translating simultaneously. The moment those words left his mouth, the crowd erupted once again. Especially the strong warriors of the tribe, their eyes widened like copper bells, as if they wanted to devour Chen Fei. The tribal chief was also enraged, gripping his short sword tightly, his hands trembling with suppressed anger. "Of course, you don't have to step aside if you don't want to, as long as Gaia doesn't mind. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll shoot you on the spot." Chen Fei was already losing patience. This guy was already on the brink of death if they kept delaying. He might die before any treatment could be administered. Luo Bing sighed helplessly and continued translating. Upon hearing this, the wild people who had witnessed Chen Fei kill the hunting dog were all startled and quickly reported to the clan chief in whispers. The tribal chief, upon hearing this, cast a suspicious and wary glance at the revolver on Chen Fei's waist. Though he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, the tribal records mentioned such a weapon. After all, their ancestors had been hunted down and killed by colonizers using such weapons. He stood up and stepped out of the wooden hut first. The other wild men, seeing that the tribal chief had acted, had nothing to say and all retreated, but they still surrounded the hut tightly. If Chen Fei couldn't save Guya inside, he'd be as good as dead. Inside the large wooden hut, Lin Xianer and Luo Bing were even more anxious than Chen Fei. Chen Fei rummaged through his backpack and pulled out some herbs he had prepared along the way. The first was paramina, the herb Lin Xianer had used when she had a fever earlier. He lifted Gaia's neck slightly, placed the crushed paramina into her mouth, then fed her some warm water infused with soft lotus leaves, pinched her tongue upward, and helped her swallow it. The water infused with the leaves was rich in vitamin C and had anti-inflammatory properties. Chen Fei explained this to the two women, then stripped off Gaia's animal skin garment, revealing her perfect body and numerous wounds inflicted by wild wolves, some of which had already become infected. Chen Fei handed the dragon's blood he had collected earlier to the two women and said, "Apply this to every wound on her body." Lin Xianer and Luo Bing dared not delay. Gaia's breathing grew weaker, and her fever was closely related to the infection on her body. After all the wounds were coated with dragon's blood, Gaia still showed no signs of waking up. "Chen Fei, what should we do? Is there any hope for her?" Lin Xianer and Luo Bing both felt despair. If only they had antibiotics, it would at least increase their chances of saving her. "It's up to fate now. With this, if she still can't be saved, there's truly nothing more we can do. We can only blame her for not being strong enough," Chen Fei said, pulling out a fluffy, tennis ball-sized fruit that looked quite ugly. He split the fruit open, revealing the flesh inside, which resembled rhubarb. "This is called Canna Angelia. Eating it can eliminate parasites from the body, accelerate blood circulation, and help the liver detoxify." Chen Fei reluctantly crushed the flesh and fed it to Gaia with some water. This was a rare treasure, comparable to a deworming medicine. In this wilderness, it was extremely rare, and he hoped it would be effective for Gaia. After all, given her living conditions, it's impossible for her body to be free of parasites. When healthy, her immune system might maintain a balance, but once she falls ill and her immunity weakens, the parasites will run rampant. After everything was taken care of, Chen Fei could only wait quietly. "Chen Fei, what should we do if Gaia doesn't wake up? We'll be killed by them, won't we, squad leader?" Lin Xianer and Luo Bing sighed softly, their faces filled with worry. Gaia's fever hadn't subsided yet, which meant she was still in danger. "If Gaia really dies, I'll do my best to get the two of you out of here alive. Then you go to that cave, take the smoked meat, and hide by the stream. If you're lucky, you might be able to wait for the rescue team to arrive," Chen Fei said. "Don't say such things." Lin Xianer was so upset her eyes turned red. It sounded like he was making his last will and testament. 47. Don't leave. We must see this through. Luo Bing also felt like crying. Earlier, she had doubted whether Chen Fei would betray her to the pirates. Now, she felt deeply ashamed. The wild people outside were already restless, occasionally peering in to check the situation. "Wait a little longer. Regardless of whether Gaia wakes up, I will declare that she has already awakened. At that point, Luo Bing, you will tell their tribal chief exactly what I said. As Gaia's father, he will definitely be the first to come in to check on the situation. I will then immediately subdue him." Chen Fei spoke in a low voice. He had already planned his next move before beginning the treatment. Clearly, Chen Fei intended to kidnap the tribal chieftain to force the wild people to release Lin Xianer and Luo Bing. As for their safety in the jungle after they leave, that was beyond Chen Fei's control. At that moment, the female wild people outside the wooden hut were peering in more and more frequently. Chen Fei furrowed his brows. This couldn't continue. Soon, they would all come in to guard the area, making it impossible to kidnap the tribal chief. Now, he had to report the situation. Help Gaia get dressed properly. Luo Bing, go tell them that Guya has woken up and wants to see her father. Chen Fei's expression darkened and his left hand tightened around the revolver. Luo Bing hesitated. She knew that once she did this, there would be no turning back. Lin Xianer shook her head with tear-filled eyes, pleading with Chen Fei through her gaze. She didn't want Chen Fei to sacrifice himself to save her and Luo Bing. Hurry! Chen Fei frowned, barked coldly, and glared at Luo Bing with an unwavering gaze. In that instant, Luo Bing was startled. She sensed an unquestionable aura emanating from Chen Fei and could only shout toward the wooden hut. Sure enough, as soon as Luo Bing finished shouting, the old tribal chief rushed in at top speed, approached the bedside, and began mumbling incoherently. But Guya still kept her eyes tightly closed. Chen Fei stood behind the old clan chief, already preparing to draw his gun. Cough. But just then, two faint coughs suddenly came from the bed. To Chen Fei and the two women, the coughing sounded like the most beautiful music in the world. Unbelievably, at this critical moment, Guya slowly regained consciousness. What a strong will to live! Chen Fei sighed softly and released his grip on the revolver. He didn't know whether that sigh was for Guya or for himself. The old clan chief was overjoyed and immediately knelt on the ground, as if praying for something. No, no, no! Chen Fei stepped forward to help him up. He nearly got stabbed to death by the old clan chief with his spear. Captain, he's praying to their tribal deity, not kneeling for you, Luo Bing explained, holding back a laugh. Do you think I don't know? I was just joking to lighten the mood. Do you have any sense of humor? If you dare to teach me how to do things again, I'll punish you severely. Chen Fei glared at Luo Bing and said. Luo Bing was so intimidated by Chen Fei's piercing gaze that he trembled all over. For some reason, hearing Chen Fei threaten to punish him, he didn't feel afraid at all. Instead, he felt a strange sense of anticipation. What am I thinking? Luo Bing was frantic inside. Guya was still weak and was talking to the old clan chief, but Chen Fei couldn't understand what they were saying. However, he could read the situation and clearly saw that the old clan chief's expression toward him had changed. Luo Bing's face lit up and she translated for Chen Fei. Jaya said that it was because of you that she wasn't killed by the wild wolves before. This time, you saved her again, which means you've saved her twice. Lin Xianer also sighed in relief. With that, there shouldn't be any danger now. Since that's the case, should we leave first? Chen Fei asked, and Luo Bing continued translating. However, as soon as he spoke, the old tribal chief suddenly stood up, glaring angrily at Chen Fei, growling furiously, as if he were extremely angry, leaving Chen Fei feeling utterly confused. But when he saw Jaya, the woman with the wild beauty lying on the bed, her face flushed with a blush that seemed almost shy, Chen Fei suddenly seemed to realize something. Captain, the old clan chief said that according to the previous agreement, whoever saves Gaia will become her husband and the future clan chief. Therefore, the wedding must take place tonight. Luo Bing blushed as she translated. No way. Lin Xianer was even more anxious than Chen Fei and immediately lost her temper. Chen Fei shook his head. Consummating the marriage is fine, but I'm not interested in being the tribal chief. I'm a young man with a bright future waiting for me in the civilized world. Who would want to be a tribal chief in this mountainous area? As an outsider, wouldn't it be inappropriate for me to become the tribal chief? Chen Fei said, with Luo Bing translating. The old tribal chief heard this and began to ponder. Clearly, he thought Chen Fei had a point. But then, his eyes lit up, and he continued mumbling. Luo Bing sighed helplessly and translated, Captain, he says you're an outsider and indeed unsuitable to be the tribal chief. But your child with Gaia isn't an outsider. He has another decade or so left, so you can wait until your child with Gaia grows up and inherit the position directly. Then, Luo Bing added, the old clan leader also said that if you really want to leave, you can, but you must first gouge out your eyes after seeing Gaia's body before you can depart. Otherwise, you must consummate the marriage tonight. Chen Fei was completely speechless. Lin Xianer was also frantically pulling her hair. At that moment, Guya struggled to her feet. Her wild, beautiful face flushed with a hint of shyness as she approached Chen Fei and whispered something in his ear. I don't understand, sister. Chen Fei rubbed his forehead, suddenly thinking of a problem. If he really ended up with Guya, would Luo Bing have to come in and translate during their time together? She said she doesn't mind having someone else join us. As Luo Bing translated, she glanced at Lin Xianer, clearly referring to her. Wow, it seems like my earlier idea could actually come true. Not only can Luo Bing come, but Lin Xianer can follow too. Guya couldn't wait any longer and pulled Chen Fei toward the bed. 48. Mysterious Girl. Chen Fei's mind was racing, trying to figure out how to refuse Guya and the old clan chief. Why refuse? Is it because Chen Fei is pure and virtuous, vowing to remain chaste for Lin Xianer? Of course not. It was because the flesh on Chen Fei's arms was almost being torn off by Lin Xianer. The girl had no other ideas, so she twisted Chen Fei's arm, forcing him to find a way to refuse. Luo Bing, tell the old clan chief that Gaia's body has just recovered. If they consummate the marriage now, it would be a desecration of the gods, causing their wrath and the recurrence of her illness. Chen Fei suddenly thought of an excuse and said, "You might not be able to convince those wild people with other arguments, but if you talk to them about gods and spirits, that's foolproof." Sure enough, after hearing Chen Fei's words, the old clan chief hesitated. He nodded, muttered something indistinctly, and walked toward the wooden hut. "Captain, he's going to arrange lodging for us. Let's settle in first and postpone the wedding for a few days," Luo Bing said. Chen Fei heard this and quickly followed after him. "This makes things simple. How much can change in a few days? We'll just find a way to slip away." The excuse was just to buy time. Chen Fei was very satisfied with the delay. Lin Xianer also sighed in relief, finally preventing Chen Fei from being taken by another woman. However, once they arrived at the lodging and settled in, Lin Xianer couldn't smile anymore. "Shanqian, you pinched me pretty hard just now. Should I give you a little punishment?" Chen Fei stared at Lin Xianer with a smirk, his eyes gleaming mischievously, and a wicked smile on his lips. I was just afraid you couldn't control yourself," Lin Xianer whispered nervously. "Ha, since I behaved so well, shouldn't you give me a reward?" Chen Fei took a step forward, leaving Lin Xianer with no place to retreat. "What kind of reward do you want?" Lin Xianer blushed and asked, lowering her head. "Punishment and reward together. Come on, Shanqian, get down on your hands and knees." Lin Xianer's almond-shaped eyes widened, her cheeks as red as a boiling teapot, almost steaming with heat, leaving her frozen in place. "Disobeying me? Then I'll go find Gaia." Seeing Lin Xianer didn't move, Chen Fei stood up, pretending to leave. But just then, a small hand grabbed Chen Fei's arm. Instantly, the young girl with peach blossom eyes turned her head away, looked at Chen Fei, but followed his instructions and slowly knelt down. Luo Bing, who was sleeping in the wooden hut next door, couldn't sleep again that night. All night long, the sounds of swatting mosquitoes and the meowing of a wild kitten echoed in her ears. It wasn't until the kitten's voice grew hoarse that Luo Bing, with dark circles under her eyes, finally drifted off to sleep. At noon by the seaside, Veril emerged from the jungle in a disheveled state, having spent the entire day finally escaping the rainforest. He led his two men back along the same path, moving cautiously. They faced several life-threatening crises, and both of his men were killed. In the end, only Veril survived, narrowly making it back to the coast. Veril was still in a state of shock. In less than 2 days, his entire pirate crew was gone. All his men were dead. And it was all because of that kid named Chen Fei. At that moment, Veril could only pray that Queen Lilith would arrive soon. When she did, he would skin Chen Fei alive, torture him for 7 days and 7 nights, and only then would he be able to vent all the hatred in his heart. Vala walked toward the rescue ship, carrying food and water that had long since been depleted. At that moment, he was both thirsty and hungry and needed to eat something on the ship. However, when Veril arrived at the dining hall, he suddenly saw a young white girl, who looked to be around 10 years old and as beautiful as a porcelain doll, sitting at the table with her clothes disheveled, devouring the food. Upon hearing the noise, the girl startled, like a frightened rabbit, and turned her gaze toward Veril, speaking in a weak and timid voice, "Uncle, I was shipwrecked. I found this ship and saw food on board, so I couldn't resist eating some. I'm sorry, I was just so hungry." The girl looked pitiful, her bright eyes brimming with tears. Veril swallowed hard. This girl's beauty was on par with Lin Xianer's. The only difference was their ethnicity and cultural background. Immediately, evil thoughts began to swirl in his mind. In his eyes, the young girl was already his toy. "Ha, you ate my food? An apology is enough? You must be properly punished." Veril tore off his clothes and walked toward the girl. The girl opened her mouth in terror, trembling uncontrollably. She knelt down, her voice trembling with tears, I'm sorry. The young girl, standing just over 5 feet tall, looked no different from a toy in front of Veril's imposing figure, nearly 2 meters tall. Held by Veril's 2 hands, the young girl winced in pain, her porcelain-like face twisted with agony. "Come here, let me show you some love." "Ha! Please, don't." Ignoring her struggles, he lifted her up like a doll. Veril charged forward like a bull, his nostrils flaring, ready to attack the girl. Whoosh! But the next second, a cold gleam flashed. Suddenly, Veril felt a chill on his neck. Almost instinctively, he felt a warm liquid seeping out from his neck. Without thinking, Veril reached up to cover his neck. But no matter how hard he pressed, the bright red blood gushed out like a burst water hose. "You're a bounty hunter, a hunter, cough." Veril couldn't utter a complete sentence. His eyes widened in disbelief, and he could only watch as the girl slipped the gleaming dagger into her waistband. Then everything went black and he collapsed, losing consciousness completely. "Spit." The girl spat on Veril's corpse, her face twisted in disgust. At that moment, she bore no resemblance to the delicate, fragile girl she had been moments ago. Her large eyes were filled with a fierce, icy glare. "Ha, I never expected it. The notorious pirate Vala, with a bounty of $50,000, was so easily killed by me. I thought it would be much harder. The young woman snorted coldly, feeling both lucky and puzzled. According to intelligence, Vala had over a dozen ruthless henchmen, yet only one had survived. But she didn't bother to think about it further. As long as she had killed Varel, she could exchange the bounty for money at the Bounty Hunters Guild. She cut off Varel's ears and tossed them into a wooden box. All she needed to do was perform a DNA comparison to claim the bounty, without the hassle of moving the entire body. $5,000 in her hands, she was overjoyed. Her ship was anchored nearby, ready to set sail for the Bounty Hunters Guild at sea to claim her reward. But just then, the young woman's eyes widened in horror. She looked out at the sea in horror, where 10 massive pirate ships were lined up in a row, all heading straight toward them. 49. Lilith attacks. Desert Island Crisis. What terrified the young woman most was the pirate flag fluttering on the pirate ships. The black pirate flag bore a terrifying skull, and in the skull's mouth were 2 roses. Lilith, one of the 10 tyrants of the sea and the queen with a bounty of $500 million, had actually come in person? Was she here to rescue Vala? He was just a lowly minion, not even a direct descendant of Lilith. It couldn't be that serious, could it? The young girl screamed in horror, then snapped back to her senses and dashed into the jungle without a second thought. In front of Lilith, she, a mere bounty hunter, was no more than an ant that could be crushed with ease. If she really came to rescue Varel, and he's already been killed by me, wouldn't I be killed to atone for his death? On the first pirate ship, Lilith, with her waist-length hair, stood on the deck. Her seductive face was as beautiful as a blooming rose. She wore a black high-collared cloak draped over her shoulders and black marten boots on her feet. Standing at 175 centimeters tall, she had a slender, graceful figure and a pair of long, shapely legs. The most eye-catching feature was the massive tungsten steel sword strapped to her back, nearly as tall as a person. At that moment, Lilith was holding a telescope, watching a young girl running from the coast toward the jungle. "Humph, a cute little rabbit." Lilith sneered, her seductive face exuding allure. She handed the binoculars to the man at her feet, who was covered in wounds, and pointed toward the coast. "Look, that little white rabbit. She's also from your bounty hunter guild, isn't she? I recognize her. I think her name is Mishia? Once we catch her, I'll have some fun with her." Before the dying man could speak, she stomped down with all her might. With a crisp crack, the man's chest was completely crushed, and he died instantly. "You worthless trash, daring to think you could use your looks to capture me and claim the bounty? Ridiculous." Lilith snorted coldly. The tungsten steel greatsword, weighing dozens of pounds, swung effortlessly in her hands, smashing the man's corpse like trash and sending it flying into the sea. The young woman with an Eastern appearance who had been standing behind Lilith immediately stepped forward to help her wipe the bloodstains off the deck. At that moment, 10 pirate ships all came ashore. "Shao-Chi, go tell Moretti to be the main attacker this time. The target is Lin Xianer, and she must be captured alive." Lilith sat on the deck and gave her orders. The girl who had just finished cleaning the blood off the deck, whom Lilith called Shao-Chi, hesitated slightly. "Sister, Moretti has been growing increasingly restless lately. Is it really safe to send him on this mission? The more restless he is, the more we need him. He'll either be used up as cannon fodder or rebel outright, and then I can eliminate him with a clear conscience. If we don't deal with Moretti soon, he'll become too powerful to control." Lilith's seductive face darkened, and Little Seven immediately went to give orders. As a major pirate, she had recruited other pirate crews to strengthen her forces. The relationship between her and her subordinate pirates was akin to that of an emperor and vassal kings. These subordinate pirates also had their own personal guards. Back then, Lilith had recruited many powerful pirates to rise quickly. Over the years, she had been working to consolidate her forces, and now only the strongest and most restless faction led by Moretti remained. Soon, Shao-Chi returned with a grim expression and reported to Lilith, "Sis, Moretti has agreed to be the main attacker, but he demands $500 million in this operation. Moreover, once Lin Xianer is captured, she must serve him until she is redeemed." Lilith's seductive brows furrowed. "Demanding half the ransom is a clear challenge to our authority." After a moment's hesitation, she said, "Tell him I agree to the first condition. The second condition is non-negotiable. The hostage is in his hands, and her safety cannot be guaranteed. If anything happens that affects the ransom, I will personally oversee the matter." With a sense of disgust, she returned to Moretti's pirate ship, stepping over the bodies of women who had been abused on the deck. Shao-Chi relayed Lilith's words to him. "All right, I agree. I won't make Lin Xianer serve him every night." Sitting beneath the mast, the towering figure of Moretti, over 2 meters tall, had a long scar running from his forehead to his chin, resembling a twisted centipede. He nodded hoarsely. At the same time, he casually tossed a woman he had tortured beyond recognition into the sea. "Anyway, no woman can survive being played with by me twice." Moretti bared his yellow teeth. Since he was the main attacker, once he captured Lin Xianer, she would definitely fall into his hands first. At that point, it wouldn't be up to Lilith anymore. Even if she wasn't forced to serve him constantly, she would still be subjected to his brutal torture at least once. Even just once would be enough to leave that Lin Xianer on the brink of death. "Lilith warned you not to kill women, yet you've disobeyed again. Wait and see, your sister will punish you, you disgusting creature. Shao Qi snorted coldly and turned to leave. But suddenly, a sharp pain struck the back of his head. Before she could process what was happening, everything went black and she collapsed. Behind Shao Qi stood a woman who looked exactly like her, holding a baseball bat. Her beautiful face was filled with coldness. From now on, you are Shao Qi. After all this training, you should be able to fool Lilith, right? Moretti stood up, stripped the real Shao Qi of her clothes, and threw them at the woman. Of course I can. Otherwise, wouldn't all those knife wounds in this face have been for nothing? I even had to cut off a section of my leg bone to match her height. Captain Moretti, once this is done, you must credit me with the first success. The woman's sinister smile flickered briefly. Brother, big brother, you're Chanxian's best big brother. In the large wooden hut at noon, the two had not yet gotten out of bed. Lin Qianer was curled up in Chen Fei's arms, her face blushing with shyness as she murmured. That's good. Say it again. Chen Fei nodded with obvious enjoyment. That sounded so good. Then, his ear was suddenly pulled. Enough already, you're getting too bold. Lin Qianer's small hand gripped Chen Fei's ear and twisted it hard, causing him to yelp in pain, his teeth clenched. You little brat. Chen Fei smiled wickedly and embraced the flushed Lin Qianer once more. Just as he was about to act on his intentions, the wooden hut was knocked on from outside, the sound urgent. Captain, it's me. Luo Bing, you're being so unreasonable today. You were so good at working together earlier, but now you're interrupting my fun at such a crucial moment? Chen Fei muttered this to himself, but dared not delay, quickly getting up and going out. After all, Luo Bing was knocking so urgently something must have happened. Lin Qianer quickly dressed herself, waiting for a while until the flush on her face had completely faded, before following out of the wooden hut and asking, Sister Luo Bing, what's going on? 50 pirates have landed. Luo Bing said, I came to find me earlier. She said an elder in the tribe was bitten by mosquitoes and fell ill. They want Chen Fei to go take a look. Go take a look. Chen Fei didn't mind. He'd go check it out first. If it couldn't be treated, he'd just explain the situation. He wasn't going to take the blame anyway. However, by the time Chen Fei and the others arrived, the elder's wooden hut was already engulfed in flames. This means the person is dead. Whenever someone dies, they burn the wooden shack they were sleeping in along with the body. There's nothing they can do about it. After all, it's likely they died from an infectious disease, and if they don't burn the body, it could spread. Gaia's face was slightly sad as she walked up to Chen Fei and spoke softly. I really don't understand, sister. You explain it to her. Chen Fei pulled Luo Bing to his side and said. Luo Bing explained, Jaya said that the deceased elder was very kind to her. Unfortunately, he was bitten by mosquitoes and contracted malaria, which proved fatal. Did they have no way to eliminate the mosquitoes? Chen Fei paused and asked. Luo Bing translated. Gaia widened her eyes, looking puzzled. She shook her head and continued speaking. Gaia was very surprised. She had never heard of anything to prevent mosquitoes in her entire life, and neither had anyone else in the tribe. That's why so many people died from them. Luo Bing explained. Chen Fei, termite nests. Burning termite droppings repels mosquitoes. We can tell them this method, and no one will die from now on. Lin Qianer interjected. Chen Fei shook his head and said, there aren't enough termite nests to sustain long-term use. It's a simple principle. Chen Fei could use it once or twice, and that would be more than enough. But if there were hundreds of wild people who needed to use it every day, it would be a huge consumption. Even if all the termites on the island combined their droppings, there wouldn't be enough. What should we do? Lin Qianer's face fell. She was soft-hearted and couldn't bear to see anyone die, even strangers. There are other ways to repel mosquitoes besides termite nests. Chen Fei said, waving to Guya. She quickly followed him toward the valley exit. However, soon, some wild people came to block their way, but they were all scared off by Guya's single glance. Originally, the old tribal chief had ordered Chen Fei not to leave, but since he was following Guya, who dared to stop him? After descending the valley, Chen Fei led the group to the edge of the jungle, pointing to a plant with rough-edged oval leaves, a stem about 60 centimeters long, and petals of pink and white. He explained. This is called devil's needle grass. When burned over a fire, the smoke can kill mosquitoes and insects. Luo Bing explained to Guya, who looked astonished and couldn't believe it. This plant called devil's needle grass was everywhere on the mountains. How had she never known it had such an effect? Just then, the old tribal chief arrived with a group of people, surrounding Chen Fei closely and looking highly alert. Clearly, he had received word from his subordinates that Chen Fei had left with Guya and had rushed over immediately. Guya was startled and hurried forward to communicate with the old tribal chief. Immediately, the old clan chief pointed at the ghost needle grass in Chen Fei's hand and began to mumble incoherently. Without needing Luo Bing to translate, Chen Fei understood his meaning and immediately used a fire stick to ignite the ghost needle grass. White smoke quickly dispersed, and under the shocked gazes of all the wild people, the mosquitoes swarming nearby were enveloped by the smoke and fell to the ground like rain, all dead. After the old tribal chief regained his composure, he knelt down with a thud. His eyes were filled with excitement, muttering the same words as yesterday. This time, Chen Fei knew he was praying to the spirits again. However, it wasn't just the old tribal chief, the others also knelt down, their eyes brimming with tears. This truly moved Chen Fei. At first, he thought there was no need to get so worked up, it was just driving away some mosquitoes, after all. But putting himself in their shoes, he realized that for these wild people, countless lives had been lost to mosquito bites. The use of ghost needle grass was of immeasurable significance to them. Aloha! Jaya suddenly spoke to Chen Fei, then unexpectedly planted a deep kiss on his cheek. Chen Fei was taken aback. What does this mean? Aloha is a Hawaiian word expressing admiration and affection. Luo Bing blushed, feeling a bit nervous as she explained. Because she could sense that Lin Xianer's inner world was on the verge of exploding, glaring at Chen Fei with hatred. Chen Fei innocently faced Lin Xianer's piercing gaze, thinking to himself, this isn't my fault. Gaia attacked me suddenly. I didn't want to do it either. However, to be honest, the soft sensation on his cheek felt quite pleasant. Whoa! However, at that very moment, an alarm sounded from the Mountain Valley tribe. Upon hearing the sound, the old tribal chief was startled. He led everyone, including Chen Fei, and rushed toward the tribe. They saw the patrolling wild men pointing toward the distance, screaming and making strange noises. The old tribal chief and Gaia hurried over, with Chen Fei following behind to watch. Suddenly, their hearts sank. They saw hundreds of pirates emerging from the coastline and entering the jungle, searching their way toward them. They're here to capture me. Lin Xianer's face turned deathly pale. She knew very well that only something related to her could have prompted so many pirates to come out. Chen Fei also furrowed his brows. He knew that Vala would call for reinforcements, but he never expected them to arrive so quickly and in such large numbers. Those pirates were all well equipped, there was no way they could stand up to them. At that moment, the old tribal chief clenched his fists, his eyes filled with hatred. Chen Fei looked over and saw that the pirates had encountered a group of wild men hunting in the jungle and had brutally killed them. Under their firepower, the wild men, armed only with spears and bows, had no chance to fight back. We have to leave. Staying here is just waiting for death. Those savages will follow us to their doom. Chen Fei frowned and spoke in a low voice. The pirates were after Lin Xianer. Staying with the savages could attract the pirates, and they wouldn't stand a chance against them. 100 savages weren't a match for a few assault rifles. Not only would they risk their lives, but they'd also delay their escape. Luo Bing explained the situation to the old tribal chief, stating clearly that the pirates were here to capture Lin Xianer. Therefore, he pleaded with them to let her go. Otherwise, the entire tribe would be implicated. After communicating with them, Luo Bing's expression darkened with anger. He turned to Chen Fei and said, they claim that Qianqian attracted the pirates. Since the pirates only want Qianqian, let them take her. Lin Xianer heard this and her face turned pale instantly. 51. Why are you bullying her? Lin Xianer's face turned pale. That's right. To the savages, she has no value and would only bring disaster. They only want Chen Fei to stay here. At that moment, many savages gathered around, their eyes filled with hostility toward Lin Xianer. Holding spears in their hands, they seemed ready to attack Lin Xianer and capture her. The old tribal chief said nothing, as if tacitly approving this behavior. Lin Xianer's face turned deathly pale as she kept backing away. Were these people going to capture her and hand her over to the pirates? Chen Fei suddenly smiled, swaying as he walked forward. His expression suddenly turned serious as he grabbed the old tribal chief's neck, pulled out a revolver, and pressed the cold barrel directly against his forehead. You dogs, do you think I'm giving you face? Chen Fei grinned, his expression savage and frenzied. After spending so much time on the island, the pent-up anger within him had finally been released. Over 100 wild men were stunned, never expecting such a sudden turn of events. They all raised their spears, ready to charge at Chen Fei. Bang! A loud gunshot rang out as Chen Fei pulled the trigger, killing the strongest savage in front of him. This left all the savages in shock. For the vast majority of them, it was their first time witnessing the power of a handgun at such close range. Gayer was stunned, never expecting Chen Fei to suddenly turn on his father. He immediately began pleading with Chen Fei. If you dare to talk to me like that again, the next one I shoot will be this old man's head. Chen Fei continued to press the gun barrel against the old tribal chief, forcing him to make way for him. There were only 2 bullets left in the chamber. It was unrealistic to eliminate all the wild men, so he could only threaten the old tribal chief. Luo Bing translated coldly. The old clan leader's forehead was covered in cold sweat. He had thought he had this young man under his control, but he never expected him to turn against him. He could only utter incoherent sounds. Luo Bing found it amusing but still said, they say that outsiders are indeed demons, plundering their land and slaughtering their people. This has been going on for hundreds of years, and it's still the same today. Chen Fei slapped the old tribal chief's face with his revolver and said slowly, tell that to the descendants of those invaders. I don't feel guilty. Our ancestors never invaded anyone. I saved your people and told you about the ghost needle grass. That's called being kind and righteous. Or do you only obey when you see blood? As he spoke, Chen Fei dragged the old tribal chieftain along, leading Lin Xianer and Luo Bing backward. The wild men all glared angrily at Chen Fei, but none dared to make a move. At that moment, Guya stepped forward and began giving orders to the crowd. The wild men hesitated briefly before finally dispersing. They began fortifying their positions and hiding in the valley, fearing that the pirates might come and wipe out the entire tribe. Seeing this, Chen Fei sighed in relief, his racing heart finally calming down. He must be able to escape now. He continued to hold the old tribal chieftain's head with the revolver, retreating toward the valley exit. Only Gaya followed slowly from a distance. Once they were out of the wild menace, Chen Fei kicked the old tribal chief away with a single kick. Guya hurried forward to help him up, both of them looking at Chen Fei with complex expressions. This young man had both saved lives and taken them, but regardless, he couldn't be kept here. Chen Fei quickly left with Luo Bing and Lin Xianer, heading first to the rock where he had lit the large spear 2 days earlier. Sure enough, several bodies lay there, poisoned to death. Chen Fei immediately confiscated all the weapons and ammunition from their bodies. Damn, AK-47s. As a military enthusiast, Chen Fei's eyes lit up. The AK-47 could be considered a milestone in human weaponry. Though not the most advanced assault rifle in the world today, it was the most widely used, widely recognized, and simplest to operate firearm. Shouldering the AK-47 with 2 magazines, Chen Fei felt his heart settle and his sense of security grow. After all, when facing ruthless pirates, everything else was meaningless, only firepower mattered. There were also 5 revolvers. Chen Fei handed 2 fully loaded ones to Lin Xianer and Luo Bing, respectively. The rest he unloaded, taking the bullets and stuffing them into his pockets. Carrying too many weapons was pointless after all, they were heavy, and carrying ammunition was more practical. I don't know how to use them. The squad leader doesn't either. The 2 girls had never touched such things before. In a life or death situation, you'll figure it out. Chen Fei ignored their refusals and shoved the guns into their hands. When faced with danger, people will do anything to survive. Pulling the trigger is no big deal. After looting all the pirates' gear, Chen Fei led the 2 women back to the cave where they had slept earlier. Before being taken away by the savages, a large bundle of smoked meat had been left behind. Chen Fei loaded all the smoked meat onto his back and led the 2 girls deeper into the island. Earlier, from a high point in the valley, Chen Fei had already surveyed the island's terrain. From the coastline to the valley, they had covered roughly a third of the island's total distance. Going further into the jungle would essentially mean heading toward the other coast of the island. Chen Fei, there's a woman lying over there. After walking through the jungle for a short while, Lin Xianer pointed to a patch of bushes and exclaimed in shock. Chen Fei hurried over to take a closer look. It was a white girl in ragged clothes, her pale face stunningly beautiful, currently unconscious. Upon closer inspection, although she had several small wounds, they were all caused by branches and showed no signs of poisonous bites. She had simply fainted from dehydration. She was still breathing. Chen Fei thought for a moment but decided not to give up. He lifted the girl's neck and poured some water from his water bottle into her mouth. Cough. After a moment, the girl coughed twice and regained consciousness. Seeing 3 unfamiliar faces, she froze for a moment before leaning toward Chen Fei. With her stunning blonde hair and blue eyes, she looked helpless and said in English, "Thank you, sir, for saving this girl who was shipwrecked. You are a good person. Do all women like to give out Good Samaritan cards?" Chen Fei turned his head, gave Lin Xianer a sidelong glance, and said teasingly. He suddenly pounced, taking advantage of the girl's lack of reaction, grabbing her wrist with one hand and pressing his knee against her abdomen, leaving her with no chance of escape. "Sir, please don't do this. I beg you," the young woman pleaded, her beautiful eyes brimming with tears, her teeth clenched tightly against her lips, looking like a helpless little quail. "Chen Fei, why are you bullying her?" Lin Xianer grabbed Chen Fei's sleeve, looking anxious. Chen Fei's actions were far from gentle, they were brutal, pressing her stomach so hard it caved in, making it look painful. "Shut up." Chen Fei flung Lin Xianer aside and turned his gaze to the young girl, speaking coldly. "Speak. Who are you?" "Sir, you're hurting me." The young girl spoke tremblingly, her eyes brimming with tears. 52, Bounty Hunter Mishia. The girl clenched her tears, twisting her body in pain, but deep within her watery eyes, there was a faint, icy chill. The thick calluses on your palms couldn't have formed from anything other than frequent use of daggers or short knives. "I saved you, yet you're not being honest. That means you have ulterior motives. So if I kill you, it wouldn't be unjustified." Before giving her water, Chen Fei had already observed her. If she lacked even this basic vigilance, Chen Fei would have died long ago in this wilderness. Upon hearing Chen Fei's words, Lin Xianer realized that the seemingly helpless young woman before her was no ordinary person. Luo Bing was also surprised. No one could have guessed that this teenage girl, who looked so delicate and fragile, was skilled in using short swords and daggers. But since Chen Fei had said that, there must be a reason. Lin Xianer and Luo Bing both moved closer behind Chen Fei. This girl was such a good actress. If she also knew combat techniques, she must be extremely dangerous. "Alright, my name is Mishi Liaya, and I'm a bounty hunter." The girl shrugged and spoke honestly. She was the same girl who had killed Veril on the rescue ship. "Bounty hunter? Is that even a profession? Chen Fei was curious. You don't know? Then what are you doing on this desolate island? Aren't you here to find pirates? Misha was also taken aback. Chen Fei rolled his eyes. We were shipwrecked and swept ashore by the sea. Michelia paused for a moment before bursting into laughter. She said encountering a shipwreck was a common tactic to evoke sympathy or lower the pirates' guard, allowing them to ambush and kill their targets, just like how they had killed Veril. But now, the people they were facing had actually been in a shipwreck. So you bounty hunters kill pirates to earn rewards? Well, that's perfect. There are hundreds of pirates on the island now. Go eliminate them and you'll strike it rich. Chen Fei said, turning to Lin Xianer and Luo Bing, go cut some sea hibiscus. Lin Xianer and Luo Bing didn't know what to do, but they followed orders. Michelia shot Chen Fei a disapproving glance and said, do you know who's coming? Queen Lilith, one of the 10 sea tyrants. I'm just a C-rank bounty hunter, what chance do I have against her? Oh no, she might be here to avenge Vala. I'm doomed. Vala is dead? Did you kill him? Chen Fei was taken aback, he hadn't considered that possibility. Yes, I'm a C-rank bounty hunter. Killing a Veril is a piece of cake. Even if there were 10 of them, they wouldn't stand a chance. $5,000 in my pocket in no time. Michelia lifted her chin proudly. You're full of it. There were no more than 3 of them. Chen Fei snorted coldly. From the bodies lying around when he was scavenging for ammunition earlier, he could tell that Veril didn't have many men left alive. How do you know? Michelia froze for a moment before reacting, exclaiming in surprise, could it be that you killed all of Veril's men? That's impossible. There were over a dozen of them. How could you possibly kill them all? Chen Fei laughed, you can brag about taking on 10 people, but I can easily subdue you. Taking on 10 people is nothing. At that moment, Lin Xianer and Luo Bing had already found Hai Huangjin. Chen Fei grabbed Michelia's hands and twisted them behind her back, ignoring her pained groans, and bound her hands behind her back. Hai Huangjin was like a sturdy rope. Once her hands were bound behind her back, she was effectively incapacitated. Of course, he didn't overlook her legs either. He used a piece of sea hibiscus to bind Michelia's ankles, leaving only a short section in the middle. This way, she couldn't lift her legs to attack. The short section was just enough for her to walk. The final piece of sea hibiscus was tied directly around her neck. Hey, is this really necessary? The Vala pirates were basically taken down by the 2 of us together and were comrades. Is this how you treat a comrade? Michelia was bound and could do nothing but be led forward. Who's your comrade? Chen Fei didn't bother to argue, dragging her into the jungle. Let me go. You're treating me like a dog. Michelia stumbled as she walked. That's not the point. In a pinch, you can block bullets and serve as a human shield. Chen Fei rolled his eyes and said. In truth, his real purpose was to learn more about maritime intelligence from this woman. Things like the 10 great tyrants and bounty hunters. Chen Fei had never heard of such things. So he needed Michelia to tell him. But this woman was clearly no pushover. If he didn't keep her restrained, he feared she might suddenly act out. Even if Chen Fei wasn't afraid of her, there were 2 girls following him. If Misha suddenly turned on them and grabbed one of the girls as leverage, Chen Fei would be at a disadvantage. You mentioned earlier that Queen Lilith, is she very powerful? Chen Fei asked. Michelia remained silent. Chen Fei picked up the vine and ran it over Michelia's body, speaking indifferently, if you don't want to suffer physical pain, just answer honestly. You're using me as a human shield, what else can I say? Slap. Before she could finish speaking, the vine whip struck her body. Ah. I'll talk, don't hit me. Michelia begged in a trembling voice. Chen Fei's expression was utterly cold. He desperately needed to know how powerful the Lilith who had come to capture Lin Xianer truly was. Only by knowing one's enemy could one increase the chances of escape. Lin Xianer and Luo Bing exchanged glances, thinking Chen Fei was just bluffing, but they never expected him to actually act. Luo Bing dared not say much. She felt that Chen Fei had changed, becoming more terrifying than before. However, how could Chen Fei not sense it himself? But he understood that to survive and stand his ground, he had to be ruthless. Otherwise, he couldn't even protect himself, let alone Lin Xianer and the others. At that moment, in Chen Fei's eyes, only his own people were worth protecting and treating well. Everything else was irrelevant. Lin Xianer shook Chen Fei's arm and pleaded with her eyes for him not to go too far. Although Lin Xianer understood Chen Fei's feelings and knew he was doing it for her, she still didn't want him to become too ruthless. Lilith ranked 10th among the 10 great tyrants, with a bounty of $500 million. She had over 500 direct pirate subordinates and commanded 5 major pirate gangs, totaling over 1,000 pirates. Her strongest combat force was Moretti, who had 400 followers and a bounty worth $100 million. Michelia explained in detail. Chen Fei's expression grew extremely solemn. Over 1,000 pirates. There was no possibility of facing them head-on. But now, they had already surrounded them completely. 53 ants on a string. Chen Fei furrowed his brows. This was the so-called tyrant of the seas? With such well-equipped subordinates, he was indeed terrifying. And this was only the 10th ranked one. He had no idea how powerful the forces and weapons of those ahead of her were. What worried Chen Fei most was that if there were so many pirates, had the rest of the island's coastline also been surrounded? If that's the case, things are going to get complicated. It would be like encircling the entire island like an iron barrel, trapping Lin Xianer like a turtle in a jar. In any case, Chen Fei's current goal is to leave this island. He would do everything in his power to leave, even if it meant not being rescued by a rescue team. At least he needed to move to a safer location. Even a notorious pirate like Lilith was eyeing this island. Even if he managed to escape this crisis, more pirates would inevitably follow. After all, the ransom for kidnapping Lin Xianer is simply too tempting. The bounty on a notorious pirate like Moretti is at most 1/10 of what Lin Xianer is worth. The Lin family in the capital would likely offer even more money to redeem their only daughter. What level of bounty hunter would be needed to take on a pirate like Lilith? Chen Fei asked. He was thinking that with a bounty of $500 million, such an enticing figure, perhaps he could find a way to get the Bounty Hunter Guild to provide support? Bounty hunters usually operate alone or in small groups of a few people, and the higher their rating, the more they act alone. Even at the S rank level, it's just one person. How could they possibly go head to head with a pirate like Lilith? Mishi Liaya shook her head, shattering Chen Fei's hopes. Then what's the point of ranking? S and C are both one-shot kills, right? Chen Fei snapped. The rating is based on the cumulative bounty earned from killing pirates. If someone can achieve an S rank, that means they've earned at least over $100 million in bounties. Acting alone is disadvantageous in direct combat, but it's perfect for assassination, explained Mishia. Chen Fei understood. Indeed, in a large-scale battle with thousands of people, if they had such a team, why bother being bounty hunters? They might as well become pirates themselves. It's about to rain. Let's find a cave to rest and eat something. Chen Fei glanced at the sky. Banded cumulus clouds had reappeared in the sky. How did you know it was going to rain? Mishia was taken aback and asked. How can you understand Chinese? Chen Fei was also taken aback. He had said that to Lin Xianer and Luo Beng, but he didn't expect this person to understand as well. Before he could finish speaking, rain began to pour down. I can understand it, but I don't know how to speak it well. It's really raining. That's so amazing. Can you predict the weather? Mishi Liaya exclaimed. Lin Xianer explained, it's because of the clouds in the sky. The band-like cirrus clouds are a sign of rain caused by a drop in atmospheric pressure. After finishing, she glanced at Chen Fei with an expression seeking praise. These past few days, following Chen Fei has taught me so much. Chen Fei found a cave, took out a piece of smoked meat, and cut it into pieces with a sharp knife, chewing and swallowing large bites. Taking advantage of the rain, there was plenty of fresh water, so they needed to eat more food. The digestion of food would consume a large amount of water in the body. Chen Fei said this as he divided the meat between Lin Xianer and Luo Beng. The two girls were starving. They had already asked Chen Fei for food earlier, but he had refused. It was because he feared that excessive fluid loss would prevent them from replenishing fluids in time, putting their lives at risk. Gulp! At that moment, Mishi Liya felt a rumble in her stomach. Seeing the three of them devouring the food, she couldn't help but swallow. The food they had eaten on the lifeboat had already been digested, and their stomachs were now empty. Let me feed you. Lin Xianer sat down next to Mishi Liya, who couldn't feed herself with her hands tied behind her back, and carefully fed her pieces of smoked meat one by one. After Chen Fei had eaten his fill, he went outside and grabbed a handful of fresh pine needles. Eat some to replenish your vitamin C. Eating meat only provides protein. Many important vitamins are lacking. The sailors and pirates of the past contracted scurvy because they lacked vitamin C. Fresh pine needles contain a lot of water and vitamin C. I can't help but think those pirates aren't here to seek revenge. It doesn't seem likely they'd go to such lengths just for Vala. Mishia said doubtfully. They're here to capture me. I can be ransomed. I'm worth a fortune. Ouch. Lin Xianer hadn't finished speaking before Chen Fei smacked her on the head. Chen Fei's face turned white with anger. How could this girl be so stupid? Just blurting out the truth like that? Mishilia opened her mouth wide and said, Are you Lin Xianer? Lately, many pirates have been talking about a luxury cruise ship that sank, and the daughter of the richest family in the capital of the Great Xia Empire was on board. Lin Xianer nodded nervously, feeling Chen Fei's dark gaze, as if she shouldn't have said that. Bang! Staccato gunfire. Bang bang. Just as everyone had finished eating and drinking, a series of intense gunfire erupted from the jungle behind them, accompanied by the agonized screams of beasts. The pirates are here. Mishilia said in a trembling voice. Chen Fei was startled. These pirates were too strong. Their advance was terrifying. They were nothing like the previous virile pirates. Using the wild beasts in the jungle to block them was out of the question. Under such intense firepower, even a giant black bear would be killed. The rain had just stopped. Chen Fei fumbled around on Mishi Lia's body for a moment, pulling out a dagger. He used the dagger to sever the sea hibiscus vines binding her, but did not return the dagger to her. You can go now. Having obtained the information he wanted, Chen Fei saw no need to keep her with him. If he let her go, he wouldn't feel safe. Keeping her restrained would only be a burden. The safest option would be to eliminate Mishi Liaya outright. That would be foolproof. After all, she might go and inform the pirates of Lin Xianer's location. Bounty hunters aren't representatives of justice, they're a lawless bunch. But Chen Fei wasn't that cold-blooded. He couldn't bring himself to kill her. Otherwise, he wouldn't have saved her in the first place. However, Mishi Liaya followed behind and said, I also need to find a way to leave this island. I killed many of Lilith's pirate subordinates earlier. If she catches me, I'll be in trouble. As you put it, we're like two ants on the same rope? Do as you please. Chen Fei didn't refuse and continued into the depths of the jungle. Mishilia followed closely behind, her pair of sapphire blue eyes fixed on Lin Xianer's back, lost in thought. 54. Mountain flood surging. Chen Fei noticed that the number of wild beasts around them seemed to be decreasing. Clearly, the wild beasts in nature were intelligent. The arrival of hundreds of pirates had caused such a commotion that they sensed danger and had all retreated to their dens to hide. This made things easier for Chen Fei, who only needed to watch out for poisonous insects and snakes on the ground while moving quickly. After exiting the jungle, another valley appeared. Chen Fei had already surveyed the terrain during his time in the wild tribe settlement. Beyond this valley lay a vast plain, leading directly to the eastern coast of the island. Now, all they could do was pray that the eastern coast hadn't been surrounded by pirates. Otherwise, they'd be trapped with no way out. However, just as Chen Fei and his group had just descended the valley, a small group of pirates emerged first. They were right ahead. Lin Xianer, ha, bounty. Bang! The pirates' cheers echoed from behind, accompanied by intense gunfire. The rock wall beside Chen Fei and his group was pelted by bullets, sending sharp rocks flying, cutting into their bodies like knives. Clearly, the enemy was trying to intimidate them, aiming to terrify Chen Fei and his group into submission, making it easier to capture them. After all, Lin Xianer was trapped between them. If anyone accidentally killed her, Moretti and Lilith would never forgive them, they'd be torn to pieces. But Chen Fei couldn't stop. He quickly ran behind a large rock and hid. With the rock as cover, the bullets couldn't penetrate it. But hiding here and doing nothing wasn't an option. The pirates were about to arrive. Mishi Liaya was frantic with anxiety. Chen Fei saw her panic and felt slightly reassured. At least this meant she truly didn't want to be captured by the pirates. But Chen Fei had no time to respond. He lay flat on the ground, his ears pressed against the earth. Boom! A faint rumbling sound traveled through the ground and reached Chen Fei's ears, like the roar of a jet engine. Chen Fei's face lit up. This was their chance. Quick, run to higher ground. He spoke and immediately sprinted ahead, choosing paths with large boulders to block the pirates' line of sight and avoid being targeted by bullets. After all, if the pirates were certain they could kill anyone besides Lin Xianer, they wouldn't hesitate to kill. Fortunately, there were plenty of rocks here, allowing Chen Fei to escape smoothly. The higher we go, the easier we'll be spotted. Oh my, you're such a reckless person. I don't even know how you managed to take down one of Veryl's men. Mishlia launched into her chatty mode, watching as more pirates closed in from the valley below. She felt anxious but could do nothing but follow. She was still thinking about Lin Xianer and Luo Bing, hoping they could help persuade him, but she realized that the two girls completely trusted Chen Fei and wouldn't interfere with his decisions. You ask how I took out Vala's men? Chen Fei suddenly stopped, gazing at Mishi Liaya with a cold expression, causing her heart to tremble. That's how I did it. As Chen Fei's words faded, a deafening roar grew louder from the distance. Suddenly, in Mishi Liaya's stunned gaze, a terrifying flood of water surged down the valley from the other side. Ah! Help! Save me! How could there be a sudden flood? The pirates in the valley froze for an instant, with no chance to survive. They were swept away by the flood, like leaves in a raging torrent, mixed with countless broken trees and rocks, with no possibility of survival. Not only were the pirates confused, but the three girls also stared wide-eyed at Chen Fei. They too had no idea how Chen Fei could have predicted the flood. Could he have summoned it? That would be too fantastical. After the rain, it was the peak season for mountain floods, especially in the valleys near the rainforest. If you pressed your ear to the ground, you could hear the roaring sound of a jet engine, indicating that the mountain flood was rushing toward them at an incredible speed. Chen Fei said calmly. Upon hearing Chen Fei's explanation, Mishi Liaya's face was filled with shock. No wonder Vala's dozen or so men were killed by this young man. With such knowledge, he didn't even need guns or swords, he was harnessing the power of nature. Earlier, the pirates from several squads, nearly 50 in total, were wiped out in an instant. Aren't you too surprised? Mishlia noticed that Lin Xianer and Luo Bing seemed surprisingly calm. The two women were startled for a moment. Over the past few days, they had been so shocked by Chen Fei that their threshold for astonishment had risen. Seeing Mishi Liaya now was like seeing themselves a few days ago. The four of them stood on a giant rock over 3 meters high, yet the floodwaters were already lapping at their feet. One could only imagine how fierce the mountain flood must have been. Ah! Suddenly, Niu Lia suddenly slipped and her body began to fall toward the floodwaters. Lin Qian'er and Luo Bing both screamed in alarm. If she fell into the mountain flood, there was no doubt she would die. Just as Mishi Lia's upper body was already being swept into the floodwaters, a large hand suddenly grabbed her white arm. Chen Fei was lying on the rock, with most of his body in contact with the rock to increase friction. He grabbed Mishi Lia's arms with both hands, preventing her from being swept away by the floodwaters. It was impossible to pull her up. Under the fierce impact of the mountain flood, Chen Fei had to exert all his strength just to keep her from being swept away. The only thing they could do now was wait for the mountain flood to subside and hold on for rescue. Fortunately, the water was flowing downward, and the massive rock beneath Chen Fei's feet provided some resistance, allowing him to hold on and prevent the flood from sweeping him away. Niu Ziya's face was deathly pale, her golden hair completely soaked, and her lips trembled uncontrollably. At that moment, she could feel the torrential flood's power relentlessly tearing at her body. Lin Qian'er and Luo Bing were also doing their best to hold down Chen Fei's legs to prevent him from being swept away as well. Hold on, the mountain flood will only last a few minutes at most. Chen Fei gritted his teeth and said, the flood is fierce, but it comes quickly and goes quickly. Niu Xiaya nodded, then let out a startled cry. Her already tattered clothes were finally torn to shreds by the floodwaters, leaving her completely exposed. Lin Qian'er pouted her lips and hummed, this guy is in for a treat again. Luo Bing smiled lightly. At this dangerous moment, Lin Qian'er's jealous expression was adorable, making her feel inexplicably at ease. Finally, the mountain flood began to subside. Chen Fei was on the verge of collapse, his arms struggling against the floodwaters as if they were no longer his own. However, the only thing that brought Chen Fei some comfort was that Mishi Lia's clothes had been swept away. Being able to see such a sight was worth saving her again, wasn't it? After the mountain flood receded, Mishi Lia was pulled onto the rocks, her entire body exposed, and she could only cover herself with both arms. Lin Qian'er and Luo Bing, the two girls, stared at Mishi Lia's body with wide eyes. 55. The Great Plains, the final checkpoint before reaching the eastern coast. Niu Lia's clothes had been swept away by the mountain flood. Lin Qian'er and Luo Bing, the two girls, stared at Mishi Lia's body with wide eyes. Chen Fei also furrowed his brows. What happened to you? Contrary to what they had expected, Mishi Lia's body was covered in wounds and bruises. Some of the wounds were fresh, while others were old. Mishi Lia didn't say a word, just shook her head silently and smiled. Behind her sapphire blue eyes lay a deep sense of helplessness. Chen Fei didn't ask any further questions. He jumped from the 3-meter-high rock to a slightly lower one nearby, as if stepping down a staircase, and quickly landed on the ground. Lin Qian'er and Luo Bing protected Mishi Lia as they jumped down. There was no other option. The two girls were only wearing a single garment each and had no extra clothes. Once they landed, they saw Chen Fei had gathered more sea hibiscus flowers. She's already like this, there's no need to tie her up. Poor Lin Qian'er crouched beside Chen Fei and whispered softly. Who said we needed to tie her up? Chen Fei held the sea hibiscus in both hands and wove them swiftly. Lin Qian'er immediately realized she had misunderstood Chen Fei. Soon, the garments woven from sea hibiscus were taking shape. The wild people before had worn clothes woven from sea hibiscus. This type of hibiscus had many uses, and weaving clothes was the most significant one. Of course, Chen Fei wasn't very skilled at it, he had only ever done it for fun before. But now, he didn't have time to be picky. As long as it covered her body, it would do. Chen Fei worked as he walked, quickly weaving a set of sea hibiscus vests and short skirts, which he tossed to Mishi Lia. Thank you, did I say that correctly? Mishi Lia said in her broken Chinese. Chen Fei didn't respond. If they were in a safe environment, he wouldn't mind getting to know this exotic beauty better. But the danger hadn't passed. After the flash flood, more pirates were already chasing them from behind. Chen Fei had already crossed the valley, with the plain ahead. From the highest point, sheltered by a giant rock, he glanced back and saw over 100 pirates in the valley. More were pouring out of the jungle on the other side. Damn it! We must hurry to the coastline and find a way to leave this island. This place is a death trap. Staying here any longer will only lead to certain death. I'm sorry, I'm truly sorry, Chen Fei. It's all my fault for dragging you into this and endangering everyone. Lin Qian'er suddenly choked out, words she had been holding back for a long time. If it weren't for the huge ransom on my head, the pirates wouldn't have bothered to come after me. Without me, Chen Fei would have been able to survive on the island safely and wait for the rescue team to arrive. Slap! But suddenly, Lin Qian'er felt a pair of strong hands slap her back several times, causing her to involuntarily let out a soft moan. Who told you to get involved with me? You can't even protect your own woman's life. What kind of man are you? Chen Fei spoke indifferently, then continued walking forward without another word. Lin Qian'er's heart skipped a beat as she savored the lingering sensation from Chen Fei's slaps, ripples of emotion spreading through her heart. It seemed that she was beginning to crave Chen Fei's brutality and domineering nature. Before descending from the valley, Chen Fei extended his arm, pointed his little finger toward the horizon, and spread his palm. He calculated the time until sunset, estimating it to be about an hour and a half, before continuing down the path. An hour and a half was enough time to cross the final plain and reach the eastern coast of the island. Even before fully descending the valley, Chen Fei spotted a herd of elephants on the plain ahead, dozens of them, feeding. Oh no, elephants are easily provoked when they're foraging. If you enter their territory, you'll be attacked indiscriminately, Luo Bing said nervously. Oh? You understood that? Chen Fei raised an eyebrow. I like watching animal documentaries. Luo Bing scratched his head, feeling a bit proud to be praised by Chen Fei, the wilderness expert. Indeed, when elephants are foraging, the entire herd moves together. To protect the young, anyone who dares to disturb them will be trampled to death. That's why there isn't a single wild animal in the vicinity. However, we can use this herd of elephants to help us eliminate the pirates chasing us. Chen Fei's eyes flashed with determination. Getting the elephants to wipe out the pirates was impossible. But causing them casualties and delaying them for a while was definitely doable. That would be enough for Chen Fei to head to the east coast. Luo Bing had already said that the elephant herd attacks indiscriminately. Wouldn't they trample us too? Miyu Lia questioned Chen Fei. Then she noticed that Lin Xianer and Luo Bing were both shaking their heads at her. She was puzzled. Don't you even question this? Clearly, Mishi Lia didn't understand that after everything the two girls had been through, when faced with Chen Fei, they had forgotten how to even form the word question. Even if she asked Chen Fei for an explanation, it would be done with genuine humility. Follow me and don't wander off. Chen Fei spoke, but instead of going straight down the slope, he walked diagonally toward the elephants below. As they got closer to the elephant herd, Mishi Lia's legs began to tremble, and she dared not move forward. But seeing Chen Fei walking steadily ahead, the two girls didn't stop either, and could only grit their teeth and follow. But a miraculous scene unfolded. Despite being just a dozen meters away from the elephant herd, Chen Fei wasn't attacked. The elephants seemed to ignore Chen Fei completely, not even acknowledging his presence, even when they were directly facing him. Why? Mishilia was completely baffled. Lin Xianer and Luo Bing also had no idea why, but they knew there must be a reason behind Chen Fei's actions. It couldn't be that simple. Just then, the pirates charged forward. The vanguard alone numbered over 100 pirates armed with guns charging down from the valley. When they saw the herd of elephants, they hesitated slightly. Clearly, even with weapons in hand, they didn't want to confront such massive creatures. The leader waved his hand, signaling his men to bypass the elephants and encircle Chen Fei and the others from another direction. However, just as the pirates were crouching forward, all the elephants raised their heads and charged toward the pirates with a mighty rush. Damn it! They spotted us from so far away? Get ready to counterattack. This doesn't make sense. Lin Xianer and the others were so close and weren't attacked? The pirates were trampled into a frenzy of screams, and gunfire erupted violently. After being attacked, the elephants only grew more frenzied. In an instant, the entire valley below was engulfed in a fierce battle between pirates and elephants. 56. Escape failed. Lin Xianer and Luo Bing were captured. Chen Fei didn't even glance back, instead leading the three women and rushing toward the eastern coast. Chen Fei, tell me, why are the elephants attacking the pirates and not us? The pirates are still over 100 meters away from the elephants, but we're only 10 meters away. Mishi Lia asked curiously. If we don't get an answer, it feels like ants are crawling all over my body. Lin Xianer and Luo Bing were equally curious and also wanted to ask. Elephants have extremely poor vision, so even if we're very close, they can't see us. However, their sense of smell is excellent. Even from a great distance, they can detect our scent. Therefore, if we stay upwind of the elephant herd, the wind will carry our scent into their nostrils. We're moving downwind, so the wind is blowing in the opposite direction, and the elephants naturally can't smell us. Chen Fei explained slowly. The three girls were speechless, clearly unaware of all these details. The pirates' screams grew fainter in the distance, and Chen Fei could now see the eastern coastline ahead. What filled him with joy was that there were no pirate ships in sight, meaning they hadn't surrounded them yet. However, leaving wasn't easy either, because there were no ships anchored along the shore, not even a single abandoned one. We can't leave. We'll have to find a place to hide first, Mishia said after glancing around. Hiding anywhere would be waiting for death. With over 1,000 of them, how could they not find us? Chen Fei immediately rejected the suggestion. Right now, only a few hundred are chasing us, but if they can't capture Lin Xianer, they'll only send more pirates. Even if Lilith can't be captured, more pirates will come. For Chen Fei and the others, the best time to escape is always now. Right this very second. The longer they delay, the harder it will be to escape. Especially once the pirates have surrounded the ship on the east coast, there will be no chance of escape. You go to the sea hibiscus and vines, prioritizing white vines and Hygiai dragon vines. If none are available, find the most flexible vines you can. Chen Fei gave his orders, then picked up his AK-47 and headed to the bamboo grove by the coast. He aimed at the lowest bamboo joints and fired shot after shot. Bang, bang, bang. The gunfire echoed continuously along the coast. Each shot brought down a bamboo stalk, which was much faster than first burning them with fire and then cutting them with knives. Clearly, Chen Fei intended to build a bamboo raft and use it to leave the island. A small bamboo raft on the open sea would barely drift far. Are you sure this is the right plan? Mishia sighed softly, but she didn't stop collecting vines and sea hibiscus. Staying here means certain death. Going out to sea at least gives us a chance to fight. If my fate is to die, then I must die fighting, not waiting for death to come to me. Chen Fei's cold gaze was filled with unwavering determination. Mishu Liai's heart trembled, and she couldn't help but stare blankly. This Eastern man exuded an enchanting aura from head to toe. She couldn't describe it, but even in such a life or death situation, seeing his eyes as deep as a lake made her heart calm down. Soon, Chen Fei had already broken more than 10 bamboo poles. He carved marks on the bamboo, used a military shovel to saw a small circle, then stabbed it with the window-breaking tool on the handle, creating a hole. He arranged the bamboo poles side by side, aligned a sturdy oak pole with the hole, and thrust it through. In total, he used 7 oak poles, threading them through the joints of the bamboo poles, and finally secured them tightly with sea hibiscus and various vines. Then, use wolf skin to make a sail. Make a few paddles, and the simple raft is complete. As for this bamboo raft, how long could it withstand the raging waves of the ocean? Could it safely reach another island? Chen Fei didn't know, and he didn't want to think about it. The only thing on his mind was to leave. Let us go. Chen Fei dragged the bamboo raft to the shallow shore, had the girl sit on it first, and when the next wave came, he gave it a hard push. The raft drifted into the sea. He then used a pole to jump onto the raft. He raised the wolfskin sail, and with the wind pushing them forward, the four began to paddle. The raft gradually moved away from the shore. At that moment, the pirates chasing them from behind finally all arrived at the eastern coast. Damn it, this guy actually made a bamboo raft? We must send a signal immediately. We can't let them escape. If they escape, Captain Moretti will skin us alive. The pirates screamed, pulled out a signal flare, lit the fuse, and it shot into the sky in an instant. Chen Fei furrowed his brows. The distance to the coast was only over 100 meters, not far enough. Clearly, they hadn't yet exited the safe zone. We must sail further out before the pirates' main force surrounds us, preventing them from locating us. Chen Fei, the pirates. Just then, Lin Qianer suddenly screamed. Chen Fei followed Lin Qianer's gaze and his expression grew solemn. As night fell, 2 pirate ships were heading toward them on the sea. The first ship bore a pirate flag with a skull holding a rose. The ship behind it had 2 flags. The larger flag also featured a skull with a flower, but the smaller flag behind it depicted an extremely grotesque skull with a terrifying, twisted centipede in the center. Those were Lilia and Moretti. The 2 of them had actually come to surround us personally. Mishlia gasped in shock, never expecting the 2 great pirates to bring their most elite guard unit to encircle them. This left no room for escape. Chen Fei furrowed his brows, his expression growing extremely grave. Now, it seemed like a dead end. An absolute dead end. Boom! In the next instant, the deafening roar of cannon fire erupted. There was no time for Chen Fei to react. A shell landed directly 10 meters away from the bamboo raft. Splash! The shell's massive wave crashed down with overwhelming force. In an instant, the seemingly sturdy bamboo raft shattered like crumbled tofu, torn apart by the relentless waves. Chen Fei and the 3 girls were thrown into the sea, surrounded by icy cold water and engulfed by darkness. Chen Fei choked on several mouthfuls of water, frantically pulling at something, unsure whose hand he had grabbed. In the darkness, he couldn't see anything in the water. Chen Fei's heart sank to the bottom. He pulled the person up, found a floating bamboo pole to hold onto, and only then realized that the girl he had pulled up was Mishi Liaya. Qianxian, Luo Bingjie. Chen Fei was in a state of chaos and was about to sink back into the water. The darkness below was pitch black. If he didn't rescue her quickly, it would be goodbye forever. But just then, Mishi Liaya suddenly grabbed Chen Fei's head and pushed him underwater. 57. Boarding the ship for rescue. Miyu Liaya pushed Chen Fei's head underwater. At the same time, she followed him underwater. Under the water, just inches apart, Chen Fei saw Mishi Liaya shake her head at him. His heart sank, and he roughly guessed what had happened. After a moment, the 2 surfaced. They saw, under the night sky in the distance, Lin Qianer and Luobing being dragged into a ship with 2 pirate flags by a figure over 2 meters tall. Clearly, that ship belonged to Moretti's pirates. Damn it! Chen Fei slammed his hand on the water and growled lowly. Since it was already dark, Chen Fei and Mishi Liaya were on the sea surface, and as long as the lights didn't shine on them, they wouldn't be discovered. Watching Lin Qianer and Luobing being captured, Chen Fei's expression darkened, and a terrifyingly brutal aura emanated from his pupils. A faint hint of madness was spreading violently within him. We still have a chance. We can sneak onto the pirate ship and rescue them. Mishi Liaya said. Us? Chen Fei turned to look at her and said, this is my own business. The pirate's target is Lin Qianer, and they've already captured her. You're safe now, you can leave. Chen Fei spoke as he swam toward the shore. At that moment, they were over 100 meters from the coast and the pirate ships were also heading toward the shore. Clearly, it was getting dark and the pirates planned to dock for the night before leaving. Where should I go? Can I swim back to the bounty hunter's headquarters? Besides, I'm a bounty hunter. With such valuable pirates here, how can I not try my luck? Mishi Liaya swam behind Chen Fei. Are you sure you can handle them? Chen Fei's voice was indifferent. In truth, he didn't know either if he could rescue Lin Xianer and Luo Bing. But he had already put his life on the line. If he couldn't protect his own women, then death was no longer a concern. Living would have no meaning. I have confidence in you. Mish Lia's beautiful eyes sparkled, her sapphire blue pupils shimmering in the darkness. Chen Fei paused for a moment and said nothing more. After swimming back to shore, Chen Fei adjusted his breathing. The pirate ship had already docked at the shore, and Chen Fei had already devised a rescue plan. They must have pirates planning to come ashore. If we want to infiltrate, we must blend in among them. Later, we'll look for an opportunity to kill any lone pirates, strip them of their clothes, and sneak onto the ship. Chen Fei said to Mishi Liaya, then furrowed his brows. The problem was, to avoid arousing suspicion, they couldn't use guns. Otherwise, the gunfire would attract the other pirates. But using a dagger was too dangerous. That's not so hard, is it? Mishi Liaya said, her eyes darting around. Just then, two pirates appeared at the edge of the jungle to relieve themselves. These two are our targets. Do as I say and hide behind that rock, Mishi Liaya whispered to Chen Fei. Chen Fei listened and couldn't help but glance at Mishi Liaya several times. It seemed that many pirates had fallen into this woman's hands. Without hesitation, Chen Fei followed Mishi Liaya's instructions and began to act. The two pirates finished relieving themselves, shook themselves off, and were about to pull up their pants and leave when suddenly their eyes lit up. They saw a patch of white ahead. There seemed to be a woman there? Isn't that the woman who was with Lin Xianer and her group earlier? The two pirates froze for a moment, then their hearts filled with joy. They approached Mishi Liaya and saw that she was only wearing a dress made of sea hibiscus leaves, lying on the ground as if unconscious. We can capture this woman and give her to the captain. We'll definitely get a lot of rewards. Hurry up, help me carry her over there. You idiot, don't you know to taste her first before taking her aboard? There's only the two of us here, don't make too much noise. Who knows? Instantly, the two shared a knowing smile, their eyes gleaming with malice, as they approached Mishi Liaya. Splash! The sound of blood spattering suddenly echoed. The two pirates felt a chill on their necks and hadn't even had time to react before their strength vanished. They tried to shout, but no sound came out. Clutching their necks, their eyes wide open, they collapsed to the ground, coughing up several mouthfuls of blood before going still. In the darkness, Chen Fei's figure gradually emerged. Why are your hands shaking? You must not be used to this yet. I thought you weren't afraid of anything. Mishia opened her eyes and teased Chen Fei playfully. Chen Fei took a deep breath, steadying his trembling arms. This has nothing to do with fear. For Chen Fei, killing someone is, after all, an indescribable feeling. However, these two were pirates, ruthless criminals. Their hands were stained with the blood of countless people. They deserved to die. Additionally, having previously killed a wild man had gradually hardened his heart. Let's go. Chen Fei stripped the two pirates of their clothes, and after he and Mishia put them on, they immediately lowered their heads and walked toward the pirate ship. A pirate ship that could hold hundreds of people. How could they possibly notice two people out of the crowd? However, Chen Fei and Mishi Liaya also found it extremely difficult to locate Lin Xianer and Luo Bing. At the same time, in Moretti's room, Lin Xianer and Luo Bing both looked terrified as they stared at the pirate standing before them, over 2 meters tall with a twisted scar on his face. This giant pirate was none other than Moretti, the one with a bounty of $100 million. Ha, such delicate, fair-skinned beauties. Getting 2 of them today is truly lucky. Moretti grinned savagely as he walked toward Lin Xianer and Luo Bing. The two girls huddled together in the corner, trembling uncontrollably, like helpless little quails, their wide eyes filled with tears. As Moretti approached, he tore off his clothes, revealing his terrifying muscles. Lin Xianer and Luo Bing closed their eyes in despair. I said, the people I capture are under my watch. Just then, a proud voice rang out. The two girls opened their eyes and saw a woman with a tall, slender figure, an explosive physique, and an alluring appearance, carrying a large sword on her back. Her shoulder-length cloak fluttered in the wind, exuding an unmatched aura. Moretti's ferocious expression vanished, replaced by a sycophantic smile. Queen Lilith, I know I was wrong. Follow me. Lilith said nothing, merely glancing at Lin Xianer and Luo Bing. The two girls exchanged glances. This terrifying pirate, who had once struck fear into the hearts of sailors, dared not even breathe in the presence of this woman. Was this the one of the 10 sea tyrants that Mishi Liaya had spoken of? After a moment of stunned silence, they quickly stood up and followed Lilith. Lin Xianer and Luo Bing both knew that Lilith was a more terrifying pirate than Moretti, but no matter what, it was better than being humiliated by Moretti. Lilith, let you gloat for a moment longer. It won't be long today, you will kneel before me as my slave. From now on, your position as one of the 10 tyrants will be mine. 58. Saving Shaoqi. Moretti watched Lilith's receding figure, his eyes filled with savagery and ambition. At that moment, a young man with a sinister expression walked in. He said to Moretti, Uncle, the fake Shaoqi just passed me a message. The mission is complete. According to her orders, all the pirate crews under Lilith's command have departed. This includes her 500 personal guard unit. Now, there are fewer than 50 of her personal guards left on her ship. Well done. Moretti sneered, it's all Lily's fault for spoiling that little girl. She always had her deliver orders instead of giving them directly. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been able to so easily divert all her forces. Let's wait a little longer until the diverted forces are far enough away and can't come to our aid. Then we can strike. The arrogant Lilith has fallen into our hands. Just thinking about it makes me tremble with excitement. Uncle, when the time comes, I will personally deal with her. Ha ha ha. Lin Xianer and Luo Bing followed Mishi Liaya to her pirate ship and were immediately bound to the deck. Though they were still not out of danger, being on the same ship as Lilith at least meant they were safe from being attacked. What are you looking at? Lilith lifted Lin Xianer's chin with her hand, smiling mockingly. Are you waiting for the man who was supposed to accompany you to come save you? Ha, I advise you not to hold out any hope. Any man who hears my name would be too scared to even move, let alone come to your rescue. Ah. As a result, Lin Xianer bit her finger with her mouth. Luo Bing, standing nearby, shivered in shock. Goodness, she saw Lilith and couldn't even speak, feeling her whole body tremble. Is my sister that fierce? She dared to bite Lilith directly? Lin Xianer glared at Lilith with wide eyes, her expression fierce yet fearful. She didn't dare bite hard and soon let go, whispering weakly, Chen Fei won't be afraid of you. Then this queen will wait. But he won't be able to pay the ransom. Daring to come here, he will surely die. Lilith wiped the saliva from her finger on Lin Xianer's cheek and said. In her heart, she was a bit surprised. This girl had always been as timid as a quail, not daring to breathe loudly, yet after hearing a single insult about her man, she dared to bite someone. Lin Xianer's face turned pale, and she didn't want Chen Fei to appear. Perhaps the best thing for Chen Fei to do now was to wait on the island for the rescue team, rather than come to save her. Otherwise, she would drag him down with her. At that moment, Chen Fei and Mishi Liaya were still unaware that Lin Xianer and Luo Bing had been taken away by Lilith. They were still wandering around Moretti's ship, searching for any trace of Lin Xianer and Luo Bing. However, after a while, they still had no leads. Since there were many pirates on the ship, Chen Fei and Mishi Liaya couldn't search too recklessly, lest they arouse suspicion. But Chen Fei reasoned that since the pirates valued Lin Xianer so highly, they must be guarding her closely, and thus she must be in the most critical part of the ship to hold. Just as the two were passing through the ship's corridor, they suddenly heard the heart-wrenching sobs of a woman and the maniacal laughter of men coming from a room nearby. Chen Fei furrowed his brows. The door wasn't locked, so he pushed it open and saw several pirates tormenting a young woman. Rage surged through him. He already despised these pirates, and now with Lin Xianer and Luo Bing's safety uncertain, it only fueled his violent impulses. He charged forward. Get the hell out of the way. A pirate shoved Chen Fei aside. Bang! A gunshot rang out suddenly. Bright red blood spurted from the pirate's head. Before he could even process what had happened, his body collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Who the hell are you? The pirates who were in the midst of their crimes were all startled by the sudden gunfire, halting their actions and fixing their gaze on Chen Fei. Death, your death. Da! The AK-47 erupted in flames, and in an instant, the pirates in the room were all lying in pools of blood. Everyone's eyes were wide open, refusing to close in death. It all happened too quickly for anyone to react, let alone draw their guns and fight back. They were mowed down in an instant. This time, Chen Fei's arm did not tremble. Looking at the pirate corpses lying in the pool of blood, it was like looking at the corpses of animals. No, even animals could be used to fill one's stomach. These creatures weren't even worth that. Mishlia tore off a pirate's garment and draped it over the girl's body. But when she saw the girl's face, she froze in shock. Are you here to save me, sent by Sister Lilith? How is Sister Lilith? Since she sent you here, she must have found out that the little one by her side is a fake, right? The girl wiped away her tears and struggled to her feet, asking anxiously. Chen Fei furrowed his brows. This girl calls her Lilith's sister? Though it was just a short sentence, it contained a wealth of information. Chen Fei sensed that something was amiss within the pirate crew. Xiao Qi, how did you end up here captured by Moretti? Mishlia suddenly spoke up, quickly removing her hat to reveal her stunningly beautiful face. Mishlia? It's you! The girl exclaimed in surprise. Chen Fei was even more stunned. Mishi Liaya and this girl knew each other? The relationship seemed incredibly complicated. This girl is Xiao Qi, one of Lilith's subordinates. They're as close as sisters. I've hunted down several of Lilith's pirates before, so we know each other. This girl has a pretty high bounty on her head because of her connection to Lilith. After explaining to Chen Fei, Mishi Liaya pressed a dagger against Xiao Qi's neck and said calmly, Speak. Why did you end up like this? Why did Moretti target you? And what's the story with the fake Xiao Qi? Xiao Qi knelt down with a thud and said, Moretti, who serves under Lilith, has harbored ill intentions for a long time. When I was delivering his orders, I was knocked unconscious and woke up here. The pirates who assaulted me said he sent someone who looks exactly like me to Lilith's side. Please, go tell Lilith about this immediately or she'll be in danger. Before Xiaoqi could finish speaking, Chen Fei stuffed a cloth ball into her mouth and immediately bound her hands and feet behind her back. Go tell Lilith the news? Chen Fei laughed coldly. Don't you know that my woman has already been captured by you? Your internal infighting is not beneficial to my rescue efforts. He had saved her earlier only because he couldn't bear to see such despicable behavior, not because he had a saintly heart. Since she was Lilith's subordinate, she was an enemy. 59. Lilith's Achilles heel. How should we handle her? Although she has a bounty of $1 million, she has a close relationship with Lilith. If we kill her, it would be like declaring war on Lilith, said Mishi Liaya. Let's keep her for now. Since she's important to Lilith, she's also a bargaining chip in our hands. Chen Fei's heart was in turmoil. Seeing Xiaoqi's ordeal, he grew even more concerned for Lin Xianer and Luo Bing. Boom! Just then, a sudden, intense cannon blast echoed through the sky outside the ship's cabin. Chen Fei and Ma Liaya hadn't figured out what was happening when the pirate ship's loudspeaker came on. Follow Captain Moretti's orders, brothers. Launch the final assault immediately. Tonight, we will capture Lilith alive and become the new tyrant of the seas. Xiaoqi let out a muffled cry, his body twisting constantly, his expression filled with panic. Let's go! Chen Fei and Mishi Liaya rushed out of the room, locked the door with the keys, and ran toward the deck together. At the same time, Lilith's pirate ship. With deafening cannon fire, the entire ship shook violently. Lin Xianer and Luo Bing on the deck screamed, their ears ringing from the cannon fire. Moretti, have you finally decided to act? Lilith stood at the bow, watching Moretti lead the pirates charging toward them. She turned to the girl behind her and said, Xiaoqi, relay my orders, mobilize all available forces. No sooner had the words left her mouth than Lilith suddenly felt a sharp pain in her back. She whipped her head around to see a dagger plunging into her waist. Her icy eyes gleamed with coldness as she stared at the woman, the veins on her temples bulging. She swung her arm violently, and the large sword on her back struck out instantly. The woman was stunned, never expecting that after being stabbed, Lilith still had the strength to counterattack. She hurriedly retreated backward, but the greatsword was too long and struck her directly. Instantly, a mouthful of blood spurted out, and she fell into the sea. Even in the final moment before losing consciousness, the woman was filled with hatred and resentment. She had sacrificed so much, and her goal was within reach. She was about to become the first hero under Moretti's command. Yet she had died like this? Captain, all our forces have been deployed elsewhere. Even the personal guard unit has been redeployed. Now, there are less than 100 men left in the personal guard unit, while Moretti has over 300 men. The situation is dire. A woman with muscles stronger than a man's, her skin dark and weathered, rushed over holding an M16 to report the emergency. Suddenly, seeing the pool of blood behind Lilith, everyone was utterly horrified. Captain, what happened to you? Lilith waved her hand, tore off a piece of her clothing, and wrapped it around the wound. Though blood continued to seep out, her face showed no emotion. Fire a signal flare, then everyone, enter the jungle immediately. Spread out and avoid direct conflict with Moretti's men. Minimize casualties, buy time, and wait for reinforcements to arrive. Lilith issued her orders calmly in the midst of the crisis. Yes. The bodyguards glanced at Lilith with concern but dared not delay, quickly following her orders and shouting over the radio. Boom! Ah! At that moment, they grew even more intense. The entire ship shook violently, and Lin Xianer and Luo Bing both screamed in terror. Charge! Capture Lilith and Lin Xianer alive. The moment to prove ourselves has arrived. From now on, our Captain Moretti will be one of the 10 tyrants. Suddenly, hundreds of pirates under Moretti's command, all wearing helmets with bright lights on their heads and holding assault rifles, charged toward them. Lin Xianer's face turned as pale as paper. Such a scene was utterly terrifying to her. Luo Bing was no better off. If they were captured, their fate would be even worse than Lin Xianer's. Lilith released the ropes binding Lin Xianer and Luo Bing to the railing, dragging them down the deck and into the pitch-black jungle. The personal guards all disembarked from the pirate ship and gathered around Lilith. I said, spread out. Gathering together will only expose our position. Don't worry, I won't die. Lilith's voice was calm and indifferent, as if the flames and screams behind her didn't matter at all. The personal guards were all frantic with worry, deeply concerned for Lilith's safety, especially since she was injured. They had all been trained by Lilith and obeyed her orders without question. Though worried, they could only follow her commands and scattered into the jungle. Lilith immediately untied Lin Xianer and Luo Bing, allowing the two girls to move freely. She knew that in such a situation, the two women would not run off recklessly. If they fell into Moretti's hands, it would be a fate worse than death. After walking for some distance, Lilith began to breathe heavily. Bright red blood had seeped through the cloth, staining her entire vest crimson. Due to severe blood loss, dizziness engulfed Lilith. But she forced herself to keep moving forward, eventually stumbling and plunging her greatsword into the ground to steady herself. Luo Bing gave Lin Xianer a look. Lin Xianer nodded, stepped forward, and said with concern, "You can't keep going like this. If you don't tend to your wounds, you'll bleed to death and be in danger of losing your life. Luo Bing sighed inwardly. Lin Xianer must have misunderstood. His glance had meant to urge her to escape while they could, not to worry about her injuries. This sister was being too soft-hearted again. This Lilith was the one who had kidnapped us. I'm not going to die yet. Lilith snorted coldly. You're just being stubborn. You're not a god. Give me your weapon. I need to cut open the bark of that tree. Lin Xianer pointed to a smooth tree with heart-shaped leaves nearby and said. Lilith furrowed her brows slightly but ignored her, preparing to continue forward. However, she felt her footsteps grow heavy and she couldn't move at all. Hurry up, or you'll really die. Lin Xianer said anxiously, only to discover that Lilith was already crying. Lin Xianer was startled. This woman, who had been stabbed and didn't even flinch, was actually crying? Shao Qi. A low, mournful cry escaped her throat. Earlier, in front of so many bodyguards, she had to maintain her composure and not lose control. But now, she couldn't hold back anymore. Lin Xianer sighed softly. Even a pirate worth $500 million had a soft spot in her heart. She reached out to take the greatsword from Lilith's hands, but found that even using all her strength, she couldn't lift it. She was utterly shocked. How strong was this woman? Swish! Lilith wiped away her tears, unsure of what Lin Xianer was planning. But she raised her hand as hard as she could, and the sword's edge sliced through the air, striking the tree trunk with a loud crack. A large chunk of bark was instantly sliced off, and red sap, as red as blood, began to flow out. This red sap was none other than the healing dragon's blood. 60. At the moment of life and death, Chen Fei appears. Lin Xianer walked over to Lilith, pulled open her shirt, and saw her alluring abs and an inch long wound beside them, bleeding profusely. She dipped her fingers in the tree sap and applied it directly to the wound. This substance is called dragon's blood. When applied to wounds, it disinfects, stops bleeding, and helps blood clot, with excellent results. After Lin Xianer finished speaking, she saw the red tree sap gradually turn white. The fresh blood from Lilith's wound also stopped seeping out. A wealthy young lady knows such things? Lilith was curious. How would I know? Chen Fei told me. So, you see how skilled he is? He basically saved your life indirectly. Lin Xianer spoke of Chen Fei with pride evident on her face. Lilith paused for a moment. She had heard before that Moretti, as the main attacker, had lost dozens of his men. She had found it strange at first, but now it made sense that they had fallen to Chen Fei, who was so knowledgeable about survival skills. In the jungle, bright lights flashed everywhere. Occasionally, there were screams from Lilith's personal guard. Lilith's expression grew increasingly grim. Every member of her personal guard was someone she trusted implicitly. The deaths of these men caused her immense pain. Just then, a bright light shone from behind and the three immediately crouched down to avoid being spotted by Moretti's men. Just then, several beams of light also came from the side, illuminating Lin Xianer's face. I saw Lin Xianer. The pirates who spotted Lin Xianer let out a wild shout of excitement. Instantly, the rest of the pirates charged toward this direction. Even Moretti himself, wielding a wolf's tooth club, rushed over. Finding Lin Xianer meant finding Lilith. Uncle, that Lin Xianer is simply too beautiful. Can I keep her as a pet? The young man following Moretti, with a sinister glint in his eyes, spoke in a menacing tone. Of course you can, George. Once you've kept her for a while and grown tired of her, we'll trade her for ransom. Moretti said to the young man named George. He had no sons, and this was his only nephew, whom he regarded as his heir. He would grant any request. Chen Fei, who was mingling among the pirates, overheard their conversation from behind. His eyes darkened like water, and a fierce intent to kill spread through his heart. He had already etched Moretti and George's faces into his mind. These two must be ended by his own hands. Immediately, Chen Fei leaned close to Mishi Lia's ear and whispered, the plan for the upcoming operation is as follows. Feeling Chen Fei's warm breath against her ear, Misha's fair cheeks flushed red. After hearing Chen Fei's bold plan, she widened her eyes and nodded excitedly. As the pirates closed in, Lilith, Lin Xianer, and Luo Bing were already surrounded. Before reaching the valley, they were surrounded outside a massive rock on the plain. Ha ha ha. Moretti laughed maniacally, striding out with the air of a victor. Lilith, you should have known this day would come. You're no match for me. From tonight onward, I'll be the new one of the 10 sea tyrants. And you'll be my plaything. Once I'm done with you, you'll be worth 500 million in bounty. Lilith, enraged by his words, raised her long sword abruptly. Bang! A gunshot rang out, and Lilith's shoulder, where she held the sword, was instantly pierced by a bullet, causing her arm to go limp, and the massive sword fell to the ground. Want to die? Ah, it's not that easy. I'll make you beg for your life, with no way to escape. Moretti laughed savagely, his gaze sweeping over Lin Xianer and Luo Bing. The ecstasy in his heart was indescribable. Today's gains were too great, his long-held ambitions had finally been fulfilled. Chen Fei, am I really never going to see you again? Woo! Lin Xianer and Luo Bing's faces were as pale as paper, tears streaming down like beads. The thought of being captured by this group of ruthless madmen filled them with utter despair. Bring those three of them here. Moretti waved his hand and barked the order. Immediately, the pirates surrounded the three women. Clatter. I'll see who dares to move. The sound of bullets being chambered and a cold voice echoed, causing all the pirates to freeze in shock. They turned around abruptly to see a young man dressed in pirate attire grabbing George from behind, with a black gun barrel pressed against his head. Everyone present was completely stunned. This scene unfolded too quickly. Chen Fei. Lin Qian'er's tear-filled eyes shone brightly. Though it was hard to see clearly in the darkness, there was no mistake that was Chen Fei's voice. Sure enough, the next moment, Chen Fei removed his pirate headscarf, revealing his stern face. Lin Qian'er was overwhelmed with mixed emotions, overwhelmed with gratitude that Chen Fei had come to rescue her, yet deeply worried for his safety, as their current situation was dangerously perilous. Chen Fei was surrounded by hundreds of pirates, and at any moment, he could be swarming with arrows like a beehive. Lilith's beautiful eyes widened in shock. Earlier, she had said that Lin Qian'er's boyfriend wouldn't dare come to rescue her. But reality had just slapped her in the face. Not only had he come, but he had also confronted hundreds of pirates head-on. How arrogant and domineering was that? Moretti furrowed his brows. At such a critical moment, how could such an unexpected turn of events occur? He had never paid any attention to Chen Fei before and had no idea when he had infiltrated the pirates' ranks. Clearly, he had been there for a long time, otherwise he wouldn't have been able to pinpoint George and know he was his weak point. Young man, are you after money? No problem, I'll give you money. Let go of George and I'll give you a fortune enough to last you a lifetime. Moretti forced a smile and said, Don't you know what I want? Hand over Lin Qian'er and Luo Bing to me. Chen Fei barked coldly. Moretti hesitated. After all, Lin Qian'er was very valuable. But upon further thought, Chen Fei had no intention of saving Lilith. As long as Lilith was in his hands, she was worth even more. Giving up Lin Qian'er was no big deal. Moreover, even if Chen Fei could trade his life for hers, he might not be able to escape with her. With hundreds of people chasing after them in boats, he might not be able to get away safely with Lin Qian'er. Thinking this, Moretti decided to agree to Chen Fei's demand first. Otherwise, if he got too excited and hurt George, it would be irreversible. You can't take anyone with you. How dare you point a gun at my head? I've already claimed Lin Qian'er, she'll be my pet to do with as I please. You little bastard, if you can serve me and play with your woman, I might spare your life. George, with a face twisted in malice, his eyes filled with savagery. 61. Chen Fei. George's expression was savage as he shouted wildly. Bang! Ah! In response to George, the gun butt smashed violently against his head, instantly leaving a deep dent. With agonizing screams, blood flowed continuously from the wound. How dare you hit me? My uncle won't let you off. I'll castrate you, make you suffer so much you'll wish you were dead, and torture you to death. George raved madly. Though he had been struck by Chen Fei, he dared not kill him, knowing that Moretti and hundreds of his men were present. This only made him grow more arrogant and reckless. The excruciating pain on his head twisted his face into a mask of hatred. Moretti's eyes twitched slightly. He had never wanted George to be hurt, and seeing the blood on his head, he had already marked Chen Fei as a man to be killed. You little brat, do you know what the consequences are for hitting my nephew? Do you even want to live anymore? Moretti glared at Chen Fei, his voice filled with malice. Poof! Chen Fei sneered, grabbed Moretti's hair, and yanked it downward with all his strength. Instantly, his knee shot upward, smashing directly into Moretti's nose. Crack! Ugh! The sound of a broken nose echoed through the night, accompanied by George's screams, making the night on the plane feel eerie. You little bastard, do you really want to die? Moretti snarled, his temples throbbing violently. In an instant, hundreds of black gun barrels were all aimed at Chen Fei. I never intended to leave here alive today. Let him go or not, I'll ask you one last time, you bastard. Suddenly, Chen Fei's eyes turned blood red, like a raging madman, grabbing George's head and smashing it down violently. Bang! His knees slammed into George's face repeatedly, leaving his face covered in blood, his nose completely crushed, and his teeth shattered on the ground. Help! Save me! Uncle, save me! George screamed in terror, using his last ounce of strength. Let go, I'll let him go, stop immediately. Moretti swallowed hard. He hadn't expected this young man to be so. Even hundreds of guns couldn't scare him. He must have come here with the intention of dying. If he kept pushing him, he might really kill George. Don't rush. You two, kneel down and apologize to her first. Chen Fei laughed maniacally, venting the pent-up violence in his heart. He kicked George's knee hard, causing him to kneel down instantly, then pointed at Moretti, ordering him to do the same. Lin Qian'er was startled by his words, her heart filled with worry. Chen Fei was making Moretti and George apologize to him and even kneel down. How could they possibly agree to that? This was going to end badly. Luo Bing was also frantic with worry. They should have accepted the deal earlier. The pirates had agreed to exchange hostages. Wasn't that the best outcome? Why insist on saving face now? However, she dared not speak up. At this critical moment, the atmosphere had grown so tense that even breathing felt like it had stopped. How could anyone speak? Such a madman, I've never seen one like this before. Lilith, however, smiled lightly, her gaze toward Chen Fei carrying a different meaning. Bastard. Little bastard. You really want to die here today, don't you? Moretti's eyes twitched wildly. Kneel before Lin Qianer? That's impossible. Even if a gun were pointed at George's head, it wouldn't be acceptable. If he kneels in front of all these subordinates, he won't just be one of the 10 tyrants, he'll be the 10 laughingstocks of the sea. I'm giving you 3 seconds. Your nephew's life is in your hands. 3. Chen Fei placed his finger on the trigger, his expression. Moretti's teeth were almost ground to dust. He was infertile, and George was like a son to him. But no matter what, he couldn't kneel down. 2. Chen Fei continued counting. Below George, a foul-smelling yellow liquid was already flowing out. 1. After saying that, Chen Fei suddenly smiled. Moretti, I was just joking with you. George, don't be afraid. Hey, why did you pee? George, having narrowly escaped death, felt his legs go weak, and both urine and feces had been scared out of him. Moretti's tense nerves suddenly relaxed, and he exhaled in relief. Though he had already written Chen Fei off as a dead man, he still maintained a smile on his face. I knew you were just messing around with me. Bang! Gunfire erupted suddenly. Bullets sent a spray of blood into the air. George twitched violently and collapsed straight to the ground, completely unprepared. Just when he thought he was safe, his life came to an abrupt end. Moretti and his pirate henchmen were all stunned. No one had expected Chen Fei to kill George. Because he was his only bargaining chip. With the hostage dead, how could he possibly survive? Was this madman here to die today? I was just joking. Even if you kneel down, you'll still die. And once he is dead, you'll have to kneel anyway. If you don't want to, I'll help you. Chen Fei pulled a handful of his own hair backward, and the blood splattered on his face looked so defiant. The entire plane was now deathly silent. Moretti's eyes widened like copper bells. Seeing his nephew George lying in a pool of blood, he couldn't utter a word, as if his mind had frozen. Hundreds of pirates were frozen in shock. No one could have imagined that Chen Fei would actually go that far. Chen Fei. The squad leader. Lin Qianer and Luo Bing stared in disbelief. Even though they trusted Chen Fei implicitly, they couldn't fathom why he had become so ruthless. Now, how are you going to get out of this dead end? Madman. Lilith bit her lip, feeling a sense of satisfaction. Shao Qi must have been killed by Moretti. She didn't care about Chen Fei's life or death, but George's death would cause Moretti pain, giving Lilith a sense of revenge. Unfortunately, she wasn't the one who did it. How dare you? I want you dead, I want you dead. Moretti raged wildly, ordering his men, attack. Capture that bastard. I'll skin him alive. Let him beg for death. Instantly, the pirates surrounded Chen Fei. Click. However, at that moment, the sound of a bullet being chambered echoed once more. Mr. Moretti, please don't act impulsively. The young woman's voice, tinged with a hint of playfulness, seemed to emerge from nowhere behind Moretti, a revolver pressed against his head. Nini Sherry. Lin Qianer and Luo Bing both gasped in surprise, never expecting Nini Sharia to appear at this moment. 62. The situation completely reversed. By drawing all the pirates' attention, Moretti's defenses were left exposed, and he failed to notice Nini Sherry's approach. By the time Moretti realized what was happening, it was too late. Nini Sherry had already shot George. With a new hostage in hand, Moretti was now at the mercy of the madman. Lilith's eyes flickered with surprise, even she hadn't anticipated this outcome. Cold sweat trickled down Moretti's temples. He never dreamed that he would be held at gunpoint by a little girl. A C-class bounty hunter was nothing more than an ant in his eyes. But now the situation was like an elephant being held hostage by an ant. Chen Fei walked toward Moretti step by step, and not a single pirate dared to stop him. Now that the boss was in Mashia's hands, who dared to act recklessly? Bullets don't have eyes. No matter how famous you are, one bullet could take your life. I said, if you won't kneel, I'll help you kneel. Bang bang. Chen Fei suddenly pulled the trigger, shattering Moretti's 2 knees. Ah! Moretti screamed in agony, his legs giving out, and he collapsed onto his knees before Lin Qianer. For the first time in his life, fear welled up inside him, a deep, intense fear toward this young man. He's a complete madman. When he's willing to risk his own life, what else is there that he wouldn't dare to do? Can you make way now? Chen Fei spoke coldly, his gaze sweeping over the hundreds of pirates. Facing these bloodthirsty, ruthless men, he showed not a hint of fear. The pirates all hesitated, their eyes fixed on Moretti. Clearly, without his orders, none dared to back down. Let them go. Moretti's hatred had reached its peak, but he had no choice but to submit. Otherwise, he would lose his life. He had vowed in his heart that he would one day tear Chen Fei to pieces and kill him in the most agonizing way imaginable. Otherwise, he could never vent the hatred in his heart. Hundreds of pirates began to retreat to both sides. Chen Fei and Mashia held Moretti hostage and headed toward the eastern coast. Madman, have you forgotten who I am? Lilith grabbed Lin Qianer and Luo Bing with both hands, raising her eyebrows at Chen Fei. Although Chen Fei hadn't told her to leave, the two girls were now effectively in Lilith's hands. Just follow us. Chen Fei said indifferently, his expression as calm as a still pond. Clearly, he had anticipated Lilith's move. She wanted to save herself, so she had to take Lin Xianer and Luo Bing hostage. But Chen Fei was confident he could ensure the girl's safety, as Shao Qi was still in his grasp. With Moretti in their custody, hundreds of pirates followed from a distance as they made their way to the eastern coast. Chen Fei gave Mishi Liai a glance, and she ran toward Moretti's pirate ship. Moretti was being held hostage by Chen Fei alone. Can you let me go now? Otherwise, don't blame me for going down with the ship. At my command, everyone will become a honeycomb. Moretti roared ferociously. Who wants to become a honeycomb with you? Lilith snorted coldly. At that moment, 8 pirate ships could be seen in the distance, sailing toward them at full speed. Moretti's heart sank to the bottom of his stomach. How could I have forgotten that? If we can't finish this quickly, the reinforcements we sent away will see Lilith's signal flare and rush over here. Bastard! I've actually fallen into your hands today. Moretti screamed wildly, his eyes filled with endless hatred as he looked at Chen Fei. All brothers, open fire on me. Kill! Kill this little bastard, kill Lin Xianer, kill Lilith, kill them all. Moretti had completely lost his mind. He knew he was doomed, so he wanted everyone to die with him. Are you sure? Lilith's seductive face was expressionless as she spoke each word slowly. Now, submit to me. From this day forward, you will be my subordinates. Today's events will be forgiven. Otherwise, none of you will leave this island alive. Hearing this, Moretti's hundreds of followers all froze in place. The current situation was exactly as Lilith had described. Her over 1,000 troops had all come to support her. Continuing to remain loyal to Moretti was to be blind to the situation and resist in vain. What were pirates out here for? Not to make friends or uphold honor. There was only one word: wealth. People die for wealth, birds die for food. They had sworn allegiance to Moretti because it brought them benefits. Now that the tide had turned, Moretti was deluding himself if he thought his men would follow him in a futile fight to the death. Suddenly, a pirate dropped his weapon to the ground, knelt on one knee, and bowed in submission, saying respectfully, Queen Lilith. This was like triggering a domino effect. Once the first pirate dropped his weapon, the second, third, and more followed suit, throwing their weapons to the ground and kneeling before Lilith. Seeing this, Moretti's heart sank to the depths of despair. He knew his cause was lost. After years of meticulous planning to replace Lilith, everything was about to succeed. But a small, unforeseen variable had ruined everything. Who could have imagined that a powerless young man would destroy everything? At that moment, Lilith's personal guard and the rest of her pirates had all landed on shore. Queen Lilith, we're here. Over 1,000 people surged onto the eastern coast, each armed to the teeth, standing behind Lilith, awaiting her commands. Lilith glanced at Moretti's hundreds of followers and coldly ordered, Moretti, take the traitors with you. Not a single one of them is to be spared. Hearing this, Moretti's men froze for a moment. Just now, didn't you say that if we laid down our weapons and surrendered, we would be spared? Lilith had changed her mind. But now, there was no chance to pick up their weapons and fight back. Intense gunfire erupted, and hundreds of pirates fell into pools of blood. Not a single one of Moretti's men remained. Lilith's eyes were filled with icy indifference. She had only been trying to keep them in check earlier. Now that they had followed Moretti in rebellion, how could she possibly spare them? That would mean anyone could rebel without consequence in the future. If she were that merciful, she wouldn't be in her current position. Lin Xianer and Luo Bing tightly closed their eyes. Such a terrifying scene was beyond their imagination, and they screamed in terror. In the end, they could only turn away, unable to bear the sight. Otherwise, they would have nightmares. I refuse to accept this. I refuse to accept this. Chen Fei, even if I go to hell, I won't let you off the hook. Moretti screamed wildly. Then go to hell. Swish. The great sword swung down with force, and Moretti trembled violently before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. 63. Head to the Bounty Hunter Guild Island. With a bounty of $100 million on his head and his hands stained with the blood of countless victims, the notorious pirate Moretti met his end. This is a fight to the death. Failing to usurp Lilith's position means death is the only outcome. Shao Qi, your sister has avenged you. The hatred in Lilith's beautiful eyes had not yet faded when she turned to Chen Fei, speaking with interest. Madman, Lin Xianer is in my hands now, and everyone around here is my man. What do you have left to bargain with me? Lin Xianer panicked, swallowing hard. Lilith, I saved you just now, right? You should let us go. Naive little thing. Lilith pinched Lin Xianer's cheeks and smiled seductively. You're a hostage worth at least $10 billion. You're more valuable than me. I came here specifically to capture you. Today, I'll teach you a lesson. Never trust anyone. Mercy only leads to your own destruction. Do you understand? Lin Xianer's face turned pale with guilt, glancing at Luo Bing and dared not look at Chen Fei. Everyone was now in danger, and it was all because of her own foolish mercy. Thinking of Moretti and his hundreds of men, Lin Xianer was on the verge of tears. Chen Fei, you have no way out now. However, I admire you. If you are willing to join my ranks and become one of my generals, I will not harm your woman." Lilith suddenly changed the subject and said. She truly valued the qualities Chen Fei had demonstrated and was certain that if he joined her, it would elevate her pirate crew to a whole new level. Moretti is dead, and while that removes a major threat, the loss of several hundred men is a significant blow to Lilith. If her forces weaken, the maritime trade routes she controls could be lost. I have no interest in being a pirate. Chen Fei didn't even hesitate before refusing outright. You have the right to refuse me? Lilith raised an eyebrow. Since I have refused, it means I have the right to refuse. Chen Fei said indifferently. At that moment, Mishia emerged from Moretti's ship, dragging a girl toward them. Upon seeing the woman, Lilith jolted and shouted, "Shao Qi!" The girl being dragged by Mishilia was none other than Shao Qi, whom Chen Fei had saved. Lilith's sister. Shao Qi's eyes also turned red, and she couldn't help but cry. She then pointed at Chen Fei and said, "He saved me from Moretti's ship. He killed all the people who bullied me. I'm sorry, I didn't protect you well." Lilith forced herself to control her emotions. After all, she couldn't lose control in front of her subordinates. Deep down, she was overwhelmed with emotion. As long as he was alive, everything was fine. She then released Lin Xianer and Luo Bing. The two girls, as if released from a prison, rushed to Chen Fei's side. "Chen Fei, I've released the people. Now give me back Shao Qi," Lilith said. "Do you think I'm as stupid as her?" Chen Fei jabbed Lin Xianer's head with his finger. He'd told her countless times not to be so soft-hearted. Immediately, Chen Fei took Shao Qi hostage and led the three girls toward Moretti's empty ship. Mishlia was even more excited, dragging Moretti's body behind her. This was a bounty worth $100 million. I'll leave Shao Qi at the Bounty Hunters Guild Island. You can come and get her then, Chen Fei said. How could he hand her over now? If he gave Shao Qi to Lilith, she'd immediately change her mind, and Chen Fei would be doomed. Never, ever put your fate in someone else's hands. Shao Qi. Lilith saw Chen Fei about to take her away and immediately followed closely behind. They're pirates, and Mishia is a bounty hunter. If they take her to the Bounty Hunters Guild Island, she'll be dead. My sister will be fine. He is not a bad person. I'm safe. Shao Qi spoke with certainty, following Chen Fei onto the ship. Lilith had no choice but to stop, ordering her men to board the ship and follow Chen Fei from a distance. Leave the ship steering to me. Our destination is the Bounty Hunter Guild Island. On Moretti's pirate ship, Luo Bing entered the bridge and began working skillfully. Besides spaceships, there's probably no ship Luo Bing can't pilot. On the deck, Mishia excitedly confirmed again and again, "Chen Fei, what we agreed earlier still stands, right? Once we get the bounty at the Guild Island, give me $100 million. I'll arrange a ship for you and send you back to Great Xia." Chen Fei nodded slightly. Of course it's still on. When discussing how to jointly deal with Moretti, Chen Fei suggested that he didn't want to split the bounty equally. As long as he could return safely, Chen Fei wouldn't take any additional money. As for why they didn't simply sail the ship back themselves and instead had Mishia make arrangements, it was because the pirate ship couldn't travel that far. Moreover, sailing a pirate ship aimlessly across the sea was tantamount to suicide. Lin Xianer was overjoyed as well, finally able to return home. But she dared not show it, standing on the deck with her head down, like a child who had done something wrong. "Chen Fei, I'm sorry. I won't be foolish again. I swear I won't show any mercy toward women." Lin Xianer walked up to Chen Fei, grabbed the hem of his shirt, and spoke in a trembling voice, her eyes filled with determination. If it weren't for Shao Qi being in Chen Fei's hands this time, we would have been in real danger. If apologizing is enough, why punish me? Chen Fei picked Lin Xianer up and carried her to the bathroom inside the ship's cabin. Chen Fei. Lin Xianer gazed at Chen Fei with eyes full of poetry. Love me fiercely. The young girl bit her silver teeth lightly, her delicate face radiating a refreshing glow. After narrowly escaping death, all she wanted now was to be cherished by Chen Fei. Moments later, the loud sound of swatting mosquitoes and the soft pleas of a kitten mingled together in the bathroom. It wasn't until the boat docked at the Guild Island that Chen Fei emerged from the bathroom. A while later, Lin Xianer, having tidied herself up, stumbled out, her cheeks as red as ripe tomatoes. 64. Mishilia is kneeling. The Bounty Hunter Guild Island, as the name suggests, is the headquarters of bounty hunters. After capturing pirates with bounties on their heads, they all come here to claim their rewards. After placing Shao Qi on the shore, this area is very safe. When Lilith arrives, she can come and pick him up. Chen Fei, this is for you. As Chen Fei was about to leave, Shao Qi took out a pager and handed it to him. This is our pirate crew's internal communication device. If you encounter any danger, use this to contact me, and I'll inform Lily C. Though this was Shao Qi's own decision, Chen Fei knew her words carried great weight with Lilith. He probably wouldn't need it, but Chen Fei still tucked it into his pocket and followed Mishilia onto the island. This place is really bustling. After spending so much time on the island, I've almost forgotten what a city looks like. Chen Fei looked around inside. Though it's an island, it's built like a bustling little city. Chen Fei, did you know that the person who founded the Bounty Hunter Guild was a woman from the Great Xia Empire named Tang Feng Tian? She was the strongest bounty hunter in history. In the end, she fought to the death with the first of the 10 sea tyrants. Upon arriving at the Guild Island, Mishia, as the host, began to introduce everything with great enthusiasm. Kind-hearted people, give some, give some. Just then, a group of beggars suddenly rushed over from the side of the road, crawling toward Chen Fei and the others, begging for money. Chen Fei frowned. I'm poorer than you guys. Damn it. Swish. What Chen Fei didn't expect was that after begging for a few seconds, the beggars pulled out knives from their pockets and all lunged toward him at the same time. Bang! Gunfire erupted suddenly as Mishi Liaya pulled the trigger, and the beggar at the front fell to the ground in a pool of blood. With a cold shout, "Get out of here!" the beggars scattered in panic, searching for their next target. These people are drug addicts. They claim to be begging, but they're actually robbing people. Mishi Liaya explained. Drug addicts, she added. In a place as prosperous as Guild Island, there are such people? Lin Qianer, who had been startled earlier, asked innocently. Of course. This is the open sea, where nothing can restrain them. Mishi Liaya seemed to think of something, and her beautiful eyes darkened slightly. Lin Qianer shivered, feeling danger and fear. Luo Bing was slightly more composed, having lived at sea for so long and seen much in his travels. Soon, Mishi Liaya led the group to an inn. Room 309 in this inn is where I've been renting long-term. Shanshan and Luo Bing, you two go rest first. Chen Fei and I will go to the guild to claim the bounty. Mishi Liaya bit her lip and handed the room key to Lin Qianer. Lin Qianer and Luo Bing, after the life or death escape earlier, were already exhausted beyond belief. Now that their tense nerves relaxed, they could barely keep their eyes open, almost falling asleep while walking. Thinking about how many days they hadn't slept in a proper bed, the two girls couldn't help but yearn for it. They took the room key and headed upstairs. The guild is just ahead. Let's go. Miu Lia and Chen Fei carried the body of Moretti wrapped in a black plastic bag and walked for 10 minutes until they reached the center of the island, where they saw a luxurious building standing tall. Take the secret passage. Michilia, familiar with the layout, led Chen Fei through a side door and into a secret passage, entering a room. Bounty claims are always one-on-one, which also prevents attracting unwanted attention and getting ambushed after receiving the money. Mishi Liaya explained. Chen Fei nodded in agreement. Such rules were indeed prudent. After all, this was a lawless territory, and bounty hunters were not exactly champions of justice. If they dared to kill pirates, they were no better than the pirates themselves. If they found out that Mishi Liaya was carrying $100 million, she'd probably be killed the moment she left the island. He slipped the plastic bag containing Moretti's body through a hidden door and heard a startled cry from inside. After a long while, a black card and a pure gold plaque were passed through the black curtain at the window. Congratulations on accumulating a bounty exceeding $100 million. From now on, you are a prestigious S-Class bounty hunter. This is your S-Class plaque and exclusive black card. The bounty will be dispersed within 3 days. A hoarse voice echoed from behind the curtain. Mashu Eliaya excitedly took the black card and plaque. I'll head back to the inn first. You help prepare the ship. After leaving the guild, Chen Fei said to Mishi Liaya. Plop. However, to Chen Fei's astonished gaze, Mishi Liaya knelt straight before him. Her dim eyes betrayed her guilt. Chen Fei, I'm sorry. What do you mean? Chen Fei's expression darkened, a bad rising in his heart. He turned and sprinted toward the inn. He pushed open the door to room 309 and found it empty. Taking a deep breath, a surge of rage erupted within Chen Fei. At that moment, Mishi Liaya caught up with him. Where did they go? Chen Fei suddenly grabbed Mishi Liaya by the throat, his eyes filled with murderous intent, his voice cold and harsh. It was all his fault. After fighting side by side with Mishi Liaya, he had grown complacent toward her, leading to this outcome. I promise they're safe. I can take you to see them right now. As soon as the ransom for Lin Qianer arrives, I'll arrange a ship to send you back to Dasha. I swear. I'm sorry. Seeing Chen Fei's fierce gaze, Mishi Liaya's sapphire blue eyes filled with guilt. A bounty of 100 million, and you still think it's not enough? Chen Fei's voice was hoarse. With so much money already, it would be enough for a lifetime, yet he still kidnapped Lin Qianer. This was beyond his comprehension. Suddenly, he thought of the scars on Mishi Liaya's body and felt that something was off about this situation. Moreover, earlier when he had lost his composure and rushed over, she could have easily escaped, yet she followed him. At that moment, Mishi Liaya had already been choked until her eyes rolled back. Take me to see Chanqian and Luo Bing. Chen Fei let go of her hand and said. Cough, okay. Miu Lia walked to the bedside of the room, pressed a button on the bedside table, and the bedside table opened, revealing a secret passage leading downward. Chen Fei followed her into the secret passageway. 65. Life-threatening crisis, Lin Qianer's growth. After passing through a long, dark corridor, they pushed open a door, and the light suddenly became bright. 2 bodyguards, each holding a gun, began searching Chen Fei. After they had searched him and removed all his weapons, they placed them on the counter beside them. Only a revolver remained in his last pocket, which Chen Fei clutched tightly in his hand. After narrowly escaping death, he realized that in such a dark place, he must never allow his life to be in someone else's hands. Without a weapon, he was as good as dead. Hurry up! The two bodyguards looked impatient, and one of them even raised his gun at Chen Fei. Are all the weapons you confiscated here? Chen Fei suddenly looked at the counter and asked. That's right, you, what the hell are you talking about? Hearing their words, Chen Fei clenched his fists and decided to take a gamble, handing over the last weapon as well. He then followed Mishi Liaya into the room. Welcome back, Mishi Liaya. It was a luxurious room. In the center, sitting on the sofa, was a man in a suit and tie, wearing sunglasses, exuding an air of authority. Behind the man, Lin Xianer and Luo Bing were standing there with their hands bound behind their backs, their mouths stuffed with cloth. Upon seeing Chen Fei enter, the two girls immediately began to muffled cries. Chen Fei furrowed his brows and clenched his fists tightly. Miu Lia steps forward, kneels before the man, and reverently presents the black card she had just obtained. Mr. Verge, this card will bring in 100 million, plus Lin Xianer's ransom of at least 1 billion. I've exceeded this year's target. Ni Shueliaya said. Well done. This man is the one you mentioned in the message, the one who's working with you to deal with Moretti? The man referred to as Mr. Verge by Mishi Liaya glanced at Chen Fei and said. Yes, sir. He is with Lin Xianer and Luo Bing. Please arrange for them to return to Daxia together once the ransom is received. Ni Shueliaya said. Did you get an S-Class bounty hunter's badge and forget your own name? Verge removed his sunglasses, his pupils filled with malice, and stepped on Ma Shueliaya's head with his leather shoe, grinding it violently. His voice was hoarse. How dare you make demands of me? Sir, I'm sorry, but you promised me that once the ransom arrives, you'd send them. Before she could finish, Verge kicked her in the stomach with a loud thud. She screamed in agony, curling up like a shrimp, her body drenched in cold sweat. Verge stood up from the sofa, walked over to Mishi Liaya, and once again stepped on her head with his foot, spitting on her and snarling. After finally finding two women of such high quality, you just send them away like that? I'm the one who's losing out here. Chen Fei's temples throbbed. How Mi Shueliaya was being treated was her business. Chen Fei didn't know and wouldn't interfere. However, if the other party intended to harm Lin Xianer, that was something Chen Fei could not tolerate. But I promised Chen Fei. Mish Lia suddenly twisted her body with all her strength, standing up in an instant. With a swift motion, she drew the dagger she had been carrying and pressed it against Verge's neck, pleading, Sir, please, let them go once the ransom is paid. Very well, you dare to threaten me with a dagger. It seems you've forgotten what leverage I hold over you. Verge showed no fear despite the knife at his throat, merely clapping his hands. Suddenly, a burly man emerged from the adjacent room, holding a little girl of about 5 years old in his hands, as if she were a doll that could be easily torn apart, and he threw her violently to the ground. Ah! The little girl, who bore a striking resemblance to Miu Shueliaya, let out a pained cry. Her pale face, as delicate as a porcelain doll, lay on the ground as she softly called out, Sister, did you come to see Adele? Clatter. Hearing this, Mishi Liaya dropped the dagger from her hand and collapsed to the ground, her head pressed against the floor. She felt guilty beyond words and said painfully, I'm sorry, Chen Fei. I'm sorry. You can die now. Verge laughed savagely, gazing at Chen Fei with the same expression one might reserve for a corpse. It was as if he were issuing an order to kill Chen Fei, as easy as crushing an ant. Cold sweat trickled down Chen Fei's temples. His nerves were stretched to the limit. Suddenly, his gaze met Lin Xianer's eyes. Seeing the resolute gleam in her eyes, he felt a surge of courage. Perhaps, the gamble he had taken before entering hadn't failed yet. Ugh! Lin Xianer suddenly shouted loudly. Verge walked over, ripped the cloth from her mouth, and sneered mockingly, What do you have to say to your dying man? Lin Xianer blurted out a curse, snorting coldly, I have something to say to you. You coward, you have to tie up a woman like me? You're such a worthless piece of trash. Verge froze, clearly not expecting Lin Xianer to react so fiercely. Ha, interesting. You have a point. A woman as fiery as you needs to be untied before you can truly reveal your true flavor. After speaking, Verge untied the rope binding Lin Xianer's wrists and mockingly laughed, Come on, show your dying man just how spicy you really are. Lin Xianer shook her slender wrists, gently tapped her delicate face, and said softly, All right, I'll show you. As she spoke, she reached her small hand into her tank top and, under Verge's excited gaze, pulled out a silver revolver, aiming it directly at his head. Is that enough of a show? The black muzzle was aimed directly at Verge's forehead. Suddenly, the entire room fell into complete silence, so quiet you could hear a pin drop. He had bet correctly. Chen Fei's eyes sparkled with excitement. This revolver was the one he had given to Lin Xianer on the island. He had also given one to Luo Bing. However, when he was searched upon entering the room, Chen Fei noticed that there was only one revolver on the counter. Therefore, he deduced that either Lin Xianer or Luo Bing still had their gun. But he never expected that Lin Xianer had hidden the revolver in her small backpack. This girl is really bold. Put the gun down. The two bodyguards in the room, after being startled, immediately aimed their guns at Lin Xianer. Little beauty, this isn't something to play with. Hand it over. Wei Jia wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and reached out to grab the revolver from Lin Shanner's hand. Bang! Ugh! The trigger was pulled, and a bloody hole suddenly appeared in Verge's palm as he let out an agonizing scream. 66, blocked the fatal blow, lead surgeon Lin Shanner. Lin Shanner grabbed his hair with one hand, the black muzzle of the gun pressed against his forehead. Her slender arms trembled uncontrollably, clearly extremely tense, but she still held on tightly, not relaxing even slightly. Spit! You worthless piece of trash, you don't deserve to be my man? Open your dog eyes and look clearly at what my man looks like. Lin Shanner spat in his face, forcing Verge's head toward Chen Fei. Chen Fei suddenly broke into a smile. This silly girl finally snapped. She knew that in this dark environment, any mercy was a cruelty to herself. Unconsciously, she had developed a hint of a bossy older sister's demeanor. Ah, Mishilia, make her let me go, or I'll kill your sister. Verge screamed wildly. Bang! Ugh! Another gunshot rang out, and Verge's other hand was also pierced by Lin Shanner. FCKU, don't even mention her sister. Even if you kill Mishilia, what does it have to do with me? Lin Shanner's arm didn't even tremble this time. After getting used to the tension, she began to enjoy it. The burly man holding the little girl was so startled he let go. They had never seen such a fierce woman before. Luo Bing snapped back to her senses, quickly grabbed Adele, and threw her into Mishialia's arms. She couldn't stand seeing a child being bullied. Chen Fei walked up brazenly, gave Lin Shanner a hard kiss on the face, and said, "You didn't let me lose the bet, Shanshan." After speaking, he took the revolver from her hand and continued to press it against Verge's head, his voice hoarse and icy. "Tell your men to get out of here and escort us to the coast, and you'll live. Do you understand?" I understand. Verge nodded frantically. He didn't want to die. He quickly ordered the bodyguards to step aside, being held hostage by Chen Fei. After leaving the room, Chen Fei gathered all his weapons from the counter. Once they were in the corridor, Chen Fei didn't hesitate, tossing a grenade inside. Boom! With a deafening explosion, screams echoed from below. Those who had tried to follow were all blown to pieces. Chen Fei arrived at the hotel entrance, forced open the door of a car, got into the driver's seat, and told Lin Shanner to continue watching over Verge. He immediately started the car and drove straight toward the shore. Moretti's empty boat was still there. As long as they could return to the shore safely, Chen Fei and his group would be able to leave unharmed. Along the way, Chen Fei noticed that there were vehicles following them from a distance. This young man, my superior, is one of the great pirates under Rosen's command. You must not cause trouble or else you won't end well. Verge felt tense but still played his trump card. Bang! Ah! Lin Shanner suddenly struck the gun but hitting Verge's head. Threatening? Have you forgotten your situation? Verge immediately shut up, dared not say another word. This woman is completely mad. She's not someone to mess with. Rosen ranked 8th among the 10 sea tyrants. Although Verge's superior held a relatively low position under Rosen, he still commanded over 200 men. He was slightly inferior to Moretti. Mishia explained. Chen Fei understood immediately. But I've even faced Lilith head-on. You're just a subordinate of a tyrant. What's there to be afraid of? Soon, the vehicle came to a stop by the shore. Chen Fei got out of the car and told Luo Bing to go to the ship first and prepare to start the engine. But just then, Verge suddenly attacked, twisting his body violently and flinging Lin Shanner aside. He snatched the revolver from her hands and aimed it at Chen Fei's back, pulling the trigger. Bang! A loud gunshot rang out, and a spray of bright red blood erupted. Mishlia let out a pained groan and collapsed to the ground, blood flowing from the wound on her shoulder. At the last possible moment, she darted behind Chen Fei and blocked the fatal blow. Chen Fei froze for a moment, instinctively drawing his revolver and turning to fire. Bang! Under the continuous attacks, Verge also fell to the ground, twitching twice before going still. Sister, wake up! Little Adele crawled in front of Misha, her beautiful big eyes filled with tears, crying out loudly. They were each other's only family. Now that Misha had fallen, the young Adele was completely panicked, not knowing what to do. It felt like a piece of her tiny heart was missing. Shanshan, come with me to the treatment room. Prepare the alcohol lamp, bandages, and scalpel. Chen Fei picked up Mishilia and ran toward the ship. Lin Shanner and Adele boarded the ship. Luo Bing started the boat and gradually moved away from the shore. By now, all of Verge's men had caught up. Seeing that Verge was already dead, they all flew into a rage. Chase! Bring our boats over immediately and chase after them. The bodyguard leader shouted loudly. Verge is dead. If the higher-ups investigate, we bodyguards will be held responsible. We must capture Chen Fei and bring him back to account for this. At that moment, inside the medical room of the ship's cabin, Chen Fei lit an alcohol lamp, placed the surgical knife over the flame to heat and disinfect it. Pirates often get injured, so there were plenty of medical supplies for treating gunshot wounds. However, it was clearly no match for a proper hospital, and there was a significant risk involved in treating them. Let me handle it. Lin Shanner suddenly said. Are you sure you can do it? Chen Fei was taken aback, not expecting her to volunteer. Lin Qian'er shot Chen Fei a disdainful glance. I majored in medicine in college even though it wasn't clinical. I'm still better than you. Chen Fei rolled his eyes and stepped aside, handing the role of lead surgeon to Lin Qian'er. This girl seems to lose all restraint once she lets go. The gentle, delicate Qianqian is gone, replaced by a bold, assertive leader. However, Chen Fei found this version of Lin Qian'er more appealing. Fortunately, the pirate ship was well stocked with medications, and having anesthetics made things much easier. Otherwise, she would have woken up in pain. Are you confident? Before Lin Qian'er began the procedure, Chen Fei asked again. This bullet was meant for you. I won't allow myself to act without certainty. After administering the anesthetic to Mishi Liaya, Lin Qian'er held the knife steadily, cut open the wound, and began extracting the bullet. Fortunately, the bullet had hit the shoulder, avoiding vital organs and causing no major bleeding. After removing the bullet and disinfecting the wound, Lin Qian'er began suturing it. There shouldn't be any major issues, but this ship's cabin isn't a surgical room, and there are bacteria in the environment, so there's a risk of infection. However, we have antibiotics, and her constitution is quite strong, so she should be able to pull through. Lin Qian'er said matter-of-factly. Chen Fei nodded, hoping that Mishi Liaya would wake up soon. 67. Temporarily safe. Big brother, big sister, why isn't my sister waking up yet? Adele said in her childish English. She'll wake up. Don't worry. Lin Qian'er ruffled the little girl's hair and comforted her. Chen Fei also hoped that Mishi Liaya would wake up soon. As Lin Qian'er had said, that bullet was meant for her. After a while, Mishi Liaya hadn't regained consciousness and had started running a fever. Sure enough, performing surgery in an environment filled with bacteria and dust was prone to infection. Lin Qian'er started administering antibiotics again to prevent the infection from worsening. Boom! Just then, a loud explosion rang out, causing the ship to shake violently. Chen Fei furrowed his brows. It seemed that Verge's men had caught up. He hadn't expected them to arrive so quickly. Leave this to me. Go to the bridge. I'm worried that Sister Luobing can't handle it alone. Lin Qian'er said decisively. Got it, boss. Chen Fei smiled and turned to leave the treatment room. Lin Qian'er paused for a moment, pouting to herself, thinking she should act more like a little woman otherwise. What if Chen Fei didn't like her anymore? In the cockpit, Luobing was struggling to control the ship, dodging from the ships behind them. Behind them, two ships were rapidly closing in. There were many sailors on board, approaching at full speed. Squad leader, I don't know how to use this attack equipment. Upon seeing Chen Fei arrive, Luobing saw her savior. Although she could drive the ship, she didn't know how to operate the cannons. Let me try. Chen Fei had never used it before either, but the control panel and instruments were all there. After fiddling with them for a moment, he figured out how to operate them. Thinking about it, it made sense. Pirates, after all, what kind of sophisticated equipment could they possibly have? If they had that kind of skill, they could do something more legitimate. So the design was relatively simple. After adjusting the cannon's aim, he pressed the button, and the pirate ship began firing furiously toward the rear. Both sides exchanged fire instantly, causing the ships to shake violently as steel plates and wood shards flew everywhere. Captain, if this continues, the ship will sustain severe damage and won't last much longer. We must find a way to land quickly. The map shows 3 islands ahead. Which one should we land on? Luobing said anxiously. After firing a few more cannonballs, Chen Fei quickly walked over to Luobing, glanced at the screen, pointed to the nearest island, and said, that one. But we can't just ram the pirate ship onto the shore. Listen to me, we'll do it this way. At that moment, on the pursuing ship in the rear, the bodyguard leader's phone rang. Glancing at the caller ID, he swallowed nervously and answered the call. Immediately, a roar came from the other end of the phone. You say Verge is dead? Killed by some unknown Eastern youth? What the hell were you doing? Do you know how much effort I put into setting up the supply line for the Guild Island? The lead is gone just like that? Follow that kid and keep me updated on his location. The bodyguard leader bowed obediently. Yes, Captain Baloo, we'll keep a close eye on them. After hanging up, he went to the bridge and ordered, their ship is severely damaged. They'll definitely look for an island to land on next. Keep a close eye on them. If we lose them, we're all dead. Chen Fei carried the unconscious Mishia, Lin Qian'er held Adele, and Luobing piloted the lifeboat toward the nearest island. As for the pirate ship, it had been set to autopilot by Luobing and was heading in another direction. The two pursuing vessels didn't even notice the small lifeboat on the sea, their attention entirely focused on the pirate ship, which they continued to pursue relentlessly in another direction. They had temporarily shaken them off. The lifeboat reached shore. Chen Fei carried Mishi Liaya, holding the medical kit he had taken from the pirate ship, and stepped onto the island. This was also a tropical island, similar to the previous one, with a patch of forest. Luobing landed and said, at least we have plenty of firepower this time, so we shouldn't have to worry about food and water. Lin Qian'er was carrying 2 AK-47s on her shoulders, both taken from the pirate ship. The weapons looked extremely out of place with her innocent and beautiful face. Cough. At that moment, Mishi Liaya suddenly coughed twice, slowly opening her eyes. Her sapphire blue eyes were initially dazed before quickly focusing. Chen Fei, are you okay? She stood up, but stumbled again and fell back onto the sand. She grimaced, clearly wincing from the wound on her shoulder. Sister! Adele, seeing that Mishi Lia had regained consciousness, burst into tears and threw herself into her sister's arms. It's okay, your sister is here. Mish Lia's eyes were also red from crying. For her sister's safety, she had been threatened and forced to live a life worse than an animal. Now, her sister was finally safe, and she had regained her freedom, no longer anyone's tool. Mr. Chen Fei, Mishi Lia's life is yours. She knelt directly before Chen Fei, pressing her forehead tightly against the sand, speaking with devotion and reverence. From now on, you are Mishi Lia's master. 68. Chen Fei's anger. What's the matter, little Mi Shui? Trying to use this trick to steal my man? Lin Xianer lifted Mishi Lia's face, smiling mockingly. No, Miss Mishi Lia is defiled and dares not harbor any improper thoughts toward her master. Mr. Chen Fei is my master, and you are my mistress. She looked at Lin Xianer in fear and spoke sincerely. Mistress? I love hearing that. Lin Xianer smiled sweetly. This title, which clearly asserted her ownership over Chen Fei, sounded so satisfying. She helped Mishi Lia to her feet, brushed the sand off her forehead, and said, Little Mishi, remember, you must never call yourself dirty again. You didn't do anything wrong. The guilty ones are those despicable people. From now on, you are my sister. When we meet the rescue team, I'll take you back to Daxia. Of course, she wasn't just being so sincere because of a single title. It was because, at a critical moment, Mishi Lia had taken a bullet for Chen Fei. If she could go that far, she certainly deserved to be treated well. Nishua Lia's eyes welled up with tears, her teeth clenched tightly against her lips, and she was about to kneel before Lin Xianer. Enough. There is an old saying in our great Xia, a daughter's knees are worth their weight in gold. Do you know that? Don't kneel so easily. Lin Xianer said. Right. Luo Bing nodded and added, this old saying was originally created by our Qian sister. What? Luo Bing, why are you calling me sister too? Well, what can I do? You have the aura of an older sister. Plus, with those 2 assault rifles on your shoulders, I wouldn't dare call you sister. Luo Bing shrugged and laughed. Seeing the two teasing each other, Mishi Lia stopped crying and smiled, her face as beautiful as Lin Xianer's, and her smile made people feel like they were bathed in spring breeze. Chen Fei exhaled deeply. After narrowly escaping death several times, he could finally relax for a moment. But he knew this leisure wouldn't last long. Verge's men followed the pirate ship. If they couldn't find us, they'd figure out what was going on. There were only a few islands in the area, they'd eventually come looking for us. We need to be prepared. Chen Fei said. Hearing this, the girls fell silent as well. Trying to escape with just a raft and a few people was clearly a pipe dream. I'm hungry, sister. Adele is so hungry. The little girl opened her mouth, pointed to her small lips with her finger, and then rubbed her little belly. At Virgie's place, she was lucky to get 1 meal a day, and the food was all leftovers and spoiled vegetables, not even fit for dogs. Can't we just endure it a little longer? Mi Shueliaya furrowed her delicate brows, tugging at Adele's sleeve. Deep within her pupils, however, lay an uncontrollable pang of sorrow. She knew full well that her younger sister was struggling to survive there and wanted to find food to fill her stomach, but the command of the team's actions was in Chen Fei's hands. Mi Shueliaya was well aware of her place and dared not overstep her bounds, let alone make any demands of Chen Fei. Adele pouted her lips, lowered her little head, and stood there meekly. She felt a moment of weightlessness before realizing she had been picked up by Chen Fei, who smiled warmly at her. Don't worry, big brother will find something to eat soon. We'll have meat, grilled meat. With equipment in hand, hunting wouldn't be difficult. Yay! Adele hasn't had meat in half a year. Thank you, big brother. Adele rubbed her little head against Chen Fei's face, licked her lips, and excitedly waved her little arms. That's meat. The last meat she ate half a year ago was moldy and rotten. Anyone who wouldn't let Adele eat meat, big brother has already beaten to death. Be good, we'll go hunting right now so Adele can have some meat to eat. Chen Fei pinched the porcelain doll's face, speaking with a touch of pity. Such a little doll had suffered so much. Michilia saw how gently Chen Fei treated his younger sister and was deeply moved. Hearing her sister's words, she felt even more like crying, her heart aching so much she couldn't help but sniffle. Lin Xianer walked over, patted her shoulder, and followed Chen Fei toward the forest. However, after walking along the coastline for a while, Chen Fei suddenly froze. He saw a familiar figure crouched on the sand. Afraid he might be mistaken, Chen Fei paused for a few seconds before speaking. San Hu. Chen Fei called out. The figure crouching down trembled slightly, turned around, and saw Chen Fei. He paused for 2 seconds before standing up, his face brimming with excitement as he ran over, grinning broadly. Fei, I knew you wouldn't die. Big dummy? Lin Xianer froze for a moment and blurted out. Realizing the nickname was a bit disrespectful, especially since he was Chen Fei's friend, she apologized. Sorry. Hehe, it's okay, I'm just a fool. Ah Fei, are you hungry? Want some sea snails? Xiong Sanhu pulled out a few small sea snails from his pocket and handed them all to Chen Fei. I'm not hungry. Chen Fei patted Xiong Sanhu on the shoulder and sighed, you're the one who's lost a lot of weight. Don't worry, once I'm here, there'll be enough for you to eat. Sigh. But after being slapped twice by Chen Fei, Xiong Sanhu's face twisted in pain, and he sucked in a sharp breath, as if he had been hurt. Chen Fei furrowed his brows, pulled Xiong Sanhu's shirt down a bit, and saw a wound on his shoulder that had already started to fester. Who did this? Chen Fei asked angrily. The wound was clearly caused by someone else. Clearly, there were other people on this island. It's nothing, he. Xiong Sanhu scratched the back of his head in a carefree manner, acting as if nothing had happened. Sanhu, don't you listen to me anymore? Tell me, who did this? Take me to him. Chen Fei glared at him and said. Xiong Sanhu had suffered a head injury as a child, leaving him with mild intellectual disabilities. However, due to his strong build, he was recruited as a sports student by the school. He was looked down upon by others at school, but Chen Fei was the only one who didn't discriminate against him, so they became friends. One night at a late-night snack stall, Chen Fei got into a fight with some thugs, and it was Xiong Sanhu who stepped in at the last moment to block the knife, saving Chen Fei from being injured. No matter how others mocked Xiong Sanhu, Chen Fei always treated him like a brother. Now that he's been injured, how could he let it go? It was Yuan Minggao. Several of our classmates ended up on this island, and Yuan Minggao is the leader. He assigned me to find food, and if the portion wasn't enough, I'd get beaten. Xiong Sanhu scratched his head and said. You didn't fight back? With Yuan Minggao's build, you could knock him out with one punch. Let's go to Yuan Minggao's place. I want to see how arrogant this bastard is. Chen Fei was furious. Yuan Minggao used to hang out with Long Haoyu all the time at school. He was his top henchman. His family was well off, and he followed Long Haoyu's family around. The two of them were birds of a feather, neither of them were good people. Under the leadership of Xiong Sanhu, Chen Fei and his group arrived at the entrance of a cave. They saw Yuan Minggao's henchmen all gathered outside. Upon seeing Xiong Sanhu, they immediately slapped him on the head and cursed, we told you to go find food. Where's their stuff? If you didn't find enough, you're going to get beaten today. 69, whoever runs dies. However, the next moment, Chen Fei pushed his way forward and slapped the man across the face with all his strength. Smack! Ah! Who the hell hit me? The man let out a pained cry, glaring up to see Chen Fei's cold, stern face. Chen Fei? You're here too? How come I haven't seen you in so many days? Damn it, you dare hit me? Do you know who my boss is? It's Yuan Minggao. Come on, let's go inside. First, you kneel down and kowtow to Yuan Gu, acknowledge him as your boss, then you'll have the qualifications to hang out with us. This slap, I'll pay you back tenfold. The man cursed and shouted, but before he could finish, a slender figure stepped forward. Bang! Miyu Lia suddenly kicked him in the stomach with all her strength. The man let out an agonizing scream, fell to the ground clutching his stomach, and couldn't help but vomit acid. Daring to shout at the master? You're asking for trouble. Mishi Liaya glared at him, then obediently returned to Chen Fei's side. The few henchmen nearby were all startled, never expecting the woman Chen Fei had brought along to be so fierce. Chen Fei walked straight into the cave, where Yuan Minggao was currently getting intimate with several girls who had all come out to sea for a trip. Clearly, on this island, whoever held the power, these girls could only rely on them. Chen Fei? What the hell are you doing on this island? Causing trouble? Can't you see I'm busy with important matters? Yuan Minggao was skinny and scrawny, with a lecherous expression, resembling a rat. His eyes darted around nervously. Upon seeing the three girls behind Chen Fei, he swallowed hard, his eyes fixated on them. The women around him, even if you added their beauty together, couldn't compare to just one of the girls behind Chen Fei. Haha, you're a smart kid. You know to bring women to pay respects to your big brother. Yuan Minggao was thrilled. But the women around him were filled with hostility, snorting coldly, Chen Fei, you're really a worthless piece of trash, relying on selling women to curry favor with Yuan Lauda. Clearly, they were all worried that the beautiful girls behind Chen Fei would threaten their status. Resources on the island were limited, and if Yuan Minggao ignored them, they would starve to death. Do you even know how to write the word death? Lin Xian raised her AK-47 and aimed it directly at Yuan Minggao, her eyes filled with coldness. Yuan Minggao froze for a moment before bursting into laughter, laughing so hard tears nearly streamed down his face. Ha, Lin Xianer, are you out of your mind? You're trying to scare me with a toy? Do you think I'm afraid of you? Bang! The gun fired, and rocks flew off the cliff face. Yuan Minggao's wild laughter abruptly ceased. His eyes widened in shock, and the deafening roar nearly left him deaf. Only the pain from the flying debris on his face reminded him that this was all real. The women beside him were all terrified, some even fainting from the shock. When Yuan Minggao came to his senses, his eyes were filled with horror. He swallowed hard and forced a smile. Lin Xianer, you actually got the real thing? Impressive. But girls playing with guns is dangerous. Hand it over to me. I can protect you. You stupid fool, how could you be so bold? Lin Xianer's eyes turned cold, and a terrifying aura suddenly emanated from her, causing Yuan Minggao to nearly lose control of his bladder. He couldn't figure out how the delicate school beauty of this school had become so terrifying in just a few days. Niu Shira was about to step forward again, but was held back by Chen Fei. Seeing the blood seeping through the bandage on her shoulder, he furrowed his brows. The wound was about to burst open, and she still wanted to fight? Get out of here! Hearing Chen Fei's words, Mishi Liaya paused, then immediately stepped behind Chen Fei, curling her lips slightly. Was her master concerned about her? Sanhu, who hit you these past few days? Come here and I'll make them pay tenfold. Chen Fei said to Xiong Sanhu. Hearing this, Yuan Minggao's face turned ugly. The few henchmen outside heard the commotion inside and immediately tried to flee. They hadn't spared Xiong Sanhu any abuse. If they had to pay back 10 times the amount, wouldn't they be beaten into a pulp? Bang! But a gunshot rang out, freezing them in their tracks. Whoever runs, dies. Chen Fei's indifferent voice sounded like the whisper of a demon in their ears. None of them dared to move. Xiong Sanhu scratched his head, walked up to Yuan Minggao, and said in a straightforward manner, Yuan Minggao, Fei is my friend, so I have to listen to my friend. Sorry about this. I might hit you a bit hard, so just bear with it. He chuckled, then delivered a light punch that landed squarely on Yuan Minggao's stomach. With a dull thud, Yuan Minggao collapsed to the ground, curling up like a shrimp, constantly vomiting acid. What seemed like a light punch nearly took his life. Fei Gu, wait. Tell Sanhu to stop. I have something to eat here. I'll give it all to you. Please stop hitting him, he said painfully, pointing toward the corner of the cave. Chen Fei walked over and saw it was half a roasted lamb. It looked like it had been roasted today. These guys were pretty lucky to get a mountain goat. He nodded satisfactorily. Adele, your brother said there's roasted meat coming soon. He tore off a large piece of meat for Adele. The little girl's sparkling eyes nearly sparkled with stars as she grabbed the roasted lamb and began to devour it. Though no seasoning had been added, it still tasted exceptionally delicious. Chen Fei also gave Lin Xianer, Luo Bing, and Mishi Liaya their shares, then picked up a lamb leg and started munching on it himself. Sanhu, hurry up and beat him. I saved some for you. Come eat after you're done. Chen Fei and the others left the cave and sat outside to eat. Inside, Yuan Minggao's loud cries could be heard continuously. Ugh! I already gave you all the food. I got beaten up. Sanhu brother, I'm sorry. Pfft, if you hit me again, I'll myself. The henchmen outside heard the screams and trembled like leaves, rushing to Chen Fei to plead for mercy. Brother Fei, can't we just let this go? Yeah, we're classmates, it's not right to do something like this, is it? You're right. We'll have to survive together in the future. We can't do without each other. The henchmen all chimed in, seemingly trying to reason with them. Classmates? Xiong Sanhu isn't your classmate? How did you treat Xiong Sanhu? Chen Fei sneered, as for who can't live without whom, your faces are getting a bit too big, aren't they? Everyone fell silent. At that moment, Xiong Sanhu had finished beating Yuan Minggao and emerged from the cave, peeking out to ask Chen Fei, Fei, earlier 2 women also beat me. Should I return the favor? Stop wasting time. Do it. Chen Fei said directly, and immediately, screams of women could be heard from inside. 70, Pirate Barlow has arrived. A moment later, Xiong Sanhu emerged from the cave and began beating his henchmen. No matter how he struck them, he appeared calm and composed. But each punch and kick was deadly. After thoroughly beating the group, Chen Fei entered the cave, dragging Yuan Minggao, who had been beaten into a pulp, and coldly demanded, "Where is the water source? Take me there." Chen Fei deduced that Yuan Minggao must know the location of a stable water source. Otherwise, there were no sand pits to store water on the beach, and he wouldn't have known enough survival skills to keep so many people alive. All right. Yuan Minggao nodded vigorously, dared not disobey Chen Fei. He hurried ahead, leading Chen Fei and his group into the jungle for nearly 10 minutes before arriving at a small pond. Chen Fei took a look. Though the pond wasn't large, the water was flowing down from the rock wall. As long as the water source was flowing, it meant it was safe. I'll go first. After bringing Chen Fei to the pond, Yuan Minggao fled as quickly as he could. He didn't want to stay with Chen Fei for even a moment longer. After all, without Chen Fei, he was just a local tyrant among that group of people. But in front of Chen Fei, he wasn't even worth a dog's life. As he ran out of the forest and returned to the coastline, he suddenly saw a boat heading toward them. A boat. Yuan Lao has a boat coming. The henchman shouted excitedly. Yuan Minggao also rushed forward excitedly, waving his arms wildly. His heart raced with excitement. Damn it, the rescue team is here. Let's see how you dare to be so arrogant now, Chen Fei. What good are your weapons? Do you think you can ever return to Daxia after doing this? But their excitement quickly faded. Everyone looked at each other in confusion, their eyes filled with doubt. There were skull and crossbone flags on the rescue ship. Suddenly, they all remembered something, and their eyes were filled with intense fear. Meanwhile, Chen Fei and the others were still by the water's edge, making repairs. Lin Xian'er removed the bandage from Mishi Lia's shoulder and saw that the wound had started to reopen. She opened the first aid kit, cleaned the wound with hydrogen peroxide, disinfected it with iodine, and rebandaged it. Little Mishi, don't move around for now. Rest and recover properly. Otherwise, the wound might keep reopening, and that would be troublesome. Lin Xian'er gently stroked the young girl's head like an understanding older sister. She was indeed 2 years older than Mishi Lia, and it was precisely because of this that she took such good care of the young girl. Mishi understands. Miyu nodded and rubbed her head against Lin Xian'er's body, showing great affection. Since her parents were killed, she had only felt the warmth of family when she was with her sister. But now, when she was with Lin Xian'er and Chen Fei, she could truly feel their care. This made her vow in her heart that she would sacrifice her life for Lin Xian'er and Chen Fei without hesitation. After bandaging the wounds and replenishing their fluids, they suddenly heard Yuan Minggao's voice coming from outside the jungle. Captain Bao, he's there. I'll take you there right away. It's just ahead. Upon hearing this voice, Chen Fei's heart sank. Below. The superior of Verji, the notorious pirate under the tyrant Rosen. Master, we must evacuate quickly. Below's bounty is worth $80 million, and he has over 200 men under him. Mishia stood up, her voice trembling with panic. Chen Fei dared not delay. He had already realized that someone from Verge's side would come after them. He just didn't expect them to arrive so quickly, and it was someone as formidable as Barlow. He was almost on the same level as Moretti. Grab your weapons. Chen Fei hugged Adele, led the 3 girls, with Xiong Sanhu following behind carrying a first aid kit, and they all headed into the jungle. Soon, from the water pool behind them, Yuan Minggao's startled cries echoed. Captain Below, I wasn't lying. They're really here. Please believe me. Bang! A gunshot rang out, and Yuan Minggao's pleas for mercy were cut short. More gunshots followed, and all the henchmen went after them. Only the women's screams continued. Clearly, the pirates wouldn't spare any woman, even if she wasn't particularly attractive. They could take them to the dark places and turn them into something valuable. Enough noise. A bald man in a trench coat waved his hand. His men immediately stepped forward, knocked out several screaming girls, stuffed them into sacks, and loaded them onto the pirate ship. Captain Barlow, look. There's a blood-stained bandage here. According to Verge's bodyguards, one of their women was shot. It seems certain that those who were here earlier were indeed them. A pirate handed the bandage to the bald man in the trench coat, who was called Barlow. Below rubbed the bandage with his hand. The bloodstains were still fresh, indicating it had been removed recently. Notify all brothers to conduct a thorough search. We must find this group. I want to see who dared to cut my line and cause me such heavy losses. Damn it! At Barrow's command, over 200 pirates, all armed and ready, charged toward the island. Like a vast net being cast, they aimed to capture Chen Fei and his crew in one fell swoop. 71. The injured woman. Chen Fei and the others heard the gunfire but said nothing, only speeding up their pace. After so many days of life and death experiences, their hearts had grown incredibly strong. If this had happened before, knowing that a classmate had died like this would have been unbearable. But now, they felt nothing. The harsh trials of the wilderness and darkness had taught Chen Fei and Lin Xian'er a lesson. If you can't trust someone, don't show them any mercy. Not harming others was already the greatest kindness. As for what happens to others, that's none of their business. Only those who truly care about you are worth fighting for. Master, they seem to have caught up with us all. They're conducting a thorough search. There are too many of them. Mishi Liaya, who was small in stature, crawled under the bushes, looked back, and reported. Chen Fei furrowed his brows. The situation was dire. He had just landed on this island and wasn't familiar with it. Therefore, he couldn't rush forward recklessly. But under such a search, there was no choice but to speed up. However, after running for a while, Chen Fei realized they had arrived at a place surrounded by mountains. This is bad. Chen Fei slapped his forehead. There was no way forward. To bypass the valley, they could either climb over it. But that would definitely take too long, and they'd be caught by Bao and his men. If they ended up hanging on the cliff face, they'd be sitting ducks. The second option was to go around the side. But the pirates behind us had already surrounded us. If we moved to the side, we'd be surrounded and trapped. Master, climb up. I can delay them for a while. Mish Lia suddenly grabbed a few grenades, stuffed them into her clothes, and started running back. A golden mane of hair was grabbed by Chen Fei, who pulled her back. Are you just going to die and leave your sister alone in this world? Chen Fei glared at her and said. I believe the master will take care of Adele. If we don't climb the mountain now, it'll be too late. Mishi Liaya said anxiously. Adele seemed to understand something and clung tightly to Mishi Liaya's legs. Sister, don't leave me. Fei, is there any trouble? Tell me, I'll handle it. Xiong Sanhu scratched his head and said with a dumb smile. He's got a screw loose, he doesn't even know what fear is. Chen Fei's nerves were also on edge, his mind racing frantically, trying to figure out how to escape. At that moment, the pirates were about to emerge from the jungle and surround them. Once they spotted him, there would be no chance of escape. Over here, the rock crevice. Suddenly, a voice shouted. Chen Fei tapped the side and found a highly concealed rock crevice hidden by some bushes, just wide enough for one person to squeeze through. Hurry! Chen Fei told Lin Xianer and Luo Bing to go in first, while Mishi Lia carried Adele and followed behind. Sanhu, hurry up! They pushed Xiong Sanhu into the crevice, but his build was too massive. Chen Fei exerted tremendous force before finally managing to push Xiong Sanhu inside. Just as the pirates burst out of the jungle, Chen Fei quickly darted into the rock crevice. Captain Baloo, they must have crossed this valley. Damn, they can run pretty fast. After the pirates scanned the area, they concluded. Captain Barlow also looked around and concluded there was no place to hide here. He nodded, then split his men into two groups, half climbing the valley and half circling around to surround them from both sides. They absolutely couldn't let him escape. Upon hearing Barlow's orders, the pirates all roared and charged toward the valley. Inside the cave behind the rock crevices, Chen Fei and his group sighed in relief. They had also heard Baloo's orders and knew they were temporarily safe. Suddenly, Chen Fei turned to the three girls and asked, "Who discovered this rock crevice? You saved everyone's lives." "It wasn't me," Xiong Sanhu said with a shy smile. "I know it wasn't you," Chen Fei said, speechless. Although the situation had been urgent earlier and he hadn't heard clearly who had spoken, he could at least tell that it was a woman's voice. The three girls looked at each other, all curious. Chen Fei laughed. "Is this the Virgin Mary or Guanyin? Did they suddenly appear to save us? Chen Fei, look. There's a fainted woman over here." At that moment, Adele's innocent voice echoed from a shadow in the cave. Chen Fei froze for a moment and hurried over, with the others following closely behind. There she was, a woman in her late 20s, lying in the shadows, her face as pale as paper, with a pool of blood beneath her. She was clearly injured. However, what shocked Chen Fei and the others the most was that the uniform the woman was wearing was that of a special forces soldier from the Great Xia Empire. "It's a gunshot wound. Chen Fei, you and the big guy step back. Xiao Ma Xue and I will handle this," Lin Xianer said quickly. Chen Fei nodded and pulled Xiong Sanhu around to face away. Lin Xianer was a professional, and Mishi Xue had spent years in combat, so she must have experience in wound care. Plus, being women, they were more suitable than him. Chen Fei's mind was racing. Why was there a special forces soldier from the Great Xia Empire in the crevices of this deserted island? And he was injured. Could he be on a special mission? Besides curiosity, Chen Fei was also concerned. After all, she was a fellow countrywoman, and might be on a mission. He hoped she could survive. Had she escaped danger? After about 15 minutes, Chen Fei asked nervously. "Only when this woman regains consciousness will we know the truth." "Success! Thankfully I brought the first aid kit, otherwise I wouldn't have known what to do," Lin Xianer said with relief. Chen Fei grew excited upon hearing this. If this woman's identity was genuine, she was an official from the Great Xia government. That was even more useful than a rescue team. As long as she could contact the authorities, they would definitely send reinforcements. "But I wonder when she'll wake up," Lin Xianer said. "We can't wait. We need to act now. Let's leave this island immediately," Chen Fei said. "What?" Lin Xianer froze. "We don't even have a boat. How are we supposed to leave?" Chen Fei tapped the girl on the head. "You're so slow. Who said we don't have a boat? There's a pirate ship anchored along the coastline." "Master, are you going to take Baloo's ship?" Mishlia covered her pink lips with her hands and exclaimed. I never expected Chen Fei to have such a bold idea. Although the pirates had all crossed the valley, creating a brief window of opportunity, the pirate ship wasn't empty. There were definitely pirates still on board. They would have to charge in head-on, eliminate all the enemies, and only then would they have a chance of gaining control of the ship. But no one knows how many pirates are left on the ship. If the assault fails, we could be killed. Even if we're just a little too slow, allowing the pirates guarding the ship to send a signal and Baloo's men flank us, we're as good as dead. Is this too risky? 72, Liang Ting was stunned, and Chen Fei began to act. Is this too risky? Lin Xianer furrowed her brows and said. No, he's right. Charging the pirate ship and seizing control is our only hope. Cough cough. Suddenly, a woman's voice of agreement rang out. Just then, the female Special Forces soldier who had been shot struggled to open her eyes, using her sheer willpower to resist the pain and dizziness, and said to Chen Fei, "Do as you said." She immediately tried to struggle to her feet. However, the woman's injuries were severe. She had only just removed the bullet and bandaged her wounds. Being conscious at all was a testament to her extraordinary willpower. Trying to walk was simply too much to ask. Soon, she stumbled and was supported by Lin Xianer, preventing her from falling. Don't rush. I already have a plan. Chen Fei pressed his hand down and began to explain the plan he had devised to seize the ship to the others. This is too risky. If we make even the slightest mistake, you'll be in irreparable danger. After hearing Chen Fei's explanation, Lin Xianer's face turned serious, and she said with concern, "Do we have the luxury of not taking risks?" Chen Fei merely smiled indifferently. Since being stranded on the deserted island, he had been in constant danger. If we want to survive, we must fight for our lives. Hearing Chen Fei's words, Lin Xianer fell silent. I think your plan is worth a try. The injured woman reaffirmed her trust in Chen Fei and finally asked, what exactly are you doing here? Why are you here? Chen Fei thought for a moment and answered honestly, we were on a graduation trip. The cruise ship hit a reef and sank. We're all survivors. My name is Liang Ting. The woman introduced herself but furrowed her brows, are you really survivors? It was no wonder she was skeptical. How could survivors possibly carry such weapons? And there were so many of them they couldn't have just been picked up on the island, could they? Moreover, they could even plan in detail to seize the ship and fight pirates? Could a group of recent college graduates really do that? A normal person would be terrified out of their wits upon seeing pirates. She didn't believe Chen Fei's explanation. Chen Fei understood her doubts and explained, we encountered pirates, and the process was quite complicated. In any case, these guns were all obtained from the pirates. Liang Ting was skeptical, but she had already made up her mind, if she could bring this group back alive, she would investigate thoroughly. But now, there was no time to dwell on that, as her mission was far from complete. If we can seize the pirate ship, please take me to the Guild Island. Liang Ting said to Chen Fei. Guild Island? We just escaped from there. What are you going to do there? Mishia couldn't help but ask. Liang Ting thought for a moment and decided to reveal her mission. I was on a mission on Guild Island, with the objective of killing Verge and rescuing someone. However, the operation failed and I only managed to kill 2 of his men before retreating with injuries. Barlow was likely sent by Verge to capture me. I need to find an opportunity to return to Guild Island and continue my mission. Chen Fei froze for a moment, scratched his head, and said, Verge is already dead. Upon hearing this, Liang Ting's eyes widened in disbelief. How is that possible? The last shot I fired clearly didn't hit him and was blocked by Verge's bodyguard. Liang Ting said in disbelief. It was the master who did it. Mishlia raised her snow-white chin, as if to say, what you couldn't accomplish doesn't mean the master can't. Chen Fei was still hesitating whether to tell Liang Ting that he had personally killed Verge, as he feared it might cause trouble. But since Mishlia had spoken, he nodded in acknowledgement. Liang Ting took a moment to come to her senses, pointing at Chen Fei and exclaiming in realization, so that means Barrow was here to capture you? Chen Fei nodded. Liang Ting now suspected even more about Chen Fei and the others' identities. It was no wonder she was astonished. Anyone who heard such a story would be unable to remain calm. She, a professional, had been lying in wait for so long and still failed. Yet a few surviving young people had managed to take down a super criminal with a long history of crimes? Moreover, since you have a grudge against that Vergie, there must be a conflict of interests. In that case, you, Chen Fei, won't get off scot-free. She also gave a strange look at Mishi Shueya. What had that young girl just called the youth? Master? Keeping an ignorant young girl as a slave? This is the act of a supervillain. Liang Ting was already on high alert toward Chen Fei. Sister Liang Ting, you mentioned earlier that the mission also involves rescuing someone. Now that Verge is dead, their base on the Guild Island must be in disarray. This is a golden opportunity. If we can seize the pirate ship, we can head to the Guild Island and strike them while they're vulnerable. Chen Fei said. Hearing this, Liang Ting was once again at a loss. This young man seems to take his mission quite seriously. His eyes are clear, and he seems to have a sense of justice. This was the first time she had felt that a young man could be so enigmatic. In any case, everything depends on capturing the pirate ship first. If we fail, all our talk will be in vain. Sunhu, help Liang Ting get ready and head to the coast. Chen Fei looked at the pirates outside, who had all crossed the valley, and made a decisive decision. No need to hold her, little girl. Give me a shot of painkiller. Liang Ting said to Lin Xianer. A painkiller is a medication that numbs the injured area to relieve pain, but it doesn't treat the injury itself. In fact, it can worsen the injury because moving around after taking it can aggravate the wound. Seeing Liang Ting's determined expression, Lin Xianer complied. Chen Fei was the first to dash out of the rock crevice. After scanning the area and confirming there was no danger, he gave a hand signal, and the others in the cave followed suit, exiting one after another. Immediately, under Chen Fei's lead, the group followed the same path back to the shore. Below's pirate ship was anchored nearby. Chen Fei and the others hid behind a rock behind some bushes. Looking toward the ship, they saw 10 pirates chatting and drinking on the deck. Clearly, they hadn't even considered the possibility that Chen Fei and the others, who had been pursued, would dare to return and ambush them, so they were completely relaxed. The plan remains unchanged. Chen Fei spoke, then immediately headed toward the nearby jungle. After walking about 50 meters, he quietly emerged from the jungle, made his way to the beach, and jumped into the sea as quickly as possible. Throughout the entire process, they were not detected by the pirates. Lin Xianer and the others held their breath in anticipation. The success of the plan now rested entirely on Chen Fei. Only Chen Fei could be seen swimming underwater, all the way to the underside of the pirate ship before surfacing. Chen Fei could hear the sounds on the deck, but the pirates couldn't see him in the water. This was called the darkest spot under the lamp. The closer one was to the ship, the harder it was for those above to see. However, Lin Xianer and the others hiding behind the rock wall could see everything clearly. Huff! Chen Fei took a deep breath and immediately plunged his dagger into the wooden plank of the ship's hull, using it as a foothold to climb upward relentlessly. 73. The Junior Sisters Crisis. As Chen Fei grew closer to the deck, Lin Xianer and the others felt their hearts race. Just as Chen Fei was about to reach the deck, Lin Xianer suddenly screamed, "Ah! What the hell was that sound? It sounds like a woman. Could it be the people the boss was chasing?" Instantly, all the pirates on the deck dropped their cards, stood up, and turned their gaze toward the beach. In that very instant, Chen Fei charged onto the deck. Da! A volley of arrows was fired, and the 10 pirates facing away from Chen Fei were completely caught off guard, not even realizing what had happened. Before they could react, they felt a sudden chill on their backs, followed by darkness engulfing their vision as they collapsed onto the deck. Charge! Chen Fei gestured toward the coastline, and Lin Xianer and the others immediately sprinted toward the pirate ship at top speed. Lin Xianer saw that Chen Fei was unharmed and sighed in relief. "Master is so amazing." Miss Leah praised him generously. Liang Ting couldn't help but look at Chen Fei with newfound respect. This young man's plan seemed easy to execute, but it was actually extremely difficult. Almost everything was done by Chen Fei alone. The others had only shouted once to call Lin Xianer. After tossing the bodies of the 10 pirates into the sea, Chen Fei said, "Luobing, you're in charge now." Luobing nodded and immediately headed to the bridge. Soon, the pirate ship started moving, heading toward the Guild Island. On the deck, Chen Fei and the others gathered around. This time, the person we need to rescue is being held in Verge's secret warehouse. I don't know the exact location yet, so once we arrive at the Guild Island, we'll need to investigate first. Liang Ting said. "I know the location," Mishia suddenly interjected. Liang Ting's eyes lit up, but she remained skeptical. "Really?" Mishilia nodded. Since Adele had been in Verge's custody, they hadn't taken any special precautions against her. Many confidential conversations had taken place in her presence. "Tell me quickly." Liang Ting was thrilled. Mishilia shook her head. "Even if you know the location, you're unfamiliar with the internal environment, so going there would still be dangerous. Therefore, I must go personally. However, we can't have too many people acting simultaneously, so I can only bring one more person. I'll go." Before Liang Ting could speak, Chen Fei interjected, "I'll go with you. Liang Ting, don't forget you're still injured. Give me the photos of the people who need to be rescued, and I'll do my best to get them out." Liang Ting hesitated upon hearing this. "Don't worry, I'm not a bad person. If we can return to Daxia alive, I will definitely cooperate with your investigation," Chen Fei said sincerely. This was also one of the reasons he was willing to help. First, it was helping Daxia and rescuing compatriots. Second, Chen Fei knew that only by rescuing the people could Liang Ting trust him as a good person. That way, returning to Daxia afterward would be much easier. "Alright, but be careful." Liang Ting ultimately decided to trust Chen Fei and handed him the photo of the person they needed to rescue. Because she had no better options. Though the injuries on her body didn't tee her thanks to the painkillers, she kept feeling dizzy, a sign of severe blood loss. She clearly couldn't keep moving. Chen Fei looked at the photos and froze in shock. The photo showed a particularly cute girl with 2 ponytails, who appeared to be around the same age as Lin Xianer. However, this girl seemed familiar to Chen Fei. "Shanxian, look, isn't this girl our junior classmate?" Chen Fei handed the photo to Lin Xianer. "This girl is Lu Yan. She is a year younger than us and pretty famous at school. How did she end up here?" Lin Xianer recognized her immediately. This girl named Lu Yan was very beautiful. The school had a campus beauty ranking, and she was ranked just below Lin Xianer. Liang Ting was a bit shocked. She didn't expect Chen Fei and Lin Xianer to know Lu Yan. This means that Chen Fei and the others are indeed college students and not bad people. "Lu Yan is my cousin's daughter. She was kidnapped half a month ago. I followed the leads and came here alone. It's confirmed Lu Yan is in Wei Jie's hands." Liang Ting sighed softly. "This matter involves the Jiangchim Long family. They have many informants. If we act rashly, we'll alert them. But Lu Yan is my niece. I can't wait. We must act now." Chen Fei furrowed his brows. "The Long family of Jiangcheng? Isn't that the same family as Long Haoyu?" "That's right. Long Haoyu often boasted about his family background in front of me, acting like an idiot. He's just a collateral relative in the family. I don't know what he has to offer. I never thought the family would get involved in such a dangerous scheme," Lin Xianer said disdainfully. Liang Ting felt even more that these people were no ordinary folk. How did they know so much? At that moment, the pirate ship had already reached the Guild Island. "Shanxian, Luobing, stay on the ship with Liang Ting. Sanhu, follow Liang Ting's orders while I'm gone." Chen Fei finished his instructions and tossed an AK-47 to Xiong Sanhu. "Got it, a Fei, he. Xiong Sanhu scratched his head awkwardly. "Be careful." Lin Xianer, Luobing, and Liang Ting all urged. After all, we're heading deep into Verge's lair. Although Verge is dead, everyone knows he was just one of Barrow's henchmen. The troops at his lair are still there. The slightest mistake and Chen Fei will be doomed. I will protect the master with my life. Mishi Liaya said solemnly to Lin Xianer, even if it means dying. Don't say that. Lin Xianer interrupted her, stroking the head of Adele in her arms. The little one is waiting for you to return safely. Ever since they approached the waters near the Guild Island, Adele had been trembling in fear. Seeing her sister about to enter the demon's lair, tears the size of beans began to fall uncontrollably. Mishu Liaya forced herself not to look at her sister and followed Chen Fei directly onto the island. Master, we need to change our clothes first. The entrance to that secret warehouse is a bar. We can't go there dressed like this. Others will notice something's off at a glance. Mishi Liaya said. Chen Fei and his group were all dirty. After all, they had been struggling in the wilderness every day. How could they be clean? Ugh, I don't have any money, Chen Fei sighed helplessly. On a deserted island, food and drink are all self-sufficient. What is money? He hadn't touched it in ages. Besides, he was always poor. Hee, Mishi can take care of her master. The young girl smiled coquettishly and pulled out her wallet. Inside were a stack of bank cards, including the black card she had previously handed over to Verge, which she had managed to retrieve during the chaos. Master, it's all for you. Miu Lia respectfully presented them with both hands, along with her own pink leather wallet. 74. Rescuing Lu Yen. Miu respectfully presented her own pink leather wallet with both hands. I don't want it. Chen Fei rolled his eyes. Since I'm the master, even you are my property. You can keep it. Why should I bother to keep it for you? Upon hearing Chen Fei say she was his property, Mishi Liaya couldn't help but feel a surge of joy. On Guild Island, money could buy almost anything. Soon, the two found a fashion store and went inside. 10 minutes later, the two emerged from the store, completely transformed. Chen Fei still saw the same short-sleeved jeans, but after being dressed up, Mishi Liaya was wearing a cropped yellow tank top, a black leather jacket, denim shorts, and sneakers, looking extremely sexy. Master, does this look good? Miu raised her chin, showing Chen Fei the necklace around her snow-white neck. Hanging from it was her S-class golden nameplate, engraved with the Chinese character Chen. Chen Fei nodded. It was indeed quite beautiful, especially how it highlighted her collarbone, making it particularly stunning. However, there was something about it that felt off. Master, the characters on the plaque signify that I belong to you. Look, there's a hole in the collar where you can thread a chain through. That way, you can lead me by the leash. Mishi Liaya spoke, her breathing growing, her face flushing pink. What are you thinking about? Miyuki wanted to be her master's dog, the most loyal little dog, she said, lifting Chen Fei's hand and rubbing her head against his palm. Chen Fei sighed, feeling exasperated. This girl seems to have some psychological issues. But for now, there was no way to change her mind. For now, saving people was the priority. The bar was approaching. Chen Fei pulled his hand away and said, All right. Master, just follow me. Miu Lia's blue pupils cleared, and she led the way, bringing Chen Fei into the bar. The bar was extremely noisy and bustling with customers. This was nothing like the bars back home. Everywhere you looked, there were wild men and women. It was like a chaotic dance of demons. Mish Lia walked straight through the dance floor, leading Chen Fei to the restroom. The restrooms were individual stalls. She entered the farthest one, stepped onto a plastic bucket, raised her hands, and pressed against a square panel on the ceiling. With a gentle push, a hole appeared. Hey! Mishliga gripped the ceiling with both hands, pulled herself up with all her strength, and her petite figure leaped up instantly. Chen Fei followed her lead and quickly climbed up as well. The ceiling revealed a hidden passageway, another dark tunnel. This was an emergency exit and ventilation shaft. Few people knew about it, and it led directly to the secret warehouse. Due to security concerns, there were no guards stationed there. After all, guards were human, and humans could potentially leak information. Mishi Liaya walked ahead and explained. Chen Fei nodded but still cocked the revolver and gripped it tightly in his hand. Caution was absolutely essential. In the pitch-black passageway, they walked for nearly 10 minutes. The noisy sounds from the bar were no longer audible, leaving only complete silence. Another 5 minutes passed, and a faint light appeared ahead. Shoo! Miyu turned around and gave Chen Fei a shushing gesture. She then crouched down and began crawling forward slowly, making no sound at all. Chen Fei followed closely behind. The source of the light was an air vent. The light was coming from the room below, faintly visible through the iron mesh. The room below was clearly Verge's secret warehouse. The two peered through the iron mesh toward the lower level, and Chen Fei immediately furrowed his brows. Inside were stacked numerous boxes, with no sign of Lu Yen anywhere. Where was Lu Yen? Just then, a young man with a crew-cut and dark skin, wearing a leather jacket and holding a cigar in his mouth, opened the door and walked into the warehouse. This man was the son of the notorious pirate Barrow, named Terry, who was in charge of managing the warehouse. Mishia whispered softly in Chen Fei's ear. Chen Fei nodded. Suddenly, an idea flashed through his mind, and he came up with a bold plan. At that moment, Terry opened a box, and inside was a young woman being dragged out like a little chick. What are you doing? No, no, help me. The girl struggled wildly, but was slapped twice across the face, causing her to burst into tears in fear. Chen Fei glared angrily, then froze in shock. The girl being held by Terry was none other than the very person they were trying to rescue, Lu Yan. Although she looked disheveled, her features were still recognizable. A beauty of her caliber was easily identifiable. Shut up, you little whore. Terry grinned savagely, revealing a mouthful of disgusting tobacco-stained teeth, and lunged toward Lu Yan. Master, leave her to me. Mishlia gently opened the ventilation shaft, preparing to act. Be extremely careful. With the master's concern, the dog is very happy. Chen Fei felt a headache coming on and saw Mishi Lia's petite figure jump down. Jumping down from over 2 meters high, the girl's knees bent slightly, and she rolled forward, making not a single sound. In an instant, she was behind Terry. Immediately, a knife hand strike struck Terry's neck. Terry didn't even have time to react before his vision went black, knocked unconscious. Hurry up and leave. I'm here to save you. Miyu Lia said quickly. Lu Yan was still dazed, her pretty face streaked with tears, unsure of what had just happened. 75, the wise Lu Yan, risking her life to save him. Lu Yan snapped out of it and said, Sis, there's still someone in those boxes. Mish Lia turned to look at Chen Fei, seeking his opinion. But just then, footsteps suddenly echoed outside the door. Oh no, someone's coming. Mish Lia was startled and acted decisively, telling Lu Yan, hurry up and leave. We can't worry about the others for now. No. Lu Yan was terrified, but she returned to the box and said, time is running out. We can only take one person. You take Terry with you. As long as Terry is in our hands, you can negotiate with Barrow and get everyone here back. We can't sacrifice the others for me. Chen Fei and Mishi Lia were stunned. They never expected this young girl to show such selflessness in the face of life and death. Alright, I promise I'll save you. Mishia said. As the warehouse door began to open, Mishlia dragged the unconscious Terry and threw him up. Chen Fei, clinging to the ventilation shaft, grabbed him and threw him inside. Little Mishue, hurry. Chen Fei reached out again. Mishue Lia ran and jumped, her agile body soaring high into the air, directly grabbing Chen Fei's hand. As the warehouse door opened, Mishi Lia was pulled into the ventilation shaft by Chen Fei. Inside the warehouse, everything returned to calm, as if Chen Fei and Mishi Lia had never been there. Two of Verge's men walked in from outside. Won't they notice that Terry is missing? Chen Fei whispered. Mish Lia shook her head. Terry wasn't that diligent, he only came to check once a day, and most of the time he wasn't there at all. Everyone had gotten used to it, so no one would notice. That's good. Chen Fei sighed in relief, but his heart was racing with excitement. Although they hadn't managed to rescue Lu Yan this time, they had captured Terry. That was even more important. After all, saving Lu Yan was just saving one person. But if we use Terry as leverage, Barrow will have no choice but to release everyone. After all, he is his own son. Chen Fei stuffed Terry into a large plastic bag. This bag had originally been prepared for Lu Yan, as they wanted to bring her along openly without being discovered. But just as he was dragging Terry and preparing to retreat through the ventilation shaft, he suddenly heard Lu Yan's screams coming from below. Chen Fei was startled and quickly peered down through the ventilation opening. He saw the two staff members dragging Lu Yan out again and heading toward the warehouse exit. No, don't. Lu Yan's tears of despair streamed down her face. She never imagined that just as she caught a glimpse of hope, she would be faced with even deeper darkness. In the final moment as she was being dragged out of the warehouse, Lu Yan cast a last, lingering glance at the ventilation shaft. It was her only hope and anchor. This is bad. Someone has specifically requested her. If we don't rescue her quickly, Lu Yan is doomed. Mishwelia exclaimed anxiously. Chen Fei grew impatient and tried to force open the ventilation shaft to rescue her. Master, don't rush. Mishlia quickly stopped him and said, Lu Yan is being transported out. She must board the ship at the port. Let's go straight to the port, we might still make it in time. Alright. The two of them carried Terry, almost sprinting through the ventilation shaft, quickly returning to the bar's restroom. Although they were carrying such a large black plastic bag, no one in the bar paid any attention. In such a chaotic place, how many people weren't carrying someone's life on their backs? It was nothing out of the ordinary. Chen Fei rushed to the coast as fast as he could, handed Terry over to Liang Ting, and quickly explained the situation to everyone. Liang Ting was both overjoyed and heartbroken. She was happy because having Terry as a hostage meant everyone else who had been captured could be saved. But what filled her with sorrow and anxiety was, of course, that Lu Yan had been captured. There was no time to say more. I must go to the port immediately. You all must change ships at once and stay safe. After giving his instructions, Chen Fei immediately sprinted toward the port. He had them switch ships because this was a pirate ship belonging to Baloo, making it too large and an easy target. Now that Terry was in their hands, they absolutely couldn't be surrounded by the enemy. They had to act in secret. Be careful, Chen Fei. Lin Qian'er's eyes welled up with tears. She wanted to go with him, but she knew she wasn't capable and would only slow Chen Fei down. Although she was braver than before, she was still a complete novice in actual combat and couldn't compare to a close combat expert like Mishi Shueya. Mishi Shui could clearly provide Chen Fei with greater assistance. Adele was also clinging to Lin Qian'er's chest, tears streaming down her face. Chen Fei was right, we couldn't continue on this ship. I have a spare vessel at ocean coordinates 99574, Luobing. Can we go? Liang Ting asked. No problem. Luobing nodded confidently. She had unwavering faith in her navigation skills. The port was about a kilometer west of the coastline. Chen Fei and Mishia rushed there at top speed. Outside the port, there was a cordoned-off area, and unauthorized entry was prohibited. The only way in was through the security room at the very edge. There were security guards inside the room, and if we forced our way in, they would activate the alarm, alerting the ground forces, and we wouldn't be able to escape. Mishia said. We must neutralize the security guards. Master, what should we do? Inside the security room, the guards were bored and dozing off. For them, working here is just killing time. Everyone knows this port belongs to Captain Barlow. Who would dare to cause trouble? Ah! Suddenly, the security guard heard a girl's delicate scream from outside. Startled, he stood up and looked out, only to see a scantily clad, delicate young woman lying on the ground, clutching her snow-white calf. I twisted my ankle. Can you help me up? The young girl looked at the security guard with a pitiful expression, speaking in a weak voice. Seeing her like this, the security guard's heart nearly stopped for a moment. Where had he ever seen such a beautiful girl? He immediately smiled ingratiatingly and stepped out of the security booth, walking toward the young woman. Just as he stepped out of the booth, Chen Fei seized the opportunity, his body moving like a ghost, and darted inside. Moments later, the security guard helped the girl back to the security room, grinning widely as he schemed in his mind about what to do with her. Suddenly, he felt a sharp pain in his neck, as if he had been electrocuted, and collapsed with his eyes rolling back in his head. Done. Let's go. Chen Fei emerged from behind the door, grabbed Mishi Liaya, and entered the port. 76. Disguised infiltration. At the port, a massive cargo ship was docked. Cargo was being loaded onto the ship in truckloads. Lu Yan must be on that cargo ship. She'll be shipped out with the goods. To rescue Lu Yan, we must board the ship, Chen Fei said. However, at the boarding entrance, 2 armed bodyguards stood on either side, guarding the area. Without a work pass, it was impossible to get on board. We absolutely have to get work passes. Chen Fei frowned. This wouldn't be easy. Master, we could disguise ourselves as cargo handlers. Mishia raised an eyebrow and suggested. Smart. Chen Fei's eyes lit up. The dog thanked its master for the praise. Miyu Zilia said, causing Chen Fei a headache. Outside the cargo ship, there were many trucks parked. After searching around, the two of them locked onto a target. When 2 cargo handlers were carrying a container onto the cargo ship, Chen Fei and Mishi Liaya seized the opportunity and hid inside the truck's cargo compartment. Once the 2 workers finished loading and returned to unload, Chen Fei and Mishi Liaya struck instantly. The 2, completely caught off guard, were knocked unconscious in an instant, not uttering a single sound. After stripping the 2 men of their clothes and putting them on, Chen Fei and Mishi Liaya carried a container toward the cargo ship. As they passed 2 armed bodyguards, they lowered their heads and pulled their hats down, their hearts racing. If they were discovered here, they would be in serious trouble. Fortunately, the bodyguards didn't notice anything unusual. There were too many people loading cargo, and new faces appeared every day. How could they notice something out of the ordinary? The 2 boarded the ship and followed the other cargo handlers, carrying the boxes into the cargo hold. Inside the cargo hold, it was filled with shipping containers, at least 1,000 of them. This is trouble. There are so many boxes, and Lu Yan is inside one of them. Chen Fei frowned and said. Over 1,000 containers. The entire hold was packed so tightly that finding the one with Lu Yan inside would be like searching for a needle in a haystack. If we can't find it in a short time, master, we must hide on the ship immediately. Mishi Liaya made a quick decision. Chen Fei nodded, found a narrow gap between 2 containers just large enough for 2 people, and crawled inside with Mishi Liaya. They then moved another container in front to block the view of the security guards patrolling the ship. Just then, with a loud rumble, the massive cargo ship began to move. Clearly, it was preparing to set sail. I recognize this ship. Its route is heading toward Northern Europe, Mishi Liaya whispered. Chen Fei nodded, his expression growing serious. He noticed that once the ship started moving, the number of patrolmen in the cargo hold had significantly increased. Hiding in this narrow crevice, not being discovered was already a stroke of luck. There was no way to go out and search for the box holding Lu Yan. We must wait for the right opportunity. Fortunately, as long as the cargo ship didn't stop, it at least meant that Lu Yan was still in the cargo hold. There was still hope. As time passed, the temperature began to drop. Just as Mishi Liaya had said, the cargo ship was heading toward Northern Europe. The temperature continued to drop sharply as the ship progressed along its route. However, Chen Fei and Ma Xue Liaya were still wearing the summer clothes they had bought on Guild Island. As the temperature dropped, they were enveloped by the cold. Unconsciously, they drew closer to each other. They didn't know how much time had passed when the ship suddenly came to a stop. Chen Fei was startled, his heart racing. Peering through the cracks, he looked into the cargo hold. He saw someone coming over with a shipping list, checking it off, and then starting to lower one container after another. Chen Fei couldn't sit still. What if Lu Yen was inside one of those containers? Don't worry, sir. That shipment was loaded onto the ship by a fruit company earlier. It should all be fruit, said Mishi Liaya. Chen Fei calmed down upon hearing this. Once the fruit was loaded and the cargo ship set sail again. Clearly, the over 1,000 containers of cargo were all different and destined for various ports. But Chen Fei knew he had to act quickly. As the voyage continued, the patrol officers in the cargo hold became less vigilant than they had been at first, gradually relaxing their guard. It was at that moment, as a patrolman passed by the container where Chen Fei was hiding, that the two suddenly sprang into action. Chen Fei shifted the container, and Mishi Liaya's figure darted out like a ghost, her dagger pressed against the patrolman's neck. Stay quiet, or I'll kill you. Before the patrolman could scream, Mishi Liaya coldly whispered into his ear. The icy dagger drew a shallow bloodline on his neck, causing the patrolman to tremble uncontrollably. Speak! Which container from the Guild Island was loaded with people? Don't play dumb with me, you know exactly what I'm asking. Mishi Liaya said in a deep voice. Every crew member on this ship is under Barrow's command. In other words, they are all pirates. If they weren't trusted confidants, how could they be assigned to transport cargo? This is an extremely important position. Therefore, they naturally understood what Mishia meant by the box containing people. I really don't know. Every time the boxes with people are loaded, only our leader, Minus, knows the exact location. The patrolman stammered, sounding sincere, though his nervous expression gave him away. Where is Minoru? Mishia continued to ask. The boss is in the captain's cabin, down the stairs at the back, in the innermost room. The patrolman replied honestly, but his hands reached into his pockets. Splash! The next moment, the patrolman felt a cold sensation on his neck, his eyes widened suddenly, and after struggling for a moment, his hands dropped limply to his sides. Mishlia dragged the patrolman's body into the hiding spot where she had been hiding earlier. She stripped off his work uniform and put it on herself, then told Mishlia to stay put and wait for further instructions. Immediately, Chen Fei scanned the hallway, spotted an unlucky patrolman on solo duty, tapped his shoulder, and whispered in a low voice, "Come take a look. There seems to be an issue with the goods over here." Hearing Chen Fei's words, the patrolman didn't suspect anything and followed Chen Fei to the corner where they had been hiding. What's wrong? The patrolman was puzzled and followed Chen Fei closer. Whoosh! Another cold gleam flashed, and Mishi Liaya delivered a precise strike, ending his life. This was the work of a professional bounty hunter. Every strike was a fatal blow. In such operations, opportunities to act were often limited to one or two. If they were missed, not only would the mission fail, but their own lives would be endangered. Following the same method, they stripped the patrolman's clothes off and had Mishi Liaya put them on. They then hid the bodies of the two patrolmen and walked down the stairs with confidence. Following the patrolman's instructions, the two descended the stairs and walked to the room at the end of the corridor, where they saw the light was on but it was quiet. 77, mission failed, crisis. Chen Fei knocked on the door. He didn't know what was happening inside, so he dared not rush in. Instead, he opened the door first to assess the situation before deciding how to proceed. Come in. A deep voice came from inside, likely that of the ship's captain, Minho. Chen Fei turned the doorknob and opened the captain's cabin door. Upon entering, he saw Minho was sitting behind the desk, with 5 armed bodyguards standing beside him. He silently thanked his luck for checking first, otherwise, charging in blindly would have likely ended with him being killed by those men. Captain, we're here to deliver your coffee. The corridor leading to the captain's cabin also had a dining area. Chen Fei had already prepared a plan in case there were too many people inside the captain's cabin. Chen Fei and Mishi Liaya handed the coffee forward. Minuel waved his hand, signaling the two to leave. But suddenly, he looked up. Wait a moment. Hearing the sudden shout, both of them jumped in surprise, cold sweat breaking out on their foreheads. I don't think I've seen either of you before. Miho took off his sunglasses and studied the two of them closely, especially when he saw Mishia's face. His eyes lit up. Captain, we're the new crew members transferred here by Captain Barlow. Chen Fei spoke politely, though his heart was racing. However, on the surface, he appeared calm and composed, giving nothing away. Showing panic would be a giveaway. Anyway, everyone on this ship was personally selected by Captain Barlow, so it's normal that Minuo doesn't recognize them. Oh, I see. Mino nodded thoughtfully, then his greasy face broke into a sly smile. Pointing at Mishia, he said, You stay here. I'll show you around and help you get familiar with the ship. Chen Fei frowned imperceptibly and said, Captain, we're already very familiar with the ship's environment. If there's nothing else, we'll take our leave. Did I give you permission to speak? Mino roared angrily, grabbed the coffee cup on the table, and hurled it at Chen Fei. Chen Fei instinctively turned his head to the side to dodge, and the coffee cup shattered against the wall behind him, with brown coffee flowing down the wall. However, some of the scalding hot coffee still splashed onto Chen Fei's face. The boiling water scalded his skin, causing the veins on his forehead to throb. A surge of furious anger spread through his heart. You dare to dodge? You newbie punk, if I don't teach you a lesson, you won't even know your own name. But Kemanu didn't stop there. Instead, he became even more arrogant. He grabbed the red wine bottle on the table and walked toward Chen Fei. Boss, calm down. You still need to show me around. How can we waste time? Miyu Liaya suddenly smiled brightly and said, casually taking the wine bottle from Minhua's hand, her pupils flashing with murderous intent. Earlier, she had thrown a coffee cup at Chen Fei, burning him, which had already enraged her to the core. Now she actually wanted to use the wine bottle to hit Chen Fei? Could she possibly tolerate that? Miyu Liaya had already made up her mind. You're lucky that this outstanding crew member spoke up for you. Otherwise, I wouldn't have let you off today. Get out of here. Minhuo snorted coldly. Chen Fei's face, shrouded in shadow, twitched slightly. He was suppressing the rage boiling within him. Exactly, cough, get out of here. Miyu Liaya turned her back to Minhuo and spoke to Chen Fei. Her eyes, however, were fixed on the window beside the room. Chen Fei understood and bowed his head before leaving the room. The captain's cabin is so hot. Boss, there are too many people here. Tell them all to leave. Miyu Liaya said, removing her cotton coat to reveal her summer attire beneath, giving a seductive smile. Nino couldn't resist this. He turned to the 5 bodyguards and said, get out. I've got some serious business to attend to. The 5 bodyguards felt both envious and jealous, but they could only step back and leave. As soon as the door closed, Miyu Liaya gave a cold laugh and suddenly a dagger appeared in her hand, pressed against Mino's neck. What do you mean by this? Mino was completely stunned. He had been preparing to go to heaven, but suddenly found himself in hell. You just tried to hit my master and even burned his face? Miyu Liaya's voice was icy cold, her eyes flashing with dangerous intent. The dagger in her hand suddenly lunged toward Miho's face. Ah! Mino tried to scream for help, but his neck was being choked, like a duck being grabbed by the throat, unable to make a sound. The excruciating pain made Mino's tears and snot flow freely, and he could only plead with his eyes. It wasn't until his face was completely slashed to pieces, with blood seeping out of the wounds, that Miyu Liaya finally stopped. By then, Minhuo was numb from the pain, his entire body in a daze. He finally understood a truth: a woman beautiful enough could kill someone with ease. Answer my question. Where is the box for humans? Miyu Shiraya raised the dagger in her hand once more, snapping Minhuo back to his senses. Speak. I'll tell you. Mino nodded quickly and said, you mean the box containing the girl named Lu Yen, right? That container is at. But just as he spoke, Minhuo suddenly exerted all his strength, trying to break free from Miyu Liaya and reach the alarm button on the table. You're asking for death. Miyu Liaya acted decisively, slashing her throat with the dagger. Zzz. After a burst of blood spattered, Miyu Liaya was stunned to discover that sparks were flickering at his neck. Ha, didn't expect that, did you? My neck was injured before, and I have a steel plate implanted there. Minhuo let out a savage laugh, pressed the button, and the alarm sounded loudly. Miyu Liaya's single strike failed to kill him, and she knew there was no chance left. At that moment, the sound of the door unlocking from the outside echoed through the room. Staying here would mean being captured alive. She had to retreat immediately. With that thought, Miyu Liaya's body moved in an instant, leaping toward the window beside her. Crack! As the sound of shattering glass echoed, Miyu Liaya leaped out. Chase them! Catch them! On this ship, I'll see where these 2 little bastards can run to. You little! How dare you scratch my face? I'll kill you! Mino, who had been saved, let out a roar, pulling at the dozen or so wounds on his face, screaming in pain, his anger reaching new heights. Chen Fei, who had been waiting outside the window to provide backup, heard the alarm and knew something was wrong. Moments later, he saw Miyu Liaya jump out. A group of patrolmen were charging toward them. Chen Fei immediately grabbed her and ran toward the stairs. Master, I'm sorry. I didn't handle it properly. Miyu Liaya's eyes were filled with guilt as she spoke to Chen Fei while running. Little Mishi, you've worked hard. Chen Fei not only didn't blame her, but instead comforted her, causing Miyu Liaya's heart to tremble. 78, a 1 in 1,000 chance. Coming here to rescue Lu Yen was already a life-threatening mission. Such a difficult task couldn't possibly be guaranteed to succeed. No matter what, he wouldn't blame her. Hearing Chen Fei say this, Miyu Liaya bit her lips tightly, feeling even more guilty. Her master was so kind, yet she couldn't even handle such a small task. How useless was she? Master, what should we do now? Miss Liaya said in a low voice. Thinking that her failure might lead to her master's death here made her want to cry. There's one last chance. The patrolmen in the cargo hold still don't know we're the intruders. Before they receive the message, we can make one final attempt to enter the cargo hold. Chen Fei said. Although the alarm has been triggered, the patrolmen in the cargo hold have no way of knowing who the intruders are. They are all strangers to each other. Only after reviewing the surveillance footage will they know that Chen Fei and Miyu Liaya are the intruders. Before that, we still have one last chance. Master, does that mean we have to randomly select one out of over 1,000 containers? Miyu Lia felt despair. Even if she trusted Chen Fei completely, how could they possibly choose the right one? 1 in 1,000. That's purely luck. Even if Chen Fei is as powerful as he is, it has nothing to do with luck. There's still a chance. Chen Fei's mind was racing as he followed Mishi Liaya back to the cargo hold. As soon as they entered the cargo hold, Chen Fei shouted loudly, "Everyone, pay attention. The alarm just sounded because 2 intruders have boarded our ship. Keep a close watch, our leader was injured in the incident." The patrolmen heard Chen Fei's words and were immediately startled. They had already been tense after hearing the alarm, and now that even Manhwa was injured, they grew even more solemn. However, not a single person connected the 2 intruders to Chen Fei and Mishi Liaya. This tactic of the thief crying "stop the thief" was quite effective at a critical moment, allowing them to distance themselves from suspicion. Though it lasted only a short time, it was enough. In fact, because of Chen Fei's shout, many patrolmen in the cargo hold rushed toward the exit. Hearing that their leader was injured, they were naturally eager to act. Who wouldn't want to capture the 2 intruders and boost their status? "Master, hurry!" Mishu Liaya urged. Now, saving Lu Yan is less important than saving ourselves. After all, for the 2 of them, being on this ship is like being a turtle in a jar. They must leave the ship to survive. Fortunately, the cargo hold of the freighter wasn't completely sealed off. It was an open-air platform that stretched for a long distance. It was only covered by a loose canvas tarp. Therefore, Chen Fei and Mishi Liaya still had a chance to jump off the ship. But if they were surrounded, they wouldn't even have the chance to jump. They had to act quickly. Chen Fei scanned the cargo hold, which contained over 1,000 containers, at top speed, his mind racing frantically. Although there were over 1,000 containers here, the one containing Lu Yan must be on the top layer. If it were buried beneath the others, the air wouldn't circulate and she would suffocate. Secondly, since they went to a place with lower temperatures, there must be insulation. The containers should also be dark in color, which aligns with the psychological tactic of self-deception used in illegal transactions to avoid detection. The container holding Lu Yan must have some slight differences from the adjacent ones, making it easily identifiable at a glance. Otherwise, if we make a mistake, it will cause a huge problem. Lu Yan is about 1.5 meters tall, and when curled up, her approximate volume is. Chen Fei frantically deduced, leaving Mishi Liaya speechless. Upon hearing the final condition, she immediately knelt down. "The master is looking at me." She fell to the side, lying on the ground like a ball, curled up tightly. Mishi Liaya was roughly the same height as Lu Yan. After Chen Fei clearly saw her curled up form, his gaze immediately locked onto a specific area. There, surrounded by blue containers, were 3 black boxes. These 3 black boxes were of different sizes, and the one closest in size to Mishi Liaya's curled up form was the middle black container. Take a gamble, this is the one. Seeing that he was about to expose the intruder's identity, which would mean certain doom, Chen Fei no longer hesitated and directly lifted the container. Mishi Liaya simultaneously pulled up the elastic fabric covering the cargo hold. Chen Fei, carrying the box, jumped out through the opening created by the elastic fabric. He landed directly into the icy seawater. Mishi Liaya followed closely behind and jumped in as well. It wasn't until the sound of splashing water echoed that the patrolman inside the cargo hold snapped back to reality. Damn it! Those 2 are the intruders. They jumped into the sea with a box. Quick, notify the boss. Instantly, the cargo hold descended into chaos. Useless. A bunch of useless fools. You couldn't even catch 2 people. Mino, with his face wrapped in thick bandages, walked over cursing angrily. Upon hearing from his men that the 2 had jumped into the sea, he erupted into a furious tirade. He was furious that he couldn't kill Chen Fei with his own hands, that he couldn't enjoy that woman. But Mino didn't think that jumping into the sea from here would allow them to survive. After all, they had already reached the waters of the North Sea, where the water was icy cold. Even if there were islands nearby, they would be covered in ice and snow. How could they possibly survive? Still, the grudge of having his face slashed must be avenged personally. "Captain, they took a box with them," a crew member reminded him. Mino waved it off dismissively. "It's just some cargo. Let them take it to the grave." Before he could finish speaking, he realized that the container that had been taken was the most important one in the cargo hold. The value of over 1,000 boxes combined wasn't worth as much as that one container. "Chase them! Catch them! Bring them back alive or dead!" Mino roared madly, his wounds on his face tearing open again, screaming in agony, his heart pounding with tension. Lu Yan is gone. This was a container reserved by a super VIP client from Scandinavia. It was rumored that the client had a close relationship with Rosen. If this matter wasn't handled properly, not only would she be in trouble, but even Captain Barlow might be reprimanded by Rosen. In that case, my life would be forfeit. Hurry up! Hurry! Otherwise, you'll all go down with me. Minnow raged on like a madman. He couldn't understand how Chen Fei had managed to discover the box used to hide the person. There were over 1,000 of them here. The crew members were all on edge. They had all figured out that Minho was acting so because Lu Yen was missing. After all, they all worked on this ship. Who didn't know that the most valuable cargo on this cargo ship was the people being transported? 79 ice-covered islands. In the wheelhouse, the navigator pointed at the screen and said to Minho, "Captain, there's only one island nearby, and it's less than 200 meters away. If they want to survive, this is their only landing point. Quick, turn the ship around." Minho was nearly driven mad with panic. Earlier, he had hoped they would freeze to death, but now he was praying that Lu Yen wouldn't freeze to death. Otherwise, he would be the one to suffer a gruesome death. The navigator hurriedly obeyed, but the large ship turned slowly. By the time the bow was aligned with the island, Chen Fei and Mishia had already pushed the boxes and swum to a point just 30 meters from the shore. However, by then, their lips had turned purple, and their bodies were gradually freezing stiff. Ice floated on the sea surface, and the coastline was a vast expanse of white. The cargo ship had been sailing at sea for a day, bringing the two of them to a world of ice and snow. Fortunately, there were floating containers, otherwise, the two would have sunk. After all, with their limbs stiff, they were relying solely on sheer willpower to stay afloat. Finally, Chen Fei and Mishi Liaya set foot on the shore. "Quick, take off all your clothes." Chen Fei didn't have time to check the container. He immediately shouted to Mishi Liaya. Clothes soaked in icy seawater clinging to the body would cause hypothermia to progress 3 times faster, and death could occur within 10 minutes. Mishilia immediately obeyed, showing no embarrassment in front of Chen Fei. She had already completely regarded herself as Chen Fei's property. "Hurry up, start running." Chen Fei threw his clothes and gear onto the container, dragged it along, and sprinted toward the island along the coastline. Miyu Liya followed suit. They had to keep their bodies moving frantically to maintain their body temperature in the freezing cold. After all, the two of them were in an open-air environment in the middle of a blizzard, with temperatures below 0 degrees Celsius. But if this continued, their fate would be inevitable death. They had to find a sheltered spot quickly, build a fire, dry their clothes, and put them back on. They had to hurry. "Master, there's a cave over there." Miyu Shiraya pointed ahead and said. Chen Fei didn't hesitate, dragging the container toward the cave at top speed. Before entering the cave, Chen Fei picked up some dry branches at the entrance. The environment here was extremely dry, so despite the freezing cold, these branches were dry and easy to ignite. Fortunately, even after leaving the tropical desert island, Chen Fei had not lost the wilderness tool he had obtained, but had kept it with him at all times. He grabbed the military shovel from the container, twisted out the fire starter, and quickly set the dry branches ablaze. The cave helped block the cold wind, and once the campfire was lit, the temperature rose significantly. Of course, for someone in an open-top vehicle, it was still freezing cold. Huff, huff. Niua's face was deathly pale, her lips a dusky blue, and she kept exhaling white mist as her tiny body trembled uncontrollably. Chen Fei wasn't much better off. He moved slightly to the side, bringing the two of them closer together. But Mishi Liaya simply pressed herself against him, clinging tightly to Chen Fei. "The dog is so cold, master, hold the dog, huh?" Chen Fei gave her a light slap on the head and hugged her tighter. But he didn't have a single extra thought. There was nothing to be done. In such cold conditions, any man would understand. Thermal expansion and contraction, it's an inescapable truth of the world for every man. Huddled together, they finally felt a bit warmer. Fortunately, the air was extremely dry, and within about 10 minutes, their clothes were completely dry. Chen Fei and Mishia quickly dressed themselves. Fortunately, they had killed 2 patrolmen on the ship earlier and taken their cotton jackets, otherwise, they would have frozen to death here. Once they were fully dressed, Chen Fei finally turned his gaze toward the black shipping container. His heartbeat quickened involuntarily. In his heart, he kept praying. He hoped that Lu Yen was inside that container. Otherwise, everything would be over. Even if Liang Ting had Barrow's son, Terry, to exchange for the 50-plus people in the secret warehouse, Lu Yen wouldn't be able to return. Once she fell into the hands of those evil, mysterious clients, there would be no chance of rescue. Chen Fei trembled as he reached out and opened the container lid. Before he could see inside, he heard a series of chaotic footsteps coming from the coastline. Ha! Chen Fei couldn't help but burst into laughter. As he opened the lid, there she was, Lu Yen, unconscious and lying inside. The moment he heard those footsteps, Chen Fei knew he had made the right bet. Those footsteps must belong to Minhuo and his men. If he had taken the wrong box, why would they still be chasing after him? So, he must have chosen the right one. "Master, you're amazing!" Miyu Shiraya exclaimed excitedly. Her eyes fixed on Chen Fei, filled with admiration. "Over 1,000 containers, and you managed to pick the only correct one. You truly are my master." A cold breeze blew, and Lu Yen, who had been dozing off, trembled slightly before slowly opening her eyes. Upon seeing Chen Fei and Mishi Liaya, she was completely stunned. She thought she was hallucinating, so she rubbed her eyes hard, only to find that everything was real. Her eyes welled up with tears. "Woo-woo, did you come to save me because my aunt called you?" Lu Yen's pretty face was tear-streaked, having thought there was no hope left and that she was doomed. But now that she had regained consciousness and found herself saved, how could she not be overwhelmed with emotion? But we're not out of danger yet. Do you hear footsteps? Those bastards are coming after us again. Chen Fei said. Lu Yan heard this and panicked again, her face turning pale. But don't worry, as long as you follow me, I'll do my best to ensure your safety. Yes, master is so amazing. Mishi Liaya chimed in. Yes, yes. Lu Yan nodded vigorously. This incredibly capable girl had chosen this young man as her master, which meant he must be truly powerful. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to save her. In this freezing cold, being chased by so many people, Lu Yan instinctively regarded this young man she had just met as her savior. I just saw white smoke drifting over there. They must be there. Yes, let's hurry over and check. That means they're not dead yet. Lu Yan must still be alive. A commotion grew louder, approaching from the distance. Fei Ge, what should we do? They're coming. Lu Yan was nearly in tears. Don't be afraid, put the thermal blanket inside your clothes. Chen Fei told Lu Yan. Fortunately, Lu Yan was wearing a cotton coat. Clearly, they knew it was cold where the client was located before boarding the ship and were worried she might get too cold. Lu Yan quickly followed instructions, stuffing all the insulation layers from the container into her cotton coat for better warmth. Chen Fei wasn't idle either. He gathered some dry grass, divided half of it with Mishi Liaya, and together they stuffed it into the cotton coat. The straw could serve as an insulating layer, better protecting against heat loss. Everything was prepared. Follow me. 80. Harsh survival, making traps. Chen Fei grabbed his gear, immediately led the two girls out of the cave, and ran toward the island. I see them. Stop the car. Bang bang. Mino led his men in pursuit, watching as Chen Fei and the others ran into the bushes. He immediately fired warning shots. There was no choice, they dared not fire directly at the people. At such high speeds, even the slightest mistake could hit Lu Yan. If Lu Yan were killed, it would be like shooting themselves in the foot, and everyone would be dragged down with them. Chase them. Hurry up and follow me. Minnow gave the order, leading his pirate crew at top speed toward the bushes. Time was of the essence. There were over 1,000 boxes of cargo on the freighter, and if they couldn't deliver them in time, the consequences would be severe, with losses impossible to estimate. Therefore, every minute they delayed in capturing Lu Yan meant another loss of money. And all of that would be charged to Manhwa. How could he not be in a hurry? Fei Ge, I'm so tired and hungry. I can't run anymore. Lu Yan had only been running for a short while before she began gasping for breath. Chen Fei knew it wasn't her fault. She is a girl, and after being locked up for so long in a state of extreme fear, her eating, drinking, and sleeping must have been disrupted. Under such circumstances, she wouldn't have any stamina. It's okay, we can go slower. We're running in a straight line while they're taking detours. They won't catch up that easily. Chen Fei said. Lu Yan was puzzled and asked, Brother Fei, why are you so sure we're running in a straight line? I look around and everything looks the same. I can't tell which direction we're going. I thought we were just running blindly. How could we be running aimlessly? Look at the snowflakes on the stones on the ground. Chen Fei walked while pointing at the stones on the ground, showing the two girls. Sure enough, on the stones on the ground there were snow particles, each about the size of a soybean, all slanted. These snow particles are called frost ice. They form when water vapor comes into contact with rocks and freezes due to the temperature. Then, as the wind blows, they turn into ice particles. Look, all these snow particles are tilted, right? Whichever direction they tilt, that's the direction the wind is blowing. In this environment, the wind direction doesn't change easily, so we've been walking against the wind the whole time, which is why we're moving in a straight line. Chen Fei explained slowly. Heavens, Chen Fei, you're so amazing. Lu Yan's beautiful eyes sparkled with a glimmer of hope. She had been very afraid earlier, after all, there were so many of them, and only 3 of us. Escaping danger would be extremely difficult. But now, after witnessing Chen Fei's abilities, things were different. Even just one technique could instill confidence in Lu Yan. You're truly the master. You're so amazing. Mishi Liaya praised him as usual. However, every word she said came from the bottom of her heart, and the admiration in her eyes was genuine. After walking a short distance, Chen Fei stopped under a shrub, pulled out several white branches that resembled deer antlers, and tossed them into his mouth. He chewed them while sharing a few with the 2 girls. This is called reindeer moss. Doesn't it look like reindeer antlers? It can be used to stave off hunger. It's very filling, but not very nutritious. Chen Fei explained. Thank you, Brother Fei. Lu Yan grabbed a handful and put it in her mouth. It tasted like grass. If it were before, she never would have eaten such a thing. But after experiencing despair, even if it was hard to swallow, she chewed it thoroughly and swallowed it without a single complaint to fill her stomach. Miu Lia was even more determined. Whatever Chen Fei gave her, even if it were poison, she would swallow it without hesitation. The 3 of them ate a large amount of reindeer moss, and their stomachs felt much better. However, eating only this wasn't enough, it was too low in nutrients. We need to find some meat to eat, Chen Fei said. This was like eating grass. Though the stomach no longer felt hungry, the body lacked energy, and gradually, body temperature would drop. The harsher the environment, the more one must ensure adequate energy intake, otherwise, death will come quickly. Upon hearing the word meat, the two girls licked their lips. But how could they possibly find meat on this icy, snow-covered, desolate island? Only now did they realize that compared to this barren island, the previous tropical island was like a treasure trove. Here, getting meat requires patience and a bit of luck, Chen Fei said, squatting down and smearing a piece of animal feces onto his hands. Lu Yan's eyelid twitched. Even though she had grown accustomed to the filth and chaos of the iron cage, the act of smearing feces on her hands was still too much for her to accept. Just tell me what to do, master, Miu Liaya hurriedly said, looking helpless. She knew Chen Fei had a reason for doing this, but she still wanted to take on the dirty and tedious tasks herself. Lu Yan, cut a few strands of yarn from your sweater for me, Chen Fei said. He remembered that Lu Yan was still wearing a sweater. Lu Yan nodded but couldn't help asking curiously, Brother Fei, what are you doing? Making a trap, Chen Fei explained. That's why I'm smearing animal dung on my hands. When making the trap, it helps cover up the human scent. Otherwise, with animals being so cautious, they wouldn't fall into the trap. Lu Yan's eyes lit up. Brother Fei, you know so much. Here, take the yarn. At that moment, she had already cut a piece of wool from the sweater. Chen Fei took the yarn, found a small stick, and placed it under the bushes. He tied the yarn to the stick, forming a collapsible loop. If an animal stepped on the small stick, the loop would contract. Chen Fei repeated the process, making nearly 10 such traps. Brother Chen, I'm running out of yarn on my sweater. Just as Chen Fei was about to make the 11th trap, Lu Yan pouted and said. Her little belly was already exposed, shivering in the cold wind. Hurry up and put on your cotton coat. Chen Fei thought the girl was so naive. He hadn't noticed before, and now she was just giving it away without saying a word. By the time her little belly was exposed, she finally spoke up. She probably feared that if she didn't say anything, the part above would be exposed as well. Such a small trap, what kind of animals could it possibly catch? Lu Yan was very curious and found it hard to believe. In fact, she thought the island might not even have any animals. It was an icy wasteland. 81. Spending the night in extreme cold. Squirrels. In this climate, there are plenty of squirrels, Chen Fei said, pointing to where the traps were set, and explained, animals are just like humans, they prefer convenience. Look, I set the traps along the easiest paths to climb trees. Once the squirrels climb the trees, they inevitably take the simplest route. After hearing Chen Fei explain it, Lu Yan suddenly understood. She had thought the traps were just randomly placed. Now she saw that there was a method to it, and she admired Chen Fei even more. She couldn't help but exclaim excitedly, now we'll have meat to eat. This change in her mindset was something Lin Qianer, Luo Bing, and Mishi Liaya had already experienced once before. Their attitude toward Chen Fei had evolved from initial disbelief to ultimate admiration. This was the true mark of someone with real ability. This is the essence of what attracts people. What you gain by pleasing women is far less than what you gain by being strong yourself. Ha, I told you, it all comes down to luck. There's also a chance you'll end up with nothing. Chen Fei gave a heads up in advance. Otherwise, the higher the expectations, the greater the disappointment. The sky was gradually growing dark, and in this climate, days always seemed shorter. We need to find a place to spend the night. The snow-capped mountains are ahead, and tomorrow will be the real battle, Chen Fei said. They hadn't heard any sounds of pursuers for a long time, clearly indicating they were quite far away. In such an environment, it was easy to end up circling back, and they didn't possess Chen Fei's ability to navigate directions. Although they might catch up after a long time, that's precisely why Chen Fei and his group needed to rest and recharge their spirits. Chen Fei wasn't here in this icy wasteland to play hide and seek with them. This was the end of the shrubbery, and beyond lay a massive snow-capped mountain. Chen Fei's objective was to eliminate all of Manu's men there. He knew that hiding indefinitely was pointless. This island was too barren and inhospitable to remain hidden for long, they would starve to death here. Therefore, he must eliminate all the enemies, seize their cargo ship, and leave this hellish place to return with Lu Yan and reunite with Liang Ting. Perhaps the time left before returning to Daxia wouldn't be too long. Immediately, Chen Fei began digging a pit on the ground. Master, let me help. Miu Shuya took the military shovel, looking as though no one was allowed to touch it. Chen Fei let her take it, as if not letting her do the work was some form of abuse. Dig a shallow pit 1 meter 80 centimeters long, wide enough for 3 people to lie across, about 15 centimeters deep, Chen Fei instructed. Got it. Mishu Liya swung the military shovel vigorously, like a child trying to impress their parents. She no longer asked why, she just followed Chen Fei's instructions without question. But Lu Yan was clearly still in this phase. Brother Chen, why don't we just sleep here? Why dig a hole? This is a windbreak pit. A 15-centimeter depression can double the temperature. Plus, the space is small, so if 3 people huddle together, it'll be even warmer. In such an environment, if you just sleep on the ground, you'll freeze to death before you wake up. Chen Fei wasn't idle either. With more hands, they could work faster. Though they only had one shovel, they picked up stones and dug the pit together with Mishi Liaya. Hearing Chen Fei describe it so terrifyingly, Lu Yen's face turned pale. She didn't want to freeze to death either, so she immediately joined in the digging. After about half an hour, a sleeping pit was dug out. Chen Fei gathered more rocks of various sizes and arranged them in a circle around the pit, providing better protection against the wind. They then lit the campfire, and in this icy wasteland, there was finally a hint of warmth. They gathered snow into a kettle and placed it over the campfire. In this icy environment, they didn't have to worry about running out of water. However, the ice water couldn't be drunk directly, as it would cause rapid hypothermia. By then, it had grown completely dark. Sleep now, rest as much as you can. The enemy could come at any moment, Chen Fei said. Lu Yan lay down first. She couldn't sleep in such a tense state, but during the time she had been captured, she had grown accustomed to being on the brink of collapse. When fatigue reached its limit, she would fall asleep. Moreover, with Chen Fei by her side, she now had hope for survival. Though the danger remained, she felt a glimmer of safety, which allowed her to finally fall asleep. As for Mishi Liaya, there's no need to mention her. Being able to sleep by Chen Fei's side is the best thing that could happen to her. As long as she can stay like this, she'd be willing to remain in constant danger forever. Chen Fei was the last to fall asleep, lying in the middle. Surrounded by two women, this is truly a man's dream come true. However, Chen Fei wasn't in the mood to enjoy it at the moment. Lu Yen's breath caught. Sleeping this close to a guy was a first for her. Especially since the hole was small and they had to huddle together for warmth, they could hear each other's breathing. Unlike Lu Yan, Mishi Liaya was facing Chen Fei, her entire body wrapped around him like an octopus, and she soon fell asleep. Chen Fei had already fallen into a deep sleep. After days in the wilderness, he had trained himself to wake up at the slightest sound while sleeping. Therefore, there was no need for shifts to keep watch. Fortunately, Minoru didn't come after them all night. No doubt they dared not travel through the dark bushes. After all, even in broad daylight, they would circle around in the same spot, how much more so in the pitch-black night? As the sun began to rise, Chen Fei woke up. The two girls felt the movement and immediately followed suit. "Master, don't eat the snow, you'll catch a cold." Miyu saw Chen Fei crouching on the ground, stuffing snowflakes into his mouth, so she crouched beside him and reminded him with concern. "Do I need you to tell me? The snowflakes here are very dry, like powder that can absorb dirt. They're perfect for rinsing your mouth and washing your face. You should try some too," Chen Fei said, grabbing a handful of snowflakes and stuffing them into Mishi Lia's mouth. Immediately, he felt a faint warmth on his fingertips. He saw that Mishi Liaya was licking his fingertips like a little puppy, her sapphire blue eyes shimmering with a misty glow. Chen Fei quickly pulled his hand back. This girl was definitely a bit off. If he could take her back, he'd have to properly correct her. "Brother Fei, let's go check out the traps we set up yesterday," Lu Yan, having washed her face with dry snow, said excitedly. Her eyes were filled with anticipation. Chen Fei and Mishi Liaya were equally eager. After all, they hadn't eaten anything for a day and night and desperately needed food to replenish their energy. The three arrived at the trap site and were delighted to find two squirrels trapped in the woolen loops, completely unable to move. Although only 2 squirrels had been caught out of 10 traps, this was already an extremely high success rate. Chen Fei was satisfied as he picked up the 2 squirrels, preparing to clean them and grill them for dinner, when he heard footsteps approaching from the distance. "Damn it, they're here just in time!" Chen Fei exclaimed angrily. 82. The Fatal Snow Bridge. Chen Fei was extremely angry, knowing that the other party would eventually come and wouldn't wait for him to finish eating first. "Come on then!" Chen Fei shouted loudly toward the rear, intentionally drawing the other party's attention, then led the 2 girls toward the snow-covered mountain. "They're over there! Chase them!" Nino shouted with a grim expression. The entire group was freezing to the bone. By morning, several had even frozen to death. It wasn't just the cold, they also had to endure psychological pressure. Although they were the pursuers, the cargo ship was still there, which meant a huge loss. If they couldn't capture Lu Yen today, the matter would be exposed to Captain Barlow, and Minuo and the others would all be in trouble. Therefore, Minuo led the group and rushed toward the snow-covered mountain at top speed. On the snow-covered mountain, the temperature was much lower than in the bushes below. The 2 girls were shivering uncontrollably from the cold. Chen Fei was slightly better off, but not by much. "Brother Chen, I'm so cold. I can barely breathe." "Ha, ha, the dog is cold too." The 2 girls' beautiful cheeks were a deep purple, frozen solid. "I'll take care of Minuo and the others within an hour." "Hold on a little longer," Chen Fei said directly. "Master, you're so amazing." Miyu Lia started praising him immediately, even though she had no idea what methods Chen Fei had used. Lu Yan was amazed. Chen Fei only had a revolver on him, while the other side had over 30 people, all armed to the teeth. In such a situation, surviving was already a miracle. How could he possibly eliminate them all within an hour? Though she found it hard to believe, for some reason, she couldn't help but trust Chen Fei's words. At that moment, Chen Fei suddenly stopped. Ahead, there was an ice fissure that seemed to split a mountain range in two, with only a narrow strip of ice connecting the two sides. You two, strip off all your clothes and give them to me, Chen Fei suddenly ordered. Upon hearing this, Lu Yan froze in shock, her cheeks flushing red. Why suddenly take off our clothes? It's not just cold, and he's a guy. Master, here you go. On the other side, Mishi Leah didn't hesitate at all, showing no signs of hesitation. She stripped herself naked, handed all her inner clothes to Chen Fei, and then put on her cotton coat. Lu Yan saw that Chen Fei had tied all the clothes together and immediately understood what he was doing. She blushed and followed suit. Her snow-white body trembled in the cold wind. After handing the clothes to Chen Fei, she quickly put on the cotton coat. Chen Fei also stripped off his short-sleeved shirt, tying all three garments together like a rope. Come, tie it around your wrists. Chen Fei tied one end of the rope to Lu Yan's hand and said to her, you can cross the snow bridge now. Go slowly and don't step too hard. If it breaks, I'll pull you back. The snow bridge over the ice fissure was extremely fragile and could break at any moment. Therefore, walking on it was an extremely dangerous endeavor. Lu Yan immediately grew tense. But hearing the sounds of pursuit growing louder behind her, she closed her eyes and walked onto the snow bridge. She made it across safely. She untied the cloth tied around her wrist and Chen Fei took it back. It's your turn, Chen Fei said to Mishi Leah. Before Chen Fei could act, Mishi Leah blushed and tied the rope around her own collar. Master, hold the dog's leash tightly. After saying that, Mishi Leah walked across the snow bridge fearlessly. Then she waved at Chen Fei, Master, come quickly. Chen Fei let go immediately, took a deep breath, and stepped onto the snow bridge. Master, why did you let go of your clothes? Mishi Leah panicked. If the snow bridge broke, Chen Fei would fall directly into the ice crevasse, with no chance of rescue, and that would be the end of him. Your strength can't support my weight. If I fall, holding onto your clothes will drag you down too, Chen Fei said. Then Mishi will die with the master. Say something nice, please. Chen Fei didn't want to die, but if something happened, he didn't want to drag them down with him. Although if he were to die, they would likely also struggle to survive, but that was another matter entirely. Click. Just then, a crisp sound came from beneath his feet. Chen Fei's breath caught in his throat. His heartbeat nearly stopped. The sound was so loud that even Lu Yan and Mishi Leah heard it. At that moment, Chen Fei was still in the middle of the snow bridge. Plop! Mish Leah immediately knelt down in the snow, clasping her hands together, closing her eyes, and praying to her god. Lu Yan also clenched her fists tightly, tears welling up in her eyes. If the snow bridge broke and Chen Fei fell, she didn't know how she could go on living. Chen Fei took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and charged forward at top speed. 5 seconds of sprinting felt like an eternity. With 2 more cracking sounds, the snow bridge finally held. Chen Fei safely reached the other side. Master! Mish Leah rushed forward in joy. Fei Gu! Lu Yan couldn't contain her excitement either and ran up to hug Chen Fei. When she came to her senses, her cheeks flushed red. How could she have done something so unladylike? What would Fei brother think of her? Would he think she was a bad girl who would throw herself at a man? But then she thought, Fei Gu already calls this little foreign girl such romantic names, he definitely won't mind her little lack of restraint. Stop right there. At that moment, Manhwa and the others caught up again. Upon seeing Chen Fei across the way, they didn't hesitate, they simply waved their hands. Instantly, over 30 people charged toward the snow bridge. Crack! Ah! The snow bridge, already strained to its limit, could barely support a single person, let alone so many people charging at once. Just as a few of them had barely made it onto the snow bridge, a crisp cracking sound echoed, and they all plummeted down. The screams of terror echoed for a long time before finally fading away. As one might imagine, how deep must this ice crevasse be? It's like a dark hell. 8 of them were killed in an instant. Lu Yan was utterly shocked. Earlier, she had been wondering how Chen Fei would deal with them. It turned out that this was all it took. In the face of vast knowledge, nature itself could become his weapon, far more powerful than any firearm. Bastard! Damn bastard! I'll kill you! Nino shuddered in relief, glad he had been cautious enough not to step directly onto it. Immediately, he raised his shotgun and aimed it at Chen Fei. 83, the counterattack begins, I just hope they don't come. The black shotgun was aimed at Chen Fei. Shoot! But what Manhwa never expected was that Lu Yan stepped forward and stood in front of Chen Fei. Lu Yan's legs trembled nervously, but she bravely stared back at Manhwa. She knew clearly that the enemy dared not kill her. Therefore, she was the invincible bulletproof vest. Therefore, despite her extreme fear, she had to step forward to protect Chen Fei and the little girl. Manhwa angrily slammed the gun onto the ground, venting his rage. The snow bridge had broken, and to reach Chen Fei, he would have to go around the side. By then, Chen Fei would already be long gone. Bang! At that moment, a gunshot rang out. Ugh! Nino was shot through the shoulder by Chen Fei, immediately clutching the bloody wound and howling in agony. He had completely forgotten about this. They dared not fire, but Chen Fei did. Damn it, it's cold, my hands are shaking. Chen Fei had aimed for the other man's head, but this time he missed by a bit. It was too cold, and his fingers had gone numb. By the time he tried to act again, 2 pirates wielding riot shields had already blocked his path. Chen Fei spat angrily, realizing there was no chance to act, and turned to leave with the 2 girls. Chase them! Chase them! Mino roared in fury, the intense pain making him furious. This snow-capped mountain wasn't very high, and Chen Fei and the 2 girls quickly reached the summit. The 2 girls immediately looked down at the area below and screamed in shock. Master, there's a smoking pool down there. Fei Guo, what's going on here? Chen Fei glanced at it and shrugged indifferently. It's a hot spring. It's normal. Although it's very cold here, if this is a volcano, the underground would be very hot. Magma flowing underground would create hot springs. This doesn't conflict with the surrounding cold. Such phenomena are most common in places like Iceland, which has many volcanoes. It wouldn't be surprising if this island had them too. Hot springs. Let's soak in the hot springs. Lu Yan never expected that in this desolate place, there would be such a luxurious thing as a hot spring. She hadn't bathed for days since being captured, and her whole body felt sticky and disgusting. She immediately ran toward the hot spring. Chen Fei followed closely behind, watching as Lu Yan was about to jump into the hot spring, and quickly stopped her. Wait! You'll get burned! Hearing Chen Fei's words, Lu Yan froze in her tracks. Sure enough, she saw the hot spring water bubbling up. Is this boiling water? Chen Fei nodded. There's a volcano underground. Of course it's boiling. Lu Yan looked disappointed. She had been planning to take a bath, but now she couldn't. As if sensing her thoughts, Chen Fei pointed to a nearby stream that looked extremely dirty and black, saying, "You can wash there." Upon hearing Chen Fei's words, Lu Yan looked at it and shook her head. Forget it, brother Fei. The water in that stream is dirtier than I am. I'm afraid I'll get even dirtier. Who said the water is dirty? Chen Fei replied, haven't you seen the ads? Those skincare products all say they contain volcanic mud. This is volcanic mud, it cleans like crazy. Plus, it's connected between 2 hot springs, with snow melt in between to balance the temperature, so it's just right. Hearing this, Lu Yan's beautiful eyes sparkled. Really? What the master says can't be false. She was still excited, but Mishi Liaya had already stripped off and sat down, leaning back slightly. Instantly, half her body was covered by the warm volcanic mud spring water, a sensation so comfortable it was indescribable. Seeing how much Mishi Liaya was enjoying it, Lu Yan couldn't resist either. Blushing, she took off her cotton coat. But she wasn't as bold as Mishi Liaya, who dared to open the canopy. Even wearing a tank top, with a big guy beside her, it was enough to make Lu Yan blush. The stream was very shallow, less than 20 centimeters deep, so to be fully submerged, one had to lie down completely. There was no cover at all. In fact, Chen Fei hadn't even looked at them, he was busy using a small knife to handle the squirrel. After finishing with the squirrel, he tied it up with a piece of string and tossed it into the hot spring. The scalding hot spring was like a natural hot pot. It only took a quarter of an hour to fully cook the meat. Mi Shui. Ah. Upon hearing Lu Yan call her name, Mishi Liya tilted her head. You, these wounds on your body. Lu Yan knew she shouldn't ask, but she couldn't help herself. She couldn't imagine what this little girl had gone through. Just looking at her was heartbreaking. Being locked in an iron cage was already desperate enough. But she didn't look this pitiful. At the same time, the look in her eyes as she glanced at Chen Fei's back held a hint of fear. Could all of this be his doing? Is Fei Guo a split personality? Is the other personality a dark madman? These things are all in the past now. Mishi Lia's expression grew somber. These scars represented those humiliating days she'd rather forget. Fortunately, it's all in the past now. Thinking about the present, having a master worth sacrificing her life for, she couldn't help but smile. Let me scrub your back for you. Your shoulders are still injured and shouldn't get wet. She came behind Mishi Lia and wiped the wounds with hot spring water. After applying heat, it would help promote blood circulation and dissipate bruises. Thank you, Lu's sister. Don't worry. With a master like him, those who bullied you will all be dealt with. Just like how he dealt with those who bullied me. Mishi Liaya said confidently. Lu Yan was taken aback. So these injuries weren't caused by Chen Fei. She had mistakenly blamed him earlier and now felt incredibly guilty. She was being so petty. Come, eat. At that moment, Chen Fei brought over the cooked meat, tore it apart, and shared it between the 2 of them. Thank you, master. Mishixia took the meat and ate it greedily. It was simply boiled in hot spring water, with no flavor at all, but she still ate it with relish. Being able to fill her stomach was already a great blessing. What else could she possibly complain about? Thank you, brother Chen Fei. Lu Yan smiled sweetly. In her eyes, Chen Fei was a hero. After washing up, the meat was all gone. Chen Fei looked in the distance and said indifferently, get ready. It's time to take care of those dogs. Lu Yan froze in surprise. Did he have another plan? Miu Lia had dressed and stood behind Chen Fei, ready for action. Chen Fei led the 2 girls back to the foot of the snow-capped mountain. Why are we going back? They're about to catch up. Lu Yan asked nervously. We're afraid they won't come. Chen Fei sneered and led them to a tunnel at the base of the mountain. This was a natural ice tunnel formed over countless years of frost and snow. 84. Blue ice and corrupted ice annihilate all enemies. After leading the two girls inside, Chen Fei saw that the ice surrounding the tunnel was all a deep blue. Chen Fei led the two further ahead. Here, the color of the ice changed. It wasn't as beautiful, but white. If the pirates catch up, we'll be trapped here. Lu Yan said anxiously, this tunnel is a dead end with only one entrance and exit. I told you, I was afraid they wouldn't come. As long as they dare to enter this tunnel, I'll take their lives and wipe them out completely. Chen Fei said, what we need to consider now is how to lure them in without seeming too obvious. Why don't we pretend to argue? In such an extreme environment, a rift in our relationship would be quite normal. Lu Yan suggested. She was a bit confused and had no idea what Chen Fei was thinking. Not only are we not avoiding the pirates, but we're actually luring them in? But since Chen Fei said so, we'll just follow his lead. After all, we're counting on him to survive. Mi Shui, don't argue with your master, not even pretend to. Niu Lia puffed out her little face, then suddenly crouched down and darted out of the cave, just in time to see Mingyuo and the others rushing down the mountain. Ah! Pretending to have been accidentally spotted, Mishi Lia let out a startled cry and ran back. When she reached Chen Fei, he glared at her. Do you want to die? Going out alone? Do you really think they won't shoot? As long as she could complete her master's task, even if she died, it wouldn't matter. Mishi Lia said resolutely. Chen Fei sighed helplessly. However, the effect was indeed achieved. Suddenly, Mingyuo and the other 20 or so men appeared at the cave entrance. Seeing the three people inside the tunnel, they burst into maniacal laughter. Ha! This is a dead end. I'll see where you can hide. You little bastard, I'll take your life and make you die a horrible death. Mino said viciously, the intense pain in his shoulder making his hatred for Chen Fei reach its peak. Chen Fei feigned fear, constantly backing up. But this was a dead end, and soon he had backed all the way to the end, his entire body pressed against the ice. Miyu was even worse. She was a master actress, the kind who could win an Oscar. She curled up, trembling uncontrollably, looking utterly terrified. Only Lu Yan's fear was completely genuine. Brother Chen, what should we do? Lu Yan was on the verge of tears. She was truly terrified, but she still stood in front of Chen Fei and Mishi Lia without hesitation. At least, before being taken away, she could protect them for a little while longer. The kind-hearted girl thought to herself. Use the riot shields to block the way. Get Lu Yan back first. As for that woman, keep her around for fun. As for this little bastard, I'll torture him to death with my own hands. Mingyuo snarled. Instantly, the 5 pirates in front raised their riot shields, forming a tight, impenetrable barrier. The rest followed closely behind, advancing step by step toward Lu Yan. Farewell. Just as Mingyuo and the others had all entered the tunnel, the fear on Chen Fei's face suddenly vanished, and he burst into a smug laugh. He immediately pulled out his revolver. Ha, do you really think a single revolver can make a splash? It can't even penetrate these blast-proof shields. Bang! Under Minoru's maniacal laughter, Chen Fei pulled the trigger. However, the bullet wasn't aimed at anyone. It was fired into the azure ice layer above Mingyuo and the others' heads. The bullet embedded itself into the azure ice, seemingly causing no harm. Mino and the others all froze for a moment before bursting into laughter, thinking Chen Fei had gone mad. Click! But in the next instant, a faint yet crisp sound suddenly echoed through the tunnel. Mino and the others' smiles froze for a moment. Instantly, they all seemed to realize something, abruptly lifting their heads to look, only to see that the azure ice had developed spiderweb-like cracks. Crackle, crackle, crackle. Soon after, the sound of cracking, like the tolling of a funeral bell, rang out one after another. Chen Fei, you madman. You're a reckless fool. This tunnel is collapsing. Do you think you can survive? Damn it. Retreat immediately. Mino was enveloped by the shadow of death, screaming in terror, desperate to escape the tunnel. The 20 or so pirates under him also went mad, rushing back in all directions. But they had already come so far. How could they possibly escape now? The collapse of the azure tunnel happened in an instant. Boom! With a deafening, earth-shattering roar, the azure ice blocks instantly scattered everywhere. It was like a million-ton boulder crashing down, burying everything in its path from the tunnel entrance inward. In less than 5 seconds, Mingyuo and his group were completely buried. The collapse hadn't stopped yet, continuing to spread toward Chen Fei and the 3 others. Chen Fei's gaze grew cold. He trusted his judgment. Niu Lia had thought she would be afraid, but when she felt Chen Fei's presence beside her, she felt no fear at all. She only thought, even if she died, so what? To die alongside her master was an honor. Woo-woo! Lu Yan clung desperately to the ice wall behind her, trembling with fear and emitting pitiful cries. But what she never expected was that the collapsing ice, which had come within inches of her, suddenly came to a halt. What on earth was happening? After the initial shock, Lu Yan was overcome with overwhelming joy. Could it be that heaven had finally taken notice? To let the wicked die and the righteous live? Master, I knew you could do it. Mishi Lia was also thrilled. Though she was no longer afraid, she still wanted to live. This tunnel, though it appears to be one, has completely different ice inside. At that moment, Chen Fei spoke slowly. The section we just entered was made of azure blue ice. This blue ice is an ancient ice formation that has existed since prehistoric times. In its intact state, it is extremely hard. However, once it develops a crack, it becomes incredibly fragile in an instant. It's like a glass bottle. A complete bottle can hold any liquid and remain stable. But if it breaks even slightly, it shatters completely. However, the white ice above our heads is rotten ice. It forms when snow melts, then freezes again. This process repeats: snowfall, melting, freezing, forming ice blocks that are extremely stable and safe. Upon hearing Chen Fei's explanation, Lu Yan's beautiful eyes widened in astonishment. She was so happy that tears were about to spill from her eyes. Now that all those bad guys are dead, can we go back to the Great Xia Empire? Whoa! Lu Yan cried with excitement. Master, little Mishi Shui admires you so much. Miyu's sapphire blue eyes sparkled with admiration, her face radiating submission. 85. Baylor's arrival, fatal crisis. Chen Fei looked calm on the surface, but his heart was just as excited. If we take Lu Yan back to Liangting, we can go home. Let's go. To the coastline. Although the tunnel had collapsed, it was precisely because of this that the path ahead was now wide open. Stepping on the shattered ice layers where Manhwa and the others were buried, Chen Fei and the two others left the tunnel and headed toward the mountain. However, as soon as they reached the summit, the expressions on all three of their faces suddenly changed. There, over 200 pirates were landing from the coast and heading toward them. And leading the pirates was the great pirate Barrow and his son, Terry. How did they get here? There are so many of them. Lu Yan's eyes welled up with tears, her heart filled with anger and anxiety. Just when hope and dawn were within reach, and returning home seemed so close, why did these demons have to appear again? These damned pirates! Miyu's eyes were icy cold, her silver teeth clenched tightly against her lips until blood seeped out. Chen Fei furrowed his brows. Terry had actually followed them too. If the hostage exchange had been completed, that would have been better. At least the dozens of people locked in the cages would all be safe. But if the outcome was different, Chen Fei dared not think about it. Hide first, absolutely don't let them find us. By time, we must delay them. Every extra minute gives us another chance. At this moment, Chen Fei could only take one last desperate gamble. If it worked, there might still be a sliver of hope. Facing such a situation, he had no other options. Direct confrontation was certain death, and using nature to kill over 200 pirates was nearly impossible. The opportunity he had just missed was once in a lifetime. There was only one option left. Below rushed forward with a desperate expression, while Terry followed closely behind. Father, I truly made a mistake. It was my fault that you lost over 50 cargo items. Terry said. Slap. Below slapped him across the face, shouting angrily, don't you know where you went wrong yet? What are those 50 plus people worth? What matters is Lu Yan. Do you know who specifically requested her? It was Mr. Smith. If we lose her, our heads will be on the line. And you're still thinking about going after Lu Yan? If you dare, I'll kill you myself. Terry was so scared he couldn't think straight. He had never seen his father get this angry before. If it weren't for the cargo ship staying in the same location for too long, Terry wouldn't have noticed. But it had been stationary, and he couldn't contact Mino, so he knew something was wrong. He immediately brought his newly reunited son and came personally. Upon checking the cargo ship, sure enough, the box containing Lu Yan was gone. This nearly sent Baloo into a panic, and he was still shaken even now. Until he managed to capture Lu Yan, he dared not relax for a moment. Because Mr. Smith was the most important client of his boss, the tyrant Rosen. If he messed this up, he, a pirate with a bounty of 80 million, wouldn't be worth a thing. Worse still, Rosen might abandon him without hesitation to appease Mr. Smith's anger. Moreover, he himself bore irreplaceable responsibility for this matter. He had led so many men to ambush Chen Fei, yet in the end, his pirate ship had been seized by Chen Fei. Therefore, Below was also seething with rage. Today, I'll turn this island upside down if I have to, just to find Lu Yan. Barlow roared. Father, there seemed to be quite a commotion at the snow-capped mountain ahead. Let's go check it out. Terry said. Below nodded, leading a group of pirates over the snow-covered mountain, where they saw the collapsed tunnel. And at the edge, one could still see a pair of legs protruding outward, with the body of a corpse pressed beneath the ice. Instantly, Baloo's face turned ashen. Dig! Dig all this broken ice away. His men immediately obeyed. Once all the ice was cleared away, they saw the bodies of over 20 pirates, led by Mino, buried beneath the ice. Not seeing Lu Yan, Barlow finally relaxed. What he feared most was seeing Lu Yan's body. If that happened, he'd be in trouble too. A bunch of useless fools. You idiots can't even keep an eye on one person and let a kid get away with it. Terry kicked Miho's corpse with contempt. Smack! Below suddenly slapped Terry across the face. How much better are you? If you're really that great, why did I have to come and rescue you? Do you even deserve to tie Miho's shoes? After saying that, he turned to his men with a sorrowful expression and ordered, assign 10 men to dig a grave here and bury them properly. Sigh. Later, send some wealth to their families. The subordinates, seeing this, were all deeply moved. The boss was indeed a man of honor, showing such compassion for his fallen men, even willing to strike his own son. But none of them knew that in his heart, Bao Luo had cursed Minet's ancestors to the 18th generation. Even such a simple task was botched, and now he had to clean up the mess himself. He wanted to grind his bones to dust and scatter them to the winds. But Baloo was clearly not an emotional man. With so many subordinates watching, they had risked their lives for him, and now they were being insulted. How heartbreaking that must be. So, when it comes to political maneuvering, Bao still knows how to play the game. Unlike his son Terry, who is nothing but a fool. The rest of you, keep searching with me. This island isn't that big, we'll find him. Baloo roared. On the other side, on an icy mountain ridge, Chen Fei was using a military shovel to dig into the snow. The wind was strong on the ridge, making it impossible to light a campfire. Plus, with Baloo and the others on the mountain, lighting a fire would give them away. But in this freezing cold, they had to keep warm. On the side of the ridge facing the wind, the surface layer of snow was loose. After digging a hole, the interior formed a flat platform. Piling a block of solid ice at the entrance not only blocked the wind but also prevented them from being seen. But even so, it was still extremely cold. In a snow cave, one could at most block the cold wind, but it was like being in a refrigerator at all times. Fei Ge, what are you still digging? Lu Yan crouched on the ground, rubbing her hands together as she asked. Chen Fei used the shovel to draw a line in the middle of the snow platform, dividing it into two sections. He had Lu Yan and Mishi Liaya sit on the left side, while Chen Fei began digging a hole on the right. Oh, I see. Fei Ge, are you digging a hole to sleep in so it'll be warmer? Lu Yan asked. No. Chen Fei shook his head and said, on the contrary, this hole is for absorbing cold air. Cold air is heavier, so it sinks downward. If there's a hole next to where we're sitting, the cold air will sink into it and will stay warmer. Lu Yan's eyes lit up. Sure enough, as Chen Fei dug the hole deeper, she could clearly feel that it was much warmer than before. But just then, she saw Chen Fei's figure sway forward. He nearly fell to the ground. He used the military shovel to brace himself against the ice wall, barely managing to steady his body. Master, what's wrong? 86. Chen Fei collapses, life hanging by a thread. Miyu Liaya was startled and rushed over to check on Chen Fei's condition. Lu Yan was also panicking. Chen Fei was the backbone of the group. If something happened to him, what would they do next? It's okay. Chen Fei took a deep breath, feeling his head grow dizzy. Before his eyes, a sense of vertigo swept over him, and he felt extremely exhausted. He knew something was wrong with his body, but he forced himself to continue digging the ice hole. Because Chen Fei knew he couldn't give up. Master, you have a fever. Miss Leah stepped forward, placed her small hand on Chen Fei's forehead, and was immediately startled by the heat. She exclaimed urgently. Fevering in such a condition was extremely dangerous. I told you, I'm fine. Chen Fei shook off her hand and said. He knew he had a fever. There was nothing he could do. Chen Fei wasn't made of iron. Constantly switching between extreme environments while trying to figure out how to survive had kept his nerves on edge. It could be said that since the shipwreck, Chen Fei had been the most exhausted person. Even an Iron Man would have reached his limit. And this extreme environment was the final straw that broke the camel's back. Chen Fei felt his consciousness growing increasingly fuzzy, as if his senses were being sealed off. He was acting purely on sheer willpower. Clang! Finally, Chen Fei's mental strength reached its limit and he collapsed straight onto the ice cave floor. Master! Fei Ge! Miyu and Lu Yan rushed forward, lifting Chen Fei out of the ice cave and placing him on the platform to the left. Chen Fei's lips were blue, but his face had an unhealthy red hue. Clearly, he was running a high fever. What should we do? What should we do? Lu Yan was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan, completely panicking. With the pillar of support collapsed, she was utterly disoriented. Miyu Leah suppressed her distress, picked up the military shovel, and continued digging the pit, finishing the work Chen Fei had left undone. Only by digging the ice pit properly and raising the temperature inside the ice cave could Chen Fei feel a little better. Although he was currently running a fever, the surrounding environment was too cold, and it was essential to warm it up. The master said we must stay here and delay as much as possible. Though we don't know why the master ordered this, we must obey. Mishi Liaya said. Lu Yan nodded and had no choice but to agree. After an hour, the ice pit was finally dug out, and the overall temperature inside the ice cave had risen slightly. But for Chen Fei, it was still too cold. A person's body temperature is different when they are awake and asleep. With a high fever and no specific medication available, the only thing they could do was let Chen Fei sleep properly. Thinking of this, Mishi Liaya suddenly took off her own cotton coat and covered Chen Fei with it. This would help a little. No, you'll get frostbite. Lu Yan was alarmed. At this moment, Mishi Liaya was only wearing summer clothes in an environment below freezing, and it wouldn't be long before she had problems. I can't think about that now. Miyu Liaya's voice trembled, her body shaking from the cold. At this point, she was willing to try anything to give Chen Fei a chance to recover, even if it meant risking her own life. Mi Shui, come here. Lu Yan pulled Mi Shui Liang over, then tore open her own down jacket and let Mi Shui Liang crawl inside, the two of them sharing a single garment. Is it warmer now? Lu Yan asked. Much warmer. Warmer than before. Mi Shui Liang smiled. The two of them huddled together, stretching the coat out so it bulged, pressing tightly against each other. It was definitely warmer now. The coat was just a bit too big, so the two of them weren't uncomfortable, though they couldn't move easily. But what was there to do in this snow cave? Just wait and see when Chen Fei wakes up. Time passed slowly. The light filtering through the cracks in the ice at the entrance gradually grew dimmer. Night fell, but there was still no sign of Chen Fei waking up. Even when she touched his forehead, it felt even hotter than before. The two girls' faces were filled with unbearable anxiety. The worst possible outcome was something they dared not even think about. Even though it was already deep into the night, the two girls dared not sleep, instead staying by Chen Fei's side, watching over him. Time ticked away, but just then. Suddenly. The sound of chaotic footsteps echoed from below the ridge. The crunching sound of boots crushing ice and snow reached the ears of Lu Yan and Mishi Liaya. Instantly, the two girls' nerves were on edge. Below. It's Below's gang. Lu Yan trembled uncontrollably, her hair standing on end. Mish Liaya was filled with rage, clenching her teeth tightly. As the footsteps grew closer, Mishi Liaya could no longer contain herself and emerged from Lu Yan's cotton coat. No matter what happens, do not leave the snow cave. You must take care of the master. After instructing Lu Yan, Mishi Liaya moved the ice slightly and crawled out of the snow cave. Mishi! Lu Yan let out a low cry, watching as Mishi Lia's figure disappeared into the snowy night, leaving her completely stunned. Tears streamed down her cheeks. The cold wind blew, and they froze into ice crystals on her snow-white chin. She knew that Mishi Liaya had gone out with the resolve to die, to lure the enemies away. Endless guilt spread through Lu Yan's heart, piercing her with pain. If it weren't for saving her, Chen Fei and Mi Shui wouldn't have had to take such a risk. But now, they were even willing to sacrifice their lives. Lu Yan covered her face, filled with hatred. She hated herself. She hated herself for listening to Long Haoyu's persuasion and attending that ridiculous cocktail party. As a result, after drinking a single glass of wine, she woke up on a ship being escorted out to sea. Even though she was just a little cutie, she understood the cause and effect of the situation. Even more, she hated Long Haoyu. The elegant and refined senior from school was actually a villain involved in a black market operation. If I can survive, I will definitely take revenge. The seeds of hatred were growing in Lu Yan's heart. The footsteps outside grew louder and louder, accompanied by the shouts of pirates. I just saw a figure dash down the mountainside. Chase! Chase him! First team, flank left front. Second team, right side. Terry, pursued directly. Barlow issued the orders. Mish Liaya was sprinting down the mountain ridge in the blizzard. The cold wind cut through her body like knives, causing sharp, stabbing pain. But soon, even the pain faded away, as the cold had numbed her senses. Every breath of air that entered her lungs felt like a steel blade, as if it were tearing her internal organs to pieces. Even her thoughts had frozen. Now, there was only one thought in her mind: run. 87. Mishi Liaya in danger, Lu Yan captured. Miyu Liaya wasn't trying to escape, she was trying to lure the pirates away from the cave where Chen Fei was hiding, the farther the better. Finally, she reached the base of the ridge, having run nearly a kilometer, drawing all the pirates toward her. Mishu Liaya's physical strength had reached its limit. In the freezing cold of the night, wearing only summer clothes, she had managed to escape for so long it was a miracle. Huff, huff. She gasped for breath, white mist puffing out of her mouth. Her lungs had been frozen numb by the cold air, and no matter how hard she tried to breathe, it felt like there wasn't enough oxygen. It was as if she were suffocating. Her legs gave way, and her body collapsed straight onto the snow. Damn it, you really can run. Terry rushed over first, grabbed Mishia's hair, and yanked her up by the hair, coldly demanding, "Where's Lu Yan? And that little bastard? Where are they?" Mish Liaya was forced to tilt her head back but remained silent. At that moment, Barrow caught up, saw there was only one person, and immediately said, "She's yours. Use whatever means necessary to pry her mouth open. The rest of you, follow me and keep searching." After speaking, Bao Luo continued leading his men toward the mountain ridge. He knew that Mishi Liaya might not confess, so they had to keep searching. But capturing one was still a significant achievement, at least they had a lead and had narrowed down the enemy's approximate location to this ridge. Haha, leave her to me. You little, weren't you the one who ambushed me in the secret warehouse earlier? I remember you. You're a slave of Virgie. If it weren't for that fool, you wouldn't have known about that secret passage. Terry snarled, tying Mishia's hands with a rope and hanging her from a tree branch. Mishilia, who was already half-conscious, had no strength to resist. Suddenly, excruciating pain tore through her body, causing her half-closed eyelids to flicker open. Terry held a soft iron whip with spikes, lit a bonfire, and the flames illuminated his fat face, filled with endless cruelty and malice. I know it won't be easy to pry open your mouth. But don't rush. There's plenty of time. I'll make you know what it means to wish you were dead. Terry snarled, then lashed out with the whip again. Mishlia clenched her teeth tightly, enduring the excruciating pain, refusing to utter a single sound. Crack! 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 The searing pain came again and again, the barbed tips of the soft iron whip tearing open the wounds, causing the flesh to split open. Bright red blood trickled out of the wounds, dripping onto the snow and spreading out like a demonic rose. The entire snow-covered plain was filled with the evil laughter of Terry and the sound of the whip striking her body. In the snow cave, Lu Yan lay on top of Chen Fei, her face filled with anxiety and despair. Footsteps echoed around them, but they weren't coming this way. However, it was only a matter of time before they were discovered. Along with the footsteps came Balu's shouts. The woman who was with you has been captured. Lu, if you don't want her to die, come out immediately. Similar shouts echoed continuously along the mountain ridge. Time ticked away, second by second. Lu Yan's heart was torn apart. She couldn't be sure if these people were telling the truth or just trying to lure her out. What if Mi Shui hadn't been captured at all? What if they were just here to scare her and lure her out? Lu Yan tried to comfort herself with such thoughts. But suddenly, Mishi Lia's piercing scream shattered Lu Yan's illusions. She felt the taut string in her heart snap, and she sprang to her feet. She moved the ice aside and gave Chen Fei, who was still unconscious, one last deep look. Lu Yan rushed out, ran a short distance to ensure the others couldn't see the ice cave, then shouted loudly. I'm Lu Yan. I'm here. Upon hearing Lu Yan's shout, Balu immediately rejoiced. Sure enough, as long as they pry open that little woman's mouth, they'll find Lu Yan. There's no need for Mishia to reveal her hiding place. Lu Yan will feel so guilty that she'll come out on her own. Miss Lu Yan, you really don't make things easy for me. Come here, don't catch a cold. Below walked over and draped a thick cotton coat over Lu Yan. If he had known earlier that Mr. Smith had reserved her, he never would have locked her in a cage. Now, he dared not let Lu Yan face any risks. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to account for her to Mr. Smith. I don't want your fake concern. Lu Yan, with red eyes, picked up a piece of prepared ice, as sharp as a knife, and pressed it against her neck. Release Mishia, or I'll kill myself in front of you. Don't get so worked up. Below panicked and shouted, stop. Terry on the snowfield heard his father's voice coming from the ridge and knew they had succeeded. What a bore. You couldn't hold out any longer? I thought you were tougher than you looked. Tossing the red-hot branding iron to the ground, Terry sneered, his malicious gaze sweeping upward. He saw that Mishi Liaya had already rolled her eyes and fainted. Her entire body was covered in wounds, not a single inch left untouched, reduced to a grotesque form. Bright red blood trickled down her toes, dripping onto the snow and staining a large patch red. You bastards! Wailing. Lu Yan, who had followed Barlow and witnessed the scene, couldn't help but burst into tears. She clenched her fists tightly, as if she wanted to crush these pirates into dust. But she knew she couldn't do anything. Alright, Miss Lu, let's go. Don't keep Mr. Smith waiting. He didn't care about Lu Yan's curses. This was the person Smith wanted. What did it matter if she cursed? She'll die like this. Lu Yan, with tears in her eyes, clenched her teeth and said, take Miss Lu to the ship. Below waved his hand dismissively. He didn't even glance at the hanging Mishia. In his eyes, she was nothing more than an ant, her only value being to lure Lu Yan out. Now that his objective had been achieved, whether she lived or died was irrelevant. As for Chen Fei, Barlow didn't bother to look for him. He was just another ant, no need to complicate matters. The most important thing now was to deliver Lu Yan into Mr. Smith's hands. Save her. I beg you, save her. Lu Yan screamed as she was carried toward the coastline by the pirates, her voice growing fainter and fainter until it faded into silence. The entire icy island fell into complete silence at that moment. At dawn, the first rays of sunlight broke through the clouds. On the snowy plain, Lilith raised her gaze, looking at the battered and unrecognizable Mishi Shueya. With a swing of her great sword, the branches were severed, and the person fell, caught by her hands. Captain, she probably won't survive. The ship's doctor examined her condition and said, her injuries are too severe, and she's been frozen for 2 hours. Combined, that's almost certain death. Master. But then, a faint voice, barely audible, emerged from the unconscious girl's throat. 88, Chen Fei erupted in rage, and the counterattack began. The ship's doctor's eyes widened in shock, realizing he had just pronounced her dead. He felt both embarrassed and amazed by the strength of her will to live. Take her to the ship for emergency treatment. Lilith said. Yes, Captain. The ship's doctor nodded and hurried into action. But deep down, he held little hope. After all, this was merely clinging to life by a thread, sustained only by a stubborn will, ready to snap at any moment. Sister, is Chen Fei dead? Xiao Qi's eyes were red as she asked. Chen Fei saved her life and also saved Lily's sister. She naturally remembered that debt of gratitude. After receiving Chen Fei's distress signal yesterday, she immediately reported it to Lilith and rushed over. But now it seems like it might be too late? I don't know. Let's go and see. Lilith spoke softly, pulling out the radar and heading straight toward the mountain ridge. That call device has a GPS navigation and system. Upon reaching the ridge, Lilith paused and saw a figure standing in the wind and snow. Chen Fei. Xiao Qi saw this and hurried forward. But upon seeing Chen Fei's current condition, he panicked instantly. Chen Fei's eyes were bloodshot, his face as pale as paper, and he looked extremely haggard and in poor condition. She stepped forward and touched Chen Fei's forehead, feeling as though she had touched a fire. Oh my! You're burning badly. Chen Fei pushed her hand away, his voice hoarse and raspy, his eyes bloodshot as he demanded, Where's Mo Xue? Where's Lu Yan? Lu Yan? I don't know. Ni Shue's on the ship, she's injured. Xiao Qi stammered, unable to meet Chen Fei's eyes. At that moment, Chen Fei resembled a wounded, enraged lion. Don't glare at Xiao Qi like that, you're scaring her. Lilith stepped forward, standing between Xiao Qi and Chen Fei. Seeing his state, she frowned and said, Come with me to the ship first. Seeing Chen Fei's state, he was like a string stretched to its limit, ready to snap at any moment. She feared Chen Fei might die right there. Chen Fei heard this and didn't say much, silently following Lilith. Once on board, they were led to the medical room. Seeing Mashia lying on the operating table, Chen Fei felt a buzzing in his head and the sound of bees ringing in his ears. The young girl's entire body was covered in injuries, with no intact skin left. Her heart rate was dangerously low, and the ship's doctor was desperately trying to save her. Lilith suddenly shuddered violently, staring at Chen Fei in shock. She sensed a threat of death emanating from this young man. A cold and brutal aura was radiating from his body. This was an aura. Such an aura could only be felt on the bodies of those super-powerful sea pirates. Cold sweat trickled down Lilith's forehead uncontrollably. She remembered feeling such an aura only a few years ago, when she first encountered the sea's first tyrant on Slave Island. Chen Fei stepped forward, gently stroking Mashia's hair, his voice sounding like a funeral bell from the depths of hell. Rest well. That black thread, I will uproot it for you and avenge you. From Terry to Barrow to Rosen and those so-called clients. Not a single one will be spared. Chen Fei's voice was not loud, but it carried a chill that made one's soul tremble. Hey, this girl's condition is improving. A miraculous scene unfolded. As Chen Fei stroked her head, her heartbeat gradually grew stronger, indicating she was slowly recovering from danger. Chen Fei, you're not in good shape either. Lie down quickly. Xiao Qi, seeing Chen Fei's unusual state, said with concern. I'm fine. Chen Fei's eyes were bloodshot, with rage lurking deep within his pupils. He wouldn't collapse again, and he wouldn't allow himself to collapse again. Though the discomfort in his body still lingered, making him feel drowsy, his spirit grew unusually strong. This was a kind of growth stained with blood. Lilith's beautiful eyes flickered. This man might be a natural-born ruler. Can we catch up to Baylor's ship now? Chen Fei asked in a low voice. We can, but why? Lilith changed the subject. If I help you kill Barrow, it would be declaring war on Rosen. Rosen is ranked 8th among the 10 tyrants. He has around 2,300 troops under his command, exactly twice my strength. I have no reason to go to war with him now. Lilith said. She originally had 1,500 men under her command, but after eliminating Moretti's 400 men, although her position within the pirate crew was stabilized, her overall strength had been significantly weakened. Our sister's strength has been weakened, and many pirates are causing trouble, trying to seize our trade routes. It's infuriating. Xiao Qi said angrily. Xiao Qi, don't go spreading everything around. Lilith frowned. Oh. Realizing he had spoken out of turn, Xiao Qi shut his mouth. Like a child who had done something wrong, he stood behind Lilith. What are trade routes? Chen Fei asked. Toll fees for passing through the sea. Lilith simply uttered a few words in explanation. Chen Fei nodded. The ocean was an important trade route, with countless cargo ships sailing across it every day. It seemed that these pirates were controlling the sea trade routes, collecting tolls as their source of income. Lilith, how about we collaborate? Chen Fei suddenly said. He wasn't an impulsive fool who would challenge thousands alone, that would be madness. Therefore, he must utilize every available resource. And the Lilith before him was an ideal target. Chen Fei said, Rosen must die. Not only did his men bully Ma Xue, but more importantly, there is a corrupt network within the Great Xia Empire. We must eliminate him. So, let's collaborate. Once we eliminate Rosen, his trade routes will be yours. I want nothing else. Lilith shot Chen Fei a disdainful glance. You make it sound so easy, but don't forget, you're all alone. Even if you're ruthless, what good will that do against overwhelming firepower? Do you really think teaming up with you will take down Rosen? She had high hopes for Chen Fei, but she didn't believe he could defeat Rosen. We can. Chen Fei only uttered one word, but that single word carried the weight of 1,000 pounds. Lilith paused, seeing a gleam of unwavering confidence in Chen Fei's eyes. Under Rosen's command, besides his own 500 personal guards, there are 6 major pirate gangs, totaling 2,300 men. I'm afraid you've forgotten, so I'll repeat it for you. I said it can be done. How long? 3 years, 5 years, or 10 years? Hearing Lilith's challenge, Chen Fei held up a finger. 1 year? Lilith, seeing this, widened her beautiful eyes. She then gave a seductive smile, as if looking at a fool, and said to Chen Fei, "Didn't you understand what I just said? His force's number." "I said 1 week." Chen Fei's calm voice interrupted Lilith's words. The entire room fell into complete silence, so quiet you could hear a pin drop. 89. Pursuit begins, first step of the plan. Lilith's eyes widened in disbelief, almost unable to believe her ears. What did you say?" "I said, as long as you cooperate with me, we can eliminate Rosen in just 1 week." "No, perhaps not even a week." Chen Fei repeated himself, his expression unwavering. Xiaoqi stepped forward, touched Chen Fei's forehead, and said, "The fever has gone down a lot. Why are you still talking nonsense? Go take a nap and rest." The little girl went off to play, not wanting to disturb the adults' conversation. Chen Fei swatted Xiaoqi's hand away. "This unlucky girl." Xiaoqi pouted and quietly retreated behind Lilith. Lilith stared at Chen Fei repeatedly, but noticed that his eyes were filled with confidence, not the slightest hint of a lie. "How can you help me eliminate Rosen within a week?" she couldn't help but ask. If anyone else had said that to her, she would have dismissed them as a madman and sliced them with her sword. But Chen Fei was different. "Have the helmsman pursue them first. I'll discuss the details with you later," Chen Fei said. "The cargo ship is slow, we can catch up. However, if we delay any further, the cargo ship will reach its destination." "All right." Lilith immediately gave orders and led Chen Fei to her office, where only the two of them and Xiaoqi were present. On these pirate ships, there are always spies sent by other pirates. This is unavoidable. Lilith's ship has other spies, and other ships naturally have Lilith's spies. It's a tangled web that can't be untangled. Therefore, when discussing important matters, the fewer people present, the better. "You may speak now." Xiaoqi is not an outsider. Chen Fei nodded slightly and slowly outlined his plan. Lilith listened silently, her expression calm at first, then growing increasingly shocked until her mouth hung open wide. Only when Chen Fei finished his plan did Lilith exhale deeply. "Your plan is indeed impressive. If everything goes smoothly, it might just work. However, the risks are too high. If any one part goes wrong, not only will the plan fail, but you'll die, and I'll be openly at odds with Rosen," Lilith said with furrowed brows. "Sister, you must think this through carefully." Xiaoqi also frowned. She wanted to help Chen Fei, but only to save his life. But if it meant putting Lilith at risk, she wasn't willing. "Lilith, your profession is a pirate. Please show some professional spirit. If you're not willing to take risks, what kind of pirate are you? Why not go back to farming?" Chen Fei began to goad her. If he had just started with empty provocation, it would have been meaningless and childish. But now it was different. Chen Fei had already laid out a complete plan. If executed successfully, he believed they could crush Rosen within a week. In such a situation, hesitating was natural, so a little provocation was necessary. "You're getting too cocky." Lilith stared at Chen Fei, her eyes gleaming with danger. All these years, since she raised her own flag on the high seas, no one had ever dared to speak to her like that. "Warn you, watch your mouth when talking to my sister." Xiaoqi took a step forward, pointing at Chen Fei, but his position blocked Lilith's path to attack Chen Fei. Think about it. If you could split up and take over Rosen's pirate crew, how powerful would you become? Once you absorb his trade routes, your position would surely rise sharply. Chen Fei began his second move, painting a rosy picture. After goading her, he offered more promise as a two-step tactic. It must be said, Lilith was truly tempted. "How can I trust you that the plan will succeed, rather than just being empty talk? Did I use that Chinese idiom correctly?" Lilith asked. "This is simple. The first step of this plan carries no risk for you. Whether the first step succeeds or fails will be clear today. If it fails, you won't lose anything, it's just me who dies," Chen Fei said. Lilith took a deep breath. Great. In the end, she made the final decision. Chen Fei smiled. As long as she agreed, everything would be smooth sailing. Lilith's influence was a crucial boost. "Don't fail. We must succeed." Xiaoqi clenched his fist in determination and spoke the words on Lilith's mind. Both for the greater good and for personal reasons, she hoped this plan would succeed. "Today, we'll take Terry's blood as an offering to kick off the plan." Chen Fei prepared to depart, unwilling to delay any further. He couldn't wait to kill Terry. Just as he opened the door, the ship's doctor walked over. Seeing Chen Fei and Lilith, he said, "The little girl has woken up and is demanding to see her master. Her emotions are very unstable." Upon hearing this, Chen Fei immediately rushed to the medical room. Miss Leah, who was causing a commotion on the bed, saw Chen Fei arrive, her eyes immediately reddening. She tried to get up but was unable to move due to her severe injuries. "Master. It's okay, don't speak. Rest properly." Chen Fei sat by the bedside, looking at the girl's pale face, his resolve to kill growing stronger. Miss Leah's eyes brimmed with excitement. Chen Fei was alive. This was the best news she could have received. "Where's Lu's sister?" she asked in a hoarse, weak voice. She's fine. I'll bring her back. Chen Fei said confidently. He didn't know how long Lu Yen could survive after being captured. However, Chen Fei would do everything in his power to rescue her. Defeating Rosen was also an essential part of that effort. Otherwise, if his clients were exposed, Chen Fei wasn't a pushover. Lu Yen had been captured, Mishi Liaya was seriously injured, yet he had managed to wake up in the ice cave. This meant that during his unconsciousness, they had protected him. Therefore, he would spare no effort. Upon hearing that Lu Yen had been captured, Mashue Liaya's eyes dimmed. Doctor, how is her condition? Has she completely escaped danger? Chen Fei asked the doctor. It's a miracle. I didn't expect her to wake up so quickly. I was thinking it would take at least 3 days of unconsciousness. According to the vital signs, she's out of danger. However, to get out of bed and start walking again, it will take at least a month. As for full recovery, it will be at least 3 months. The ship's doctor said. Chen Fei nodded slightly, clenching his fists tightly. Master, can you hug me? Miss Leah said weakly, her eyes pleading. Chen Fei carefully embraced her, afraid of causing further injury, gently holding the girl wrapped in bandages and soothing her golden hair. Soon, she fell asleep again. Throughout the journey, Chen Fei remained seated by the bedside, motionless. Until Xiao Qi approached and whispered in Chen Fei's ear, "We're almost catching up to the cargo ship." Chen Fei nodded upon hearing this, gently placing Mishi Liaya back onto the hospital bed. He then left the medical room. Master, please come back safely. The young girl suddenly opened her eyes, staring blankly at Chen Fei's departing figure. 90, you will pay with blood. Chen Fei arrived on the deck, where Lilith was waiting for him. Chen, the cargo ship is just ahead. There's a saying in your great Xia kingdom, once the arrow is released, there's no turning back. Have you thought this through? Lilith faced the sea breeze, her long hair flowing, and looked at Chen Fei, asking seriously. I'm leaving. You just follow my plan and get ready. Chen Fei showed no hesitation, opened the deck, and launched a speedboat from the ship's hold, heading toward the front. Only when Chen Fei's figure disappeared over the horizon did the two of them look away. Sister, Chen Fei will succeed, right? Xiao Qi asked. Xiao Qi, secretly notify all the personal guards. Disguise yourselves and prepare to depart for the Crescent Bay area. Lilith issued the order directly, though she didn't respond, her heart was also praying that Chen Fei's plan would succeed. Chen Fei piloted the speedboat at top speed toward the open sea ahead. Soon, the outline of the cargo ship came into view. He didn't stop but continued forward. The rear of the cargo ship was covered in elastic fabric, forming a long cargo hold. From this angle, Chen Fei should have been completely out of sight, a blind spot. However, at that moment, a telescope lens peeked out from the gaps in the canvas at the very back of the cargo hold. I see Chen Fei. Ha, I knew he'd come to rescue Lu Yen. A dark-skinned man with a bushy beard, holding a monocular telescope, burst into laughter upon seeing Chen Fei. The two henchmen beside him also grew excited. Big brother, you're truly a master of foresight. As long as we take care of Chen Fei and present him to Terry the boss, we'll get the reward. Grab your weapons. Two henchmen wearing pirate bandanas spoke excitedly. The bearded man slapped one of his men on the head and shouted angrily, Terry the boss said that killing Chen Fei only gets us $10,000. But if we capture him alive, we'll get $30,000. That way, each of us gets $10,000. How great is that? Terry had always harbored a grudge over being captured by Chen Fei and Mishia. His revenge on Mishia was already over, having tortured her to the brink of death. But the grudge against Chen Fei remained unresolved. He wasn't sure if Chen Fei was still alive, but he decided to spread the word anyway. If they found the body, they could claim the $10,000. But if they captured him alive, he could personally execute him and get $30,000. The younger brother replied, Big brother is right, but can we really handle Chen Fei? After all, capturing him alive isn't easy. The bearded man sneered, the only blind spot on this cargo ship is where we're currently hiding. Chen Fei must pass through here to board the ship undetected. We just need to wait here like a fox waiting for a rabbit, and he'll walk right into our trap. Big brother, we don't understand your words. What I mean is to stay here and wait for Chen Fei to come. Got it? This is a Chinese idiom. You should read more books in your spare time. Do you think you can be a pirate for the rest of your life? You have no future. The big bearded man said solemnly. The two younger men nodded in agreement, then took their guns and stayed with the bearded man at their original spot, no need for binoculars, as Chen Fei was getting closer and closer. Soon, Chen Fei reached the back of the cargo ship and jumped directly into the water. He then quickly grabbed the rope attached to the elastic band and began climbing up the cargo ship. Chen Fei knew the gaps in the elastic fabric. After all, he had previously escaped from here with Mishia, carrying Lu Yen with him. Therefore, Chen Fei arrived here with ease and climbed directly to the opening in the elastic fabric. But the next moment, a black gun barrel was aimed directly at Chen Fei's head. Ah, Chen Fei, didn't expect me here, did you? I'm here to guard you personally. Don't move. Raise your hands. The bearded man held a revolver, pressing it against Chen Fei's forehead, grinning savagely. Chen Fei swallowed hard, cold sweat trickling down his temples, and raised his hands. Big brother, haha, you're really something. You finally caught this Chen Fei. Our $3,000 are safe now, ha. The two henchmen were thrilled. They became pirates for the money, after all. I'll give you $5,000. Let me go. Chen Fei remained calm and said. Ha, you're kidding. The bearded man sneered and said, Terry the boss gave us $3,000, that's just the surface profit. But by capturing you for him, we'll become his trusted confidants, and the benefits in the future will be even greater. The two henchmen nodded in agreement. Bring the rope. I'll tie him up myself. Then we'll take him to Terry the boss together. The bearded man grinned savagely, keeping the gun barrel firmly pressed against Chen Fei's head, leaving him no room to move. His men handed him the rope, and the bearded man quickly bound Chen Fei tightly. Ha, Chen Fei, you met your end at the hands of the first brave big bearded man. You don't deserve it. Perfect, Terry the boss is in the captain's office on the cargo ship. We'll take you there now to collect the reward. The big bearded man said, giving Chen Fei a hard shove. The two henchmen followed closely behind, leaving Chen Fei no chance to escape. Everyone on the cargo ship had already been killed on the icy island. So everyone on board now was handpicked by Barlow. The temporary captain was his son, Terry. As they got closer to the captain's cabin, cold sweat trickled down Chen Fei's temples. At this point, escaping was clearly too late. Click. The bearded man pushed open the office door, startling Terry, who was in the midst of a passionate embrace with a woman. Who is it? I'll kill you. Terry, who had nearly been scared out of his wits, roared angrily. The bearded man shuddered, his entire body drenched in cold sweat. He was too excited and had forgotten to knock, never expecting to interrupt Terry's fun. He quickly changed the subject. Boss, look who I brought for you. Terry froze for a moment, then his anger turned to wild joy, and he burst into a maniacal laugh. Ha, Chen Fei, I never thought you'd end up like this. You were the one who kidnapped me that day, right? That woman has already enjoyed the pleasure of being tortured. Now it's your turn. Hearing this, Chen Fei erupted in fury. He struggled, trying to charge at Terry, but he was bound by ropes and held down by the bearded man, completely unable to move. Seeing Chen Fei so enraged yet helpless, Terry couldn't help but feel exhilarated. He stepped forward and spoke even more brazenly. What a pity we didn't record it that day. The iron whip lashing her body, the blood flying everywhere. And the branding iron. I'll make you pay for this with your blood. Chen Fei's eyes turned blood red, his voice filled with murderous intent, like the tolling of a bell from hell. 91, Terry, die. Make me pay the price? Ha! As if he had heard the funniest joke ever, Terry burst into laughter, gazing at Chen Fei with an expression as though he were looking at a cute little thing. He mocked, what a pity, what a pity. You won't get the chance. I'll castrate you first, then cripple your hands and feet. You'll. Before he could finish, Terry's voice abruptly stopped. Like a duck with its neck squeezed, his eyes suddenly widened, filled with fear and disbelief. The black muzzle of a gun was aimed directly at Terry's head. Chen Fei held the revolver in his hand, aimed at Terry's head. The ropes binding his body had already been quietly loosened earlier. What the hell are you doing? You can't even tie him up properly? Terry roared in fear and anger. The bearded man chuckled. I'm at least Libby's personal bodyguard. After all these years under Baloo's command, I've finally proven my worth. His two henchmen stood frozen in place. Weren't they supposed to come here to collect their pay? Why were they suddenly playing double agents? What does Libby mean by this? Touching me means declaring war on my father. Is he trying to rebel against Captain Rosen? Libico was the strongest pirate under Rosen, commanding 450 men, more than twice as many as Barrow. His status and influence within the Rosen pirate crew far surpassed Barrow's. Terry was filled with anger and shock. These great pirates all knew deep down that there were spies from other factions on their ships. But after all, they were under a tyrant. How could they be infiltrated to this extent and even collude with outsiders to turn against their own? Libico had long been dissatisfied with this arrangement. He had 450 elite men under his command, while our Captain Rosen had only 500. Why should I, Libico, be at the mercy of others? Once he had consolidated the remaining pirate crews under Rosen's command, Libico would be the undisputed leader. Don't waste your breath on him. Let's get out of here quickly. Chen Fei pressed the gun against Terry's head and said, tell your men to get out of here or I'll shoot you. Also, make sure the cargo ship follows us. Do you understand? Terry dared not disobey. He quickly ordered everyone to step aside, allowing Chen Fei to escort him out of the captain's cabin and toward the rear of the cargo hold. Along the way, all the pirates were stunned. Many secretly sent messages to Captain Barlow, but Chen Fei saw everything and did not stop them. This was exactly the effect he wanted. Soon they reached the end of the cargo hold. Chen Fei and the bearded man, along with Terry, jumped down and returned to the speedboat Chen Fei had arrived in earlier. Departure. Crescent Bay. The waters controlled by Libico. Chen Fei shouted loudly on purpose, and the bearded man started the speedboat. Big Beard, release me now. We'll report this to Captain Rosen and tell him that Libico has treasonous intentions. This way, you'll earn great merit, and your future will be brighter than following the rebels. On the way, Terry continued to tempt the bearded man. Crack! Chen Fei swung his iron whip, striking Terry violently, sending blood flying everywhere. Ah! Terry screamed in agony, finally understanding what it meant to feel unbearable pain. What's this about Libigo? You little cutie. Big Beard, I was just acting for you guys on the ship. Big Beard, I'm the personal guard of Queen Lilith, always by your father's side as an informant. Now I'm telling you so you die knowing the truth, got it? Big Beard chuckled. The wind was strong at sea, and the pirates on the cargo ship behind them couldn't possibly hear such a quiet conversation. Terry heard this and froze in shock, cold sweat trickling down his temples. He wasn't some cute little guy. His mind immediately clicked into place. Are you deliberately doing this to make my father think that Libby kidnapped me? Do you want to drive a wedge between us and make us turn against each other? Terry was terrified, never expecting the other party to be so cunning. Chen Fei suddenly swung his iron whip again, laughing coldly. This is just the first step. There's more to come. Unfortunately, you won't get to see it. But don't worry, before you die, I'll make you experience what it means to wish you were dead. As Chen Fei finished speaking, the iron whip in his hand rained down on Terry's body. He intended to exact tenfold, 100-fold, the wrongs and suffering inflicted upon Nishia. Ah! 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 The speedboat raced across the open sea, Terry screaming wildly, his cries of agony never ceasing for a moment. On the other side, Captain Baloo steered the speedboat to a port. Just as he had handed Lu Yen over to the contact person, he heard news from his men. Captain, Terry has been captured by Libigo's men. Captain Barlow froze upon hearing this, clearly not expecting such a turn of events. What does Libigo mean? Damn it, is he trying to rebel? I'll go confront him myself and see what he's up to. Head to Crescent Bay at full speed. Soon, Captain Balow's fast ship was racing across the ocean at top speed. From day to night, there were still 100 nautical miles left before reaching Crescent Bay. The area was dotted with numerous islands, ideal for rest and. But Barlow didn't stop. His son's situation was unknown, and he had to hurry. Boom! Suddenly, a deafening explosion echoed through the air. Immediately afterward, the ship began to violently shake. Captain, we're under fire. Before his men could finish speaking, they saw pirates dressed in unique attire on the nearby island, bringing out cannons and firing relentlessly at Baloo's ship. Retreat! Quickly retreat! Baloo dared not move forward. There were too many small islands ahead, and ambushes could be lurking anywhere. Father, save me, ah! But just as Barlow was about to retreat, he suddenly heard his son Terry's agonizing screams. Instantly, he saw his son Terry being held captive by the pirates on a nearby island. His clothes were completely soaked in blood, looking utterly pitiful. There wasn't a single spot on his body that wasn't covered in blood, and it was clear he had endured unimaginable suffering. Son! Baloo panicked and rushed to rescue him. Father, the people who kidnapped me are Lee. Bang! Before Terry could finish speaking, he was shot dead by a pirate dressed in odd attire. Ah! Libby, I won't let this go. I'll never forgive you. Baloo watched as his son was killed, his body tossed into the sea like trash, and he erupted into a rage, his eyes turning blood red, his face contorted like a madman. 92. The internal turmoil begins. Chen Fei's plan takes effect. Baloo's eyes were bloodshot, and he looked like a madman. Boom! Boom! At that moment, 2 more cannon blasts echoed, causing the ship to violently shake. Retreat! Go find Captain Rosen and demand justice for us. Although Captain Barlow was furious, he dared not pursue further. No one knew how many ambushes lay ahead, and if they engaged in a direct confrontation, he was no match for Libigo. They could only go find Captain Rosen first. After Barlow departed, Chen Fei and Lilith emerged from the dark island and exchanged glances. The first step was a complete success. Chen Fei smiled and said, "We've taken care of Terry and avenged Mishia." But he knew the matter wasn't over yet. Every step from here on out would be crucial and vital. Shao Chi, go make arrangements. Find someone to distribute the goods and sell them at low prices to Big Dog. Also, the informant on Big Dog's ship, have him come out at midnight to make contact and send Big Dog a little gift. Ha ha! Lilith ordered. Big Dog was one of the pirate captains under Rosen's command, with 300 personal guards under his command. His strength was slightly superior to Barrow's, and he was on the same level as the late Moretti. Shao Chi nodded upon hearing this and immediately sprang into action. Lilith looked at Chen Fei's face, his cold, angular features glowing in the moonlight with an otherworldly aura. She never expected that things seemed to be unfolding exactly as Chen Fei had planned. Could it be that Rosen would collapse within a week? This was one of the 10 sea tyrants. Lilith dared not think further. They had only taken the first step, the next moves must not falter. But what this young man had demonstrated was already enough to leave them in awe. As long as they were careful, ensuring that those responsible for the shipment were cautious and disguised as members of different factions, and did not arouse the suspicion of the Big Dog, everything should be fine. Alright, we can rest for now. Chen Fei said. Lilith nodded, and the group cautiously sailed away from the area. Once they returned to their own territory, they changed into their own clothes and returned to the ship with their personal guards. Chen Fei also returned to Lilith's ship and went straight to the medical room. Master. Upon seeing Chen Fei arrive, Mishia perked up and tried to stand up. However, the movement aggravated her wound, causing her to frown and collapse back onto the bed. Don't move. Chen Fei approached the bed and saw that Mishia looked relatively well. He said, that bastard Terry is dead. Rest assured, his father won't escape either, nor will Rosen. They will all die. I promised you, and I will make them pay for their crimes with their blood. I mean it. Hearing Chen Fei's words, Mishilia's eyes turned red. Enough, stop crying. I've been tired all day, I need to sleep. After speaking, Chen Fei tossed aside his outer garment, climbed onto Mishilia's sickbed, and gently embraced her from behind, preparing to sleep. Master, you can't do this. Mishilia's cheeks turned bright red, and she could barely breathe. What can I do? Seeing the young girl's flushed cheeks and her clear blue eyes sparkling with tears, Chen Fei's heart skipped a beat. This girl was truly beautiful, like a work of art. Seeing Mishiliya tremble lightly, like a frightened little rabbit, Chen Fei couldn't help but smile. Don't worry, you're still an injured patient. I won't touch you until you're fully recovered. Not even after you're healed? Miyushiyaya shook her head and murmured softly. Wow, my master really has no status, he can actually be rejected. Chen Fei pretended to be unhappy. No, it's not like that. Miyu Lia panicked, ignoring the pain on her body, turned around, and tears welled up in her eyes. Miyu really loved her master. But Miyu is dirty, she doesn't deserve her master. If you say that again, I'll abandon you. Chen Fei said sternly. Hearing Chen Fei say he didn't want her, her face turned pale. She shook her head frantically. I won't say it anymore. I won't say it again. Master, please don't abandon me. That depends on whether you obey me after you're healed. Chen Fei gave a mischievous smile and said. Miyuki will definitely get better soon. Miyuki's cheeks were so flushed they seemed to be sweating, and she added, if the master really wants to, it can be done now. I'm not afraid of pain. Stupid girl, go to sleep. Chen Fei, of course, wouldn't do anything now, not even take the slightest advantage. After all, Mishilia's injuries were truly severe. It was only her strong willpower that kept her so spirited. But Chen Fei didn't know that he was the source of her mental strength. The next day. Rosen Island. This was originally a deserted island, but after being occupied by Rosen, it was renamed after him and became his main base. Due to its location, the island was surrounded by smaller islands that blocked ships, making it a strategically advantageous position that was easy to defend but difficult to attack. This is why it was chosen as the base. At that moment, inside the castle at the center of the island, in the council chamber, a bare-chested man with a muscular build sat in the highest seat. A massive gold chain hung around his neck, with a skull dangling from it, a sight that was utterly terrifying. This man is the great pirate Rosen. Below him, the 6 other great pirates under his command were all present. The 2 at the front were the enraged Balu and the helpless-looking Libigo. Captain Rosen, Libigo killed my son and seized my cargo ship. You must avenge me, or I will never forgive him. Barrow shouted at Rosen. You bastard. Libigo, with his long hair tied with a whip, erupted in anger. Those who attacked you yesterday were not my men. Why would I do such a thing? Moreover, I have never even seen your cargo ship. Seeing that the 2 were about to argue again, Rosen raised his hand and said, Below, I am deeply sorry for Terry's death. However, could there be a misunderstanding? Perhaps someone impersonated Libigo's men? Below couldn't help but interject, then my son died for nothing? The cargo was lost for nothing? Captain Rosen, that doesn't make any sense. Of course not. We will work together to investigate and find the real mastermind behind this. Rosen said solemnly. He sensed that something was amiss in this matter. It was the intuition of a seasoned warrior, honed through countless battles and close encounters with death. However, he couldn't pinpoint exactly what it was. But now, we must not allow internal strife to arise. Calming Baloo is the priority, after all, he just lost his son. That's right, we're all brothers. How could we turn on each other? At that moment, Big Dog also stood up and spoke. He had 2 long teeth in his mouth, resembling dog teeth, hence the nickname Big Dog. Baloo's heart was filled with unbearable rage, like a breath held in, unable to be released, suffocating everyone around him. Just then, one of Baloo's henchmen rushed in, looking panicked. 93, chaos erupted, completely turning the place into a chaotic mess. The panicked subordinate whispered to Baloo in a low voice. Really? Upon hearing the subordinate's whisper, Baloo froze for a moment, then the veins on his temples bulged, and his eyes blazed with terrifying anger. Big Dog, you bastard, you were the one behind this. Baloo was enraged beyond control, pulling out a revolver and aiming it directly at Big Dog's head. Instantly, everyone in the council hall froze in shock. This situation arose too suddenly, especially for Big Dog, who had just been acting as a peacemaker. How could he suddenly be pointed at with a gun? What's going on? Rosen slammed his fist on the table. The situation had spiraled out of control beyond his imagination. He had to stop this immediately. My men just received word that some of the goods sold by Big Dog were actually from my cargo ship. He went to check, and all the goods from my ship are now in Big Dog's possession. Here are the photos. Below said, then showed the photos his men had just brought to everyone. The photos showed a warehouse filled with containers, clearly the same ones from Barlow's cargo ship. You bastard, Big Dog. You're stealing my brother's cargo and framing me for it. Are you trying to rebel? Libigo was also furious, nearly taking the blame for someone else, and immediately aimed his gun at Dog Brother. Dog Brother was completely panicked. No, I'll call my men right now. I don't know anything about the procurement. I'd only handle the money. Please wait. Soon, the phone connected, and after a brief conversation, Dog Brother said, my men said that the goods from all channels today were very cheap. They were bought up. There's no problem. Of course it's cheap if you didn't pay for it. Below was furious. You killed my son. This is a blood feud. Dog Brother was drenched in cold sweat. The situation was too chaotic, and everyone was like a barrel of gunpowder, unable to calm down. In such a situation, the only option was to divert attention and try to extricate himself. Below, think calmly. If I really wanted the goods, why would I kill your son? What's the benefit? Just take the goods and run. Plus, you're in such a hurry to ship them today. This clearly looks like a conspiracy. Dog Brother said. I don't want to hear any of that. Someone has to pay for my son's life. Baloo cocked the gun. Dog Brother suddenly shouted, it could also be Libby who did it. Maybe he wants us to fight among ourselves. I heard rumors that Libby wants to replace Rosen as the boss. And the spies who kidnapped your son yesterday weren't Libby's men, were they? He didn't care about the truth anymore, he just wanted to reduce his own suspicion first. Libigo's heart skipped a beat. He had also heard similar rumors. This was no small matter. Once it involved Rosen, it wouldn't be taken lightly. It might even create a rift between them. A subtle gleam flashed in Rosen's eyes. Don't ever say such things again. I believe Libigo is utterly loyal to me. Before Libigo could even defend himself, he spoke up first, defending Libigo. Thank you for your trust, Captain. Libigo spoke respectfully, but his heart was filled with bitterness. He knew that Rosen was extremely suspicious. The more he appeared magnanimous and open-minded, the more he was thinking in his heart. There was no doubt that he harbored resentment toward him. He estimated that the next step would be to weaken his power in every aspect. After all, Libby's strength was too great among the entire pirate crew, only Rosen had more personal guards than him. Damn it, which bastard is framing me? At that moment, one of Baldo's men walked in and handed him a set of odd-looking clothes. Where did you find this? Below recognized it immediately. It was the same outfit worn by the group that ambushed them last night. On Big Dog's ship. Ah! Bang! Below roared wildly and immediately pulled the trigger. Big Dog was lucky to have prepared in advance. He instinctively dodged to the side, narrowly avoiding a headshot, but was still hit in the arm, letting out an agonizing scream. Hearing the gunfire and Big Dog's screams, his men immediately lost their composure. Below's men, who had been holding back their anger all night, now vented it all alongside him. In an instant, the two sides' men, totaling over 500, engaged in a fierce gunfight outside the castle. Damn it, damn it. Stop this immediately. Rosen slammed his fist on the table, unable to believe the situation had escalated to this point. At his command, his 500 elite guards charged in, armed with the finest weapons. Anyone who dares to continue fighting on Rosen Island is attacking me, Rosen. You too, do you want to stop following me? Rosen roared. Seeing that Rosen was serious, Baloo and Big Dog had no choice but to stop and order their men outside to cease fire. Rosen, the boss. Between him and me, only one can remain under your command. I will fight him to the death. Below said with a ferocious expression, his eyes filled with rage. At this moment, he was completely certain that Big Dog was behind everything. Not only had he stolen his goods, but he had also killed his son and framed Libigo. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Big Dog was slightly stronger than Barrow, and he wasn't someone to be messed with. Plus, he had been shot and falsely accused. The anger building up inside him was about to explode. You too. Rosen roared angrily, either stop this now, and we'll still be brothers. Or both of you leave my ranks. Choose wisely. Such a matter cannot be tolerated, otherwise, the entire pirate crew will fall into chaos. Moreover, if they really fight to the death, even if one side wins, it will be a Pyrrhic victory. In that case, there would be no point in continuing to recruit more members. After a moment of silence, Baloo and Big Dog said nothing and walked toward the castle gates. Soon, their men followed suit, heading toward the coastline. The tension between the two sides was so thick it could almost be cut with a knife. Sigh. Rosen sighed deeply, knowing that these two were beyond saving. Together, they had over 500 men, forming a formidable fighting force. Without them, his own forces would dwindle to just over 1,700. That put him on par with the Ninth Tyrant, a situation that filled him with a sense of impending danger. The greatest crisis, however, is not merely the loss of over 500 lives, but rather, what is the cause of this loss? Who is the one behind this scheme? 94. The plot is exposed, and Rosen's forces collapse. Immediately, Rosen's gaze inevitably fell upon Libigo. Libigo was startled. Lord Rosen, I still believe there is something amiss here. I will certainly investigate this matter thoroughly and uncover the truth for you. Libigo immediately swore his loyalty. I believe you. You all may leave first. I'm tired and need to rest. Rosen massaged his temples and said. Today's argument had nearly split his head open. He needed to sort this out properly. Li Bai nodded and left immediately. The other 3 captains followed closely behind. Upon reaching the coastline, they saw that on the nearby deserted island, Barrow and Big Dog's 2 groups were engaged in a fierce battle. The casualties were extremely heavy. Sigh, I wonder who we've offended this time. Libigo shook his head and boarded the ship. But just then, he and the other 3 pirates under Rosen's command all widened their eyes in shock. A pirate ship flying a rose skull flag was charging straight toward them. Liss? Libico's eyes nearly popped out of his head. Liss had appeared near Rosen Island. What was she up to? Was she declaring war? A war between the 10 tyrants hadn't occurred in years. But every previous battle had ended only when one side was completely annihilated. Moments later, Liss steered her ship to the island where Barrow and Big Dog were engaged in a fierce battle. With a sweeping gesture, she ordered her 1,000 pirates to land and surround Barrow and Big Dog, launching a relentless assault. In an instant, the island was filled with screams. The 2 pirate crews, already severely weakened, collapsed almost instantly under Lilith's 1,000-strong assault. Within 10 minutes, they were completely annihilated. After finishing this, Lilith shouted at Libigo, Libigo, you did well. You have passed my test. Now, I agree to let you join my Rose Skull pirate gang. Libigo was stunned into silence. The other 3 great pirates under Rosen's command also stared in disbelief. They looked at Lilith, then at Libigo. You actually colluded with Lilith? You traitor! You betrayed the boss. You even drove a wedge between Barrow and Big Dog, the 2 brothers. You're not human. The 3 of them were furious and immediately returned to the center of the island to report to Rosen. Lilith, you're so despicable. If Libigo still doesn't get it, he's just a naive fool. Lilith deliberately appeared here to eliminate Baloo and Big Dog, then spoke these baseless lies in front of the others. There's no need for Rosen to believe her. With the 2 brothers already at odds, even if they say they don't believe her, how could they not suspect her in their hearts? This move is to turn fabricated lies into established facts. It turns out that from start to finish, it was all Lilith's scheme. This woman is terrifying. Dishonorable? Ha! Lilith seemed to have heard a funny joke. Libigo, did you forget that we're pirates? Using words like despicable on us is a bit too lenient, isn't it? Libigo had no response. He knew that Rosen would punish him next. Though he wouldn't say anything openly, he would certainly take revenge in secret. What I just said wasn't a joke. Rose Skull, welcome to join us. Think it over carefully. After losing you and those 2, Rosen will only have around 1,300 men under his command. But if you join me, I'll have over 1,400 men. My strength will surpass Rosen's. Lilith said. I will never betray Rosen, the boss. Libigo shouted angrily. Oh, that's your choice. I'll give you time to think it over. Feel free to come find me in the Rose Sea anytime. Lilith smiled and returned to the ship's cabin. The pirate ship set sail immediately. Entering his personal office, Chen Fei sat there, puffing on a cigar, and said, How did it go? Everything smooth? Lilith nodded, and the expression on her face as she looked at Chen Fei had completely changed. It was as if she were looking at an old demon who had become a master of his craft. She couldn't believe it. In just 2 days, Rosen had been severely weakened. The entire situation had undergone a complete transformation. With just a little strategy, this young man was truly terrifying. Xiao Qi was also stunned. She had never seen Lilith look like this before. Don't be too amazed. These are just small tricks. To be precise, they're called open strategies. Chen Fei smiled. He could see the shock in Lilith's eyes. I was just wondering, does the mighty sea tyrant seem so easily defeated in your eyes? Lilith's tone was a bit helpless. Numbers don't equate to strength. Only those with aligned interests can be considered true power. Do you understand? Chen Fei cut straight to the point. Your development model is to recruit pirates who are weaker than yourselves but still strong enough. When you have so many such people under your command, you naturally have to balance their interests. Moreover, since everyone's interests are not aligned, conflicts are inevitable over time. It only takes a spark to ignite them. Such principles have been seen time and again in the thousands of years of Xia's civilization. It's only this group of historically short-sighted individuals who are unaware of them. The development model of these pirates is like that of a king who grants fiefdoms to vassals. How could those vassals not harbor treasonous thoughts? Only by keeping all subordinates firmly under one's control can true strength be achieved. I understand what you mean now. No wonder the rankings of the sea tyrants from 4th to 10th frequently change. But the top 3 have remained unchanged for over a decade. It is said that none of their subordinates are major pirates. Every pirate is their personal guard. Lilith said. But to develop quickly, one must recruit. How can I prevent myself from being outmaneuvered by someone like you? Lilith asked. Sister, you're being too blunt. Xiao Qi quickly pulled on Lilith's sleeve. Chen Fei sweated slightly. Wow, you sure are blunt. There is also a second best option. Considering our upcoming successful collaboration, I might as well tell you. Chen Fei said. Lilith, upon hearing this, immediately leaned in to listen. Even she didn't realize how much she trusted Chen Fei's words. Among your troops, besides your own personal guards, there are 4 pirate gangs. Divide the number of men in each gang into 4 equal parts and merge them together. This way, the number of men in each gang remains the same, but they will be integrated with the other 3 gangs. This way, they won't be a solid block anymore. Chen Fei said. This tactic was frequently used by Han Gaozu Lu Bang in the past. The Song dynasty also employed it extensively, with the core principle being that soldiers only have hierarchical relationships with their superiors, with no other emotional ties. This way, it won't affect the top leader. History is the best teacher. Lilith was completely stunned. When had she ever heard of such strategies? 95. The carrot and the stick. Li Bi turned against his own men. Lilith was completely stunned, her eyes fixed on Chen Fei, filled with shock and a hint of fear. This guy is truly terrifying. Lilith had always believed that firepower was everything, but she never imagined that strategy could be so terrifying. Of course, the implementation of strategies must be based on military strength. However, the effect of strategies is that they can make an original strength of 10% perform at 100%. What a brilliant plan! This way, the overall strength of the sisters' forces won't weaken, as the number of troops remains the same. However, each of them has been weakened by several times. Xiao Qi also understood the logic behind it. I think it won't take more than 2 days for Li Bi to arrive. You should start preparing the next move. This time, while Rosen is severely weakened and morale is low, we must strike decisively and eliminate him completely. Chen Fei said. That evening, Chen Fei returned to Mishi Liaya's hospital room. The doctor was changing her bandages, which were stained with brown blood crusts. As they were carefully unwound, the wounds were exposed, causing her delicate brows to furrow and her sapphire blue eyes to fill with pain. But upon seeing Chen Fei arrive, the pain vanished instantly, replaced by intense joy. Chen Fei stepped forward and gently stroked the wounds on Mishi Liaya's body. He said to the doctor, "Let me do it." The ship's doctor nodded and left the medical room. Chen Fei began to apply medicine to Mishi Liaya's wounds with great care. Master, it's so ugly. The young girl blushed shyly, her sapphire blue eyes dimming. She felt that the scars on her body were like twisted, writhing snakes. Having her master see them was like defiling his eyes. You're beautiful. If you weren't injured, I would have already taken you. Chen Fei said without hesitation. He wanted to remember every single wound, as they were all for him. If it weren't for her, enduring this pain, he would already be a lifeless body. Miyu's eyes were red, and she never imagined in her wildest dreams that her master would personally apply medicine for her. Master, being your dog is so happy. Chen Fei, upon hearing this, gave her a playful slap as usual. Sigh, how could he change this girl's twisted mindset? I wonder how Adele is doing. But soon, Mishi Lia's expression grew somber. The one she cared about most in her heart was her younger sister. She had been away for so many days and didn't know when she would be able to see her sister again. Adele is doing well. She is with Chanshan and Luo Bingjie at Liangting's secret maritime base. It's very safe there. Chen Fei said. This was information he had extracted from Terry. Baloo had taken over 50 hostages to exchange for Terry, intending to make a move, but the maritime guard squad of the Great Xia Empire arrived and took all the hostages away. If he didn't know that Lin Xian'er was safe, Chen Fei wouldn't be so calm here, advising Lilith. Rescuing Lu Yan is important, but Lin Xian'er is even more crucial to Chen Fei. Adele is safe, so Ma Xue can rest easy. Thank you, master. Hearing that her sister was safe, she had no more worries. What good is thanks? Chen Fei said indifferently. Ha! Niu Lia was startled for a moment, then blushed, closed her eyes, and leaned in, gently nibbling on Chen Fei's cheek. That night, Mishi Lia had dreamed of nothing but sweet smiles. The next morning, Xiao Qi came to find Chen Fei, saying that Li Bi had arrived, and Lilith was waiting for Chen Fei to start the negotiations. As one might imagine, Chen Fei's status in Lilith's heart was now extremely high. Even when he wasn't present, the meeting was put on hold, waiting for Chen Fei to arrive before proceeding. Chen Fei entered the office and saw Libigo sitting there solemnly, while Lilith was sharpening her greatsword. The office was deathly quiet, so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Since Lilith wasn't speaking, Libigo dared not utter a word. Despite his arrogance yesterday, when faced with Lilith, the overwhelming pressure she exuded was something Libigo couldn't withstand. This was the aura of a sea tyrant. He didn't know why Lilith hadn't spoken a word. Was Libigo planning to join Lilith? Chen Fei pushed open the door and walked in, getting straight to the point. Libigo was startled. Who was this kid? How dare he call her by her first name? Oh no, he even dared to address Lilith by her given name. You're here, Chen. Let's begin the discussion. Lilith finally stopped sharpening her sword, looked up, and said, Chen Fei nodded indifferently and sat down casually. Libigo was completely dumbfounded. So, Lilith had been silent all this time, waiting for this kid to arrive? Who was this guy? How dare he be so disrespectful in front of Lilith, and act so casual, as if he were the owner of this ship? Could this kid be Lilith's lover? Have you decided to join my rose skulls? Lilith crossed her long legs on the table and spoke casually. Queen, do I have any other choice? Libigo sighed helplessly. Things were exactly as he had anticipated. Last night, Rosen had approached him, claiming to sympathize with his fatigue and offering to reduce 2 trade routes. This was effectively forcing him to weaken his forces. After all, maintaining personal guards costs money. If the men following him were to see their deteriorate, some would inevitably leave. Trade routes were the source of income, reducing them would lead to a gradual decline in his forces. This was something Libigo couldn't accept. He knew this was just the beginning. So after agreeing verbally, he came to find Lilith that very night. My only condition for joining is to maintain the existing trade routes, Libigo said. Lilith nodded slightly. My condition is also only one: the right to make changes to the members must be given to me. Libigo froze, his expression sour. Queen, this might not be appropriate. The right to make changes to the crew means the power to recruit and reduce crew members. If I hand over this power, it would be like allowing myself to be weakened at will. What's the difference between that and continuing to serve under Rosen? Rest assured, this power will be restricted. The increase or decrease of your crew members is none of my concern. I will only be responsible for allocating them according to a set ratio. For example, if you add 10 crew members, I will take 8, and in return, I will compensate you with 8. In exchange, I will grant you an additional trade route. Lilith said. This was also Chen Fei's idea. After all, taking away this command authority would inevitably lead to resentment among the commanders under his command. This is a strategic balance. Therefore, both the carrot and the stick must be used. While stripping the power of the great pirates under your command, you must also grant them greater benefits. In this way, even if they are unwilling, what about their subordinates? 96. The ninth tyrant, Natsum Mami. You must understand that an additional trade route means double the income. The subordinates would certainly be willing. In that case, even if the captains under their command refuse, it would be useless. Ultimately, they would have no choice but to accept and hand over the dispatch authority entirely. Upon hearing this, Libigo's eyes widened in shock. Queen, your tactics are truly remarkable. I'm certain you'll one day rank among the top 5 tyrants. Even the top 3 is possible. Libigo couldn't find the words to describe it. That's not my doing. The cunning schemer is that young man. Lilith shot Chen Fei a sidelong glance, her expression a mix of amusement and derision. Chen Fei rolled his eyes. He noticed that this woman was quite arrogant. He really wanted her guidance, but she acted as if she didn't care. Libigo was once again stunned. He suddenly realized that the reason Lilith held Chen Fei in such high regard might not be because he was her lover, but because he was a military strategist. Queen, so the entire plan to take down Rosen was this gentleman's strategy? Lilith nodded. Libigo looked at Chen Fei with a different expression. This young man was truly terrifying. A flawless plan had weakened Rosen's strength by half in one fell swoop, leaving him severely weakened. However, Queen, even if I join your Rose Skulls, our forces are still on par with Rosen's. Forcing a takeover would be extremely difficult and carry immense risks. Libigo said. Do you think this cunning gentleman wouldn't have considered that beforehand? Lilith said indifferently. Upon hearing this, Libigo froze and looked at Chen Fei. Lilith, why hasn't she come yet? Don't you have any face left? Chen Fei said without a word. Libigo broke out in a cold sweat. This young man is truly fearless. He keeps speaking to Lilith in such a manner. If it were anyone else, they would already be dead. However, Lilith's tolerance for this young man is beyond comprehension. As soon as Chen Fei finished speaking, suddenly, the sound of wooden clogs tapping on the ground echoed. The office door swung open. Led by Xiao Qi, a woman wearing white socks, wooden clogs, and a high-slit kimono walked in gracefully. The ninth tyrant, known as the poisonous widow, Shima Mami. Libigo was stunned. He never expected the woman Chen Fei was talking about to be her. Among the 10 sea tyrants, she and Lilith were the only 2 women. They were ranked 8th and 9th respectively. Their powers were almost identical, but Shima Mami had been operating on the seas longer, giving her a slight advantage. As they say, 2 women must always compete for supremacy. Thus, Shima Mami and Lilith were sworn enemies. Yet now, she had come alone. What could she possibly be planning? Could they have joined forces? Was this plan suggested by that handsome young man? It truly broadens my horizons and leaves me speechless. Natsum Mami walked over gracefully, stunningly beautiful, and sat directly on Chen Fei's lap. Sister, this is our first meeting. Isn't this a bit inappropriate? Chen Fei took a deep breath. This woman is a natural-born seductress. A scent of rosemary wafted toward him, leaving Chen Fei feeling disoriented and confused. It seemed as though she possessed an innate alluring aura. "Get off me!" Lilith swung her greatsword fiercely, the blade pointing straight at Natsum Mami. "Oh, jealous?" Natsum Mami feigned a startled expression, slowly rising from Chen Fei's body, not forgetting to grab him roughly, causing Chen Fei to gasp for breath. But Chen Fei quickly regained his composure. He had heard from Lilith that Shima Mami was called the Poisonous Widow because any man who had ever been involved with her had ultimately met his end at her hands. Some were killed by her own hand, while others met bizarre deaths struck by lightning, drowned, or even involved in paranormal incidents. In short, all manner of rumors circulated across the seas. By the end, it had even become a belief that any man who dared to look her in the eye would meet an unfortunate fate. As a result, despite her stunning beauty, no man dares to get too close to her now. All her orders are relayed through her female bodyguards. Just like now, Libigo was cowering in the corner, facing away from Summer Mami, dared not even glance at her. "Since you're here, let's stick to the plan. We'll join forces and attack Rosen. Once we've eliminated him, we'll each rise one rank," Lilith said. "Alright, let's hold a grand meeting to discuss the detailed battle plan." When it came to business, Shima Mami put away her frivolous demeanor. The two women now resembled starving wolves, eager to devour and divide Rosen's territory. He controls 6 trade routes, and the two had already agreed that each would take 3 after the mission was accomplished. "Lilith, never would you have thought that the two of us would one day become partners." Natsum Mamiko laughed. "Who is your partner? Once this is done, we'll still be enemies. Then you're asking for death." Natsum Mamiko snorted coldly and said, "Think about it. If we join forces to eliminate Rosen, what will the other tyrants think? If we can take down Rosen together, why can't we continue to challenge the 7th and 6th? They will grow to fear us. If we turn against each other, we will be crushed." "She's right. Your trade routes are far apart. Joining forces would be a good idea." Chen Fei said to Lilith, "There are no permanent friends, only permanent interests." He felt that Shima Mami had considered things more deeply than Lilith. This woman had risen to her current position and even higher than Lilith for a reason. "I like that line, hee. Natsum Mamiko gave a seductive smile. "You two go ahead with the meeting. I'm not interested in the battle. Libby, come tell me about that VIP client of Rosen's, Smith." Chen Fei said. The upcoming battle wouldn't be decided by strategy alone. It would be an all-out, life-or-death fight. It had to be settled with real weapons. Let Lilith and Natsum discuss it. They are seasoned veterans in this area, while Chen Fei is an outsider. Having an outsider guide an expert will only lead to defeat. So he didn't bother getting involved. What Chen Fei was thinking about now was how to rescue Lu Yen. "Mr. Smith? Are you planning to take action against him? I advise you to abandon that idea." Libigo paused for a moment before speaking bluntly. 97. The meeting is over. Eliminate Rosen immediately. What? Is he a god? Invincible? Chen Fei dismissed the idea. That's not the case. Libigo said, let's not talk about how powerful he is. But there's one thing, he's in the Euro-North Dan Noro region and we're pirates. Pirates aren't allowed to land there. You should understand that. Even the 10 sea tyrants, no matter how powerful, are only powerful at sea. Landing personally is absolutely impossible. Any nation, especially a powerful one, will launch a relentless crackdown on pirates. Only in chaotic regions like South America or the African continent is there a chance to land personally. Take Denmark, for example. Pirates who want to infiltrate there can only do so through secret channels. No matter how many men you have, they're useless against the machinery of a nation. Who said I'm a pirate? Don't slander me like that. Chen Fei rolled his eyes and said. The entire room fell silent. Lilith, Xiaoqi, and Natsum Mamiko all involuntarily twitched their lips. If looks could kill, Chen Fei would already be a sieve. They were all pirates themselves. How dare Chen Fei look down on them like that? Is being a pirate so shameful to you? Lilith sneered and shot Chen Fei a glance. This has nothing to do with losing face, it's a criminal offense, do you understand? I am a law-abiding citizen. Chen Fei said solemnly. The pirates could barely contain their laughter. To these desperate criminals, Chen Fei's words were practically a joke. Enough. Just tell me what you know about Smith. Chen Fei cut to the chase. Libigo had nothing to hide and replied directly, I know. You're looking for Lu Yen, right? She's not in any danger. Smith is a member of the Dan Nua Council, a powerful and influential figure. He arrested Lu Yen because his son, Hoden, has set his sights on her. That's the official story. Hoding? Damn it, that name sounds familiar. Chen Fei scratched his head, trying to remember, and asked, do you have a photo? Why would I save his photo? I'm not. Libby rolled his eyes, but that guy is always in the news with his dad. Just check the old Dan Nua news and you'll see him. Here you go, Chen Fei. It's in today's newspaper. Wow, it's the announcement of Hu Ding and Lu Yan's engagement. Chen Fei took the newspaper from Xiaoqi and looked at it. He saw a handsome young man with blonde hair. He froze for a moment. It was indeed him, this Wu Ding, the exchange student who had come to our school. He had just arrived and had been aggressively pursuing Lu Yan, but she had never agreed to him. At least, that's what the gossip said. Chen Fei wasn't particularly interested in such matters, but the school was small, and Lu Yan was a beauty of her caliber, while Wu Ding was also a quite handsome exchange student, so naturally, people talked about them a lot. Oh, so this Wu Ding is pretty obsessed. He didn't get her, so he's going to kidnap her? That's over 10,000 kilometers away. Xiao Qi rolled her eyes and said. Bull, that's illegal, you know? Chen Fei scolded. Who gave you the right to be so mean to her? Lilith immediately stepped in to protect Xiao Qi, pulling her behind her. Libby said, it's not really infatuation. From what I know, this Wu Ding went to Daxia as an exchange student with a specific purpose. His family has set their sights on Lu Yan's family and their influence in Daxia. The Lu family doesn't want to get involved with the Smith family, so they're forcing this situation. Once the rice is cooked, both sides will be prominent figures in public, so they won't make a scene. There's so much more to this? Chen Fei was stunned. Of course. The Lu family owns a very large jewelry company in Denmark. It's among the top 3 in the industry. The Smith family, on the other hand, controls 2 mines. If they could collaborate, they could process the ore directly into jewelry and sell it, cutting out numerous middlemen. The profit from that would be enormous. Smith needs this politician to stay in office to secure the economic backing. Libigo explained. Smith's competitors also have mines and are vying for the Lu family's support. The Lu family had originally remained neutral, not siding with either side. Smith's move effectively forced the Lu family to take a stance. Libigo added. This truly broadened Chen Fei's horizons. Indeed, everything in this world is driven by interests. When you delve deeper into anything, it all boils down to 2 words, interests. All the rest is just fluff used to deceive the masses. The newspaper said the wedding is tomorrow. Why the rush? Xiao Qi asked. Chen Fei furrowed his brows and said, of course it's urgent. If we delay any further, the Lu family's influence will come into play. We need to take advantage of the fact that the Lu family's main base is in Daxia and they won't have time to arrive and solidify the situation before they can react. Immediately, Chen Fei asked Libby, can you find a way to get me inside? I need to act during the wedding. If the wedding really takes place, it will be too late. The complex interests involved were not something Chen Fei wanted to get involved in. He only knew one thing, Lu Yan, that kind-hearted young girl, did not want to have anything to do with Smith and his men. Being treated like livestock or cargo and transported there completely went against her will. I do have a connection. The security team hired for the wedding has someone I know in the company's HR department. I can have him transfer you into the security team. Tonight, go to the port I'll tell you about, and he'll send someone to pick you up. Okay, thanks. Chen Fei didn't expect that Rosen's subordinate could provide him with so much convenience. Alright, let's get back to the meeting. Tonight, we're launching the final assault on Rosen. In the meeting room, Lilith and Shima Mami, along with the captains of their respective pirate crews, were holding an urgent meeting to discuss the final assault on Rosen. Chen Fei didn't bother with the meeting and returned to the ward. Master, Adele, hoo-hoo. Miyu was still talking in her sleep, calling out to the most important person in her life. It was already noon. Due to her injuries, her sleep had become longer. Sleep was the best way to heal the body. However, Chen Fei's arrival startled her awake. Opening her eyes, she was surprised to see Chen Fei sitting by the bed with a plate of freshly prepared food. Master. Miyu Lia rubbed her head against Chen Fei's chest, her lips slightly parted as she gently licked his wrist, her actions and expressions resembling those of a puppy. Let's eat. Chen Fei said, then began feeding her himself. Mishi Liaya was overwhelmed with joy, her sapphire blue eyes brimming with excitement and her heart filled with gratitude. Though it was merely feeding her, in her eyes, it was the master's greatest gift. The entire afternoon, Chen Fei stayed in the medical room with Mishi Lia. Though she enjoyed the atmosphere, she also sensed something amiss, a calm before the storm. Master, is something else happening? Mishi Liaya asked worriedly. 98, the battle has begun, and it's a one-sided fight. Yes, we'll begin the siege on Rosen tonight. His days are numbered. Everyone who has wronged you will pay with their lives. After that, I have some business to attend to in Dan Nuo. Chen Fei replied honestly. He didn't know how likely his plan was to succeed. After all, tomorrow he would be alone. I'm sorry, Master. Mishi can't help you. I can only lie here, useless. Mishia said sadly. At least you can be useful. Warm the bed for me so I can take a nap and rest up. Chen Fei said, then crawled back into the blankets, gently hugging Mishi Lia's small body, making her cheeks flush red. Time passed slowly. Night fell. On an island adjacent to Rosen Island, this area was rich in mineral resources and one of the Smith family's largest mining districts, entrusted to Rosen for management. These overseas mineral resources were not something Smith, as a public figure, could openly handle. Therefore, a proxy was needed to handle the matter. Rosen's strength made him an ideal choice. However, Rosen's strength had been severely weakened, and he was feeling the pressure. He had finally managed to establish a connection with Smith. Can one spend a lifetime as a pirate? Eventually, one will meet a violent end at sea. He yearned to rise above his station and become a prominent merchant, which is why he agreed to assist Smith. But now, his position is in danger. Just as he was in a state of turmoil, a middle-aged miner, covered in dirt and limping, rushed over. "Captain Rosen, my wife is starving to death. Please give us something to eat." Rosen was already annoyed. Seeing the miner rush toward him, the stench emanating from his body made him even more irritable. He kicked him hard, and with a crack, the miner's ribs broke. The man fell to the ground, writhing in pain. "Damn it, you work, you eat. You want to eat without working? Am I running a charity here? And what are you lot doing, letting this dog of a man come charging at me?" Rosen roared angrily. His two henchmen immediately broke out in cold sweat and said, "Boss, this dog's bones are broken. He can't even stand up. He's worthless. We can throw him into the sea to feed the fish." Rosen nodded and added, "His wife can't work either. Throw them all into the sea. Oh, and they seem to have a daughter? With that little strength, what's she going to do in the mines? Dress her up and send her to a brothel." Hearing this, the middle-aged miner begged desperately, "Captain Rosen, please don't do this. She's still a child. We can keep digging. Please, God bless you, you're a good man." "Ha, a good man? You dare call me a good man? You're insulting me." Rosen, in a frenzy, waved his hand and, ignoring the middle-aged man's cries, ordered his men to drag the entire family of 3 toward the shore. The remaining miners in the mine fell silent, not daring to utter a word, let alone plead for mercy. They dared not even glance at the scene, fearing they might be implicated. There was nothing they could do. Here, life was as worthless as an ant. The only value was mining. Each day, they received only a few steamed buns and a bit of rotten meat. If anyone could no longer work, their life was over. That was the reality, a life of darkness and despair. Knowing that her parents were going to be thrown into the sea, the little girl cried with tears streaming down her face, begging, "I can mine. I can mine a lot every day. I'll eat very little and mine 20 hours a day. Please, Captain Rosen, spare my parents. With your frail body, even if you work 25 hours a day, you wouldn't earn as much as lying there doing nothing." Rosen said coldly, as if in his eyes, these lives were nothing more than ants he could crush underfoot. The 3 desperate people were dragged toward the coastline by several pirates under Rosen's command. But just then, the pirates halted in their tracks, their eyes widening in shock. Looking up, they saw the over 20 pirate ships anchored along the shore, their very souls nearly shaken out of their bodies. "Xia Xiamomami, Lilith, how did they get here?" Before the words had even finished, suddenly, Lilith, wielding a large sword, charged forward, with Xia Xiamomami close behind, swinging her arm wide. The battle began. In an instant, over 2,000 pirates surged forward like a tidal wave, charging toward the island. The 2 pirates had no time to deal with the family of 3. They hurried back to report to Rosen. The family of 3, seeing so many pirates approaching, were terrified and quickly darted into the nearby jungle. However, they discovered that the pirates didn't even glance at them, instead charging straight toward the center of the island. "Enemy attack! Captain, enemy attack!" Suddenly, the entire island erupted into chaos. Rosen was completely stunned. He wasn't without informants, but those he had sent out were all Libico's men. The intelligence he received was also passed on by Libico. How could he have imagined that Libico would betray him so quickly? Moreover, the fact that Shima Mami would collaborate with Lilith to attack him was completely unexpected. Rosen knew that with his weakened strength, he would face disturbances, but he hadn't anticipated it would come so quickly and with such ferocity. "Hurry! Gather reinforcements immediately!" he shouted loudly. This mining island didn't have much combat power, and over 1,000 subordinates would have to rush over from Rosen Island. In battle, time is everything. The sounds of battle, curses, and the flashes of swords filled the air, with smoke and dust swirling around the island. Chen Fei stood on the deck, gazing at the distant flames, knowing that everything had already been decided. Rosen's defeat was inevitable. The of the 10 tyrants was about to undergo a complete upheaval. Xiao Mashue, come listen to Rosen's cries and watch their deaths. Chen Fei entered the medical room, carefully picked up Mishi Lia, and brought her to the deck, placing the telescope before her eyes. The little girl looked through the telescope and clenched her fists tightly. There, in the middle of the island, Rosen lay on the ground covered in blood, surrounded by a group of miners who were violently trampling him. These miners were venting their pent-up anger with wild abandon. For countless days, they had been treated like beasts of burden, living lives worse than those of dogs. They were beaten and abused at the slightest provocation, and even the slightest mistake could cost them their lives. Under such relentless oppression, their inner rage had reached its peak, waiting for just a spark to ignite it. "Ah! Stop stepping on me! Stop! Spare me! I'll give you all the money! All of it!" Rosen screamed wildly. His men heard him, but they couldn't get in. They were all surrounded on the outskirts, being mercilessly slaughtered by Lilith and Shima Mami's men. This was a classic encirclement and release strategy. By trapping Rosen in the center, his men would be forced to come to his aid, creating an extremely disadvantageous situation. Moreover, Rosen was already outnumbered by half. Under such circumstances, the outcome of the battle was already decided. 99. Rosen is dead. Rescue Lu Yen. After losing a large number of men, Rosen's men realized there was no hope of victory and immediately began to collapse, retreating while fighting and fleeing. Everyone became pirates for the sake of wealth. Since Rosen was doomed, why would they risk their own lives? That's unthinkable. These ruthless criminals only recognized one thing: profit. In the end, Rosen was trampled to death by the miners, and the battle came to a close. The entire ordeal lasted less than an hour. Rosen, the 8th-ranked tyrant of the seas, was dead. From now on, I am the 8th. Lilith, you're the 9th. Ha, you're still below me. Are you upset? Sumire Asami laughed seductively, her words dripping with malice. Lilith's teeth clenched in anger. She was someone who couldn't handle provocation and wanted to slit this seductive vixen's throat with a single sword stroke. Alright, let's split Rosen's money evenly. He's worth $10 billion, so $5 billion each, all for the brothers. Natsum Mamiko laughed. Captain, we love you. Following the captain means getting a share of the loot. Divide the money. Divide the money. The pirates' thoughts were simple: get the money. As long as the money was in hand, they would be loyal to the end. As for pirates capturing other pirates to claim bounties, that's no problem. The Bounty Hunters Guild doesn't care about such details, they only set the price. Whoever brings them in gets the money. Pirates killing each other is exactly what they want. The battle has come to an end. Mishliga, who witnessed everything, couldn't help but excitedly clench her fists, but the movement tugged at her wounds, causing her to wince in pain. Though the hatred hadn't completely faded, with Chen Fei's help, they had already exacted their revenge. Thank you, master. Mishilia said to Chen Fei. I should also prepare to depart. Chen Fei said. Little Mishi doesn't want to leave her master. Mishia's eyes were filled with tears. Over the past few days, she had grown increasingly dependent on Chen Fei. If she couldn't see him for even a day, she felt as though her heart had been torn out, as though she were dying. Then recover quickly and wait for me to return. Chen Fei smiled mischievously. Alright, little Mishi will recover quickly and then serve the master obediently. Mishi Liaya's face was as delicate as a flower, and she spoke softly. At that moment, Lilith also returned triumphantly. I'm ready to leave. Chen Fei said. Lilith nodded faintly, ignoring Chen Fei, and walked toward the ship. Just as she was about to enter the cabin, she paused, did not turn back, but whispered softly, Don't die in Dan Nua, Mr. Madman. That's impossible. Chen Fei smiled indifferently, waited for Xiao Qi to arrive, handed Ma Xue Liaya to her, and asked her to take care of her. Without further ado, he mounted a speedboat and vanished into the night. Alright, stop crying. Xiao Qi wiped the tears from Mishi Liaya's eyes and led her back to the infirmary. 2 hours later. Chen Fei arrived at the location given by Libigo. It was a dilapidated port overgrown with weeds, clearly abandoned. The surrounding waters were deserted, not even a single boat or a shadow in sight. Chen Fei? As soon as Chen Fei docked the speedboat, he heard someone calling his name in perfect Mandarin. Instantly, he followed the sound. There stood a middle-aged man, a stocky, kind-faced uncle, waving at him. In this remote part of the ocean, seeing someone who spoke the same language felt comforting to Chen Fei. Sir, I'm Chen Fei. I'm here to make a living. In the end, Chen Fei didn't reveal the truth. Libigo clearly wasn't telling the truth either, otherwise, how could anyone dare to help him arrange for Chen Fei to join the bodyguard team? After all, once Chen Fei took action, regardless of success or failure, the bodyguard team would inevitably be severely weakened. After all, if there was a traitor among the bodyguards, the company would have no reason to continue existing. If it came to that, Chen Fei would naturally give this uncle a substantial sum of money. I know he was introduced by Libi. My name is Zhou Ding. If you don't mind, you can call me Uncle Zhou. Come with me. I'll take you to the dormitory. Get a good night's rest today. We have an important task tomorrow. Zhou Ding said. Alright, Uncle Zhou. Chen Fei smiled and called out. The so-called big job was naturally the wedding of Hu Ding and Lu Yan. Soon, Zhou Ding led Chen Fei to the entrance of the security company's dormitory, handed him an ID badge, and prepared to go inside. Bang! But the next second, a pale-skinned man suddenly emerged from the dormitory and kicked Zhou Ding in the stomach with a single blow. Ah! Zhou Ding let out a pained cry, his body falling backward and rolling several times on the ground. Chen Fei rushed forward to help him up, glaring at the fair-skinned man. Damn it, Zhou, did you forget something? The fair-skinned man stood on the steps, looking down at him with a condescending expression. He looked as though he were superior. I didn't forget. The captain's matter, how could I forget? Zhou Ding didn't get angry. Instead, he forced a smile, pulled out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, handed it to the white-collar worker, and quickly bowed his head, leading Chen Fei inside. Wait! But the next moment, he was stopped again. You brought another illegal worker. You two illegal workers, and you only gave 1 pack of cigarettes? That doesn't make sense, does it? The white-clad man held his baton in front of him. Chen Fei saw his arrogant expression and felt his anger rising. Zhou Ding's cheeks twitched a few times, but he eventually forced a smile and said, "Captain, you're right. It's my fault for not knowing better. But it's so late now. We'll make it up to you tomorrow. Is that okay? Get lost, you fool. Oh, and tonight's midnight snack will be charged to your account." The white-collar worker finished speaking and returned to his own captain's dormitory. Uncle Zhou, who is that guy? He's so arrogant. Chen Fei couldn't stand it anymore. Zhou Shu was over 40 years old, yet he was being ordered around by a young man not even 30, forced to swallow his anger and smile apologetically. Plus, they were from the same hometown, so he naturally felt unjustified. Shu. Zhou Ding quickly signaled Chen Fei to be quiet, glanced outside to make sure no one was eavesdropping, then cautiously whispered, "He's the bodyguard captain, Joseph. We're just day laborers, we have no protection. A single word from him, and we'd be out on the street. What can we do? We have wives and children to feed. Uncle Zhou, the world is so big. There's no need to stay here and endure this. We're already illegal workers. Wherever we go, we'll still be illegal workers." Chen Fei was offering advice to Zhou Ding, hoping that after causing a scene at the wedding tomorrow, Zhou Ding would have a plan to leave. "We can't leave." Zhou Ding shook his head. "My wife and I are both undocumented, but my daughter has been cleared. We've finally managed to settle down here. If we move again, my daughter will become undocumented too. She's still in school, and her grades are pretty good." 100. Lu Yan's plan. Zhou Ding laughed here, like any ordinary parent proud of their children. Chen Fei watched, feeling a pang of sympathy. But there was nothing he could do. His mission must continue. Lu Yan must be rescued. As for Zhou Ding and the others, he would inform Liang Ting later to arrange their return to Daxia. He would also provide them with some money. It would be better than staying here and relying on others. The two chatted for a while longer before falling asleep. At the same time, in a luxurious villa, Lu Yan, wrapped in a bathrobe, emerged from the bathroom, looking as fresh as a lotus flower. Hu Ding, who had been waiting outside for a long time, saw this scene and his heart raced. He swallowed hard and walked up to her, taking her hands. Before he could speak, Lu Yan spoke first. "Go take a shower. I'll wait for you in the bathroom." Okay. As Lu Yan looked at him with sparkling eyes, Hu Ding couldn't resist any longer and hurried toward the bathroom. As soon as his figure disappeared into the bathroom, the disgust on Lu Yan's face became evident. Back in the bedroom, she took out the intercom and said, "Come on." Soon, a seductive brunette woman walked over. She then undressed completely and lay down on Hu Ding's bed. Lu Yan, however, hid under the bed. She turned off the lights. "Lu, thank you for your cooperation. Once I become Hu Ding's wife, I will never forget this favor you've done for me." The brunette woman was overcome with emotion. "Haha, okay," Lu Yan said indifferently. This brunette woman was named In, also a girl from a prominent family, and had been childhood sweethearts with Hu Ding, always wanting to marry him. Therefore, after Lu Yan arrived here and Hu Ding announced his intention to marry, she developed a strong animosity toward Lu Yan. However, Lu Yan did not confront her directly. Instead, she brought her into a discussion, using some schemes to manipulate and to help her escape. At that moment, Hu Ding had finished bathing and rushed into the room, jumping onto the bed and hugging the woman lying there. "Yan, can we turn on the light today? I want to see your beautiful face." Though it was pitch black, Hu Ding still made a face he thought was deeply affectionate. Anne, who was being held by him, dared not speak. She felt a bit uneasy inside. After all, she was being treated like another woman. But she couldn't think about that now. As long as she could get pregnant and make the situation irreversible, that would be enough. The one who answered him was Lu Yan, hiding under the bed. "Hu Ding, turning on the light makes me shy. If you insist on turning it on, I can only refuse you. Tomorrow we'll be husband and wife, so we can take it slow later," Lu Yan said, suppressing her disgust. In the darkness, overwhelmed by excitement, he couldn't possibly distinguish the source of the voice, which came from under the bed, separated by only a single bedboard. Hu Ding didn't press the matter. He had pursued Lu Yan, though it was a family mission. He had truly been captivated by her beauty. Now that he could have her, why bother with such trivialities? Let's just get started. Just as the disgusting sound came from above, Lu Yan suddenly reached out a hand. In her hand was a night vision camera, which could still take photos even in complete darkness without any light. She pressed the shutter and quietly captured the scene. At dawn, after Hu Ding and An had finished, Lu Yan crawled out from under the bed first and went to the post office. She placed the photos in an envelope, addressed to the largest newspaper in Dan Nua. Lu Yan had already investigated the newspapers. Behind the scenes owner was Smith's political rival. Therefore, these photos would definitely be published as quickly as possible. On his wedding day, cheating with another woman, haha, what a disgrace for the Smith family. The kind-hearted young woman Lu Yan, however, wore a mischievous expression on her face. Her strategy was simple: delay. The family must already know about this. As long as we drag it out until someone from the Liu family arrives, this marriage will inevitably come to an end. Once these photos are made public today, they can be used as an excuse to refuse the wedding ceremony. With so many guests present, such a scandal would make it impossible to continue. Lu Yan silently praised her own cleverness. At 9 o'clock in the morning, the church entrance was filled with various luxury cars. Chen Fei, led by Zhou Ding, followed the bodyguards as they patrolled the area. Chen Fei scanned the surroundings and spotted a white wedding car approaching. Moments later, Lu Yan and Hu Ding stepped out of the wedding car. As if on the same wavelength, Chen Fei made eye contact with Lu Yan. Brother Fei. Lu Yan froze for a moment, then felt a surge of emotion, her eyes turning red. After she emerged from the ice cave, she had no idea whether Chen Fei was alive or dead. At that time, Chen Fei was still running a fever and was in an extremely cold environment, where death was highly likely. But now, not only was Chen Fei safe and sound, he had appeared before her, clearly here to save her. Thinking of this, Lu Yan was deeply moved. Chen Fei took a deep breath and prepared to act. He had no elaborate plans, only one strategy: to strike unexpectedly. After rescuing her, he would immediately flee to yesterday's port and escape by speedboat. He had no idea what the chances of success were. But just as he was about to act, he saw Lu Yan press her hand down, her eyes filled with calmness. Instantly, Chen Fei stopped. Though he didn't know what she was planning, he could tell from her expression that she had a plan. "What's wrong, Yan?" Hu Ding noticed that Lu Yan's expression was off and asked. "Nothing." Lu Yan shook her head and prepared to follow Hu Ding inside. Just then, a drone suddenly flew past from the sky. Immediately, a shower of photos began to fall from the drone. The guests present were all startled. They picked up the photos from the ground and looked at them, then exclaimed in shock. "Isn't that Hu Ding and An? What's going on here? Oh my god, this was last night. I never expected that on their wedding day, they would do something like this last night." Instantly, the entire church descended into chaos, resembling a bustling marketplace. Chen Fei also looked at the photos, unable to suppress a smile while also beginning to see Lu Yan in a new light. He never expected this delicate young woman to have such tactics. Looking at her confident expression earlier, he knew she must have orchestrated everything. Lu Yan secretly rejoiced. She never imagined that the newspaper's tactics would be more thrilling than publishing the article itself. They went straight to spreading the photos online. No wonder the boss is Smith's political rival, otherwise, they wouldn't have used such an explosive tactic. What's going on here? Smith, the man with gold-rimmed glasses, was a middle-aged man with silver hair, appearing refined and elegant. Upon seeing these photos, he erupted in anger, and the composure he had been pretending to maintain vanished instantly. This was a major scandal. 101, start evacuating. He was set to marry Lu Yan for her family's connections and company, to secure his position as a councilman. But now? With such a scandal, it's a massive blow to his reputation. It's like trying to steal a chicken but ending up losing the rice instead. Facing his father's questioning, Hu Ding was momentarily stunned, but quickly regained his composure. Slap. Hu Ding slapped Lu Yan hard across the face, sending her crashing to the ground. Damn it, you whore! You betrayed me! Lu Yan lay on the ground, covering her face, looking pitiful, her eyes darting toward the guests. But inside, she was overjoyed. Daring to hit her in front of so many people. What a fool! Does she want her reputation to be ruined even faster? Sure enough, a wave of disdainful whispers swept through the guests. Smith clearly understood what was happening. Seeing his son act so recklessly, he felt even more frustrated. But the most important thing now was to calm the situation down and prevent it from getting worse. Chen Fei saw Lu Yan being hit and felt furious. He prepared to step forward and take her away, as the church was currently in complete chaos, making it an ideal opportunity. You hit her. Wah! At that moment, Lu Yan pretended to cry sorrowfully and ran toward the church exit, but she was actually aiming for Chen Fei's direction. Kidnap me. As she neared Chen Fei, Lu Yan whispered softly. Chen Fei understood immediately. If Lu Yan followed him, it would be like telling the guests present that she was behind the photos. He never expected that this girl, at such a critical moment, would think more carefully than he had. Click. The sound of a bullet being chambered echoed, and Chen Fei immediately pressed the revolver against Lu Yan's forehead. Ah! Lu Yan screamed in terror. The VIP guests present were completely taken aback by the sudden turn of events. A man with a gun had appeared in the church, and he had even infiltrated the bodyguard team. Everyone's faces were filled with fear as they scattered in all directions. Bodyguards, someone, quick! Take this guy down, now! There's a robber among you? This is dereliction of duty. Hearing the guests' shouts, the bodyguards froze for a moment before quickly aiming their guns at Chen Fei. However, no one dared to act rashly. Because Lu Yan was in Chen Fei's hands. After all, on the surface, Lu Yan was the Smith family's arranged bride. Although she had been obtained through underhanded means, no one knew that. Even if a scandal broke out, no one had said they wouldn't marry her. So no one dared to act recklessly. If Lu Yan were injured or even killed, no one could take responsibility for that. Zhou Ding was completely dumbfounded. He was closest to Chen Fei, holding his gun, but the bullets weren't loaded, it was clearly just a show. He asked in panic, not understanding what was happening. Fei, what's going on? I was waiting for you at the port yesterday. Chen Fei spoke in a voice only Zhou Ding could hear, then, holding Lu Yan hostage, immediately fled to the desolate port. That was already a very remote road, no one could possibly catch up. Chase after them. Hurry up and chase after them. We must bring Lu Yan back and retrieve my fiancé. Smith and Hotting were frantic. If Lu Yan escaped, the losses would be astronomical. You must understand that the Lu family had always remained neutral, which is why they resorted to such a desperate measure, forcing the Lu family to take sides. But now, with this scandal, if Lu Yan escapes, the deal is off. Instead, we'll have alienated the Lu family, who might just switch allegiance to our competitors. It's only because Henry, the owner of the newspaper, is also a member of parliament and has mines in his family. So no matter what, we have to bring Lu Yan back. Even if it's just imprisonment, it will still be a constraint on the Lu family. Chen Fei brought Lu Yan there, panting heavily. Woo, Fei Ge, I'm so scared. Lu Yan was truly crying now, burying herself in Chen Fei's arms and clinging tightly to him. She was wearing a pristine white wedding dress, looking absolutely stunning. Her snow-white forehead was covered in fine sweat, making her look as though she had been kidnapped for marriage. That bastard dared to hit you. Does it hurt? Chen Fei saw the redness on her cheeks and felt furious. But there was nothing he could do. This wasn't the open sea. Kidnapping Lu Yan was already extremely dangerous. If he dared to fire a gun here, Chen Fei feared he might never return to Daxia. You must understand that killing pirates is no big deal. After all, pirates are lawless outlaws of the sea, and eliminating them is doing the world a favor. But things are different on land. Someone like Smith might be a villain behind closed doors, but on the surface, he seems harmless. So, once Chen Fei takes action, Smith will have no choice but to flee to the open sea and never return home. I'm fine, Chen Fei. Lu Yan regained her composure, realizing how bold it had been to embrace Chen Fei, and her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Brother Chen, the news about you kidnapping a bride will be in the papers today. Hee, the papers will say you came to the Smith family to kidnap a bride for me. Lu Yan suddenly gave a mischievous smile and said. Ha, I don't mind taking you as my concubine. Chen Fei said jokingly. A concubine? What does that mean? Chen Fei, do you have a girlfriend? Is it that little Mishi? Lu Yan was taken aback. Aren't you the owner of Mishi Liaya? How did you end up dating her? My girlfriend, you know her, Lin Xianer. Chen Fei smiled and said. This left Lu Yan completely dumbfounded. Her pretty face suddenly flushed with anger, and she clenched her teeth in frustration. It's Lin Xianer again. She's ranked above me on the school beauty list, and now she's trying to outdo me? This is infuriating. Chen Fei was speechless. I never expected Lu Yan to care about the school beauty ranking. But thinking about it, which girl wouldn't want to be the prettiest? Just then, Zhou Ding panted over. Fei, what are you doing? You're going to get me killed. Zhou Ding said helplessly, not knowing what Chen Fei was up to. Uncle Zhou, I'll make this quick. Chen Fei explained the reason for his visit in the simplest terms. Upon hearing this, Zhou Ding sighed silently. Don't worry, Uncle Zhou. Lu Yan's aunt has a lot of influence. You'll also get credit for rescuing her. Hurry back and bring your family. Let's all return to Daxia together. That way, we won't have to endure this humiliation anymore. Hurry up, we'll wait here for you. Chen Fei said. Zhou Ding clenched his teeth in thought, clearly struggling. Finally, he seemed to make up his mind and nodded firmly. All right, I'll go get my wife and children right away. It was he who brought Chen Fei here, so the bodyguard team couldn't stay here anymore, and they might even get into trouble. This was a chance to return to his homeland. What was there to hesitate about? Immediately, Zhou Ding rushed toward the residential area. As he ran, he called his wife to tell her to pack their things in advance, but the phone didn't connect for a long time, so he had no choice but to give up. He rushed back home as quickly as possible. When Zhou Ding pushed open the door, he froze in shock. 102, Zhou Ding's outburst. Zhou Ding heard an indescribable sound coming from the bedroom. His heart began to race wildly, the veins on his temples bulged, and his breathing seemed to stop. Gathering all his courage, he pushed open the door to his room. Zhou Ding felt as though his heart was about to explode. The man and woman inside the room froze abruptly, staring in shock at the door. Old Zhou. Zhou Ding's wife quickly covered herself with a blanket, her face filled with fear and guilt. Standing there was none other than the bodyguard team captain, Joseph. Seeing Zhou Ding's face turn as red as a pig's liver, Josephon paused for a moment before regaining his composure. He calmly put on his clothes, showing no signs of panic. Instead, he looked at Zhou Ding with a mocking expression and said casually, "Why did you come home instead of patrolling the wedding venue? Trying to get your wages docked?" He didn't even know what had happened at the church today. After finishing his work arrangements, he had rushed straight to Zhou Ding's house. "Your mother!" Zhou Ding flew into a rage and lunged forward. But he was suddenly kicked in the stomach, sending him crashing back to the ground. "And you dare to talk back to me like this? Joseph snorted coldly, stepped on Zhou Ding's head with his foot, and looked down at him arrogantly. What's wrong with me playing with your wife? If you want to stay here, pretend you didn't see anything. Otherwise, I don't mind making the two of you leave. A surge of unbearable anger rapidly swelled within Zhou Ding's chest. His face, which was being stomped on the ground, was contorted and swollen red. Zhou Ding's wife, seeing this, quickly grabbed Joseph's arm and pleaded, "Don't hit him. Let's talk this out." Slap. Joseph turned around and slapped her across the face. "Shut up, you whore. If you keep making noise, don't blame me for what happens to your daughter. You're asking for it." Zhou Ding suddenly broke free, stood up, pulled out the gun from his pocket, and aimed it directly at Joseph. Josephine froze for a moment, then burst into laughter, looking down on Zhou Ding with disdain. He pointed at his own head and sneered, "Come on, shoot. Shoot here. You coward. If it weren't for your wife, I would have killed you long ago. Don't worry, your daughter will be mine to play with in the future. You can only watch helplessly." Bang! Before he could finish speaking, a loud gunshot rang out. "Ah! You dare shoot me? How dare you shoot me?" Joseph screamed in agony, clutching his stomach. Bright red blood seeped through his fingers. He struggled to reach for his own gun. Bang! Another shot rang out. Joseph felt a sharp pain in his back, and half his body went numb. He collapsed to the ground, convulsing. "No, Joe, I'm sorry, spare my life, spare me. If you kill me, you'll die too. Your wife will be driven out, and your daughter will have no one to care for her, she'll die too." At that moment, Joseph finally felt the fear of death. The arrogance that had once made him feel superior vanished. All that remained was the desperate desire to survive. He never imagined that Zhou Ding, who had always been so timid, would dare to resist, dare to shoot at him. Bang! Ugh! In response, several more gunshots rang out. Joseph felt like a duck being choked, making a few gurgling sounds before collapsing on the ground, motionless. Zhou's wife was stunned. She had never seen her husband like this before. "Let us go, let us leave together. We can go back to Daxia." Zhou Ding stepped forward to help his wife dress. He knew it wasn't her fault. Joseph had used his job and daughter as leverage. The pain and hatred in his heart had dissipated with Joseph's death. Now he only wanted to take his wife and daughter away and live a peaceful life. Bang! But the next moment, his wife suddenly snatched the weapon from him and pulled the trigger toward herself. Suddenly, Zhou's wife's face turned deathly pale. "Old Zhou, I've let you down. I have no face to go with you. Take our daughter and go back to live a good life." After speaking, she lowered her head and ceased breathing. Zhou Ding stood there in a daze, as if his soul had been torn apart. He wept uncontrollably. "I just want to live. I just want to live. Why is something so simple so difficult?" He screamed and roared until his eyes turned red. Suddenly, he thought of something, forced himself to suppress his emotions, went to the bathroom to splash some water on his face, took a deep breath, and entered the adjacent room. Seeing his daughter still asleep, he picked her up. "Daddy, where are we going?" His daughter, Zhou Xiaowei, rubbed her sleepy eyes, looking groggy. "Sleep a little longer, just a little longer." Zhou Ding held back his tears and hurriedly took his daughter out of the house, running down a small path toward the port. Seeing Zhou Ding covered in blood running toward him, Chen Fei was stunned. "Uncle Zhou, what happened to you?" Chen Fei hurriedly asked, a bad feeling rising in his heart. "Xiao Fei, this is my daughter, Zhou Xiaowei. Please take her back to Daxia. I won't be going with you. I still have unfinished business." Zhou Ding finished speaking, his face pleading as he looked at Chen Fei. "No problem, I'll take good care of Xiaowei." "What's going on, Uncle Zhou?" Chen Fei couldn't help but ask. "It's nothing. You two should leave quickly. The Metropolitan Police Department has already dispatched a search party for you," Zhou Ding said before turning and leaving immediately. Once Zhou Ding's figure disappeared, Chen Fei finally boarded the speedboat with Zhou Xiaowei, who was still asleep. The sound of the engine roared as the speedboat swiftly headed toward Liangting's offshore base. Midway through the journey, Zhou opened her eyes and woke up. "Xiaowei, this." Chen Fei was at a loss, unsure how to explain what had happened to this teenage girl. In fact, Chen Fei himself didn't even know exactly what had happened. "My father went to his death." Zhou Xiaowei's indifferent voice left Chen Fei speechless. Lu Yan, standing beside him, was also taken aback. "What do you mean?" Zhou Xiaowei, upon hearing this, calmly recounted what had happened in the dormitory earlier. It seemed as though she felt nothing. But as she spoke, her eyes eventually welled up with tears. "I know. I've always known everything. But what else could I do besides pretend to be asleep? This day was bound to come, and it finally did." Zhou Xiaowei covered her face and sobbed painfully. Chen Fei felt a mix of emotions. "I'm sorry." After a moment, he could only utter those three meaningless words. "I'm sorry." Lu Yan's eyes were red, and she didn't know how to comfort Zhou Xiaowei. If Chen Fei hadn't infiltrated the bodyguard team to save her, things wouldn't have escalated to this point. Both of them were consumed by intense self-blame and guilt. 103, Ongoing Madness. It's not your fault. To their surprise, Zhou Shelui clenched her teeth tightly and said, "If you don't come, does that mean the humiliation that happened in our family never happened? My father will eventually find out, and the outcome won't be any different." Chen Fei and Lu Yan were speechless. Regardless of the circumstances, she was the one who had sparked this incident. What had already happened couldn't be undone, but what hadn't happened yet could still be prevented. Zhou Shelui had already lost her mother, she couldn't lose her father too. "Once I get you to a safe place, I'll go save your father," Chen Fei said in a low voice. "It's no use. He's going with the resolve to die. He's endured too much injustice in his life, and now he's determined to seek revenge. Joseph's family and his men will all be targets of my father's revenge. Dan Nua isn't the ocean. Once he's finished his revenge, he'll have no way to escape death." Zhou Shelui shook her head, tears streaming down her cheeks. "Then I'll go to save him with the resolve to die. Even if I die, it will at least be a way to account for myself to you and to your mother." Chen Fei spoke calmly, his eyes filled with determination. Zhou Shelui paused, shook her head, and said, "I've told you, my mother's death wasn't your fault. All right, rest for a while." Chen Fei no longer argued with her. Zhou Shelui, who had just experienced such a tragic event, soon fell into a deep sleep. Just as the speedboat had set off, they encountered Liang Ting, who was driving a boat toward them. It was clear she had also seen the news about Lu Yan's wedding today and knew where Lu Yan was. To their surprise, they saw Chen Fei and Lu Yan on the speedboat and were overjoyed. "Auntie!" Lu Yan saw Liang Ting and tears welled up in her eyes. Liang Ting wasn't much better, her eyes red and swollen. She was only a few years older than Lu Yan, but as an elder, she had often taken her out to play when they were children. This time, she had been missing, and she was even more worried than Lu Yan's parents. Fortunately, she had been brought back safely. "Chen Fei, thank you. Let's go back to the secret base. I'll have Qianqian waiting for you there," Liang Ting said. "I'll go first. I still have some things to take care of at Dan Nua." Chen Fei had Lu Yan take Zhou Shelui and board Liang Ting's boat first. Under Liang Ting's puzzled gaze, Lu Yan told her everything that had just happened. "Chen Fei, going like this is too dangerous. Dan Nua isn't the open sea. If you get into trouble, you won't be able to return to Daxia," Liang Ting said solemnly. "I can't worry about that. No matter how you try to convince yourself that this has nothing to do with you, it's still against your conscience. In any case, Chen Fei only wants to be honest." Luo Bing emerged from the cockpit and said to Chen Fei, "I'll go with you." Her driving skills were excellent, even better than Liang Ting's, so she had specially asked Luo Bing to take the helm this time. "Luo Bing, why are you coming along?" Chen Fei asked when he saw Luo Bing come out. "I can also operate a submarine." Luo Bing replied directly, "Chen Fei, you go rescue Zhou Ding. Even if you succeed, how will you escape? The surrounding ships will definitely be under control. The only way to rendezvous with you is by submerging underwater. Sister Liang Ting, I see the model of your ship. It should be equipped with a small submarine. You shouldn't know how to operate it, right?" Liang Ting nodded awkwardly. She indeed couldn't, as it required professional training. She was still too young and inexperienced. Chen Fei, upon hearing this, no longer refused. "Then we'll have to trouble Luo Bing." Luo Bing entered the cabin, and soon a hatch opened at the bow. A miniature submarine emerged like a dumpling and plunged into the water. Half submerged, Chen Fei quickly climbed inside and squeezed in with Luo Bing. "We'll wait for you at the base. Do what you can, understand? Chen Fei. Think about yourself," Liang Ting urged. She couldn't personally handle such matters. After all, what if her identity was exposed? Going out to sea to search for the captured Lu Yan was already an unauthorized mission. If another public incident occurred, she would truly be in serious trouble. "Brother Chen, be careful," Lu Yan said worriedly. The submarine submerged and quickly headed toward the port where Chen Fei had previously emerged. Soon, they arrived at the port. Chen Fei prepared to board. "Don't rush. Can you be sure you'll find Zhou Ding? Don't forget, you're also on the wanted list. It's best to figure out where Zhou Ding is first. Acting like a headless fly won't save anyone and might get you killed." Hearing Luo Bing say this, Chen Fei also found it reasonable. "So we just wait here in the submarine?" Chen Fei sighed softly, feeling helpless. There's plenty of oxygen in the submarine. Don't worry. Why are you pinching your legs?" Luo Bing's breathing hitched as she spoke. "I'm nervous." Chen Fei uttered 2 words. "This time is different from fighting pirates. There are consequences if we fail. If we make a mistake, we'll never be able to return. You're nervous, pinch yourself. Don't pinch my leg." Luo Bing tapped Chen Fei on the head with her hand. "There's no black stockings on my legs." Chen Fei didn't hesitate to pinch her, trying to ease his tension. In such a closed environment, anxiety was amplified. "You little brat, you don't have any, do you? Here, take mine." Luo Bing huffed angrily, but after being teased like that, she wasn't as tense anymore. Meanwhile, at the security company. "Damn it, why isn't the captain answering the phone? Captain Joseph, it's a major emergency. The robbers have kidnapped Lu Yan. Where are you?" Sigh, he's not picking up. I bet he's at Joe Ding's place, fooling around with his wife. Ha, I thought so too. Damn it, let's go find the captain and have a meeting. Hey, Joe Ding, what are you doing outside? Did you hear anything just now? As the group left the office, they saw Joe Ding approaching. So what if I heard? The captain is playing with his wife, that's an honor for him. One of Joseph Han's men sneered. Hey, Joe Ding, is the captain at your place? Say something. We're looking for him. Another person pushed Joe Ding aside and asked in a low voice. Joe Ding's hat brim was pulled down low, and no one could see his face, which was shrouded in shadow. Are you looking for Joseph? I'll take you to him. Suddenly, Joe Ding spoke, his voice hoarse and terrifying. He suddenly raised his head, and his bloodshot eyes froze everyone in their tracks. Hey, what's with that look? You idiot! What the hell are you staring at? Hurry up and show us the way. You stupid dog, good for nothing. Joseph's henchmen cursed and swore. In their eyes, Joe Ding was the lowest of the low, a mere lackey who would do anything they told him, submitting to any abuse, not even worth the life of a dog. If a person bends their spine, there will be countless others riding on their head. I just want to survive. What's wrong with that? Bang! Joe Ding roared wildly, and a terrifying sound echoed throughout the office. When he lowered his head and walked out of the office, a pool of blood spread out. The floor inside was littered with several lifeless bodies, their eyes wide open in death. 104, surrounded on the cliff. These people, even in their final moments, couldn't believe what Joe Ding had done. Soon, the commotion alerted everyone. The guards were already conducting an intensive search. Chen Fei and Lu Yan were surrounded by guards who came to investigate but were stunned by the scene. After reviewing the surveillance footage, they discovered that Joe Ding had made no attempt to hide. He had simply run out of the company and headed straight for his own home. Hurry up and surround him. This man has a close connection to the kidnapper Chen Fei. At the captain's command, the armed guards closed in on Joe Ding. At that moment, the captain's communicator suddenly rang. Hello? Honorable Smith, what are your instructions? After surrounding Joe Ding, release the information and make his location public? Alright, no problem. The captain of the guard hesitated for a moment, though he didn't understand the meaning, but he quickly obeyed. Meanwhile, inside Smith's villa. Are you sure this will lure Chen Fei here? Smith said to a young man with a sinister expression. This young man was none other than Long Haoyu, who had been stranded on the deserted island with Chen Fei. At that moment, Long Haoyu was sitting in a wheelchair, his legs crippled from infected wounds, and one hand had been amputated due to gangrene. Yes, it will definitely work. Joe Ding brought him in, and now that something has gone wrong, that damned dog bastard Chen Fei won't just let it go. Long Haoyu spoke with certainty, his eyes filled with intense hatred. That day on the beach, he had lost the ability to move, but luckily the black bear was full and didn't kill him. Later, he encountered a group of pirates who demanded several hundred million yuan in ransom from his family before sending him to the nearest Manhwa, where he was rescued and treated by Smith, a partner of the Long family. Though his life was spared, he was left a cripple for life. The hatred he harbored for Chang Fei was beyond words. Bastard, dog bastard. This time, you're finally in my hands. Come on, I'll make sure you don't come back alive, and I'll make your death rhythmic. Long Haoyu screamed wildly. Can Lu Yan come back with him? Haoyu, the man beside him was anxious, as this was the most important thing to him. Dare to scheme against me? If we capture Lu Yan, I'll make sure every inch of her body blooms with blood. Don't worry, my father has already made arrangements. This entire stretch of sea will be sealed off. Even if Lu Yan returns to Liangting will never be able to return to the Great Xia Kingdom. Once we capture Chen Fei, we'll torture him slowly until he spills the truth, and then we'll use that to track down Lu Yan. Long Haoyu said. Upon hearing Long Haoyu say this, Smith and Hoding both sighed in relief. As long as Lu Yan hadn't returned safely to Daxia, everything was still up in the air. Holding her captive was like gripping the Lu family by the throat. In the mountains near a port, Joe Ding clutched his arm, blood seeping through his fingers. The cries of guards echoed from all directions as they closed in, surrounding and blocking his path. Joe Ding felt dizzy from blood loss and could no longer move. But a single-minded determination kept him going. He must bury his deceased wife's remains properly. He couldn't let her die there in such a disgraceful manner. Otherwise, by the time he avenged her, he would already be dead, not trapped here. But now, breaking out of these mountains was almost impossible. Inside the submarine. Chen Fei listened carefully to the audio signals inside the submarine, which were broadcasting the live capture of the serial killer from Manhwa security company Joe Ding. We know the location, it's nearby. As soon as the location was revealed, Chen Fei slapped his thigh hard, causing Luo Bing's body to tremble. That damn brat, why did he have to slap himself? Why slap me? Though she harbored a tiny grievance, Luo Bing said nothing. Because, compared to that, she was more concerned about Chen Fei's safety. There are at least 100 guards surrounding Joe Ding. Going there now is too dangerous. You must know they might kill you outright. Luo Bing was extremely worried. Ice sister. HM? Startled by his sudden shout, Luo Bing froze for a moment, not even noticing that her name had been changed. I'm tired of black stockings. Next time, I want white ones, or maybe patterned ones. Chen Fei spoke, readying his weapons, and pressed the button to surface the submarine. Luo Bing hesitated for a moment, but instead of scolding Chen Fei, she smiled gently. Alright, as long as you come back safely, whatever color or style you want to see, your sister will oblige. I'll even make sure there's no repetition for an entire year. It's not just about seeing them. Chen Fei gave a mischievous smile as the submarine surfaced. The hatch opened, and Chen Fei emerged from the submarine, his figure vanishing into the mountains like a ghost. This mountain range was quite large. Finding someone here under normal circumstances wouldn't be easy. But now it was different. Chen Fei could follow the gunfire to find Zhou Ding. Chen Fei infiltrated the mountain range, quickly making his way to a high vantage point, hiding behind a rock while listening to the sounds and observing his surroundings. The gunfire and shouts could only be pinpointed to a general area. However, to pinpoint the exact location, he needed to stand at a high vantage point to assess where Zhou Ding might be hiding. Soon, Chen Fei identified a blind spot, a cliff over 30 meters high. Only by hiding there could he avoid being caught in the short term. Getting there wasn't easy. Going directly would expose him to those surrounding the area. Chen Fei gritted his teeth, descended the mountain, and arrived at the base of the cliff. He found a vine and climbed up, using it as support. The core technique of rock climbing is to maximize the contact between the body and the rock wall, thereby increasing friction. Chen Fei maintained this position, keeping 3 limbs in contact with the rock face at all times. Only one limb was used for movement, and all strength was concentrated in the lower body and legs. This is a crucial point. During rock climbing, the arms primarily serve to stabilize the body and generate momentum. The true source of power lies in the legs. The strongest muscles in the human body are the legs. If the arms exhaust their strength, the consequence is falling off the cliff and dying. Zhou Ding hid behind the last tree on the cliff, hearing the guard's footsteps growing closer. A look appeared in his eyes. When he decided to act, he had already given up on surviving. Otherwise, he wouldn't have sent his daughter, Zhou Xiaowei, away. Ha! I used to just want to live, but you wouldn't let me. Now that I want to die, you'll have to pay the price. Zhou Ding roared, aiming his gun at the path leading up the cliff and firing wildly. He emptied the gun's chamber, but the guards had already surrounded him. You vicious dogs, surrender immediately. Wait for your judgment. Raise your hands and behave yourselves. 105, Chen Fei is injured. Reinforcements are on the way. The guards were all on high alert. Though they had already surrounded him, they still feared he might be hiding a weapon capable of causing serious harm. After all, his behavior in the office earlier had filled these guards with fear. Moreover, Congressman Smith had instructed them to surround him but not kill him. This was exactly the situation they were in now. Oomph. When I was being bullied, where were you? You all. I may die, but I'll never die at the hands of you hypocritical, double-standard dogs. Zhou Ding finished shouting and prepared to jump off the cliff. Zhou Shu, hurry. However, before he could jump, Zhou Ding was surprised to see Chen Fei appear there. Chen Fei, what are you doing here? Don't worry, Uncle Zhou. Everything's taken care of. Hurry up, we don't have much time. Chen Fei had come here alone, so he couldn't confront the guards head-on. He had to get Zhou Ding out of there quickly. My wife's body hasn't been recovered yet. If you keep talking, you'll end up like her. As long as the mountain is there, we'll always have firewood. You've heard our ancestors say that, haven't you? Chen Fei was also getting impatient. Zhou Ding clenched his teeth, quickly tied the vine to the tree trunk, and followed Chen Fei down the tree. The guards didn't see any movement for a while, so they came over to take a look and were completely stunned. They never expected Zhou Ding to escape in such a way. The guard captain was panicking, cold sweat pouring down his body. After all, Zhou Ding was someone the higher-ups had ordered to be captured at all costs. He rushed to the edge of the cliff and saw that the other person escaping with Zhou Ding was Chen Fei, the other person they were supposed to capture. By the time the guards on top reached the cliff's edge, Chen Fei and Zhou Ding had already slid down, letting go of the vines and sprinting toward the port. Bang! The guard captain fired his gun, but Chen Fei and Zhou Ding dodged left and right as they continued to flee forward. Suddenly, Chen Fei noticed the gun barrel aimed at Zhou Ding. In the blink of an eye, Chen Fei charged forward and pushed Zhou Ding out of the way. Bang! SSSHH. Suddenly, Chen Fei felt a chill on his back. He had been hit. The thought flashed through his mind, and in that instant, Chen Fei could feel warm liquid flowing down his entire back. He knew it was his own blood. It wasn't pain, but a numbing sensation of detachment. Chen Fei didn't even know exactly where he was injured. But he knew that the situation was dire. A dizzying sensation was spreading through his head, a sign of severe blood loss. Chen Fei. Zhou Ding was startled. He hadn't expected Chen Fei to take the bullet for him at such a critical moment. He rushed forward to help him up and ran forward together. On the cliff. Follow them. They must be heading toward the coast. Seal off all the coastlines. The guard captain shouted loudly. Immediately, his communicator rang. How's the capture operation going? Smith's voice came through the phone. "Mr. Councilman, we've surrounded Zhou Ding, but Chen Fei appeared and rescued him. We're on our way to give chase," the guard captain said. "They escaped?" Smith's voice rose slightly, then grew cold. "If you can't capture them, you can resign as captain." With that, he hung up the phone. The guard captain was drenched in cold sweat. Mr. Smith was a powerful councilman. Getting rid of him would be as easy as saying a word. Thinking of this, he immediately reported to headquarters, requesting more reinforcements to seal off the coastline and intercept Chen Fei. On the run. "Zhou Shu, I need to apologize to you. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't have gotten into this mess," Chen Fei said weakly. Although Zhou Xiaoting hadn't blamed him, it didn't mean Chen Fei didn't care. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come to rescue him. Zhou Ding was about to say something, but Chen Fei waved him off. He knew it would just be repeating what Zhou Xiaoting had already said. "Old Zhou, I want to say more. If you truly feel guilty, just survive and apologize to me properly later," Zhou Ding said, hastening his pace. Clearly, he had also noticed that Chen Fei had suddenly said that because he feared he might not have the chance to say it later. Chen Fei had always been aware of the risks involved in this operation. Therefore, despite his severe injuries, he felt no fear, only a sense of regret. What was he regretting? The experiences of these past days had been more thrilling than any movie. There were still many people and things worth caring about. But there was nothing he could do. Chen Fei knew that escaping danger was now extremely difficult. His clothes were soaked through with blood, and Chen Fei's consciousness began to grow fuzzy. The port was just ahead. Zhou Ding encouraged Chen Fei, but then froze in shock. He saw that at the port, guards were standing there, fully armed and on high alert. "Chow, you bastards!" Zhou Ding muttered angrily under his breath, not expecting them to leave no room for escape. Chen Fei saw this and said nothing. At that moment, his consciousness was already beginning to fade. Even thinking had become extremely difficult. "They're right ahead of us. I just heard the sound of them running away. That guy was shot. He can't be far away. Surround them. We must capture them all. The road ahead is blocked. The pursuing troops are catching up from behind. This is a dead end. There's no way we can escape on our own now." Zhou Ding's heart was filled with despair. Before, it was just one person dying, but now Chen Fei was also involved. This was unbearable for him. Although he had unleashed the anger he had suppressed for so many years, Zhou Ding's true nature remained that of a man with a kind heart. "Uncle Zhou, I couldn't save you. I'm truly sorry." Chen Fei, in a weakened state, spoke weakly. "Don't say anything. I'll carry you in charge one last time. We can't let these hypocritical bastards look down on us." Zhou Ding, without hesitation, picked up Chen Fei on his back and charged toward the port. Outside the port, in the submarine, Luo Bing could see the situation at the port on the screen. She didn't know what condition Chen Fei was in, but seeing so many guards surrounding the port, she knew that Chen Fei would find it extremely difficult to escape. "You little brat, I told you I'd show you different stockings if you came back. Don't you dare not return," Luo Bing said, her eyes reddening as tears fell. Having gone through life and death situations together, she regarded Chen Fei as family. This feeling wasn't necessarily romantic love, but it was no less intense. In any case, at that moment, Luo Bing couldn't control her emotions when she thought of Chen Fei's desperate situation. But just then, Luo Bing suddenly froze. A massive pirate ship was heading toward the port. She was speechless. What was happening? Moments later, the pirate ship docked, and a man with an Eastern appearance, wielding a weapon, was the first to disembark. He roared furiously, "Who dares to touch my elder brother Zhou Shang? Brothers, kill them all!" With a roar, over 300 pirates charged off the ship and rushed toward the shore. 106, "You little brat, I won't let you die." The port guards were completely stunned. When had they ever seen so many pirates? Pirates dared not land lightly. This was breaking an unwritten rule. It would be difficult to survive at sea afterward. Because this would prompt the local authorities to intervene and crack down on pirates in the surrounding waters. This was something all pirates dreaded. Those who dared to defy the unwritten rule would face severe consequences. Even their own kind would eliminate them. This pirate dared to charge forward and engage the guards in battle. Chen Fei and Zhou Ding, who were surrounded, were also stunned. How could it be him? Zhou Ding, seeing this, was immediately startled. Who? Chen Fei forced himself to stay calm and look toward the source of the gunfire. He saw a short, bearded man with a domineering appearance leading the pirates in a fierce battle with the guards, charging toward them. "My brother. My own brother." Zhou Ding sighed softly and said. Chen Fei was taken aback. The man leading over 300 pirates was actually Zhou Ding's younger brother? This scale was equivalent to a bounty of 100 million for Moretti. This was a major pirate. Why, with such a brother, would he have to come out and kowtow to others? If their relationship was bad, why take such a huge risk to break the rules and land to save people? Noticing Chen Fei's confusion, Zhou Ding said, "Confused, aren't you? If you're interested, I'll tell you the story." Zhou Ding said this on purpose because he could see that Chen Fei was already in a state of disarray. Therefore, he had to get him to snap out of it. Chen Fei nodded. Amidst the chaotic sounds of the firefight, Zhou Ding seemed to be reminiscing about something. He sighed softly and said slowly, "Do you know why I left Xia? Actually, how could I want to leave my homeland? It was because of my younger brother, Zhou Shang. I'm 10 years older than him. Our parents passed away early, so I basically raised him. When he was 18, Zhou Shang just entered society. True to his name, he was young and headstrong. He couldn't stand the foreman delaying wages and bullying migrant workers, so in a fit of anger, he chased the foreman away. Since he was my only relative, I decided to leave with him. Once we smuggled our way here, he refused to work with me and went off to work at sea. At the time, I told him, if you dare to become a pirate, I'll disown you. He didn't say anything, just told me, either make a name for yourself or die. But I'm lucky I won die. So I stayed here, working as a dishwasher, where I met my wife. We had a daughter, and I switched to working as a bodyguard. It's been 10 years since I last saw my younger brother." Zhou Ding's face bore the marks of hardship. Chen Fei was taken aback, not expecting old Zhou to have such a past. Two brothers, yet their personalities were so different. But Chen Fei soon smiled. In truth, Zhou Ding wasn't weak. Every sacrifice and concession he made was for his family. So, his family was his Achilles heel. When his family was harmed, this middle-aged man in his 40s would unleash his fiery nature. At that moment, the sounds of gunfire gradually subsided. Clearly, the few guards at the port were no match for hundreds of pirates. "Brother, let us go." Zhou Shang, with his defiant little mustache, rushed over. Though they hadn't seen each other in 10 years, there was no trace of awkwardness between them. Immediately, he noticed Chen Fei, who was covered in blood beside him. "He took a bullet for me. Hurry and tend to him." Upon hearing this, Zhou Shang's expression toward Chen Fei changed instantly. He shouted urgently, "Ship's doctor, hurry." Two men with brown skin rushed over, checked Chen Fei's injuries, and said he had lost too much blood and needed a blood transfusion. They immediately carried Chen Fei toward the ship. "Give him my blood. I'm type O." At that moment, Luo Bing rushed over. Earlier, while in the submarine, she had witnessed the battle at the port and realized that these pirates might be here to rescue someone. She had taken a risk by surfacing, and it turned out to be the right decision. Most people didn't know their blood type, and testing it now would be time-consuming. Every second was critical for Chen Fei. As a universal blood donor, Luo Bing could immediately give Chen Fei a blood transfusion. Seeing Chen Fei covered in blood and pale as a sheet, Luo Bing's tears immediately started flowing. She stayed close by his side, her nails digging into her palms. "Hey, this kid isn't that old, but the girl following him is quite the loyal and compassionate older woman." Zhou Shang pulled Zhou Ding, "Let's go. If we wait for the guards to surround us, we might not be able to escape." Although they had over 300 men, they were still pirates, and this wasn't their territory. Staying any longer would be extremely dangerous. "I need to go retrieve my sister-in-law's body. You all leave first," Zhou Ding said. "Brother, I don't like hearing that. Let's go, guys." At Zhou Shang's command, the pirates all followed him toward the shore. "Show the way." Zhou Shang shouted at Zhou Ding. "This is my own business." Zhou Ding glared at his younger brother. He knew the risks were high, so he didn't want to drag Zhou Shang into it. "Nonsense, I'm not here to help you. If it weren't for my niece contacting me, I'd be happy to stay out of it," Zhou Shang said casually, but everyone knew it was just words. If it weren't for the bond of blood, why would he be here? It's Xiao Hui after all. Zhou Ding shook his head helplessly. He knew his younger brother had secretly come to visit him, but each time he had only met with Xiao Hui. He had thought he could hide it well, but Zhou Ding had already known all along. The two brothers didn't bother with unnecessary formalities. Taking advantage of the guards not yet closing in, he rushed back to the dormitory as quickly as possible. Along the way, everyone on the street was terrified. Hundreds of pirates armed with weapons were rampaging through the streets, something that had never happened before. Soon, the group reached the dormitory. Zhou Ding, carrying his dead wife, rushed out alongside Zhou Shang. At that moment, the surrounding guards had already closed in. Kong! Instantly, a fierce battle erupted. Meanwhile, in the medical room of the pirate ship, the surgery was underway. Despite constant blood transfusions, Chen Fei was still in critical condition. A bullet fragment had lodged in his lung. Removing it carried a high risk. "Chen Fei, you little brat, I won't let you die." By the operating table, Luo Bing, pale-faced and tearful, shouted. The pirate ship lacked sterile conditions, so Luo Bing saw no need to step back. She had just donated a significant amount of blood and was now extremely weak, but she couldn't rest. How could she rest while Chen Fei was still in danger? 107, the seventh tyrant, Alonso. Perhaps speaking to him from nearby might better awaken Chen Fei's subconscious and keep him clinging to the will to live. After a moment, the ship's doctor removed the shrapnel. After sewing up the wound, he said, whether he survives or not depends on his fate. On this ship, there's no other option. If we were in a proper hospital, it would be safer, but we don't have those conditions now. Luo Bing had been by Chen Fei's side the entire time. Nearly half an hour later, Zhou Ding and Zhou Shang entered, both covered in blood. "Are you both okay?" Luo Bing froze for a moment, feeling tense. After all, Zhou Shang was the pirate leader. We're fine. Zhou Ding shook his head and checked on Chen Fei's condition. There's only the enemy's blood on my body. Zhou Shang remained arrogant and boastful. He glanced at Chen Fei and said, there's no problem. This kid can get through it. Though he said that, Luo Bing still couldn't fully relax. Unless Chen Fei opened his eyes, she couldn't feel at ease. The medical room became bustling again. Earlier, when they had brought out Zhou Ding's wife's body, several people had been injured and also needed treatment. I want to take him with me. Luo Bing hesitated before speaking. Where do you plan to take Chen Fei? In his current condition, it's safer for him to stay here. Zhou Ding said. Brother, let her take the kid with her. You should go with them too. Zhou Shang took a drag on his cigarette and said. Zhou Ding froze upon hearing this. Do you have something to do? Zhou Shang shook his head, rubbing his small mustache, and said, what could I possibly have to do? You don't want to stay at sea, do you? I'm about to go raid some houses. You're coming with me, aren't you? You must have something to do. I'll go with you today. What can you do? Zhou Ding glared at his younger brother and said. He wasn't stupid, he knew his younger brother wouldn't willingly send him away. Plus, since Luo Bing was leaving on her own, he knew Zhou Shang must be in danger. Zhou Shang was startled by his words, nodded, and said, alright, I'll go arrange things with my men. Luo Bing wanted to take Chen Fei with him, so two people came and carried Chen Fei onto the emergency speedboat. Luo Bing took the driver's seat. Thank you. After thanking the Zhou brothers, Luo Bing drove the speedboat toward the secret base where Liang Ting was located. You little brat, Zhanqian is still waiting for you at the secret base. Don't you know how much pressure she's under? She must wake up. Luo Bing said, accelerating the speedboat to its maximum. But before they had gone far, they spotted a pirate ship approaching them from the distance. Luo Bing was startled and immediately prepared to turn around and take a detour. But suddenly, she saw the proud woman on the deck. The fluttering pirate flag bore a rose skull. Lilith? Luo Bing didn't expect her to be the one who came, and hesitated for a moment. She didn't know whether the other party was friend or foe. After all, from Luo Bing's perspective, after dealing with Moretti last time, she had no further contact with Lilith. The events that Chen Fei had experienced afterward were not something she or Lin Xianer had been involved in. Just as she hesitated, the pirate ship had already approached. What happened to Chen Fei? Lilith saw the situation and furrowed her brows. The little girl by her side was also surprised, having never seen Chen Fei in such a state before. He was unconscious, pale-faced, with blood-stained bandages wrapped around his body. He was injured, and it seemed quite serious. Luo Bing, seeing the expressions on their faces, realized they had no hostile intentions and finally relaxed, saying, hurry up and get on board. Xiao Qi spoke, helping Luo Bing and Chen Fei onto the boat. They knew Chen Fei had gone to rescue Lu Yan, and that was precisely why they had discovered the call device for Chen Fei, whose location had been consistently showing as Dan Nuo. They feared something had gone wrong, so they came to the nearby waters to investigate. Unbeknownst to them, they had actually found him, and he was indeed injured. Following the ship's doctor, they brought Chen Fei to the medical room. Seeing this, Mishi Liaya, who was lying on the bed, jumped up immediately. Master! Ignoring the pain from her wounds, she ran to Chen Fei's side, tears streaming down her face. When Chen Fei left to rescue Lu Yan, she had been very worried, but she never expected something like this to happen. His vital signs are currently weak and he needs to rest. The ship's doctor said that all necessary treatments had already been administered on Zhou Shang's ship. Whether he can wake up now is up to fate. What happened? Lilith raised an eyebrow and asked. Luo Bing followed her to the deck and began recounting what had happened earlier in Dan Nuo. Zhou Shang? Upon hearing the name, Lilith paused and said, he is the seventh tyrant, one of Alonso's most powerful pirates and one of the strongest fighters under his command. That powerful? Xiao Qi was surprised, but he only has 300 men, right? Alonso has 7 regiments under him, totaling 3,000 men. He only accounts for 10% of that. The quality is different. Lilith explained, his 300 men have combat strength surpassing 1,000 ordinary pirates. Because they are completely loyal to Zhou Shang, they won't obey anyone else's orders. Not even Alonso's orders without Zhou Shang's approval, they won't carry them out. If he's so powerful, why didn't he rescue his brother sooner, forcing Chen Fei to risk his life? Xiao Qi pouted in dissatisfaction. You mean Chen Fei took a bullet for his brother Zhou Ding, right? Lilith's focus was different. She turned to ask Luo Bing, but found him crouched on the ground with a deathly pale expression, his face filled with fear and hatred, trembling uncontrollably. Luo Bing, what's wrong? Are you anemic? Xiao Qi knelt down and asked with concern. She knew that Luo Bing had given Chen Fei a blood transfusion. Luo Bing didn't answer, just shook her head violently, biting her lips until they bled. A low, labored breath escaped her throat, sounding extremely painful. Tell me, what's the name of Zhou Shang's boss? She suddenly looked at Lilith with bloodshot eyes and asked. Alonso, the 7th tyrant. Lilith's seductive eyes flickered slightly as she said, do you have a grudge against him? She wasn't as naive as Xiaoqi. She had a keen insight into even the smallest details and had sensed something. He killed my father. Luo Bing's eyes turned blood red. The usually gentle and kind woman had never shown such an expression before, her eyes filled with endless anger and hatred. And deep within her pupils, there was a fear that could not be erased. Is that so? Lilith heard this and a hint of ambition flashed in her eyes. In the treatment room, Mishia leaned against Chen Fei, holding his hand and gently rubbing her cheek against it. Suddenly, she felt his fingers move, causing her heart to race with joy as she looked at the monitor and saw Chen Fei's heart rate slowly returning to normal. His eyelids twitched and Chen Fei's body trembled slightly before opening his eyes. 108, 2 choices. Little Mishi? It's me. It's me. Master, you're awake. Miyu was overjoyed, her eyes reddening as she held up one finger. What number is this? This is a test conducted on people who have regained consciousness after being unconscious, to check if their thinking has also recovered. Some patients may wake up but still have a confused state of mind, which indicates potential complications. 1. 1 plus 1 equals what? Slap. Ask for a beating. Mishixia, who had been slapped on the butt, behaved herself. Her cheeks were red, and her heart felt as sweet as honey. It seemed her master was truly awake. Hearing the commotion from the treatment room, Lilith dragged Luo Bing inside. Chen Fei, I need to tell you something. Nothing, just rest properly. Luo Bing's face was pale, and blood trickled from her lips. But upon seeing Chen Fei awake, she suppressed the hatred in her heart. She feared that if Chen Fei found out, he would try to take revenge for her. But now, Chen Fei was still injured. Lilith, go ahead. Chen Fei could tell at a glance that Luo Bing had something on her mind, so he wouldn't believe her. Interested in helping me take down the 7th tyrant Alonso? Lilith's beautiful eyes sparkled as she spoke. She had never been one to resort to violence easily, but since Chen Fei had helped her eliminate Rosen, her ambition had ignited like a wildfire, impossible to contain. No interest. Chen Fei scoffed, speaking bluntly. Now that the person has been rescued, we can return immediately. Why risk our lives at sea with you? Your sister's father was killed by Alonso. Lilith's words made Chen Fei suddenly stop in his tracks. Give me the information. Everything you know about the tyrants, every detail. Chen Fei spoke in a low voice, trying to sit up from the hospital bed. Master, your injuries. Lie down and rest. Yes, sir. Seeing Chen Fei's gloomy expression, Mishi Liaya dared not disobey and obediently lay back down under the blankets. Luo Bing's eyes welled up with tears. Seeing how much Chen Fei cared about her, she was deeply moved. Come here. Chen Fei called out to Luo Bing. Luo Bing hesitated for a moment before obediently walking over. Don't cry. I'll avenge you. He pulled Luo Bing close and sat her down beside him, gently wiping away the tears from the corners of her eyes. This young woman looked incredibly vulnerable at that moment. Yes, sister. I'm older than you, I'm your older sister. She repeated it softly, emphasizing it weakly. I want you to call me brother. Obey me. Chen Fei glared at her, his expression fierce. Luo Bing froze for a moment. This older boy was clearly 5 years younger than her, but the words he spoke carried an inexplicable, irresistible force that made her lower her head and whisper, "Brother, big brother." After saying it, she felt a sense of relief. Though there was a hint of shame deep inside, what overwhelmed her was a strong sense of security. It was like a young sapling finding a tall tree to shelter it from the wind. Be good. Big brother promises you. No matter who offends you, from now on, they're on a countdown to death. Chen Fei gently embraced Luo Bing, pressing her cheek against his chest and gently patting her back. He had no intention of taking advantage of her. He knew that what she needed most right now was someone to lean on. Calling him brother had nothing to do with age, it was about making her feel, deep down, that he was someone she could rely on. Storm Island. The stronghold of the 7th tyrant, Alonso. Inside the castle at the center of the island, the one-legged Alonso sat on the iron throne at the highest point, gazing down at Zhou Shang below. His entire body was covered in muscular, bronze-colored skin, as if cast in molten copper, with a faint sheen. The missing leg is not empty, instead, from the knee down, it has been forged into a sharp steel blade. It serves both as a means of walking and as his weapon. Speak. Why did you violate the rules and come ashore? Alonso glared at Zhou Shang and said with a frown. Earlier, someone from above had called him, demanding to know why his pirates had gone to Dan Nua to cause trouble. Clearly, it was Smith from Dan Nua who had put pressure on him. Zhou Ding, standing beside him, looked solemn. He only knew that his younger brother had become a pirate, but he never imagined he was following such a formidable figure. Rescuing him earlier had violated the rules. My brother did it to save me. If he broke any rules, I'll take responsibility. Zhou Ding said. What will you use to take responsibility? Alonso furrowed his brows. If this matter was handled poorly and caused dissatisfaction among the higher-ups, it would have a significant impact on him. However, this is a double-edged sword. If handled well, it could eliminate the major concern that has been plaguing Alonso's mind. Alright, Zhou Shang, considering our years of working together, I'll take responsibility for this matter. From today onward, you'll announce your withdrawal from Alonso's pirate crew and depart alone. This matter will be considered settled. Alonso said. The other 6 captains all nodded in agreement. Captain Alonso, even if I agree, do you really think you can control my men? Zhou Shang rubbed his small mustache, smiling faintly. Clearly, Alonso and the other captain's intentions were no secret to Zhou Shang. No one could hide anything from anyone. Back when they first started out, Zhou Shang had been favored by Alonso due to his bold and fearless nature. However, as time went on, Alonso realized that the men Zhou Shang had recruited were completely loyal only to him. As the leader of the group, this was something Alonso could not tolerate. However, if he were to expel Zhou Shang without cause, it would make Alonso appear afraid of his own men, completely undermining his authority. What if he were to act rashly against Zhou Shang? How would the other captains react? Who would still follow him? They would only grow more disloyal. Now, this was the perfect opportunity to expel Zhou Shang from the crew. The unwritten rule that all pirates around the world had tacitly agreed upon had been broken by him. Expelling him under such circumstances would gain the support of all pirates. Even if they disagreed, it could be done under the guise of justice, allowing Zhou Shang to be eliminated. Zhou Shang, are you threatening me? Alonso's eyes narrowed dangerously. How could that be? You're my captain. Captain, why don't we do this? I'll take my 300 men and leave, and from now on, we'll declare to the world that we have nothing to do with the Alonso pirate gang. What do you think? Zhou Shang said. That won't do. Alonso shook his head. The crimes you committed in Manhwa were done under my name. Therefore, I must give the maritime world an explanation. Now, I give you 2 choices. Alonso held up 2 fingers indifferently. The first is what I just said. You leave alone, and your 300 men stay behind. You don't need to worry about whether I can control them. Those who disobey will be dealt with accordingly. The second is that you use your own life to atone to the maritime world. In that case, I will disperse your men and not harm them. Zhou Shang paused for a moment, then smiled sarcastically. So, either I die, or my 300 men die? 109, Battle on Storm Island. Yes. Alonso spoke bluntly. Otherwise, I cannot account for this to those above me, nor to the maritime world. Unaccountable? Zhou Shang smiled faintly, and the next moment, the black muzzle of a gun was aimed at Alonso's head, and he said coldly, then don't account for it. The choice I'm making is that you die. Instantly, the atmosphere in the entire castle froze. The other 6 captains all breathed heavily. Clearly, none of them had expected things to escalate to this point. They wanted Zhou Shang to leave, their goal was to divide his trade routes. But they never imagined they would have to confront him directly. Because everyone knew that while Zhou Shang might not be the strongest in the group, he was definitely the most ruthless and relentless. Do you really think you can kill me? Alonso sneered, and 2 henchmen hiding behind the iron seats pulled out pre-prepared riot shields, instantly blocking the front. This way, they couldn't break through and couldn't threaten Alonso's life. Zhou Shang logged in without authorization, harming the interests of our group. He even dared to attempt to kill me, which is tantamount to rebellion. Captains, assist me in defeating the enemy. Alonso barked coldly. Instantly, 6 captains raised their guns, aiming at Zhou Shang's back. Come on, you bastards. Zhou Ding's heart boiled with rage. He drew a gun from his brother's waist and stood back to back with Zhou Shang, his eyes filled with fury. The battle in the castle was about to erupt. Beep. Just at that moment, a loud alarm sounded from the tower of Storm Island. Hearing the sound, everyone's hearts trembled. It meant that intruders had arrived. Who dares to invade Storm Island? Come on, try it. Let's see if your 1,000 men are stronger than my 300 brothers. Zhou Shang smirked and said wickedly. You actually brought your men to Storm Island. The captains were all stunned. You must know that on the islands of the 10 tyrants, there is a rule. That rule is that only the personal bodyguards of the 10 tyrants themselves are allowed to set foot on the island. As for the pirate captains under their command, when they come to the island to discuss matters, they must do so alone. This is akin to ancient times when ministers were not allowed to carry weapons when entering the palace to attend court. Otherwise, it could pose a threat to the leader. I already told the brothers before I came up. If I don't return within 10 minutes, they'll come to kill you. Come on, let's see who's tougher. I'll show you the fighting power of a poor guy. Zhou Shang's eyes were filled with battle intent. His men were stronger and more united than other pirates. Was it because they were superhuman? Of course not. What bound them together was not just, but also emotions. Every man Zhou Shang had recruited was someone who had been oppressed to the brink of death on various uninhabited islands. Some were black miners, some were slaves worse than dogs, and some were beggars on the verge of starvation. These people, after being saved by Zhou Shang, effectively owed their lives to him. When it comes to any task, they don't just work hard, they risk their lives. With such loyalty, how could their combat strength not be high? Besides Zhou Shang, no one else could command them. At that moment, the 300 brothers all landed. Alonso's 1,000 personal guards were all armed and ready to defend. A full-scale battle was about to erupt. Now, I hereby grant you permission to gather all your men and eliminate these rebels together. Alonso roared in fury. He felt humiliated that he had been directly threatened by one of his subordinates. If he couldn't kill Zhou Shang and his 300 men here today, what credibility would he have left? He immediately ordered the other 6 captains. Zhou Shang's brothers had already charged out of the castle. The 6 captains, seeing this, immediately reached for their communication devices to send messages to their men to come to the rescue. Attack! Zhou Shang's indifferent voice fell. Bang! A series of sounds echoed, and all 6 captains collapsed in pools of blood. Alonso, hiding behind the riot shield, suddenly widened his eyes. He knew Zhou Shang was ruthless, but he never imagined he could be this brutal. With a single command, all 6 captains were eliminated. Although this meant he could now take control of the 6 captains' men, at this critical moment, commanding alone would be far slower than having 6 captains coordinating simultaneously. In other words, before the men under the 6 captains arrived, it would be Alonso's 1,000 men facing Zhou Shang's 300 in a direct confrontation. Follow my orders and head to Storm Island immediately. Hear my command. Behind the blast shields, Alonso swiftly contacted everyone on their respective trade routes. Each of his men controlled a trade route. Once those 1,000 men arrived, it would be 2007 against 300, no contest. And now, the battle has begun. Zhou Ding and Zhou Shang, the 2 brothers, rushed out of the castle at top speed and joined the 300 brothers outside. Alonso, protected by the blast-proof shields, commands his 1,000-plus personal guards to engage in fierce street fighting with the 300 men. The streets and alleys could only accommodate a limited number of people. In such a situation, numerical superiority becomes less significant. For example, in a narrow alley, even if you have more men, not all of them can fit inside. The excess troops are ineffective combatants and must be redeployed to other battlefields. In such fragmented battlefields, it comes down to mental toughness and combat skills. But it's clear that Zhou Shang's brothers are more united. Pirates, after all, are united by self-interest. Even if they possess exceptional combat prowess, they require sufficiently lucrative objectives to motivate them. Without such incentives, their combat effectiveness cannot be fully realized. Take Alonso's men, for example. If they were simply raiding and plundering, their combat effectiveness would reach the pinnacle. But when facing a tough opponent like Zhou Shang, without any benefits to gain, their motivation isn't as high. Kill one enemy, reward $10,000. Kill Zhou Shang, and receive a reward of $50 million. Where there's a big reward, there will be brave men. Upon hearing this, Alonso's men were all filled with even greater fighting spirit. Head into the narrow alleys. Move freely, cover each other, and retreat. Zhou Shang shouted orders while retreating and returning fire. He had no need to fight to the death here and waste his brothers' lives. As long as they could escape, that was enough. Xiao Shang, be careful. Zhou Ding suddenly noticed a gun barrel aimed at Zhou Shang and quickly pushed him out of the way. The bullet hit his shoulder, but he didn't utter a single cry of pain. Damn it! Bang! Zhou Shang flew into a rage, turned around, and fired wildly, knocking several people to the ground. I'm fine, keep retreating. The sound of intense combat echoed everywhere. The 2 brothers, back to back, retreated toward the coastline. Shanggu, our boat is on fire. 110, last stand. Lilith and Natsum Mami are coming. Just then, one of Zhou Shang's men rushed over and said to him, Boss, our ship is on fire. Zhou Shang froze for a moment, then remained silent and continued leading his men toward the shore. Xiao Shang, the ship is gone. Why are we still heading toward the shore? We should fight here in the alleys, our disadvantage will be smaller. Once we reach the open beach, our disadvantage will be even greater. Zhou Ding said. Brother, in battle, it's all about morale. Do you know what it means to fight with your back to the water? Zhou Shang was filled with determination and led his men toward the shore. Ha, I'll see where you run today. Alonso commanded the pursuing troops, encircling the coastline. Though he was missing a leg, his steel knife made him move faster. Clearly, after years of using his leg as a close combat weapon, he had grown increasingly accustomed to it. Soon, the battle involving thousands of people had reached the coastline. The casualty rate was roughly 3 to 1, meaning that for every one of Zhou Shang's men lost, 3 of Alonso's men were killed. It was clear how formidable Zhou Shang's men were, even when facing the personal guards of the 7th tyrant. Currently, Zhou Shang's men had lost over 30 men, while Alonso's side had already lost over 100. Boss, our ship can't move anymore. Zhou Shang, what should we do? We can't retreat now. Hearing his brother's cries, Zhou Shang, who had already anticipated this outcome, roared in anger. Since there's no way out, we'll fight to the death. No surrender. After shouting, Zhou Shang led the charge, wielding his M16 and charging toward the enemy. Bang! A series of bullets exploded on Zhou Shang's body, sending up a cloud of white smoke. The bulletproof vest he was wearing blocked most of the fatal blows. His arms and legs were hit, but it didn't slow him down at all. Zhou Shang continued his charge as if he hadn't felt a thing. At that moment, Zhou Shang was like a madman, a fighting machine, charging forward with reckless abandon. Zhou Ding's initial concern gradually turned into furious battle intent. The bloodline of shared courage he shared with Zhou Shang had been fully awakened. Under the brothers' lead, the rest of the men also picked up their weapons and began charging forward with wild abandon. Kill. Charge. Clear a path with blood. Hundreds of brothers, all filled with boiling blood and battle intent. Alonso's men were completely stunned. They never expected that, even in such a desperate situation, not only had the morale not collapsed, but it had grown even stronger. This is the two extremes of human nature. Some people, at the final moment, completely collapse, losing all combat effectiveness and fleeing in disarray. Others, like Zhou Shang and his brothers now, are able to unleash extraordinary combat power at the critical moment. This is the result of multiple factors working together. The casualty ratio had actually risen from 1 to 3 to over 1 to 5. Alonso furrowed his brows. He understood a simple truth: to capture the bandits, one must first capture their leader. Only by eliminating Zhou Shang could they completely crush this group. Otherwise, as long as Zhou Shang remained alive, they would fight until the last man standing. Just then, someone shouted, "Captain Alonso, look! 2 pirate ships are approaching." Upon hearing this, Alonso immediately looked over and saw 2 massive pirate ships approaching. One bore a flag with a rose skull, while the other displayed a cherry blossom skull. Shimura, Mamiko, and Lilith. Alonso broke out in a cold sweat. Now the entire ocean world knew that these 2 fierce women had joined forces. They had immense ambition. What does their appearance here signify? Hurry! Contact the subordinates of the 6 captains under your command and have them come to Storm Island immediately. Why haven't they arrived yet? Alonso urgently urged them, his eyes filled with fear. He didn't know why these 2 women would come to Storm Island at this time. How did they find out that the island was in the midst of an internal uprising? Captain! The brothers from the 6 major trade routes say they've all been attacked and can't come. The news from his subordinates sent a chill down Alonso's spine. He never expected the enemy to go this far. His information had been completely targeted. The current situation was already terrifying for Alonso. He had a total of 3,000 men, 300 of whom were loyal to Zhou Shang and had defected. The remaining 1,700 were spread across the various trade routes, while 1,000 were stationed on Storm Island. This was the entire personnel allocation. Lilith and Shimamami, combined, had around 2,700 men. They split 1,700 to hold 6 trade routes, while each led 500 personal guards, totaling 1,000 men here. The situation has taken a drastic turn for the worse. This means that Alonso's 1,000 men must fight against the 1,000 led by the 2 women, plus Zhou Shang's 300 men, putting them at a numerical disadvantage. Moreover, with over 100 men already lost, this situation could lead to total annihilation. If this happens, even if the 6 trade routes forces arrive, the outcome will be the same. Captains who have lost their personal guards cannot possibly suppress their pirate crews. At sea, strength reigns supreme. Zhou Shang, I think we should put aside our personal grudges and unite to deal with these 2 women. Otherwise, we will all be annihilated. If we cooperate and drive them back, I promise to split the 6 trade routes with you. Alonso suddenly changed his tone and addressed Zhou Shang. As the saying goes, there are no constant formations in battle, just as water has no constant shape. The situation on the battlefield can change in an instant. Just moments ago, Alonso wanted to annihilate Zhou Shang, but now things are different. He knows that to win this battle, Zhou Shang is the key. The remaining 200 or so of Zhou Shang's men were the deciding factor. If they joined forces, it would be like regaining over 1,000 men. This was a situation where one side gained strength while the other weakened, and with the advantage in numbers restored, especially on home turf, what could they possibly lose? Bang! In response to Alonso, Zhou Shang pulled the trigger. Ha, I'm not afraid of death. No matter who comes, I'll face you head on and see whose head is harder. You killed dozens of my brothers and now you want to cooperate? Zhou Shang's eyes were filled with madness. In his world, there was no such thing as collaborating for the sake of interests. If he were that kind of person, he wouldn't have been able to gather such a group of brothers. A person's character determines their fate. It can't be easily changed. Damn it, bring out the heavy artillery. Alonso also spoke harshly. 111, Luo Bing is missing. This was his territory, and it naturally had its strengths. Every major pirate base had robust defensive structures. Storm Island, which Alonso had been building for years, had advanced modern weapons on its high platforms. Though few in number, a single shot could inflict massive damage on the enemy. Brothers, we've landed. Charge head on and leave no room for retreat. Lilith and Shima Mami shouted from the deck. They were well aware that the enemy had lethal weapons in their stronghold. The only way to deal with them was to fight alongside their men. Once they were mixed together, if the cannons fired, it would be indiscriminate slaughter. Zhou Shang led over 200 men, ready for battle. Since they had no intention of reconciling with Alonso, they had no choice but to face these 2 pirate crews. Zhou Shu. Just then, they suddenly heard someone speaking on the deck. Zhou Ding looked over, his eyes filled with joy. Chen Fei. They only knew that Luo Bing had left with Chen Fei. Zhou Ding had assumed they had gone to where his daughter Zhou Shelwei was. But now he realized they had followed Lilith. Who would have thought that this young man had such powerful connections? Ha, Alonso, you bastard, keep threatening me. Zhou Shang burst into laughter. Alonso's face turned ashen, looking like he'd eaten something disgusting. He never expected they had someone they knew. Suddenly, the battle erupted. Alonso's side was quickly overwhelmed. To begin with, they were no match for Zhou Shang in terms of morale. The casualty rate had reached an astonishing 1 to 5. And now, with so many reinforcements arriving, their morale had plummeted even further. With 800 men against 1,200, the numerical disadvantage wasn't insurmountable, especially since they were fighting on home turf with superior equipment and ammunition. Yet, in such a situation, they couldn't even mount a decent counterattack, showing signs of a complete rout. Many people have already laid down their weapons. Alonso witnessed this scene, his face growing solemn before erupting into madness, and his figure swiftly vanished from the battlefield. Lay down your weapons and spare their lives. Chen Fei shouted to Lilith. He had been wounded in the lungs and could barely stand. He was certainly unable to speak. Now we must control casualties, as there is another battlefield to contend with. After dealing with Alonso's forces, we must launch a siege on the 6 trade routes. The situation on the trade routes is currently being delayed, with no direct combat taking place. There was no need for that, as both sides had around 1,700 men, and the numbers were roughly equal across the different trade routes. Under such circumstances, engaging in battle would be uncertain, and even if we won, our losses would be extremely high. Therefore, Lilith and Natsum Mami's subordinates are only delaying the enemy at the trade routes, avoiding direct combat, and preventing them from reinforcing this front. Once we secure victory on the main battlefield, we can counter-reinforce and capture the 6 trade routes at minimal cost. You say, why does your boss keep charging ahead with just a sword? Does that make him look cool? Chen Fei stood on the deck, watching Lilith fight fiercely on the battlefield. He felt that this woman, when fighting, was like a madwoman. The great sword in her hand seemed as light as a feather, easily swung about, with strength that seemed endless, capable of killing an enemy with a single strike. However, such efficiency clearly pales in comparison to hot weapons. After all, these are cold weapons. In such a battle, especially when you have to charge deep into the enemy lines and engage in close combat, it becomes extremely dangerous. Xiaoqi thought for a moment, scratched his head, and said, my sister said this looks cooler. What's cooler? Your boss just can't aim properly. On the ship, a woman in a kimono glared at Xiaoqi and said, this woman was named Mayuko, the head of Summer Mommy's personal guard, and like Xiaoqi, she was responsible for logistics management. Don't talk nonsense, or I'll beat you up. Xiaoqi swung his fists, looking fierce, defending his boss. But from his eyes, one could see his nervousness. Who's talking nonsense? Everyone on the sea knows that with your boss's shooting skills, if she were to pick up a gun, she'd probably kill 10 times more of her own people than enemies. Others might not dare to say it, but I have no qualms. Mayuko said disdainfully. Although the two sides had temporarily teamed up, they were ultimately united by self-interest. They had been fierce competitors before, especially since the captains were 2 women, making their rivalry even more intense. From top to bottom, the atmosphere was filled with competition. I'm angry. Come on, let's settle this. Xiaoqi said, climbing toward the other side of the deck to challenge her to a duel. Come on, I'm not afraid of you. Our previous battles have shown I have the upper hand. Mayuko retorted, unwilling to back down. Enough. Chen Fei was speechless. He never expected this to escalate into an argument, let alone a one-on-one showdown. What was most baffling was that, from the way they spoke, it seemed like they had already faced off many times before. In truth, while they called themselves rivals, Lilith and Natsum Mamiko had never engaged in a fierce, life-or-death battle. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to cooperate now. If their competition had resulted in casualties, the captain wouldn't have agreed to a truce. This was also because both women knew that, on the open seas, they were already at a disadvantage. Ranked as the last 2 of the 10 tyrants, with countless pirate captains lurking behind them, if they were to fight each other, the outcome would be inevitable. There would be no winners, only losers. Both of them would be expelled from the 10 tyrants. Chen Fei hadn't anticipated this. Lilith didn't use firearms because she couldn't aim properly. Indeed, it was a bit of a humorous twist. A pirate who couldn't use a gun. What are you laughing at? Don't think I'll spare you just because you're injured. Xiaoqi looked fierce, knowing that Chen Fei was definitely laughing at Lilith. In her heart, Lilith was an untouchable figure, and no one was allowed to speak ill of her. The atmosphere on the deck was like this because the battle was in their favor. It could even be said that it was as one-sided as the battle against Rosen. At that moment, Mishi Liaya, leaning on a cane, limped out. What are you doing here? The wind is strong on the deck. Go inside quickly. Chen Fei said to Mishi Liaya. Master. Something's wrong. I can't see Luo Bing. Mishia said anxiously. Originally, Luo Bing had been following her and Chen Fei into the medical room. After the battle began, Chen Fei went up to the deck, and she felt a bit drowsy, so she closed her eyes for a moment. When she opened them again, Luo Bing was nowhere to be seen. Chen Fei heard this and panicked, rushing toward the medical room, but his wound was pulled open, nearly causing him to fall to the ground. 112, Luo Bing ambushed Alonso. Shao Qi hurried forward to help her, heading toward the medical room, but there was no sign of her. They had no idea where Luo Bing had gone. Chen Fei's heart sank to the bottom, and she panicked. She must have gone to avenge her father. Chen Fei concluded. He knew Luo Bing's temperament. A father's murder was a blood feud she wouldn't just stand by and watch Alonso's downfall to satisfy her hatred. So, she must have gone to take revenge personally. But now, the timing wasn't right. Luo Bing had no combat abilities. If she went there recklessly, she would definitely be in danger. Where is Alonso? Chen Fei looked through his telescope at the battlefield but saw no sign of Alonso. His men were already in disarray, unable to mount an effective defense. Chen Fei hadn't paid attention to him earlier because such a large-scale battle wasn't something one person could decide the outcome of, so he hadn't bothered. Now, he had no idea where he had gone. Luo Bing must be where Alonso is. No doubt, Luo Bing had been focusing all her attention on Alonso from the very beginning. On their main island base, there must be places with cannons. I think Alonso must have gone there. After all, the current battlefield holds no hope of victory for him. Shao Qi said. Upon hearing this, Chen Fei immediately looked toward the island. The cannons must be on high ground, so they can be spotted with a telescope. The highest point on this island is the platform next to the central castle. There are alarm devices and a cannon up there. Chen Fei was about to go, but after taking just a few steps, he felt dizzy and disoriented. Cold sweat drenched his entire body, and he couldn't move a step. He could barely stand on the deck, holding himself up with all his strength. Given his injuries, Chen Fei should have been unconscious by now. Trying to pursue the battle was a pipe dream. Master, please don't do this. Miss Leah, seeing this, was heartbroken. She rushed forward, hugging Chen Fei tightly to prevent him from forcing himself off the ship. Let go. I told you to let go. Chen Fei was frantic with anxiety, violently pushing Miss Leah away, trying to break free. But Miss Leah, who was usually obedient, clung to Chen Fei tightly, refusing to let go. Her wounds, which had been pushed open by Chen Fei, began to bleed, and the bright red blood slowly seeped through the bandages. Even if you kill me, I won't let go, master. Mishixia furrowed her brows tightly, speaking with unwavering resolve. She knew that Chen Fei going like this was no different from going to his death. There was no need for the enemy to act in Chen Fei's current state. He would likely collapse on his own soon. She hadn't guessed wrong. In fact, she didn't even need to wait. Chen Fei, who was already extremely weak, had his qi and blood surging in his heart due to his emotional turmoil, causing his vision to grow dark. I'm sorry for hurting you. Chen Fei stroked Miss Lia's head, stumbled, and collapsed onto the deck. The ship's doctor rushed over, carrying Chen Fei back to the medical room. The situation had grown even more dire. Shao Qi immediately jumped off the ship and ran to Lily's side. What are you doing here? It's dangerous, get back on the ship immediately. Lilith slashed a fleeing enemy with her sword and frowned at Shao Qi. Sister, something's wrong. Shao Qi told Lilith about Luo Bing's disappearance and Chen Fei's deductions. Lilith's brows furrowed deeply. This situation was becoming troublesome. Quickly spread out and surround the cannons. Disperse. 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 Lilith and Natsum Mamamai immediately issued orders to their subordinates. Regardless of whether we can retrieve Luo Bing, there's one thing we must prioritize. Since Alonso has gone to the turrets, there's a high likelihood he'll use a weapon of mass destruction. Remember, we didn't use them earlier because the battle was too intense. But now, Alonso's men are almost completely defeated. In this situation, they might just start firing indiscriminately. If we gather together again, there will be heavy casualties. Shimura Mami isn't interested in Luo Bing's disappearance, but Lilith still plans to surround the artillery position. She knows how important Chen Fei is to the team. It was precisely because of this that she told him about Luo Bing so early on, in order to collaborate with Chen Fei. This offensive plan was devised by Chen Fei. If they ignore something Chen Fei cares about in this situation, there will be no hope of collaborating with him in the future. Since collaborating with Chen Fei, Lilith had already reaped tangible benefits. Not only had they eliminated Rosen, but eliminating Alonso was now within reach. Therefore, she could not afford to abandon this connection with Chen Fei. Kill! With a loud shout, Lilith charged forward, leading the charge toward the. All her subordinates scattered in all directions, advancing toward the gun tower. Boom! At that very moment, a rocket launcher fired a salvo. A deafening explosion echoed from the coast. Many people screamed in agony, losing their lives instantly. In such an explosion, survival was impossible. The battle is over. We should retreat. These people are no match for us. There's no point in staying here and risking more casualties. Summer Mommy said. No, we must destroy the gun tower. Otherwise, once we board the ship, we'll be their target. A single shot will kill everyone. Lilith said in a low voice. Oh, I see, you want to save that woman. Natsum Mamiko said. I never hide my intentions. Of course I'm going to save her. Don't you know Chen Fei's role? But even without that woman, I'm still going to capture the gun emplacement. As for whether you go or not, that's your business. If you're scared, get out of here. Lilith charged forward. Am I afraid? Natsum Mamamai wasn't about to back down. She wasn't acting on impulse, she had confirmed what Lilith had said. If the cannon tower wasn't destroyed, the pirate ship would be destroyed by a single shot. Meanwhile, on the fortress, Alonso had already lost his mind. He didn't care how many of his men were left on the island. Anyway, victory was impossible. Everything, wealth and status, was about to be lost. In such a situation, he only wanted to empty all his ammunition to vent his rage. Die, die, all of you die. Alonso screamed wildly, about to press the launch button again. Whoosh! Suddenly, a whistling sound came from behind, sending a chill down Alonso's spine. He instinctively turned around and saw a flash of cold steel. Whoosh! With the sound of blood spattering, Alonso felt a chill on his neck, followed by excruciating pain radiating from his throat, and blood began to flow. Damn! Alonso froze, seeing Luo Bing charging toward him, his body filled with rage. If he had been even a moment slower, she might have ended his life with a single dagger. 113, Luo Bing was captured. Damn it, die! Luo Bing screamed, brandishing her dagger, and charged toward Alonso once more. Alonso dodged to the side, his left leg shooting upward, the steel blade on his leg instantly slicing toward Luo Bing, deflecting the dagger from her hands. Under the intense shock, blood began to seep from Luo Bing's wrists. You little, what did I ever do to you? Ha? Wait a minute, your face. I feel like I've seen you before? Alonso furrowed his brows, then his heart trembled. Luo Tianzhou's daughter? As if he had thought of something, anger erupted in his eyes, but deep within his pupils, there was a look of unexplainable fear. Swish! Luo Bing said nothing more, picked up the dagger from the ground, and despite the pain in her wrists, lunged toward Alonso with it. Ha, so you're here to seek revenge, are you? Alonso sneered coldly, easily dodging Luo Bing's attack once more. He suddenly swung his foot, sending the dagger flying out of her hand. Do you think you're my opponent? If I were to kill you, you'd already be dead. Alonso's eyes were filled with contempt. He then walked over to Luo Bing, raised the steel knife on his leg, and said in a deep voice, Do you know that this leg is thanks to your father, Luo Tianzhou? That's why it's like this. Mentioning this, it seemed as though the excruciating pain was still fresh in his mind. Alonso couldn't help but furrow his brows. Clearly, losing this leg was the greatest shadow of his life. Luo Bing said nothing, only reaching out to pick up the dagger again. But Alonso kicked her directly in the shoulder. She let out a pained groan and fell to the ground, struggling to get up but unable to do so. Tears of humiliation streamed down Luo Bing's cheeks. She felt like a worthless, unable to avenge her father or even fight back. Don't worry, I wouldn't kill you. I should thank you. If you hadn't come up, I wouldn't have known how to escape, Alonso said, lifting Luo Bing up and looking down at the cannon platform. They saw Lilith and the others leading their men closing in, about to surround the cannon platform completely. To prevent Luo Bing from getting into any trouble, Alonso quickly tied her hands behind her back with a rope and stuffed a cloth ball into her mouth. This way, even if she wanted to die, she couldn't. Ugh! Luo Bing's eyes turned bloodshot as she glared at Alonso, her throat emitting angry growls. Her heart was filled with endless guilt. She was such a useless person. Not only could she not avenge herself with her own hands, but she had to be taken hostage and turned into his talisman? Alonso charged down from the gun emplacement, and Lilith, Shimamami, and Zhou Shang, who were closing in, all felt a chill run down their spines. Destroy the cannon first. Shimamami was the first to react, shouting orders to her subordinates, who immediately began climbing toward the turret. She didn't care whether Luo Bing lived or died, the most important thing was to destroy the turret so they could escape safely. In fact, if it weren't for Lilith being here, she wouldn't have been threatened by Alonso, who had captured Luo Bing. Should we act? Alonso is worth $200 million. Should we split it? Shimamami asked Lilies. Luo Bing heard this and nodded wildly. Though she couldn't speak, she expressed her thoughts in this way. For Luo Bing, she would rather die with Alonso than be used as a bargaining chip for his escape. She was willing to go down with him. Stay still. Alonso gripped Luo Bing's head tightly. He was genuinely afraid she might fire, which would render holding her hostage meaningless. Hey, you call yourself a man? Holding a woman hostage to save your own life? Ha, don't blame me for looking down on you. How will you survive on the high seas from now on? Zhou Shang used a provoking tactic to say. Ah, don't try that on me. Don't you have a saying in Great Xia? As long as the Green Mountains remain, there will always be firewood to burn. If I lose my life, that's truly the end. Otherwise, I'll have a chance to make a comeback. Alonso said, his gaze shifting to Lilith. He knew that Luo Bing was part of Chen Fei's group, and Chen Fei had a close relationship with Lilith. Therefore, if he wanted to find a breakthrough, he had to target Lilith. That young man must be important to you, right? Are you really willing to kill me for this woman? Don't you worry that he'll hold a grudge against you? Ah, don't worry. Luo Bing is in my hands, she won't be in any danger. Once I leave, I'll release her. Alonso said. Lilith didn't say much, she simply stepped aside to let Alonso leave. She knew that Alonso's life was worth only $200 million. The personal guard had been wiped out, and there was no chance of them making a comeback. Letting him go posed no threat. As for whether he would return Luo Bing safely, Lilith didn't know, and she hadn't asked him for any guarantees. They were all pirates, their words were as worthless as farting. Promises held no value. Given that, Lilith was willing to step aside. The logic was simple: if they acted against Alonso now, Luo Bing would certainly die. Allowing him to take Luo Bing hostage might result in his death, but at least there was a chance of survival. Ah, you're truly the Queen of Lilith. I admire your style of handling things. No man could match your decisiveness. Alonso sneered, knocked Luo Bing unconscious, and carried her away, rushing toward the coastline. Only Xiao Qi noticed that sweat was trickling down Lilith's wheat-colored neck. Sister, she whispered, trying to calm Lilith's nerves. Only she knew what Lilith was thinking. Lilith sighed softly. Only she knew the immense pressure she would have to endure by stepping aside. It was essentially letting Alonso take Luo Bing away. Once Chen Fei came to his senses, what would the situation be like? Anyway, she had already prepared herself to be blamed by Chen Fei. But there was no other choice. If she didn't do this, there was a high chance that Luo Bing would be killed by Alonso right now. If you were awake, what decision would you make? Lilith asked herself in her heart, pondering what decision Chen Fei would make if he were here. Though in her eyes, there was only one choice: let Alonso go. But she couldn't shake the feeling that Chen Fei had the ability to turn things around. Even Lilith herself didn't realize how much she cared about what Chen Fei thought. Clearly, after multiple collaborations, Chen Fei's importance to her had reached an indispensable level. 114, under the first tyrant's command. Leave 50 men at the castle to inventory the finances, the rest will accompany me to the trade route. Xiaomu Mami was the first to recover, addressing her subordinates. Since Lilith had chosen to let Alonso go, she wouldn't say anything. After all, Chen Fei was collaborating with Lilith, and she was only a secondary collaborator. In such a critical decision that didn't affect her own interests, she wouldn't interfere too much. Xiao Qi, arrange for 50 men to stay behind. The rest will follow me. Also, arrange for a fast ship to follow Alonso from a distance. No matter what happens, do not reveal yourselves. Just relay the intelligence back. Lilith followed suit with her own instructions. Clearly, this was Alonso's stronghold, and the castle must contain a significant amount of valuables that hadn't been moved. Since the two parties were collaborating, the spoils would be split evenly. The same applied to those left behind. After the inventory was completed, they would wait for the captains of both sides to arrive and divide the loot equally. As for Luo Bing's side, there was nothing else to do for now. Immediately, the group set sail toward the trade route. Lilith stood on the deck, the sea breeze rustling her flowing hair. Though her gaze was fixed ahead, it was clear she was deep in thought. Sister, this isn't your fault. Your choice was the right one. Xiao Qi came to comfort her. Lilith nodded slightly. She couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. Chen Fei had done so much, yet she couldn't even save his men. It was hard to describe, it felt as though she was afraid of disappointing Chen Fei. Fear? After the word flashed through her mind, Lilith couldn't help but chuckle at herself. She couldn't even remember the last time that word had crossed her mind. The woman who had always been so fearless and headstrong was now fixated on one thing. It was truly odd. Mr. Smith, this battle has cost me dearly. I've lost everything I've ever built. Shouldn't you offer me some support? On a small boat, Alonso dialed a number and spoke into the phone. Do you still have anything worth supporting? The other side remained silent for a moment before speaking. Luo Bing is in my hands, Alonso said directly. Another moment of silence followed. I understand. I'll keep you informed. Immediately, the other end hung up. Old bastard, trying to pull rank on me? Alonso spat angrily, seething with frustration. All his forces were now destroyed, and he needed to see capital to rebuild. Although there were still over 1,000 people on the trade route, he only had a small, dilapidated ship. Lilith and Shima Mami would arrive much faster. By the time he got there, those 1,000 people would likely already be dead. At that moment, Luo Bing came to his senses. Upon seeing Alonso, his eyes were filled with intense hatred and resentment. Don't look at me like that. You'll have a good place soon. Ha, really? Alonso sneered, then suddenly his eyes widened as he saw a small boat drifting toward them. On the small boat stood a figure cloaked in black, his features obscured by the dark robes, his face shrouded in shadow. On the vast sea, this scene was extremely eerie. After all, such a small boat could be shattered into pieces by a single wave, reduced to wooden debris. Yet, this black-robed figure had nothing but a single oar. With just that oar, he managed to steady the boat in the sea breeze, guiding it safely through all the waves. Such ship-handling skills would leave even Luo Bing speechless, marveling at the divine artistry. Playing tricks? Die. Alonso was in a hurry to continue his journey. Seeing this, he drew his pistol and fired at the black-robed man. Bang! With a burst of gunfire, a cloud of white smoke rose from the black-robed figure, who stood there motionless. Clearly, the bullets had not harmed him. Damn it, dressed in that black robe, I thought you weren't afraid of dying. You still had to wear a bulletproof vest? Alonso snorted coldly, stood up, and prepared to fight. If the other party dared to approach, he would strike first with all his might. Suddenly, the small boat actually approached and collided with Alonso's vessel. The man in black robes moved as if taking a leisurely stroll, stepping forward from his small boat onto Alonso's vessel, and reached out to grab Luobing. It was as though, in his eyes, Alonso was nothing more than air. Seeking death. Alonso coldly snorted, raised his leg, and swung it fiercely toward the black-robed man. The sharp steel blade on his leg, accompanied by a terrifying whistling sound, slashed directly toward the black-robed man's neck. If hit by this strike, the black-robed man would die instantly. But just as the steel blade was about to strike, the black-robed figure suddenly reached out his hand. It was a pair of fan-shaped hands, with extremely long fingers. Each knuckle protruded prominently. The entire palm had a bronze-like hue, appearing darker than Alonso's steel blade. Creak! In the next second, to Alonso's utter shock, the black-robed figure directly grabbed the sharp steel blade with his hand. It was like a metal clamp, blocking the blade's path. No matter how hard Alonso tried, he couldn't advance even an inch. How is this possible? Alonso's heart trembled violently, almost unable to believe his eyes. How sharp was his blade? Yet now, it was being held firmly in this man's hand? Could his palms be harder than steel? Impossible. There were no supernatural abilities in this world, everyone was ordinary. The only possibility was that his hands, through countless hours of training, had become invincible. Crack! In the split second Alonso was stunned, the black-robed man's massive hand struck out like a blade, severing the steel blade on Alonso's leg cleanly. The shockwave even shattered Alonso's leg bones. Ugh! Alonso screamed in agony, his eyes filled with terror as he looked at the black-robed figure, as if he were staring at a monster. Suddenly, he saw that the cloak on the black-robed man's back had a skull split into 4 pieces, completely covering his face. Even his screams were swallowed back, and his face was filled with intense terror. You're Jiapu, the Iron Sand Palm under the first tyrant's command. Before he could finish speaking, Alonso was kicked in the chest, spitting out a mouthful of blood and collapsing onto the ship, his entire body trembling uncontrollably from fear. He never imagined, not even in his wildest dreams, why would the first tyrant's men appear in this ordinary sea area? 115, Junlin Island, Jiaoqiankuan. What does this mean? The first tyrant is a figure as elusive as a dragon, and every pirate under his command possesses extraordinary skills, shocking the seas. To put it another way, any pirate under the first tyrant's command, if ranked by strength, would occupy positions from 4th to 10th on the list. Perhaps only the second and third tyrants could match a single unit of the first tyrant's forces in battle. In other words, the first tyrant's influence is unmatched across the seas. Yet now, they have appeared before Alonso, who looks as though he has seen a ghost. Attack! A hoarse voice came from beneath the black robe, and the black-robed figure tossed a dagger to Luobing. Do I know you? Luobing wasn't afraid. When she decided to assassinate Alonso, she had already put her life on the line. At that moment, she was curious. Based on her deductions, the hooded figure was targeting her. If he had a personal grudge against Alonso, he could have simply killed him outright. There was no need to give the dagger to her. This meant that he was well aware of the grudge between her and Alonso. It also meant that this hooded figure knew her very well. This was what puzzled Luobing. Even though she hadn't had much contact with the first tyrant's subordinates, she knew they were from a super powerful faction. Yet he had dared to attack her. Because your identity is crucial. Act quickly. If you hesitate any longer, I'll have to help you. The black-robed figure's hoarse voice carried no emotion. Luobing heard this and didn't ask any more questions. Her identity was important? She didn't understand and didn't know what these powerful figures were thinking. But she only knew that she would soon be able to avenge her enemies. Regardless of why the black-robed man had come for her, Alonso was now powerless to resist, and it would be easy to eliminate him. Luobing trembled as she picked up the dagger, aiming it at Alonso, her wrist beginning to shake. Luobing didn't know why she was like this. Earlier, when she had ambushed him, she had been so decisive. But now, she had become nervous instead. Alonso watched as Luobing took step after step toward him, the cold gleam of the dagger reflecting his fear. Suddenly, Alonso clenched his teeth and shouted, Luobing, your father. Before he could finish, the black-robed figure charged forward, striking Alonso's neck with a palm strike, killing him instantly. The 7th tyrant Alonso, in an unknown sea, was crushed like an ant. Luobing's expression darkened as she glared warily at the black-robed figure. She certainly didn't trust him, even if he had saved her life. There was no way he had done so without a reason. Moreover, she couldn't shake the feeling that there was more to this than met the eye. Looking at Alonso's corpse, Luobing couldn't help but feel a strange sense of unease. She couldn't quite put her finger on it, but it felt utterly bizarre. Alright, I'll avenge you. Now you must help me, the black-robed figure said in a hoarse voice. How do you want me to help you? Luobing frowned and asked. Follow me to Junlin Island. The Isle of the King was the domain of the first tyrant of the seas. That stretch of ocean was the darkest place on the sea. It was said that no ship could enter there and emerge unscathed. No pirates could trespass and survive. As a sailor who had spent every day at sea, Luo Bing had heard of these tales, but now he did not show any fear. Instead, he nodded calmly. Luo Bing nodded and boarded the black-robed man's small boat. You're not asking why. What's the point of asking? Can we not go? Luo Bing was unusually calm, only asking, can I at least check in? She was only concerned about one thing, she didn't want Chen Fei to worry about her. There's no need. The black-robed man spoke, then swiftly paddled the boat. In the vast expanse of the sea, the small boat glided smoothly toward the horizon. Luo Bing was speechless. It was clearly impossible to achieve such speed using human power alone. However, the black-robed man had perfectly utilized the ocean currents. This required an intimate understanding of the sea, using the currents as propulsion. The oars were merely used to adjust the direction. Outsiders see the spectacle, insiders see the technique. Such precise control left Luo Bing speechless. Could you teach me your boat handling skills? Haha, no problem. In the wealthy district of Dan Nua, within a luxurious castle. I just don't understand who exactly is this Chen Fei. Smith slammed the table hard. The fact that Rosen had been eliminated had already left him feeling frustrated. After all, there were so many mines overseas that couldn't be brought into the open. Someone had to manage them secretly, and that person's strength couldn't be too weak. After Rosen's death, he found a stronger man, Alonso, and offered him even higher rewards. He thought he could finally rest easy, but how long has it been? Everything was lost again. What's even more infuriating is that it was lost to the same young man. The Smith family had also suffered a major loss at the hands of this young man. Otherwise, Hotting would have already married Lu Yan, and the Lu family would have sided with them long ago. Chen Fei, that little bastard, does have strong abilities. I won't deny that. Crushing such a person is what brings a sense of achievement, isn't it? I must have him dead, no matter what. Long Haoyu, sitting in his wheelchair, his eyes filled with savagery. Haoyu, but now, it's not easy to catch Chen Fei. He's out at sea, protected by Lilith and the others. Hotting shook his head helplessly. I have a plan to make him walk into a trap again. And I can also help you get that little Lu Yan into your hands. As long as Luo Bing is in our hands, we can use her as bait to lure both Chen Fei and Lu Yan into our trap. Long Haoyu's pupils were filled with intense malice. Haoyu is right. That little Lu Yan dared to frame me. This debt must be settled. I'll call Alonso right now and have him send Lu Bing over. After speaking, Hotting dialed Alonso's phone. After 2 rings, the call connected. Alonso, bring Luo Bing here immediately. Hotting shouted into the phone. This isn't Alonso. A hoarse voice came from the other end. I don't care who you are. Just bring Lu Bing here right now. Otherwise, without my father's support, you'll have to deal with the consequences yourself. Hotting shouted impatiently. If you want Luo Bing, come and get her yourself. Who the hell are you? Junlin Island, Zhao Qiankuan. As the words fell, the phone erupted with a loud bang, followed by a series of static noises, and then complete silence. 116, the first tyrant, Yi Junlin. Hua Ding stood there dumbfounded for a moment, feeling puzzled. Junlin Island, Zhao Qiankuan? He didn't recognize Zhao Qiankuan, but the name Junlin Island sounded familiar. Junlin Island? Zhao Qiankuan, the Iron Sand Palm, a subordinate of the first tyrant? How did Alonso's phone end up in their hands? How did Luo Bing get taken to Junlin Island by him? Mr. Smith snapped out of his daze, utterly shocked, his old eyes widening in disbelief. Hua Ding was also completely stunned. He never expected that the person on the other end of the phone was such a terrifying existence, and he couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. He had spoken disrespectfully to him earlier. Would there be any terrible consequences? But upon further thought, as long as he didn't go wandering around the ocean, he should be fine. Long Haoyu's only hand clenched into a fist. Another chance to restrain Chen Fei had slipped away. He didn't care who it was as long as he could take revenge, everything else was irrelevant. Haoyu, your father will be arriving soon, and you'll have to return to Daxia. Please speak well of our family's business to Long Xiao. Hua Ding changed the subject. That's natural, but my father only has authority over certain matters. We can only provide you with manpower. To keep the mine running smoothly, you should find a reliable agent as soon as possible. Long Haoyu said. As Lin Xianer mentioned earlier, the Long family of Jiangcheng is no less prominent than the Lin family, but Long Haoyu is merely a branch of the family. Although his father holds some authority, the future heir of the family is his uncle and cousin. Long Haoyu's father, Long Qing, oversees the family's shadowy operations, which is why he can engage in such underhanded deals overseas. Moreover, it seems like our family is being closely monitored now, both openly and covertly. If the matter involving Lu Yan cannot be resolved, the backlash will be severe. The Lu family has significant influence and connections within the special unit. As Long Haoyu spoke, the expressions of both him and Hua Ding grew somber. Lu Yan failed to marry successfully, and confirming this fact is her biggest mistake. Now the Lu family has come looking for her, and they have another daughter, Liang Ting, who works in the special unit. Lu Yan fainted after being invited out by Long Haoyu. Lu Yan will definitely mention this, though there is no concrete evidence that Long Haoyu was the one who dragged her out. However, being under special surveillance is inevitable. If she had successfully married, she would have been tied to the Lu family, effectively boarding the same ship. In that case, could Liang Ting investigate her own family? Even if she had the courage to do so, how much resistance would she face? Damn it, it's all that bastard Chen Fei's fault. We can't keep the sea blockaded for much longer. Lu Yan will eventually be taken back by the Lu family. Damn it, if things go badly, the Lu family might completely side with our political rivals. Hua Ding was also furious. If it weren't for Chen Fei, there wouldn't be any trouble. Everything would have been settled long ago. He is just as furious as Long Haoyu. He'd love to tear Chen Fei to pieces. It's hard to keep Lu Yan here. If we can't keep her, then so be it. As for Chen Fei, our family has connections at the border. That little bastard, the moment he sets foot inside the country, I'll take his life. If he stays out at sea, you'll have to keep a close eye on him. Long Haoyu said menacingly. That's natural. Smith answered the call, walked over, and said with a faint smile, the Lu family may not be able to bring Lu Yan back. Oh? Father, is there another twist? Hua Ding, seeing Smith's change from the irritation of the past few days, couldn't help but ask. That Chen Fei brat is too arrogant. He's caused the seas to churn and everyone to feel uneasy. I just received word that the 6th, 5th, and 4th tyrants can't sit still anymore. Smith said with a cold smile. If that's the case, that would be wonderful. Hua Ding and Long Haoyu exchanged glances, their eyes brimming with excitement. They both understood why this outcome had come to pass. Originally, the 10th and 9th ranked Lilith and Shima Mami had joined forces, forming a powerful alliance that had eliminated the 8th ranked Rosen and the 7th ranked Alonso. Now, how would those above them think? They would certainly have to eliminate this threat. The alliance formed by Chen Fei between the two tyrants posed a threat that would inevitably prompt the higher-ups among the pirates to unite and eliminate this faction, thereby eliminating any potential threats from behind. Ha! The three tyrants combined, with their 20,000 troops, eliminating Chen Fei and his group would be as easy as pie. Lilith, Shima Mami, and the scattered remnants add up to only 3,000 people. Such a disparity leaves no room for resistance. Hotting grinned savagely, as if he could already see Chen Fei's gruesome death. Unfortunately, I can't personally eliminate this bastard. It truly grates on my heart. But it doesn't matter. Besides you, there's still Lin Xianer, that little. The Lin family won't be able to run rampant for much longer. Our dragon family has already laid our plans. Once the time is right, we'll bring down your Lin family. At that time, if Lin Xianer falls into my hands, he. Long Haoyu laughed maniacally, his eyes filled with malice and cruelty, like a madman who had lost his mind. Meanwhile, Lilith and Natsum Mamiko had already eliminated all the enemies on the 6 trade routes. They had divided the trade routes with Shima Mami. Chen Fei regained consciousness, and Shao Qi immediately came to report the situation. Luo Bing was taken away by Alonso shortly after, but was then taken away again. Alonso is dead. The one who took Luo Bing away was Iron Sand Palm Zhao Qiankuan. He is a man under the first tyrant Yi Junlin. Shao Qi sighed helplessly and said. The people Lilith had sent out to track him had returned with this intelligence. This person could confirm that Zhao Qiankuan had definitely discovered him. However, he did not pursue him, otherwise he would never have returned alive. Chen Fei was taken aback. What was going on here? His mind couldn't process it. Earlier, he had only seen Alonso take Luo Bing away, but now another powerful figure had suddenly appeared? The first tyrant? Chen Fei couldn't possibly come into contact with such a powerful existence. If they were to harm Luo Bing, what would happen? Chen Fei grew anxious and tried to get out of bed. Though he wasn't sure he could do anything, he hated the feeling of lying there, as if he couldn't do anything. Master, please calm down. Miss Liya feared Chen Fei's injuries might flare up again, so she hurried over to support him, looking very anxious. Yes, getting upset won't help. If they really want to harm Luo Bing, can you stop them? It's too late to say anything now. According to the intelligence, Zhao Qiankuan doesn't seem to have any ill intentions toward Luo Bing. Shao Qi said. How can you be so sure? Chen Fei couldn't possibly feel at ease. 117 Lin Xianer has returned to Daxia. According to our intelligence, Zhao Qiankuan's behavior toward Luo Bing was very measured. After he knocked Alonso unconscious, he even let Luo Bing finish him off to settle the grudge. This indicates that he knows about Luo Bing's family background and even more. Plus, Luo Bing followed him without resisting. Shao Qi shared all the known intelligence with Chen Fei. Regardless, we must see Luo Bing before we can rest easy. Chen Fei frowned and said. After all, the place she had gone to was extremely dangerous. If he couldn't see Luo Bing with his own eyes, Chen Fei couldn't possibly feel at ease. Moreover, this person had no ill intent, it was merely a brief glimpse seen by an intelligence officer. Who knows what situation they might face after taking Luo Bing away? Why not recover first? Master, think about it. If you cause your injuries to flare up again, wouldn't it be even harder to see Luo Bing? Junlin Island isn't somewhere you can just go whenever you want, right? Mishi Liaya gently tried to dissuade him. I must go to the maritime base, Chen Fei said. He wanted to report this information to Liang Ting. After all, she was part of the special unit and might have a way to help. Plus, it had been many days since he last saw Lin Xianer. Alright, I'll send you there. Don't worry. Xiao Qi said. Chen Fei nodded. He and Lilith were just partners. He wouldn't stay on her ship forever, or he'd become a pirate. As the ship continued to move forward, Chen Fei's heart began to race with excitement. The dark clouds in his heart were still there, but a ray of hope had appeared. Lin Xianer could heal Chen Fei's sorrows. Talking to her about anything seemed to alleviate his stress, making Chen Fei eager to see her. The ship soon arrived outside the secret base. It was a small island with a bunker-like structure. Liang Ting spotted the approaching pirate ship from inside the bunker and her nerves immediately tensed up. She said to Lu Yan with a look of impending danger, "Stay here. Don't go out under any circumstances." Lu Yan felt tense, never expecting the pirate ship to find the base. Fear began to creep into her heart. But she paused for a moment, then pointed at the screen and exclaimed with joy, "Auntie, look! It's Chen Fei. He's back." Liang Ting frowned upon seeing this. How is he with the pirates? Is he one of them? Or was he kidnapped by them? What are you talking about, Auntie? How could he be a pirate? If it weren't for him, how could I have come back? Don't you dare slander him. Lu Yan immediately objected, defending Chen Fei. You silly girl. You're so reckless. How do you expect to join the special unit? You'd end up being sold and still counting the money. Although Liang Ting wasn't as wary of Chen Fei as before, she still couldn't fully trust him. To be fair, it wasn't entirely her fault. The abilities Chen Fei had demonstrated were simply too extraordinary for a recent graduate. While his peers were still scrambling to find jobs, this guy was already battling pirates at sea. Oh, Auntie, no matter what, the special unit sent a letter, and it was specifically for Chen Fei. So, let's hurry out to meet him. Lu Yan didn't bother with formalities. She pushed open the door and ran toward the coastline. Xiang Sanhu was also on the coastline. Upon seeing Chen Fei, he smiled broadly. Sanhu. Chen Fei stepped off the boat and greeted him. Zhou Sheng, who had come along with him, glanced at Chen Fei and said, "Your friend has a great build. He's got potential. If trained properly, he could become a master in the future." Lilith nodded slightly, clearly impressed by Xiong Sanhu's physique as well. Chen Fei knew well that Xiong Sanhu had never undergone martial arts training. Otherwise, with his physical prowess, his combat strength would be off the charts. If it weren't for his natural physical talent, he wouldn't have been admitted to university on a special exemption. At that moment, Lu Yan also emerged. Upon seeing Chen Fei's condition, she couldn't help but feel a chill run down her spine. "Brother Chen, what happened to you?" She rushed over, seeing the bandages wrapped around Chen Fei's body and the fresh blood seeping through, and felt heartbroken. She reached out to touch Chen Fei's wounds, her eyes filled with concern. "It's nothing. Where's Qianqian?" Chen Fei wasn't paying attention to his own condition and urgently asked. "This." Lu Yan pouted her lips, feeling a bit sour inside. Her eyes grew dim, as if there was something she couldn't bring herself to say. "What's wrong?" Chen Fei furrowed his brows, a bad feeling rising in his heart. Logically speaking, since Lu Yan knew he was here, if Lin Xianer had come along, she would have come out to meet him by now. "Ask my aunt. I don't know what to say." Lu Yan lowered her head and spoke in a muffled voice. Chen Fei immediately rushed toward the bunker without even glancing at Lu Yan. The latter bit her lips tightly, her eyes filled with a complex mix of emotions. She twisted her scorpion tail braid with her slender fingers, feeling incredibly distressed. Liang Ting saw Chen Fei, noticed his urgent expression, and immediately understood what he was going to say. She spoke up first. "Lin Xianer has already returned. Her father sent a private jet to pick her up. She left you a letter." "What?" Chen Fei was startled, his eyes filled with astonishment. He could hardly believe his ears, feeling a hollow emptiness in his heart, as if a piece of himself had been torn away. Then, he couldn't help but find it a bit amusing. After all, he had hoped that Lin Xianer would return safely, and now that she had indeed returned, he felt so distressed. Was he being too selfish? "Are you going back too?" Liang Ting asked. Lu Yan also looked up at Chen Fei, her eyes filled with hope. She had originally planned to take the same flight as Lin Xianer, but had decided to stay behind. She had told her father and aunt that she was staying at the naval base to pursue her dream of joining the special unit and training with her aunt. But the true reason was something only Lu Yan knew. She couldn't hold back anymore. She was afraid that Chen Fei was about to return to Daxia to find Lin Xianer, so she was about to say something, but Chen Fei spoke first. "I can't go back yet, Sister Liang Ting. I need to tell you something." Sister Luobing was taken to Junlin Island by Zhao Chenkuan, one of Yi Junlin's men. Chen Fei suppressed the overwhelming heaviness in his heart and revealed the information. Liang Ting froze. Yi Junlin? Zhao Qianquan? How did they get involved? Who is Luo Bing, exactly? Those guys Wu Ti act so recklessly. They're not the type to act for mere interests or money. If Luo Bing was taken away, it must be related to her identity. I don't know. Chen Fei shook his head and said, in any case, I won't return until I see Luo Bing. And even if I did go back, what would be the point? Chen Fei found it somewhat amusing. In the Great Xia Empire, he was just a poor young man. It was fate that had him stranded on a deserted island with Lin Xianer, giving him the opportunity to showcase his talents and win her affection. 118. Lin Xianer's letter and the top secret mission. But what if they were in a civilized society? Lin Xianer was a super rich heiress. Would she even notice him? Perhaps, for a short time, she might still think about the hardships they endured together at sea. But over time, she would realize that they were from two different worlds. Don't be too disappointed. Lin Xianer truly wanted to stay and wait for you. But her father forcibly took her away. However, she left you a letter at the last moment. Liang Ting took out an envelope and handed it to Chen Fei. Chen Fei held the letter in his hand. The paper felt light, but at that moment, it felt as heavy as 1,000 pounds. Chen Fei, who had never been afraid of anything, now hesitated to open it, fearing that the contents might be devastating. Finally, he gritted his teeth and tore open the envelope. Upon seeing the few short lines of text, Chen Fei felt a sudden dizziness. It was as if a thunderclap had exploded in his mind. Chen Fei, I'm going home first. I'm sorry. I'll wait for you. I'll wait for you with the baby in my belly. Though there were only 3 short lines, every word felt as heavy as Mount Tai pressing down on Chen Fei. For a moment, Chen Fei's eyes grew moist. From the previous despair to the current ecstasy. He never imagined that he and Lin Xianer already had a child and that she would wait for him to return. Fei good, don't be so sad. Lu Yen saw Chen Fei wiping away tears and felt deeply moved, stepping forward to comfort him. Call him uncle. Chen Fei wiped away his tears and said, leaving Lu Yen speechless. I call you auntie and sister, how can you call me brother? Generations can't be mixed up, call me uncle. Chen Fei explained. He's not a little cutie. He must know that Lu Yen likes him. If it were before, he would have been too dense to understand such things. But after getting involved with Lin Xianer, he became much more sensitive to romantic feelings. Now that he had Lin Xianer, as well as Mi Shueliaya and Luo Bing, Chen Fei didn't want to attract more girls. So, knowing she had feelings for him, he pretended not to notice and used his status to keep her at a distance. No. I want to call you Fei Gu. Lu Yen refused. Who would call you uncle? You're only a year older than me. Why can't you call me auntie? Chen Fei didn't want to deal with her. At that moment, his mind was fixated on one thing, find Luo Bing and go back to see Lin Xianer. Enough, you little brat, stop causing trouble. Go over there. Chen Fei, there's another letter. The head of the special unit gave it to you. At that moment, Liang Ting handed him another letter. This one was sealed with gold foil and lacquer, making it look very formal. Chen Fei froze upon hearing this. The head of the special unit? Such a high-ranking official sending me a letter? I don't know. It needs to be opened by you personally. I don't have permission to look. Liang Ting said bluntly. Lu Yen looked curious and envious, trying to tiptoe to take a look, but Liang Ting grabbed her ear and pulled her away. Such confidential information isn't something just anyone can see. Chen Fei opened the envelope and saw a message. Chen Fei, open this personally. I am Su Changtian, the head of the special unit of the Great Xia Empire. This letter serves as my introduction. The seas are turbulent, with waves as oranges and clouds as dark as clouds. Darkness and chaos reign, and pirates run rampant. This situation has already threatened the safety of the Great Xia Empire's overseas citizens. You are hereby invited to join the special unit as a top secret member, with the mission of eliminating the 10 tyrants. If you accept, please keep the gold embossed medal inside the envelope, as it will serve as proof of your identity. This is an honorable and top secret mission, and you have the right to refuse. Upon reading this far, Chen Fei was utterly shocked. Why would Su Changtian assign him this mission? He was just an ordinary young man. Was it because he had spent some time at sea and used a few trivial tricks to kill 2 major pirates? This was simply too illogical. But as he read the next line, Chen Fei was even more shocked. If you can't eliminate the 10 tyrants, die outside. The mission of the Great Xia must be completed. Upon seeing those words, Chen Fei froze in place. Isn't this the old man's handwriting? Grandfather was just an ordinary old man who had once served as a sailor for a short time. How could this be? How could he have written a single stroke on a letter from the head of the special unit? This must be a joke, right? Chen Fei was starting to lose his bearings, but one thing was clear, this mission had to be accepted, whether he wanted to or not. Suddenly, an endless determination burned in Chen Fei's eyes. Although completing this mission would be extremely dangerous, even potentially fatal. And he had no idea when he would be able to return to see Lin Xianer. But danger and opportunity go hand in hand. If Chen Fei returned now, what could he possibly have in the Great Xia Empire? Money? Connections? Status? None of that. How could he possibly be worthy of Lin Qian'er? Even if she had her own child, would he just follow her and live off her? That would mean a lifetime of humiliation. Therefore, he must make a name for himself. Now is an excellent opportunity. If he could complete this mission, he would have the confidence. With the backing of the Special Unit S leader, he would definitely be worthy of Lin Qian'er. Hiss, hiss. Suddenly, the letter in Chen Fei's hand burst into flames. Chen Fei froze for a moment before realizing that it had been coated with phosphorus, which would ignite upon contact with air after a certain amount of time. The quantity was just enough to burn through the letter. After carefully putting away the metal badge, Chen Fei stepped out of the room. What does the letter say? Lu Yan looked curious, like a curious child, and asked with wide eyes. Get lost, you little brat. That's a top-secret letter, how dare you ask such a thing? Liang Ting continued to pinch Lu Yan's ear. But Lin Qian'er's letter couldn't possibly be a top-secret document, could it? Niece, stop trying to pry into others' privacy. Be a good girl. Chen Fei said indifferently. His mood was currently quite good. The dark cloud hanging over him had already dissipated by half. Lin Qian'er had returned, but she was still waiting for him, and she was pregnant with their child. Now that she had accepted the mission and become a top-secret member of the special unit, she had a path to climb upward. The only shadow was his concern for Luo Bing. After all, he had no idea about her safety. Chen Fei, there seems to be an issue with the trade route. At that moment, Lilith suddenly walked over, her eyebrows furrowed as she spoke to Chen Fei. Chen Fei frowned upon hearing this. What was going on? Earlier, Shima Mami called me, saying she was attacked. The attackers were the 6th Tyrant Eric and the 5th Tyrant Murata's men. Lilith said. 119, Crisis. The 3 tyrants have joined forces to strike. This was a very bad sign. She sensed a dangerous aura from it. Logically speaking, they shouldn't be able to unite. There was only one possibility: they had felt the threat posed by her and Shima Mami, and were now striking back. It's probably exactly what you're thinking. What are you going to do now? Chen Fei asked. Face them head-on? Lilith froze. She had come to Chen Fei for his advice, but now he was asking her instead, leaving her speechless. Face them head-on? They have over 10,000 of them. Do you think you can take them on? We need to show weakness and quickly give up the trade routes we've taken. Otherwise, we might be wiped out completely. Chen Fei said. A true hero can bend but not break. This is crucial. At this moment, when the enemy has united, they are at their strongest. If we confront them head-on now, we'll fall right into their trap. However, if we show weakness and drag this out, their alliance will naturally collapse. At that point, we can seize the opportunity to eliminate them one by one. That's the best strategy. Chen Fei also placed great importance on this. Remember, his top-secret mission is to eliminate the 10 tyrants. Although Lilith and Shima Mami are also targets, their current strength can be leveraged. If they were to simply hand themselves over, it would greatly increase the difficulty for Chen Fei. However, as a woman, Lilith clearly does not understand the principle of being able to bend and stretch. If Chen Fei retreats now, he won't just lose the trade routes he's already secured, he'll also lose everything he's gained so far. Lilith said firmly, and this was something she couldn't accept. If they truly intend to seize your previous trade routes, then you should simply adopt an attitude of abandoning everything. That way, they will naturally rein in their ambitions. Chen Fei said. But if we give up everything, how can they hold back? That's exactly what they want. Lilith was confused. Put yourself in their shoes. If you were them and saw your opponent abandoning all their trade routes, wouldn't that be like burning your bridges? As the saying goes, those with nothing to lose have nothing to fear. If you have thousands of people and spend your days doing nothing but attacking their trade ships, then even if they have trade routes, who would dare to pass through them? So they won't push things to the extreme. Their goal is more to prevent the threat of you two joining forces. Chen Fei explained slowly, and this made Lilius understand a lot. But I'm not willing to give up even a single trade route. Lilith spoke bluntly, hiding nothing of her thoughts. You must understand that the revenue from a single trade route can bring in around $10,000 a day. The expenses for over 1,000 people all depend on a few trade routes, and each one is extremely important. Don't worry, we'll always be able to reclaim them in the future. Chen Fei said. Just then, Xiaoqi ran over, looking panicked, and said, Sister, it's bad. A large group of pirates is surrounding us. Judging by their flags, they seem to be under Murata and Vera's command. Lilith heard this and furrowed her brows. Has Vera joined them too? It seems like this is going to get serious. Zhou Sheng smiled sarcastically, his eyes filled with a sharp glint. Zhou Ding had just found a place on the island to bury his wife and was with his daughter Xiao Hui. Seeing the current situation was not good, he couldn't help but ask, who is Vera? The 4th tyrant. In other words, the 3 major tyrants ranked 4th, 5th, and 6th have all joined forces to target Lilith and Shima Mami. Of course, I'm probably also a target. Zhou Sheng said with a proud expression. You seem pretty happy about it. Zhou Ding was annoyed. This younger brother was truly stubborn. But it was precisely this kind of personality that allowed him to carve out his own path in the world. Boom! Suddenly, cannonballs exploded. The surrounding waters were struck, sending waves crashing in layers, and the ships were tossed wildly by the waves. Quick, scatter and retreat. Lilith acted decisively, ordering her men, the more scattered, the better. Avoid direct confrontation with the enemy. Do your best to avoid combat and minimize casualties. Retreat. Chen Fei, are you coming with us? Shao Qi hurriedly asked. No. Chen Fei shook his head, give me a speedboat. I'll act alone. In their eyes, I am undoubtedly the primary target. Staying with anyone else would be their misfortune. He was fully aware of this. Those pirates would certainly be able to trace him back. In the matter of eliminating Rosen and Alonso, the role he had played and the attention he had drawn were well known to the three tyrants. So Chen Fei understood perfectly well that if he were in their shoes, he would also target himself. Under such circumstances, it was best to act alone for everyone's sake. Lilith didn't say much. She assigned a speedboat to Chen Fei. The speedboat had 2 seats, but Chen Fei decided to go alone. Brother Chen, I'll go with you. Lu Yan saw this and tried to board the speedboat. Stay on the island. Stay with Sister Liang Ting. They won't attack you recklessly. Don't worry. And Xiao Hui, you stay here too, understand? Chen Fei stated firmly. You little brat, you're not going anywhere. Liang Ting clearly agreed with Chen Fei's viewpoint. She grabbed Lu Yan, ignoring her resistance, and threw her into the bunker. As long as Chen Fei and the other key figures weren't here, the pirates clearly had control and hadn't attacked the secret base. Though it was just a small outpost, the might of the Great Xiao was there. As long as it didn't affect their interests, they wouldn't dare to act rashly. Master, I'll go with you. Miss Liya had been clinging to Adele. Seeing Chen Fei about to leave, she handed Adele to Liang Ting and immediately sat in the passenger seat of the speedboat. Adele, behave yourself at the base. This is the safest place. She was willing to risk her life following Chen Fei, but she couldn't afford to have any concerns. Adele was her only worry. Sister, wail. Little Adele's big eyes were red. She had only just met Miss Liya, and now they had to part again. The last time they were separated, she was so badly injured. What would happen this time? What would Adele look like when she saw her sister again? 120, temporarily safe. Chen Fei hesitated for a moment. He had planned to act alone, not wanting to involve anyone else. After all, Miss Liya wasn't exactly a target the enemy was out to eliminate. Seeing her earnest expression, and considering how much Miss relied on him, Chen Fei decided to take her along. Chen Fei, I'm taking this kid with me. Zhou Sheng tried to pull Xiong Sanhu onto the boat, but he couldn't budge him. Xiong Sanhu just gave a simple, honest smile. Facing the deafening gunfire, he seemed completely unfazed, simply watching Chen Fei and scratching his head with a smile. Sanhu, do you want to stay on this island or go out to sea? Chen Fei asked in a serious tone. From a safety perspective, Xiong Sanhu would be better off on the island. However, he was an individual, and Chen Fei viewed him as a normal person, not as someone with disabilities, so he wanted to ask his opinion. The island is boring, the sea is more fun. Xiong Sanhu laughed. He was almost bored to death on the island, just staring into space all day. Then follow Shanggu and remember to obey him. Chen Fei instructed. Following Zhou Shang won't be too dangerous. He's not the primary target. Plus, Chen Fei admires Zhou Shang's personality. Xiong Sanhu is too naive, and such a personality is prone to major losses. That's why Chen Fei agreed to let him follow Zhou Shang. Don't worry, Chen Fei, brother. When we meet again, you won't even recognize me. Zhou Shang said, then boarded the ship they had seized from Alonso with Zhou Ding and Xiong Sanhu, leading over 200 men to depart at top speed. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of cannon fire echoed wildly. After ordering her men to scatter, Lilith also fled in 5 different directions at top speed. Chen Fei piloted the speedboat, pushing it to its absolute limit. Though speedboats had significant drawbacks at sea, they couldn't store supplies or travel long distances. They had one advantage: they were small and fast, allowing them to quickly create distance from pursuers. Inside the bunker, Lu Yan's eyes were red. She never expected that after seeing Chen Fei for such a short time, they would have to part ways again. And he had to face such a dangerous situation. Auntie, why didn't you let me go with Chen Fei? Why? I can help him. He's injured and in danger, don't you know? Lu Yan shouted at Liang Ting with rare intensity. You've lost your mind. Although Liang Ting was only in her 20s and had always gotten along with Lu Yan like a peer, she was still an elder. At this critical moment, she naturally took on the role of an elder and said sternly, I don't care what you're thinking, but you need to understand one thing: you don't have the ability to help him, do you? You want to help Chen Fei? How exactly do you plan to help him? By holding him back? After being scolded so harshly, Lu Yan immediately wrinkled her nose and started crying in distress. But she had no reason to argue back. Yes, following Chen Fei would only hold her back. She had thought that now that Lin Xianer had left, she could spend more time with Chen Fei. But now it seemed like a beautiful illusion, like a flower in a mirror or the moon in water. In this turbulent sea, crisis and violence were the main themes. Oh no, where is Xiao Hui? Liang Ting froze, glancing aside, but saw no sign of Xiao Hui. Lu Yan also quickly looked up and ran inside and outside the bunker to check, but saw no sign of Xiao Hui either, and began to feel panicked as well. Xiao Hui's sister was just by the shore, sneaking into a boat. I forgot to mention it. I'm sorry, Adele whispered softly, like a child who had done something wrong. It's not your fault. If someone wants to leave alone, you can't stop them. Liang Ting sighed heavily, at a loss for words. Her mission was to stay at this secret base, serving as an information relay point for the outpost. She couldn't leave easily. So, even though Xiao Hui was gone, there was nothing she could do. On Lilith's boat, Xiaoqi looked at Xiao Hui, who was standing there with a determined expression. You said you want to follow your sister and become a pirate? Yes. Xiao Hui nodded firmly. Why don't you go back to Great Xia? It's peaceful and safe there. What are you doing out at sea with us? It's not as glamorous as it looks. Xiao Qi said. I want to avenge my family. Xiao Hui's eyes flickered with hatred. She had been waiting for this opportunity for a long time. She knew that neither her uncle nor her father would allow her to come along, so she had to find someone stronger to help her achieve her vision, to grow stronger and then seek revenge. I know a little about your situation. The enemies who destroyed your family, weren't they all already dealt with by your father? Xiao Qi asked. No. What my family endured was merely the final manifestation of something deeper. The factors that caused all this are still there. I hate them, every single one of those arrogant bastards. The hatred burning in Xiao Hui's eyes raged uncontrollably. Xiao Qi was about to say something else when Lilith walked over. I agree. From now on, you'll follow Xiao Qi and be her personal assistant. Lilith appraised Xiao Hui with a satisfied expression. She loved this expression, as if she saw her former self in those eyes filled with hatred. Fueled by hatred, growing wildly, becoming stronger swiftly. Chen Fei drove the speedboat, increasing the distance between them and the pursuers. Mishi Liaya looked back through the telescope and could no longer see the shadow of the ship. We're temporarily safe, Master. Miss Harriya sighed in relief, as Chen Fei's injuries hadn't healed yet and he needed rest. Continuing the high-intensity pursuit would be extremely dangerous. After all, her injuries hadn't healed either, making them two injured people together. Their main objective is still to show off. They want to make their stance clear and intimidate Lilith and Natsum Mami. Their primary targets for attack and occupation are the trade routes. They will definitely continue to pursue me, but they won't be too aggressive. However, they probably have a rough idea of the range our speedboat can operate in, so we can't let our guard down. Chen Fei analyzed. Then Lilith and Shima Mami will definitely be hit hard. Master, how will you help them? Asked Mishi Liya. Help? Why help them? Chen Fei tapped the girl's forehead and corrected her. Get it straight. Your master isn't a pirate. Chen Fei had never placed himself in the same camp as them, they were merely allies. If the situation allowed, Chen Fei would naturally offer advice and assistance, but not out of personal friendship, but because he needed to use them to fight against the other tyrants. If the situation becomes truly dangerous, it will be their own responsibility. After all, the Great Xia Empire has tasked Chen Fei with eliminating the 10 tyrants. Lilith and Shima Mami are also targets of this mission. Though their lives aren't necessarily required, their pirate crews must be annihilated. That is non-negotiable. 121 Tiger Shark Attack. In Chen Fei's view, public matters are public, and private matters are private. Publicly, the pirates under their command have blood on their hands, so they must be eliminated. It's just a matter of time. Privately, Lilith saved Mashia's life, which also saved him, so no matter what, Chen Fei won't kill her personally. As for the present situation, Chen Fei was barely able to save himself, let alone worry about them. Master, the speedboat is running out of fuel. We need to find an island to land on. There are 4 islands nearby. Which one should we choose? Mashia glanced at the compass and said. Choose one with more vegetation. Chen Fei replied without hesitation. At sea, the most important thing is water, and green vegetation indicates the presence of water. Otherwise, the outcome would be death on the island. You must understand that Chen Fei's current condition is far worse than when the cruise ship ran aground and they were stranded on an island. Back then, at least he was still healthy, but now he is injured. Plus, the military shovel they found in the jungle was lost during their journey, leaving him with nothing but his injuries. They need to survive. Oh, and he's also got a girl with him, though she's also injured. Immediately, Chen Fei found it amusing and gave a self-deprecating smile. Master, what are you laughing at? Did you think of something funny? Mishi Liaya had been watching Chen Fei closely and, seeing him curve his lips, couldn't help but ask. Nothing. Chen Fei shook his head. Regarding the top-secret mission, he naturally couldn't mention it to anyone. He just found it amusing that, in his current precarious situation where even his survival was uncertain, the special unit had entrusted him with such an important mission. Though Chen Fei's resolve remained unwavering, he currently had little to no clue on how to tackle the 10 tyrants. Pushing these thoughts aside, he knew that dwelling on them was pointless. The most important thing now was to survive. Master, something's wrong. Just then, Mishia suddenly cried out in alarm, turning to Chen Fei and saying, I'm sorry, Master. I misjudged the distance. The fuel in the tank isn't enough to reach the target island. I'm sorry. It's okay. Seeing that Mishi Lia was about to cry, Chen Fei comforted her. She was placing too much importance on her performance in front of him. There was no need for that. Chen Fei wasn't a harsh person, on the contrary. When it came to protecting those he cared about, he was quite formidable. However, he couldn't help but think of Luo Bing. If it were her, she would have anticipated everything. With her ship handling skills, there would be no issues. This wasn't because he disliked Mishi Lia, it was because Luo Bing's safety had always been on Chen Fei's mind. Whenever he came across any information related to her, he couldn't help but think of her. There are spare oars on the speedboat, we can row slowly. It's only about 2 kilometers from here to the coast, it won't take long. Chen Fei said, taking down the 2 oars and handing one to Mishi Lia. Master, please rest. I'll handle it. Nishua Lia wanted to row both paddles herself. I notice you're getting more and more disobedient. If you keep talking, I'll hit you with this paddle. Chen Fei glared at her and said seriously. You always volunteer to do more when you take charge of something. This could become a habit. It might not be a problem for small matters, but what about critical moments? Even a slight oversight could lead to serious consequences. Seeing Chen Fei's serious expression, Sherry immediately fell silent, her face flushing red at the thought of what he had just said about hitting her with the oar. The two rowed their boat slowly toward the coastline. However, since they were both injured, their progress was slow. The sun overhead was blazing hot, and Chen Fei felt parched, his lips growing dry and cracked. He even experienced waves of dizziness. This was due to his already weakened condition, exacerbated by dehydration. Mish Lia wasn't much better. She stuck out her little tongue, panting, so hot she could almost see steam rising from it. Her snow-white skin was covered in beads of sweat. Though her mouth was almost smoking, she didn't complain. Because Mishi Lia knew that if Chen Fei had a way to replenish his fluids, he would definitely do so. Now that her master was also thirsty, she couldn't add to his troubles. Just then, Chen Fei suddenly felt the sunlight above his head being blocked. Looking up, he saw a dark cloud drifting over. Instantly, Chen Fei's heart filled with joy. He said, let us speed up and row to the shore quickly. It might start pouring soon, and we can replenish our water supply. Master, we can replenish water on the speedboat too. As long as the rain falls, we can just open our mouths to catch it, said Mishi Lia. She didn't want Chen Fei to row too fast, fearing it might aggravate his wounds. As for her own injuries, she didn't pay much attention to them. Slap. What greeted her was a hard slap from Chen Fei, producing a crisp sound. Niu Shiraya shook violently, but her expression didn't show any pain. Instead, she felt a sense of fulfillment and joy. How much water can you catch with your mouth? After a while, we'll run out again. How will we replenish it then? Rain is a great opportunity to store fresh water. We can't just think about the present. Plus, those clouds are huge. It's going to be a heavy rain. The wind and waves will be fierce, and it won't be safe at sea. We have to get ashore quickly. Chen Fei explained rapidly. Niu Lia was still savoring the sensation from being struck earlier. Are you listening? Chen Fei shot her a sideways glance. The blonde-haired, blue-eyed girl froze, her snow-white face turning crimson as if it could blush. I know. The two of them paddled faster, heading toward the shore. The 2-kilometer distance quickly shrunk to just over 200 meters. The coastline was in sight, and they were about to land. Clang! But just then, a loud clang came from the bottom of the speedboat. Immediately, the speedboat began to shake violently, losing its balance completely. Ah! Niu Shiraya screamed in terror, not knowing what was happening, her blue eyes filled with panic. Sharks are attacking. Chen Fei furrowed his brows and immediately made his judgment. Speedboats, designed for speed, have a streamlined shape resembling fish, making them easy targets for shark attacks. If they're moving fast, there's no danger, but now that we're out of fuel and moving slowly, we become an easy target. Stay calm, keep paddling forward, we're almost there. Chen Fei persisted in moving forward. There were only 100 meters left. If they fell into the water here, that short distance would become a matter of life and death. Chen Fei could see it now. The shark attacking the speedboat was a fierce tiger shark. Orcas are highly aggressive sharks and the most dangerous to humans, there's no doubt about it. Clang! The tiger shark, seeing the speedboat about to regain its balance, launched another cunning attack. This time, with a violent jolt, the speedboat was violently thrown off course again. Ah! 122, Desperate Sea, Battle with the Killer Whale. Mish Lia screamed as a sense of weightlessness swept over her, sending her plummeting toward the sea. Chen Fei acted swiftly, relying on instinct, reaching out and grabbing Mishi Lia's small hand tightly. If she fell into the sea here, there was virtually no chance of surviving the tiger shark's bloodthirsty jaws. Moreover, Mishi Lia was injured like him, and any wounds would bleed in the water, attracting even more sharks to attack. Therefore, they absolutely couldn't fall into the water. Hold on tight. Chen Fei used all his strength to hold onto Liaya while the other hand frantically paddled, trying to keep the speedboat balanced and prevent it from capsizing completely. Due to the tension in his muscles, Chen Fei's wounds reopened and bright red blood seeped through the white gauze, flowing out and causing Liaya to wince in pain. But she didn't say to let go, because she knew her master would never abandon her. Ugh! Chen Fei let out a loud shout, mustering his last ounce of strength to pull Liaya up, barely managing to keep her from falling back into the water. Liaya quickly checked Chen Fei's wound and found it wasn't too serious, finally letting out a sigh of relief. Quick, the tiger shark is still there. Chen Fei didn't even have the mind to think about the pain on his body. He continued paddling with Liang. But just then, when they were only about 20 meters from the coastline, the sea winds suddenly picked up, sending waves crashing high into the air, causing the boat to sway violently. A sense of foreboding rose in his heart. As the speedboat veered slightly off course, there was a sudden loud crash. The entire speedboat flipped over instantly. Plop! Chen Fei and Liaya were instantly thrown into the icy cold seawater. This short distance of just 20 meters had become a true death zone. Chen Fei could see the terrifying tiger shark, with its bloodthirsty jaws wide open, charging toward them at top speed. Lia's face turned deathly pale, and she almost forgot to dodge, staring blankly at the tiger shark as it charged toward her. But the next second, Chen Fei quickly pulled away from Liaya and swam toward the opposite direction of the coastline. The tiger shark, as if drawn by something, had been heading toward Liaya to bite her, but suddenly changed course and swam toward Chen Fei. At that moment, Chen Fei had stripped off all his clothes, swimming naked in the sea. Swimming naked, the light reflecting off his skin made him appear brighter, causing the shark to mistake him for a fish with a lot of fat. This made him more attractive to the shark. Additionally, Chen Fei's wounds had just reopened, and the smell of blood was also drawing the tiger shark closer. The reason he swam in the opposite direction of the coastline was naturally to protect Liaya. Master! Liaya didn't understand the principle behind it, but she at least knew one thing: the tiger shark's departure must mean Chen Fei had done something. The master was risking his life to protect her. Chen Fei didn't have many thoughts in his mind. He acted instinctively without considering the consequences. Would he be bitten to death by the tiger shark? Chen Fei hadn't considered it. He only knew that Liaya was willing to sacrifice her life to protect him, so he was willing to sacrifice his life to protect her. The tiger shark was already charging toward them, and Chen Fei's nerves were stretched to the limit. Images flashed through his mind when he had followed his grandfather on the island and encountered sharks. His grandfather had explained what to do if chased by a shark. In that instant, countless thoughts surged through his mind. Slap! Slap! Chen Fei began frantically slapping the water's surface. He remembered this was the first step his grandfather had taught him to startle the shark and slow its movements. Sure enough, when the tiger shark saw the water being slapped by Chen Fei, its movements hesitated for an instant. That split second gave Chen Fei crucial time. Chen Fei acted swiftly. Spotting the oar of the speedboat floating toward him, he grabbed it upside down and thrust the shark tip toward the tiger shark's nose. Splash! The tiger shark, struck in the nose, began twisting violently. Blood flowed from its body, looking extremely gruesome. After twisting, it violently tried to bite Chen Fei. In that very second, Chen Fei seized the opportunity, swung the oar again, and stabbed it into the tiger shark's gills. Thud! This time, the sharp oar pierced through the tiger shark's gills and into its head. The tiger shark writhed in agony, so severely injured that it forgot to attack Chen Fei. Chen Fei wasn't stabbing randomly. If he had just stabbed randomly, he wouldn't have been able to injure the shark. Instead, Chen Fei knew exactly where the shark's weak points were. The two most vulnerable areas were the snout and the gills. If these areas were severely injured, it would be fatal for the shark. Just like now, nearly half the oar had pierced through the gills into the shark's body, an absolute fatal wound. The bright red blood has dyed this entire stretch of sea red. From a distance, Chen Fei saw numerous fins rushing toward this direction. His heart sank instantly. It was a group of great white sharks. Clearly, these great white sharks had detected the scent of blood in the water and were swimming toward them. Chen Fei didn't hesitate for a moment and swam toward the shore. Liaya swam toward Chen Fei. The battle with the sharks had been extremely dangerous, but it had all happened in an instant, lasting less than 10 seconds. But for her, it felt like she had been to hell and back. If Chen Fei had met with misfortune, she wouldn't have wanted to live anymore. The sound of the sharks' bites echoed behind them. After surviving the life-threatening crisis, Chen Fei and Liaya finally made it ashore. The tiger shark had already been devoured by the great white shark. It was precisely because of this that the two were able to reach shore. As soon as he touched the soft sand, Chen Fei collapsed onto the ground, opening his mouth wide and gasping for breath frantically. It was as if he were trying to pull his lungs out of his chest to breathe. With his lungs already injured and having just endured such an extreme battle in the sea, Chen Fei was now on the brink of unconsciousness. It was only during that life or death moment that adrenaline surged through his body, numbing the pain and filling him with fighting spirit. But now, having escaped danger, he felt like a taut string snapped, his entire body drained of strength, unable to move an inch. Bright red blood gushed from his wounds like a fountain, and his face was deathly pale. Master, master! Miss Leah's tears broke free, falling steadily down her cheeks, her eyes red and swollen. She knew that Chen Fei had pushed his body to its absolute limit, fighting with everything he had despite his severe injuries, all to save her. 123, surviving the ordeal, back to the island. It's okay, go pick up shells. The bigger, the better. Place them with the concave side facing up. Hurry up. Chen Fei rested for a moment and finally managed to speak, quickly giving orders. Okay. Miu Leah saw that Chen Fei had finally caught his breath and couldn't help but smile through her tears. She wiped away her tears and snot and went to look for shells. Although she didn't know what Chen Fei's purpose was, she wouldn't question him. The beach had nothing much except shells. Chen Fei didn't specify how many he wanted, so Miss Leah just kept working. Soon, dozens of large shells were arranged along the shore. Boom! Just then, a loud clap of thunder rang out. Chen Fei struggled to get to his feet, but his vision spun, and he nearly stumbled and fell back to the ground. Mishia quickly rushed over and helped him up. Go to that cave. Don't stay by the sea and act like a lightning rod. Alright. Mishlia supported Chen Fei as they made their way toward the cave beside the coastline. Inside the cave, they could avoid the cold, biting sea wind during the storm. In open areas, there was a high risk of being struck by lightning. Whoosh! Just as the two of them entered the cave, a violent storm erupted, with thunder and lightning flashing across the sky, and the rain poured down in torrents. The rain poured down, eventually pooling in the shells. Mishweliya realized what Chen Fei was doing. He was collecting freshwater. Chen Fei was wearing only a pair of briefs, his clothes completely swept away by the seawater. The sea breeze blowing against his body felt extremely cold. Just moments ago, it had been scorching hot, and the temperature had changed so quickly. Starting a fire wasn't that simple. Chen Fei didn't have a fire starter, so he'd have to use the friction method to start a fire, which required dry wood and tinder. Otherwise, it would be impossible to ignite the flames. At that moment, Mishiliya approached and pressed close to Chen Fei. Her situation was similar to Chen Fei's. She had been injured all over her body, and her bandages had come loose from the force of the seawater. Chen Fei still had his briefs on, but she was completely exposed. But in front of Chen Fei, Mishiliya didn't feel shy or embarrassed. She simply revealed herself naturally. The dog gave its owner a hug. Immediately, Mishiliya gently hugged Chen Fei to keep him warm. You need to put something on. I'll make you a set of clothes later. Chen Fei felt the girl's closeness and couldn't help but take a deep breath. Even his previously listless spirit seemed to perk up a bit. I'm already wearing something, look, the dog collar. Miulia lifted her swan-like neck and saw the S-Class Bounty Hunter's badge, shimmering with a golden glow. Click. Woof. Her forehead was smacked by Chen Fei, and the girl covered her head. The two injured were finally able to catch their breath. Once the rain stopped and the sky cleared, they would need to tend to their wounds. Miu Liang relied on the strong willpower she had cultivated over the years to endure the pain and act as if nothing had happened. Chen Fei was no exception. With such severe injuries, he had managed to fight sharks in the ocean. It was nothing short of a miracle. This was largely due to the rigorous training he had received from his grandfather since childhood. But that didn't mean they didn't need treatment. If the wounds became infected, it could be fatal. The storm came quickly and left just as fast. After huddling together in the cave for a while, the rain stopped and the sky cleared. But for some reason, there seemed to be an irresistible attraction between them, like a spell, making neither of them want to part, so they stayed close together. Let us collect the rainwater, otherwise, it'll evaporate in the heat. Once both of them were sweating, Chen Fei spoke first. He took a deep breath, needing to control himself, lest sparks fly. It wasn't that Chen Fei wanted to play the role of Lu Xiaowei, it was just that both of them were injured, and they hadn't even eaten or drunk anything yet. Doing something that would drain their energy would be suicide. Master, please rest well. Leave it to Mishi. Miu Liaya reluctantly left the cave. Chen Fei was still weak and couldn't move easily. But the eager Mishi Liaya soon found herself in a dilemma. Where should we collect this water? Following the coastline and heading toward the recessed areas of the island, there must be marine debris, and plastic bottles are sure to be abundant. Chen Fei reminded her. Plastic cannot be decomposed by nature. Human pollution of the environment has reached a terrifying level. The Pacific Ocean has over 50,000 islands, and tens of thousands of them have never been visited by humans, yet they are all completely covered in marine debris. As Chen Fei had said, Shirley soon gathered over a dozen plastic bottles and began collecting rainwater. Master, drink water. Mishilia handed Chen Fei a bottle of rainwater, which could be drunk without boiling. As the young girl raised the bottle to drink, Chen Fei quickly stopped her and instructed, drink slowly. In a dehydrated state, drinking too much water at once can cause vomiting. You must drink in small sips. Oh, okay. The girl complied, drinking slowly and politely. Chen Fei also hydrated himself, placing the remaining bottles filled with water in the shade. Gulp, gulp. Soon, the sound of rumbling came from Chen Fei's stomach. Clearly, Chen Fei, who hadn't eaten for a long time, was hungry. Mishi Liaya was in a similar state and immediately said, Master, I'll go find something to eat. Wait. Chen Fei stopped her. Don't go wandering into the jungle. The rainforest is dangerous. One wrong move could be fatal. Without him accompanying her, Chen Fei really didn't feel at ease letting her go into the jungle alone. Don't worry, master, I won't go into the jungle. I don't know how to hunt, but when I was picking bottles earlier, I saw some taro outside the jungle over there. I'll go get them now. After saying that, Mishi Liaya ran toward the coastline. Soon, she returned holding several taro roots covered in mud with white skin peeking through. Chen Fei took a look and knew the taro was edible. Use the round knife to cut them open. The round knife is made of stone. It's very simple. No need to go through all that trouble, master. Watch me. Miu Lia smiled, reached into the leather pouch at her waist and pulled out a Nepalese military knife which appeared in her hand. That's impressive, little Mishi. Carrying such a weapon with you. Chen Fei's eyes lit up and he ruffled her hair. The young girl closed her eyes in delight, rubbing her head against Chen Fei's palm. The Nepalese military knife is the most perfect short knife. Its overall design and perfect curvature allow for optimal force distribution. With minimal effort, it can achieve maximum effect. Plus, it's easy to carry. It can be said that in the wilderness, aside from the versatile military shovel, there is no better tool than the Nepalese military knife. Soon, Mishia had sliced the taro and handed it to Chen Fei. Don't rush. First, leave it out in the sun to dry for a while. Otherwise, it will cause alkaloid poisoning. It must be dried before eating. Chen Fei said. 124. Fire making and homemade fishing gear. If we had fire, that would be even better. We could roast it and eat it. However, the skill of starting a fire isn't something you can just learn by listening. Since Chen Fei needed to rest, they had to make do for now. After sun-drying the taro, the two ate the natural potato chips by the shore. After resting for a while longer, Chen Fei stood up and stretched slightly, feeling that he was finally not as weak as before. He went to the edge of the jungle, found some common aloe vera plants, used his military knife to peel them open, crushed the aloe vera flesh, and began applying it to Mishia's wounds. Similarly, Mishia helped Chen Fei apply it to his wounds. The cool aloe vera flesh, with its anti-inflammatory and hemostatic properties, was a valuable remedy for both of them. After briefly tending to the wounds, Chen Fei began preparing for the night. Camping by the sea required a campfire. Master, is this base suitable? Is it the golden cypress wood you mentioned? Mishi Liaya brought over a piece of wood and asked. Let's give it a try. Chen Fei used his Nepalese military knife to carve a notch in it, placing it beneath the base. This was a type of fluffy tinder called old man's beard found on tree trunks. Since it had just rained, there were no dry grass or pine needles on the ground, so they had to use what was on the trees, which was still dry. He propped a small stick against the base and began rubbing it, trying to create sparks to ignite the old man's beard. But after a long while, no sparks appeared. After exhausting all his strength, only a wisp of white smoke emerged, and his palms were rubbed raw with blisters. It won't work. The Nanma wood base is too damp. We can't get any embers out of it. Chen Fei shook his head helplessly. Master, don't lose heart. No campfire is fine. Little Misty will hug you tightly tonight. Miyu encouraged Chen Fei, her pupils gleaming with excitement at the thought of hugging him. A campfire is essential. It not only keeps us warm and protects us from wild beasts but also allows us to cook food. The taro is already gone. We must find a way to get some meat. Chen Fei said, then immediately came up with an idea. He picked up his military knife, went to the edge of the jungle, found a cane palm tree, cut off a branch, and began to trim the edges and corners, preparing to make a bow. Master, are you making a bow and arrow? Yes, I'm making a bow, but not for hunting. It's for starting a fire. Chen Fei nodded slightly and said, a bow and arrow can start a fire? Mishia was extremely curious and wanted to see how it was done. Don't you believe me? Chen Fei glanced at her. I believe you. I'd even believe you if you said you could smash the moon with one slap. Mishia nodded firmly. I think you're mocking me. Pita leaves were used to remove the sharp spines on both sides. After being peeled apart, the two fibrous leaves were rubbed together to form the bowstring. He carved two grooves at both ends of a quanan palm branch, tied the bowstring in place, and the bow was complete. Now we can start a fire. Chen Fei stepped on the Nanma wood base with his foot, placing the wooden stick in the central groove. But this time, he didn't use his hands instead. He used the bowstring to secure the wooden stick, as if tying it in place. In this way, whenever he pulled the bow, the bowstring would cause the wooden stick to spin at high speed. Creak, creak. Like sewing, Chen Fei quickly pulled the bowstring. Under these conditions, the wooden stick rotated 10 times faster than when rubbed by hand. At such high speeds, even the damp Nanma wood base began to dry out due to the heat, emitting white smoke. Black ash gradually squeezed out of the groove. Chen Fei saw this and quickly stopped, pouring all the ash into the old man's beard. Whoosh! A burst of flame erupted, and Chen Fei exhaled deeply. In the wilderness, fire is so important. For humans, fire is the origin of civilization. With fire, civilization can develop, which is why, once a fire is lit in the wilderness, one feels a sense of security and confidence. Chen Fei didn't waste these extra palm leaves either. He wove them together with sea hibiscus leaves to make a small vest and a grass skirt for Mishia. I don't want to wear it. Mishlia shook her head and refused. Ha? Daring to disobey me? Chen Fei was taken aback. She had always been obedient. Master, these hibiscus leaves are too rough. They scratch my skin when I wear them. Alright, then don't wear them. Chen Fei, upon hearing this, could only agree. After all, she had many wounds on her body, and constantly rubbing against these plants could cause bacteria to infect her wounds, greatly increasing the risk of infection. However, she felt that going out with the top down like this was a huge challenge for herself. Hee, you're the best, master. Miyu looked like she was getting her way, wiggling around in front of Chen Fei. Master, I'm hungry again. She immediately clutched her stomach and looked dejected. She had clearly eaten quite a bit of taro earlier, but after working for just an hour, she already felt hungry again? A little starch and carbohydrates aren't very filling, they digest quickly. You need protein and fiber to feel full. Chen Fei said. In simple terms, if you want to fill your stomach, you need to eat meat. Moreover, only by replenishing sufficient protein can injuries heal quickly. Otherwise, with a lack of nutrients, who knows how long we'll have to stay here to recover. But in Chen Fei and Mishi Lia's current condition, they definitely couldn't venture deep into the jungle. Otherwise, they wouldn't be hunting, they'd be delivering meals to the jungle's wild beasts, with their own flesh as the delivery. In other words, the only thing they could eat to replenish protein was fish. The ocean is a treasure trove, teeming with countless fish. Even along the coast, you can see many fish swimming in the water. The problem is, without fishing tools, catching fish with bare hands is virtually impossible. Chen Fei had already searched the area and found no poisonous fish vines. This meant that using fish vine poison to catch fish was out of the question. However, even without fish vines, Chen Fei still had a way to catch fish. Go pick up some seashells, use a stone to crack them open, and set them aside. After giving his instructions, Chen Fei immediately got to work. Miyu Zilia's military knife had already been completely confiscated by Chen Fei. He also collected many plastic bottles, half of which were used to make sand pit distillers, while the other half were cut open by Chen Fei. He cut them at the 1/3 mark from the bottle opening, inverted the bottle openings and fitted them together, then placed the conch meat inside. He dug a small sand pit in the shallow water, placed the fishing device inside, and secured it with stones. 125, a decent catch. The conch meat inside the bottle attracts small fish. The bottle opening acts like a funnel, it's easy for fish to enter but difficult to escape. With good luck, a single fishing device can catch several fish. Of course, only small fish can be caught. Chen Fei explained. The principle of the fishing trap is very simple. Imagine the fish as water and the bottle opening as a funnel. Pouring water into a funnel won't spill out, but what if you pour it from the other side? It's the same principle, easy to get in, but the fish can't find their way out. It's similar to a mouse trap. However, besides this method, Chen Fei had another way to catch fish. Now, both methods must be used simultaneously. After all, these methods rely heavily on luck, and there's no guarantee how many fish can be caught. Plus, they're all small fish, so we can't afford to slack off if we want to fill our stomachs. Chen Fei returned to the beach and gathered some coral stone slabs. He then went to the shallow waters and found a small indentation in the sand near the shore. He inserted the coral stone slabs into the sand beneath the water, enclosing 3 sides. This is a coral stone trap, Chen Fei explained. Oh, master, look! There's a fish in the trap. Mishia saw this and immediately rubbed her hands excitedly, thinking there would be fish to eat soon. But soon, she saw that the fish that swam in quickly swam out again, without staying inside at all. Even if they did stop for a moment, the trap couldn't hold the fish. Those damned fish! They don't even give the master any face. Mishlia angrily swung her fists. Do you think I failed to make the trap properly? Chen Fei glanced at her and asked. No way. The master wouldn't fail. Sherry's eyes darted around nervously, clearly caught off guard. Sigh, you actually don't trust me from the bottom of your heart. What's the point then? Chen Fei rolled his eyes and returned to the cave. The trap hasn't taken effect yet. You see, trap making requires harmony with nature. So we must wait for the right moment. Chen Fei looked up at the sky. It would take roughly 2 more hours for the effect to manifest. The sun was too strong, and staying by the sea would cause sunburn. There were coconut trees, but Chen Fei, who was injured, couldn't climb them, so he had to return to the cave to avoid the sun. Mishlia was worried that Chen Fei was angry, so she followed him in and clung to his arm, acting spoiled. Alright, time for a nap. Stop fussing. Sleep is the best medicine. During deep sleep, the body's functions repair themselves most efficiently. The young girl didn't mind the heat and moved closer. She suddenly felt that living on this island for the rest of her life would be wonderful. As long as she could be with her master, she wouldn't go anywhere else. They could live self-sufficiently on the island and bring Adele over. It would be a dream life. However, she also knew that all of this was just her imagination and impossible to achieve. She felt greedy and shameless. Someone like her, wanting to monopolize her master, was nothing but a delusion. Her expression grew somber. Before going to sleep, Chen Fei cut off a piece of aloe vera and began applying it to her wounds. The previous application had dried out, and keeping the fresh aloe vera juice moist would help the wound heal faster. Master, I'm so ugly, aren't I? What? Chen Fei paused, looking at Mishi Liaya, who had a somber expression. These wounds, even after they heal, will leave scars, just like the ones from before. They'll be so ugly, disgusting to look at. She said this, her eyes welling up with tears. The more she thought about it, the more she felt unworthy of Chen Fei. Being able to stay by his side and serve him was already a tremendous blessing. How could she even dare to think such unrealistic thoughts? Thinking of this, Mishi Liaya couldn't help but shrink back, feeling utterly inferior. But the next moment, a sense of weightlessness washed over her, and she was suddenly pulled toward Chen Fei. Feeling his breath brush against her face, her heart stopped, and her mind went blank, as if her thoughts had ceased to exist. What is the master doing? Your wounds are half for your sister and half for me. Therefore, every scar is a badge of your bravery. They're not ugly, they're beautiful. If you ever say such self-destructive words again, I'll punish you. Chen Fei said softly. Miyu Lia's nose grew sore, and tears fell from her eyes. All these years, who knew the pain in her heart? Only the person before her, her master, understood her so deeply. Emotion and various feelings erupted within her. Master, I'll serve you. She suddenly lowered her head, her face flushing red as she spoke. Go to sleep. When it's time for you to serve, you won't be able to escape. Chen Fei suppressed his thoughts and spoke bluntly before lying down to sleep. He wasn't the type to be shy. If she hadn't been injured, she would have been with him long ago. Why would he need to hold back? Miss Lia stared dreamily at Chen Fei's sleeping profile, her emotions building up until they couldn't be contained anymore. She couldn't help but reach down with her hands. Gradually, her eyes grew hazy, her breathing grew heavy, and her face flushed red. 2 hours of sleep passed in the blink of an eye. When Chen Fei woke up, he found Mishi Liaya still asleep. He quietly got up without waking her, left the cave, and went to the beach. Upon seeing what was there, he couldn't help but feel a surge of joy. A significant find. There was a mackerel in the coral stone trap, wriggling in the sand pit but unable to escape the trap. Wow, master, this trap really can catch fish. Miss Elia had woken up at some point and ran over to Chen Fei. Seeing the fish in the sand pit, she finally understood how the trap worked. It turns out it works by using the tides to catch fish. When we set up the trap earlier, this shallow area was still covered in water. The fish could swim in but not out. However, once the tide went out, the fish trapped inside couldn't escape in time and got stranded in the trap, surrounded by coral stone slabs, making it impossible for them to return to the sea. Mishi Liaya realized with a sudden understanding. Do you believe me now? The dog has always believed in its master. Chen Fei didn't hold her confident tone against her and returned to where he had placed the homemade fishing devices. Following the coastline, he retrieved all 5 plastic bottles. Each bottle contains 6 or 7 small fish. What a catch! 5 plastic bottles yielded around 30 fish. Of course, the largest of these small fish were only as big as a finger. 30 of them combined weighed roughly the same as the mackerel trapped in the coral trap. In any case, the fish they caught were enough to feed 2 people. Among the marine debris were oil drums discarded from oil tankers. Chen Fei found one with minimal rust, cut it open with a military knife and rinsed it with seawater. This made a simple pot. 126, a month had passed. He poured in 2 bottles of collected rainwater, prepared the mackerel, and disposed of the smaller fish as he pleased. All were thrown into the oil drum, along with fresh pine needles and soft twigs, which are rich in vitamin C. The water used to cook the fish must not be wasted. The fish soup must be drunk later. This way, not only will protein be supplemented, but vitamins will also be provided. Wow, it smells so good. Miyu took a sip of the fish soup. It didn't have much flavor, after all, there were no seasonings, just the pure taste of fish. But when you're hungry, anything tastes delicious, and there is nothing to complain about. Burp, little Mishi. Chen Fei finished eating, burped, and said to Mishi Liaya, next time you need to go, remember to go outside the cave. Miyu Lia froze, puzzled why Chen Fei suddenly reminded her of that. She certainly wouldn't relieve herself inside the cave. But suddenly, she realized something, and her face turned bright red, like a boiling teapot. Her heart raced wildly, almost leaping out of her throat. Fortunately, Chen Fei didn't notice her unusual behavior. Little Mishue, does your Bounty Hunters Guild have any missions to take down the sea tyrant? Chen Fei changed the subject abruptly. He had been thinking all along about how to confront those high-ranking tyrants. Lilith and Shima Mami weren't worth mentioning. They were allies he could rely on, so they were definitely last on his list. As for Rosen and Alonso, they were already dead. Chen Fei's true opponents were now down to 6. Of course, once one of the top 10 tyrants dies, a replacement will take their place. However, it is impossible for a replacement to appear in the short term. They must first endure fierce battles to compete for the position. And those who emerge from such battles are not yet a threat. Chen Fei has set his first goal relatively low. He knows little about the top 3 tyrants, with even their basic information scarce in the records. Therefore, contemplating strategies against them at this stage seems impractical. You have to take things one step at a time. It was clear that Chen Fei's first targets were the 6th tyrant Eric, the 5th tyrant Morata, and the 4th tyrant Vera. According to the records, they have 5,000 troops, 7,000 troops, and 10,000 troops respectively. Combined, that's over 20,000 troops. Of course, they're only temporarily allied against Lilith and Shimamami. During other times, they're rivals, so they're not a united front, and Chen Fei can't take on all three at once. However, even if he were to take them down one by one, 5,000 troops would still be an insurmountable number for Chen Fei at his current strength. Therefore, Chen Fei is considering two strategies. The first is to build up his forces and confront them head-on. The second option is to avoid forming a faction, relying instead on strategy and tactics to exploit the strengths of various parties, starting with small victories to gradually undermine them from within. But no matter which path he chooses, it will be extremely difficult. "Hey, what are you thinking about?" Chen Fei asked after a while, but heard no response. He turned to look at Mishi Lia, only to see her face flushed red, causing him to startle. "Fever?" He quickly placed his hand on the girl's forehead and found that while her temperature was slightly elevated, it wasn't high enough to be considered a fever, which slightly eased his concerns. He was puzzled. She was sitting here just fine, why was her face red? They had been sitting in the open-top car for so long, could she suddenly become shy? "No, it's nothing. What would you like to know, master?" Miss Lia, of course, wouldn't reveal the truth. She quickly changed the subject and asked. "I was wondering, since pirates are always in large groups, you bounty hunters can't all fight alone, can you? You mentioned earlier that there are small teams. So if you're facing a tyrant-level pirate, would you bounty hunters band together?" Chen Fei asked. The Bounty Hunter Guild isn't a group of righteous heroes, but it's a force that can be utilized. After all, there are so many bounty hunters who make a living by hunting pirates. Since that's the case, they can't be ordinary people. There are small teams that collaborate, but they're not formed to take down tyrants. After all, such targets are simply too powerful. Of course, it's also because my rank was too low before, so I couldn't connect with higher-ranked teams. I've just heard that within the guild, there are S-rank teams, where all members must be S-rank bounty hunters. They unite with the sole purpose of taking down tyrants. It's said that the captain of this team is the disciple of the founder, Tang Feng Tian. Mishi Liaya said. Chen Fei heard this and his eyes lit up. This was exactly the kind of help he needed. On the pirate front, he could start developing his influence through Lilia, while the bounty hunters were also a group he couldn't afford to ignore. Though Chen Fei himself wasn't a bounty hunter, Mishi Liaya was, and she had already reached S-rank. "Let's go and make contact then. You have the qualifications," Chen Fei said. Mishu Liaya had no objections. Since she had obtained the S-rank bounty hunter title, she hadn't taken on a single bounty mission, instead staying with Chen Fei the entire time. Therefore, she had never been to the guild and had never come into contact with an S-rank team. This time, once they returned to the guild island, she would follow her master's instructions and make contact. After Chen Fei made up his mind, he didn't think too much about it. Things in this world don't always go perfectly according to plan. Life sometimes requires taking one step at a time. The most important thing right now was to recover from his injuries. Without a healthy body, everything else is meaningless. Days passed one after another. After spending nearly a month recuperating by the sea, he survived on fishing, distilled water, and rainwater. His nutrition wasn't lacking, and his external injuries had healed almost completely. This was also because both Chen Fei and Mishi Liaya had excellent physical constitutions. If it had been anyone else, they would still be bedridden by now. The ship's doctor had said that Mishi Liaya would be able to walk in a month and fully recover in 3 months. But now, after just 1 month, she was already fully recovered. Chen Fei now feels that he is mostly fine, though his lung capacity is not as strong as before, clearly due to the injury to his lungs. However, this will also recover gradually, it is just a matter of time. After a month of beach life, Chen Fei feels like he's tanned several shades darker, with his skin now a healthy wheat color. Mishua Liaya, however, remains as pale as ever, as white as milk ice cream. Ha! On the beach, Mishi Liaya swept her leg out, her calf cutting through the air with a whistle, and kicked Chen Fei in the waist. Chen Fei saw this and instinctively dodged to the side while reaching out to grab the girl's leg. But just as he touched Chen Fei's waist, an odd change occurred. The calf bent backward, like a clamp gripping Chen Fei's waist, using the force to swing him violently. The girl's petite body arched through the air in a graceful curve. 127. Mishi Liaya suffers from stomachache. The next second, the other foot landed heavily on Chen Fei's body, her movements agile to the extreme, directly mounting Chen Fei's neck. Her hands wrapped around his neck from behind, and her legs crossed, with her knees pressing against the most vulnerable sides of his waist. "Master, you've lost again." Mishu Lia giggled as she sat on Chen Fei's neck. I'm not practicing anymore. Chen Fei returned to the cave to rest, feeling dejected. Since both of them had recovered from their injuries half a month ago, they had started practicing together. Originally, Chen Fei didn't want to train at all. After all, what's the fun in bullying a girl? But the result was that he hadn't won a single match in half a month. He hadn't realized it before, but Mishi Liaya's martial arts were actually this formidable. What level are you at in your martial arts? Although Chen Fei couldn't beat her after fighting for so long, he understood why he kept losing. Mishi Liaya used grappling techniques, which allowed her to defeat him. Grappling emphasizes using softness to overcome strength. Even if one is inferior in strength and stamina, through prolonged grappling, one can gradually gain the upper hand and ultimately secure victory. Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu Black Belt, 9th Dan. Miyu Lia lifted her snow-white chin, like a proud little swan. This martial art is the thing she is most proud of. Damn it, isn't this already top tier? Chen Fei was speechless, no wonder he couldn't win even once. This also made Chen Fei realize that without firearms, in close combat, he was far too weak compared to a master like Mishi Liang. He must improve in this area as well. Although, in naval battles at sea, firearms are often necessary, close combat skills are indispensable. Master, don't lose heart. You'll surpass me with just a little practice. Mishi Liaya hurried to comfort him, afraid he'd be upset. Don't comfort me. Your martial arts skills aren't just flashy moves practiced in a dojo, they're honed in life or death battles. Reaching your level isn't something that can be achieved easily. Don't belittle yourself just to please me. Chen Fei scoffed. Many people with high martial arts ranks just sign up for classes at a dojo, take exams, and that's it. They're like flowers in a greenhouse, always wearing full protective gear in real fights, just going through the motions. How can someone trained in such an environment compare to Mishi Liaya? She must have been a bounty hunter for many years. As a petite girl with physical and strength disadvantages, she could still succeed time and again, which proves that her combat skills have reached a masterful level. Because she can't wear protective gear and there's no such thing as stopping short, one mistake means certain death. The martial arts she's honed in such dangerous conditions aren't just for show, they're real killing skills. Xiaomashue, why don't you teach me some combat techniques? Chen Fei said. He must focus his mind on the task at hand to avoid being distracted by his inner thoughts. After being stranded on the island for a month, although his body had recovered, the lack of information left Chen Fei feeling uneasy. It was like being cut off from the outside world. The plan to deal with the 10 tyrants was still unclear, and he needed to go to the Guild Island to contact the S-rank group. As for Luo Bing's whereabouts, there was no information at all on this desolate island. To leave this island, he absolutely needed a boat. He could build a bamboo raft, but such a contraption would be pure suicide on the open sea. Trying to sail a bamboo raft to the Guild Island was like attempting to fly to the moon with a parachute, impossible. Therefore, they must wait. Whether it's a rescue team or enemies, as long as someone comes, they will definitely arrive by boat. So, Chen Fei lights numerous bonfires along the shore every day, sending plumes of white smoke into the sky. He believes that eventually, a ship will spot them. Until then, we can only stay on this island. Shall I teach you? Sure. Miyu nodded and said, Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu originated in the land of cherry blossoms and has been gradually refined into its current form. The focus is on throwing and grappling as primary attack methods. The core of combat is using an opponent's force against them, using softness to overcome strength. Before practical training, she explained the techniques in detail. Chen Fei listened intently, as he actually enjoyed hearing such martial arts explanations. As a child, he often heard his grandfather talk about how he had been the top in both Sanzhou and free boxing during his military service, never having encountered a worthy opponent. Of course, this was only something Chen Fei had heard from his grandfather. Chen Fei had never seen his grandfather in action, and when he asked his grandfather to teach him, his grandfather refused, saying he was afraid Chen Fei would use the skills to fight or bully others. In Chen Fei's view, his grandfather was just making excuses. He didn't think his grandfather knew any martial arts at all. At least that's what Chen Fei thought a month ago. But after seeing his grandfather's handwriting in the letter from the Special Unit's commander, Chen Fei began to think that his grandfather might not be bragging, he might actually be the real deal. Pay attention. Just as Chen Fei's mind wandered, he suddenly felt a tap on his head. Miyu Lia shrunk her little hands, feeling extremely anxious. Had her action just now been too bold? How dare she knock on the master's head? Oh no, she'll definitely be scolded by the master. Instantly, her heart began to race. Sorry, Miss Mishi, please continue. However, Chen Fei wasn't angry at all. Instead, he humbly said, there's nothing I can do about it. I know myself, I get distracted and want to sleep as soon as I start listening. It's an old habit from my school days. As for getting angry, that's impossible. The teacher is talking herself hoarse and I'm daydreaming. How could I possibly get angry? Teacher? Miyuki was stunned, her hands fluttering nervously. Master, please don't call me that. She felt humiliated. The master she had always looked up to was calling her teacher? A teacher transmits knowledge, imparts skills, and resolves doubts. You're teaching me martial arts, isn't that exactly what a teacher does? What's wrong with calling you teacher? It's just the title you use when you're teaching. Chen Fei shrugged it off. Hearing Chen Fei speak like this, Mishi Liaya could only accept the title with trepidation. Alright, fine. Let's start with the first practical lesson. Chen Fei followed the girl's instructions step by step, demonstrating and countering the moves. As time went on, Chen Fei realized that practicing these martial arts was quite challenging and frustrating. It wasn't that the moves were too difficult, on the contrary, under Mishi Liaya's careful explanation, they felt quite simple. The real difficulty lay in the grappling techniques, which were all close-range combat moves. During the exchanges, there was inevitable physical contact. And since the two of them were barely dressed, it was almost like being in an open-air setting, which naturally led to some unwanted thoughts. It wasn't just Chen Fei who felt this way. Mishi Liaya's fair face gradually turned crimson, and the atmosphere began to heat up. She had already recovered, and just as Chen Fei was about to take things further, he saw Mishi Liaya furrow her brows, cover her chest with both hands, and look extremely distressed. Is she having another stomach ache? 128. Entering the jungle to hunt. Chen Fei was deeply concerned and helped Mishi Liaya into the cave. The young girl curled up into a ball, trembling slightly, with cold sweat trickling down her forehead, looking extremely distressed. Her teeth were clenched tightly against her lips, trembling slightly. This had happened several times over the past month. Previously, Chen Fei hadn't had any better solutions. Each time, it had been late at night, with his body still injured, and in the darkness, he couldn't easily venture into the jungle, so he could only let her endure it. However, it was now daytime, and there was still some time before sunset. Chen Fei decided to venture into the jungle to search for something that might alleviate her stomach pain. Nature was a treasure trove, there must be something suitable. He hoped to find it. Additionally, Chen Fei had noticed that the intervals between her stomach attacks were growing shorter. Clearly, this was related to the irregular eating schedule on the island. Although they were living by the shore, catching fish with traps every day, they wouldn't starve to death. However, eating 3 meals a day on a regular schedule was simply impossible. Forget about regular meals, even eating 3 meals a day was a challenge. To be precise, even 2 meals a day were extremely rare. On most days, both of them could only manage 1 meal, barely maintaining the minimum energy required by their bodies. Therefore, after a month of this, it caused even more damage to Mishia, who already had a stomach condition. Don't leave me, master. The young girl reached out her small hand, gripping Chen Fei's fingers tightly, her delicate brows furrowed, and she whispered weakly. I'll go find some medicine for you. Chen Fei explained, but Mishi Liaya kept shaking her head, gripping Chen Fei's fingers even tighter, refusing to let him leave. Alright, I'll take you with me to the jungle. This isn't a solution. The last 2 times, we stayed up half the night until we were too exhausted to sleep. It was torture for her, and Chen Fei couldn't bear to watch. He decided to pick her up and head into the jungle. Although entering the jungle together meant carrying an extra burden, making the situation more dangerous, leaving her on the beach would also be too risky. After all, in her current state, even a single wild beast could easily take her life. Moreover, Mishia was very light, probably weighing less than 45 kilograms, so carrying her wasn't too strenuous. This stretch of jungle wasn't too different from the one Chen Fei had been in before. After all, it was a tropical jungle, so the island was densely forested. Chen Fei carried Mishi Liaya while using a wooden stick to tap the ground ahead, to avoid poisonous scorpions and snakes. However, Chen Fei wasn't walking in a straight line, as that would lead them too quickly into the depths of the jungle, increasing the danger. Instead, he was walking along the edge of the jungle, parallel to the coastline. This way, no matter what happened, they could return to the beach as quickly as possible. Don't worry about me, master. I'll just rest for a moment. This pain is nothing to Mishia whispered in Chen Fei's ear, feeling guilty for holding him back and thinking she was a useless burden. Chen Fei didn't respond, continuing his careful search. Sweat beads kept forming on his forehead in the oppressive heat of the rainforest, making him feel irritable. But Chen Fei forced himself to stay calm, not missing a single plant. Along the way, they encountered many plants, each with its own purpose, but none that could cure stomach ailments. As the sun began to set, Chen Fei could feel the cold sweat from Mishi Liaya's body soaking through his back, and he started to grow anxious. Suddenly, Chen Fei's eyes lit up. There was a tree ahead that looked similar to the others, but the bark on its trunk resembled camouflage. Chen Fei hurried forward to examine it closely. The flower buds on the tree were uniquely cone-shaped. The leaves were simple, alternate leaves, and the trunk had tender bud tips. There was no mistake, this was the milk tree. Excited, Chen Fei drew his military knife and hacked into the trunk, slicing off a large piece of bark. Immediately, milky white sap began to flow out. Little Mishi, come quickly, drink some of the sap. Chen Fei held Mishi Shui in his arms, bringing her small mouth close to the cut trunk, allowing the sap to flow into her mouth. This is called the milk tree because the sap looks like white milk. This sap can be used to relieve stomach pain and has excellent therapeutic effects. Remember this location. If you get sick again, you can come straight here. Chen Fei said happily. Milk trees are quite rare and are considered one of the best plants for treating stomach ailments in the wild. Otherwise, we wouldn't have searched for so long before finding this one. That's why Chen Fei wanted to remember this location. Are you feeling better? After a while, seeing that Mishi Shueya had drunk quite a bit, Chen Fei asked with concern. Yes, master, it doesn't hurt anymore. The dog thanked the master. Although Mishi Liaya's cheeks were still pale and her forehead was covered in cold sweat, her condition had clearly improved significantly. Her brows had relaxed, and it seemed she was out of the woods. When Chen Fei carried her back to the camp, it was already evening. He added some fuel to the campfire, and the flickering light illuminated Chen Fei and Mishi Lia's faces. Tomorrow they would venture deeper into the jungle. Staying by the coast was safer, but food was a major issue. Chen Fei's fishing gear and traps relied heavily on luck. Especially the coral traps, which often went days without catching any fish. The plastic bottle fishing devices were more reliable, but they only caught small fish. They relied on those few dozen small fish each day, eating one meal a day, and two if they were lucky. This wasn't sustainable in the long run. If this continues, if an international rescue team arrives, that would be better. But if enemies come, we won't even have enough to eat. How can we fight them and seize their ships? I'll follow the Master's orders. Miyu Lia had no objections. She was starving every day, and trying to hunt in the jungle sounded worth a shot. After all, she often heard the calls of wild goats inside, and the thought of roasted goat meat made her drool uncontrollably. Rest up and sleep. Chen Fei finished speaking and prepared to rest. However, Mishi Lia slipped into Chen Fei's arms like a smooth eel, pressing her cheek against his chest. The master holds the dog and sleeps. The next morning, Chen Fei checked the fishing traps and found that over the night they had caught over 10 small fish. He immediately cooked them all for breakfast. After eating, he set off into the jungle with Mishi Lia. Both of them were carrying bows and arrows, carefully observing their surroundings along the way, looking for any potential prey. They remained vigilant as they ventured deeper into the jungle, where the number of wild beasts increased and the danger grew steadily. 129. Lin Zadie hunts a crocodile. During their journey, Chen Fei also spotted wild goats and rabbits, but his attempts to shoot them with his bow and arrows were unsuccessful. It's important to note that these animals are extremely cautious, small in size, and highly agile, making them extremely difficult to capture. However, Chen Fei did not give up. After all, the arrows were made from the stems of cattail grass, which was abundant on the island. He could simply use them as needed while making more. Chen Fei always kept around 10 arrows on hand. Master, there's a marshy forest ahead. Mishli pointed ahead and said. Chen Fei saw this and his eyes lit up. The marshland was extremely dangerous, filled with crocodiles, water snakes, and some very fierce fish. But at this moment, it was also a treasure trove for Chen Fei. Want to eat crocodile meat? Chen Fei turned to ask Mishi Lia. What? Catch crocodiles? Isn't that too dangerous? Miyu Lia was taken aback. She had eaten crocodile meat before, but that was in a restaurant completely different from catching one herself. She had only thought of hunting herbivorous animals. But she never expected Chen Fei to plan on catching crocodiles. Well, there's no choice. Those goats and rabbits are as cunning as ghosts. Catching them isn't easy. Crocodiles are aggressive, but there are more of them, so they're easier to catch. As the saying goes, fortune favors the bold. If we want to eat our fill, we must take risks. Chen Fei said. Miyue listened to her master. She said honestly. Whatever Chen Fei decided, even if it meant catching dinosaurs, she wouldn't bat an eyelid. Alright, let's try to find smaller crocodiles that'll be safer. Stay right behind me and don't wander off. Chen Fei instructed Mishi Lia, then began scooping up the mud from the marsh and smearing it on his body. This is to prevent sand flies from biting. Earlier, on that deserted island, when they entered the marshland, Mishi Lia hadn't followed along. Now, seeing Chen Fei smearing mud on his body, her big eyes were filled with confusion. Chen Fei noticed her confusion and explained, this mud, when applied to the body, prevents sandfly bites and avoids infection. It's essential to apply it properly. Otherwise, if you get bitten, it could be fatal. After hearing Chen Fei's explanation, Mishi Lia understood, but she didn't move. Instead, she came to Chen Fei and said dreamily, Master, please apply it to the dog. I'll help you with the parts you can't reach on your back, Chen Fei said. Not just the back, everywhere. I don't have time. Chen Fei firmly refused. He wasn't a saint. Prolonged contact might lead to unwanted thoughts. Controlling himself for a month had already been difficult enough. Now was the critical phase of the hunt. He couldn't afford any complications. Then let the dog get bitten to death. Poor thing. Mayuya squatted down, drawing circles on the ground with her fingers. She looked like she wouldn't help if Chen Fei didn't. Come here. Chen Fei had already finished applying it himself, so he simply pulled her over and began spreading it evenly over her body. He didn't want Mishi Lia to always be so submissive. Having a little personality was fine. This was his way of spoiling her for once. The master's hands aren't behaving. Slap. After helping Mishi Lia apply the mud to prevent sandflies, Chen Fei walked ahead and entered the forest first. She, however, couldn't stand steadily, her legs trembling as she followed behind. Thinking back to what had just happened, her face was still flushed with embarrassment. Crocodiles are cold-blooded animals, so they tend to stay in areas with direct sunlight. Earlier, Chen Fei had been avoiding crocodiles, so he had been walking in the shadows, deliberately avoiding areas where crocodiles might be. But now they were here to hunt, so they wouldn't just keep hiding. However, Chen Fei wasn't reckless enough to charge directly into areas with large sunlight exposure that would be suicide. The larger the area exposed to sunlight, the larger the crocodiles that would be there. After all, the biting force of these large crocodiles was something Chen Fei couldn't handle. Especially once they bit down, they could twist with enough force to kill him instantly. Therefore, Chen Fei is seeking areas with less sunlight. Within any animal group, there is also competition. This is a well-known principle: survival of the fittest, the strong survive. This is even more evident in nature. Smaller crocodiles naturally stay in areas with less sunlight because they can't compete with the larger ones. Master, look over there. The sharp-eyed Mishia suddenly shouted. Chen Fei followed her gaze and saw, beside a tree in a marshy area, under the mottled leaves, scattered rays of sunlight filtering through. In that patch of water, 2 eyes were floating on the surface. Crocodiles. Chen Fei's heart sank. This was the crocodile's most common posture, submerging its entire body in the water while keeping only its eyes above the surface. This allowed it to observe its surroundings and remain in a constant state of ambush, ready to attack any prey that passed by. Judging by the distance between the eyes, it was likely a young crocodile. Chen Fei's eyes lit up. This was exactly the target he needed. Such a crocodile would be relatively easier to hunt. I'll distract it from the front, you go around and attack from behind. Immediately, Chen Fei handed the Nepalese military knife to Mishiliaya and took a long branch in his own hands, thrusting it directly at the crocodile. Feeling the human hostility, the crocodile immediately opened its mouth to bite. Even though it was just a small crocodile, its biting force was incredibly powerful. The thick wooden stick in Chen Fei's hand became extremely fragile under the crocodile's sharp teeth and was bitten off in one gulp, sending wood chips flying everywhere. But just at that moment, Mishiliaya seized the opportunity, charging from behind the crocodile and leaping onto its back. She stabbed the crocodile's head with her military knife. The crocodile twisted a few times but was instantly immobilized. The battle was won. Mishiliaya raised 2 fingers and gave a thumbs-up sign. A small crocodile was enough to feed 2 people for a day. Chen Fei was also very happy. He hadn't had a proper meal in ages, surviving on nothing but small fish and shrimp for a month. It was torture. Thinking about the grilled alligator meat he was about to eat, he couldn't help but feel excited. But just then, Chen Fei suddenly noticed a large alligator approaching quickly from behind Mishiliaya, and his heart skipped a beat. Watch out! In the blink of an eye, Chen Fei sprinted forward at top speed, pulling Mishiliaya in front of him. At the exact same moment, the large crocodile suddenly opened its bloodthirsty jaws and bit down. Crack! With a deafening crash, the tree trunk was torn off in a large chunk, wet wood chips flying everywhere. One could only imagine the immense force of that bite. Mishiliaya saw the gash on the tree trunk and felt a chill run down her spine. She couldn't help but think, if that had hit me, it would have at least bitten off one of my legs. Scared the dog to death. 1:30, Chen Fei was bitten. Mishiliaya, still shaken, rushed to Chen Fei's side, her heart pounding. Scared the dog to death. Thank goodness the owner was there. That big crocodile is too cunning. Chen Fei clearly didn't expect the crocodile to pull this trick. The mantis catches the cicada, but the sparrow is behind. The mantis is Chen Fei and Mishi, but the cicada and sparrow are both crocodiles. Although they narrowly escaped this attack, danger was still lurking. The large crocodile, having missed its strike, charged forward at top speed, ready to attack again. Follow me. Chen Fei grabbed Mishi and began running around the tree trunk. At this moment, they absolutely couldn't run in a straight line. In this swampy forest, they stood no chance against the crocodiles. Moreover, running blindly in panic might alert more crocodiles. Fortunately, there was a tree growing in the water nearby. Though not very thick, it was sufficient for maneuvering. Chen Fei led Mi Shui around the tree trunk, running in circles like a king circling a pillar. Although the large crocodile was fast, in this situation, since they weren't running in a straight line, speed wasn't as critical. In terms of agility, no creature could match humans. For a time, the large crocodile couldn't catch the 2 of them. This won't work, master. We'll eventually get bitten. Mishia's breathing grew heavy. Though she was running in place, the physical exertion was no small feat, especially with her calves constantly submerged in water, making each step even more exhausting due to the water's resistance. Don't panic. Watch me and follow my lead, Chen Fei said in a low voice. He wasn't just running away. He had already figured out how to take down the giant crocodile. But the timing wasn't right yet. After all, Chen Fei couldn't afford to make a mistake. If he did, he might end up sacrificing both himself and Mishi here. As for the right timing, it was simple: wait until the crocodile's stamina was depleted. Chen Fei and Ma Xue were exhausted, but the giant crocodile was no exception. Cold-blooded animals all share a weakness: poor stamina. Whether it's crocodiles or snakes, they prefer to end the fight quickly rather than engage in prolonged battles. For them, prolonged combat is equally deadly. Once their stamina is depleted, they risk turning from hunters into prey. Now was the moment. As the crocodile's speed finally slowed down, Chen Fei suddenly stopped in his tracks and jumped up. He lunged forward and landed directly on the crocodile's back. The crocodile clearly didn't expect that these two creatures, which had only dared to flee for their lives, would dare to counterattack. Caught off guard and weakened by exhaustion, it was immediately pinned down by Chen Fei. Immediately, under the terrified gaze of Manhwa, Chen Fei managed to pin the crocodile's gaping jaws shut with his bare hands. Quick, stab it in the spine at the back of its head. Chen Fei shouted loudly. Manhwa no longer hesitated, rushing forward and swinging her knife. The sharp military knife instantly pierced the crocodile's spine at the back of its head, severing it cleanly. The massive crocodile twitched slightly twice before coming to a complete stop. Phew! Master, that was too dangerous. If you hadn't held the crocodile's mouth shut, it would have bitten you to death. Manhwa wiped the sweat from her forehead, pouting her lips in a scolding manner. Are you teaching me how to do this? Chen Fei tapped her forehead, knowing she was concerned, and explained calmly, the jaw muscles of a crocodile are extremely powerful, giving it tremendous biting force. However, all its muscles are designed to enhance biting strength, not opening its mouth. In other words, as long as you keep its mouth closed, it cannot open it. Manhwa finally understood that crocodiles only possess great strength when they bite down. Their mouths, however, are easy to press shut because the force required to open them is minimal. But she was well aware that while it sounded simple when Chen Fei explained it, putting it into practice was extremely difficult and dangerous. Who could possibly know the best moment to act? The slightest mistake would be like handing the crocodile its dinner on a platter. This was a big haul. We caught both small and large ones, enough for us to feast on. Chen Fei was very satisfied with this haul. Risk and opportunity go hand in hand. The more dangerous it is, the more you gain. These two crocodiles combined would be enough for 2 people for 3 days. Of course, if we were to conserve food, we could stretch it out for longer. But there is no need for that, we'll just keep hunting after we finish eating. Besides, in this environment, preserving food is extremely difficult. The previous island had saline soil, but this one didn't. To get salt, Chen Fei distilled and filtered seawater. However, the amount was very small, enough only for personal use to replenish salt levels. Using it to cure meat was out of the question. Let's go back to the beach. Chen Fei carried the large crocodile on his shoulders, while Manhwa carried the smaller one. The two of them headed toward the edge of the forest. SSSS. However, as soon as Chen Fei took a few steps out, when he passed by a forest tree, his toes suddenly ached and his entire body trembled. He quickly lifted his foot out of the water to check the situation. Upon seeing the tooth marks on his toes, Chen Fei immediately realized that he had been bitten by a catfish. What happened to the master? Manhwa was startled and quickly checked the situation. I was bitten by a catfish. Luckily it wasn't a water snake, otherwise I would have been in trouble. Chen Fei said solemnly. If I had been bitten by a water snake, there's no anti-venom here, and I wouldn't know if I could survive. But the catfish here also have poisonous teeth, though not as deadly as a water snake, they're still quite painful. Damn it, dare to bite me? Today, you'll add another piece of fish meat to my meal. Chen Fei grabbed his military knife, didn't even bother to aim, and stabbed it forcefully at the tree trunk underwater. The water surface violently churned a few times before returning to calm. In the murky water, blood began to spread. Chen Fei reached out and grabbed it, pulling up a massive catfish weighing over 10 pounds. Such catfish prefer to dwell in the root cavities of trees in the forest swamp. Chen Fei's toes had been bitten because his fingers or toes, when moving in the water, resembled small fish, and catfish feed on small fish. That was why he had been attacked. After leaving the marshland, Chen Fei found a large rock nearby and sat down. Chen Fei's toes, where he had been bitten, were bleeding profusely, and some of the wounds had even swollen up. Master, I'll go find some aloe vera for you. Manhwa, seeing this, said anxiously. It's no use. The toxins in the catfish's teeth only stop bleeding, they don't neutralize the poison. We need ammonia to neutralize the toxins. Chen Fei said. Ammonia? In simple terms, it's urine. Chen Fei explained, feeling a sense of helplessness. This damn thing. I'm soaked in sweat, where would I find urine now? Even if I start hydrating immediately, it would take a long time for it to convert. Manhwa seemed to understand Chen Fei's predicament. She suddenly stepped forward, her face flushing, and whispered softly, Master, please close your eyes. 131, Night Raid by a Pack of Wolves. Manhwa's eyes were filled with shyness as she whispered softly, Master, please close your eyes. What? Oh, please close your eyes quickly. Chen Fei closed his eyes and felt a hand cover his nose. Immediately, a warm sensation flowed down to his feet. The swelling and pain subsided significantly. Alright, Master, let's go back to the beach. Manhwa finished speaking and walked ahead first, too shy to look back at Chen Fei. Little Mishi, are you declaring that I'm your territory? Chen Fei quickly caught up and walked beside the girl, gazing at her soft, pink cheeks, finding her utterly adorable. No way. Only male dogs mark their territory. I'm a female, so the master isn't allowed to bully the dog. The young girl's face was so delicate it seemed like it could melt, and facing Chen Fei's teasing, she felt completely flustered. But deep down, an intense thrill made her heart race uncontrollably. Chen Fei stopped teasing her, shouldered the large alligator, and carried the catfish back to the beach. He slit open the catfish, peeled off the tenderloin from both sides, and tossed the rest into the sea. This was such a luxurious meal. The tenderloin was the most delicate part of the catfish, and the rest wasn't even worth eating. There was no choice. This type of fish spoils easily. If not eaten in one sitting, it would likely go bad. While the tenderloin could be eaten raw in special circumstances, with a campfire available, it was better to cook it thoroughly to avoid the risk of parasites. Fish meat cooks quickly. Just grill it for a moment, and the tempting fats start to drip out. Sprinkle some sea salt and add a few fresh pine needles. It looks pretty decent. For Chen Fei and Ma Xue, who had been starving for hours, it was a feast for the senses. After filling their stomachs, Chen Fei began to prepare the two alligators. Once cooked, alligator meat resembles chicken breast, with very low fat content. Compared to beef, it contains only half the fat for the same amount of protein. However, the texture isn't great, as the low fat content makes it a bit dry. But in a situation where food was scarce, having something to eat was already a blessing. Who would complain? The tastiest part of the crocodile was the tail, as crocodiles not only use their mouths to bite their prey but also swing their tails to strike. After processing the two crocodiles, Chen Fei buried the unwanted parts and placed all the meat over the campfire to roast. Chen Fei planned to roast all the meat until it was fully cooked, enough to last 2 days, and store it in a shaded area to prevent it from spoiling too quickly. After finishing the work, it was almost dark. Surviving in the wild is so difficult for humans. Every day, they have to spend all their strength just to eat and drink. When they wake up, they have to worry about food again. Chen Fei wouldn't continue like this forever. He had already decided to leave the island. We can't just sit around like little babies. I've decided to start building a boat tomorrow. That night, Chen Fei said in the cave. The dog listened to its master, but building a boat isn't easy, and making it withstand the wind and waves is even harder. Mishia said. Chen Fei nodded. He knew how difficult it would be, but there was no other option. The three tyrants didn't seem to be searching for them, and the rescue team wouldn't arrive anytime soon. Was he supposed to just stay here and wait? That wasn't Chen Fei's style. When we entered the jungle earlier, I found a lot of teak wood. It's perfect for building a ship. Maybe we can give it a try. From this island to the Guild Island, if we use a wooden ship, it should take 3 days if everything goes smoothly. In any case, it's better than just sitting here waiting. Chen Fei said. Are we supposed to stay on this island forever? Even with a beauty by my side, that's not an option. Chen Fei had a mission to fulfill, and Lin Xianer was waiting for him in Dasha. He had to take action. Previously, he hadn't planned to build a boat himself because he hadn't found suitable materials. Using a bamboo raft would be suicide. But a wooden boat is different. If built properly and with the right materials, it might actually work. Alright, the dog will help its master build the boat. Snap. As usual, he teased me Shui before bed. After spending some time together, Chen Fei noticed that although she seemed carefree, she actually felt some fear when it came to the crucial moment. Perhaps it brought back painful memories. Although she wouldn't refuse him, Chen Fei wanted things to happen naturally and didn't want her to feel uncomfortable, otherwise it wouldn't be fun. Deep into the night, Chen Fei, who was asleep, suddenly heard the sound of scraping on the sand. Already on high alert, Chen Fei immediately opened his eyes and looked toward the entrance of the cave. Suddenly, he saw a pair of eerie green eyes glowing menacingly in the darkness. Get up quickly. Chen Fei slapped Mishi Liaya hard, instinctively slinging his bow and arrows behind him. The girl showed no hesitation, having grown accustomed to surviving in the wild. She also slung her bow and arrows onto her back and followed Chen Fei out of the cave. Arg! A wolf's howl suddenly echoed across the sandy beach, revealing 6 wild wolves closing in from all directions. Chen Fei and Mishi were startled by the sight. The two charged forward at top speed. If they were completely surrounded, they would be attacked to death by the wild wolves. The only chance of survival was to break through. Climb the coconut trees. Humans couldn't outrun wild wolves, so they couldn't keep running. The best option was to climb a tree. However, there were only a few trees on the sandy beach, and most of them were coconut trees, which were difficult to climb. But there was no other choice now. They had to climb up as quickly as possible. Miyu Lia leaped upward with all her strength, clinging to the trunk, and began climbing upward with all her might. Chen Fei followed closely behind. After climbing 5 or 6 meters, he felt a pair of small feet land on his shoulders. Master, I can't hold on anymore. This trunk is so slippery. Mishi Lia was frantic with anxiety. She wished she had climbed the tree later. If she fell, she would drag Chen Fei down with her. Don't worry, coconut trees are hard to climb. Wait a moment. Chen Fei exerted all his strength, clamping the trunk between his legs, then untied the sea hibiscus from Mishue's skirt and tied it around her ankles. Using the hibiscus tied to her ankles to increase friction, he was able to climb the tree more effectively. Sure enough, with the additional hibiscus, Mishi Lia felt as though she were stepping on stairs, making it much easier than before. Who would have thought that a small piece of hibiscus could be so effective? Chen Fei followed suit, tying the hibiscus to his ankles, and continued climbing upward until he finally reached the top of the tree. On average, a coconut tree is about 30 meters tall. At this height, wild wolves would never be able to climb up. This shouldn't be happening. I clearly buried the processed crocodile and catfish innards, and there shouldn't be any blood smell left. Why are these creatures still coming to the beach? Chen Fei was very curious. 132. Coconut Cannonball, kill the alpha wolf. For humans, the depths of the jungle are dangerous. For these wild beasts, however, the opposite is true. Coming to the beach also means danger, as they might be spotted by humans. After all, for animals, humans are the most terrifying existence. Therefore, wild beasts generally avoid beaches. Unless, of course, they are drawn there by something. Chen Fei had always handled things well, but he never expected to attract a pack of wild wolves. What puzzled him even more was that the wolves didn't go to the pit where he had buried the animal innards but instead charged straight toward him, as if they had a specific goal in mind. Master, I'm sorry. Mishliya on the treetop suddenly whispered softly. Why are you apologizing? It's not that. The wild wolf pack is chasing us because of me. I'm on my period. Mishliya whispered. Chen Fei was speechless. How could he have forgotten that? Alright, but there's nothing we can do about it. It's not your fault you couldn't control it. Don't worry too much, at least we're safe for now, right? Chen Fei smiled and said. But how are we going to get down? Mishliya saw the 6 wolves below. Their green eyes were flashing, and they were circling the coconut tree menacingly, clearly intending to surround the two of them. Wolves are smart and cunning. They knew that Chen Fei and Mishliya couldn't stay on the tree for too long, or they'd be dead. As long as they stayed below, they could delay the two of them. There are 5 coconuts here. We can hold on for a while longer. Once the coconut water is gone, Master, we'll be in danger. This little bit of coconut juice and flesh won't last much longer. Mishliya looked at the coconut juice on the tree and said. If we really use these coconuts for food, we might end up dying here. If we use them for something else, we might still have a chance to survive. Chen Fei frowned and said in a low voice. Master, what do you mean by that? Mishliya looked confused and curious, not understanding what Chen Fei meant. But before she could react, Chen Fei twisted a coconut, grabbed the green one in his hand, aimed at the wild wolf below, and threw it down. Whoosh! With a piercing sound, the coconut flew through the air like a cannonball, crashing into one of the wolves. A loud howl echoed through the air. The coconut struck the wolf's back, causing it to let out a painful howl. The other wolves were all startled, never expecting the humans in the tree to possess such a powerful weapon. In reality, a coconut with its husk isn't particularly heavy, weighing no more than 10 pounds at most. However, with a 30-meter drop, what does that mean? Even the lightest object, when falling at high speed, becomes extremely destructive, its power amplified many times over. From such a height, a coconut hitting a wild wolf is like being struck by a cannonball. The wolf that was hit began to stagger, clearly suffering severe injuries to its spine. The remaining 5 wolves nearby also began to show signs of retreat. It seems I made the right judgment. The one I hit is the alpha wolf of the pack. Chen Fei, seeing this scene, couldn't help but feel excited. He had made his judgment based on strength and the appearance of their fur, just like humans. In fact, animals follow natural laws even more strictly. The stronger and more handsome they are, the more likely they are to become leaders. If the coconut had hit anyone else, it would have been trouble. Not only would we not have been able to drive them back, but it would have enraged the pack even more. But now, with the alpha wolf injured, the other wolves began to show signs of retreat as well. Chen Fei didn't give them the chance to leave safely. The 5 coconuts on the tree were all projectiles Chen Fei could use. He held them all in his hands and threw them one after another, not caring whether they hit the alpha wolf's back or not as long as they hit something. The alpha wolf, already weakened from previous attacks, moved slowly and struggled to dodge the incoming projectiles. 4 of the 5 coconuts hit their mark, striking the alpha wolf's head and back twice each. A loud howl erupted. After a painful howl, the alpha wolf collapsed to the ground. The remaining 5 wolves all gathered around. Chen Fei realized immediately that the alpha wolf was not yet completely dead. If it had died, the pack would have dispersed. The fact that they were still surrounding it meant that the alpha wolf was only severely injured. Chen Fei naturally wouldn't let the alpha wolf go. It wasn't out of any deep-seated hatred, but because the alpha wolf's fur was valuable. The wolf fur Chen Fei had obtained earlier had been left behind on the previous island, which was a great pity. In the wild, having wolf fur for warmth was a great comfort. Catching a cold was no joke. If one were to vomit or have diarrhea, it could be life-threatening. Therefore, Chen Fei was determined to kill this wolf and obtain its fur. Moreover, besides keeping warm, the fur had an even more important use. Once the ship was built, sails would be indispensable. Since it was a wooden ship, it could only rely on oars and wind direction to increase speed. Therefore, an intact wolf pelt could be used as a sail later on. Chen Fei swiftly slid down 20 meters, now only a few meters above the ground, clearly seeing the fierce glances of the wolf pack. However, Chen Fei remained unfazed. After all, wild wolves couldn't climb trees, they could only watch helplessly. He stabilized his body with his legs, drew his bow with both hands, aimed at the dying alpha wolf, and released the bowstring. Whoosh! With a piercing whistle, the arrow struck the lead wolf at such close range that it couldn't move, turning it into a stationary target. The arrow pierced its heart from the side, causing it to twitch a few times before coming to a complete stop. The 5 wolves all howled, their eyes filled with hatred as they looked at Chen Fei. However, Chen Fei felt no remorse. In the wild, it was a matter of survival, and there was no concept of mercy. Moreover, it was the wolf pack that had provoked him first. Chen Fei was merely defending himself. Seeing that the alpha wolf was beyond saving, the remaining wolves lost interest in continuing the attack and retreated back into the forest. They feared that Chen Fei, still perched in the tree, might have more dangerous weapons. Clearly, though cunning, wolves were still wild beasts. How could they possibly match a human in intelligence? They couldn't see how many coconuts were on the treetop, nor did they understand that Chen Fei's ammunition was limited. All they knew was that the alpha wolf had been killed, and if they stayed here, they might end up like the alpha wolf, killed by this human. Master, they seem to be leaving. Miss Shilia's eyes lit up as she said. 133, start building the ship, prepare to leave. Miss Shilia's eyes sparkled. Though the wolf pack harbored endless hatred toward Chen Fei, they still retreated cautiously, glancing back every few steps as they headed into the jungle. It wasn't until half an hour later that Chen Fei led Miss Shilia down from the coconut tree. It wasn't Chen Fei's fault for being cautious, he had to be vigilant. After all, wild wolves were too cunning. If they had been waiting in the jungle to come out and seek revenge, coming down carelessly would have been dangerous. Therefore, Chen Fei waited until the sky was fully lit before bringing Miss Shilia down. After all, wild beasts are less active during the day and typically hunt at night. Once they were down, Chen Fei immediately began processing the head wolf's carcass. While the body was still warm, this was the best time to handle it. If they waited until the blood had completely solidified, it would be very troublesome, and the wolf pelt might even be incomplete. After processing the wolf pelt, Chen Fei didn't waste the wolf's body. Although wolf meat isn't tasty, it's still meat. He also removed the head wolf's internal organs and hung them over the campfire to smoke. Once the boat was ready, it would still take about 3 days to reach the Guild Island. The wolf meat would be enough for the 2 of them to eat along the way. All that was left was to stock up on some fresh water. Of course, this was just food and drink. The most important thing was building the ship. Chen Fei didn't plan to build a large ship. After all, the larger the ship, the more precise the construction needed to be. This was beyond Chen Fei's current capabilities. If the ship was too large, it would be difficult to stabilize, and a single wave could shatter it into pieces. Therefore, for a boat meant to carry only 2 people, smaller is better. It would be easier to secure and less likely to be capsized by waves. Additionally, it would be relatively easier to construct. By the time the sky had fully brightened, Chen Fei and Miss Shia had eaten some crocodile meat and replenished their fluids. They then made their way to the jungle, to the spot where they had spotted the teak tree the previous day. Immediately, the 2 of them found themselves at a loss. Cutting down the tree was no easy task. Fortunately, they had a Nepalese military knife, otherwise, they might not be able to cut down the tree even by next year. Moreover, to build a boat, 1 tree was definitely insufficient. Even a small boat needed at least 3 trees, as it would have to sail in the ocean. This was a major undertaking, they would have to take their time. Chen Fei sighed wryly and could only use the military knife to chop slowly. There was no shortcut. Given the thickness of the trunk, he didn't know if they could cut down 3 trees in a day. Master, rest. I'll do it. Miss Shlia volunteered, picked up the military knife, and walked up to the tree. She swung her arms and hacked at the trunk with all her might. Chen Fei didn't stop her. After all, even if he did the chopping, he'd have to rest once his stamina ran out, and then Miss Shlia could take over. In any case, the 2 of them would have to take turns. It was just a matter of who went first. Having her go first wasn't a problem. Chen Fei wasn't idle either. He noticed a tree nearby that looked like an ivory palm tree. His eyes lit up, and he walked over to the ivory palm tree, digging around in the hole at the base of the tree. After a while, he pulled out a grayish fruit. He split the fruit open and saw the translucent flesh inside, resembling solidified glue. However, this flesh was edible. It was crispy, chewy, and rich in carbohydrates. Primitive people used such flesh for carvings, but it could also be used to replenish energy. Here, have some. Chen Fei handed a piece of fruit flesh to Miss Shiliya, who was busy working. She opened her mouth to accept it and said, "It's delicious." "Thank you, master." To be honest, it wasn't that delicious. It just had a faint sweetness. Snacks bought in the civilized world were much better. But keep in mind that the 2 had been stranded on this deserted island for over a month. Before this, they hadn't even had snacks, let alone enough food to fill their stomachs. So being able to taste a bit of fruit was already a huge treat. Chen Fei watched Miss Shiliya chop down the tree, but his gaze couldn't help but glance upward. He took a deep breath, walked up, and embraced the young girl from behind. "Master, what are you doing?" Miu Lia froze in surprise, all her energy draining from her body, her voice soft and gentle. "You don't like me?" Chen Fei spoke calmly. "Every time we reach a critical moment, you instinctively resist or feel afraid?" After a moment, Chen Fei didn't hear her respond. Suddenly, he felt a warmth on his arm. It was Mishi's tears falling onto his arm. Master, how could Mishi not like you? I like you so much. That's why Mishi feels unworthy of you. I'm sorry. Little Mishue, I remember I told you that if you ever say such things again, I'll punish you, right? Seeing the young girl close her eyes and her eyelashes tremble slightly, Chen Fei knew that this was going to happen. But suddenly, Chen Fei slapped his head in frustration. Damn it, I forgot this little girl is on her period. Open your eyes and get to work. Chen Fei patted Mishi Liaya and said in a deep voice. 134, quartz powder, a sharp tool for sharpening knives. The young girl also realized that today wasn't the right time. Blushing, she continued chopping the tree. But for Chen Fei, it wasn't entirely without gain. After all, he had resolved her emotional knot, and it made Chen Fei realize that she wasn't unwilling. Previously, Chen Fei had worried that she obeyed him blindly out of gratitude for saving her sister. If that were the case, it wouldn't be meaningful. Gratitude and admiration are two different things, and Chen Fei wasn't willing to accept devotion out of gratitude. Alright, it's my turn. Half an hour later, Chen Fei noticed that Mishi Liaya had slowed down and said, I still have strength. Do I have to repeat the orders several times? Chen Fei feigned anger and said coldly. Her movements had slowed down, and her actions were starting to look strained, clear signs of exhaustion. Though she wanted to keep going, it wasn't necessary. Prolonged exhaustion was bad for the body, increased the risk of injury, and reduced efficiency. Chen Fei took over the work. Once Chen Fei's strength was nearly depleted, Mishi Liaya would naturally recover. This approach was undoubtedly more efficient than her stubborn persistence. I'm sorry. Seeing Chen Fei angry, she immediately wilted, handing the military knife to Chen Fei and lowering her head like a child who had done something wrong. Don't keep apologizing. Do you understand? You've worked so hard cutting trees, and now you're apologizing? That doesn't make sense. You did a good job. Take a break and rest for a while. We'll continue later. Chen Fei wiped the sweat off her face and said softly. Since Mishi Liaya felt so inferior when facing him, he needed to gradually turn things around. In any case, this girl had too many things that needed to change before her twisted mind could return to normal. Immediately, Chen Fei cut off a small piece of water vine for Mishi Liaya and patiently instructed her, look up and drink. Don't let your lips touch the branches, there's a mild toxin on them. If you touch it, it will swell and numb. Understand? Moved to tears by Chen Fei's tender care, Mishi Lia's eyes welled up. She sniffled and said, am I really worth your kindness? I thought I was just a tool. If I'm useless, you can discard me anytime. Who said that? I'll kill them. Don't think like that. I'll never abandon you. Chen Fei said smoothly. Miyu Lia's cheeks grew sore and she felt tears welling up. After all the suffering she had endured over the years, was this finally the moment of her life? To have met her master was the luckiest thing that had ever happened to her, she thought to herself. Why are you always crying and acting so silly? Chen Fei laughed as he continued chopping the tree. The dog is crying tears of joy. Miyu Lia smiled, came over to Chen Fei, and broke open the fruit of the ivory palm tree to feed it to him. Eat it yourself. If you don't want to be idle, go find some quartz stones and use them to crush them into smaller pieces. The smaller, the better. Don't go too far. I remember there are some nearby. If you can't find any, it's okay. Chen Fei said. Alright. Mishilia replied, then went to get to work. Though she didn't know what Chen Fei needed the quartz stones for, she didn't ask. Whatever Chen Fei told her to do, she would do it well. Nearly a quarter of an hour passed. Mishi Liaya found 2 pieces of quartz stone, placed them on a stone slab, and used another stone to crush them into powder. By the time she finished, nearly half an hour had passed. Phew, time to rest. Chen Fei had just finished and his stamina was nearly depleted. He couldn't afford to overexert himself. After all, they were in the jungle, where danger lurked at every turn. He had to conserve his strength. If he used up all his energy, what would he do if danger struck? Master, I'll take over. Mishlia's stamina had also recovered, and she handed Chen Fei some grilled crocodile meat, which they had prepared before entering the jungle. Clearly, Chen Fei knew that cutting down trees would take a long time, so he had brought food supplies with him. Fresh water was also brought, but since there were water vines nearby, they could save some fresh water. Don't rush. We have a saying in Great Xia, sharpening the knife doesn't delay the woodcutting. Look at this military knife, the blade is already dull. Let's sharpen it first. Crush the quartz stone into powder and it can be used specifically for sharpening knives. It's even more effective than a whetstone. Chen Fei said, then held the blade at a 45-degree angle against the stone slab and began to rub it. The blade continuously frictioned against the quartz powder, and soon, the once dull edge began to sharpen again, glinting with a cold, sharp light. After eating something, they continued cutting the tree. It took them over 3 hours of sweating profusely before they finally managed to cut the tree in half. If they had an axe, it would have taken much less time, but there was no other tool available, just a military knife. Let's go. Let's carry this tree out first. Chen Fei said, squatting down and letting Mishia lift the large tree onto her shoulders. Instantly, he felt a tremendous weight pressing down on him. If this had been the old Chen Fei, he might have been knocked to the ground. However, Chen Fei realized that after living in the wilderness for so long, his physical condition seemed to have improved significantly. Therefore, even though the tree was extremely heavy, he was able to steady himself. Soon, Mishi Liaya lifted the back end, and the two of them carried the tree back to the beach with relative ease. After placing the tree in position, they headed back into the jungle. According to Chen Fei's plan, they needed wood from 3 trees to build the boat. "Master, can you build a boat?" Mishu Liya asked while cutting down a tree. She then added nervously, "It's not that I don't trust you. It's just that building a boat requires specialized knowledge." Chen Fei didn't blame her for her doubts, as what she said was entirely reasonable. Building a ship wasn't a simple task. If it's a professional warship, then I definitely can't do it. But if it's just a wooden boat, then it shouldn't be a problem. My grandfather was a sailor before he retired and became a fisherman. The fishing boats he used in the small river were all made by him, and I learned from him. Chen Fei explained. Although Chen Fei now suspected that Chen Laoyi might have a more distinguished background, in his heart, he still saw him as the stern old fisherman he had always known. "Master is so amazing. Mishi knows you'll definitely succeed." Mishi Liya flattered. "Oh, really?" Chen Fei narrowed his eyes, and the young girl felt a pang of guilt. "I'm sorry, master. I won't doubt you in my heart anymore," Mishi Liaya said, lowering her head. "I've told you before, don't apologize so easily. Besides, doubting isn't wrong. If I couldn't build a boat but forced myself to do it, wouldn't that be taking you to your death?" Chen Fei said indifferently. He wasn't angry, it was just that this little girl always took his every word and action too seriously. Rustling sounds. Just then, a sudden commotion erupted from the surrounding bushes. 135, The Wild Wolf's Revenge. Chen Fei was injured, and Mi Shui flew into a rage. Chen Fei froze instantly, quickly stopping his axe and glancing sideways, his eyes filled with caution. Mishi Liya stood behind Chen Fei, her heart pounding wildly. A loud howl. Suddenly, a loud roar echoed through the air, and a wild wolf burst out of the bushes, charging straight toward Chen Fei. Swish! Almost instinctively, Chen Fei dodged to the side while simultaneously swinging his military knife forward in a horizontal strike. Instantly, warm blood spattered everywhere, and the wild wolf was severed at the neck by Chen Fei's blade. Damn, what a pity! Chen Fei saw this and realized he had almost killed the wolf, but unfortunately, he had missed slightly. Though the blood was gushing out, it wasn't a fatal wound. The wolf, in pain, glared at Chen Fei with bloodshot eyes. "Master, this is the wild wolf from last night. It's come back for revenge," Mishi Liaya warned. Chen Fei's heart sank upon hearing this. This was dangerous. There were 5 wolves that escaped yesterday, and now only 1 had come out. Where were the other 4? Charge! With that thought, Chen Fei grabbed Mishi Liaya and charged straight toward the injured wild wolf. In that very instant, 4 wolves burst out from the side and behind where Chen Fei had been standing. Fortunately, Chen Fei acted first, charging toward the injured wild wolf. He narrowly avoided the surprise attack from the 4 wolves. Upon hearing Mishi Liaya's words, Chen Fei instantly realized that the 4 wolves were lying in wait for an opportunity. Therefore, he acted decisively and charged directly toward the injured wild wolf. Because on the front side, there was only 1 wolf, and now that it was injured, it was the best chance to escape. If Chen Fei had chosen to turn and flee earlier, he would have been surrounded and torn apart by the 4 wolves by now. Die! Facing the blood-soaked wild wolf, Chen Fei showed no sign of retreat. There was no way out now. In a narrow path, the brave prevail. The wolf opened its blood-stained jaws and lunged toward Chen Fei, but Chen Fei ignored the bite and stabbed his knife directly into its head. Thud! The freshly sharpened military knife was incredibly sharp, piercing through the wild wolf's skull with a cold gleam. It didn't even have time to bite down before the wolf lost all its strength, let out a final whimper, and collapsed to the ground. A howl echoed through the air. Before Chen Fei could pull his blade out, he heard a wolf's howl echoing behind him. There was no time to turn around, and it was already too late to dodge. "Master, be careful!" But just as the situation reached its most critical moment, Mishi Liaya leaped forward, instantly reaching Chen Fei's back and shoving him aside. Swoosh! The sharp wolf claws sliced through Mishi Liaya's back, and blood spurted out instantly. The young girl winced in pain, her eyebrows furrowed tightly, but she didn't utter a sound. She clenched her teeth and shouted, "Master, run! I'll hold them off!" "What nonsense are you saying?" Chen Fei suddenly grabbed Mishi Liaya and charged forward. Arg! 4 wild wolves howled in unison, charging after the 2 with relentless fury. How could 2-legged humans outrun 4-legged wolves? Chen Fei and Mishi, no matter how fast they were, couldn't possibly be a match for 4 wolves. Moreover, Mishi was injured now, making her even slower. "Master, I beg you, let me stay behind." Miyu's eyes were red and she begged, "Otherwise, I'll drag you down with me." "Shut up!" Chen Fei roared, turned around, and glared at the girl. "If we're going to die, we'll die together." In this life or death crisis, Chen Fei's thoughts became surprisingly simple. Either we live together or die together. He couldn't let her sacrifice her life to protect him every time. Seeing Chen Fei's resolute expression and hearing his words, Liaya was deeply moved. In her eyes, as long as she was with her master, even death seemed like a happy thing. Unfortunately, her younger sister would have no one to take care of her in the future. We're not dead yet. Don't give up. Chen Fei added, the forest clearing is just ahead. Once we get there, there will be a chance for survival. Miyu heard this and froze in surprise. Sure enough, the forest ahead was the same one they had hunted in yesterday, and a glimmer of hope flickered in her heart. A howl echoed through the air. But just as they were about to enter the forest, another wild wolf's howl suddenly echoed through the air. The wild wolf at the front suddenly leaped forward with its hind legs, its body darting forward like an arrow, instantly lunging toward the slower Liaya. Be careful. In the blink of an eye, Chen Fei suddenly grabbed Liang and pulled her aside, exposing himself to the sharp fangs of the wild wolf. With a loud thud. With the sound of blood spattering, the wild wolf bit down on Chen Fei's shoulder. Chen Fei winced in pain, his entire shoulder going numb instantly. Bright red blood flowed continuously from the wound, looking extremely gruesome and terrifying. Immediately, the wild wolf lunged forward to tear into him. Dare to hurt my master, you bastard. Miyu Shiraya's sapphire blue eyes were filled with hatred as she wildly stabbed at the wolf's head with her military knife. 136 Spiderweb bandage, back into the forest. Liaya let out a fierce shout and thrust the military knife violently. Clang! The blade grazed the wild wolf's scalp, causing it to let out an agonizing howl and release its grip, retreating backward. This strike struck the wild wolf directly on the head, shattering its skull, yet it was still not fatal. Truly deserving of its reputation for having a head as hard as iron. If it had been any other animal, this strike would have been fatal. Though it didn't kill the wolf, it at least drove it back, causing it to release its grip, allowing Chen Fei to escape and join Liaya as they rushed into the forest. The dog was useless, it couldn't protect its master. Liaya looked guilty, seeing the wound on Chen Fei's shoulder bleeding profusely. She was heartbroken, wishing the wound were on her own body, even if it were 10 times worse, as long as Chen Fei wasn't hurt. I'll protect you from now on. Chen Fei gently stroked Liaya's head, his face pale as he forced a smile. Actually, Liaya had already done a great job earlier. If she had acted even a moment later, the wild wolf would have torn into him, and by then, Chen Fei wouldn't just have wounds, he would have had a chunk of flesh torn out. So, from that perspective, Liaya had still protected Chen Fei. Hearing Chen Fei's words, Shue's eyes turned red, her nose grew stuffy, and tears began to fall. Her humble heart was gradually being comforted and supported by Chen Fei. She realized for the first time that she too was worthy of protection. Just like before in the ocean, Chen Fei had selflessly lured away the terrifying killer whales to give her a chance to reach shore. These experiences had made Liaya admire, love, and submit to Chen Fei even more. She clung to him, not caring about the heat. Chen Fei watched as Liaya clung to him with a look of adoration, feeling a bit helpless. In this forest, the temperature was extremely high and suffocatingly hot, but Liaya seemed oblivious to the heat, clinging tightly to Chen Fei's side, unwilling to part for even a moment. Her almond-shaped eyes were filled with a hazy, romantic expression. A woof! 4 wolves were outside the forest, howling at Chen Fei and Shue's departing figures. Their blood-red eyes were filled with anger and resentment. Clearly, despite the ambush, they hadn't been able to kill Chen Fei and Shue, and had even lost one of their own. This was unbearable for the wolf pack. They did not wish to enter the forest marsh. Wild beasts are highly sensitive to territory. Land-dwelling creatures generally avoid entering water, as it poses a danger to them, let alone in the territory of crocodiles. Along the edges of the forest marsh, numerous animal bones could be seen, clearly the remains of creatures that had been killed and devoured by crocodiles while drinking water. These bones serve as a warning to other animals. Just like these wild wolves, who could only watch helplessly as Chen Fei and Ma Xue left. Master, does it still hurt? Niyu's eyes were filled with concern as she held Chen Fei's hand and slowly walked deeper into the marshland. It's okay. Once we're out of the marsh, we'll find some aloe vera to apply. Chen Fei said. As for whether it would get infected, Chen Fei didn't know. In the wild, anything could happen, and even if it did get infected, it would just be bad luck. At least it was better than being bitten to death by wild wolves, right? Walking through the forest wasn't something to take lightly. Chen Fei walked cautiously in the shadows, avoiding areas where sunlight could directly hit him, lest he encounter a crocodile. In his current condition, if he came across a large crocodile, he wouldn't stand a chance. Master, the blood on your shoulder is dripping into the water, which might attract something. Mishia covered Chen Fei's wound and said anxiously. Though she wasn't sure if crocodiles would be attracted by the smell of blood, the marshland wasn't just home to crocodiles. There were other creatures like the giant catfish from yesterday and snakes as well. Chen Fei also furrowed his brows. This couldn't continue, they needed something to stop the bleeding. But they were currently in the Linza marsh, where the ground was covered in water and there was no vegetation to use for a bandage. If they wanted to find aloe vera, they'd have to leave the marsh first. Suddenly, Chen Fei's eyes lit up. He saw a huge spider on a tree branch, motionless on its web, waiting for its prey to arrive. Xiao Ma Xue, did you see that spider? "We've found a way to stop the bleeding," Chen Fei said as he walked toward the tree. "Look, I see it." "Master, what are you going to do?" Mishi Shue's voice trembled as she looked at the giant spider, her eyes filled with terror. Chen Fei could see that her snow-white skin was covered in goosebumps. "Ha, I never expected you, little Mishi, to be afraid of spiders." "Of course not, I'm a girl, and the master doesn't allow dogs to be ashamed." Mishi Liaya didn't deny it, admitting her fear of spiders. Chen Fei, of course, didn't mock her. He grabbed his military knife and sliced the spider into the air, tore down the web, crumpled it into a ball, and smeared it onto the wound in front of Mishi Lia's wide-eyed stare. "Isn't that poisonous, master?" Ni Shui looked dumbfounded, deeply concerned. "No, it won't." Chen Fei shook his head. "Didn't you see the shape of that spider just now? It looked like a cross. That's a cross spider, which has a mild toxicity. However, the web is very sticky and can be used as a bandage in emergencies. In fact, if you're starving, you can even eat the spider itself. Of course, if you have gauze, that's better. The spider web isn't poisonous, but it might have bacteria or mosquitoes on it, which could cause infection. But as I said, in an emergency, you have to do what you have to do." "Eat a spider raw?" Michelia shuddered, her skin breaking out in goosebumps. Just hearing about it was terrifying, and she couldn't bear the thought of what it would be like to eat such a large spider raw. Chen Fei bandaged the wound and led Michelia slowly toward the edge of the forest. The journey was uneventful, with no encounters with crocodiles or other creatures. The two finally made it through the forest. However, ahead of them was a clear stream blocking their path. "I'll climb the tree first to check the terrain." Chen Fei found a vine, tied it around his ankles, and climbed up a tall pine tree as quickly as he could. Looking from a high vantage point is always the right choice. In any location, the best way to understand the terrain is to go to the highest point. And the tallest structure in this area was the pine tree. Chen Fei reached the top of the pine tree and looked around. He discovered that the 4 wolves had already entered the marshy forest. 137, ahead, there were piranhas behind, there were wolves. Damn it, it seems these wild wolves are after us. We can't go back the way we came. To return to the beach, we must cross the stream and then go around to get back to the beach. After observing the terrain, Chen Fei climbed down from the pine tree and said to Mi Shui, "This island certainly has more than one beach, but the teakwood Chen Fei had cut down earlier was still on the beach. The main issue was that teakwood was very rare, and at least for now, Chen Fei hadn't discovered another place with teakwood. Therefore, even though it's troublesome, we must find a way to get back to the beach. And we can't delay. Those 4 wolves now harbor a deep grudge against us. They've even ventured into the swamp to kill Chen Fei. So we must hurry across the stream. What are you doing crouching there?" Chen Fei turned around and saw Michelia crouched outside a muddy pit, pointing inside and saying, "Master, look, there's a huge eel in there." "That's not a mudskipper. Don't touch it with your hands. It's an electric eel. Be careful not to get electrocuted." Chen Fei quickly pulled Mi Shui away. If she were attacked by an electric eel, it would be disastrous. You must know that the current released by an electric eel can reach up to 700 volts, which is more than enough to electrocute a person. Upon hearing Chen Fei's words, Mi Shui quickly stood up, thinking it was a mudskipper, and had been preparing to catch it for a snack. Fortunately, she hadn't reached out to grab it earlier, otherwise, she would likely have been electrocuted by now. Chen Fei led Michelia to the stream. It wasn't very wide, maybe less than 30 meters. The water was clear, and there were many fish inside. "Master, there are so many fish. They're all round and flat, like iron discs," Michelia said as she knelt by the stream. However, Chen Fei's expression grew serious. "Trouble. These are piranhas, also known as flesh-eating fish. We can't go over there, we'll be eaten," Chen Fei said in a low voice. "Piranhas? So small?" Mishixia was stunned. Each fish was no longer than 30 centimeters, extremely short, and shaped like a metal disc. It was hard to believe this was the infamous piranha, and it didn't look threatening at all. "You think piranhas are those huge fish that can swallow a person whole? This is a piranha. They usually hunt in groups. Although they are small in size, their numbers are so vast that any fish they encounter is devoured like locusts, leaving only bones behind. Their flat, iron-like shape helps them distinguish between their own kind to avoid cannibalism," Chen Fei explained slowly. What Chen Fei didn't mention was that piranhas are extremely sensitive to the smell of blood. Even the slightest trace of blood can send them into a frenzy, causing them to violently tear and bite. In other words, the injury on Chen Fei's shoulder was extremely dangerous, making it impossible for him to enter the water. If he were to enter the stream, he would be immediately surrounded and devoured by the piranhas. Mi Shui heard this and nodded blankly, having been educated by Chen Fei. Immediately, her beautiful eyes widened. A large pike accidentally swam through the school of piranhas. In just 1 second, it was reduced to a white skeleton, with not a single trace of flesh or blood remaining, sinking directly to the bottom of the water. No matter how much Chen Fei explained, nothing compared to witnessing it firsthand. This was proof beyond doubt. Michelia had no doubt that if it had been a person instead of a base, it would have become a skeleton as well. "How are we supposed to get over there, master?" The wild wolves should be here any moment. Mishi Liaya grew anxious. She could hear the commotion coming from Lin Zadie's direction, the howls of wild wolves and the splashing of water. Clearly, the wolves had encountered the crocodiles and a conflict had erupted. But regardless, the sounds were growing louder and closer. Even if the wolf pack was injured, it wouldn't change the fact that they were about to appear before them. After all, in a direct confrontation, humans stood no chance against a pack of powerful wild wolves. In other words, they had reached a dangerous dead end. With piranhas ahead and wild wolves behind, if the piranhas were full, wouldn't they stop attacking? Mishi Liaya suddenly spoke, then felt the ground spin as she was lifted upside down by Chen Fei. She saw Chen Fei holding a vine, which he began to whip toward her back. Snap! Boom! Smack! The dog knows it was wrong. Master, please spare the dog. Miyu continued to beg for mercy, her voice so soft that Chen Fei could barely breathe. He let her go, glared at her, and said seriously, I'll say this one last time. If you keep thinking like this, once we leave this island, don't follow me anymore. He was genuinely afraid that this little girl would go wild, jump into the river, and feed herself to the fish, thinking that would allow him to cross safely. Chen Fei's words made her heart tremble, and her eyes instantly turned red. Thinking about Chen Fei not wanting her, she felt as though her soul was leaving her body. A dizzy sensation swept over her, and she nearly fell to the ground. Would you rather I go in first to feed the fish and give you a chance to leave? Chen Fei asked. Miyu shook her head wildly. How could she possibly agree to let her master sacrifice himself for her? Then what's the point? I'm the same. I've already said I'll protect you. Otherwise, what kind of master would I be? Chen Fei hugged her. His words and actions were like a soothing balm, calming Mishi's heart. She had thought Chen Fei really didn't want her anymore, and that would have been like the sky falling down. But how are we going to cross the river? The wild wolves are coming. Are we supposed to confront them head-on? Of course not. I have a plan. We can cross the river without being bitten by the piranhas. But there's a certain risk involved. We have to take the plunge now. Chen Fei said solemnly. I believe in you, master. Mishi didn't hesitate for a moment, looking at Chen Fei with determination and speaking earnestly. Chen Fei held his military knife and cut down a very thin, long sapling from the nearby jungle, about 2 meters long. This branch had a very sharp barb at the end. After cutting it off, he approached the mud pit from before. This mud pit was exactly where Mishi Liaya had discovered the electric eel. Master, are you going to catch the electric eel? Mishi exclaimed in surprise. Yes, electric eels are the natural enemies of piranhas. A single electric discharge can stun over 30 piranhas. Therefore, we might be able to use the electric eels to cross the river. Of course, this will be extremely dangerous, but we have no other choice. Chen Fei said, already hearing the approaching footsteps of wild wolves. But master, if the electric eels discharge, won't we also get electrocuted in the water? Mi Shui asked. 138, Extreme Escape, back to the beach. Electric current doesn't distinguish between targets, it's indiscriminate. The reason electric eels aren't affected by their own electric shocks is because their outer layer is insulated, so they're not affected by the current. So, little Mi Shui, go find 2 more branches about 2 meters long and tie them together with the branch in my hand. Once we reach over 6 meters, we'll be safe. The electric eel's electric discharge range is roughly 3 to 6 meters. Chen Fei said. Got it. Mi Shui Liaya hurriedly did as instructed. Just as she cut 2 more branches, a blood-soaked wild wolf burst out of the forest. Immediately behind it, 2 more wild wolves appeared. Chen Fei looked over and noticed that the wolf that had bitten him earlier and been slashed by Mishi Liaya was not among the pack. He immediately realized it must have died in the forest. However, even with 1 less wolf, there were still 3 remaining, and a direct confrontation was impossible. Chen Fei swung the branch with all his strength, and the barbs at the front of the branch pierced the electric eel's mouth, lifting it into the air. The electric eel, suspended in mid-air, began to twist and release electricity. However, the 2-meter-long branch acted as a barrier, preventing Chen Fei from being electrocuted. Master, the electric eel has started discharging electricity. Miss Liaya grew anxious as she watched the 3 vicious wolves closing in. The 3 wolves crawled forward, their emerald eyes gleaming with ferocity and hatred. Their limbs were slightly bent, ready to pounce at any moment, continuing to gather strength. Drool flowed from their mouths, filled with sharp fangs. A loud howl echoed through the air. The 3 wild wolves finally sprang into action. The lead wolf let out a loud howl, its hind legs thrashing the ground, propelling its body high into the air. Its claws lunged forward, its mouth wide open, sharp fangs glinting in the light, ready to strike Chen Fei. Quick! Follow me into the water. We have 15 seconds to cross the river. Chen Fei acted decisively, grabbing Mishi Liaya, and jumped into the stream. Electric eels can discharge electricity 50 times in a second, depleting all the electrical energy in their tentacles, which takes roughly 15 seconds. In other words, Chen Fei and Mishi Liaya had to swim across this 20-meter wide stream within 15 seconds. The moment they hit the water, the blood from Chen Fei's shoulder wound seeped into the stream, instantly attracting the piranha swarm like a radar signal, all charging toward Chen Fei. "Master, be careful." Mishlia, who was also swimming frantically, saw the situation and immediately shouted in panic, her heart racing. "It's okay. Piranhas aren't very fast. They only charge during their final bite attack. However, the charging distance won't exceed 20 centimeters. In other words, as long as we keep the piranhas more than 20 centimeters away from us, we'll be safe," Chen Fei said. Although the piranhas were slow, they were still fish, and water was their natural habitat. They quickly swam over. At this moment, the electric eels came into play. Splash! There was no sound or sparks, not even the slightest movement. All the piranhas nearby suddenly twitched and flipped onto their backs, floating to the surface. Clearly, they had either been electrocuted or completely paralyzed. Chen Fei kept the electric eel suspended in the water and swam as fast as he could. The distance of less than 30 meters could be covered in just 15 seconds. Although countless piranhas charged toward Chen Fei, they all ended up flipping over due to the electric eel. Finally, Chen Fei reached the opposite shore safely. A loud howl echoed through the air. 3 wild wolves on the other side of the shore were howling fearfully. Though they had the courage to cross the swamp, continuing to wade through the river was clearly impossible. Thus, the threat from the wolves was temporarily averted. He gathered some aloe vera, cut it open, and applied the juice to his wounds, feeling much more comfortable. Mishlia bent over, resting her hands on her knees and panting. The intense swimming had taken a toll on her. The tension in her heart was even greater than the physical exhaustion. Now that the tension had finally eased, she felt utterly exhausted. "Master, what are you doing?" Moments later, she saw Chen Fei picking up grass and wood on the ground, then lighting a campfire. The already stifling heat became even more intense, and standing beside it, sweat poured down his body like water. On the path leading to the beach, there was an area shrouded in thick fog. That must be miasma. In a humid, high-temperature environment, the decomposition of dead plants and animals produces a large number of microorganisms and bacteria, which condense into miasma. If you pass through without any protection, you might get poisoned. Chen Fei explained slowly. "So we need to light torches to disperse the fog, right?" "Yeah, got it." Mishia nodded, looking like she had learned something important. "You don't know what you're talking about." Chen Fei tapped the girl's forehead and pointed to the plant used to make the torch. "This is called atractylodes. When burned, it can dispel miasma. Not just any torch will do. And be careful if there are methane pits in the miasma forest, you can't use open flames, or there's a risk of explosion. A methane pool is like a septic tank. You often see news about septic tanks exploding, which is because the methane in the septic tank becomes too concentrated, and once it comes into contact with an open flame, it can explode, which is extremely dangerous." However, when Chen Fei was checking the situation on the pine tree earlier, he already knew that there were no methane gas pools in this area of dense miasma fog, so he dared to use an open flame. Under the flames of the torch, the Tsangshu took effect, and all the toxic mist around them was dispersed. After bypassing the toxic mist forest, Chen Fei finally returned to the beach with Mishlia. By then, it was almost dark. Chen Fei collapsed exhausted on the sandy beach. Today had been nothing but a series of heart-pounding adventures. Cutting down a single tree had already been exhausting enough. But evading the wild wolves' pursuit and circling around for a long time before finally returning to the beach had completely drained his physical strength. Fortunately, the campfire hadn't completely died out, and there were still some embers left. Otherwise, Chen Fei wouldn't even have the strength to rub wood together. He ate some crocodile meat, and the wolf pelt had already been processed. Chen Fei used it to cover himself and Mishlia, then collapsed and fell asleep. The wild wolves probably wouldn't return to the beach. After all, they were animals and didn't possess such high intelligence to realize that Chen Fei and Mishlia could circle around and return to the beach. Although they had excellent senses of smell, they couldn't penetrate a forest. "Master, the dog is your pillow." Mishlia was very obedient, curling up into a ball so that Chen Fei's head could rest on her, the warmest place. 139. The small wooden boat is ready, let us leave the island. Chen Fei felt the faint scent of the young girl and soon drifted off to sleep. The following days were spent repeating the same tedious task of building the boat. After cutting down 3 trees, Chen Fei realized it was still insufficient. Since it was his first time, and he wasn't a shipbuilding genius, there were inevitable failures, wasting a lot of wood. So, he continued to cut down several more trees over time. Moreover, with only a military knife, cutting down the trees was not difficult, but shaping them into the specifications needed for shipbuilding was truly challenging. Besides the specifications, he also had to drill holes and use wooden nails to secure them. Wooden nails alone weren't enough, he also needed sturdy vines and bamboo. Bamboo strips, when heated to high temperatures, could be bent to secure the structure. By the time Chen Fei finally finished building the ship, another 10 days had passed. The day before the boat was completed, Chen Fei was extremely lucky to catch a sheep in the jungle. The crocodile meat had already been eaten, and the sheep meat was perfectly cooked, ready to be eaten at sea. More importantly, after the sheepskin was completely removed, he blew air into it, tied the limbs together, and it became a sheepskin balloon. The sheepskin was highly waterproof, and as long as there were no leaks at the limbs, it could provide significant buoyancy. The so-called sheepskin raft was made using such sheepskin balloons. Chen Fei secured it with vines and floated it on the water. Finally, he used wolfskin as a sail, securing it in the center. Chen Fei clapped his hands, and the task was complete. The wooden boat wasn't large, just enough for 2 people and some supplies. However, it had taken Chen Fei a great deal of effort, and it wasn't entirely reliable. If the weather was calm, it would be fine, but if they encountered a storm, it would be extremely dangerous. Chen Fei had no better solution, so he could only pray that such extreme weather wouldn't arise. Master, let us set off. Miu Liya brought 10 plastic bottles filled with fresh water, all prepared in advance with rainwater or distilled water, enough for the 2 of them to drink for 3 days. Little Mishi, I want to discuss something with you. Chen Fei thought for a moment and suddenly said. Discuss? No need. Whatever the master decides, I'll agree. Mishi said. Then I'll just say it. Chen Fei said, I think this voyage is still too dangerous, so I plan to go alone. Most of the meat and water will be left for you. I only need a little. If I can reach the Guild Island safely, I'll rent a good ship to come back for you. If I can't make it, at least you'll be safe. Upon hearing this, Mishia's delicate face froze, and she stood motionless. Immediately, she knelt straight down, tears welling in her eyes as she looked at Chen Fei. She pouted her lips without speaking, lifting her snow-white chin and wrapping her arms around Chen Fei's legs, preventing him from moving. Alright, let's just go together. Chen Fei sighed helplessly, helping her to her feet. Earlier, she had said she would follow his lead, but now she was clearly unwilling. She didn't voice her objections but instead proved her stance through her actions. If he didn't agree to her request, he feared he wouldn't be able to take a single step. Upon hearing Chen Fei's agreement, Mishi Liaya finally stopped crying and smiled, though she still seemed uneasy, quickly sitting down on the boat. Chen Fei sighed in exasperation. The wooden boat was currently docked at the shore, waiting for the tide to rise so they could launch it into the water. After placing the roasted lamb and fresh water on board, Chen Fei also boarded the boat. Splash! Soon, the tide rose, and the small wooden boat was immediately swept into the turbulent sea by the waves. Chen Fei glanced back at the beach, unable to believe that he had spent over a month in this place, wondering what the situation was now. What weighed most heavily on Chen Fei's mind was Luo Bing. Having been taken away by the first tyrant's men for so long, he had no idea if she was safe. He could only hope to find out more once he reached the Guild Island. The small wooden boat had no advanced equipment, so Chen Fei could only rely on natural elements like sunlight and wind direction to determine their current course. Then, along with Mishi Liaya, they used wooden paddles to move through the seawater. Of course, trying to increase speed with paddles was practically impossible. Their main purpose was to control the direction. The real force propelling the boat forward was the wind and ocean currents. So, once they were on the correct course, the 2 didn't have to paddle anymore, they could just rest inside the boat. Master, look! The sky ahead is so beautiful. Mishi Liaya pointed toward the horizon, where the sky was a golden-orange hue with blue and white gradients, looking absolutely stunning. However, Chen Fei furrowed his brows. There is a saying in the Great Summer Kingdom, don't go out when the morning glow appears. At this time of day, what they were seeing was indeed the morning glow. This phenomenon has a specific cause. A drop in atmospheric pressure causes dust and microorganisms to rise, creating such a beautiful sight. These gradient colors are the dust and microorganisms. And the drop in atmospheric pressure indicates that rain is on the way. The more intense and beautiful the morning glow, the heavier the rain will be. That's why Chen Fei's expression was so solemn at that moment. Xiaomashue, tie a vine around your body. Chen Fei said with some concern. Regardless of whether it rains or not, it's better to be fully prepared to avoid any unexpected situations. Dog leash. Miu Liya was startled, then quickly picked up a vine and tied it around her neck. Stupid girl, tying it around your neck won't prevent you from choking to death. This is meant to be a safety rope. What were you thinking? Chen Fei pulled her over and tied the vine around his own wrist. He was thinking about how he could tease Mishi harshly. She was like a little devil, leaning against Chen Fei, her eyes filled with desire, her lips slightly curved, her smile extremely seductive, as she spoke in a soft voice. The small wooden boat had limited space to begin with, and with supplies taking up even more room, it became even more cramped. The 2 of them were pressed tightly together, and the atmosphere began to change. Chen Fei took a deep breath, picked up the petite Nishue, and held her close to his body, disregarding the heat, letting her snuggle against him. He could clearly see that the young girl's cheeks quickly flushed red, like a boiling teapot. Their noses gently touched, and they could clearly hear each other's breathing. Xiaomi Shui, you worked all night building the boat. Get some rest. Chen Fei kissed her forehead and whispered softly. He didn't do anything else. Last night, the ship was almost finished, so the 2 of them decided not to sleep and worked all night to complete it. Therefore, neither of them was in good condition at the moment. Plus, the space was too small to do anything else. Mishi Liaya was his, and that was already set in stone. Chen Fei wasn't in a hurry. Miss Leah murmured softly. In Chen Fei's embrace, she felt completely safe and soon fell asleep. 140, violent storm, towering waves. Mishi falls into the sea. Chen Fei also squinted his eyes. The sea was still calm, though there was a possibility of rain. But even if it did rain, it would be later. During such peaceful times, one must rest and recharge, or else there would be no energy to respond to any emergencies. With that blink, he didn't know how long he had slept. When Chen Fei was awakened by the cold wind, he discovered that the entire ocean had turned turbulent. Holy crap! Chen Fei was stunned by the sight. The once blue sky and sea had turned pitch black. Dark clouds filled the sky, flashing with lightning, looking extremely terrifying. Thunder rolled, and strong winds howled. The raging sea was filled with towering waves, the shortest of which were over a meter high. The small wooden boat seemed so tiny and helpless in the midst of the waves. The pitch-black sea resembled a gaping abyss, as if it were about to swallow the entire small wooden boat whole. A bolt of lightning pierced through the dark clouds, as if it were splitting the sky in two. The light suddenly illuminated the entire sky. A brief moment of calm lasts nearly 5 seconds. Boom! Terrifying thunderclaps shook the earth, as if trying to shatter the heavens, crashing down with relentless force. Despite Chen Fei covering Mishi's ears with both hands, the young girl had already come to her senses. Seeing such a scene, she froze for a moment before trembling lightly. She couldn't hide the fear deep within her heart. How insignificant humans are before the power of nature, this was now evident for all to see. Don't be afraid, little Mi Shui. Your master is here. Feeling Chen Fei's reassurance, Mi Shui calmed down considerably. Even in the face of such a terrifying scene, as long as she was by Chen Fei's side and heard his voice, the fear in her heart was replaced by a sense of peace and tranquility. Here, eat something. Chen Fei devoured the lamb, then handed a lamb leg to Mishi Liaya. She was stunned. She never expected her master to still have the heart to eat at a time like this. It was as if the heavens had turned upside down, yet nothing could shake his composure. Thinking of this, Mishi's admiration for Chen Fei grew even more profound. In truth, Chen Fei wasn't thinking that deeply. His thoughts were simple: the greater the difficulty, the more important it was to eat and drink to one's fill. If one couldn't even ensure their own physical condition, how could they possibly face the dangers that might arise? He devoured the lamb and drank water in large gulps, filling his stomach first. Under his influence, Mishi Liaya, who was no longer as panicked, followed suit and began to eat the meat greedily. Master, will we get struck by lightning? In the distance, thunder rolled. Though Mishi was eating, she kept an eye on the situation. If struck by lightning, it wouldn't be fun. At least it would be a severe injury. In such an environment, severe burns would mean certain death. It's possible. Chen Fei swallowed the lamb in his mouth, walked to the small wooden boat, picked up the paddle, and began to row. In such a thunderstorm zone, there's no such thing as being safe if you haven't done anything wrong. Thunder doesn't care if you've done anything wrong or not. If you wander around in a thunderstorm zone, it'll strike you dead. So the best thing to do is to get out of the thunderstorm zone as quickly as possible. Let me help. Mishia quickly grabbed the oar. She thought that relying on Chen Fei alone wouldn't be as fast as two people. Who knows when the lightning might strike? No need, one person is enough. Keep eating. The dark cloud is about 2 kilometers away from us. As long as we stay outside that range, it shouldn't be too dangerous. Chen Fei said. Master, you can even tell the distance of the dark clouds? That's amazing. You fool. After the lightning strikes, you hear the thunder 5 seconds later. Based on the speed of sound, that's roughly 2 kilometers, isn't it? Chen Fei tapped Mishi's forehead with his finger. Master knows so much. I'm so stupid and never went to school. Mishi used to really want to go to school, but she never had the chance. Mishi pouted and looked down, her eyes growing dim. Chen Fei felt a pang of guilt. After rowing the small wooden boat out of the thunderstorm zone, he embraced the young girl and said, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have called you a fool. You're not stupid at all. It was my mistake. When criticizing someone, one must put oneself in their shoes. Not everyone has the same circumstances as oneself. Perhaps from Chen Fei's perspective, he was just a poor fisherman in a civilized society. But he didn't realize that, for Mi Shueliaya, his life as a poor fisherman was something she had always dreamed of. Everyone might have moments when they hate their own life, feeling it's boring and lacking purpose. But remember, even a life you dislike might seem like paradise to someone else. Master, please don't say that. Miyu Lia was stunned. She never expected Chen Fei to apologize to her, and she felt overwhelmed with gratitude. Do you want to go to school? Yes. But there's no chance now. All I want is for my sister to have a place to study. I don't want her to end up like me, homeless and drifting like a tool. But I'm an undocumented immigrant, I have no place to call home, and I can't provide my sister with a place to study. Once my mission is complete, I promise to ensure Adele has a place to study. You are not a tool, I am your haven and your home. This is my promise. Thank you, Master. Machilia bit her lip, tears the size of beans rolling down her cheeks, too moved for words. Now, even if Chen Fei asked her to die, she wouldn't bat an eyelid. But the calm before the storm is always short-lived. After the lightning and thunder comes the storm. Splash! Although Chen Fei had kept the small wooden boat outside the lightning zone, the torrential rain was unstoppable. The fierce raindrops, driven by the gale, pelted their bodies like a hail of bullets, causing their skin to sting painfully. The thunder rolled, and the rain poured down in torrents. The gale swept the waves, causing the entire sea to churn with towering waves, some as high as 3 meters. In such a terrifying environment, the small wooden boat was like a speck of dust in the ocean, swaying violently with the waves, fragile and on the verge of breaking apart at any moment. Chen Fei held Mishia tightly in his arms, his body pressed firmly against the side of the wooden boat. This is ridiculous. We set out to sea and end up in this hellish weather. He had been hoping that with a bit of luck, they could reach the Guild Island in 3 days. Now it seemed like he had wished for the opposite. It wasn't about luck anymore, it was just plain bad luck, as bad as it could possibly get. Master, look! Mishlia's eyes widened in terror as a massive wave over 5 meters tall crashed toward them. Chen Fei was startled and frantically paddled with all his strength, trying to avoid the wave. But even with all his strength, he could only dodge the strongest part of the wave, and the remaining force still sent the small wooden boat pitching and rolling at a 70-degree angle. Ah! Mishulia screamed and fell out of the small wooden boat, plunging into the dark, raging sea. 141, Survival after the storm, clear skies after the rain. The icy seawater instantly engulfed Mishulia. The terrifying sea surface seemed like a deathly eye intent on devouring all life. In that moment, Mishulia's eyes were filled with despair. But the next second, she felt a tight grip on her wrist and suddenly realized that it was the vine tied to her wrist. It was the vine that Chen Fei had tied to her wrist earlier. This was the Shiga long vine, extremely resilient, and at this critical moment, it saved her life. Hold on to the vine. Chen Fei stood on the small wooden boat, one hand tightly gripping the wooden pole of the sail, the other hand twisting the vine around his forearm several times to prevent it from slipping off. The vine had already left bloody marks on his arm. Mishulia clung desperately to the vine. If she let go or if it broke, she would be swept away by the sea and swallowed by the terrifying ocean. Though she could hold on, getting back onto the boat was extremely difficult. The seawater had suction, and the ocean currents carried immense force, especially with the added power of the raging wind. Chen Fei tried to pull her up, but it was like wrestling with the sea. How could human strength possibly overcome the power of nature? Chen Fei clenched his teeth tightly. In the pitch-black downpour, he couldn't see Mishulia's figure at all, even though they weren't very far apart. He could only rely on the flashes of lightning to see the girl rolling in the waves. That tiny, fragile figure in the terrifying, pitch-black sea seemed so weak, as if a single wave could shatter her. Master, I can't hold on anymore. Mishlia shouted as loudly as she could, but her voice was drowned out by the howling wind and crashing waves. Chen Fei strained to hear anything. Hold on. Chen Fei shouted back. He knew that the situation had reached its most dangerous point. Although he had tied the vines to Mishi's wrists, as long as they didn't break, she wouldn't be swept away. But not being swept away didn't mean absolute safety. You must understand that even in such a situation, Mishi could still suffocate. She had already choked on water multiple times and was dizzy and disoriented. This was while she still had physical strength and was conscious. If her physical strength were completely depleted and she lost control of her body, allowing the ocean to sweep her away, she would suffocate and die very quickly. The dog can't hold on any longer. Miyu's face was deathly pale, not just from fear but also from the icy coldness of the sea. It was precisely this bone-chilling coldness that was causing her physical strength to deplete even faster. It's important to note that the seawater is already cold at night, let alone with such a strong wind. In extreme cold, the human body consumes a large amount of heat to maintain body temperature. Therefore, these individuals are rapidly depleting their energy reserves. Additionally, in hypothermia, the body prioritizes maintaining heart function, causing blood to rush back to the heart. The heart is the most vital organ. Therefore, in cold conditions, the extremities are affected first. Since the extremities are farthest from the heart, once blood returns, they become numb, making it even harder to maintain balance. At this moment, Mishulia was in exactly this state. Though she was still conscious, she could no longer control her body. In the water, she could only let the waves sweep over her, gradually taking in more and more water. The cold and suffocation enveloped her, and the glimmer of survival in her eyes slowly faded away. But in the next instant, Mishulia's eyes suddenly widened. Master! Chen Fei untied the vine from his forearm and secured it tightly to the wooden mast of the sail. Then, he grabbed the edge of the small wooden boat with both hands, leaning his entire body outside the boat. He reached out and grabbed Mishulia's arm. Don't give up. Earlier, it was just a vine pulling, so the force was limited. But now, the vine was securely tied to the mast, and Mishulia could use her own strength. Plus, Chen Fei was pulling with all his might, effectively doubling the force. Moreover, there was the emotional boost from seeing Chen Fei risking his life to stand before her once again. Mishia was so moved she was on the verge of tears. You must understand that Chen Fei's current situation was extremely dangerous. This was an extremely risky move. Without any protection, he was holding onto the wooden boat with his bare hands, leaning out over the side. If the boat tilted even slightly, or if a wave hit, Chen Fei would be swept into the sea. And with no protection, Chen Fei would be instantly swallowed by the pitch-black sea, with no chance of survival. Master, you didn't have to go to such lengths for Mishi. Miyu's face was covered in droplets rainwater, seawater, and tears all mingled together. Chen Fei's actions had given her endless courage and the will to survive. With one hand clutching the vine and the other held by Chen Fei, she gave a sudden jerk, pulling half her body out of the water. Her left arm, tied to the vine, twisted constantly, shortening the vine and increasing the pulling force. The other hand pulled with Chen Fei at the same time, and finally, most of her body broke free from the water. Using every ounce of strength, she lifted one leg out of the water and stepped onto the outer edge of the wooden pole. With this foothold, lifting the other leg out of the water became much easier. Finally, both legs were on the wooden pole, and Chen Fei pulled her into the small wooden boat. Master! Master! Miyu Lia threw herself into Chen Fei's arms and burst into tears. She released both her fear and gratitude. If Chen Fei hadn't risked his life to save her, she would be dead now. Stop crying. You should be smiling now that you're alive. Chen Fei exhaled deeply. He was well aware of how risky his actions had been. The slightest mistake or accident, and he would have been swept away by the sea. Therefore, though he had narrowly escaped danger, Chen Fei still managed to smile broadly. Damn it, those who survive great disasters are destined for great fortune. Let the storm come even harder. Chen Fei suddenly stood up and began to laugh wildly in the pitch-black rain. The fear of nature had vanished completely. After surviving that life-threatening moment, Chen Fei felt a sense of conquest. Of course, Chen Fei was well aware that, in the face of nature, he was still no more than an insignificant ant that could be crushed at any moment. There was no question of conquest, for humans could never conquer nature. But he couldn't suppress the surge of emotion within him and let out a loud roar. Perhaps the heavens were granting him this favor, for the storm suddenly ceased. As the dark clouds dispersed, he discovered that the sky had already cleared up. This was the first time Chen Fei and Mishi Liaya had ever longed so desperately to see the sunlight. 142, Freshwater Shortage, Life Hanging by a Thread. The sunlight shone on the sea, sparkling with brilliant light. The turquoise sea was so beautiful and calm. Chen Fei and Ma Xue were both dazed, as if everything they had just experienced was a dream. The pitch-black, terrifying sea that could swallow everything was so unreal. The current calm and beauty were its true form. But both of them knew deep down that the sea had two faces, and what they had just witnessed was its violent side. The chaos on the small wooden boat also spoke volumes, confirming that everything that had just happened was real. It seemed that the danger was far from over. Chen Fei sighed helplessly, his earlier sense of adventure fading away as reality hit him once more. The 3 days' worth of food and water they had stored were mostly lost in the storm. Clearly, when the small wooden boat tilted, everything had fallen into the sea. Now, there was only a bottle of water left and nothing else. How were the two of them supposed to survive for 2 days with just one bottle of water? Chen Fei couldn't help but smile wryly. It was simply impossible. During the day, the temperature rose, and even sitting still, one would lose several liters of water in a day. A bottle of water was only 500 milliliters, not enough for even half a day for one person. Food wasn't the biggest problem. But without fresh water in this isolated sea, they were truly doomed. The dog didn't know. Anyway, the dog would follow its master to the end. Mayuya hugged Chen Fei tightly, not caring about anything else. For her, as long as she was by Chen Fei's side, she wouldn't be afraid of anything. Die? What's the point of talking about death? Say something nice. Chen Fei slapped her, and the girl let out another soft moan. We need to change our goal. We can't go straight to the Guild Island now. We must first find an island to land on and restock supplies. Whether it's an uninhabited desert island or not, we can't keep drifting at sea. Otherwise, we'll definitely die. Chen Fei said. If we can find an island, at least we can prolong our lives and search for resources. If we just keep drifting like this, we'll definitely die of dehydration. Currently, Chen Fei and Mishi Liaya only had this small bottle of fresh water, which had to last until they encountered an island or, if lucky, a cargo ship. To survive, besides willpower, they also needed a little bit of luck. Time ticked away, the small wooden boat drifting on the ocean, carried forward by the currents. The horizon stretched endlessly, with nothing in sight. This calmness was almost unbearable. Drink some water. Chen Fei opened the bottle cap and handed it to Mishi Liaya. Her lips were cracked from dehydration. The dog isn't thirsty. Mishu said weakly, looking exhausted and listless from dehydration. Do I have to say it again? Chen Fei was also parched, his throat feeling like it was on fire. Half a day had passed, and the two had managed to endure without drinking a single drop of water. There was no choice, they had no idea how much longer it would be before they saw another ship or land. If they drank the water now, they would have no reserves left. At least there was still a bottle of water left. So when they felt thirsty, they could cling to that hope, which helped them muster the willpower to endure a little longer. But no matter what, they couldn't rely on willpower alone to replace fresh water. Chen Fei was well aware of his own physical condition and knew he could endure for a while longer. But Mishi Lia's condition was dire. Her consciousness was already beginning to fade. Hearing Chen Fei's words, Mishi's eyes filled with conflict. She was thirsty, but she didn't want to drink the water. She wanted to save every drop for Chen Fei, even if it meant she didn't drink a single drop herself. This would increase Chen Fei's chances of survival. But she dared not disobey. She took the water bottle, poured a little water into the cap, and held it in her mouth without swallowing. This kept her mouth moist. Though it couldn't replenish her body's dehydration, it made her feel slightly better. You're becoming more and more disobedient. Chen Fei pinched her cheeks, lifted her head, and forced her to swallow the water. He then aimed the bottle at her mouth and poured in a fifth of the bottle before stopping. In reality, this small amount of water was completely insufficient to rehydrate someone in a dehydrated state, but it was enough to save her life. At least it would keep her going for a considerable amount of time. After a while, Chen Fei drank some himself and placed the remaining 2/3 of the fresh water in the shaded part of the small wooden boat. He couldn't help but marvel, this is the source of life. Though we all knew we should conserve water, it was just a slogan. How many people truly took it seriously? Only when you're desperate for water do you realize that every single drop is priceless. He didn't know how much time had passed until the sun set, and the bottle of water was finally empty. Still, there was no sign of a ship or an island. Chen Fei, who was drowsy from dehydration, suddenly saw Manhwa holding a military knife against her wrist. Slap! Almost instinctively, Chen Fei slapped her hand away, shouting angrily, "What are you doing?" Even in the final moments, one must never give up hope, let alone voluntarily abandon life. For until the very last second, no one knows if a turning point might arise. Chen Fei was truly enraged by Manhwa's actions, which is why he struck her to snap her out of it. Manhwa Lia, who had been slapped, had a red cheek but showed no anger. She simply raised her wrist and whispered, "I can cut it open for my master to drink." Chen Fei felt a pang of pain in his heart. He never expected her to think that way. Though it was extreme and obsessive, she was willing to sacrifice her life for him. Having hit her, Chen Fei felt deeply guilty. He pulled her close and held her gently. "Does it hurt?" Miyu shook her head and murmured, "It feels good." Chen Fei tapped her forehead gently, knowing her twisted mindset had resurfaced. He whispered, "Don't do such a foolish thing again. Would you rather I die for you? Put yourself in my shoes, I'd do the same. We swore to live and die together, we must keep our word. Come, drink the last bit of water. The rest is up to fate." He immediately opened the bottle cap and divided the last fifth of the water equally between them, drinking it all. Regardless of whether they lived or died, it was no longer within Chen Fei's power to decide. His heart was filled with countless concerns, but faced with the inescapable reality, everything felt so powerless. Perhaps this was the end of life. "Master, if we are to die here, shouldn't we let Mishi serve you first?" Miyu suddenly leaned closer and whispered. Chen Fei was also tempted. He had been holding back before because he couldn't afford to waste any energy. Now, there was no energy left to waste, and he might die from dehydration at any moment. As the saying goes, better to die like a peony in full bloom than to die a dull death. Without hesitation, Chen Fei embraced Mishi. 143, encountering the sixth tyrant's subordinate. Chen Fei carried Mishi Liaya over. A cry. But just then, the sound of seagulls echoed through the sky, shattering the growing tension between them. "Stop calling. You're disturbing me and my master." "Oomph." Mishlia angrily waved her pink fist at the seagulls in the sky, only to notice that Chen Fei's eyes were glowing with excitement. "We're saved! We're saved! Ha!" Chen Fei stood up, burst into laughter, unable to contain his excitement, and began kissing Mishi's face wildly. "What's going on?" Miyu was a bit overwhelmed by Chen Fei's enthusiasm and had no idea what was going on. There was nothing to see around them, but her master said there was hope. In the evening, seagulls or other seabirds would head toward land to drink water. Therefore, the appearance of seagulls in this area indicated that there were islands nearby, and those islands had fresh water. By following the direction the seagulls were flying and rowing in that direction, they could find the island. It wouldn't be too far, definitely no more than 3 kilometers. Chen Fei exclaimed excitedly. "Long live the master." Miyu was also overjoyed. Who wouldn't want to live? But there was a tiny pang of sadness in her heart. Judging by the situation, her master's good fortune was about to be interrupted again. Now she had to paddle as fast as she could. There was no time to think about anything else. Wait until we reach shore. Once ashore, she would open her little mouth and devour her master. Oomph. Fortunately, the 2 wooden paddles were securely fastened to the small wooden boat and hadn't been swept away by the wind and waves. Chen Fei and Mishi paddled as fast as they could, following the seagull's flight path and continuing to move forward. This is the power of knowledge. If Chen Fei hadn't known about seabirds drinking water, even if he had seen the seagulls, he wouldn't have known there was an island nearby. Though it was less than 3 kilometers, missing it meant missing it. Even the slightest deviation in direction would have made it impossible to reach the island. In that case, the outcome would have been certain death. Knowledge changes destiny. Sure enough, after paddling for nearly half an hour, they finally spotted the coastline. At this point, Chen Fei and Ma Xue were already severely dehydrated, teetering on the brink of danger, yet they felt no fatigue whatsoever. This was the instinct for survival, sustaining their formidable mental strength. The sympathetic nervous system and adrenaline surged simultaneously in that moment. To put it in a proverb, this was the last gasp of a dying arrow. If they could endure and replenish their fluids and energy, they could turn danger into safety and survive. If they couldn't find water, they would completely deplete their life force, leaving not even a shred of hope. 1 kilometer, 900 meters, 800 meters, 300 meters. At this point, the distance to the coastline is finally less than 300 meters. Even the neon lights flickering on the island could be seen. It seems to be a commercial island, an overseas venture of some powerful figure. Chen Fei observed the situation and spoke in a solemn tone. Yes, some shady businesses operate on such offshore islands. Who they belong to is unknown to anyone, because those in charge are merely puppets. Mishi Liaya confirmed. Such islands are filled with debauchery and hedonism. As long as you have money, you can obtain anything there. Hee, master, Mishi will take care of you. I'm a billionaire, you know. Mishi giggled. Has your little wallet been washed away by the sea yet? Of course not, it's safely tucked in my belt. And even if it did get washed away, I could just get it reissued with my fingerprints. Mishi Liaya pulled out her pink wallet, flipping through the thick stack of credit cards inside, looking like a little rich girl. But just then, Mishi Liaya's expression turned serious. She spotted a pirate ship anchored near the shore, flying a skull flag. She recognized it immediately. It was the flag of the sixth tyrant, Eric. Chen Fei froze in shock. He never expected that the place they had finally found to settle down was enemy territory. Going up there would be dangerous. But no matter what, there was no way out now. If they didn't replenish their water supply soon, they would die. Wait, there's a small flag nearby. This isn't Eric's main force. That small flag must belong to his subordinate, the great pirate Casey. Casey's personal guard consists of 500 men, making them a formidable force under Eric's command. Mishi Liaya said. Chen Fei nodded slightly upon hearing this. In truth, for Chen Fei, whether it was Eric himself or one of his subordinates, there wasn't much difference. Because they were all at least several hundred strong, if a direct conflict were to occur, Chen Fei would certainly be doomed. Under no circumstances could they engage in direct combat. Oh no, master, we seem to have been discovered. At that moment, Mishi Liaya suddenly gasped, pointing ahead. Chen Fei followed her gaze and felt a chill run down his spine. Sure enough, a speedboat had split off from the pirate ship and was rapidly heading toward them. Jumped ship. Chen Fei acted decisively without any hesitation, grabbing Mishi Liaya and jumping into the sea, swimming toward a large rock nearby. Fortunately, there was a rock there that could be used as cover. The enemy meant them harm. Though he didn't know if they had recognized him, he couldn't let them capture him. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Those were pirates. Even if they didn't recognize him, seeing the breathtakingly beautiful Mishi Liaya fall into their hands wouldn't end well. Chen Fei had no weapons, and facing the pirate's head on wouldn't guarantee Mishia's safety. Therefore, he had to avoid direct confrontation at all costs. Hiding was the best option now. But he didn't know if hiding behind this rock would be enough to avoid detection. Roar! With the roar of an engine, the speedboat came to a stop beside the small wooden boat. Chen Fei and Mishi both strained their ears. The distance was so close that they could hear the pirates talking. Where are the people on the small wooden boat? Damn it, I clearly saw 2 people up there, and one of them was a really beautiful woman. If we catch them, we'll strike it rich. Are you hallucinating? You know, mirages can appear at sea. Maybe you just saw something wrong. Impossible. Look up there are plastic bottles for drinking water. Someone must have just drunk from them. There are still 2 drops of water inside, clearly from someone who just finished drinking. Damn it, you're good at deducing. Could those 2 have jumped into the water? Or are they hiding behind the rocks? Go check it out. The voices of 2 pirates discussing something clearly reached Chen Fei and Ma Xue's ears from the speedboat. Soon, they heard footsteps approaching the rocks, getting closer and closer. Both of their hearts were pounding in their throats. 144, finally reaching the island, the crisis has not abated. Chen Fei and Mishia exchanged glances and nodded to each other. The patrolling pirate, holding a revolver, walked toward the back of the large reef, his vigilance heightened, not daring to be careless. After all, the 2 had disappeared in a suspicious manner. The reef was enormous, resembling a small mountain, with numerous craters and depressions, creating many blind spots. Suddenly, after rounding a black rock, the pirate froze in shock. He saw a white jade-like foot emerge from behind the rock. His eyes widened, and he swallowed hard, hastening his steps forward. However, upon reaching the black rock, there was no sign of anyone. Startled, he saw the white jade-like foot reappear from behind the rocks ahead. It was like a bait, luring this fish. But the pirate hadn't realized that he had already become the fish. His guard gradually lowered, and his mind was completely consumed by the girl's figure. Even when he had seen her through the telescope earlier, she had already stolen his soul. Otherwise, how could he have rushed here so quickly? Without hesitation, he rushed toward the black rock at top speed, completely unprepared. What greeted him was a flash of cold, sharp late light. Before he could even process what was happening, he felt a chill on his neck. In the final moment before losing consciousness, the pirate tried to shout a warning to his companions, but Chen Fei had already covered his mouth, preventing even a sound from escaping. He died in complete silence. Chen Fei took the revolver from his hand, stripped off his clothes, and put them on. Without even glancing at the body, he embraced Mishi Liaya and sat behind the rock. There was still one pirate left to deal with. He couldn't relax yet. Miyu suddenly hummed softly in Chen Fei's ear, sending shivers down his spine. He glared at the little vixen, wondering what she was up to at such a critical moment. She was grinning mischievously at him and whispered, "Master, be careful. That big fool is coming." Chen Fei froze for a moment, then heard the remaining pirate cursing as he walked over. "Damn it, you little bastard, are you trying to keep it all for yourself? Did you catch that woman? Ha, let me have some fun too." The pirate walked toward the reef with a smug smile, completely lowering his guard, thinking his accomplice had already succeeded. But as soon as he stepped past the reef and reached the source of the sound, he froze in shock. There stood Chen Fei, holding a military knife. Before he could draw his revolver, Chen Fei struck first. Thud! With a cold, sharp sound, the pirate fell to the ground, just like his accomplice. The two patrolling pirates were taken care of by Chen Fei. Chen Fei didn't use his revolver. He didn't want to make too much noise. After all, they were too close to the coastal port. If gunfire were heard, it might attract the attention of other pirates and cause unnecessary trouble. For Chen Fei and Ma Liaya, the most important thing now was to get ashore quickly and replenish their fluids and energy. He stripped the pirates' clothes off and put them on Mishi Liaya. The two of them then boarded the pirate's speedboat and headed toward the coast. The final 300 meters were covered in less than a minute. As Chen Fei was about to enter the port with Mishi Liaya, a pirate approached without looking at them and asked, "Did you two just say there was a beautiful woman on that small wooden boat? Where is she?" Chen Fei was startled. Damn it, those two patrol pirates must have blabbed something before they left. This was like planting a landmine. We must have seen wrong. Lowering his voice, Chen Fei stammered out an explanation and immediately led Mishi away, intending to bypass the pirate and leave. "Haha, I told you you were seeing things. If there were really any beautiful women, they wouldn't show up here. Sai, I think you're just desperate to prove yourself. We know Captain Casey likes beautiful women, but you can't be hallucinating, can you?" The pirate spoke, then saw Chen Fei's receding figure and suddenly stopped, speaking in a deep voice. "Wait. Who the hell are you?" Chen Fei heard his angry shout and didn't hesitate for a moment. He instinctively pulled out his revolver, turned around, and pulled the trigger, taking him out in one shot. He knew his identity had been exposed. There was no way around it. Even though he had lowered his hat brim, Misha's petite frame was too noticeable. The two pirates before had been tall and muscular, and in such a situation, the clothes she was wearing looked ill-fitting, making it obvious something was off. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Instantly, the entire port was filled with the sound of. Although Chen Fei had taken care of the pirates, using the revolver had caused a lot of noise, which would inevitably attract the enemy's attention. This was the outcome Chen Fei had dreaded the most, but there was no other choice. If he had hesitated even a moment longer, it would have been him and Mishi who died. "Master!" Miyu Liya hesitated to speak, but Chen Fei glared at her, silencing her. Chen Fei knew she must be feeling guilty because her size had exposed their identities. "I know what you're going to say. If you dare to apologize, I'll beat you." Hee, then Mishi should apologize even more. "I've been dreaming of the master giving me a good spanking." "Alright, we'll see about that." Chen Fei had already lost to her. There was no time to argue further. He saw the pirates from the port pouring out of the rooms and rushing toward the island, clearly intending to capture him. Fortunately, it had just gotten dark, and Chen Fei and Mishi had deliberately covered their faces, so the surveillance cameras didn't catch their faces. Otherwise, once those photos were released, there would be no room for negotiation on this island. It would be like catching a turtle in a jar. "We need to change our clothes immediately." After Chen Fei and Ma Shua rushed onto the island, they hid in a corner of an alley. Seeing the pirates outside searching relentlessly, they spoke up. The pirates' clothes weren't uniform, so the two sets Chen Fei and Mishi had stolen would stand out immediately if they wore them. They had to change clothes immediately. "Master, there's a clothing store on this island. Let's go quickly," Mishi Liaya said excitedly. She had wanted to change into nice clothes for a long time. Wearing ragged clothes on the island made her look like a wild person, and she couldn't care less about her appearance in front of her master. She just wanted to dress up beautifully for Chen Fei. As a rich girl, she had plenty of money, and now she just wanted to go shopping. No, this island is Casey's territory. All the shop owners are probably Casey's people. If we go to the clothing store dressed like this, we'll be spotted immediately. That's like walking into a trap. Chen Fei said. Hearing Chen Fei's words, Mishiya was also startled, realizing how dangerous her idea was. She had been so caught up in the moment that she hadn't thought clearly. What should we do now, master? 145. When encountering a dishonest shop, should one turn the tables? Upon hearing Mishi's plea, Chen Fei turned his gaze toward the beggar lying unconscious in the alley. Brother, can I borrow your clothes? You don't mind, do you? Chen Fei walked up to the beggar, stripped off his clothes, and, under the beggar's bewildered gaze, had Mishi Liya open her small wallet and handed him $2. Upon seeing the dollar bills, the beggar's eyes lit up. He didn't bother to ask why these two strangers had stripped him of his clothes. He simply opened his coat and rushed out of the alley to buy food. Wait here for me. Chen Fei put on the beggar's clothes, told Mishi Liya, and then took the money to the clothing store. Although his outfit was rather eccentric, the store clerk at the clothing store didn't bat an eyelid when Chen Fei pulled out a stack of US dollars, smiling sweeter than flowers. This was the open sea island. Here, nothing mattered, only money. What's wrong with being a beggar? As long as you have money, you're a beggar god. They wouldn't even question why a beggar has so much money, because it doesn't matter to them. Whether the money was stolen or robbed, as long as it's real, they'll take it. You must know that this island is ruled by pirates. From top to bottom it's all black market business. Do they even care if the money you spend is clean or not? He picked out a plain outfit for himself. Then selected a beautiful floral dress for her based on her height and build, along with white socks and canvas shoes. In short, she looked like a young, innocent beauty. If Mishi Liya had chosen for herself, she would have gone for a hot and sexy style. Chen Fei wasn't against it, but he preferred the innocent, girly look more. The rest was tip money, no need to give change. Chen Fei waved his hand dismissively, handed the clothes to the store clerk, and walked out of the clothing store. He then bought 2 large bottles of water from a nearby store and returned to the alley. The two didn't exchange a single word. They immediately opened the bottles, took small sips of water, and once their bodies adjusted, tilted their heads back and drank the entire bottles in one go. Burp! The dog is back to life. Miyu Liya felt refreshed. Though she was still hungry, having replenished her fluids, she was no longer in danger. Chen Fei also sighed in relief, finally having had some water. He handed the clothes he had bought to Mishi Liya and helped her try them on. So the owner likes this style, huh? Miyu Liya changed into the dress in front of Chen Fei, spun around, and the skirt fluttered in the wind. Her stunning beauty combined with the elegant attire made her appear even more pure. However, master, you forgot to buy something for Mishi. What is it? I'll go buy it right away. Moments later, Mishi tiptoed up, a smile playing on her lips, her cheeks flushed, and whispered in Chen Fei's ear, a dog leash. Click. Chen Fei, as usual, tapped her forehead playfully. Mishue didn't mind, instead covering her forehead with a smile, looking thoroughly enjoying herself. There's no hope for her, there's no hope. Sighing helplessly, Chen Fei felt he might never be able to correct her. Not being led astray by her was already a blessing. Master, where should we go now? Let's go eat first, fill our stomachs, then figure out how to get a boat to leave. Chen Fei led Mishi Liya out of the alley. The prosperity of this island was far beyond that of a second-tier city, and even its night market scene was even more vibrant. Everywhere were bars, nightclubs, and countless late-night food stalls. Wealthy business owners were everywhere, living lives of extravagance. They arrived at a late-night snack stall, found a spot near the corner, and Chen Fei began ordering. Both of them were starving, so they ordered plenty of skewers. Soon, the owner brought the food over. Are the two of you here on vacation, or did some big boss invite you to come play? The boss, acting as if he knew them well, smiled broadly and asked the two. We're here on vacation. Chen Fei replied casually, but then noticed that Mishi Lia's expression was off. Oh, I see. There are plenty of things to do on this island. Have a good time. This pitcher of beer is on me, as a gift for the two of you. The boss smiled, took a pitcher of beer from the fridge, and placed it on the table. Thank you. Chen Fei said nonchalantly, but he had already felt that Mishi Lia's foot under the table was tapping against his. No doubt she had noticed something was off. This left Chen Fei unsure whether he should eat or not. Since Mishi Lia had noticed something was off, there was a high chance the food was contaminated. Eating it would be suicide. But not eating it would make him look suspicious, and the owner would immediately realize he had been exposed. After all, this was a lawless zone, the pirates' territory. The boss must be connected to Casey to operate a shop here. If any abnormalities were discovered, it wouldn't be the other party feeling guilty, they'd simply force a direct confrontation. Master, the grilled meat is delicious. Just as Chen Fei was caught between a rock and a hard place, he saw Mishiya had already started eating. Immediately, he felt her foot kick his calf, and he understood the signal, joining in to eat heartily. Miyu isn't a little kid. Since she's already started eating, there must be no problem. Chen Fei recalled that after the boss had asked a question and served the beer, Mishi had noticed something suspicious about the boss. That meant the other party was testing the situation. It must be the beer that's problematic, while the grilled meat is fine. He didn't know why the boss had targeted him and Mishi, but at least one thing was certain, it wasn't because he recognized him as the one who had killed the port pirates. Otherwise, he wouldn't have used such underhanded tactics, he would have just come out and done it openly. In other words, this was a shady establishment. Not only had they targeted him and Mishi, but they had likely used similar methods on many other customers. Chen Fei came to this conclusion in his mind. While eating the barbecue, Chen Fei kept quietly observing the boss's expressions. He noticed that the boss would occasionally glance over this way, pretending to be casual, but it was clear that he was constantly watching the beer on the table. After finishing his meal, he said, "Let's drink." Chen Fei knew that if he didn't touch the beer soon, it might arouse the other party's suspicion. Moreover, Chen Fei wanted to use this opportunity to pry some useful information out of the other party's mouth. So he opened the draft beer and poured a glass for himself and Mishi Liaya. He could clearly see that the boss's gaze had grown intense. When Chen Fei looked over, the seemingly honest boss quickly averted his eyes. "Owner, the bill." Chen Fei shouted directly. "Alright, that's $73 in total. 2 guests, aren't you going to drink the beer? It's premium ice-cold beer, don't waste it." The boss pretended to remind them kindly. 146, in a tight spot. "Of course we'll drink it. We'll walk around after eating, drinking as we go. Here's $100. Keep the change, it's a tip." Chen Fei handed the boss $100, then, right in front of the boss, took a sip of the beer and walked out of the shop with the draft beer in hand. Mishi Liaya followed suit, drinking the beer in her cup. Immediately, the two turned a corner and entered an alley nearby, quickly lowering their heads to spit out the beer in their mouths, then hiding in the shadows. Soon, they heard footsteps approaching from the distance. "They're here. I saw those two drink the beer with my own eyes. They must be knocked out by the drug now. My drug is invincible. They must be lying in the alley now. Ha, daring to come to our island alone, they must be out of their minds. 2 more targets. The man will be sent to the underground mine to work as a miner, and the woman, well, we'll enjoy her first." The 2 men were talking as they walked into the alley. One of them was the night market stall owner, and the other was a man dressed in pirate attire. Although both were armed, they entered the alley without any caution. In their eyes, Chen Fei and Mishi Liaya had clearly lost their ability to move. Bang! However, as soon as they entered the alley, a gunshot rang out, and the pirate who had followed the boss fell to the ground, unaware of what had happened until his last breath. The boss, with his face covered in scars, froze for a moment before feeling a cold blade against his neck. "Stay still." Mishliya grabbed the boss from behind and coldly ordered. "Let's talk this out. Don't make a move." The boss quickly begged for mercy. He wasn't someone to be messed with. He quickly realized that these two weren't people to be trifled with. They had acted so ruthlessly, directly eliminating the pirate lieutenant who had followed them. Clearly, they had already seen through his methods. If he didn't obey their orders, he would likely end up as a corpse. "Oomph, you found out we're outsiders, so you drugged our beer, right? Your methods aren't just for us. Spill it, what's going on?" Chen Fei snorted coldly and asked. He needed information, no matter what it was. He had to find out about Casey to seize his ship and escape. Otherwise, all the ships in the port belonged to him, and there were patrol pirates on them. There was no way to seize a ship. If they stayed on the island, they would eventually be caught. The boss didn't hesitate and spilled everything. "It's like this. There are 2 types of people who come to our island to spend money. One type are big clients, who are under Captain Casey's command. These ones need to be treated well. The other type are like the 2 of you. You'll be sent to the underground mines to work as slave laborers." "Oomph, is that all?" Mishilia snorted coldly and struck the boss on the head with the hilt of her knife. She knew he dared not say more. She had heard earlier what they planned to do to her. If a woman fell into their hands, her fate would undoubtedly be even worse. "Take us to the underground mine now," Chen Fei said directly. The boss hesitated, his face twisted in distress. "The underground mines aren't just anywhere anyone can go. I'm just a lowly henchman. If I go there on my own, I'll lose my head. Look, I had to call the big shots from the mines to get permission to go with them." The boss pointed at the pirate's lifeless body on the ground. "If you don't lead the way, you'll lose your head right now." Chen Fei snorted coldly. Mishia tightened her grip on his arm, and the sharp blade sliced through the boss's skin, causing bright red blood to flow out. If she applied any more force, he would be dead. The boss was so scared he was about to wet himself. "Lead the way. I'll show you the way." The boss cried pitifully, reluctantly walking ahead. Mishia sheathed her military knife, following behind the boss with a revolver pressed against his back. If he dared to disobey, she could take his life in an instant. Before leaving the alley, Chen Fei searched the dead pirate's body and found 2 grenades, which he quickly stuffed into his pocket. His firepower was severely lacking, and any additional ammunition was crucial. Soon, Chen Fei and Mishi followed the boss into a dark, damp alley. The place reeked of rot, with rats scurrying in the gutters on either side. The putrid stench was overwhelming, making one want to vomit. The boss led the 2 of them to a manhole cover. After lifting the manhole cover, a passageway opened up below. To go down, they had to climb one by one. "I'll go first, you go in the middle, and Mishi, you stay behind and watch him." Chen Fei immediately gave orders. If he let the boss go first or last, he might try something sneaky. This was their pirate territory, and Chen Fei dared not take any chances. Chen Fei finished speaking and led the way into the sewer. The interior was pitch black. After climbing down the stairs, they saw a dark passageway below. At the end of the passageway, there was a faint outline of light. The outline resembled a door, clearly the entrance to the underground mine. Ah! You're asking for death. Suddenly, Mishia screamed, followed by a piercing sound cutting through the air. Swoosh! Mishlia wildly swung her military knife, creating several sounds of blood spattering, but the boss managed to escape after taking a few blows, running into the darkness of the passageway. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! The boss shouted loudly. Chen Fei furrowed his brows and immediately aimed at the source of the sound, pulling the trigger. Bang! With a gunshot, the boss's screams abruptly ceased, followed by a thud as someone fell into the sewer. Clearly, he had been hit. But even if they had taken out the boss, they were still exposed. Master, he ambushed me. I didn't see him coming. It's not your fault, don't blame yourself. Chen Fei rubbed Ma Xue's head, knowing she must feel terribly guilty. Things had come to this point, there was no use in saying more. Besides, she couldn't be blamed. In such a pitch-black environment, especially while going up and down the stairs, it was impossible to completely restrain someone. Moreover, this was the enemy's territory, they would have been able to escape easily. In the end, killing him was the best possible outcome. Creak! Just then, the door at the end of the corridor suddenly swung open. A beam of light flooded in from a massive incandescent bulb, as if it were trying to illuminate the pitch-black corridor as bright as day. Chen Fei and Mishi had no place to hide and saw several pirates charging out, their guns aimed at them. Raise your hands! The pirates roared. Chen Fei froze, cold sweat trickling down his forehead. The situation had become dangerous. If the pirates pulled the triggers, he and Mishi would die here. There was only one way to survive. 147, come on, give it a try. Chen Fei immediately raised his hands obediently, and Mi Xue followed suit. Ha, you're from the International Rescue Team, aren't you? I didn't expect you'd dare to come to the rescue. You're brave, but your heads are a bit too soft. Coming one by one? That's just handing us a meal on a platter. Ha! A pirate holding a gun walked over, closely examining Mishi's face, his expression filled with greed. Chen Fei was startled. The International Rescue Team had been here before? It seems that too many people have been captured in this mine, causing other regions to take notice. However, from their words, even the rescue team members have been captured. It seems that Casey's influence is truly terrifying. Take them to the boss. The woman from the International Rescue Team was captured by the boss and played with until he got bored, then he rewarded us with her. This one is 10 times more beautiful than that one. We're in luck. Several pirates held guns, their black muzzles aimed at Chen Fei and Ma Xue. They couldn't resist and could only let themselves be escorted toward the mine's entrance. Chen Fei's violent aura surged wildly within him. He had originally intended to erupt and fight them to the death. However, upon hearing that they were taking him to see the boss, he suppressed his rage. This was exactly the outcome he had sought to meet their boss. Of course, Chen Fei was well aware that this boss was not Casey, but merely the boss of the mine. To alert Casey would not be so easy. Upon entering the mine, Chen Fei was immediately greeted by an endless shaft that stretched as far as the eye could see. Countless mine slaves toiled within the shaft, their faces covered in dust and dirt, appearing emaciated and gaunt. Their expressions were filled with despair and numbness. He was deeply shocked. He never imagined that such a massive mine could exist beneath this island. These dogs were truly evil beyond measure. Chen Fei's resolve only grew stronger. He must complete his mission. These sea tyrants hadn't done anything human. What are you looking at? You'll be here digging too soon enough. Where's your woman? She doesn't have to work so hard, she can just serve our boss. The black-hooded pirate escorting Chen Fei sneered. Spit. Mishlia spat directly into his face. The black-hooded pirate wiped the saliva off his face and suddenly slapped Mishi Xue across the face with a loud smack. An bright red handprint appeared instantly, and fresh blood trickled down the corner of her mouth. Chen Fei's heart skipped a beat. A terrifying killing intent surged forth. He could barely suppress the rage boiling within him, on the verge of erupting. The black-hooded figure seemed to sense Chen Fei's terrifying gaze and couldn't help but swallow hard. Clearly, he had been intimidated by Chen Fei's gaze. Even he didn't understand why, despite being under Chen Fei's control, he still exuded such a terrifying aura. Dare to glare at me. Realizing he had lost his composure out of fear, the black-hooded man, as a subordinate leader, felt his face burn with shame. He grabbed a police baton, raised it high, and struck Chen Fei on the head with all his strength. A dull thud echoed, and Chen Fei suddenly felt darkness engulf his vision, followed by a dizzying sensation. His consciousness grew hazy. The angry shouts of Mi Xue echoed in his ears, but he could barely make out the words. Warm, crimson blood seeped out from the top of Chen Fei's head, blurring his vision. Everything turned scarlet, staining half his face red. Miu Lia's tears streamed down her face. Seeing Chen Fei being beaten, she felt powerless, her anger reaching its peak. But then, she saw that Chen Fei was actually grinning. That smile looked utterly. I remember. Chen Fei croaked out a few words, his expression resembling the calm before a storm, a terrifying aura swirling in his pupils. The man in the black headscarf felt an inexplicable chill run down his spine, goosebumps breaking out all over his body. Under Chen Fei's blood-red gaze, he felt as though he had been locked onto by the Grim Reaper himself. He had intended to strike Chen Fei again with his baton, but for some reason, after raising it, he lacked the courage to bring it down. Intimidation. This terrifying aura completely overwhelmed the man in the black hood. You think you're tough? Wait until you meet the boss, then you'll see what real cruelty is. The black-hooded man concealed his fear and spoke arrogantly, relying on his superior's authority. He then escorted the two men to a house within the mine. Inside, a middle-aged, greasy man wrapped in a bathrobe sat on the sofa smoking a cigar. Upon seeing his men bring in Chen Fei and Manhwa, he exhaled a cloud of smoke and asked, "Is this the international rescue team that just attacked us?" Clearly, the greasy man had mistaken Chen Fei and Manhwa for members of the international rescue team. "Yes, boss. What should we do? This guy is so arrogant. If we don't teach him a lesson, he won't be tamed." The man in the black headscarf said angrily, glaring at Chen Fei with hatred. "Haha, arrogant, are you? Don't rush. I've got plenty of ways to deal with you. Come on, hold this woman down first. I'll have some fun with her in front of you, then we'll figure out how to deal with you." The man in the bathrobe let out a savage laugh, grabbed Mishi, and pinned her beneath him. He immediately began tearing at her clothes. "Move 1 inch and you'll see." But suddenly, a cold voice rang out. Chen Fei suddenly sprang up, taking advantage of the moment when the two men holding him loosened their grip and broke free. "You brat, behave yourself. Ha, you think you can stir up trouble again?" Instantly, several henchmen aimed their guns at Chen Fei. They were about to charge forward and continue suppressing Chen Fei. But the next second, everyone in the room froze. Whether it was the man in the black headscarf, the man in the bathrobe, or all the other henchmen. Chen Fei was holding a grenade in one hand, and his other hand was already on the trigger. "Come on, if you dare, try it." Chen Fei's face was still half red, but his expression was unreadable. His voice was icy and terrifying, sending a chill down everyone's spine. Everyone's faces were frozen in shock. They never expected Chen Fei to have this up his sleeve. If he were to pull the trigger in such a small room, there would be only one outcome: everyone would die. There would be no chance of survival. The man in the black headscarf froze. No wonder Chen Fei had been laughing so terrifyingly earlier. Now it was clear he had planned this all along. He didn't doubt for a moment that Chen Fei had the courage to pull the trigger. The look in his eyes earlier had been too shocking. In the man in the black headscarf's eyes, Chen Fei was a complete madman. 148, you were pretty cocky just now, weren't you? Ha, do you think a little lightning can scare me? If it comes to it, we'll all die together. You'll have to pay with your life too. And you delicate woman, will be blown to pieces as well. The man in the bathrobe suppressed his fear and feigned a casual expression as he spoke to Chen Fei. Then move just a little more and see what happens. I said, let's see who's braver. I don't mind playing with you, he. Chen Fei burst into a maniacal laugh, his eyes filled with madness. The man in the bathrobe swallowed hard. He noticed that the young man's eyes had a terrifying, evil glint. For a moment, he couldn't gauge the situation. If he really dared to pull the trigger, it wouldn't be worth it. He didn't want to die alongside Chen Fei. Hesitating, he loosened his grip on Mishia's hand slightly. In that instant, Mishia's figure darted away like an eel, breaking free from the bath towel-clad man's grasp. Her supple body twisted, and she appeared behind him, a military knife pressed against his neck. Now we don't have to die together. The only one who'll die is you. Manhwa's voice sounded playful, but using such a playful tone to say such terrifying words created a stark contrast, sending a chill down one's spine. The man in the bathrobe never expected this girl to be so strong. This wasn't something that could be achieved by luck alone. Even though he wasn't very knowledgeable about martial arts, he could tell that this was the pinnacle of martial arts, the ultimate mastery of the art, which allowed her to achieve such a result. The entire room fell into complete silence, so quiet you could hear a pin drop. The pirates couldn't believe their eyes. Just moments ago, they had held the upper hand, and the two of them were as good as dead. But in the blink of an eye, the tables had turned. The fish had become the chef, and they were now the meal? Let's talk this out. If you kill me, you won't be able to leave here either. Whatever you need, just ask, and I'll make sure you get it. The man in the bathrobe finally showed signs of panic, never expecting to be taken hostage. Chen Fei smirked, his gaze shifting to the man in the black headscarf. You bastard, which hand did you use to hit her just now? The man in the black headscarf was startled, his face twisted in bitterness. He was filled with terror. This was revenge. He looked toward the man in the bathrobe for help, but was glared back at him. Since you hit someone, you must pay the price. Do as this gentleman says. The man in the bathrobe dared not disobey Chen Fei's orders, and the man in the black headscarf dared not defy the man in the bathrobe, so he tremblingly extended his left hand. When you hit me with the stick earlier, you looked pretty tough. Here's what we'll do, use the stick to break your own left hand, and this will be settled. Chen Fei sneered coldly. Hearing this, the man in the black headscarf froze in shock. To break his own hand? Who could do that? Not only was it physical pain, but also mental humiliation. Instantly, his eyes filled with hatred as he glared at Chen Fei. I warn you, don't push it too far. Slap. Ugh. No sooner had he finished shouting than Chen Fei moved like lightning, swiftly drawing a staff from his waist and striking the man's left arm with all his might. With a bone-crunching sound, the man in the black headscarf collapsed to the ground, clutching his left arm and screaming in agony. His entire body writhed on the ground, cold sweat soaking through his clothes. He felt both hatred and fear toward Chen Fei. Weren't you just so arrogant a moment ago? Chen Fei uttered each word slowly, striking the black-hooded man on the head with his staff with each syllable, until the latter collapsed on the ground, twitching convulsively, nearly on the brink of death. Only then did Chen Fei stop. His eyes were filled with indifference. He didn't even glance at the black-hooded man, instead spitting on him and casually tossing the staff aside. Little brother, the debt is settled. I'll send the rescue team to you, and this matter will be considered closed. Deal? The man in the bathrobe forced a smile and said to Chen Fei. He had figured it out. This young man acted with extreme decisiveness, showing no hesitation whatsoever. He was clearly a top-tier ruthless character. Soon, one of his men emerged from the side room, leading out a woman. She was naked, her once beautiful face now deathly pale with no trace of blood, her eyes vacant, her consciousness scattered from the abuse she had endured. After a moment, she came to her senses, tears welling up in her eyes, her teeth biting her lips until they bled. Rage, resentment, and fear all surged within her. This young man, I apologize. I failed to control my men. However, she is unharmed. As you know, pirates are not known for their civility. In any case, you may take her now. If you insist on pursuing this matter, then kill me. In that case, none of you will escape. The man wrapped in a towel suppressed his fear and spoke. He feared that Chen Fei would become enraged upon seeing this situation, so he took a step back, explained the current circumstances clearly, and tried to calm Chen Fei down. Chen Fei furrowed his brows. This woman must be the one they captured from the rescue team. Even if she's unharmed, the psychological trauma will haunt her for the rest of her life. These ruthless pirates deserve to die. Have your men turn around? This will make it easier for us to leave. Otherwise, I fear they might ambush us. Raging inside, Chen Fei remained calm on the surface, appearing emotionless as he spoke casually. All right, turn around quickly. Seeing that Chen Fei was willing to leave, the man in the bathrobe hurriedly gave orders, his face breaking into a greasy smile, but his heart was filled with malice. He had already made up his mind. Even if Chen Fei managed to leave the island, he would immediately report it and request heavy weapons to bombard the area, determined to kill the young man and avenge his hatred. Just as the towel-clad man's men turned away, Chen Fei picked up an AK-47 from the table and tossed it directly to the woman. You bastards, go to hell. Almost instinctively, the woman raised the AK-47 and fired at the group of pirates who were facing away from her. The man in the bathrobe's eyes widened in shock, unable to warn his men in time. A burst of bullets erupted, and all the pirates in the room, except for the man in the bathrobe, collapsed to the ground, dead in pools of blood. The woman, her eyes bloodshot, aimed the gun at the man in the bathrobe. Wait! Chen Fei hurriedly stopped her. Though he also wanted the towel-clad man dead, not now. The towel-clad man still had a use. Once he was no longer needed, he would naturally be sent to meet his maker. The woman hesitated for a moment, her eyes filled with endless hatred. She lowered her weapon, knelt on the ground, and burst into tears. 149, begin the counterattack. Chen Fei walked behind the man in the bathrobe, took over from Mishi Liaya, and personally held the man at knife point. Come on, call the boss of mine number 1 to come here first. The towel-clad man heard this and froze for a moment, then immediately understood Chen Fei's intentions. He felt a surge of anger but had no way to resist. He could only walk to the desk and call the pirate in charge of mine number 1. Before arriving, Chen Fei had already surveyed the area. There were exactly 10 mine shafts, each with a fully armed leader in charge. Chen Fei had kept the bathrobe-clad man alive to use his orders to eliminate all 10 of them. Once that was done, the countless mine slaves in the entire mine would be left unguarded. Chen Fei was planning to make a big move. Chen Fei handed his clothes to Mishi Liaya, who softly comforted the woman for a moment. After helping Chen Fei put on his clothes, she attached a silencer to the revolver, then moved to the side of the room, leaning against the wall, waiting for the mine pit leader to arrive. Soon, footsteps grew louder from the distance. The front door was knocked from the outside. Mishi Liaya opened the door and, without hesitation, pulled the trigger. Puff! With 2 splashes of blood, a pirate with wide-open eyes fell straight to the ground, his eyes still open even in death. However, just as Chen Fei was about to do the same to the towel-clad man and call for the second mine foreman, an unexpected incident occurred. Beep! Suddenly, the entire mine echoed with a loud alarm. This sound would directly transmit to the entire island, all the way to Casey's base camp. Chen Fei looked down and saw that the first mine foreman was still holding an alarm device in his hand. Clearly, he had activated the alarm in his final moments. This meant that before entering the office, he had already sensed that something major was about to happen inside. It was highly likely that the gunfire earlier had alerted someone outside, causing them to grow suspicious. Damn it! Who the hell told you to sound the alarm, you bastard? The man in the bathrobe turned pale. His value as a hostage lay in not alerting headquarters. If Captain Casey found out, he would immediately lead his troops here and crush Chen Fei. Would he care about the life of a lowly lieutenant? That's why the towel-wearing man was holding back, willing to lose more of his men rather than sound the alarm. After all, no matter how many of his men die, they're just his own men, and higher-ups won't care. But if the mine is in danger, he'll definitely die at Captain Casey's hands. Pick up your weapons. Chen Fei naturally understood that the situation had reached its most critical point. The alarm had been sounded. Not to mention that Casey had already been informed, but the remaining 9 leaders inside the mine would all be fully armed and rushing over. Miyu immediately grabbed her AK, and the women from the rescue team also drew their dual pistols. She had long since given up on living. Her heart was filled with nothing but hatred. If it came down to a fight to the death, it suited her perfectly. She wouldn't even blink an eye. Sure enough, soon a chaotic commotion could be heard outside. The sound suggested a large number of people, possibly all the mine bosses, had gathered there. Outside the door, 9 fully armed pirates stood with murderous expressions on their faces. They had sensed something was amiss when they heard the gunfire inside the room. And when the alarm sounded, their suspicions were confirmed. They all gathered at the door, exchanged glances, and prepared to force their way inside. Click! But just as they were about to charge, the door suddenly swung open. As the 9 pirates froze in shock, a smoking grenade rolled out from between the door cracks. Get down! The 9 men froze for a second, their eyes filled with fear. But before they could get down, there was a loud explosion, and they all fell to the ground. Those closest to the explosion died instantly, while those slightly farther away felt a momentary loss of hearing, with the world spinning around them. Before they could get back up, another grenade rolled out. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed through the air. This time, all 9 fully armed mine foremen were killed instantly. It all happened too quickly for anyone to react. They were all wiped out in an instant. At that moment, the countless mine slaves in the 10 mine shafts all stopped their work, their eyes dazed, staring toward the explosion site. They had no idea what had happened and were filled with fear. Because no matter what changes occurred, they would always be the ones to suffer. But moments later, the miners saw a young man holding the man in the bathrobe hostage, emerging from the room. Upon seeing the man in the bathrobe, all the miners bowed their heads, clearly terrified of this man who controlled everything here. Everyone here had suffered at his hands, and seeing the man in the bathrobe was like seeing a cat when you're a mouse. Look up! However, a loud, authoritative shout caused all the mine slaves to widen their eyes and look up. There he was, the man who had filled them with such dread, now lying on the ground like a dead dog, dragged over by the young man and thrown onto the floor, with his foot firmly planted on the man's head. Was it him who bullied you before? From now on, those who have a grudge must seek revenge. Chen Fei shouted loudly. At these words, the miners all froze in place, none daring to move. In their minds, the managers of this mine were all ruthless tyrants, and offending them would mean certain death. Even though the bathrobe-clad man was now helpless, they dared not move for a moment. Do you plan to stay here and be mine slaves until you die? Think about it, your loved ones, your families, are all waiting for you. Are you really going to stay in this dark, sunless mine forever? Those with families, don't you want to go back? Those whose families have been brutally mistreated by this gang, don't you want to avenge them? Chen Fei's words came pouring out in a furious torrent, like thunderclaps that shook the very ground. The miners' numb faces began to show signs of anger. Their hollow, lifeless eyes seemed to ignite, and in the depths of their pupils, a glimmer of the will to survive flickered, igniting flames of anger. The man in the bathrobe felt his heart sink to the bottom. He knew that if he stirred up the miners' hatred, he would face certain doom. Even if each of them spat once, they could drown him. Come, take revenge with your own hands. This bastard is just an appetizer. I will lead you to trample the mastermind, Casey, under our feet. Chen Fei roared, sending chills down every miner's spine. Instantly, the man in the bathrobe was thrown into the mine shaft like a dead dog by Chen Fei. 150, capture Casey alive. Bastard, I'll take your life. A man with bloodshot eyes charged forward and stomped down on the towel-clad man's head with all his might. The bath towel-clad man was instantly dizzy and disoriented, trying to beg for mercy, but before he could utter a word, he was kicked again and sent flying. With someone leading the charge, all the miners in the mine were filled with rage, and they all charged toward the bath towel-clad man. Though they had no weapons, their kicks alone were enough to break the bathrobe-clad man's neck in no time. But they weren't satisfied, continuing to kick him until his body was unrecognizable. Only then did they stop, all eyes fixed on Chen Fei, waiting for his orders. Everyone, follow me. Charge straight to the armory. Chen Fei shouted, and hundreds of mine slaves raised their pickaxes, their eyes filled with rage, roaring wildly. By igniting their anger, Chen Fei could harness that fury to achieve his own goals. This was not merely exploiting them, it was also saving them. Without Chen Fei's arrival, they would have had no chance of escaping. Immediately, under Chen Fei's leadership, hundreds of people emerged from the mine shaft in a massive procession, appearing on the island. At the same time, in the luxurious villa at the center of the island, the one-armed Casey smashed his phone on the ground in anger. His other lost arm, which had been forged into an iron hook, slammed down with such force that it shattered the table. Damn it, a mine riot. How could two little rats cause such a commotion? Are you all useless? Kathy raged wildly, while the two nightclub girls beside him were also terrified, quickly backing away, afraid that he might lose control and accidentally kill them. Captain, it's bad. The mine slaves have gone mad and are rampaging across the island, smashing and looting everything in sight. Soon, more pirates burst in, frantically reporting the news to Casey. Kathy was even more enraged. This island was his most valuable asset, generating enough wealth to fill a treasure chest every day, more than the profits from his trade routes. After all these years of hard work, it was now being destroyed by a bunch of worthless miners? Every single penny on the island belonged to Casey, and Chen Fei clearly understood this. Therefore, he had no hesitation in leading the miners to seize everything they could and smash everything they couldn't carry away. All this wealth was tainted, every single coin was stained with blood and pus. Therefore, Chen Fei felt completely justified in his actions. These bastards actually think that with just a pickaxe, they can defy heaven? Transmit my orders, all brothers, head to the armory, grab your weapons, and suppress the mine slaves. Kathy shouted to his men, waving his hand dramatically with great authority. However, his momentum didn't last long. Another subordinate rushed in, looking panicked. Captain, it's bad. They took us by surprise and attacked the armory. The armory has fallen, and all the weapons have been seized. What? Kasi jumped to his feet, feeling his blood pressure spike, his head spinning, almost unable to believe his ears. He never expected the enemy's actions to be so swift. This is dangerous. After all, Casey's men numbered only 500, and even combined, they didn't outnumber the mine slaves. Their only advantage was their weapons. But now, the weapons had been seized, and the mine slaves were at the peak of their anger, fighting with reckless abandon. In such a situation, the pirates might not stand a chance. How the hell did I end up in this mess, being humiliated by the mine slaves? Kathy muttered in disbelief, rushing to the window to see the miners, armed with weapons, closing in on the castle. Quick, into the bunker. Kathy panicked and rushed toward the bunker, feeling a sense of familiarity toward the young man leading the group. She suddenly snapped out of it. Damn it, it's Chen Fei. He had almost forgotten about this young man. Over a month ago, Captain Eric and the other two tyrants had all wanted to kill him. But he had been missing ever since, and with the operations at Lilith and Shima Mami's going smoothly, they hadn't bothered with him. But he never expected that Chen Fei, who had been missing for so long, would reappear. And as soon as he emerged, he caused such a commotion. You little bastard, you really deserve to die. Kathy trembled as she rushed toward the bunker, simultaneously sending a message to Captain Eric, reporting everything that had happened on the island and Chen Fei's reappearance. However, before Casey could enter the bunker, the castle gates were breached, and the room door was blown open. Chen Fei charged in first, grabbing Casey before he could react. Kathy, the notorious pirate under the command of the sixth tyrant Eric, with a bounty of $200 million, was captured alive by Chen Fei. Brothers, keep looting and destroying. When the time comes, take any ship at the port. This man, I'm taking him with me. Chen Fei said to the enraged miners. All right, no problem. The leader of those dogs has been captured by Brother Chen. Charge. The miners roared wildly. Armed with weapons, they vented their anger, continuing to loot and destroy the island. The scene was extremely chaotic. Kathy, who was being held hostage by Chen Fei and dragged toward the port, felt as though he were in a dream. He had no idea what was happening. In less than 2 hours, he had gone from being the master of an island to a prisoner? All because of this young man named Chen Fei. No wonder the three tyrants had joined forces to target him for death. When Chen Fei arrived at the port, who dared to stop him? With the boss, Casey, in Chen Fei's hands, they could only watch helplessly as Chen Fei and Manhwa took Casey aboard the ship. Isn't the woman from the rescue team coming with us? Mishi asked. She's busy killing people. Don't worry about her. The rescue team will contact her. Chen Fei has his own matters to attend to. He can't be responsible for everyone. Immediately, Manhwa went to the wheelhouse, started the ship, and set sail toward the Guild Island. Young man, I'm only worth $2 billion. I'll give you $5 billion. Let me go. What do you say? On the deck, the bound Casey looked at Chen Fei with a hopeful expression. $500 million was equivalent to his entire fortune, but if Chen Fei agreed, he was absolutely willing to pay it. After all, if he were sent to the Bounty Guild, he would be publicly executed. Paying with money to save your life no matter how much it costs, it's worth it. No, we're friends. Talking about money is too tacky. What left Casey completely stunned was that Chen Fei sat down right there, lit a cigarette for him, and said with a friendly smile, "Don't worry, I'll let you go. I don't want your money, but not right now." 151, enter the Guild Island and book the S Squad. Little brother, what are you up to? Kai, she was completely baffled. He had imagined countless possible outcomes, but he never expected Chen Fei to be so polite to him. What was he really up to? Don't overthink it. I just want you to stay on the ship for 2 days. After that, I'll let you go back and I promise you won't be harmed. Let's just consider this a friendship, okay? Chen Fei's friendly smile made Casey feel uneasy. If he really thought Chen Fei was a kind-hearted person, he'd be a fool. Someone who could turn himself from an island lord into a prisoner with just 2 people, there's no other word for it but terrifying. Kathy knew Chen Fei must have a plan, but she couldn't see through it. Alright, little brother, I'll trust you. But no matter what, as long as Chen Fei lets him return safely, then whatever schemes he has are fine. Casey didn't believe it. As long as he stayed alive, with his own strength and the backing of the 6th tyrant, Captain Eric, he couldn't possibly fail to deal with this young upstart. Mealtime will bring you food. After locking Casey onto the deck, Chen Fei returned to the bridge. From behind Mishi Leia, he gently embraced her, wrapping his arms around her, and gave her a quick kiss on her cheek. Master, Mishi is sailing. Why are you suddenly doing this? I just wanted to hug you. Is that not allowed? Feeling the fragrance of the young girl's hair, Chen Fei was intoxicated. Miyu's head rubbed against him, like a cute little puppy. Master, are you really going to let that guy go? Mi Shua Leia asked. Let him go? Of course we have to let him go. Chen Fei nodded firmly and said, let him go so we can eliminate him more effectively. Killing a Casey isn't that difficult. He's just a piece of meat on the chopping block now. But even if we eliminate him, how much impact will that have on Eric? It will cause him some losses, but it's nowhere near enough to eliminate Eric. Master, do you already have a plan to eliminate Eric? Mishi Liaya's eyes lit up as she asked admiringly. Well, it's just a preliminary idea. Whether it can be successfully implemented depends on whether you can contact the S-rank squad on Guild Island and the outcome of your negotiations with them, Chen Fei said. Master, Mishi will definitely make contact with the S-rank team. After a day of sailing, the ship finally came to a stop at Guild Island. Casey, you'll have to endure this for now. Chen Fei smiled kindly, stuffed a cloth ball into Casey's mouth, then covered his head with a black plastic bag before leading him ashore. This prisoner-like appearance didn't attract much attention. Such scenes were commonplace on Guild Island. The most common sight on Guild Island was bounty hunters bringing in pirates. To maintain secrecy, the bounty hunters would always cover the faces of the pirates they captured. After reaching shore, Chen Fei bought a newspaper. This was the easiest way to obtain information. On Guild Island, unlike other places, many bounty hunters came to capture pirates for rewards, so information was crucial to them, making the newspapers here the most comprehensive. What Chen Fei most wanted to know was the current situation of Luobing. However, after flipping through the newspaper, he found nothing. Clearly, information about the first tyrant was not easily obtained. It was rarely published, and there were no bounty hunters daring enough to target them. Without information on Luobing, he did notice that Lilith and Shima Mami were in a dire situation. Both sides had lost nearly half of their men, lost many trade routes, and suffered significant losses in strength. They could only retreat to their main island for defense. The main force attacking Lilith was the 6th tyrant, Eric, wasn't it? Chen Fei understood the situation upon seeing the news reports. Now, he planned to take action against Eric first. In other words, this would also alleviate the pressure on Lilith from another angle. Of course, this all depended on whether Chen Fei could succeed. On the way to the guild, Mishia clung tightly to Chen Fei, her silver teeth clenched, her sapphire blue eyes brimming with tears as she stared at him, looking extremely resentful. Woof. When she noticed Chen Fei looking at her, Mishia whimpered softly like a puppy. Let's get down to business. Chen Fei gave her a mischievous smile and ignored her. Mishi Leia grew even more resentful, pouting her lips as she led the way into the guild. She had only followed her here once before, through a secret passage, and was unfamiliar with the guild's interior. This time, they entered through the main gate. The first floor of the guild was a bar. It wasn't very noisy, more like a quiet lounge, where bounty hunters gathered to drink and rest. On the bulletin board, they could view the bounties on pirates. The entire wall of the bar was a bulletin board, with various pirates' faces and the bounties written below them. The ones at the bottom, easily visible, were for relatively low bounties. The higher up the wall, the higher the bounties. Why does the highest bounty only go up to the 4th tyrant, Vera? What about the 3 above her? Chen Fei wanted to see more information here, but he didn't find any. Only the 4th tyrant Vera was displayed, with a bounty of $15 billion, and it stopped there. Above Vera's photo, there was a thick layer of dust, clearly indicating that no one dared to take on this task. The top 3 tyrants wouldn't dare to post their bounties here. That would be a direct provocation, and they might even attack the Guild Island, said Mishi Liaya. Damn, they're so arrogant. Chen Fei was stunned. No wonder they were among the top 3. They're so brazen, daring to attack the main base directly. That's right, it's not like before. When Tang Feng Tian, the guild master, was alive, he targeted the first tyrant as his primary enemy. But after Tang Feng Tian and the first tyrant died together, the hunter guild isn't as strong as it used to be. Later, they lowered the bounties on the top 3 tyrants. Mishi Liaya explained. So that's how it is. Let's get down to business. How can we contact the S-rank squad? Chen Fei's current target is the 6th tyrant. If he can connect with this S-rank squad, it might greatly increase his chances of taking him down. Miss Leah led Chen Fei to a window on the 2nd floor and said to the people inside, "Group booking system. What is the pirate number you reserved, ma'am?" The customer service representative asked. The guild has assigned numbers to all pirates with bounties, ranked from strongest to weakest. For example, Vera is the number 1 wanted pirate here. 152, your plan is no longer viable. Many bounty hunters operate alone, but some who lack confidence in their abilities seek companions to help them take on pirates. In such cases, they use the team-up system here to report the pirate they wish to target. The guild then connects those targeting the same pirate, creating a group. This is a highly user-friendly system. I don't have a room number. I'm looking to join an S-rank team. Could you call one for me, said Miss Leah. Upon hearing this, the customer service representative's eyes widened in shock. S-class bounty hunters are among the elite of the entire guild. No one dares to disrespect them. After all, accumulating over 100 million in bounty rewards is more than enough to prove their strength. Could the lady please show her S-class badge? Miyu leaned forward slightly, revealing the badge on her neck, showing the side engraved with her name and portrait to the customer service representative. The latter immediately adopted a respectful expression and said, "I'll make the reservation for you right away. Please wait a moment." The customer service representative dialed a phone number with great respect, spoke carefully for a moment, and then told Mishi, "Hello, the S-class team leader is currently in Hall 1. You may proceed there now." "All right." Miyu nodded and led the way, lifting her snow-white chin and looking at Chen Fei with a proud expression, as if seeking praise. "Master, isn't Miyu amazing? Just by showing my dog tag, I was able to get things done." "Stop making things up. That's your name tag." "I'm not making things up. Look, Master. The other side has my name engraved on it. Chen Fei's little mother." Before she could finish speaking, her head was tapped by Chen Fei. The young girl covered her head but wore a dazed expression. "Master, the captain of the S-rank squad is here. I actually got to see Tang Aoshuang in person." Mishi led the way, her eyes filled with anticipation. "This Tang Aoshuang, is she really that powerful?" Chen Fei had never seen her before, but when Mishi Leah was talking about someone else, she showed an interested expression. For some reason, he felt a bit jealous. Chen Fei didn't even realize he was feeling jealous. Of course she's powerful. She's the direct disciple of the former leader, Tang Fengtian. She's mastered Tang Fengtian's assassination techniques to perfection. The S-class squad has 5 members. The captain, Tang Aoshuang, is number 1, and the other 4 each have their own special skills. "Oh. Master, are you unhappy?" Mi Shui, with a mischievous smile, playfully walked up to Chen Fei and whispered, "So when Mi Shui compliments others, the master gets jealous too? You look pretty happy." Chen Fei pinched the girl's cheeks and grinned. "Of course. If master gets jealous because of what Mishi says, it means Mishi is very important to master. I'll see just how powerful Tang Aoshuang really is." Chen Fei followed her to the room at the end of the corridor, knocked twice on the door, and heard a cold voice from inside. "Come in." It was a woman's voice, sounding cold and indifferent. The two opened the door and walked in, only to see a woman sitting at a round table in the room. The woman kept her head down, not looking at Chen Fei and Ma Xue who had entered, but instead carefully wiping a dagger. "Where is your captain, Tang Aoshuang?" Chen Fei asked directly, only to see the woman lift her head and sneer coldly. "She is." Miss Shikshu hurriedly whispered in Chen Fei's ear. Chen Fei was taken aback, having mistaken Tang Aoshuang for a man. Seeing that she was a woman, he felt a sudden sense of relief. So this woman was Tang Aoshuang, the captain of Team S. Her demeanor truly lived up to her name. She was cold and aloof, like arrogant frost. Her appearance was also breathtakingly beautiful. However, unlike Lin Xianer's delicate and fragile demeanor, or Mishi Lia's gentle and timid nature, Tang Aoshuang exuded an icy coldness that made her seem untouchable. "What do you want from me? If you're here to join Team S, don't bother. We're not hiring." Tang Aoshuang finally finished wiping her dagger and looked up at Chen Fei and Ma Xue, speaking indifferently. "We're not joining, we're just collaborating. Let's take down Eric together. Interested?" Chen Fei cut straight to the point, without any beating around the bush. Tang Aoshuang paused, puzzled. "How do you know we're planning to take down Eric? Where did you get that information?" That's just a coincidence, isn't it?" Chen Fei was also taken aback, thinking of how to persuade Tang Aoshuang to join forces against Eric. He even considered offering to forfeit his own bounty. But he never expected the other party to have the same goal. It was like someone bringing a pillow when you wanted to sleep. How could such a greenhorn get our S-team's intelligence? Just then, a dismissive voice suddenly came from the door. The door opened, and a man in a suit, with slicked-back hair and a smug expression, walked in. He glanced at Chen Fei with disdain. However, when he noticed the gaze of Mishi Liaya, a flash of passion crossed his eyes. But he quickly suppressed it, maintaining his arrogant demeanor. This man was Bob, the second in command of Team S, responsible for combat planning. Though not particularly strong in combat, he was highly intelligent and could deliver the most lethal blows to enemies at the most critical moments, earning him the title of S-Class Bounty Hunter. Miss Leah whispered to Chen Fei, her gaze filled with disgust as she looked at Bob. She could sense the lust in his eyes. If she could, she would rip his eyes out. Chen Fei nodded slightly. It seemed that collaborating with the S-Class squad was no easy task. However, when facing Tang Aoshuang, Bob's expression turned fawning, like a sycophant, and he spoke with great respect. Captain, numbers 3, 4, and 5 are all ready. We just need your order to go and take down Casey. Tang Aoshuang nodded and prepared to summon all the team members inside. Bob, is that you? Your battle plan is to take on Casey? Well, that plan probably won't work. Chen Fei laughed, stepped forward, and said calmly. Kid, get out of here before my anger flares up. The battle plan of our S-rank squad is not something you can interfere with here. Captain, why did you allow these unworthy individuals into our office? Bob glared at Chen Fei, as if looking down on an ant. You may leave. We need to discuss the battle plan now. Tang Aoshuang also issued the order to leave. 153, you're Chen Fei? I've already said there's no need to go after Casey. He's already finished. Why bother? Chen Fei chuckled. He never expected that the S-Class squad was now targeting Casey, whom he had already dealt with. Chen Fei glanced sideways at Mi Shui with a smug expression, as if to say, see now? Am I the one who's powerful, or is Tang Aoshuang? Immediately, Chen Fei tossed several photos onto the table. The photos showed Casey bound and gagged by Chen Fei. Clearly, he had been completely subdued. Tang Aoshuang's beautiful eyes widened in shock, and Bob also froze, his eyes filled with disbelief and astonishment. Instantly, both of them looked up at Chen Fei. What on earth was going on? Tang Aoshuang was completely baffled. She had been planning to deal with Casey for quite some time. But now, before she could act, Casey had already been taken care of? This was simply too surreal. Captain, this guy must be photoshopping the image. He's trying to deceive you. I think this guy has ulterior motives. Bob stubbornly said, unwilling to believe it was real, even though the photo showed no signs of editing. Casey is right here in my hands. Photo manipulation? Do you want me to take you to see him? Can people be fake too? Or is your intelligence network that incompetent? You don't even know about major events happening at sea? Chen Fei said casually. Kathy had been brought ashore by Chen Fei and was now tied up and thrown into a hotel room. Hearing this, Bob felt like he had been stepped on, glaring angrily at Chen Fei. The task of gathering intelligence was clearly his responsibility. Chen Fei's mockery, though not directed at him specifically, was clearly aimed at him. At that moment, a man wearing gold-rimmed glasses burst in, holding a newspaper, his expression excited. Captain, look. The latest news: Eric the Tyrant's top pirate, Casey, has been captured by Chen Fei. Although it had been a day since Casey was captured, few people had known about it beforehand, and with the news having a delay, it wasn't until now that it had been published in the newspaper. Upon hearing this, Tang Aoshuang and Bob were completely stunned. If they hadn't believed it before, now that the news had broken, it was clearly true. The way they looked at Chen Fei was completely different from before. You're Chen Fei? Then you must be the newly promoted S-Class Bounty Hunter, and the $1 billion you received was for capturing Moretti, right? I've heard about it. Tang Aoshuang rarely spoke so much at once. She hadn't known Chen Fei and Michi's identities before. Now she realized it was this young man. Oh? I'm already this famous? Chen Fei found it amusing. He had been on the island for over a month, completely cut off from the outside world, and clearly had no idea how his reputation had spread. Someone who has been hunted down by the three tyrants together is naturally famous. Tang Aoshuang smiled faintly, but it was like ice melting and flowers blooming, leaving one speechless. Bob was already stunned. He had never seen Tang Aoshuang smile before. He never expected that this young man named Chen Fei would see her smile the moment he appeared. Moreover, that smile was because of him. Instantly, his heart was filled with jealousy, hatred, and resentment. Since they had captured Casey, they would hand him over to the guild. This would complete the first step in defeating Eric. The next step was to capture Gade. Chen Fei, Michi, I speak on behalf of Team S to agree to cooperate with you. Tang Aoshuang said. Gade is also one of Eric's men, a pirate of the same rank as Casey. Upon hearing Tang Aoshuang say this, Chen Fei immediately understood. Team S's battle plan against Eric was to start with his subordinates, effectively gradually weakening his forces. This was a standard tactical approach, but Chen Fei felt it was too slow. Cooperation is certainly good, but I must have a say in the matter. Chen Fei said. He had his own battle plan. If cooperation meant following S-Team's plan entirely, Chen Fei couldn't accept that. He didn't think his plan was any worse than anyone else's. At least actions speak louder than words. While S-Team was still preparing for battle, Casey had already been captured by him. You think you're something special? Demanding a say? Get out of here now. Bob had already felt humiliated by being outmaneuvered by Chen Fei. Hearing him dare to make demands now, he erupted in arrogance. Damn it! Mi Shui clenched her teeth tightly. If it weren't for the need to cooperate, she would have already jumped at him for speaking to Chen Fei like that. Bob, do you want this captain position for yourself? Suddenly, a cold voice rang out, and Tang Aoshuang stood up, her eyes filled with impatience and coldness. Bob, seeing this, froze in place and quickly shut his mouth. He dared not provoke Tang Aoshuang. He was still trying to curry favor with her. But when he thought about how Tang Aoshuang was treating him because of Chen Fei, all his resentment shifted onto Chen Fei, and his eyes filled with malice. Speak up. What's your plan to deal with Gouda? Tang Aoshuang asked Chen Fei. She didn't underestimate him. A young man who could unite the three tyrants against him must be capable, and besides, he had even captured Casey, which made him even more formidable. As for a specific plan to deal with Gouda, I have no suggestions. There is only one thing: Casey must be released, Chen Fei said. Upon hearing this, Tang Aoshuang was taken aback, unable to believe her ears, thinking she must have heard wrong. You're crazy, absolutely crazy. No, you're just a little cutie. Bob seized the opportunity to mock Chen Fei, but dared not speak too loudly, fearing it might upset Tang Aoshuang. You mean we should let Casey go? Tang Aoshuang asked uncertainly. Yes. Chen Fei didn't even acknowledge Bob, speaking firmly. I know you want to take down Eric's pirates one by one. But that's not easy. Attacking the city is the lower strategy, attacking the heart is the higher strategy. Do you understand? Hearing Chen Fei's words, Tang Aoshuang seemed to understand yet not fully grasp the meaning. However, she felt something gradually dawning on her. She and Chen Fei shared the same bloodline, both descendants of the Great Xia dynasty. Though she had lived at sea since childhood, she had learned much about Great Xia culture from her teacher Tang Fengtian, so Chen Fei's words were not entirely unfamiliar to her. Playing tricks, humph. I think you're secretly colluding with Casey. Bob snorted disdainfully and continued to mock Chen Fei. 154, Luyan's situation. Upon hearing this, Chen Fei didn't get angry. Instead, he curved the corners of his mouth. Tang Aoshuang's cold and arrogant face lit up once more, revealing a smile. Chen Fei, you're quite impressive. You're interesting. Now I understand why the three tyrants fear you. Tang Aoshuang was a smart person. She had already vaguely guessed Chen Fei's intentions, but there was still something she couldn't figure out. However, after hearing Bob's mockery of Chen Fei, she instantly understood Chen Fei's true intentions. Bob was completely speechless. What was going on? The captain was actually praising this young man? After all, the captain, who was so stingy with his words, had never praised anyone before. This made Bob jealous to the point of madness. Regarding Casey's matter, proceed as you suggested. Now let's discuss our plan to deal with Gouda. Before that, I'll introduce you to the members of Team S. Tang Aoshuang pointed at Bob and said, this is the team's second in command, Bob, responsible for combat planning. She still gave Bob some face by not mentioning the intelligence gathering, otherwise it would have been a direct insult. She then pointed to the man with the gold-rimmed glasses, who looked very scholarly, and explained, this is the third member of the team. You can call him Golden Monkey. He's our main combat force. Good afternoon, Mr. Chen. Good afternoon, Ms. Ma Shui. Golden Monkey was quite polite and courteous, greeting Chen Fei and Mishi. Hello. Chen Fei smiled in response, but was deeply shocked inside. This Golden Monkey lived up to his name. He looked like a skinny monkey, frail and weak. Yet he was the Team S main attacker. Just then, a man and a woman walked in from outside. The man was tall and muscular, looking like he weighed nearly 300 pounds, like a mountain of muscle. Chen Fei opened his mouth, but even if Xiong Sanhu were standing there, he would still be smaller. Beside the man stood a petite girl. To be honest, she was about 10 centimeters taller than the lowly like Moshu Eliaya, but standing next to the burly man, she looked very petite in comparison. She was dressed in a nurse's uniform, with white stockings on her legs, looking delicate and pure. Chen Fei, of course, didn't judge by appearances. If they could stand here, it meant they were all S rank or higher bounty hunters, and the powerful pirates who had died at their hands were undoubtedly countless. This is number 4, Dashi, the Breaker. Number 5, Xiaoyi, the team medic. Tang Aoshuang pointed at the burly man and the girl and introduced them. She then introduced Chen Fei and Mishi Liaya to the two. These two are the people we're working with to take down Gouda. You've probably heard their names before. After Tang Aoshuang finished her introduction, Dashi didn't say much and stood to the side. Xiaoyi couldn't help but ask, Captain, aren't we supposed to deal with Casey first before taking on Gouda? Kathy has already been captured by Chen Fei, Tang Aoshuang said. Seeing Xiaoyi's cute little mouth form a perfect O shape, everyone was stunned. Tang Aoshuang waved her hand dismissively. Enough. Close the door. Let's start the meeting. Gouda has a bounty of $200 million, with 500 men under his command, operating in the waters near the non-domain. The operational plan for this mission is at the same time, in the luxurious villa of the Smith family. Damn it! Chen Fei, it's Chen Fei again, that bastard. Smith violently tore the newspaper into pieces, smashing his glasses to the ground, his eyes filled with endless anger. The mine managed by Casey was also his overseas asset, and it had been completely destroyed by Chen Fei. Hundreds of miners had fled. How much effort would it take to capture so many people? Without them, the mine would have to shut down, resulting in another massive loss. Smith couldn't figure it out. What the hell did Chen Fei have that made him so powerful, able to reduce so many tyrants and their pirate crews to such a sorry state? Earlier, when Chen Fei disappeared for over a month, Smith had assumed he was dead and even opened champagne to celebrate. But now he has suddenly reappeared and caused another mine to shut down. If Chen Fei were standing before him, Smith would beat him into a pulp. Son, go contact Long Xiao and tell him to send more men. We're short-handed. Smith said to Hoding. Long Haoyu has already been brought back to Daxia. Got it, father. Chen Fei, the damn little bastard, he won't last much longer, That woman is now in my hands. Hoding spoke coldly and returned to his room. Hearing the sound of the door opening, Lu Yan, who was cowering in the corner, trembled in fear, turned her back and buried her head, dared not look at Hu Ding as he walked in. Come here. Hu Ding walked forward, showing no mercy, and roughly grabbed Lu Yan's ponytail, dragging her out from the corner like a dog. He raised his arm high and slapped her face twice with all his strength. Ah! Lu Yan's cheeks swelled up with 2 handprints, and she let out a hoarse cry of pain, but not a single tear fell. It wasn't because she was strong, it was because she had already cried herself dry. Since Chen Fei had gone missing, she couldn't stay in the bunker. Taking advantage of Liang Ting's absence, she secretly went out to sea, hoping to find Chen Fei. But it was her naive idea that had sent her into an abyss from which there was no escape. Smith's men, who had been secretly watching her, easily captured her after seeing her go out to sea and brought her back to Smith's villa. Since then, she had been imprisoned in the villa by Hoding, subjected to inhumane torture every day. Liang Ting was now as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. Though she suspected the Smith family had kidnapped Lu Yan, she had no evidence and couldn't search their premises. She could only report it to her superiors and request additional personnel to search the seas. Damn it, I hate him. Chen Fei, that little bastard, has shut down another one of our mines. I'll tear him to pieces someday. Hu Ding's eyes turned bloodshot and his expression became extremely twisted. When he mentioned Chen Fei, it was as if he had touched the most violent part of himself. He grabbed Lu Yan's hair and slapped her across the face again. Fei Gu is still alive. Lu Yan's dazed pupils suddenly focused when she heard Chen Fei's name. After so long without any news of Chen Fei, her heart had already sunk to the depths of despair. Being captured by Hu Ding once again had pushed her to the brink of hopelessness. But now, hearing that Chen Fei was still alive, a glimmer of hope flickered deep within her heart. Damn it, I made you call him so affectionately. Hu Ding, enraged and humiliated, kicked Lu Yan hard in the stomach. Cold sweat poured down his body, and he curled up like a shrimp, trembling in agony. 155, Liang Ting's call. Yan Yan, you should hate Chen Fei. We're family. He harmed our family's interests. Come on, curse him. As long as you curse him, I'll treat you well. Hu Ding switched to a more gentle tone, speaking softly. But his eyes were twisted into an extreme crimson. Fei Gu will come to save me. Lu Yan ignored the malicious Hu Ding, as if speaking to herself. Slap. Hu Ding slapped her again, hard, across Lu Yan's face, snarling, curse Chen Fei. Do you hear me? Fei Gu will come to save me. Lu Yan's lips trickled blood as she spoke weakly, but her heart remained resolute. It seems like it's been too long since I locked you in the small black room. Tonight you'll stay in the small black room and reflect on your actions. Lu Yan heard this, her eyes widened in terror, shaking her head wildly, fear reaching its peak, her entire body trembling. No, don't. Come here. Hu Ding grabbed Lu Yan's ponytail and dragged her toward the partition, leaving a long trail of blood on the ground. Opening the compartment door, an indescribable stench immediately wafted out. Hu Ding wrinkled his nose in disgust, kicking Lu Yan into the pitch-black compartment, as if throwing her into a dark abyss. Ignoring Lu Yan's cries and struggles, he locked the compartment door tightly and turned away with a cold snort. Inside the partition, Lu Yan hoped it would remain pitch-black forever. However, as her eyes adjusted to the darkness, she could see the scene inside the room under the faint moonlight shining through the window, causing her to close her eyes in fear. There, hanging by the window, was a shadowy figure swaying slightly in the cold breeze. A rope was tied around the figure's neck, hanging there in a horrifying manner. Upon closer inspection, she could see that the woman's face, which had not yet completely decomposed, was none other than the woman who had colluded with Lu Yan and slept with Hu Ding. At that moment, and was already a lifeless corpse, hanging from the window of the partition room. Wu, Fei Gu, where are you? Lu Yan huddled in the corner, enduring the nauseating stench, dared not lift her head to look, her heart filled with fear, constantly praying that Chen Fei would appear. Guild Island. In the meeting room, Tang Aoshuang's meeting had concluded, and the battle plan had been finalized. Everything was ready to go. If this plan succeeds, we will assassinate Gauda with the least effort and minimal casualties. Bob, the success or failure of this mission rests on your informant. Tang Aoshuang said. Captain, rest assured, it's all under control. Bob assured him, patting his chest. Then let's get ready to depart. The ships are already prepared. Tang Aoshuang stood up, walking at the front, her eyes filled with coldness and arrogance, instilling confidence in the team members as if following her, no task was impossible. Just then, Chen Fei's phone rang. It was a communication device issued by the Great Xia Empire to Chen Fei, specifically for receiving orders and communicating within the special unit. In other words, the call could only be from a superior officer or another team member. As soon as Chen Fei answered, he heard Liang Ting's anxious voice, even tinged with a hint of tears. "Chen Fei, you finally answered. What's wrong, Sister Liang Ting? Don't worry, tell me slowly." Chen Fei froze, a bad feeling rising in his heart. Although he had a phone, it wasn't always accessible. For over a month, he had been stranded on a deserted island with no cell service. It wasn't until he reached the Guild's Island, a bustling place, that he finally got a signal. "Yan Yan is missing." Just one sentence, and Chen Fei knew his hunch was right. He had been thinking to himself earlier that anything that could make Liang Ting lose her composure like that must have something to do with Lu Yan. "Lu Yan wasn't with you at the base? How could she go missing?" Chen Fei frowned and asked. "You were gone for a while, and she said she wanted to go out to sea to find you, but I refused. But one night, I woke up and she was gone." "Chen Fei, I'm not trying to shift the blame onto you, I need your help now." "I know. If she disappeared at sea, finding her would require more manpower. Unless you have deeper leads, could it be the Smith family?" Chen Fei asked. "If Lu Yan disappeared on her own, the sea is so vast. What can Chen Fei do? We can only increase the number of people investigating to have a chance of finding her." But Chen Fei suspected it was likely connected to Smith and Hotting. "I've already reported this to higher-ups. The search at sea is ongoing, but I still feel this is connected to the Smith family. However, my special status makes it difficult for me to investigate in Dan Nua," Liang Ting said. "My status also makes it difficult for me to enter, but I can arrange for someone to go in provided there's a way to gain access to Dan Nua. Breaking in isn't an option. That would endanger our own safety, let alone conduct an investigation," Chen Fei said. 156, because they deserve it. "I know that. I have connections. Smith's political rivals, the Welsh family, own a news agency. He can use the pretext of hiring someone to send them in. However, we can't send too many people at once. We can start by sending one person into the news agency, which will make the investigation easier. Additionally, the Welsh family's influence in Dan Nong is no weaker than Smith's, so they can protect that person," Liang Ting said. "She has been in the special unit for years and has no friends outside. The special unit status is highly sensitive, so she can't easily infiltrate for investigations. The news agency owned by the Welsh family is the same company that recently used a plane to drop explicit photos of Hotting and Anne. The head of the family, Sir Welsh, not only has political disagreements with Smith but also business conflicts. Both families own several mines and are involved in the jewelry business. When interests clash, they are naturally willing to cooperate to suppress Smith. After all, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. The Lu family's company in Denmark is also a key channel they are trying to secure." Therefore, when Liang Ting mentioned her intention to investigate the Smith family, Sir Wales immediately agreed to help. Of course, such matters couldn't be done openly, they had to be handled discreetly. However, with the influence of the Earl of Wales, arranging for someone to be placed in the newspaper was no problem at all. "Alright, I can provide the person. Where should we meet?" Chen Fei asked. "I'll send you the address in time. Can you absolutely trust the person you've chosen?" Liang Ting hesitated, fearing Chen Fei might be displeased, and quickly added, "I'm sorry, this concerns Yan Yan. Please forgive my rudeness." Liang Ting now trusted Chen Fei completely. After all, the superior had sent him a direct letter, which meant this young man was no ordinary person. Asking Chen Fei to help find Lu Yan was purely a personal matter. It was a huge favor. "The person I've chosen is someone I'd be willing to give my life for." Chen Fei said only one sentence, and Liang Ting said no more. With the matter settled, she naturally trusted him completely. After hanging up the phone, the meeting location and time were sent over. "Master, is there something you need Mishi to handle?" Although Mishi Lia hadn't heard the details of the conversation, her intelligence allowed her to piece together some of the information. "Yes." Chen Fei nodded. "However, you may refuse, it is entirely up to you." Miyue held Chen Fei's hand. "Master, do you know how happy I am after hearing your words just now? No matter what you ask me to do, I will never refuse. Even if it means climbing a mountain of knives or jumping into a cauldron of oil." Hearing Chen Fei say that she was the one he was willing to sacrifice his life for, Mishue's heart nearly melted. "Don't say that. It's Lu Yan. She's missing. We suspect it's related to the Smith family. We need to investigate in Dan Nua. I'll arrange for you to work at a newspaper. Your task is to investigate secretly. I will complete the mission and rescue Sister Lu Yan. Your mission is not to rescue her." Chen Fei looked serious, staring intently at Mishi Liaya, speaking slowly and clearly, "Remember what I say. The following words are crucial. Listen carefully. Your only task is to gather intelligence covertly while ensuring your absolute safety. Under no circumstances, absolutely, under no circumstances, should you endanger yourself. Because in my heart, you are more important. Do you understand?" Miyu's eyes welled up with tears as she nodded firmly. Here's the meeting address and time. I'll take you to the boat. Chen Fei brought Mishi Liaya to the port and asked Tang Aoshuang to arrange a speedboat. Standing on the speedboat, Mishi Liaya gazed at Chen Fei with a dazed expression. Be good. Make sure you stay safe. Holding the young girl's beautiful face, he gently kissed her delicate nose and whispered softly. Master, please take care of yourself as well. The dog will always be thinking of you. Nishua's eyes were red, her cheeks pressed against Chen Fei's chest, and her soft golden hair brushed against him. Don't worry. After the assassination of Gaudi is over, I'll make sure to enter Dan Nua as soon as possible. Chen Fei promised. Miyu nodded firmly, reluctantly boarding the speedboat and heading toward the meeting point. Until her figure disappeared from the horizon, Chen Fei turned around, feeling a sense of loss. Since the cruise ship accident, the girls who were most important to him, Lin Xianer, Luo Bing, and Mishi Liya, had all left his side. Although Chen Fei was certain they would meet again someday, he couldn't shake the indescribable sense of loss in his heart. An S-class bounty hunter doesn't need you to worry so much. Tang Aoshuang stepped forward, sensing Chen Fei's worried gaze, and felt a bit speechless. As an S-class hunter herself, she knew very well that reaching this level required extraordinary abilities. Now, with Chen Fei in this state, she didn't know if it would have any negative impact on the assassination of Gouda. Captain Tang, if this mission succeeds, I don't want my share of the bounty. Chen Fei composed himself and said. His sole purpose was to kill Gouda. Money meant nothing to him now. After surviving numerous life or death situations, Chen Fei understood all too well that while money was useful on this vast ocean, it couldn't determine one's fate. Chen Fei was walking on thin ice, facing constant danger of death. What use was all that money? If collaborating with Team S and sharing the rewards could make them more willing to risk their lives, Chen Fei was more than willing to do so. Oh? Why don't you want the money? What's your purpose in dealing with the sea tyrant? Tang Aoshuang asked. Because they've done nothing but evil, they deserve to die. Chen Fei said indifferently, then smiled warmly. Is that reason sufficient? Tang Aoshuang was stunned. She never would have imagined that this young man would give such a reason. 157. Arrival at the destination. Immediately, Tang Aoshuang laughed again. Believe me, because our S-team doesn't take money either. All the bounties we earn are donated to the Foundation for Underprivileged Children. Oh? Then why go to such great lengths to deal with these ruthless pirates? What's the point? Chen Fei was even more puzzled. Logically speaking, since you're bounty hunters, the purpose of killing pirates is for the bounty. Otherwise, why join the Hunters Guild? You're not a group of righteous heroes, you're just after the money. Do you think bounty hunters only do this for the money? Tang Aoshuang said indifferently. Chen Fei didn't answer, but it was as good as an admission. Actually, it wasn't always like this. My master's goal was to restore peace to the seas. But later, we realized that not everyone shared his pure heart. So, we had to resort to killing pirates for profit. In any case, the Bounty Hunters Guild has completely strayed from its original purpose. One day, I will set things right and return to the path of righteousness. Tang Aoshuang spoke slowly, her eyes radiating a sharp arrogance and unwavering determination. If Captain Tang truly feels this way, then I, Chen, am willing to lend a helping hand. Chen Fei was deeply moved and spoke decisively. This is essentially the same goal as mine, to restore peace to the seas. Isn't that precisely the mission I have accepted? Since our goals align, assisting her is simply a matter of mutual aid. I hope this collaboration will be successful. Let us get ready to depart. Tang Aoshuang remained as cold and aloof as ever, though she did glance at Chen Fei with a hint of approval. However, whether they would collaborate in the future would depend on the outcome of this mission. If Chen Fei proved incapable, then even with the same goal, she couldn't afford to have him holding her back. Don't rush. Before that, let me release Casey first. Chen Fei said, returning to the inn. He brought Casey to the port, untied him, and removed the hood covering his head. With a friendly smile, he looked genuinely sincere. All right, Casey, you can go now. Casey was completely baffled. Even if his life were on the line, he couldn't figure out what Chen Fei was really up to. But regardless, as long as he could regain his freedom, that was better than anything else. Ha, young man, we'll meet again someday. Though Casey cursed Chen Fei in his heart, he maintained a friendly expression, as he had no idea what Chen Fei was planning. After all, they were still at the port of the Guild Island. He could only truly relax once he returned to his own territory. However, the hatred he harbored toward Chen Fei wouldn't fade just because he let him go. After all, Chen Fei had caused a huge commotion on the island, resulting in significant economic losses. More importantly, all the miners had fled. How was he supposed to explain this to his superiors? This was a real headache. After Casey had left in the ship, Tang Aoshuang stepped forward from the side and handed Chen Fei a photo. It was of Casey departing just moments ago, with the two of them chatting amicably. What do you think will happen within the Eric pirate gang if this photo circulates after we eliminate Gade? Chen Fei smiled faintly. Tang Aoshuang suddenly felt that this young man was truly terrifying, with thoughts that were far too cunning. If one were to become an enemy of such a person, one would surely be unable to eat or sleep in peace. No wonder the three tyrants had joined forces to specifically target this young man for elimination. Soon, the group boarded the ship bound for the non-domain. After a day and night of sailing, the temperature gradually rose. By the time they were about to reach their destination, the temperature had exceeded 40 degrees. Chen Fei was drenched in sweat, and the S squad wasn't far behind. Even Tang Aoshuang, who was as cold as ice, had beads of sweat glistening on her icy face. Chen Fei glanced at her face. She was indeed a stunning beauty. In such a scorching environment, it was easy to feel irritable, but seeing her cold, striking face calmed one's nerves. However, Tang Aoshuang's gaze was dangerous and extremely sharp. If Chen Fei stared at her for more than 3 seconds, even if he was looking at the back of her head, she could sense it. Immediately, she shot him a fierce glare. "Little Chen, I twisted my ankle. Could you help me massage it?" Just as Chen Fei looked away, Xiaoyi, dressed in a nurse's uniform, limped over, sat down on a chair on the deck, and lifted her stocking-clad foot. Chen Fei froze for a moment. Why would she ask him for help? However, seeing Xiaoyi's slightly furrowed brows and the pain on her face, Chen Fei nodded. Tang Aoshuang glanced over, turned away, and curved her lips into a faint smile. Chen Fei, of course, couldn't see this. He knelt down, one hand supporting Xiaoyi's foot, the other gripping her ankle, and gently rotated it. "Does that feel better?" It's okay now." Immediately, Xiaoyi stood up and walked away as if nothing had happened. Chen Fei was momentarily stunned. What was going on? Did his hands have magical powers? Just a quick rub, and the pain was gone? But just as he thought that, Chen Fei felt an intense tingling sensation in the palms of his hands, as if countless tiny ants were crawling over them. "Hee, next time you stare at the captain, you won't get off so easily." Xiaoyi's voice drifted over from the other end of the boat. "Holy crap, your feet are poisonous." Chen Fei was about to curse, but even though she was a cute little thing, he finally understood. What twisted ankle? That was just a lie. She was deliberately pranking herself, wasn't she? This is just a mild toxin, it will only cause a slight tingling sensation that will subside in a few minutes. Our Xiaoyi is not only skilled in medicine but also a master of poison. Tang Aoshuang said with a light laugh, clearly delighted that Chen Fei had been pranked, as he had been staring at her the whole time. "We're partners, how could you be so cruel?" Chen Fei felt like crying, the tingling sensation was unbearable. Fortunately, it only lasted 2 minutes before the effect wore off. By then, the coastline was already within sight. "Captain, we've arrived." Once the ship docked at the port, Daxiang emerged from the wheelhouse and addressed Tang Aoshuang on the deck. 158, the plan begins. "Did you apply the poison?" "Bob, when is your informant, Qingmaji, arriving?" Tang Aoshuang asked. The reason why this operation relies so heavily on Bob's informant is because he is central to the entire plan. As long as everything goes smoothly, eliminating Gade won't be difficult. It should be about time. Let's wait a little longer. Bob wiped the sweat from his forehead and looked at his watch. The group disembarked and waited quietly in the shadows of the dock. At first glance, the area was barren, with yellow earth and bare trees. Under the scorching sun, the place looked desolate. After waiting for several hours, the sun was about to set when a middle-aged man with a shifty expression, short and skinny, approached cautiously, looking around nervously. The most striking feature was his face covered in scars. "Qingmazi, over here!" Bob shouted at the man. Qingmazi heard the call and hurried over. His eyes lingered on Tang Aoshuang and Xiaoyi for a second before he wiped the sweat from his brow and said, "I was delayed by something earlier. Let's hurry to the inn." Time was of the essence. They needed to set up the ambush quickly and wait for the right moment for Gouda to walk into the trap. "Captain, let's go," Bob said to Tang Aoshuang with a flattering tone, following Qingmazi as he led the way. Tang Aoshuang hesitated slightly, feeling an unexplainable sense of unease, but she followed anyway. The rest of the S squad and Chen Fei also followed closely behind. The battle plan discussed earlier was actually quite simple. Due to the limited number of people, S squad's strategy had always been to go straight for the target, without any unnecessary detours. According to Bob's informant, Gouda went to find women every night, and he always went to the same hotel. As long as they hid there in advance, they could wait until nightfall and easily take out his life. If it weren't for the fact that every previous operation had been successful, Tang Aoshuang wouldn't have trusted this simple plan so easily. Although she knew Bob had designs on her, she trusted him implicitly because he was reliable. Chen Fei had no further objections, as the main force behind this assassination plan was Team S. After walking for nearly 15 minutes, they finally reached the town. Surprisingly, although the surrounding area was desolate, the town itself was exceptionally well built. It looked very prosperous, but those consuming goods here were not locals. It must be because this was Gouda's territory, so he had invested heavily in its construction. Those coming here to spend money were all connected to Gouda. "This is the place. Let us go through the ventilation shaft in the back." Qingmaji arrived outside a luxurious hotel and said to Bob. The hotel was 6 stories tall. According to Qingmaji's intelligence, Gouda always stayed in room 601. Entering through the main door was out of the question. If the staff saw us, we wouldn't be able to hide. However, the ventilation shaft could be climbed using the chimney climbing technique. I'll go to the 6th floor to distract the staff. You guys hurry up. It's already 7:45 p.m. Gauda will definitely arrive on time at 8 p.m. Xing Mazi finished speaking and headed toward the front of the inn, taking the elevator to the 6th floor. After all, he didn't know if there was anyone outside the ventilation shaft. If he happened to run into a staff member, that would expose them. I'll go first. Dashin, the breaker, didn't hesitate and entered the ventilation shaft first, immediately starting to climb upward. Tang Aoshuang was second, following closely behind. Next was Bob, who couldn't wait to follow Tang Aoshuang, followed by Jin Sihu and Xiaoyi. Only Chen Fei remained, taking his time and bringing up the rear. Before entering the ventilation shaft, Chen Fei scanned the area once more, imprinting the hotel's surroundings into his memory. No matter where he went, Chen Fei remained vigilant. After confirming there were no abnormalities in the vicinity, Chen Fei was the last to enter the ventilation duct. The chimney climbing technique involved using one's back to brace against one side of the pipe, spreading one's legs apart, and continuously moving upward. This was extremely physically demanding, especially when climbing 6 stories high. Although the S-team were all elite bounty hunters, not everyone had exceptional physical endurance, as their areas of specialization varied. For instance, Tang Aoshuang and Daxiang are physically fit. They were among the top 2, moving upward at the fastest pace. Bob and Golden Monkey, however, lag far behind. Bob can be excused, as he is a strategist and intelligence specialist, but Golden Monkey, as the main attacker, having such poor physical fitness was unexpected by Chen Fei. As for Xiaoyi, there's no need to mention her. She's right above Chen Fei, and her speed is incredibly slow, gasping for breath as she climbs. This forces Chen Fei to slow down as well. For a moment, Chen Fei begins to doubt the professionalism of the team. Chen Fei wanted to urge Xiaoyi to speed up, but when he looked up, he realized that from this angle, he could see her completely exposed. Instantly, Chen Fei calmed down. Slow is slow. But this thought didn't last long. Ah! Xiaoyi suddenly let out a scream, losing her grip on the ventilation pipe and sliding down. Chen Fei couldn't dodge in time. The ventilation pipe was only wide enough for one person. If he couldn't catch Xiaoyi, he would fall with her. Keep in mind that they were already on the 4th floor. If they fell straight down like that, they would surely be killed. In the blink of an eye, Chen Fei used all his strength to press his back against one side of the duct and braced his feet firmly against the other side. However, he didn't reach out to catch Xiaoyi because there was no need to. As long as he could withstand the impact of her falling, she wouldn't fall. After all, the duct was so narrow. So Chen Fei's hands were braced against both sides, allowing him to anchor himself in the duct with the largest possible surface area. The next second, Xiaoyi slid down and sat down. Chen Fei was completely stunned. Xiaoyi, are you okay? Tang Aoshuang, who was above, couldn't see the situation below clearly. Hearing Xiaoyi's scream just now, she hurriedly asked. The golden monkey above Xiaoyi looked down and saw that she had stabilized her position, so he said, "It's okay, Captain. Xiaoyi is stable." Hearing this, the other team members finally breathed a sigh of relief. Only Xiaoyi, with her face flushed red, remained silent. "How much longer are you going to sit on my face?" Chen Fei whispered, almost choking, urging her. He was using both hands, both feet, and his entire back to stabilize his position. After all, Chen Fei was currently supporting the weight of 2 people. If he relaxed even slightly, he would fall from a height of 3 or 4 stories. Xiaoyi was both anxious and embarrassed, but with her already limited stamina, she was even more exhausted now. She wanted to climb up faster, but she simply couldn't muster the strength. "And you didn't put poison on it, did you?" Chen Fei whispered again, making Xiaoyi want to bite him to death. 159, Crisis looms, plan exposed. Xiaoyi heard this, her eyebrows furrowed, and her face flushed red. "I'm sick. Why would I put poison there? Who knows? I've been poisoned before. Come on, hurry up. I'm really going to suffocate. I've been sweating all day, do you know that?" Chen Fei was about to lose control, but he suppressed his voice and urged her on, still giving Xiaoyi some face. "Are you trying to kill me? Stop talking." Xiaoyi was about to lose her mind, her voice growing louder. "What's going on?" The monkey above sensed something was wrong, looked down, and saw Xiaoyi still hadn't moved, so he asked. "She's out of strength. Pull her up from above while I support her from below. Hurry!" Chen Fei shouted urgently. The golden monkey heard this and immediately grabbed Xiaoyi's hand. The pressure on Chen Fei below eased instantly. Xiaoyi, who had been resting on Chen Fei's face for a while, regained a bit of strength and, with Chen Fei pulling from above and supporting from below, managed to reach the 6th floor safely. Dashin tapped on the ventilation pipe cover. 2 seconds later, a faint tapping sound came from the other side. Dashin then opened the cover. This was the pre-arranged signal with Ching Matzi. Only when Chang Matzi confirmed no one was near the ventilation pipe would he enter. The corridor on the 6th floor of the hotel was dimly lit. The group entered and immediately followed Cheng Maji into room 1. The layout of the room had already been provided to Bob by Ching Mazi, so although it was their first time there, they moved with ease. Following the arrangements made during the meeting, they quickly found their hiding spots and concealed themselves within a minute. From the outside, any unusual activity would go unnoticed. Even if someone came to search, it would be difficult to locate the 6 people. Meanwhile, the S-Team plus Chen Fei had surrounded the bed, ready to strike the moment Gao De appeared. Time ticked by, and the room remained completely silent as the clock slowly approached 8 o'clock at night. Only 3 minutes remained. The 6 people hiding in the room held their breath. According to intelligence, Gao De would arrive in this room with the women he intended to entertain tonight in 3 minutes. However, as the clock neared 8 o'clock, the atmosphere grew increasingly oppressive. Chen Fei listened to the ticking of the clock on the wall, but something felt off. He couldn't quite put his finger on it, but it was driving him crazy. His mind raced, trying to figure out what was wrong. As he sank deeper into his thoughts, the world grew even quieter, and the ticking of the clock became more pronounced. Suddenly, it was as if a string had snapped in his mind. Something's wrong, Chen Fei said in a low voice, breaking the silence in the room. In the darkness, the 5 members of Team S all held their breath, following the sound toward Chen Fei's location. They saw him emerge from under the bed where he had been hiding, already holding a revolver and cocking it. "What the hell are you doing? Are you trying to ruin our operation plan?" Bob shouted in a low voice. The other team members were all confused. It was almost 8 o'clock, and Chen Fei suddenly deviating from the plan was truly unexpected. It's too quiet. Something's not right. However, what the team members didn't expect was that Tang Aoshuang also emerged from her hiding spot, her expression solemn, and she too drew her weapon and cocked it, joining Chen Fei at the door. "That's exactly what I was thinking. This is an inn, and from the structure of the building, there aren't any good soundproofing measures. Yet the entire inn is eerily quiet. Clearly, many rooms are lit up from the outside, which only serves to highlight that something is being concealed," Chen Fei said slowly. "No doubt, there are no guests in this hotel tonight. To be precise, only we are here. The people in those lit rooms are all Gao De's men lying in ambush," Tang Aoshuang added. Upon hearing Chen Fei and Tang Aoshuang's conversation, the members of the S-level squad all widened their eyes. A sense of foreboding rose in their hearts. If things were as the two of them had judged, then they were in danger. "That's impossible. Xing Maizi has been working with me for years. All the intelligence he's provided in the past has been accurate," Bob argued vehemently. Clearly, if this operation went wrong, the blame would fall on him. He looked extremely tense. Just then, footsteps grew louder from outside the door, and the hearts of the 6 people inside the room jumped to their throats. Soon, they heard the footsteps becoming more distinct. They were very rhythmic and heavy. Instantly, everyone's hair stood on end. This meant that there were many people coming, and they were well trained. "Charge out." Tang Aoshuang acted decisively. The situation was now crystal clear. They had been surrounded and trapped by the enemy. If they hesitated any longer, there would be no chance of escape. 160, desperate breakout. Boom! Dashin charged forward, diving low and slamming into the door with all his might. The wooden door, unable to withstand his 300-pound frame, shattered like a sheet of paper. He rolled out, his AK-47 already cocked, frantically pulling the trigger without even looking, firing blindly toward the source of the sounds. Bang! Ah! Amidst the sound of bullets hitting their targets, a group of pirates lying on the corridor floor could be seen, their blood staining the entire corridor red. "They're up there. Charge forward. We must eliminate Team S. Capture Tang Aoshuang alive. Brothers, charge." At that moment, the pirates' shouts echoed from all the staircases, and Tang Aoshuang and the others instantly felt a heavy weight on their shoulders. "Captain, go through the ventilation shaft." Bob saw the situation and quickly said. "No way." Chen Fei retorted immediately, then grabbed a grenade and threw it into the ventilation shaft. Boom! Ah! A few seconds later, an explosion echoed from inside the duct, followed by the agonized screams of the pirates. Clearly, there were already people lurking below. It was impossible to overlook such a crucial detail. "We've fallen into the enemy's trap. Xing Mazi!" Bob screamed wildly, venting his anger. He looked utterly ferocious, as if Qing Maji were right in front of him, ready to be torn to pieces. From what could be seen now, Qing Maji had already betrayed the S-squad. That was why they had ended up in such a dangerous situation. In fact, from the very beginning, Tang Aoshuang had felt that this plan was too risky. Because, although the plan seemed simple, every step had been orchestrated by Qing Maji. He was too important. If anything went wrong with him, the entire operation would fail, and they would be doomed forever. And now, the worst-case scenario has already unfolded. We have no choice but to break out through the staircase. As the team leader, Tang Aoshuang knew that at this moment, only he could step forward and make a decision. "Wait a moment." Chen Fei interrupted Tang Aoshuang. "Shut the hell up. You have no right to speak here." Bob immediately snapped. Chen Fei was an outsider to him, and he had always harbored hostility toward him. Now, seeing Chen Fei trying to take command of the battle, he couldn't contain himself anymore. "Speak." However, Tang Aoshuang completely ignored Bob and turned to Chen Fei. After uncovering the trap earlier, Tang Aoshuang had grown even more confident in Chen Fei's abilities. His keen intuition was even sharper than her own. Therefore, at this critical moment, she wanted to hear his opinion. From the moment we entered, I noticed that more than half of the rooms were lit. This means that, on average, there are over 20 people rushing up each staircase. We're on the 6th floor, and they're still sending reinforcements non-stop. If we try to escape via the stairs, we'll be doomed. There's no way we can break out. Chen Fei said quickly. Just tell us what to do. Tang Aoshuang was growing impatient. Though she was a top-tier assassin that was in covert operations, such open combat was not her forte. Moreover, she was a woman, and after hearing those vile insults about capturing her alive, it was impossible for her to remain completely unmoved. Jump out the window. I've already scouted the area before entering the pipes. The window in the middle leads directly to the hotel's main entrance. There is a canopy above the entrance, with plastic on the top layer, glass in the middle, and an artificial lake below. If we land in the lake after hitting the 2 layers of cushioning, we'll have a slim chance of survival. Chen Fei said as quickly as he could. Bob tried to say something, but before he could speak, Tang Aoshuang made the decision. Let's do it. Although breaking out the window carried the risk of falling to one's death, there was no other choice but to take the desperate gamble. Otherwise, taking the stairs would almost certainly mean certain death. But now, even if we wanted to escape through the window, it wouldn't be easy. The window was in the middle, and the corridor formed a 90-degree angle. The pirates coming up the stairs had already surrounded us from the other side. I'll go first. Monkey, you cover me. Dashin roared, pressed his body against the wall, and fired his AK-47 at the charging pirates. There were over 10 pirates in this wave, but they were all suppressed by Dashiang's firepower, temporarily halting in the corridor and unable to advance. Now's our chance. At Tang Aoshuang's command, the group quickly charged toward the corridor. The pirates lying on the ground quickly got to their feet and aimed their guns at Team S and Chen Fei. But before they could pull the triggers, Golden Monkey's hands moved so quickly they left after images. The 2 revolvers in his hands spun like they could perform tricks, firing bullet after bullet at the fastest possible speed. Even Chen Fei was stunned. The Golden Monkey simply flicked his wrist, the revolver's barrel swung out, and the special magazine was pressed inside, reloading the bullets. And with his unique rhythm of pulling the trigger, as long as he had ammunition left, it was like infinite firepower. Bang! With a series of loud noises, the dozen or so pirates who had just stood up were all killed by the Golden Monkey before they could even launch a single attack. Charge! Tang Aoshuang shouted loudly and continued charging toward the front of the corridor. In theory, a revolver only holds 6 bullets, but in the Golden Monkey's hands, it seemed to have an endless supply. Chen Fei looked closely and finally realized that the Golden Monkey was reloading the bullets too quickly. 161, Deshawn and the Golden Monkey are killed. At this moment, the group was still dozens of meters away from the window Chen Fei had mentioned. Along this stretch of the corridor, there were several stairwell entrances, and they had only just dealt with one wave of attackers. Soon, as they passed by a staircase entrance, they heard footsteps below, followed by a rush of pirates emerging from below. Swish! Xiaoyi pulled out a bullet from her waist pouch and threw it toward the staircase entrance below. Duck down! Upon seeing the ammunition being thrown down, the pirates screamed in terror and all dropped to the ground. However, the ammunition did not explode violently, it only made a dull thud. Ha! It was just a dud. The pirates laughed arrogantly, but quickly realized something was wrong. Thick green smoke began to billow out from the ammunition, quickly spreading throughout the entire stairwell. The pirates trapped inside were like ducks with their necks squeezed, their eyes bulging, writhing in agony, and eventually dying with foam coming out of their mouths. Oomph, this is the poisonous ammunition I made myself. Xiaoyi smirked triumphantly as the group continued to advance. The effect of these ammunition rounds was far superior to the grenades. Grenades only dealt a single hit, but the poisonous fog lingered in the stairwell for at least 10 minutes before dissipating, effectively cutting off their retreat route. But there's still a stairwell leading to the window, and pirates are already charging forward. Throwing poisonous pellets now would be too late. Follow me and charge. Dashin bellowed, charging forward first. The others followed closely behind. Click. The sound of bullets striking echoed, and white smoke began to rise from Dashin's body, clearly hitting his bulletproof vest. As the assault team leader, Dashin was fully armed, wearing a bulletproof vest and a riot helmet, all properly secured. After withstanding the first wave of attacks, Dashin immediately opened fire. Under the intense firepower, the Golden Monkey, following closely behind Dashin, launched another artistic attack. After repelling this wave of pirates, they finally reached the window. But just then, a group of pirates charged toward them, carrying large-caliber weapons. Preparing to fire. The leader of the pirates roared, aiming the cannon at Team S. I'll cover the rear, break the window quickly. Dashin shouted loudly. In the blink of an eye, Tang Aoshuang didn't hesitate. Although jumping from such a height was extremely risky, it was the only way out. Almost simultaneously, Chen Fei and Tang Aoshuang were the first to leap out the window. Feeling their bodies plummeting at an incredible speed, a sudden sense of weightlessness overwhelmed them. Chen Fei and Tang Aoshuang clutched their heads with both arms. Crack! Amid the shattering sound of glass, Chen Fei and Tang Aoshuang landed in the flower bed. The hard impact left them dizzy for several seconds. Soon, 3 more glass shattering sounds echoed, and Jin Sihu, Bob, and Xiaoyi all broke through the windows and landed in the flower bed. The flower bed was crushed under their weight, but despite the impact, though they all felt pain, none of them suffered life-threatening injuries. Where's the mountain? Tang Aoshuang snapped out of her daze and looked up in alarm. Captain, you must escape quickly. Dashan's massive figure blocked the window, preventing the pirates from using ropes to descend quickly. However, this left him in a desperate situation, effectively risking his life to cover the others' retreat. Get down! This is an order! Tang Aoshuang shouted angrily, unable to abandon her teammates in such a situation. Even as countless footsteps echoed down the stairwell, Tang Aoshuang remained below, waiting. Captain, this time I have no choice but to disobey your orders. Dashan's eyes turned bloodshot as he blocked the window with all his strength. Suddenly, there was a loud explosion behind him. He spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes bulged out, and his hands clung tightly to both sides of the window. Even in death, he blocked the window. It wasn't until several pirates pulled his body away that they could see his lifeless form. Damn it, you bastards, I'll kill you all. Tang Aoshuang's eyes were bloodshot as she growled mournfully. They had been partners for years, and now they had died at the hands of pirates, leaving her filled with unbearable hatred. Captain, we must retreat quickly. Only by staying alive can we avenge the mountains. Hurry, follow me. Bob shouted anxiously. Some pirates had already come down the stairs, while others had even jumped directly from the 6th floor, using ropes to slide down quickly. If they didn't leave immediately, they would be surrounded in an instant, and that would mean certain death. Retreat! Tang Aoshuang ordered tearfully. Chen Fei also felt heavy-hearted. He never expected things to turn out this way. Sacrificing one person to buy time for escape. The group followed Bob into the alley next to the hotel. Chen Fei trailed behind, his mind racing. During the chaotic fight to break out earlier, he had sensed something odd, but he couldn't put his finger on it. But just as they had been running through the dark alley for a short while, a sudden rush of footsteps echoed from the corner ahead. Whoosh! Tang Aoshuang almost instinctively threw a grenade into the corner. Boom! Amidst the deafening explosion, the pirates' screams echoed through the alley. It was unclear how many pirates were around the corner, but they were all caught in the blast. Tang Aoshuang prepared to retreat from the alley, but the pirates behind her had already surrounded her. Captain, we have no choice but to keep moving forward. Bob emphasized in a low voice. Even if there are more pirates around the next corner, we have no choice but to charge head-on. Tang Aoshuang nodded in agreement and continued forward. I'll cover you. Jin Sihu spoke calmly, suddenly rolling forward, arms outstretched, 2 revolvers in his hands, sparks flying as he fired continuously toward the front. Ah! Quick, counterattack! They have nowhere to escape. The pirates' screams and growls echoed from around the corner. Under the golden monkey's cover, the group charged out, AK-47s raised. They didn't care what was ahead, they just pulled the triggers and opened fire. Click! 4 men charged wildly, white smoke rising from their bodies. Fortunately, they had all put on bulletproof vests before coming, otherwise they would have been turned into sieves. Even so, their bodies were still throbbing with pain. After a brief charge, they finally made it through the alley. Whoosh! But just as they emerged, a large-caliber cannon barrel appeared ahead, seemingly waiting for Chen Fei and his group. As soon as they showed themselves, it fired. Run! The golden monkey let out a loud roar, its body moving like a phantom, charging forward at top speed to block the cannon barrel. A deafening explosion echoed, and the golden monkey was instantly killed. 162, you are the traitor. Tang Aoshuang froze for a moment, and Xiaoyi's cheeks flushed slightly. They never expected this failed mission to result in such a devastating outcome. But now, it was too late to say anything. The only way to avenge themselves was to survive. After bursting out of the alley, there were no more pirates in front of them, as they had reached the outskirts of the town. Beyond lay a vast desert. The port was completely in the opposite direction, and returning there was virtually impossible. They had to pass through the town, where hundreds of pirates were waiting. The only way out was the desert. Crossing this desert would lead to another port. Tang Aoshuang said solemnly. Though it was dangerous, it was their last chance. Before crossing the desert, let's eliminate the traitor first. Otherwise, no matter where we run, we'll be tracked down and end up with no place to bury our bodies. Chen Fei suddenly said. At this, the remaining 3 were all taken aback. What do you mean? Bob's expression turned cold as he glared at Chen Fei, his eyes red with anger. Don't you understand what I mean? You're the traitor. Such a simple matter needs no explanation. It appears that Qing Maji betrayed us, but in reality, you colluded with him from the start, didn't you? Helping Gade eliminate the entire S squad? Chen Fei pressed on relentlessly, firing off a barrage of questions. You bastard, don't slander me. Bob panicked and drew his weapon, aiming it at Chen Fei. Why are you slandering Bob? Although he made a mistake this time, that wasn't what he wanted either. We've worked together so many times, I believe Bob. Xiaoyi said. Chen Fei, we should escape first. Tang Aoshuang didn't refute Chen Fei, but her words clearly indicated that she believed Bob wouldn't betray them. You dare to slander me like this? This can't just be swept under the rug. You're insulting my honor and the memories of my fallen brothers. Bob immediately chambered a bullet. He had always despised Chen Fei, and now he intended to use this opportunity to eliminate him. What the hell are you doing? Chen Fei suddenly delivered a powerful kick, sending Bob's revolver flying. He then charged forward and, in front of Tang Aoshuang and Xiaoyi, ripped off his outer garment. Look at this clearly. Chen Fei shouted angrily at the two women. Tang Aoshuang and Xiaoyi were both startled, then looked at Bob in disbelief, murmuring in unison, why? Bob's bulletproof vest showed not a single bullet mark. This clearly meant that not a single bullet had hit him, which was highly unusual. After all, Chen Fei and the others had bullet marks densely covering their bulletproof vests. In other words, the pirates had deliberately not fired at Bob. Bob panicked, his throat tightening. He hadn't expected Chen Fei to notice this. He quickly thought of an excuse and said, they deliberately didn't shoot me to divide us. To drive a wedge between us. Chen Fei snorted coldly, divide us? In a situation where the pirates have an absolute advantage, why would they use such a trick? Why not just overwhelm us with firepower and wipe us out completely? I think you only had me as your only unexpected variable. If I hadn't been here, Daxiang and Jinxihu would have been killed, and Tang Aoshuang and Xiaoyi would have been captured alive. That would have been your perfect plan in collaboration with Gaida, wouldn't it? Talking about division in front of Chen Fei was like showing off a knife in front of Guan Yu. Attacking the city is inferior, attacking the heart is superior. This was a phrase Chen Fei had etched into his heart, so he could see through Bob's lies in an instant. Bob was drenched in cold sweat, feeling both fear and anger toward Chen Fei. He had no idea why this young man was so formidable. If it weren't for Chen Fei, their objective would have been achieved by now. All they had to do was keep sending their location, and Gauda's men would eventually catch up, allowing them to capture Tang Aoshuang and Xiaoyi. Over the years, the S Squad had killed too many powerful pirates, earning them the enmity of all pirates. They had long been targeted for elimination. These bounty hunters, however, were too few in number to be targeted from the outside, so the plan was to undermine them from within. Gate exploited Bob's lust for Tang Aoshua, promising him that if he helped destroy Team S, Tang Aoshua would be his reward. Bob, who had long desired Tang Aoshua to the point of obsession, didn't hesitate for a moment and agreed without a second thought. Just as the plan was about to succeed, it all fell apart because of this young man. Of course, it was just his personal failure. Bob didn't believe that Chen Fei and the two women could escape the pirates' pursuit. But now, he himself had fallen into danger. Aoshuang, please believe me. I don't know what's going on either. Don't you understand my feelings? How could I betray you? Xiaoyi, you know I treat you like a sister. How could I harm you? Tang Aoshuang's face was icy cold, but her pupils were filled with inner turmoil. Xiaoyi looked at Tang Aoshuang helplessly, clearly unsure of what to do. Whoosh! Just then, accompanied by a piercing sound, a cold, icy glow flashed. Bob felt a chill on his neck, let out a few guttural growls, and collapsed in a pool of blood, his hands clutching his throat. The blood was so thick it soaked through the yellow sand beneath him. Chen Fei sheathed his dagger, not even glancing at Bob's body, and walked into the desert. 163, Chen Fei is so reliable. What are you doing? Who told you to act? Xiaoyi ran up, her eyes red with anger, and snapped, even if we had to deal with Bob, it's our S-team's business. What does it have to do with you? Chen Fei glanced at her indifferently, because he almost killed me. Your team is amateurish. Besides, he had a tracking device. If we didn't dispose of him immediately, what would we do during the new year? Xiaoyi was speechless, but soon burst into tears. It wasn't just because of Bob, but because the entire S-team was falling apart. After all these years, a team of 5 had lost 3 members in one day, leaving only her and the captain. Essentially, they were finished. I apologize to you for Bob. Tang Aoshuang said to Chen Fei, her tone calm, but her sorrow was evident. Though she hated Bob's actions deeply, now that he was dead, even if she didn't want to forgive him, she felt a sense of release with his passing. The S-team now only had herself and Xiaoyi left. After going through rage and sorrow, Tang Aoshuang had regained her composure. She knew clearly that the most important thing now was to figure out how to survive. They're right ahead. The signal has been locked on. Hurry! Once we take out that rookie, there'll only be 2 women left. The pirates' shouts could be heard from behind. Chen Fei immediately headed into the desert. There was no way out now. To survive and leave this place, they had to cross the desert and find another port. Tang Aoshuang and Xiaoyi composed themselves and dared not delay, following into the desert. At Bob's body, a massive man with bulging muscles approached, kicked his corpse, and shattered it into pieces. Useless! You can't even handle something like this. Gaida snorted coldly and ordered his men, this desert is our territory. Follow my orders and pursue them immediately. I must capture Tang Aoshuang alive. Damn it, after you killed so many of my men, I won't rest until you're dead. At Gauda's command, the 500 pirates charged into the desert in pursuit. The temperature difference between day and night in the desert was extreme. During the day, the desert was scorching hot, reaching over 40 degrees, while at night, it was filled with biting cold winds. The temperature could even drop below zero. At that moment, though it wasn't quite freezing, it wasn't much better, definitely not exceeding 10 degrees. Chen Fei and the two women, who had come dressed in summer attire, were all shivering uncontrollably. The wind, combined with the swirling yellow sand, felt like knives cutting into their skin. "Captain, we seem to have lost our way." Xiaoyi had walked for a moment and felt a sense of urgency. Looking around, she saw that under the starry sky, there was nothing but endless sand. It was impossible to determine the direction, and even their own location began to blur. Tang Aoshuang also furrowed her brows. This was bad. If they misjudged the direction and went back, what would they do? That would be like walking into a trap. She knew very well that the pirates were more familiar with the desert, so even a single misstep could lead to certain doom. "Follow me, and you won't get lost." Just then, Chen Fei's calm voice suddenly rang out, startling the two women. Seeing Chen Fei's confident expression, they almost believed him. "Come on, how can you be so sure you know the way?" Xiaoyi directly questioned. She harbored a bit of resentment toward Chen Fei, even though she knew his actions were justified. But there was nothing she could do. The sudden turmoil within Team S had left her reeling. "If you don't believe me, just go your own way. Don't follow me." Chen Fei shrugged indifferently. As long as they didn't follow him, their fate was sealed. But Chen Fei wasn't one for idle talk. Whether it was Xiaoyi or Tang Aoshuang, he had no emotional attachment to either of them. It was purely a business partnership, and he wouldn't let his emotions cloud his judgment at such a critical moment just because they were women. Chen Fei was willing to risk his life for a woman, but only if she was worth it. At least the two in front of him didn't qualify. "Chen Fei, can you explain why? We just want to learn more." Tang Aoshuang stepped forward. Unlike Xiaoyi, she wasn't impulsive. She knew Chen Fei had great abilities, so at this moment, unity was essential. Even someone as cold and arrogant as her had set aside her pride. "Did you see those cacti?" Chen Fei pointed to the tiny cacti along the way, covered in sharp spines. "We're not blind. So what if we see them? Aren't cacti everywhere in the desert?" Xiaoyi rolled her eyes and continued to argue with Chen Fei, but she didn't wander off. Instead, she followed closely behind him. Tang Aoshuang tugged at Xiaoyi and frowned. Xiaoyi, seeing this, stuck out her tongue, knowing the captain didn't want to cause trouble with Chen Fei, and shut her mouth. "People are different. Just like me and you. Right? For example, I'm smart, but you're stupid." Chen Fei suddenly changed the subject and sarcastically remarked, "Then cacti are the same. At first glance, all cacti seem the same because you lack knowledge. But in my eyes, they're completely different." Xiaoyi was furious. Chen Fei was clearly mocking her, both openly and subtly. Tang Aoshuang tugged at Chen Fei's sleeve. Clearly, Xiaoyi was the only female team member, and he favored her more than the others. He couldn't just stand by and watch Chen Fei mock and belittle her like this. "What I'm focusing on is the small compass cactus among the large ones. This type of cactus has a unique feature: it always grows toward the south. Just like its name, it can be used to determine direction, much like a compass. Once you determine one direction, the other three become obvious," Chen Fei said casually. Upon hearing this explanation, Xiaoyi's eyes widened instantly. The resentment and tension she had felt toward Chen Fei seemed to freeze in place, replaced by shock. This cactus had so many secrets? This was truly something she had never heard of before. Tang Aoshuang was also deeply shocked. This knowledge sounded simple but was extremely useful. After all, in an unfamiliar wilderness, the most important thing was to determine direction. Only by doing so could one turn danger into safety. Chen Fei is so reliable. 164, Desert Survival. For a moment, Tang Aoshuang felt incredibly fortunate that Chen Fei had invited him to collaborate. Earlier, it seemed like Chen Fei was alone and relying on the S-Squad. But now it was clear that it was all thanks to Chen Fei. Tang Aoshuang had to admit that without Chen Fei, she and Xiaoyi would already be in the pirates' hands. Sure enough, the pirates' voices behind them began to fade into the distance. This meant that Chen Fei was moving steadily in a straight line, with no deviation in direction. His theory and knowledge were completely correct. At this point, Xiaoyi dared not defy Chen Fei. She wasn't a pushover. She knew clearly that if she wanted to escape, she would have to rely on Chen Fei. Chen Fei knew they had shaken off the pirates, but he didn't relax for a moment. In his mind, the greatest danger in such a treacherous environment wasn't the pirates, but nature itself. However, after walking for a while longer, he looked around and saw no cacti. "Chen Fei, you can't see the cactus anymore. Can you still tell which way to go?" Xiaoyi felt a bit panicked, but for some reason, she also felt a sense of conflict. Clearly, she desperately wanted to find their way out and escape. But seeing Chen Fei so arrogant and mocking her made her feel annoyed. If she could stump him, it would give her a sense of satisfaction. However, reason eventually prevailed. Tang Aoshuang also instinctively looked at Chen Fei. Even she didn't notice it herself, but gradually, she began to develop a habitual reliance on this man. This wasn't a good sign, but what could she do? It wasn't something she could control. In such an extreme environment, only Chen Fei could be the one to keep everyone together. Of course it could. Who said you could only rely on cacti to determine direction? Chen Fei remained unfazed, pointing at a sand dune and saying, "See those sand dunes? One side is flat and the other is steep. The steep side points northwest." Upon hearing Chen Fei's words, Tang Aoshuet and Xiaoyi were both confused. How could one tell the direction just by looking at a sand dune? Isn't that a bit too amazing? Chen Fei, how did you figure that out? Xiaoyi's tone was much better than before. Clearly, she was genuinely curious now, not just skeptical. Tang Aoshuet, standing nearby, didn't ask, but her ears were perked up, clearly eager to know the reason behind Chen Fei's judgment. Chen Fei explained slowly, the Sahara wind comes from the Mediterranean Sea in the northeast. The sand dunes are blown into gentle slopes, and the leeward side becomes steeper. Therefore, the steeper side naturally faces northwest. Upon hearing Chen Fei's explanation, Tang Aoshuan and Xiaoyi both widened their eyes in astonishment. There was actually such a method for determining direction? How much knowledge did this guy have? It was truly astonishing. Both women felt that they might only survive by relying entirely on Chen Fei's experience. Unconsciously, their sense of reliance on him grew even stronger. Girls naturally desire strong men to protect them, and even someone as proud and cold as Tang Aoshuan was no exception. It was just that she was too strong to find anyone she deemed worthy. But once she discovered a man stronger than herself, a seed of admiration would take root deep within her heart. Xiaoyi was even more so. At this point, she dared not argue with Chen Fei. She simply followed him obediently. For now, they shouldn't be able to catch up. Let's find a place to sleep. Chen Fei said. In the wilderness, besides water and energy, the most important thing is sleep. Only by resting properly can one face danger. Every minute of sleep is extremely precious. Soon, Chen Fei arrived at the side of a hill, where the wind was somewhat sheltered. There were 2 large boulders here, with a space in between that was perfect for sleeping. It's too cold, Captain. Let us bury some sand on our bodies and sleep. Xiaoyi said. Chen Fei glanced at her. Do you want to die? Not only will the wind blow you away, but even without wind, the sand will only get colder. The sand at night is extremely cold and has poor insulation. If you don't cover yourself with dry leaves, it will quickly steal your body heat. Hearing Chen Fei's words, Xiaoyi felt a chill run down her spine. She had thought covering herself with sand would be warmer, but it was actually a suicidal act. Although vegetation was scarce in the desert, they could still find some dried leaves. Chen Fei used them to line the sand and lay down to sleep. Hey, move over a bit. Tang Aoshuang suddenly said. The space between the 2 rocks was narrow, and 3 people would have to squeeze together. Chen Fei had boldly lain down in the middle. That would mean the 2 girls would have to sleep on either side of him. He was really thinking too much. In truth, Chen Fei hadn't thought that much. He just wanted to rest as soon as possible and wasn't going to dwell on their beauty. However, since Tang Aoshuan cared, Chen Fei saw no reason to argue. He leaned against the large rock on the left and fell asleep. Xiaoyi, you sleep in the middle, it's warmer there. Tang Aoshuan immediately said. Clearly, sleeping in the middle meant sharing space with Chen Fei, which was hard for Tang Aoshuan to accept, so she found an excuse and had Xiaoyi take the middle spot. Captain, you should sleep in the middle. Otherwise, Xiaoyi will feel sorry for you if you catch a cold. Xiaoyi's beautiful eyes sparkled, looking concerned for Tang Aoshuan. Are you disobeying my orders? Tang Aoshuan immediately adopted a commanding tone. 165, then you 2 can just go die. Tang Aoshuan began to assert her authority as captain, using her power. Xiaoyi sighed helplessly and squeezed in with Chen Fei. Even though Tang Aoshuan had moved as far to the right as possible, the space was still too narrow. Chen Fei, you mustn't move around. Before going to sleep, Xiaoyi whispered, her words carrying a hint of warning. If it weren't pitch black, one could see her face was flushed. You're all sweaty, I'm not interested. Chen Fei retorted mockingly. You're lying. This is sweat, do you understand? Xiaoyi was furious. Which girl could accept being called sweaty? This was utterly humiliating. Ah, sweet smelling my ass. I've smelled it before. Chen Fei rolled his eyes and ignored her, going straight to sleep. Xiaoyi, however, couldn't sleep. Her cheeks were burning, and she recalled the earlier incident in the ventilation shaft, where she had left Chen Fei speechless. I'll poison you. I'll poison you someday. Xiaoyi gritted her teeth, but all she could do was talk tough. She needed Chen Fei to survive. Poisoning him would be like poisoning herself. Tang Aoshuang, however, was curious. The conversation between the 2 sounded a bit off. Could there be something between them that she didn't know about? But there was no time to dwell on it. A wave of fatigue washed over her, and she had to rest before the pirates caught up. As the sun rose in the morning, the temperature in the desert quickly soared. Xiaoyi, who was sleeping in the middle, was the first to wake up from the heat. Chen Fei and Tang Aoshuang, who had been startled awake, followed suit. After a night's sleep, they were now full of energy. Look, boss, there are footprints on the ground. They must be right ahead of us. Damn it, we've been chasing them all night. How hard can it be to catch two women and a guy like Chen Fei? How far can they run? The pirates' shouts echoed in the distance. Chen Fei quickly stood up, took the two women with him, and continued on their way. He wasn't afraid of the pirates anymore, as they had slept all night while the pirates had been chasing them, giving them a restful night's sleep. However, Chen Fei was concerned that the temperature was rising rapidly, and they needed to find a water source as soon as possible. Gade, who was chasing from behind, didn't underestimate Chen Fei and even felt a sense of gravity. As one of Eric's men, he was well aware that even the three tyrants feared Chen Fei. This young man was no easy opponent. And indeed, it was true. He had heard that his colleague Casey had already been captured by Chen Fei. And at this moment, it was the same. Without Chen Fei, Team S would have been wiped out long ago, and the two women would certainly have been captured. It was precisely because of Chen Fei that they hadn't succeeded yet. Of course, in Gaoda's eyes, Chen Fei was still a turtle in a jar. After all, this was his home turf. Go after him. I refuse to believe that this so-called Chen Fei is some kind of divine being. How can three people possibly stand up to over 500 of us? Gaida snorted coldly and continued leading his men in pursuit of Chen Fei and the two women. Chen Fei was still heading in the right direction. As long as they kept going, they could reach the coastline. Once there, they could find a way to get a boat to leave. But the most dangerous thing now was the severe lack of water. As the sun rose higher, the temperature had already surpassed 40 degrees Celsius, turning the area into a furnace. This was unbearable for Chen Fei and the two women. Just a few hours ago, they had been freezing in near freezing temperatures, and now they were in a steamer. This is like being a crab out of the freezer and straight into the steamer. I'm about to pass out, Captain. Xiaoyi is soaked in sweat, feeling like her mouth is on fire. Her strength is being drained bit by bit, and she feels like she's about to melt. Just hold on, we can get out of here. Tang Aoshuang wasn't much better off than Xiaoyi. Though she was physically stronger, in a dehydrated state, her bodily functions were rapidly declining. No matter how strong you are, without water, you'll die. Hold on? We'll die if we don't find water soon. In over 40-degree heat, even if you don't move, you lose nearly a liter of water in an hour. If we can't replenish fluids in time, we'll be dead in less than an hour. Chen Fei delivered the harsh reality. In a life-or-death situation, any inspirational talk is useless. Only by confronting the brutal truth and facing the fear of death head-on can one find a way to survive. Upon hearing Chen Fei's words, the two girls both paled. In this vast desert, finding water was such a daunting task. Moments later, they saw Chen Fei climb up a small sand dune, shielding his forehead with his hand as he looked ahead. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. In the distance, they saw a patch of lush green vegetation. Though the area wasn't large, it was enough to fill Chen Fei with joy. Where there was vegetation, there must be a water source. Chen Fei grew excited and continued forward. Hearing this, the two women also grew excited. Judging by the distance, we should be able to reach it in about 20 minutes. Xiaoyi was overjoyed and began to pick up her pace. Slow down. Stick to the previous pace, don't speed up. Chen Fei coldly warned, sudden acceleration will deplete your stamina faster and your estimation is inaccurate. On flat ground, the actual distance is roughly 3 times what you estimate. That means we still have an hour to go. What? Xiaoyi's mouth dropped open, her face filled with frustration. She had thought she'd be able to drink water soon, but she never expected it would take another hour. She didn't know if she could hold on that long. Xiaoyi, hold on. We can endure an hour. Tang Aoshuang encouraged her, though she was also in pain. But what else could they do but grit their teeth and endure? Just then, Tang Aoshuang's eyes widened in shock. Chen Fei, what are you doing? She saw Chen Fei taking off his clothes, then unbuckling his belt and starting to urinate directly onto his clothes. There are girls here. Girls. Xiaoyi also blushed and shouted in shock, never expecting Chen Fei to pull this stunt. Even if there were female ghosts, I'd still have to go. After finishing, Chen Fei wrapped the soaking wet clothes around his head, completely covering it. The two girls couldn't accept it. In their eyes, such behavior was utterly shocking. You two better hurry up too, or you'll be baked to death before we find water. This will keep your brain temperature from getting too high and slow down water loss. Chen Fei urged them. Tang Aoshuang and Xiaoyi exchanged glances, almost unable to believe their ears. What did you say? No, absolutely not. Even if we die? Chen Fei walked forward indifferently, then go die. 166, the source of life. Chen Fei had no time to linger here. Every second was a waste of life. In such an extreme and special environment, what difference did it make if they were wrapped in soaked clothes or drank directly? As long as they could survive. Life comes first. If you lose your life, everything else is meaningless. Chen Fei ignored the two girls, but after a while, he heard footsteps behind him. Chen Fei turned around. Tang Aoshuang and Xiaoyi covered their chests with both arms, their faces flushed, and scolded in unison, "Don't look back." Both of their heads were wrapped in soaking wet clothes, clearly having finally come to their senses and understood Chen Fei's words that life was the most important thing. But after all, they were two girls. Their outer garments were tied around their heads, though not completely exposed, but they couldn't let Chen Fei look freely either. Ha, even if I wanted to look, you'd have to give me a chance. Chen Fei smiled faintly and turned back to continue on his way. Tang Aoshuang and Xiao Yi froze, exchanging glances, and could see the anger in each other's eyes. Chen Fei, what do you mean by that? Captain, I'll poison him to death someday. Support. I'm all for it. Even Tang Aoshuang, who was usually as cold and aloof as snow, couldn't suppress her anger. Is this guy mocking me and Xiao Yi for being together? But the two girls could only vent their anger with words. Besides some verbal sparring, there was nothing else they could do. Could they really poison Chen Fei to death? After walking for nearly an hour, by the time their lips were completely parched, they finally arrived at the area with vegetation. However, upon arriving, Tang Aoshuang and Xiao Yi's faces already betrayed a look of despair. Although there was vegetation, there was no sign of any water source. Water. Where is the water? Chen Fei. Tang Aoshuang and Xiao Yi both turned their gaze toward Chen Fei. Their pupils betrayed a pleading expression. In their moment of despair, they had instinctively turned to Chen Fei as their absolute pillar of strength. Chen Fei, however, did not show any signs of disappointment. It seemed as though he had already known what kind of situation they were facing. Water in the desert doesn't just appear before you. Chen Fei spoke as he knelt down and began digging a sand pit with his hands. The pit grew larger as he dug, and the originally light yellow sand gradually darkened in color. The two girls stared wide-eyed. The darker color meant the sand was moist, which meant there was water beneath the sand. After digging for a while, Chen Fei finally saw water seeping out from below, forming a small pool at the bottom of the sand pit. Water. There's water. Chen Fei, you're doing great. I, Tang Aoshuang, really admire you. Tang Captain was a proud and arrogant person, praising others with an air of superiority. However, the two girls soon found themselves in a dilemma. All the water was at the bottom of the pit, and to drink it, they would have to put their heads in the pit, which was too small. Trying to scoop it up with their hands was also impossible. Watching the water right before their eyes but unable to drink it, the two girls felt extremely frustrated. Just then, Chen Fei grabbed a handful of dry grass and a dried-out plant that looked like a tube and dropped them into the pit. What was that? The two girls were puzzled. The water hadn't been boiled, so although it was fresh, it contained too many impurities. Drinking it would cause diarrhea and be disastrous. The dry grass would absorb the impurities, leaving only clean water. The tube was made from a hollow plant called cloth-leaved vine, which could be used as a straw. Chen Fei explained. The two women were overjoyed upon hearing this. With a straw, they could drink the water. Chen Fei, can you find 2 more straws? There are no more. This is the only one. You two drink first. Chen Fei said. It's better not to let them think we're disgusting. Giving the two girls the straw first isn't a problem, especially since there's enough water. Plus, Xiao Yi seems to be at her limit. If she doesn't get water soon, it could be life-threatening. If they didn't value their own lives, Chen Fei wouldn't interfere, but if they still had a will to survive, he wouldn't stand by and do nothing. Xiao Yi, you drink first. Tang Aoshuang also noticed that Xiao Yi was in a bad state. At this critical moment, she no longer hesitated, crawled to the ground, and began to suck on the wild grass, regardless of how it looked. The water tasted awful. Though filtered through dry grass, it still contained many impurities, leaving a gritty sensation in the mouth. Yet even so, it was enough to satisfy Xiao Yi. Captain, have some too. After taking a few sips, Xiao Yi handed the vine to Tang Aoshuang. Though she wasn't yet full, she could wait to drink more later. The most important thing was that everyone needed to replenish their fluids first. Tang Aoshuang nodded and also knelt down to drink the water. After taking a few sips, she said to Chen Fei, you should drink some too. Chen Fei nodded, but when he took the straw from Tang Aoshuang, he noticed her face was a bit red. Tang Aoshuang and Xiao Yi both felt a bit shy at that moment. Sharing a straw was no big deal between girls, but Chen Fei was a guy that meant he was drinking their saliva. However, this shyness didn't last long. Faced with the matter of survival, they gradually let go of their inhibitions. 167, Xiao Yi's perspective. Tang Aoshuang and Xiao Yi let go of their shyness. Moreover, it wasn't just Chen Fei drinking from their straws. After taking a few sips, he passed the straw back to them. The two girls no longer felt shy and took turns drinking water. Once they had drunk their fill, Chen Fei soaked his clothes again and wrapped them around his head. The clothes that had been soaked earlier were already completely dry after an hour of exposure to the sun. Tang Aoshuang and Xiao Yi followed suit. Hurry up, fill it with a little more water and we'll get going. The pirates are probably catching up. Chen Fei said. Tang Aoshuang was carrying a small iron water flask. Though it could only hold a liter of water, in the desert, every drop was precious enough to save a life, more valuable than gold 100-fold. All right. Tang Aoshuang, upon hearing this, knelt down, used a straw to suck the water up, and then spat it into the kettle. If it had been before, she would have found this disgusting and unseemly, but now she felt quite indifferent. Humans are highly adaptable creatures. However, thinking that Chen Fei would also drink this water later, she felt a slight pang of embarrassment, though she did not show it. Chen Fei saw from a distance that the pirates were closing in, and by then Tang Aoshuang had collected all the water. The three of them set off immediately. According to the map, if we go straight, we'll be out of the desert and reach the coast in 2 days. Tang Aoshuang said. You have a map? Chen Fei asked, puzzled, as he hadn't seen her take it out before. You didn't know that, did you? Our captain is a living map. Before taking action, she just needs to glance at the target map once, and she can memorize it instantly. Xiaoyi praised Tang Aoshuang, but what she said was true. 2 days? This water won't last, and we'll need food too. Chen Fei walked ahead, deep in thought about how to survive the next 2 days in the desert. Ideally, he wanted to eliminate as many pirates as possible while ensuring their own survival, so that the journey wouldn't be in vain. The pirates were exhausted, but they had an advantage. They knew the desert was dangerous and would definitely carry water and food. In this regard, they were certainly better off than Chen Fei and the others. Captain, I'm so hungry. Xiaoyi had drunk her fill of water and now felt her stomach growling. She hadn't eaten anything for over a day and desperately needed to replenish her energy. Hold on. Tang Aoshuang wasn't very good at comforting others. For her, any hardship could be summed up in 2 words, persevere. But seeing Xiaoyi in such a bad state, she approached Chen Fei and asked, Chen Fei, can you think of a way to get some food? She was completely unfamiliar with the desert and had no idea how to find food. At this point, she could only rely on Chen Fei. Tang Aoshuang felt a sense of helplessness, having never been so passive before, always having to rely on others for everything. Yet, in that moment, she also found herself oddly enjoying this feeling of powerlessness and being controlled. It seemed like the opposite of the Tang Aoshuang she once was, the one who always took everything upon her shoulders. Chen Fei looked around and saw nothing but cacti. But suddenly, his eyes lit up. Among the cacti, there were some species that could be very effective in critical situations. Chen Fei led the 2 of them to a cactus that looked ugly and stout. He used a dagger to cut off the sharp spines on the surface, picked up a piece, and put it in his mouth. He chewed and swallowed with a furrowed brow. He then cut a piece each for Tang Aoshuang and Xiaoyi. Put. Pa. It's so bitter. The 2 of them spat it out immediately. Could this thing even be eaten? It must be something that sends you straight to heaven if you eat it. You'll get used to it. Here, try some more. Chen Fei didn't scold them for spitting it out. After all, without any mental preparation, the extremely bitter taste was hard for anyone to endure. He cut off 2 more pieces and handed them to the 2. Xiaoyi looked reluctant, but Tang Aoshuang knew there must be a reason. What special properties does this cactus have? This is called Hudia cactus. Its juice contains a compound called P57, which is 10,000 times stronger than the components in blood sugar. It directly enters the hypothalamus neurons in the brain, making the brain feel an extremely strong blood sugar signal, so you won't feel hungry. It's a natural appetite suppressant. Chen Fei had barely finished explaining when the hunger in his stomach vanished. It was precisely because he had just eaten the Hudia that the effect was so powerful. Listening to Chen Fei's explanation, the 2 women's eyes widened in astonishment. How much knowledge does this young man possess? In their eyes, all cacti were the same. Yet here, Chen Fei could not only identify its species but also use it to suppress appetite. Chen Fei's reliable image once again rose in their eyes. Although it was bitter, they still ate some of the Hudia cactus. Sure enough, they no longer felt hungry. Let's cut some more and carry it with us. We can eat it while we travel. This way, we can endure longer. Tang Aoshuang said, though it was bitter, the effect was good. There is no need. This only suppresses appetite, making you feel not hungry, but the body's lack of energy is very real. If we keep eating this stuff, we won't feel hungry, but we'll still die eventually. We must find food, that's the only way. Chen Fei said. After walking all morning, by around 1 o'clock, the water in Tang Aoshuang's iron kettle had been evenly divided among the 3 of them. Let's find a shaded spot to rest for 2 hours before setting off again. This is the hottest part of the day in the desert. Traveling now would lead to heatstroke. Chen Fei found a higher sand dune that could block some of the sunlight. What if the pirates catch up? Xiaoyi was worried. She didn't want to stop for even a moment. Aren't pirates human? They can't withstand this heat either. Plus, we're on higher ground here. Even if they catch up, we can just keep moving. After saying this, Chen Fei began digging a sand pit. What are you doing? We need to conserve our energy. Tang Aoshuang was startled by the sight but still came over to help Chen Fei dig, and Xiaoyi joined in as well. Digging a sand pit to rest only needs to be 15 centimeters deep, which will lower the temperature by 15 degrees just like turning on an air conditioner. Hearing Chen Fei say this, the 2 girls became excited and worked even harder. Once the sand pit was dug, the 3 of them lay down inside. Sure enough, they immediately felt as though they had entered an air-conditioned room. Especially against the backdrop of the extreme heat, the coolness was incredibly pleasant. Watch out, there's a poisonous scorpion. Chen Fei spotted it first, saw the scorpion darting around, and quickly sat up. This is a fat-tailed scorpion, the most venomous scorpion in the desert. If stung, you'll die within 6 hours. Convulsions and heart failure. This time, Chen Fei didn't need to explain. Xiaoyi knew it all by heart. Xiaoyi Ru was quite knowledgeable about toxins. Tang Aoshuan was also quite proud of herself. Otherwise, she would have had to rely on Chen Fei the whole way. Now she could finally be of some use and wasn't a complete novice who knew nothing, lest Chen Fei look down on her. 168. Need help. Immediately, Chen Fei saw Xiaoyi step forward, draw her knife, and swiftly cut off the poisonous scorpion tail. She opened her box, took out her tools, and began collecting the venom from the scorpion tail. This left Chen Fei speechless. He never expected this woman to be so fierce. Did you think I was joking when I said I'd depoison you to death? I'm serious about this. Xiaoyi wrinkled her nose and said. Chen Fei lay down to rest and said casually, of course. If you can even poison your feet, what part of you isn't poisoned? Maybe sitting on my face yesterday already caused me to be chronically poisoned. Ah. Captain, I really need to poison him. Xiaoyi started to lose her mind, holding the small glass bottle filled with poison, desperate to shove it into Chen Fei's mouth. Explain clearly what happened last night. Tang Aoshuan seized the opportunity, her eyes gleaming with curiosity as she asked. However, she hid her curiosity well, appearing concerned for Xiaoyi while secretly wanting to know what had happened between her and Chen Fei. Asking directly wouldn't fit Tang Aoshuan's aloof image. Nothing. Xiaoyi blushed upon hearing this, quickly put away the poison, yawned, and lay down in the pit pretending to sleep. Tang Aoshuan was torn with curiosity but couldn't ask, so she had to suppress her curiosity and begin to rest. About 2 hours later, as the sun began to set, Chen Fei called the two of them to get ready to leave. But as soon as Xiaoyi stood up, she collapsed to the side. Chen Fei and Tang Aoshuan were startled and quickly helped Xiaoyi to her feet. I'm fine, I just suddenly lost my strength. Xiaoyi said weakly, her face looking extremely pale. You're lacking energy. Eating the Hudia cactus suppressed your appetite, but you still need to eat something. We need to leave immediately. If we can't find food, we'll be in danger. We also need to replenish our water supply. Chen Fei said to Tang Aoshuan. Yes. Xiaoyi, hold on. Tang Aoshuan supported Xiaoyi and encouraged her. But deep down, she felt extremely despondent, as all she could see around her was sand, nothing edible in sight. Chen Fei also searched diligently, walking forward for nearly another quarter of an hour. Suddenly, Chen Fei's eyes lit up. There was another patch of cacti ahead. Chen Fei hurried over. Be careful, some of those are large cacti with extremely toxic sap. The white liquid can cause blindness and is highly poisonous. Xiaoyi weakly warned. I know, don't worry. Chen Fei nodded. He had previously used the dracunculus to deal with many pirates and was well aware of its toxicity. This Xiaoyi is quite knowledgeable. It seems she is familiar with any toxic plant. I need this type of cactus. Chen Fei pointed to a small cactus with large spines on the surface and a layer of fuzzy, tiny spines beneath them. This is the prickly pear cactus, which contains 80% water and 20% sugar, providing energy and hydration. Haha, we're saved again. Hearing Chen Fei say this, the two women's eyes lit up with a glimmer of hope. Chen Fei carefully removed all the large spines from the surface. The larger ones were manageable, but the smaller ones, resembling fur, seemed harmless at first glance. However, upon contact with the skin, they would pierce deeply and be nearly impossible to remove. He cut a piece of cactus flesh and quickly handed it to Xiaoyi, who needed it most right now. Xiaoyi opened her small mouth, frowned as she put the flesh into her mouth, and was about to swallow it despite the dry taste, but she paused. She realized that the flesh had no bitterness at all. She immediately began chewing happily. Delicious. Though not particularly sweet, the texture was like hot cucumber, with a faint sweetness. After all, it contained sugar, making it crisp and juicy. It was a true delight. Tang Aoshuang saw that Xiaoyi had recovered a bit in sight in relief. The three of them hid behind a large rock, shielding themselves from the sun, and ate all the edible prickly pear cacti in that area. Sucrose provided a quick energy boost, and with enough water, the three of them, who had looked exhausted, felt revitalized. That group of was chasing after them again. Xiaoyi looked back through the binoculars and saw Gauda leading his men in relentless pursuit. She was furious but helpless, and could only continue fleeing. Don't worry, they'll all die in this desert. Chen Fei stood on a high ground, glanced at the terrain in the distance, and said coldly. The positions of hunter and prey can change at any moment. Chen Fei had never been content to be the hunted. No matter where he was, he always thought about turning the tables and killing his enemies. Now was no exception. There are over 500 of them, we can't stand a chance. Xiaoyi said bitterly. The true strength of high-level bounty hunters lies not in direct confrontation, but in planned assassinations. We're all human, we can't fight 100 men alone. If I say we can do it, we can. I won't say we'll wipe them all out, but we'll take out at least half of them. Chen Fei looked fierce, then continued walking forward. Xiaoyi was so startled by Chen Fei's expression that she froze in place. Tang Aoshuang was startled by Chen Fei's aura, filled with curiosity. What method would this man use to deal with hundreds of pirates in the desert? She wanted to witness it. She grabbed Xiaoyi and quickly followed Chen Fei. After walking all afternoon, they finally stopped under a tree as the sun was about to set. The energy and moisture they had gained from the prickly pear cactus they had eaten earlier had been completely depleted over the past few hours. With no further sustenance along the way, their physical strength was nearly exhausted. They had to replenish their energy before continuing on. There are fruits on these trees. I'll climb up and pick some to replenish our energy, Chen Fei said. Xiaoyi, however, pointed to one of the trees and warned, "Don't pick that one that looks like an avocado. It only resembles one in shape. It's called a horned melon. It contains white sap that is highly toxic. Eating it will cause serious harm, and if it comes into contact with your eyes, it will cause blindness." Alright, thanks for the warning. Chen Fei actually recognized it, but he decided to give her a chance to show off. He pointed to another tree nearly 10 meters tall, looked up at the fruits, and said, "The fruits I want to pick are from this tree. These are called date palms. They contain high levels of sugar, minerals, and vitamin C, which can effectively replenish the salt we've lost. This is the vegetation we encountered on the deserted island before. I didn't expect to see it here again, and the date palm trees growing in the desert have even produced more fruit. A lot of sugar? Great. Go pick them. Do you need help? The tree is pretty tall. Plus, the bark looks loose. It won't be easy to climb up, will it?" Xiaoyi looked up and said. "Need help? Give me your stockings." 169, Mirage. Chen Fei bloomed 3 times. Every time you climb a tree, a woman somewhere in the world loses a pair of stockings. What did you say? Xiaoyi's face flushed red instantly, and she glared at Chen Fei with wide eyes, furious. She never expected Chen Fei to make such a demand. Xiaoyi, he wants it to climb trees. Tang Aoshuang suddenly spoke up for Chen Fei. As a top-tier assassin, she naturally knew some methods used for outdoor operations. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyi's expression softened, and she said to Tang Aoshuang, "Captain, I'll give you my socks. You climb the tree instead." It was better to give her own things to Tang Aoshuang than to Chen Fei, at least she wouldn't feel embarrassed. "I don't have much strength left, I probably can't climb up." Tang Aoshuang shrugged and said. "Hurry up, don't waste time." Chen Fei frowned and urged her. Xiaoyi glared at Chen Fei angrily, but eventually blushed and took off her socks. The once white socks were now dirty, which made her feel very embarrassed. If they had been clean, it would have been better. However, at a life or death moment, Chen Fei had no time to think about such trivial matters. He quickly tied the socks to his feet and climbed up the date palm tree as fast as he could. He quickly reached the top, picking off one date palm fruit after another. There were over 20 in total, making Tang Aoshuang and Xiaoyi drool with anticipation. However, they waited until Chen Fei came down from the tree before eating together. Put. So bitter. Isn't it supposed to be high in sugar? Tang Aoshuang and Xiaoyi both frowned, looking at Chen Fei. Are the fruits bad? They should be sweet, right? Date palms are naturally bitter, haha. Don't let the name fool you. The high sugar content just means they're good for replenishing carbohydrates. Eat them. Don't worry about the taste right now. Chen Fei said indifferently, then began to eat. The 2 girls, though a bit disappointed, didn't hesitate and started devouring them. It doesn't matter if it's unpleasant, it can save our lives. Soon, the 3 of them had finished all 20-odd dates. Let us keep moving. We need to change our approach. We'll walk more at night. It'll be cold, but at least we'll lose less moisture. We'll dig a sand pit to rest when it's about to dawn. Chen Fei said. You're right, but I'm too exhausted. If we don't rest, I won't be able to hold on. I'm sorry for holding you back. Xiaoyi said with a sorrowful expression, her voice filled with bitterness. She had walked all day and was completely drained of strength. Although she had eaten some food, it was merely enough to keep her alive, far from replenishing her energy. After all, it was all plant-based, lacking animal protein, and with insufficient hydration, she had reached the limits of her mental endurance. Chen Fei, rest for a while. I'm also very tired. I'm sorry. Tang Aoshuang rarely showed weakness, but she wasn't actually at her limit. With her personality, she would rather die on the road than utter a single complaint, choosing instead to endure silently. But she knew that Xiaoyi would feel guilty. If she showed weakness, at least it would make Xiaoyi feel better. Alright, let's find a place to rest. Just like last night, we'll spread some dry grass and use the method of rubbing wood together to start a campfire. The withered vegetation in the desert is easy to ignite. Suddenly, Chen Fei began digging a sand pit on the ground. What are you doing now? Aren't we supposed to sleep in the sand pit tonight? Xiaoyi asked in confusion. Who said sand pits are only for sleeping? These are small sand pits for storing water. Chen Fei dug one small sand pit after another, each about 50 centimeters deep. He lined the bottom with palm leaves and arranged pebbles on top. He did this for over a dozen pits. The stones will cool down at night, and when the sun rises, the heat will come into contact with the cooled stones, causing condensation. Eventually, it will turn into water droplets that all gather on the palm leaves below. Do you understand now? Chen Fei explained slowly. Tang Aoshuang and Xiaoyi opened their mouths, but the principle wasn't complicated. However, applying it in practice was something neither of them had managed to do. Over the past 2 days, Chen Fei had already amazed them so much that they had become numb to it. The three fell asleep, and when they woke up, sure enough, the palm leaves at the bottom of the dozen or so sand pits were all saturated with condensed water. Though there wasn't much water in each pit, it added up, and all the water combined was enough for the three of them to replenish their fluids. Those damn dogs are really relentless. Xiao Yi held the binoculars and looked back. The pirates were still hot on their trail. They outnumbered them and were carrying supplies. She had no idea what method Chen Fei had in mind to deal with them. They were in a dire situation. Though they had just replenished their water supply, it would only last a few hours. Their stomachs were empty again. The energy from the few dates they had eaten yesterday had long since been depleted. Though they had slept all night, their legs felt heavy even when they tried to stand. Growl! A rumble came from Xiao Yi's stomach, and she lowered her head in shame. She was starving, but she couldn't bring herself to say it out loud. She knew that she wasn't the only one hungry. The captain and Chen Fei were in the same situation. But while she could hold back her words, she couldn't suppress the growls from her stomach. Chen Fei, I'm so sorry. I'm starving. Is there any way we can find food? Just tell me what to do, and I'll follow your orders. Tang Aoshuang spoke up first, clearly trying to protect Xiao Yi. Seeing the captain set aside his pride for her sake, Xiao Yi's eyes welled up with tears. There's no need to be so shy. I'm also very hungry. There's nothing shameful about it. But there's no need to ask. If we can find food, I want let it go. Chen Fei finished speaking and began rubbing charcoal into black ash, smearing it on his eyelids. What are you doing? The two women were startled and asked. Don't you feel your eyes hurting? We were out in the sun all day yesterday. If we keep this up, our eyes will get burned and we might go blind. Rubbing charcoal on your eyelids can prevent sunburn, but be careful not to get any in your eyes. Chen Fei explained. Tang Aoshuang and Xiao Yi were startled. They did feel their eyes hurting, but they hadn't thought much of it. Upon hearing Chen Fei's explanation, they immediately followed his instructions. Soon, they saw 2 black streaks on their pale eyelids, resembling dark circles under their eyes. Though not very attractive, their eyes no longer felt burning, and they felt much more comfortable. Captain, Chen Fei, look ahead. There are so many buildings, big ships, and an amusement park. Xiao Yi pointed ahead and shouted excitedly for a moment before quickly losing her energy. Clearly, such things couldn't possibly exist in the desert. The three of them knew in their hearts that this phenomenon was a mirage. There was nothing ahead, just an illusion. Finally, they could replenish their energy. 170, falling into a quicksand pit. Chen Fei suddenly smiled and walked toward the mirage. The two women were startled, exchanging worried glances. They could see panic in each other's eyes. Captain, has Chen Fei lost his mind? Don't say that. Let's follow him and see what's going on. Xiao Yi was extremely worried, and Tang Aoshuang wasn't much better. If Chen Fei had gone mad, the two of them would have no chance of surviving this desert. If they were captured by pirates, they would rather take their own lives. Therefore, every move Chen Fei made was closely watched by them. Moments later, the two saw Chen Fei lying on the ground, spitting saliva onto a patch of white sand. Instantly, the two girls' hearts sank. What was Chen Fei doing? Could he really have lost his mind? Tang Aoshuang and Xiao Yi, both looking worried, walked over to Chen Fei, knelt down beside him, and looked at him with concern. What's with the looks on your faces? Do you think I've gone mad? Chen Fei, seeing this, was speechless. Hearing this, the two girls sighed in relief. If Chen Fei could still ask that, it meant he was okay. Then why are you lying on the ground spitting? Xiao Yi rolled her eyes and asked. This is a salt-alkali soil area. Chen Fei explained slowly. Earlier, on the deserted island, he had come across a similar patch of land and had even extracted the salt to cure wild boar meat. In situations where there are vast, flat, open, and scorching salt flats ahead, mirages are most likely to appear. I just spat out some saliva to distinguish between salt and alkali. Caustic soda can burn the skin and eyes, and when it comes into contact with water, it forms white foam like soap. Look, this area is fine, it's just salt. We don't have much water in our bodies to begin with, why eat salt? Xiao Yi was stunned. We don't eat it, we just take a little and hold it under our tongues. This helps replenish some salt and prevents electrolyte imbalance, giving us more strength to walk. Chen Fei explained. We've been eating mostly plants these past 2 days, which are mostly carbohydrates and sugars. We've had almost no salt intake, so how could we have any strength? That's why this salty soil came at just the right time. Of course, you shouldn't eat too much, or it will deplete the body's water reserves. Tang Aoshuang and Xiao Yi followed Chen Fei's example, placing the salt under their tongues, and as they continued walking, they indeed felt their steps were no longer as heavy. Sigh, the mirage is getting closer and closer. We're about to pass through it. If those scenes were real, how wonderful that would be. Xiao Yi saw the banquets in the Middle East through the mirage. Any image could be transmitted over. But it just so happened to be so many delicious foods, making it extremely agonizing. Xiao Yi couldn't help but speed up her steps. Ah! But before she could finish, Xiao Yi let out a shrill scream. With a sudden sense of weightlessness, Xiao Yi's body sank downward, with most of her body buried in the yellow sand. Her entire body was enveloped by scorching hot sand, and Xiao Yi panicked, struggling frantically. Xiao Yi. Tang Aoshuang, seeing this, panicked and rushed forward, trying to pull Xiao Yi out. Wait! Don't pull her! Xiao Yi, don't move either. Otherwise, you'll sink deeper. Chen Fei pulled Tang Aoshuang back and warned her sternly, his brows furrowed. Unbeknownst to them, behind the mirage lay a vast quicksand pit. At that moment, Xiao Yi was already trapped in the quicksand pit. Don't move! If you struggle anymore, you'll be doomed. Watching Xiao Yi panic and struggle, Chen Fei shouted loudly. This was like a swamp. The more you struggled, the deeper you sank. And if someone tried to pull you out, you'd just get dragged down with them into the quicksand. Hearing Chen Fei's words, Xiao Yi finally stopped moving, and her body indeed stopped sinking. However, she was stuck in place, unable to move an inch. Chen Fei, how can we save Xiao Yi? Otherwise, she'll sink for sure. Tang Aoshuang was desperate. The S squad now only had Xiao Yi left. If she died here, they'd be completely wiped out. So, no matter what, Tang Aoshuang had to go save her. If there was no other way, she'd have to pull her out with her own hands. Don't panic. The density of the quicksand is twice that of the human body. As long as you don't move, you won't sink. Chen Fei said. The most dangerous thing right now is the extreme heat. The blazing sun is beating down on our heads, and Xiao Yi's entire body is engulfed in scorching hot sand, making it even more suffocating. If this continues, we won't last more than 5 minutes. We'll die. Wu Aoshuang, you and Chen Fei should go first. Hurry! Xiao Yi couldn't help but sob softly at this point. If she were to die instantly, she might not be this afraid. But now it was different. She was waiting for death to come. But she knew that Tang Aoshuang wouldn't just stand by and watch her die. If she let her stay here, there was a high chance they'd both end up dying together. Therefore, she hoped Tang Aoshuang would leave immediately. But the thought of being alone here, waiting for death, filled her with terror, and she was torn with conflict. Whoosh! But what Xiao Yi didn't expect was that Chen Fei suddenly leaped forward and jumped into the quicksand as well. What are you doing? Xiao Yi's eyes widened in shock. She never expected Chen Fei to jump down. What was he doing? Was he committing suicide with her? But there was no love between them. Could being confused also count? Follow my movements. Watch carefully. Don't move a muscle. Chen Fei said, lying flat on his back in the quicksand. His lower body was submerged, leaving him suspended at a 90-degree angle. This was the same technique used to escape a swamp earlier to increase the contact area between the body and the quicksand. That's right. Whether it's quicksand or a swamp, the method for escaping is the same. However, in the desert, the temperature is too high, making it even more dangerous. If you can't get out in a short amount of time, you might die from the heat. Got it. Xiao Yi nodded and carefully followed Chen Fei's movements, doing the same. For some reason, the fear and panic she had felt earlier had completely vanished. It was as if Chen Fei had come down with her, and she felt at ease. This was the power of companionship, and also because Chen Fei's image was extremely reliable in her mind. Immediately, she joined Chen Fei, lying flat on the shifting sand to increase the surface area, and began crawling forward slowly. First, lift one leg out. After moving for 2 minutes, Chen Fei suddenly pulled back, and one leg came out. He then bent it and placed it flat on the quicksand, increasing the contact area while still able to push backward with his leg, allowing the other leg to quickly emerge from the quicksand. Continuing to crawl forward, they emerged from the quicksand pit without any further obstacles. Xiao followed Chen Fei's instructions and finally emerged from the quicksand pit unscathed. With reddened eyes, she felt a surge of joy at having narrowly escaped death. Thank you. Tang Aoshuang rushed forward and expressed her gratitude to Chen Fei. If it weren't for Chen Fei, Xiao Yi would have been trapped in the sand and left to die. 171 Quicksand Pit Sinks Pirates. Xiao Yi was also filled with gratitude, but for a moment, she couldn't find the words to speak. Ha, this quicksand pit is quite the thing. We should let the pirates taste the feeling of being trapped in it too. Chen Fei chuckled, called Tang Aoshuang and Xiao Yi over, and began discussing something. At that moment, Gaida led the central ranks, with over 500 men advancing in a mighty procession. Every face was glistening with sweat. Clearly, the 2 days of relentless travel had left them all exhausted. The pirates all harbored some grievances in their hearts, wondering if all this hardship was worth it just to kill Chen Fei and capture 2 women. After all, there wasn't much actual gain to be had. But they dared not voice their thoughts aloud, for fear of incurring Gauda's wrath. They dared not speak their minds. After all, who became a pirate for anything but money? Were they here to sunbathe in the desert? Gade was also furious. He never imagined that after 2 days of pursuit, they still hadn't caught them. Although he frequently spotted Chen Fei and the others through the telescope, the distance between them simply wouldn't shrink. Even Gauda, who had replenished his supplies, felt exhausted. He couldn't understand how Chen Fei and the others had managed to endure for so long without collapsing. Logically speaking, they had no supplies, and along the way, they had only eaten cactus, with no food or water. Were these 3 made of iron? Captain, Tang Aoshuang and Xiaoyi, the two women, have fainted. Suddenly, the scout pirate at the front spotted something through the telescope and shouted loudly. What? Gade was thrilled and immediately grabbed the telescope, looking ahead. Sure enough, he saw Tang Aoshuang and Xiaoyi lying on top of a small hill, both with their eyes closed and completely motionless. Chen Fei was nearby. After pausing for a moment, he ran toward the hill. Charge! Hurry up and charge! Guy De immediately shouted the order. Just moments ago, the two women were still fleeing, but now they had suddenly collapsed. They must have reached their limits, but they weren't dead yet, they were likely just unconscious. He hadn't come all this way for a few corpses. Tang Aoshuang was as beautiful as a fairy, and Guy De had long coveted her. He intended to capture her and imprison her, making her suffer every day until she wished she were dead. As for Xiaoyi, though her face wasn't as beautiful as Tang Aoshuang's, she had her own unique charm and couldn't be spared either. After using her, he could simply throw her to his subordinates. Guy De couldn't hold back any longer. After 2 days of relentless pursuit, the Tang Aoshuang he had always wanted to capture had finally fallen. In an instant, he led his men forward, charging toward their target. However, the moment they reached the base of the sand dune, the pirates at the front suddenly let out a piercing scream. Ah! Help! It's a quicksand pit! Quick, pull me out! Wave after wave of pirates sank into the quicksand pit like dumplings being dropped into boiling water. They struggled frantically, trying to climb out of the pit. But it wasn't that easy. Without the right method, it was absolutely impossible to escape. They only sank deeper and deeper. Quick, rescue them! Ged, who was in the middle ranks, quickly ordered his men to rescue the pirates who had sunk into the quicksand. Gade was relieved that he was stationed in the center. Otherwise, he would have been the one falling into the pit. He was cautious by nature and knew how dangerous the desert was, so he had never planned to rush to the front from the start. Stop messing around! Damn it, you pulled me down too! Damn it, hurry up and save me! But an even worse situation unfolded. Dozens of pirates rushed to the rescue, but not only did they fail to help, they all ended up getting trapped as well. In an instant, over 100 pirates had all fallen into the quicksand pit. Captain, what should we do? Boss, save us! It's so hot! Pull us out quickly! The screams of his men echoed in his ears, and Gade's eyes were filled with struggle. His forehead was covered in sweat, but in such a scorching environment, every drop that trickled down was cold sweat. His heart was filled with rage. The current situation left Gauda in a dilemma. He knew that continuing the rescue would result in more casualties. But if he didn't save them, watching his men die in the quicksand pit would shatter the morale of the remaining troops. The team would fall apart, and it would be impossible to lead them. In truth, Gauda also wanted to save all his men. There were over 100 of them. If they all perished here, it would be an enormous loss, potentially even reducing his standing under Eric. Captain, the two women are missing. Just then, one of his men shouted. Gaida froze, looking ahead, and sure enough, Tang Aoshuang and Xiaoyi, who had been lying on the sand dunes moments ago, were now nowhere to be seen. Damn it! Gaida roared wildly. If he didn't know what had happened by now, he'd be a complete fool. This was clearly a deliberate ploy to lure them here, causing them to overlook the quicksand pit. If everyone hadn't suddenly sped up, even if some men had fallen into the quicksand pit, it would have been at most a few people. How could it have turned into over 100 people being trapped now? Brothers, we've fallen into a trap. Chase after them. We must capture those two vile women alive. Gaida roared wildly, his face twisted into a hideous grimace, leading his men forward. As for the men trapped in the quicksand pit behind him, Gaida simply ignored them. He never intended to save them anyway, knowing it was impossible. He just didn't want to give the order to abandon them. Now, with the two women gone, Gaida had the perfect excuse to order the pursuit. As for rescue? If any of his men wanted to stay behind, he hadn't said they couldn't. But were the pirates little darlings? Knowing it was impossible to save them, would any ghost stay behind? Behind him, there were countless shouts and cries of agony, but he could only ignore them. Gauda's anger had reached its peak. At this moment, he had begun to realize why so many great pirates had fallen into Chen Fei's hands. This guy, though outnumbered, always managed to exploit the advantages of nature to launch counterattacks. I refuse to believe it. With 400 brothers, we can't kill you, you little bastard. Gade roared madly. He knew it was all because of that Chen Fei. Otherwise, how could those two women have come up with such a method? Chen Fei heard the curses behind him growing fainter and had already left the sand dunes. Chen Fei, I never thought it would actually work. Xiaoyi was thrilled, chattering nonstop beside Chen Fei. She never imagined that the quicksand pit could be used in such a way. She knew that Chen Fei deserved at least 90% of the credit. 172. Terrifying sandstorm. Is this what you meant, something that can handle hundreds of pirates? Using the power of nature. Tang Aoshuang's beautiful eyes sparkled. She had finally seen the true strength of Chen Fei. This is nothing. I didn't even notice the quicksand pit before, it was just an impulse. Chen Fei said. The quicksand pit is hard to spot unless you step on it. How could Chen Fei have noticed it from so far away using a telescope? On a whim? You could come up with a way to deal with the enemy like that? You're so amazing. Xiaoyi praised him, with no trace of the previous rivalry. She praised him without reservation, expressing her admiration. A whim like that actually highlights one's ability to seize opportunities and judge the environment. Clearly, this was because Chen Fei had just saved her, and her perception of him had completely changed. Pulling someone out of despair leaves a deep impression in their heart. So that means the real methods you have to deal with the pirates haven't been used yet? Tang Aoshuan caught the crux of the matter and said in surprise. Sort of, but I still need the right opportunity. Chen Fei looked up at the sky and said. Just keep teasing us, huh? Tang Aoshuan puckered her lips and gave a haughty snort. She was dying to know, but her pride wouldn't let her ask. What kind of opportunity? What's the next plan to deal with the pirates? Xiaoyi, however, was like a curious child rushing forward to ask. How should I explain it? Maybe we should wait until we get there, Chen Fei thought for a moment and said. He wasn't being mysterious. Some things couldn't be explained with words alone. Only when they arrived would they understand. Xiaoyi, don't ask him. Let him keep you in suspense. You'll just fall into his trap if you ask. Tang Aoshuan snorted coldly and pulled Xiaoyi away. Chen Fei sighed wryly, unwilling to argue with the two of them, and continued walking forward quickly. The two followed closely behind. Now wasn't the time to relax. Hunger and thirst were still plaguing the three of them. Moreover, Gauda and the others were chasing them from behind. Although they had used the quicksand pit to eliminate over 100 pirates, there had been a cost. The distance they had previously gained had been lost, and now they could even see the pirates behind them without a telescope. Chen Fei, look ahead. There are so many wolves. Xiaoyi held the telescope and looked ahead. Suddenly, she shouted excitedly. Yes. There's meat to eat. Even Tang Aoshuan, who had always been reserved, now had her eyes sparkling. Chen Fei swallowed hard. Regardless of how the wolf meat tastes, at least it's meat, right? If those wolves knew that the three people charging toward them were actually trying to eat them, I wonder what they'd think. Who's the real hungry wolf here? However, after Chen Fei took the binoculars and looked, he immediately said, those wolves are attacking a camel. Should we go to rescue it? Xiaoyi asked. Is that camel your relative? No, it's not. Then you're just sitting around after eating your fill? Rescue? What a joke. We're here to snatch food from the wolves' mouths. Chen Fei was speechless. Rescue a camel? Who's going to rescue us? Oh, okay. Xiaoyi nodded. Is camel meat tasty? It should be better than wolf meat, right? Tang Aoshuang scolded Xiaoyi for being so docile, tapping her head. How could she be so meek after being treated so harshly by Chen Fei? Just because he saved her, she is already so easily manipulated? Soon, Chen Fei and his two companions arrived at the scene where the jackals were attacking the camel, armed with their weapons. The camel lay on the ground, its throat bitten through by the wolves. It twitched twice before losing all signs of life. Camel meat. Chen Fei's eyes were about to glow green. The freshly dead camel was so fresh. In the desert, every part of a camel was a treasure. If before, Chen Fei had estimated their chances of escaping the desert at 50%, now he was at least 30% more confident. Roar. Ah! The jackals had clearly spotted the three humans and immediately bared their fangs, slowly approaching Chen Fei and his companions with a menacing expression. Oh whoa, you! Bang! Chen Fei raised his shotgun and pulled the trigger. The first wolf was hit directly by the bullet, dying instantly. Jackals are only slightly stronger than dogs and are no match for firearms. Chen Fei and his two companions were armed to the teeth, which is why they dared to confront them. The remaining jackals, seeing this, were all startled. They never expected these three humans to be so fierce. After hesitating for a moment whether to attack, another shot rang out, and several of the front jackals were hit, howling as they began to retreat. Their bloodshot eyes were filled with resentment, but they could only watch as the three humans took their prey. Quick, find a place to hide. Otherwise, the pirates will catch up. Xiaoyi kept an eye on the pirates behind them, growing increasingly tense as they closed in. If they get any closer, the pirates will be able to use their firearms. If they enter the range of the bullets, their fate will be sealed. Chen Fei nodded. When he had spotted the camel earlier, he had already devised a plan. If they managed to get it, they would evade the pirates. There was a sand dune nearby. They could move the camel there and hide it. They could stall the pirates nearby for a while. They wouldn't think to look back where they had come from. Immediately, the three of them led the camel toward the sand dune. There was a natural dip in the terrain here. From where Gade and the other pirates were standing, they could no longer see Chen Fei and his companions. They were startled and hurried forward. However, there was no sign of Chen Fei and the others near the sand dunes. Chief, there are hyena corpses here, and hyena tracks leading forward. Keep chasing. Gade shouted loudly, leading his men forward. Hearing the pirates' footsteps pass by, Tang Aoshuang and Xiaoyi's hearts were in their throats. It wasn't until several minutes later, when hundreds of pirates had all passed by and their footsteps grew faint in the distance, that they finally breathed a sigh of relief. 173, Life or Death Speed. Chen Fei, now that we're in the rear, can't we just return the same way and head back to the port from the town? Tang Aoshuang asked. Gaida and the others never imagined that Chen Fei and the others dared to hide there, so they didn't even search and simply passed by. No, the town is full of Gauda's men. He must have stationed at least 50 men at the town's port. If we return to the town, we'll be trapped like fish in a barrel. The only option is to cross the desert. The coastline beyond the desert is extremely long, and Gauda can't possibly control it. Chen Fei said. Going back to the town now would be like walking into a lion's den. There's only one port we can't possibly escape. But if Gauda reaches the coast outside the desert first, won't we still be captured? We're effectively trapped in this desert now. Tang Aoshuang's expression darkened as she spoke solemnly. No, I'll make them turn back. Don't forget, Gauda and his men entered the desert to capture us. If they know we're still in the desert, do you think they'll just stay by the port like little lambs? Chen Fei said. That's true. Xiao Yi nodded. Why are you agreeing with him? Tang Aoshuang felt that Xiao Yi was about to treat Chen Fei like a leader, and she felt a strong sense of crisis. In any case, it's almost afternoon now, and the sun will be at its peak soon. It's the perfect time to rest and eat something to replenish our energy. The two women heard this and unconsciously licked their lips. Meat. We haven't had any in days. Chen Fei picked up his dagger and began to process the camel. First, he carefully removed the fur, which would be used as a blanket after spending the night in the desert. Then, with a swift stroke of his knife, Chen Fei slit open the camel, pierced one of its internal organs, and raised it to drink the water flowing out. The two women stared wide-eyed, their skin prickling with goosebumps. Can you drink that? You should try some too. Chen Fei handed the object in his hand to the two women, who immediately stepped back, clearly finding the idea of drinking water from a camel's stomach rather disgusting. This is clean water, you fools. Camels aren't humans, they're ruminants with a different bodily structure. They have 3 stomachs, one for storing water, one for storing grass, and one for digestion. This is the water-storing rumen, and the clear water inside is drinkable. Chen Fei explained. Hearing Chen Fei's words, the two women were taken aback. They hadn't realized there was so much to it. They knew camels were ruminants, but the specifics were completely unknown to them. After setting aside their preconceptions, Tang Aoshuang and Xiao Yi both began holding the rumen to drink water. After drinking all the water from the rumen, the 3 of them were fully hydrated. Chen Fei also prepared the snail meat, lit a campfire, and placed the meat on top to roast. Soon, the fat dripped onto the campfire, producing white smoke and sizzling sounds, making everyone's mouth water. Chen Fei and the two women were both swallowing saliva wildly. They hadn't eaten meat in 2 days. Of course, if it were any other time, going 2 days without meat wouldn't be a big deal. But here, it was different. They were severely lacking in energy. Once the meat was nearly cooked, Chen Fei used his dagger to score the surface and sprinkled the salt he had saved from the salt flats earlier over the meat. Once the camel meat was fully cooked, Chen Fei divided it into 3 portions. The 3 of them didn't bother with the scorching heat, grabbing their shares and devouring them greedily. Any traces of pride or ladylike manners were long forgotten. Eat. Fill your stomach. That's the most important thing. It smells so good. Delicious. Tang Aoshuang and Xiao Yi were both eating with their mouths full of grease, and Chen Fei was no exception. They were frantically replenishing their energy, restoring their stamina quickly. It was like a dried-up machine finally getting enough oil. While eating, Chen Fei cut off the remaining, best parts of the camel meat and grilled them. The camel was huge. The 3 of them couldn't possibly finish it all. They only needed to grill the tasty parts and carry them with them. After all, Chen Fei and the others weren't planning to stay in the desert. If everything went smoothly, they'd reach the coastline in another day. Soon, the 3 of them finished the grilled meat. I want more. Xiao Yi licked the grease off her fingers and looked at the camel meat sizzling over the campfire, feeling she hadn't had enough. No, we don't have enough water now. We can't eat too much. The body needs a lot of water to process food. Chen Fei strictly forbade it. Upon hearing Chen Fei's words, Xiao Yi could only give in. Just then, they suddenly heard footsteps approaching rapidly from that direction. Chen Fei froze, quickly grabbing his binoculars and looking out toward the sand dunes. Instantly, they saw hundreds of pirates, led by Gade, charging toward the sand dunes at top speed. Hurry up! The pirates are coming! Chen Fei grabbed the roasted meat and was about to lead the two women away. But unexpectedly, the pirates noticed something amiss. Damn it, if it weren't for the telescope spotting the thick smoke behind us, we would have been fooled. Gade cursed angrily and quickly gave chase. But just then, the sky suddenly grew dark. The blazing sun seemed to lose its color and vanish in an instant. The pirates' hearts sank. Their base was right next to the desert, and they knew exactly what this meant. Sandstorm. Boss, a sandstorm is coming. Hide quickly. The pirates shouted excitedly, their eyes filled with endless fear. Encountering a sandstorm in the desert meant certain death. They had to find cover and hide to have any chance of survival. Otherwise, at least half of the 400 would perish. But where could they find shelter in such a short time? Roar! The sandstorm swept toward them like a raging flood. In that moment, Gouda had no time to worry about Chen Fei and the two women. He quickly hid in the center, using his men as cover. On the other side, Chen Fei also frowned deeply. Chen Fei, is this the plan you said would defeat the pirates? We seem to be in danger too. Xiaoyi looked at the approaching sandstorm and said fearfully. Bull. Chen Fei was speechless. Could he really predict the sandstorm? If he could, he wouldn't have been here in the first place. Find cover. Tang Aoshuang acted decisively. There was no time for further discussion. If they didn't find a place to hide soon, they would be in real danger. Isn't cover right in front of us? Chen Fei, however, was dragging Xiaoyi toward the hollowed-out camel's body. What are you doing, Chen Fei? Xiaoyi resisted fiercely. Although the camel's body had been hollowed out by Chen Fei, it was still an animal's corpse, and she couldn't help but feel repulsed. A camel's carcass can be used to shelter from sandstorms. Many adventurers have survived sandstorms using this method. It's not just my sudden idea. Hurry! 174. The riverbed in the desert. Chen Fei explained as quickly as he could, then immediately told the two girls to crawl into the camel's body. Though the camel was large, 3 people inside stretched it to its limit. They had to abandon all their equipment to fit inside and squeeze tightly together. But there was no choice, survival came first. Roar! Amidst the terrifying noise, the sandstorm arrived in an instant. In an instant, Chen Fei felt the immense wind force blowing the entire camel into a rolling motion. Ah! Xiaoyi, hold on tight. The voices of the two girls could be heard, but they were drowned out by the roaring storm outside. From the broken neck of the camel, where a sliver of light had once shone through, there was now nothing but darkness, with sand and gravel constantly pouring in. The disorienting sensation of weightlessness kept coming, and Chen Fei and the others were plunged into complete darkness. They couldn't see anything, only the faint smell of blood near their noses. It felt like the end of the world, with the sandstorm sweeping the camel across the sand dunes. Gaide and the hundreds of pirates crouched down on the ground, unable to keep their eyes open. The howling wind, mixed with sand and gravel, lashed against their faces like knives, causing intense pain. The entire sky and earth had changed color. The sky was filled with yellow sand, swirling in the pitch-black storm like demons intent on devouring everything in their path. A sandstorm in the desert is the most terrifying disaster. This catastrophe raged on for an unknown duration. Chen Fei's head was spinning violently, while Tang Aoshuang and Xiaoyi kept their eyes tightly shut, their faces as pale as death. The 3 of them huddled inside the camel, like withered leaves in the wind, rolling endlessly across the desert. The sand poured in like water, seeping into every crevice of the camel's body. Without the camel, they would have been buried alive by the sandstorm, reduced to 3 lifeless bodies. Gradually, they felt the camel stop rolling. Chen Fei guessed that the sandstorm had ceased. However, the surroundings remained cramped and dark. Worse still, a suffocating sensation began to spread. This is bad, the camels have been buried. Chen Fei was the first to react, speaking in a low voice. He grabbed his dagger, slashed it forcefully, and ripped open the camel's wound, feeling an endless torrent of yellow sand pouring downward. In an instant, the 3 of them were buried. 3 minutes later, the heads of Chen Fei and the others emerged from a sand dune. Put! Put! Chen Fei coughed violently, spitting out the sand in his mouth. Tang Aoshuang and Xiaoyi were in the same state, their mouths completely filled with sand. Fortunately, the burial site wasn't too deep, and the sandstorm had just ended, so the sand was still loose, allowing them to crawl out within 3 minutes. Otherwise, they would have been buried under the yellow sand along with the camel. Damn it, the sun in the desert is actually so comfortable. Chen Fei cursed, feeling the scorching sunlight on his body. He had once despised it, but after experiencing the sandstorm, he realized that under the blazing sun, at least there was still hope for survival, and he could endure it slowly. The sandstorm, however, was truly terrifying. All our gear is gone, and so is the grilled meat. The joy of surviving the ordeal didn't last long before Xiaoyi frowned and said helplessly. As long as we're alive. Tang Aoshuang said indifferently. Immediately, the 3 looked around, trying to determine their location. And the location of the pirates. Look, there's movement in the sand over there. Xiaoyi pointed in the direction ahead from the sand dune and said. Chen Fei and Tang Aoshuang looked in the direction she pointed, and without needing binoculars, they could see that the yellow sand was surging like waves. Clearly, this meant that someone was trying to emerge from beneath the sand. Hurry! Chen Fei didn't hesitate, leading the 2 women toward the predetermined direction. After a moment, Gouda was the first to emerge from the sand, only to see 3 figures swiftly moving away ahead. Chase them! Kill them all! Once they're within range, no mercy! Gaida roared madly, his eyes filled with savage fury. At this point, he had completely lost control. The previous intention to capture the 2 women alive had been completely shattered by the sandstorm. It wasn't that he didn't want to, but he simply couldn't accept such a loss. After the numbers were counted, it was discovered that only over 200 remained. This meant that out of his original 500 men, half had been lost here. This was a devastating blow. With such weakened forces, they would barely be able to hold their ground under Eric's command, and the trade routes would have to be surrendered. Such a massive loss was enough to drive Gade mad. We must hurry. The enemy must be enraged by now. Chen Fei had already increased the distance between them and Gouda, he judged. The two women nodded in agreement. They estimated they had just over a day's journey left before reaching the coastline. By nightfall, Chen Fei glanced at the sky, silently prayed, found a spot to light a campfire, and began to rest. Even if Gouda was furious, he couldn't keep chasing non-stop. Dawn. Chen Fei woke up, looked into the distance, and felt an immediate surge of joy. Today was the day Gouda and his men would meet their end. Standing on the sand dune, Chen Fei spoke calmly. Upon hearing this, Tang Aoshuang and Xiaoyi both widened their eyes in shock. Earlier, Chen Fei had mentioned having a way to deal with the pirates, and they had assumed it involved sand pits or sandstorms, but neither was the case. Now, was it finally time to act? But what method could possibly be used to deal with the pirates? Although Gouda had suffered heavy losses, there were still over 200 of them left. There was no way they could face them head-on. Chen Fei said nothing more, beginning to move lightly and swiftly. The three of them had lost all their equipment. They had to leave the desert today. Before that, they had to eliminate the pirates. The sun rose higher in the sky. Chen Fei calculated the distance, varying his pace to maintain a steady rhythm, staying within range but not letting the enemy get too far ahead. Finally, after walking all morning, they spotted a massive tunnel ahead. How could there be such a long tunnel here? It looked like a riverbed. Xiaoyi was greatly surprised, as she hadn't noticed it earlier through the telescope. You're right, this is a riverbed. Chen Fei nodded and explained, the underground water in the desert flows into this riverbed and circulates beneath the ground. Upon hearing this, Tang Aoshuang and Xiaoyi were both taken aback. Does the desert have rivers? Clearly, these two elements are highly incongruous. Deserts are synonymous with aridity and heat. How could there possibly be cool river water? There are no rivers, but there are floods. Chen Fei replied calmly, the terrain we are currently observing is known as desert flood terrain. Within a 150-kilometer radius at the maximum edge, if it rains, the water will instantly converge toward this area, and before long, a flood will surge forward. Could such a phenomenon really exist? Tang Aoshuang was deeply shocked, finding Chen Fei's words hard to believe. 175. Wipe out the pirates. Tang Aoshuang was deeply shocked. Of course. Otherwise, did humans dig this riverbed? It's the work of nature, carved out by floods. Chen Fei stated confidently. So, the method you mentioned earlier for dealing with pirates is to use this riverbed and wait for the floodwaters to rush in and sweep them all away? Tang Aoshuang was extremely sharp-witted and had figured it out immediately. Yes, you're right. Chen Fei nodded. That's why we didn't tell them earlier. Before seeing the riverbed, no matter how much we explained, the two women would find it hard to believe that there could be floods in the desert. Some things can only be believed once seen. So that means we have to wait for it to rain? But with such a big sun, how could it possibly rain? Xiaoyi asked. Who said that? It's already raining now. It doesn't have to rain right in front of us. Chen Fei said. What? The two women were both startled. How could they know it was going to rain? Earlier that morning, I had used a telescope and seen a very bright dawn over 10 kilometers away. So that area was definitely going to rain. Just now, when I looked over, the sky there was already very dark. In other words, it was probably already raining. Hearing Chen Fei's explanation, the two women widened their eyes in astonishment. Just then, the pirates approached again. Jump into the riverbed. Chen Fei acted decisively, leading the two women to jump into the riverbed. However, they didn't go all the way to the bottom but instead found a cave on the slope and hid inside. The entrance to this cave could only be seen from the bottom of the riverbed. Soon, Gouda and the others caught up to the riverbed. Earlier, they had seen Chen Fei and the others disappear from their binoculars, clearly having entered the riverbed below. Brothers, follow them! Guide shouted. Below was a dry riverbed, only about 15 meters high, with a slope that wasn't too steep. It was easy to go down. Sitting beside it was like sliding down a slide, and they were down in an instant. Upon reaching the riverbed, Gouda immediately spotted a pitch-black tunnel ahead. Upon closer inspection, it was filled with underground water, making it impossible for anyone to pass through. Continuing further inside would result in drowning, as the water eventually reached the ground with no gaps, leaving no space to breathe. In other words, Chen Fei and his two companions could not enter the tunnel, yet there was no sign of anyone ahead. Suddenly, Gouda swept his gaze and spotted a hole in the cliff face. The little bastard was hiding there. Ha! Gouda burst into maniacal laughter. His eyes were filled with savagery as he snarled, Brothers, bring Chen Fei and the two women out here. Earlier, the order was to kill without mercy, but now it seemed clear that the three were trapped like turtles in a jar. There was no need to kill them outright. Capturing them alive was the better option. Instantly, dozens of pirates began climbing out the cliff face. Oh no, Chen Fei, what should we do? They're almost up. Tang Aoshuang and Xiaoyi grew tense. The distance between the cave and the riverbed was only about 10 meters. They would be able to climb up from above in no time. They're almost here. Chen Fei, however, was pressed tightly against the ground, feeling the faint rumbling, muttering to himself. Suddenly, the rumbling grew intense. The entire ground and riverbed began to shake violently. The pirates climbing up the sheer cliff face all felt the tremors and were shaken off mid-climb. What's happening? Gaida was startled and also sensed something was wrong. He quickly climbed higher, grabbed his telescope, and looked into the distance. His face turned ashen in an instant. What on earth is happening? He watched as a raging torrent surged forward from the distant, dried-up riverbed, rushing toward them at breakneck speed. Gade had never seen such a sight before. Although his territory was right next to the desert, who would ever go into the desert? Let alone venture this far in. Boss, this is a desert flood. We need to get out of the riverbed immediately. Though Gauda had never seen it before, his men recognized it immediately. Upon seeing the torrent, they let out terrified shouts. This is more terrifying than a sandstorm. Run for your lives. If we get swept away, we're as good as dead. If we don't get out now, it'll be too late. Instantly, all the pirates panicked. A sandstorm at least leaves a chance of survival, but a flood is truly hopeless. Of course, as long as you're not in the riverbed, you're safe. That's the key difference from a sandstorm. Therefore, we must leave the riverbed as quickly as possible. Gade frantically climbed upward, but his men weren't as agile. Although the riverbed's sides weren't too steep, getting down was easy, but climbing back up was no simple task. Especially in the chaos, many pirates who had climbed halfway down fell back down, some even crashing to their deaths. Moreover, everyone was rushing to get out, and many were pulled down by their own comrades. The riverbed below was filled with stampedes, and no one knew how many people had died. Roar! The flood gave them no time to react, mercilessly crashing down upon them. In the face of nature, humans were like ants. Like pouring boiling water into an ant hill, in the face of the flood, Gade's men were all swept into the tunnel like ants. Once inside the tunnel, they were instantly engulfed by the water, with no chance of survival. Chen Fei watched as over 200 pirates were swept away by the torrential flood at the cave entrance, feeling a sense of satisfaction. How they had chased and killed him before, now they would pay the price. However, he couldn't leave either, and could only wait in the cave for the floodwaters to recede. But it wouldn't take long. Like a mountain flood, such natural phenomena come quickly and depart just as swiftly. Chen Fei, is this the method you said you'd use to deal with the pirates? Have you really eliminated them all? I've avenged you all. Xiaoyi was extremely excited. When Chen Fei had mentioned it earlier, she had thought he was just joking or boasting, but now it was all true. Tang Aoshuang also sighed in relief. If those pirates hadn't been killed, she wouldn't have been able to rest easy. And this great flood had fulfilled her long-held wish, avenging the hatred of Team S. But Tang Aoshuang was well aware that all of this was Chen Fei's doing. Otherwise, forget about revenge. She and Xiaoyi would have been captured. What does that even mean? Gaidi and over 500 pirates were all wiped out. Consider this, Chen Fei was alone. Although Tang Aoshuang and Xiaoyi were with him, both women knew full well that even without them, Chen Fei could have accomplished this feat on his own. Sigh, there's a snake. But just then, Chen Fei suddenly let out a pained cry. It's a horned viper. Xiaoyi saw this and was startled. She looked over and saw that there were over 10 horned vipers swirling in the corner of the cave, all attacking the three of them. In an instant, all three were bitten. 176, Xiaoyi made a big mistake. In such a small space, there was no possibility of dodging, and the snake's attacks were extremely swift. Damn it! Chen Fei's face turned pale as he felt the pain from the wounds. He never expected to meet his end here. As everyone knows, being bitten by a horned viper means the venom attacks the bloodstream, causing severe bleeding and potentially triggering a heart attack, leading to death. Don't worry, I have anti-venom. Xiaoyi shouted, giving Chen Fei a glimmer of hope for survival. Although the extra equipment had been lost, Xiaoyi still had her toolbox on her, which contained all the poison and antidotes. Clearly, this was something Xiaoyi never parted with, and it was very easy to carry. In the dimly lit cave, Xiaoyi took out 3 vials of medication and injected them into her own arm, as well as those of Chen Fei and Tang Aoshuang. We're safe now. Let's kill these snakes. Xiaoyi spoke halfway through before suddenly letting out a piercing scream. What's wrong? Tang Aoshuang and Chen Fei were confused. Nothing, it's okay. I'll give everyone another shot. Xiaoyi looked panicked, pulled out a new vial of medicine, and continued to inject herself and Chen Fei and Tang Aoshuang. What did you just inject? Chen Fei was a bit stunned. Xiaoyi must have her reasons. Don't ask so many questions. Hurry up and get rid of these snakes. Tang Aoshuang finished speaking and charged toward the horned viper with a dagger. Right, I have my reasons. What kind of reason is that? You gave the wrong medicine. Wah! This is going to be a disaster. Xiaoyi looked gloomy, but there was no point in saying more. She also grabbed a dagger and joined the fight against the horned vipers. After administering the serum, they wouldn't be poisoned for now, but they couldn't be bitten too many times. After all, the serum was limited, and if there was too much toxin, even a god couldn't save them. Over a dozen horned vipers attacked relentlessly, but their accuracy was poor. At first, they managed to bite 3 of them because they were caught off guard and the snake's attacks were swift. However, cold-blooded creatures have poor endurance, so their speed soon slowed down. The 3 gained the upper hand and quickly killed all the horned vipers. Phew, once the flood recedes, we can leave. Thankfully, Xiaoyi has the serum. Chen Fei sighed in relief, otherwise, they would have truly perished here. But suddenly, Chen Fei felt his whole body grow hot. He was startled. This shouldn't be happening. The cave was extremely cold, otherwise, it wouldn't have been a snake den. Why was the temperature rising? Could it be that the anti-venom wasn't working and the toxin was taking effect? Ao Shuang, Xiaoyi, you too. Chen Fei was about to ask the 2 women about their condition, but suddenly, he noticed that Tang Aoshuang and Xiaoyi's faces were bright red, and a layer of fine sweat covered their bodies. Instantly, they charged toward him. In the last moment of clarity, Chen Fei realized that Xiaoyi must have administered the wrong injection earlier. Half an hour later, Chen Fei came to his senses. What had just happened was making Chen Fei feel as though it were unreal. Tang Aoshuang huddled in the corner, her cold eyes brimming with tears, her teeth clenched tightly, struggling not to let the tears fall. She never would have dreamed that she would end up in such a situation with Chen Fei, especially in this desert cave. Aoshuang, I'm sorry, it's all my fault, sniff sniff. Xiaoyi knelt before Tang Aoshuang, her eyes brimming with tears. She didn't regret what had happened with Chen Fei, but she felt deeply guilty for betraying Tang Aoshuang. This was something she feared she would never be able to forgive herself for. It's not your fault. Tang Aoshuang covered her face. She knew that blaming her now would serve no purpose. Xiaoyi had acted without malice, what else could she do but feel even more guilty? Chen Fei was also at a loss for words. What kind of situation was this? How did he end up entangled in 2 such karmic relationships out of nowhere? The earlier illusion was just a dream. If Chen Fei had been fully awake, it would have been one thing, but since his consciousness was also blurred, he was really at a disadvantage. Technically, he was also a victim, but seeing them like this, there was nothing more he could say. 3 of you, go to hell. Just then, a loud roar echoed through the air, and to everyone's surprise, Gauda charged down from above. Unbelievably, during the flood, he hadn't been swept away but had climbed up first. Now that the flood had receded, he immediately launched a counterattack. Gaida's eyes were bloodshot, and he was furious to the extreme. All his men were dead. In just 2 short days, all his family's wealth had been destroyed. And all of this was because of this young man in front of him. Gaida finally understood why the 3 tyrants had joined forces to kill Chen Fei, and why so many great pirates, each with hundreds of men under their command, had all fallen at Chen Fei's hands. But this bloody lesson was simply too much for Gauda to bear. Even though he had been on guard before, the outcome was no different. This young man was too terrifying. He knew how to harness the power of nature. But you will die today. Gaida snorted coldly, preparing to fire at Chen Fei. But suddenly, he saw Tang Aoshuang and Xiaoyi, both half naked and huddled in the corner, and his eyes turned blood red. Those 2 whores. All my men are dead, and you 2 are still serving this little bastard? You'll die first. He had originally intended to capture Tang Aoshuang and Xiaoyi to vent his anger, but seeing the current situation, it was clear that Chen Fei had beaten him to it, which enraged Gauda to the extreme. Boom! He raised his gun and pulled the trigger at the 2 women. In the blink of an eye, Chen Fei instinctively charged forward, blocking the 2 women with his body. Ugh! Although he was wearing a bulletproof vest, being hit at such close range caused a puff of white smoke to rise from his vest. His body collided with the cave wall as if struck by a cannonball, leaving him sprawled on the ground, his body shattered, and his internal organs displaced. Chen Fei! Xiaoyi rushed over to check on him and found Chen Fei seemingly unconscious. Gaida was now acting like a madman, holding the gun, and continued to walk toward Chen Fei step by step. Whoosh! The next second, a blurred figure suddenly charged forward. At an unimaginable speed, accompanied by a whistling sound, Tang Aoshuang kicked Gauda's gun with a high kick. Crack! With a cracking sound, Gauda's gun barrel shattered and fell to the ground. But just as he pulled the trigger, the gun exploded. Ah! The backfire from the gun blast injured Gauda himself, shattering his arm and causing blood to gush out, with bones shattered beyond recognition. Damn it, I'll kill you! The excruciating pain drove Gauda mad, and he lunged forward, delivering a powerful punch toward Tang Aoshuang. 177, everyone is injured, death is imminent. Tang Aoshuang saw this and instinctively dodged to the side, but she had just been hit by Chen Fei, causing her steps to be too wide, and she felt a sharp pain, slowing her down instantly. She was struck in the abdomen by the punch. Ugh! Tang Aoshuang groaned in pain, clutching her stomach as she fell to the ground. A trickle of blood seeped from the corner of her mouth. Her greatest strength lay in assassination. Like earlier, she could strike with lightning speed, leaving Gade no chance to dodge. However, failing to deliver a fatal blow and her slowed speed due to special circumstances were both fatal flaws for Tang Aoshuang. She struggled to get up and fight, but she was powerless. Die! Gaida's legs, as hard as steel, came crashing down like a cannon, directly targeting Tang Aoshuang's head. Die! Xiaoyi suddenly charged forward, leaping into the air and colliding directly with Gauda's chest. He had been standing at the entrance of the cave, and with Xiaoyi's direct impact, he was sent tumbling out of the cave. Xiaoyi, having exerted all her strength, couldn't stop herself either, and she and Gauda became locked together, rolling down into the riverbed. By now, the floodwaters had receded, leaving the riverbed as a shallow sandbar with only a few inches of water, barely covering the ankles. However, this provided no cushioning. After rolling down, both Xiaoyi and Gauda were in excruciating pain and couldn't stand up for a moment. Gaida, with his exceptional physical condition, quickly got to his feet, shook his head to clear his mind, and charged forward, kicking Xiaoyi with all his strength. Xiaoyi flew through the air like a soccer ball, though she managed to protect her vital areas. However, with a crack of bones, she spat out a mouthful of blood and slammed into the riverbed wall. If you want to die, I'll grant you your wish. Guy continued charging toward where Xiaoyi had fallen, intending to kill her mercilessly. But suddenly, he felt an indescribable numbing sensation spread throughout his body, as if his movements had slowed to a crawl. What's happening? Guy was furious and clearly had no idea what was happening. It was because, when he had rolled down with Xiaoyi earlier, she had taken the opportunity to inject a paralyzing neurotoxin into his body. Suppressing the numbness, Gauda realized it was Xiaoyi's doing and charged toward her with even greater fury. How could this be? Xiaoyi's eyes were filled with despair. She knew that her paralysis toxin was powerful enough to knock out even a bull. Yet this man, after being injected with it, could still move, albeit more slowly, and hadn't fainted. This wasn't human, it was a monster. Even though Gauda's movements had slowed, Xiaoyi couldn't dodge him, as she was severely injured and completely immobilized. Clatter! However, the next moment, a figure slid down from the cave. Tang Aoshuang stood before Xiaoyi, holding a dagger in her hand. Though her lips were stained with fresh blood, her eyes were dark and filled with a resolute determination to fight to the death. Even though direct combat wasn't her strong suit, she showed no sign of retreat. Captain. Xiaoyi's eyes welled up with tears. She desperately wished Tang Aoshuang would take this opportunity to leave, at least that would ease her guilt. Even if it meant sacrificing her life to buy time for her. But Tang Aoshuang appeared before her once more, making Xiaoyi feel even more guilty. Tang Aoshuang held the dagger in her hand, took a step forward, and instantly charged toward Gaida. You're asking for death. Gaida snorted coldly, clenching his massive fist into a thunderous fist, and slammed it directly at Tang Aoshuang's head. Tang Aoshuang seemed to have anticipated this, quickly ducking down, bending her upper body, and diving under Gauda's arm, then reversing the dagger and stabbing upward. Thud! With the sound of blood spattering, Gauda's shoulder was slashed open by the dagger, revealing a deep wound down to the bone, with bright red blood gushing out. The intense pain caused the veins on Gauda's temples to bulge, his face contorted in rage. His massive arm instinctively swung backward, like a giant hammer, accompanied by a whistling wind, as if it were about to shatter Tang Aoshuang. Fortunately, Tang Aoshuang, after landing her first strike, immediately began to retreat, anticipating the opponent's counterattack. The massive fist narrowly missed her face, scraping the skin and leaving several cuts. A trickle of blood seeped out. If she had been hit directly in the head, Tang Aoshuang would have died instantly. This was also because Xiaoyi's poison had taken effect, slowing down Gauda's speed. Otherwise, Tang Aoshuang would have had no chance of dodging this attack. Come on! Gaida missed, and Tang Aoshuang seized the opportunity, swinging her arm and aiming the dagger at Gaida's neck. But in that very instant, Tang Aoshuang suddenly noticed a savage grin flash across Gauda's expression. Her sixth sense sensed danger, and Tang Aoshuang tried to retreat and abandon the attack, but it was too late. Gauda twisted his body in an eerie manner, the bones on his back cracking loudly, and he managed to grab Tang Aoshuang's arm. Ha 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 ha! Gaida laughed maniacally, holding Tang Aoshuang as if she were a small chick, and violently flung her to the ground. Put! Tang Aoshuang spat out a mouthful of blood, her body curling up like a shrimp, and fell beside Xiaoyi. 178, Chen Fei's desperate battle finally defeats Gauda. Tang Aoshuang and Xiaoyi had lost all ability to fight, unable even to move. Gaida walked up to the two women, looking down at them with a savage expression and shouted, "You worthless whores! Die for me!" Originally, if he could capture the two women, Gauda could have eased his hatred, but now it all went to Chen Fei, and he had gone completely mad. With a loud thud, Gauda leaped high into the air, his legs like cannon barrels, ready to crush Tang Aoshuang and Xiaoyi. Go to hell! Suddenly, a loud roar echoed from above. Gaida hesitated, but his movements didn't stop. Already mid-air, he continued to charge toward the two women. However, as the roar echoed, Chen Fei's figure suddenly appeared, leaping down from nearly 10 meters above. Chen Fei seemed to be risking his life. Jumping from such a height, he disregarded the risk of falling to his death, delivering a flying kick that struck out his head. Bang! With a loud thud, Gauda was knocked back as if hit by a cannonball, stumbling backward and falling to the ground. Chen Fei's flying kick might not have been very powerful on its own, but with the added momentum from the 10-meter height, it became incredibly powerful. Boom! Gaide's body collapsed to the ground like a tower collapsing. Chen Fei ignored Gaide and hurried over to Tang Aoshuang and Xiaoyi, helping them sit up and letting them lean against his chest. Are you okay? Tang Aoshuang felt Chen Fei's warmth and struggled to get out of his embrace, but she was too weak, and Chen Fei held her tightly, making it impossible for her to break free. She turned her head away, her cheeks puffing out, refusing to look at Chen Fei. However, her pale face was flushed with a blush of embarrassment. It's okay. Xiaoyi wasn't as proud as Tang Aoshuang, and she had always had feelings for Chen Fei, though she was just a bit shy. If it weren't for Tang Aoshuang being dragged into this, she wouldn't mind at all having something happen between her and Chen Fei. She'd even be happy about it. Be careful. Just then, Tang Aoshuang, who had turned her face away, suddenly saw Gao to stand up again and charge toward Chen Fei. You little bastard, die. Gaida roared angrily, his footsteps pounding the ground, sending up large splashes of water. Chen Fei couldn't dodge in time and was about to be crushed under Gauda's foot. But suddenly, a force pulled him back, and he saw that it was the two women who had grabbed Chen Fei and dragged him up 30 centimeters. But it was just that short distance that allowed Chen Fei to avoid the fatal blow. Damn you! Chen Fei also cursed angrily, seizing the opening in Gauda's attack. His body twisted in an eerie manner, his incredibly flexible legs clamped around Gauda's waist, and his arms reached around from behind to grab his neck, executing a reverse chokehold. Boom! This twisting throw didn't require much force, but it felt like using a feather to move 1,000 pounds. Gauda was slammed onto the ground, his skull hitting the ground with a loud crack, sending a cloud of dust into the air. Chen Fei was using the grappling techniques taught to him by Mishi Lia. Though far inferior to Mishi Lia's mastery, Chen Fei's greater strength and high aptitude allowed him to execute them with ease. Gaida was once again spun dizzy. Even if he were made of iron, being struck repeatedly on the head would be extremely dangerous, as the back of the head is the most vulnerable part of the human body. This time, Chen Fei didn't let his guard down. After knocking Gauda to the ground, he charged forward again, holding a dagger in his hand, aiming directly for Gauda's neck. Swish! With a piercing sound, the dagger plunged downward with force. Gaida, in the blink of an eye, dodged the attack by moving his head to the side. But Chen Fei twisted again, and the blade sliced through Gaida's neck. Suddenly, Gauda felt a chill on his neck, and his strength began to fade rapidly. But at this critical moment, Gauda suddenly unleashed a terrifying burst of strength, his hands clamping down on Chen Fei like iron claws. Suddenly, he rolled toward the tunnel. Bastard, die together. Gaida had sensed that death was so close. The injury to his neck artery left him with no chance of survival. However, his formidable physical condition allowed him to drag Chen Fei down with him in his final moments. Chen Fei was startled and struggled desperately to break free from Gauda's grip, but he found that the other's body was as rigid as steel, completely unyielding. As they grew closer to the tunnel, if they rolled inside, their fate would be suffocation. Just as he was about to roll into the tunnel, Chen Fei felt his feet being pulled by a powerful force. Tang Aoshuang and Xiaoyi, using their last ounce of strength, rushed over and clung tightly to Chen Fei's legs, preventing him from falling into the tunnel with Gauda. Chen Fei's mind was shaken. He grabbed Gauda's head with all his strength and slammed it against the rock above the tunnel. Die! Boom! With a dull thud, Gauda finally lost consciousness. In that instant, all his strength vanished, and Chen Fei broke free. He was pulled back to the riverbed by Tang Aoshuang and Xiaoyi, while Gauda fell into the tunnel, his body swept away by the underground water. 179, you think you can't handle me? Pant, pant. Chen Fei gasped for breath, his entire body drenched in cold sweat. A sense of narrowly escaping death lingered in his heart. If he had been dragged down with him, falling into the tunnel would have been certain death. Gaida and all his men were finally wiped out. Chen Fei wiped the sweat from his forehead and said, let's head to the coastline. Tang Aoshuang turned her head, ignoring Chen Fei, and walked ahead first. Hey, Captain. Xiaoyi hurried after her, but glanced back and gave Chen Fei a few meaningful glances. Chen Fei understood and followed closely behind. Once they reached the coastline and saw no ships, they had no choice but to stop. Chen Fei had already contacted Liang Ting and sent her the coordinates, instructing her to dispatch a boat to meet them. Liang Ting naturally agreed immediately. She was still waiting for Chen Fei to rescue her niece, Lu Yan. Sorry. Chen Fei first addressed Xiaoyi, who was willing to communicate with him. It's my fault, not yours. Xiaoyi's face turned a little red. In truth, she didn't mind having a little something with Chen Fei. She then whispered to Chen Fei, but you have to comfort the captain properly. She's just a rookie. Actually, she doesn't dislike you either. Otherwise, she would have killed you by now. Chen Fei heard this, walked over, and sat down next to Tang Aoshuang. Get lost. Tang Aoshuang turned her head and said angrily. So angry? Then hit me if you want. Chen Fei clung to her like glue. What's more, he reached out both hands and pulled Tang Aoshuang toward him, not giving her a chance to break free. In truth, Chen Fei had no prior feelings for Tang Aoshuang or Xiaoyi. However, since certain things had already happened, he couldn't pretend nothing had occurred. He had to take responsibility. Therefore, Chen Fei decided to first mend his relationship with Tang Aoshuang. Tang Aoshuang turned her head away from Chen Fei, struggling slightly, but the pain made her grit her teeth. Chen Fei placed his hand directly on her lower abdomen, the area where she had been injured, helping to ease the pain. Although she had been trying to push his hand away, she lacked the strength to do so and could only give up. But Chen Fei knew deep down that Tang Aoshuang wasn't resisting him as much as before. If she truly hated him, she would have come to kill him long ago, as Xiaoyi had said. Moreover, she was willing to be held like this. Although she was injured and weak, given Tang Aoshuang's personality, if she didn't want to be held, she would have struggled to break free, even if it meant dying. Shall we go with me now? No, I don't want to talk to you. Don't speak. Tang Aoshuang's three parts under a response. Then where are you going? The S squad only has the two of you left. Continue with the assassination mission. I'm worried you'll be in danger. Chen Fei asked. Mind your own business. Hey, can't I handle you? Acting all proud, huh? Chen Fei grabbed Tang Aoshuang's wrists with one hand, leaned in close, and stared at her. She pouted her lips and her eyes turned red. Alright, I can't handle you. Chen Fei conceded defeat. When a woman cried, he was helpless and had no choice but to reluctantly let go. Then he pulled her into his arms. No matter how you feel, it's already happened. I can't make any promises, but if you ask, I'll do anything within my power for you. Chen Fei said, glancing at Xiaoyi. Clearly, these words weren't just for Tang Aoshuang. Xiaoyi was equally meant. Xiaoyi noticed Chen Fei looking at her and her cheeks turned slightly red. She wasn't as arrogant as Tang Aoshuang. If she were alone with Chen Fei, perhaps a new flame would have been ignited. What if I tell you to go die? Tang Aoshuang glanced at Chen Fei and said coldly. Alright, here's the dagger. Chen Fei tossed the dagger to Tang Aoshuang, closed his eyes, and spoke calmly without even glancing at her. Alright, I know you wouldn't dare to kill me. Suddenly, Chen Fei felt a sharp pain in his arm. Opening his eyes, he saw that the dagger had sliced open his skin and bright red blood began to flow out. You made me hurt and bleed. Now I've returned the favor. From now on, we have nothing to do with each other. Tang Aoshuang turned her back and said coldly. But before she could finish, she was embraced from behind by Chen Fei, his breath hitting her face, causing Tang Aoshuang to nearly lose her balance. Ha, you'd better come with me willingly? No. Tang Aoshuang shook her head and said, I'm going to find my master. This time, she finally didn't avoid Chen Fei but was willing to communicate with him. Isn't your master Tang Fengtian? I heard she's no longer with us. Chen Fei was taken aback. She's still alive. Few people know about this, and I hope you'll keep it a secret too. Tang Aoshuang said. Of course. But since you've told me all this, it means you accept me, right? Chen Fei took her hand and said with a mischievous smile. If you don't say it, I won't talk to you anymore. Alright, I won't say anything else. Are you going with Xiaoyi? I don't care about Xiaoyi. I think she's been dying to run off with you. Tang Aoshuang snorted coldly, feeling a bit resentful, though she wasn't sure who she was angry at. 180, Mishue Lia's progress and actions. Captain, come on, of course I'm going with you. Xiaoyi knew Tang Aoshuang's mood had calmed down, so she hurried over, took her hand, and gave her a pleading expression. Tang Aoshuang sighed helplessly. Maybe this was just fate. She had been tricked by Xiaoyi, so how could she blame her? Besides, she hadn't done it on purpose. The only comforting thing was that Chen Fei was a man of integrity. If she had been tainted by a mob of ruffians, Tang Aoshuang would have truly been doomed. Alright, since that's the case, I'll arrange for a boat for the two of you to leave. If you need anything, please don't hesitate to contact me. Chen Fei said. We don't need you. Exactly. Tang Aoshuang said coldly while Xiaoyi Fu chimed in, but she wrinkled her delicate nose and gave Chen Fei a mischievous smile. Chen Fei also smiled lightly. He knew that Tang Aoshuang was a woman he had successfully dealt with. Immediately, Chen Fei felt a touch of admiration for his own charm. Tang Aoshuang was currently the top bounty hunter, yet she had been won over by him. Though there was a bit of a mix-up involved. After 3 days of life or death escape, all three were extremely exhausted, and with injuries to boot, they all fell asleep along the coastline before the ship arrived. At this point, Chen Fei's strike against the sixth tyrant had achieved significant results. Kathy was captured and released with the intention of making Eric suspicious, and killing Gade not only weakened Eric but also confirmed Kathy's treason. Otherwise, how could they have released him only to have Gade's entire force wiped out? From Eric's perspective, it must be that Casey had given Chen Fei some clues or revealed Gade's secrets. After all, Gade's men were all dead, and there was no way to verify the cause of their deaths. Kaishi is a ticking time bomb within Eric's team, deeply embedded. Of course, Eric has over 5,000 men under his command. Even if they've eliminated over 500, plus the 500 from Casey's side who are now under suspicion, there are still 4,000 troops left. This remains an extremely challenging situation. But one must tackle tasks one step at a time. Chen Fei knew from the start that this top-secret mission would not be simple. Regardless, Chen Fei must complete it. Lin Xianer is still waiting at home for him. With this vision in mind, Chen Fei fell into a deep sleep. Chen Fei. The ship docked at the shore, and Liang Ting jumped down from it. Chen Fei, who had already woken up upon hearing the commotion, followed Liang Ting onto the boat and instructed her to give the spare boat inside to Tang Aoshuang and Xiaoyi. After bidding farewell to the two women, Chen Fei set off with Liang Ting, leaving behind Xiaoyi's reluctant gaze and Tang Aoshuang's occasional glances back. What's the situation with Xiao Yan now? Chen Fei asked. We've received intelligence Xiao Yan was indeed captured by that bastard Hua Ding. Liang Ting's eyes were filled with anxiety, her hands clutching the railing so tightly she seemed ready to snap it in two. Can you arrange for me to enter Dan Nua now? There should also be some progress on the Manhwa front. We need to put Eric on hold for now. We must find Lu Yen first. Since she's in Huading's hands, we can't delay. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. The people you sent obtained crucial clues, but they didn't hand them over to the Welsh family's newspaper. It seems they want to act on their own. The Welsh family has reported this to me. Liang Ting said. Chen Fei nodded. Is this person reliable? Seeing that Chen Fei only responded with a single word, Liang Ting was puzzled. Logically speaking, any lead should be handed over to the newspaper. If you keep talking, I won't bother anymore. Chen Fei frowned and spoke in a low voice. Since it was Mishi Liaya acting on her own, there must be a reason for it. Chen Fei trusted her completely. The only thing that worried Chen Fei was whether her actions were dangerous. After all, what Chen Fei cared about most was Mishi Liaya's safety. On the other hand, Liang Ting's attitude wasn't necessarily bad, but it still annoyed Chen Fei. The reason was simple: in Chen Fei's heart, Lu Yen was never as important as Mishi. So, if Chen Fei was willing to let Mishi take risks, why was she still bringing up these trivial matters? Chen Fei naturally wasn't happy about it. Although Lu Yen had gone out to sea under the pretext of looking for herself, had Chen Fei asked her to do so? At such a critical moment, taking such an action was nothing but selfish and reckless. Not only had she put herself in danger, but now so many people had to go to great lengths to rescue her? Sorry. Liang Ting knew she had spoken out of turn and sighed helplessly. She was simply too anxious. After all, this was her niece she had watched grow up from childhood. As long as Lu Yen is still alive, I will do everything in my power to rescue her. That's all I'll say. Chen Fei finished speaking and returned to the ship's cabin. The ship headed toward the designated meeting point. Soon, they arrived at a dock. After meeting the contact person, Chen Fei boarded a cargo ship. Due to Chen Fei's sensitive status and being on Dan Nua's wanted list, he couldn't enter through official channels. He had to use a special method, such as the one now first infiltrating the cargo ship and entering Dan Nua alongside the cargo. Inside the cargo hold, Chen Fei waited quietly. As the temperature grew colder, he knew they were nearing Dan Nua. At the same time, inside Denmark, Mishlia wore a pale pink long down jacket, her legs covered in black tight leggings, brown marten boots on her feet, and a white beret on her head, giving her a unique beauty. In the cold wind, she entered a public phone booth and dialed a number. Smith, remember, tonight at 8 o'clock, deliver the person to the location Otherwise, I will hand these photos over to the Welsh newspaper, and you know better than I do what the consequences will be. Mishi Lia's voice was cold and crisp as she hung up the phone. 181, Michelle falls into a trap, crisis. In Michelle's hands were several photos. They were taken that night when she had sneaked into Hodding's villa. Although she hadn't seen Lu Yen at the time, she had seen him hanging in the small black room. Hodding's villa was very conspicuous. It was the only one of its kind in Dan Nua. Anne was also a wealthy young lady. Having been missing for so many days without a trace, her case was nearly unsolved. If the news were to break, even though Hodding wouldn't be executed in Dan Nua, his father Smith's political career would be over. Wales is Smith's arch-rival. If Michelle were to hand over the photos she took to Wales newspaper now, there would be no way to rescue Lu Yen. Wales might fear that delaying would only make things worse and decide to publish the photos immediately. While that would not save Lu Yen or improve relations with the Lu family, it would be worth it to eliminate the Smith family. The benefits this would bring to Wales far outweigh the value of a jeweler. Moreover, without Smith, the Lu family would eventually have to seek cooperation with Wales. Michelia had already analyzed the pros and cons of the situation to the extreme, which is why she made such a judgment and took private action. There was still some time before 8 o'clock in the evening, so Mishi Shua leisurely ate at a coffee shop. After dinner, she went to the restroom outside. She unzipped her down jacket and found it was empty inside. Sitting on the toilet, she wondered what expression her master would have if he saw her dressed like this. Would he eat her alive? Thinking of Chen Fei, she couldn't help but lose control. Master. Half an hour later, Mishua finally emerged from the restroom, her cheeks still flushed. When the cold wind blew and she saw it was almost 8 o'clock, Mishwelia headed toward the agreed-upon location. Soon, Mishilia arrived near a port. This port was specifically for cargo ships. Her plan was that the other party would bring Lu Yen there, and she would take her away. As for the photos, she could return them to the other party. After all, she had a backup of the film, and she could expose it anytime she wanted. Of course, Mishwelia hadn't thought it through that simply. She hadn't kept the film negatives on her person. Instead, she had hidden them in a safe place. Otherwise, if the other party decided to go all out and kill her, it would be trouble. Miulia hid in the shadows at a location she had scouted beforehand, an absolute blind spot for shooting. Not only that, but she could also clearly see the situation outside. All she needed to do was wait here until the time gradually approached 8 o'clock. Finally, the clock struck 8 o'clock. At that moment, Mishilia clearly saw a pickup truck pull up in the open space at the center of the square. The door opened, and two men in suits, wearing sunglasses in the middle of the night, got out. They were holding a woman between them, her head covered with a black plastic bag, her hands bound behind her back, and they walked to the center of the square. "We're here." The man in sunglasses spoke in a deep voice. The square was very quiet at night, though the voices weren't loud, they could still be heard from a distance. From her hiding spot in the blind spot, Mishi Liaya heard the voices clearly. "Leave her there. You can go now." Miyu Liya whispered from the shadows. "How can we be sure you'll destroy the film and negatives after we leave?" The man in sunglasses demanded in a low voice. "You can't be sure, you'll just have to trust us." However, Mishi Liaya replied arrogantly, "Even if I destroy the negatives on the spot, there's still a possibility of backups, right? So, for you, there's no 100% guarantee. But you need to understand that my purpose is to save someone. I have no interest in offending the Smith family. I am well aware of the Smith family's strength, so why would I help the Welsh family against you? It wouldn't benefit me in any way." Listening to Mashu Iliya speak calmly, the man in sunglasses pondered for a moment before nodding. "Alright, we'll leave the person here. I hope the photos don't leak out. Otherwise, the Smith family will make everyone associated with you pay with their blood. Rest assured." Mishliya pouted, annoyed by the threat. However, she had no intention of exposing the photos either. She planned to tell Chen Fei about this and leave all decisions to her master. After watching the two men in black get into the car and drive away, Ma Shuiliai emerged from the safe blind spot and walked toward Lu Yan in the center of the square. But just as she was about to approach the square, her sixth sense issued a danger warning. Perhaps it was the heightened senses honed from years as an assassin that allowed Sherry to sense something. In the blink of an eye, Sherry darted to the side. Bang! The next second, gunfire erupted. The bullet grazed Mishi Liaya's arm, piercing through her down jacket. Snow-white feathers flew out instantly. Though she wasn't hit directly by the bullet, the intense heat still caused a searing pain in her arm. Without hesitation, she sprinted toward the previous safe blind spot. Bang! Another gunshot rang out from the side. Miyuki froze for a moment. She saw the bullet heading toward her front and anticipated its direction. Clearly, they were suppressing her to prevent her from returning to the safe zone. Damn it, they were prepared. As she approached the center of the square, she had already sensed something was off. It was the difference in their builds. Damn it, they've spotted me. The woman in the center of the square ripped off the black plastic bag covering her head, raised the revolver, and pulled the trigger toward Mi Shui. Her build was almost identical to Lu Yan's, which was why she had been chosen as a decoy. But she hadn't expected Mi Shui to be so sharp, able to notice the subtle differences even in the pitch-black square. Mi Yue kept dodging left and right. Since she couldn't go to a blind spot, she had no choice but to run toward the port. 182, Mi Shui jumps into the sea. Miyu Liya chose this location to swap Lu Yan because it was close to the port. Once she had Lu Yan in her hands, she could leave as quickly as possible. Better safe than sorry, after all, this was the enemy's territory. Before preparing this plan, Mi Shui had already made arrangements to leave. In a small corner of the port, a speedboat she had purchased 2 days earlier was already docked. As long as the photo was still in her hands, there was still a chance to salvage the situation. Mi Shui fled while her mind raced. She was now afraid that she had botched the mission to rescue Chen Fei. After all, Chen Fei had sent her to gather intelligence, but she had acted too recklessly. Upon discovering the crucial clue, she had immediately tried to rescue Lu Yan. After all, the photos of Anne's body were indeed a major blow to the Smith family. But she never expected the other side to be so ruthless. It seemed they intended to eliminate her outright, with no intention of using Lu Yan as a bargaining chip. As Mi Shui had said, even if she were to bring Lu Yan to Mi Shui, whether the negatives would be destroyed would ultimately depend on Mi Shui's mood. The Smith family must have realized this. Since they were ultimately going to be held hostage, they naturally wouldn't compromise. They might as well go all out from the start. Damn it! Miyu felt the burning pain on her arm, her heart filled with anger and resentment. She had planned to complete the mission directly and surprise her master. That way, she wouldn't have to trouble her master to figure out how to rescue her later and could also show off her abilities. But now it seemed that it wouldn't be that easy. Catch her. Don't let her escape. Find the film on her body. Damn it, how did she figure out it was fake? The Smith family was now mobilizing in full force. Mishi immediately noticed that the side of the port where her speedboat was docked was also being surrounded by Smith's men, and her heart sank. She wasn't carrying any firearms, after all, she was posing as a newspaper reporter. Facing a group of heavily armed bodyguards closing in, Ma Shui couldn't confront them head-on and could only avoid their attacks. But now, there was no way out. Damn it, don't you fear I'll send the backup from the newspaper office? Mi Shui was cornered at the edge of the port, glaring at the woman approaching her and coldly threatening. We're not afraid, because starting tonight, the Welsh newspaper no longer exists. The woman's words startled Mi Shui. What did she mean? Did the other side dare to take direct action against the Welsh newspaper? Although they were political enemies, no matter how they fought, it was always done in secret. This wasn't the open sea, how could they possibly act so brazenly? Boom! Just then, Mi Shui saw a loud explosion and intense flames in the distance. The Welsh newspaper had been attacked, and the perpetrators were extremists. This would likely be tomorrow's headline. The woman sneered and said, "According to our investigation, you haven't rented a place to stay in Dan Nua during your time here. You've been staying at the newspaper office. This means that even if you have backups of the negatives, they must be hidden somewhere near the newspaper office. As long as we destroy the newspaper office and seize the negatives from you, we'll have everything under control." The cold wind blew, but Mishi Liaya felt cold sweat trickling down her body. She never imagined that all her actions were already within the other party's calculations. It could only be said that the Smith family's influence in Dan Nua was too great. Trying to investigate anything was impossible to escape their eyes. Thinking of this, Mishi Liaya no longer hesitated and jumped directly into the sea. "Damn it, go after her." The woman was startled by the sight, never expecting Mishi to jump into the sea. After all, the water temperature here was extremely low, and jumping in at night was essentially a suicide mission. However, the items on Mishi Lia's body were too important. Without destroying them personally, they couldn't rest easy. Even knowing that she would likely sink to the bottom of the sea like a stone, they still had to send someone to pursue her. "No, the sea is too dark at night, we can't see anything. Plus, the water is too cold to pursue," one of her subordinates said. "Then seal off all nearby ships and islands, as well as any landing points. Seal it off for the entire night." The woman continued to issue orders. As long as she can't land, letting Mishia soak in the sea for a night is certain death. "Sir, there's only one cargo ship nearby, heading toward the port. There are no other ships or islands." A subordinate approached and reported to the woman. "Then keep an eye on that ship. If Misha dares to board, open fire immediately. Don't hesitate, just blast her." The woman said in a stern voice, "Remember, this must be done properly. Only then will Mr. Smith hand over his mine to Captain Furman to manage. With those mines, Captain Furman's influence under Captain Eric will rise significantly." The men, hearing this, felt a chill run down their spines, knowing this matter could not be taken lightly. They quickly relayed the orders. 183, surrounded by the ICC, facing death. This woman was a pirate lieutenant, a subordinate of the great pirate Furman under the 6th tyrant Eric. She had been invited here today by the Smith family to assist with their affairs. After Casey was captured by Chen Fei, although he was released, the mine was clearly no longer under his control. Smith contacted Furman, who was also under Eric's command. Furman was one of Eric's strongest pirates, commanding a force of 1,000 men. Coincidentally, he was also facing a threat from Misha, so Smith used his position to secretly transport Furman's men through customs and brought in weapons capable of causing massive casualties. The goal was to destroy the Welsh newspaper. Meanwhile, Furman's army was blockading the seas, monitoring any ships that might appear. Once this mission was accomplished, Smith would be able to hand over the mine to him to manage. Furman was dressed in a suit, with a slight mustache curling upward at the corners of his mouth. He wore a top hat, and his hands, clad in leather gloves, held a gentleman's walking stick. He did not look like a pirate at all, but rather like an English nobleman. "Sir, a cargo ship has entered the port waters." A subordinate reported the news, addressing him respectfully and bowing. This was Furman's rule: no one was allowed to call him captain. Though his men still referred to him as such in private, they always addressed him as sir in his presence. Rumor had it that Furman had once been a member of the Ghost Clan, but after his family fell into disgrace, he turned to piracy. Yet he had always retained the heart of a nobleman. "Keep an eye out. If you spot that girl and she tries to approach the ship, open fire immediately," Furman ordered. On the cargo ship, Chen Fei was in the cargo hold, leaning against a piece of canvas, peering through the cracks to see outside. Suddenly, Chen Fei felt numerous lights converging toward them, causing his heart to race. Could his actions have been discovered? Just as Chen Fei was puzzled, he saw the pitch-black sea surface ripple, growing closer and closer. Staring intently, Chen Fei was utterly stunned. Chen Fei shouted immediately. Even in the darkness of night, he could recognize her instantly, the girl he had been thinking about. "Master?" Miyu Liya was also startled. She had been planning to sneak onto the ship, but never expected her master to be on board. Joy nearly overflowed from her eyes. She immediately started climbing toward the boat. But just then, a patrol car's headlights shone directly on Mishi. "Master, jump off the boat." Miyu Liya almost instinctively shouted out loud. Trusting her completely, Chen Fei didn't hesitate. He dived forward, forced his way through the stretchy fabric, and jumped into the sea. Boom! The next second, a powerful shell exploded in the cargo hold. With a deafening blast, the entire cargo ship began to shake violently. Boom! Amidst the shocked screams of the crowd, another shell struck the cargo ship. Clearly, Furman had no intention of holding back. He aimed to sink the ship completely, leaving no chance for Mishi Liaya to survive. "What's going on? Pirates are attacking. Quick, jump into the sea." The captain's crew was completely stunned. They had never encountered such a situation before, being attacked by pirates so close to the port. They were all just hired hands who would want to go down with the ship. They all grabbed their life-saving equipment and jumped into the sea before the cargo ship sank, immediately swimming toward the shore. But they soon discovered that the shore was already swarming with armed men. As soon as they approached, the attackers struck without warning. In an instant, the shore was filled with screams, and the blood had dyed the surrounding sea a deep red. Chen Fei and Ma Xue clung to each other in the water, still feeling the immense force of the impact, which even caused the seawater to churn from the shell's blast. After choking on several mouthfuls of icy seawater, they finally regained their senses. "Are you hurt?" Chen Fei was extremely anxious, checking Mi Xue Lia's condition from head to toe. "Mi Yue is fine. Are you okay, master?" Seeing her master, Mi Yue's first thought was to check on him, and she felt a warm glow in her heart. "How did this happen? Was someone chasing you?" Chen Fei held Mi Xue tightly and hurried away from the cargo ship. The cargo ship was about to sink, and if they stayed nearby, they would be dragged down to the bottom with it. "Master, here's what happened." Mi Yu kept it brief, recounting everything that had happened over the past 2 days at the fastest possible pace. "I told you not to put yourself in danger." Chen Fei tapped Mishi on the forehead, rolled up her sleeve, and asked, "Was this where you were burned? Does it still hurt?" "It's just a minor injury. Master, we need to find a way to get ashore quickly. Staying in the water for too long is dangerous." Mi Xue was deeply moved. She had messed things up, but her master not only didn't scold her but was so concerned about her. "There's no way to get out around here." Chen Fei furrowed his brows. The fate of those trying to climb ashore from the side was already clear. Their blood had dyed the sea red. Clearly, these pirates intended to carry out their plan to the end. What should we do now? 184. You must obey in the future. Miyu exhaled white mist, clearly freezing from the cold. The seawater was nearly freezing, and staying submerged for too long could lead to severe hypothermia. Do the opposite. Chen Fei clenched his teeth in determination. He saw dozens of searchlights sweeping the shore, clearly indicating that the pirates were on high alert, preventing anyone from landing. If that was the case, going ashore would be suicide. The only option was to change direction, and the only direction now was toward where Furman's ship was located. "Master, are we really going to swim toward Furman's ship? Won't that be like walking into a lion's den?" Ma Xue was a bit nervous. She hadn't expected Chen Fei to deliberately head toward Furman's pirate ship, attempting to pass beneath it. "We have no choice but to take this risk. There's an old saying, the darker the room, the brighter the lamp. The brighter the area, the harder it is to see the darkness nearby. Furman and his men are focused on the port. They certainly wouldn't expect us to pass beneath his ship." "That's reverse thinking," Chen Fei said. I'll follow the master's lead." Mi Yue nodded. "This is the only option now." Chen Fei had noticed earlier that when all the searchlights were pointed at the shore, the area around their ship was shrouded in darkness. Because Furman believed that anyone trying to reach shore would naturally swim toward the coast, all the searchlights needed to do was block the port, ensuring a permanent solution. Taking advantage of this opportunity, he dived with Mashia, and sure enough, they were not detected as they approached Furman's vessel. They immediately took a deep breath and submerged themselves in the water, swiftly diving through the underside of Furman's boat. Behind them, there was no light, just pitch black. Chen Fei and Mishi quickly swam ashore, immediately moving away from the coast, and first arrived in a dense forest. "Quickly take off your down jacket and dry it." Chen Fei built a fire under a tree, stripped off his jacket, and began drying it over the flames. Mi Xue followed his instructions, but this made Chen Fei's eyes widen. The pale pink down jacket came off, leaving her in nothing but a pair of tights. "You're so silly. It's so cold out here. You should wear more clothes." Immediately, Chen Fei embraced the young girl in his arms, and the two huddled tightly around the campfire. They didn't do anything, just held each other tightly, allowing them to stay warmer in the cold night wind. "Wearing less is better. Isn't the master just hugging the dog out of concern?" Miyu Lia's head rubbed against Chen Fei's body, and the feeling of being embraced by him made her feel intoxicated. "Master, how are we going to rescue Lu Yen? Even the newspaper office has been blown up." Mishi asked, lifting her head. "Tonight, we'll go straight to Smith's house." Chen Fei's brows were filled with a ruthless expression. The Smith family never expected us to come knocking on their door at this hour. To be precise, they had no idea Chen Fei was coming, and even if they knew about Mishi, they probably assumed she was dead at sea. "We must strike while they're unprepared. It's still early, it's only just past 9 o'clock. Chen Fei plans to act in the dead of night." The bright flames illuminated the young girl's delicate, pink cheeks. Chen Fei couldn't resist and kissed her. Mi Yue's face flushed red, her lips puckered, and she said in a delicate voice, "Master, there's the scent of another girl on you. I can taste it." Maybe it's just a mistake." Chen Fei felt a sudden pang of guilt. "Are you that good? You can even smell the scent of other girls?" No way. Mishi wouldn't be wrong." "So you're saying I'm wrong?" "No, I dare not. If you say you're not, that means you still think I'm wrong and you're right." Chen Fei snorted, suddenly picking her up and holding her in a reverse embrace, sniffing her golden hair, which had a faint fragrance. "Mi Yue was wrong." The girl, afraid that Chen Fei was angry, quickly said earnestly. "You were wrong. I asked you earlier, what did I tell you? Did you just ignore me?" I told you to gather intelligence and not risk your life. What happened? If I hadn't come today, would you have frozen to death in the sea? Chen Fei looked serious. I wanted to save Lu Yan. Once the master arrives, we won't have to go through all this trouble. We had a good chance, but I didn't expect them to be so ruthless, Manhwa said, lowering her eyes. Always assume your enemies are more vicious than you think. Only by preparing for the worst can you survive. This time you disobeyed me, and I'm very angry. Chen Fei said, pushing her away and adding, your clothes are dry. You can put them on. Stay away from me. Manhwa. Manhwa Leah rushed forward with red eyes, but Chen Fei moved aside, leaving her to fall empty-handed. She crawled to her knees on the ground, her forehead pressed tightly against the floor. Master, Manhwa was wrong. Woo-woo. Chen Fei's coldness felt like she had fallen into hell. The care and concern he had shown her before made her so happy, but now it was all pain. Suddenly, a sense of weightlessness washed over her, and she felt warm all over as Chen Fei picked her up. Will you listen to me from now on? Chen Fei wiped away her tears, helped her put on her down jacket, and carefully zipped it up. Earlier, he had truly intended to teach her a lesson. Acting on her own was truly infuriating. Chen Fei wasn't afraid of Manhwa's recklessness causing harm to others. He was worried about her own safety. If something happened to her, how could he possibly make it right? But seeing her pitiful expression, Chen Fei softened his heart. After all, she had acted out of concern for him. How could he bring himself to punish her harshly? Listen. Miu Leah nodded frantically, almost shaking her brain out of her head. I want you to remember this feeling. If I weren't here, wouldn't you suffer? And if you died, I'd suffer too. Do you understand? Chen Fei said coldly with a stern expression. But those caring words, when they reached Mishi's ears, were filled with warmth. I know. She silently swore to herself that she would never do anything against her master's orders again, never cause him any worry. Alright, to be honest, I did come into contact with 2 girls this time. I'll be honest. Though there was a bit of a complicated reason, I did get involved with someone else. It's my fault. Chen Fei confessed. What? Master, why are you telling me this? I was just joking. Whatever you like to do is fine with me. Manhwa said obediently. You're not jealous? Ha? Why would a dog get jealous? Chen Fei pinched her nose and said, that means you don't care. If you love me, how could you not be jealous? It seems you don't love me enough. Love. Manhwa loves her master. Miu buried her head into Chen Fei's chest, her face flushing red as if she was desperate to prove something but didn't know how to go about it. 185, you decide. Manhwa is jealous now. Next time we see them, I'll definitely beat them up. Can you beat them? Even if I can't, I'll still fight. My master will help me. Miu Leah knew full well that Tang Aoshuan was the one connected to Chen Fei, and she was deeply shocked. No wonder he was the master. He could even win over someone as noble and aloof as Tang Aoshuan. They played around by the campfire for a while to ease their tiredness. Night grew deeper. A moonless night with a cold wind, a night for murder. Let's go. Chen Fei extinguished the campfire and had Miu Leah lead the way. The two headed toward the villa where the Smith family resided, more precisely, Hating's private villa. This was where he lived alone and where Lu Yan was being held captive. For this reason, the security was extremely tight. The Dan Nuar region was already relatively stable, and without Smith's permission, the pirates wouldn't have been able to enter. Additionally, since Hating's villa hid his crimes, he wouldn't dare to station too many guards, lest they discover anything suspicious. Chen Fei and Manhwa were quietly sneaking into Hating's estate. Suddenly, they heard the cries of a girl coming from the second floor. Ah! Lu Yan clutched her stomach and collapsed on the ground, her face bruised and swollen, her body curled up in fear. A flash of lightning outside illuminated Hating's hideous, terrifying face. He held a stick in his hand, glaring at Lu Yan with a grim expression. I never expected anyone would dare to come here and cause trouble, trying to save you. Tell me, how should I punish you? After speaking, Ding grabbed Lu Yan by the hair and dragged her into the small dark room. Lu Yan struggled frantically. Though her eyes had lost their focus, the mere proximity to the small dark room filled her heart with dread. Ding opened the door, and an overwhelming stench filled the air. He didn't care and dragged Lu Yan over to Anne's side. He grabbed Lu Yan by the neck and held her face toward Anne's, revealing a maggot crawling in and out of Anne's nostril. Ugh! Lu Yan vomited violently, the intense nausea making it hard for her to breathe. Damn it, you dare to vomit in my room and dirty my clothes? You! Ding's eyes were filled with distortion as he slapped her twice more, causing blood to flow from the corner of her mouth. He grabbed Lu Yan's head and stomped on it. Swallow it back down. Lu Yan clenched her teeth tightly, refusing to open her mouth, despite the blows raining down on her. She only managed to utter low, muffled whimpers, her pupils dilating with fear and despair, nearing the brink of collapse. Outside, thunder roared, and rain and snow fell heavily. Seeing Lu Yan's stubbornness, anger surged within Ding. He tied a rope around her arms, stripped her clothes off, and threw her out onto the balcony. Instantly, the extreme cold made Lu Yan shiver uncontrollably. Don't rush. I've got all the time in the world to play with you. Hua Ding brought a bucket of steaming hot water and poured it over Lu Yan's body. Ah! The scalding hot water caused Lu Yan to scream in agony, but it quickly cooled down, and the cold wind blew, forming a layer of ice crystals on her body. Under the repeated cycle of extreme heat and cold, Lu Yan's pupils dilated, her eyes became vacant, and her mind went numb. Hua Ding watched as Lu Yan remained motionless, spat in disgust, and muttered, "This can't take it." Saying this, he dragged Lu Yan back into the room. Crack! Just then, the sound of shattering glass echoed through the air. Hua Ding froze in shock, unable to process what was happening, before a dark figure charged toward him. Bang! Chen Fei kicked him hard, striking Hua Ding directly in the chest. Put! Hua Ding was knocked back as if hit by a cannonball, his chest caved in, and blood gushed out as he flew backward. His body slammed into the wall and slid down like a pile of mud. He stared in horror, pointing at Chen Fei in disbelief, his voice filled with anger and shock. How could it be you? Lu Yan's dazed eyes suddenly focused, staring at Chen Fei, almost unable to believe what she was seeing. Realizing that everything was real and not a hallucination, tears began to flow uncontrollably. Fei Gu! She wailed, as if trying to release all the grievances and pain she had endured over the past few days. Chen Fei draped a garment over Lu Yan and, with a cold expression, walked toward Hua Ding. Hua Ding saw the rage emanating from Chen Fei and instinctively tried to step back, but was intimidated by his overwhelming aura. However, there was a wall behind him, and no matter how much he tried to retreat, there was nowhere to go. You can't touch me. My father is Smith, the councilman. If you touch me, you won't be able to leave here alive. Hua Ding suddenly realized this and grew bold. Chen Fei wanted to leave, but didn't he have to rely on his favor? Do as you please. Chen Fei tossed a dagger to Lu Yan and spoke in a deep voice. Holding the dagger in her hand, Lu Yan's heart began to boil. All the pain and humiliation of the past days surged to the surface. Lu Yan bit her lips until they bled. Damn it, I'll kill you. 186, Smith's Rage. Lu Yan charged forward with the dagger, stabbing directly at Hua Ding. Thud, thud, thud. Ah! With the sound of blood spattering, Hua Ding let out a few terrified screams before collapsing motionless in a pool of blood. He never understood why Chen Fei had killed him. Wasn't it enough to take him hostage? Clearly, Chen Fei had considered that possibility, but he had come here secretly, and almost no one knew about it. Therefore, he could easily take Lu Yan away without being noticed. However, if he took Hua Ding with him, there was a risk that Hua Ding might alert the Smith family and their guards, which would complicate matters. Therefore, Chen Fei didn't bother to take him hostage and simply disposed of him on the spot. He and Mi Shui would take Lu Yan with them, which would be much more convenient. Although Hua Ding's body would be discovered and lead to a manhunt, by then, Chen Fei and the others would likely already be out at sea. Under the cover of night, Chen Fei and Mishi brought Lu Yan to a small forest outside the port, but they didn't rush to leave immediately. Because tonight was the most heavily guarded time, the pirates were still on watch, assuming Mishi was still in the water. Master, when should we depart? Don't rush. Wait until dawn. Can you hand over those photo rolls to Wales? Chen Fei asked. Although Chen Fei didn't have much regard for the Welsh family, since they could compete with the Smith family, it meant they were probably just as shady. But Chen Fei didn't care. He only knew that the Smith family had offended him, so he had to bring them down. Now that the newspaper office has been bombed, the film rolls I stored there must have been destroyed. The ones I have on me can be sent over. Mishi said. Is it too dangerous to go now? Chen Fei frowned. They had to leave at dawn, and there was only a short window of time left. But the newspaper office was just bombed, it mustn't be safe there now. It's fine. I'll notify the contact person to come and retrieve the photos. Mi Shui said, and Chen Fei nodded. They arrived at a phone booth. Mi Shui dialed a number, and after nearly half an hour, a red Porsche pulled up. A sharply dressed woman got out of the car. Smith has gone mad. She saw Mishi and immediately shouted angrily. Clearly, she was from the Welsh family. After receiving news of the newspaper office being bombed at night, the entire Welsh family was in shock. Fortunately, it happened at night, and there was no one in the newspaper office, so no casualties were reported. Clearly, this was also the time Smith had deliberately chosen. He only wanted to destroy the evidence and didn't intend to cause major casualties within Denmark. As long as no one died, everything could be covered up. If anyone from the Smith family had died, it would have triggered a bloodthirsty backlash. Additionally, it would have led to a more thorough investigation into the origins of those people and the weapons, which were completely unnecessary risks for Smith. They're acting so recklessly because I've obtained the evidence to bring them down. Ma Shui said. Clearly, the Welsh side still didn't know the reason behind the attack. The woman's eyes lit up. Oh? What evidence? Mishixia directly handed the photo to her, telling her to look for herself. When the woman saw the photo of Anne's hanging body, her beautiful eyes widened in shock. She felt a moment of nausea, followed by overwhelming excitement. She could easily tell that the villa was where Hoding lived. With this, we can ruin Hoding's reputation. Even if Smith has immense power, he'll be tarnished. The woman exclaimed excitedly. There's no need to discredit Hotting, he's already dead. However, sometimes the dead are more useful than the living. You should figure out how to spin this yourselves. Mishi Liaya added. The woman froze in shock. Hotting is dead? What if we expose the fact that Hotting murdered N and then announce his death afterward? What do you think the outcome would be? Misha laughed darkly. Hearing this, the woman nodded in agreement. Regardless of Hotting's current situation, as long as the content of the photo is true, it's sufficient. The true target is Smith. Even if Hotting is dead or reduced to ashes, the stain must be pinned on Smith. Alright, thank you for your assistance in this operation, Welsh family. We look forward to collaborating again in the future. The Welsh family was also honored to collaborate with Miss Mishi. Although this operation resulted in the Welsh family losing a newspaper, it was just a building after all, nothing significant to the Welsh family. However, the photos obtained were the ultimate trump card in their battle against the Smith family. In any case, the Welsh family has come out ahead. After bidding farewell to the Welsh family, the sky was beginning to grow light. Chen Fei and Ma Xue, carrying the unconscious Lu Yan, boarded the speedboat Ma Xue had already purchased earlier and set off at full speed toward Liang Ting's offshore base. Upon receiving Chen Fei's communication, Liang Ting rushed over to meet them. When she saw Lu Yan's condition, her eyes immediately welled up with tears, and she couldn't help but sob silently. Although there were no life-threatening injuries, she was still badly beaten, clearly having suffered abuse during this time. Thinking of this, Liang Ting's expression was filled with hatred. Hua Ding was already dead, which could be considered Lu Yan's revenge. Chen Fei said. Hearing this, Liang Ting felt slightly better. Thank you. She thanked Chen Fei and Mishi Liaya sincerely, then tried to take Lu Yan to the medical room. However, she noticed that Lu Yan, even in her unconscious state, was still clutching Chen Fei's sleeve and refused to let go no matter what. Chen Fei could only follow them into the medical room. Throughout the journey, Lu Yan remained unconscious, and even after returning to the offshore base, she had not regained consciousness. Sister! Adele at the base saw Mishi return and her big eyes lit up with joy. She immediately let out a cry and ran over, begging for a hug. She hadn't seen her sister in over a month. Adele, be good. Miu Lia looked at her with tender eyes, gently stroking her sister's cheek. Her sister was one of the two most important people in her life. Her sister was her hope for survival, and her master was her belief in life. Over the past month at the base, Adele had been well fed and had grown plump and fair. She no longer had the waxen complexion of before. Dressed in a pretty little dress, she looked like a little princess. Miu felt endless gratitude. If it weren't for meeting her master, all this beauty would be an illusion, and she would continue to sink endlessly into hell. Meanwhile, the Smith family was under immense pressure. Smith stared at his son Hotting's body in the newspaper article reporting that Hotting had committed suicide out of guilt. The veins on his temples bulged, almost crushing the newspaper in his hands. Why? I need an explanation. Smith called Furman and roared in fury. 187, Lilith's Dilemma. Originally, he had instructed Furman to seal off all danger outside of Dan Nuwa. Logically speaking, Hotting should have been absolutely safe. Although Smith was aware of the shady dealings his son had been involved in, with his influence, keeping it under wraps wasn't too difficult. But now? It's been published in the newspaper, meaning the whole world knows. And his son was murdered, yet he can only be labeled as having committed suicide. Even if the killer is found, who would believe the words of a murderer's father? In any case, this blow would be a massive blow to the Smith family, one that would leave them severely weakened. Mr. Smith, are you certain the killer was that woman? My task was merely to stop her and destroy the film. We saw her in the ocean. She is likely already dead. The one who killed Hotting must be someone from within Dan Nuwa. The photos given to the newspaper were probably handed over beforehand. Furman said indifferently. Whether what he said made sense or not, he was clearly shifting the blame. What could Smith do? After all, the other party was a pirate. However, now that things have come to this, if Mr. Smith still trusts me and is willing to hand over the mine to me to manage, I am willing to kill those vermin for you, as a gift to Mr. Smith. Furman added. Alright, I must have them dead. Smith's eyes were filled with ferocity. Though he was furious at Furman's dereliction of duty, what could he do? The major pirate he had been collaborating with had already been replaced several times. His connections were limited, and even if he wanted to hire other pirates, there were none left. Moreover, he had arranged for family members to oversee the operation on Fairman's pirate ship and had not noticed any negligence on Fairman's part. It could only be that the enemy was too cunning. Furman hung up the phone, his expression darkening. Even if Eric were standing before him, he wouldn't dare to scold him so brazenly, which left him deeply unsettled. But for the sake of obtaining control over the mine, he forced himself to endure it. Sir, one day when you become a tyrant, you must make all those who disrespect you kneel at your feet. The woman who had been pretending to be Lu Yan stepped forward and spoke coldly. I love hearing you speak, Rue Si. Furman embraced the woman, his gaze fixed on the distant sea. As the descendant of nobility, though now a pirate, he refused to submit to others. Serving under Eric was merely a temporary measure. Sooner or later, he would become the true leader. Sir, how do you plan to deal with those few ants? They're impossible to find in this vast ocean. Rue C asked. Find what? We'll just go to the island where Casey was before and take over the mine. As for Smith's son, don't worry about him. As long as we run the mine well, Smith won't have any more complaints. What's the big deal about losing his son? Is that more important than money? He'll naturally ask someone else to handle his son's affairs. Furman said indifferently, not giving a thought to Harding's death. As a pirate, he knew that only interests mattered. As long as he could bring profits to Smith, he would firmly control the mine. Those high-ranking counselors also needed people like them to do the dirty work. They wouldn't act on emotions or whims. Furman knew that in their hearts, only profit mattered. In the dead of night, Chen Fei stood by the window, pondering his next move. His next target to deal with Eric was already decided: Furman, the pirate with 1,000 men under his command. Dan Nua was attacked abroad, and since he was able to appear there and assist Smith, it must be closely related to Smith's mine. Chen Fei planned to start investigating from there. Earlier, Lu Yen had regained consciousness once and cried out, begging to see Chen Fei. Liang Ting pleaded with Chen Fei to comfort her for a while, until Lu Yen fell asleep, giving Chen Fei some free time. This matter was also causing Chen Fei quite a headache. He certainly wouldn't stay here forever. Sooner or later, he would have to set sail. Chen Fei. At that moment, Liang Ting came over again. Chen Fei sighed and asked, what's wrong with Xiao Yan again? It's not about Xiao Yan. Zhou Ding and Zhou Shang, the two brothers, have come looking for you. Liang Ting said. What do they want with me? Chen Fei paused for a moment, then thought of something. He was just thinking about how to deal with Furman, and now the Zhou brothers had arrived, they could come in handy. Upon reaching the outside of the bunker, he saw Zhou Ding rushing over in a hurry. Isn't Xiao Hui in the bunker? Why is she at Lilith's place? He's so anxious. Over a month ago, when they split up to flee, Zhou Ding had left Zhou Xiaohui with Liang Ting, so he had no worries. However, upon receiving the battle report from Lilith's Rose Sea recently, he learned that Xiaohui was actually with Lilith, which left Zhou Ding frantic, like an ant on a hot pan. I'm sorry, it was my negligence that allowed Xiaohui to end up on Lilith's ship, Liang Ting said. The Lilith pirates are on the brink of collapse. We must hurry to rescue them. Zhou Ding said anxiously. Don't panic. What's the situation? Explain clearly first. Chen Fei hadn't had time to investigate the situation at Lilith's side until now. It seemed the situation was far more serious than he had anticipated. The one besieging Lilith is the 6th tyrant Eric, who commands 5,000 troops. Currently, 3,500 are attacking. To be precise, their plan for Rose Island is to surround it without attacking, waiting for it to run out of supplies. Zhou Ding said. Chen Fei was startled upon hearing this and immediately understood. If the island is surrounded by 3,500 men, it's effectively an isolated island. Without supplies, they'll eventually run out of food and water, and that means certain death. 188. Prepare to depart for battle. If Eric chooses to land on the island and engage in frontal combat with Lilith and her followers, it will put immense pressure on Eric and result in unnecessary casualties. Should we try to break through and create an opening? Zhou Sheng asked. Though he was always a stubborn and unyielding man, for some reason, when it came to tactics, he felt the need to consult Chen Fei. It seemed that the young man's opinions always offered something new and insightful, leaving him deeply inspired. Going now is pointless. With over 3,000 enemies, even if we manage to create a breach, we'll just end up as sitting ducks. Your 300 men would be sacrificed for nothing. Chen Fei's mind raced as he analyzed the current situation. But my niece is on Rose Island. I have to go, even if I can't. Zhou Sheng shook his head and said. We must go, but we can try a different approach. Chen Fei said, you know that Eric has 5,000 troops. But why are only 3,500 attacking? The 500 men under Gade were wiped out by you. The news has already spread across the ocean. Chen Fei, you're really something. The other 1,000 men are under Furman, probably busy with their own affairs. Zhou Sheng said. Chen Fei nodded, exactly. In reality, only 3,000 are besieging. The remaining 500 belong to Casey. I don't believe there are no rumors about Casey now? There are. Zhou Sheng said, everyone on the seas are talking about it. How could Gauda's 500 men be wiped out by you alone? It must be because Casey leaked crucial intelligence and helped you in secret. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been possible. Otherwise, why did you capture Casey earlier and still let him return unharmed? There are even photos of you having a heart-to-heart talk with him. Chen Fei smiled. That was exactly the effect he wanted. Now, Eric won't dare to trust Casey completely. So, those 500 people are just a bluff. Chen Fei said. Indeed, to clear himself of suspicion, Casey even requested to take the lead in the offensive. This move would only make Eric more suspicious and wary of him. He must be thinking, is this guy deliberately stirring things up to turn the tables on me in Rose Island and eliminate me with an inside-out attack? Zhou Sheng said. Chen Fei was taken aback. This was an unexpected turn of events. He hadn't expected Casey to be so eager to prove himself. They had already agreed on a strategy of encircling without attacking, yet he was proposing to take the initiative and attack. This would only make Eric more suspicious that he was a spy. Zhou Sheng changed the subject again. I understand what you're saying, but even though Casey is suspected, he's still a significant force. If we attack, he'll fight even harder to prove himself. So, we'll still count him as part of the 3,500. Chen Fei shook his head. Casey is a fence-sitter. Don't worry, he's probably seething with anger right now. As soon as he gets the chance, he'll break away from Eric's control. Let's treat Eric as having 3,000 men, with Casey already defected. Add your 300 men and Lilith's 1,200 men. How many do we have here? 2,000. Then add Furman's 1,000 men, and that's 3,000. That's equal to Eric's forces. But we still have the advantage. Because we're attacking from both sides, we can make Eric fight on two fronts. And he never expected two of his men to betray him and kill him so suddenly. Chen Fei said. Hey, don't say Eric didn't see it coming. I didn't either. What's this about Furman defecting? How does his 1,000 troops count as ours? Did you already talk to him? Or did you bribe him somehow? Zhou Sheng rolled his eyes and asked. No, that's exactly why he's our next target. We'll turn Furman against him and have him help us attack Eric. Chen Fei said. Turning someone against their own side isn't that easy. The harder it is, the more satisfying it is to accomplish. Chen Fei said calmly. His confidence came from reviewing Furman's background, which revealed he wasn't the type to willingly submit to others. Of course, convincing him with words alone was impossible. Both the carrot and the stick were necessary. Just tell me what we should do now, Zhou Sheng asked directly. He knew his way of thinking couldn't keep up with this young man. Though he was very smart, it only made Chen Fei seem more formidable. Cathy's former mining island had already been taken over by Furman. It was likely already operational. Let's go deliver a gift, Chen Fei said in a low voice. Just as he was about to board the ship, Liang Ting rushed over with an apologetic expression. Chen Fei, we need your help again. Chen Fei, upon hearing this, had no choice but to postpone boarding and went to Lu Yan's room. As soon as he entered, he was tightly hugged by Lu Yan, who was waiting at the door, refusing to let go. Brother Fei, please stay here with me. Lu Yan's tear-stained face, pale and haggard, was covered in tears, looking pitiful and helpless. I have to go out to sea for work. Liang Ting will stay here with you. Chen Fei was helpless. Lu Yan's condition was something he hadn't anticipated. Perhaps after being rescued multiple times, she had developed a dependency on him. I want you to stay with me. Lu Yan ignored everything and clung tightly to Chen Fei, refusing to let go. It was as if Chen Fei was her lifeline. If he let go, she would drown and suffocate. Lu Yan's pupils turned blood red, and her expression grew frantic. You haven't eaten for a long time, have you? Drink some milk to replenish your energy. Chen Fei sighed helplessly and handed her the milk laced with a sedative. Seeing Chen Fei's concern, the frenzy in her eyes faded instantly, replaced by a gentle, pitiful expression. She obediently drank the milk, and her eyelids began to droop. This was prescribed by the doctor for Lu Yan. He said that her mental state had been traumatized recently, and she needed the help of medication to fall asleep properly. That's why Chen Fei had mixed the medication into the milk. Now that Lu Yan was asleep, Chen Fei could finally leave. Upon boarding Zhou Sheng's boat, he noticed Xiong Sanhu training in the gym. No wonder he hadn't seen him earlier. He must have been completely focused on his practice. Upon seeing Chen Fei, he finally stopped. Brother Chen. Xiong Sanhu gave a hearty smile and walked over. This kid after training, I can't even beat him anymore. It's true that teaching a disciple can end up defeating the master. Zhou Sheng took a drag on his cigarette and rolled his eyes. Chen Fei looked at Xiong Sanhu's muscular build and thought he could probably knock out a bull with one punch. That's the natural talent for martial arts. Of course, Chen Fei's talent wasn't bad either. His physical condition wasn't top-notch, but it was still very good. Moreover, Chen Fei's comprehension ability was something others couldn't compare to. Chen Fei, you brat, you're about to go into battle, and you still have the nerve to flirt with your little girlfriend? Zhou Sheng saw Chen Fei on the deck, cozying up to Mishi Liaya, and said with a cigar in his mouth. 189, Mishi the rich girl, Chen Fei the freeloader. Of course she is. She's going to the battlefield too, you know? None of my people are simple. Chen Fei pinched Mishi's cheek and laughed. Alright, I think your demeanor and personality have the potential to make you a great pirate. Zhou Sheng took a puff of his cigar and said admiringly. Ha, I'm not interested in being a criminal. Chen Fei smiled and said. Hey, you really don't give anyone any face, do you? Alright, we're almost there. Get ready. Chen Fei looked ahead, seeing the island where Furman was located, and grabbed his gun, saying. Brothers, let's go. Zhou Sheng shouted, and the 300 men, all armed, prepared to advance. Along the coastline of the island. Numerous ships were anchored, and slaves were constantly being dragged off the ships, their faces filled with terror as they were led toward the island. These ships were all pirate ships from various regions that had collaborated with Furman. These major pirates held significant influence at sea. Though the smaller pirates weren't necessarily their subordinates, their cooperative relationships were quite normal. For example, when the mine was short-handed, they would round up people from various regions to work as miners. Furman watched as more and more people were transported into the mine, which gradually resumed operations, leaving him highly satisfied. Boom! Just then, a sudden loud explosion rang out. The entire upper structure shook, dust fell in a shower, and the underground mine trembled violently. Furman froze in shock and shouted, "What's happening?" "Sir, it's Chen Fei. He's brought men to attack us." His subordinates rushed over in panic and reported. "What did you say?" Furman could hardly believe his ears. He hadn't even gone to trouble Chen Fei, and now the brat had actually come looking for trouble? He's asking for trouble. Enraged by the audacity of someone who didn't even acknowledge his presence, Furman's anger boiled over. With a sweeping gesture, he led his men toward the island. However, when Furman emerged from the underground mine and reached the island, he discovered that Chen Fei and his men had immediately sounded the retreat and returned to the pirate ship. He couldn't pursue them because Furman's ships had already been sunk by Chen Fei. Chen Fei ordered Zhou Shenkai to steer the pirate ship away from the coast, then stood on the deck, out of range, and shouted to Furman, who was standing on the shore, "Mr. Furman, would you be willing to cooperate with us?" Furman was furious, but upon hearing this, he paused for a moment before coldly snorting, "What do I have to gain from cooperating with you? We are enemies." Chen Fei shook his head. "No, it's not that simple. Whether we are enemies or friends cannot be summed up in a single sentence. We have a saying, there are no permanent friends, only permanent interests. If we can cooperate, it will certainly be in your best interest." Don't try to sweet-talk me. I'll make you pay for this someday." Furman said coldly. "That's truly a pity. Since we can't cooperate, I'll take my leave. I hope your mine runs smoothly." Chen Fei said with a smirk, then had Zhou Shenkai steer the boat away. Is he threatening me? Furman was furious, clearly not expecting Chen Fei to say such a thing. This was a blatant threat. Things unfolded exactly as Furman had anticipated. The island was constantly echoed by the sound of cannon fire. As soon as he left, heading toward the underground mine, cannon fire would rain down on him. Let's keep harassing them like this. I'll see how long he can hold out." Chen Fei sneered. "As long as we keep harassing them like this, the mine won't be able to start operations, and they'll have to stay on edge the whole time. After all, there are over 300 people here. If they suddenly land on the island, it would pose a significant threat." Although the enemy had 1,000 men, their pirate ships had been sunk, leaving them stranded on the island, powerless to act. Moreover, Zhou Shang had already seized all the ammunition depots on their ships. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to maintain such intense firepower. We must be cautious that Furman calls for reinforcements, otherwise, we'll be attacked from both sides. Zhou Ding, who was usually steady, spoke up at this critical moment. "Don't worry, he has no one to call. Besides, he wouldn't dare to," Chen Fei said confidently. "All of Eric's pirates are besieging the Rose Sea, with 3,500 men in total. If Furman calls for reinforcements, given Zhou Shang's 300 brothers' combat strength, they would need at least twice as many men. That would give Lilith an opportunity to break through. Moreover, Furman is a proud man. In this situation, he would never call for reinforcements. Having 1,000 men trapped on an island by 300? That would be a disgrace. How could he maintain his authority if word got out? Therefore, Furman has no choice but to endure. He must hold out until Zhou Shang exhausts all his artillery fire, giving him a chance to regroup and launch a counterattack. Currently, emergency shipbuilding is underway on the island. While constructing large pirate ships is impossible, small wooden boats can be built. As long as Zhou Shang runs out of artillery fire, his small boats can swarm in, outnumbering Zhou Shang's forces 3-1. The bombardment raged on for an entire day, with nearly every 10 minutes bringing another cannonball crashing down on the island. Finally, the cannon fire had run out. The ammunition brought from Furman's ships was also nearly depleted. "Can we buy more ammunition?" Chen Fei asked. "We can, but we don't have much money left. Our cannonballs are usually looted, and the money we get from looting is given to the brothers to take home or help others," Zhou Shang said. Though he was a pirate, he had his own principles. Many of the poor men who followed him were family men, yet they still chose to follow him, so the money was distributed among them. Moreover, he was generous and had given away a significant amount of money. "You just need to call people to bring the ammunition." "How many do we need for a day of shelling?" Chen Fei asked. "At today's rate, about 100 shells a day. Each one is roughly $50 million. That's expensive." "Then let's do 2 days. After 2 more days of bombardment, Furman should come to negotiate," Chen Fei said. 2 days straight? That'll cost $100 million. Where are we supposed to get that much money?" Zhou Ding looked shocked, and Zhou Shang shook his head as well. Right now, there's only a few $100,000 in his account, not even enough for a single shell. "Mi Shui, money!" Chen Fei shouted. "Got it." Miyu obediently handed over her pink wallet and handed the black card from the Bounty Hunters Guild to Chen Fei. There's $100 million on this card. Just contact them to send the ammunition. Chen Fei waved the black card and said, "Wow, you're really milking this for all it's worth." Zhou Shang widened his eyes and gave Chen Fei a thumbs up. 190, using both soft and hard tactics, luring and then capturing. $100 million. With just one word, this little beauty handed it over, looking delighted, as if being needed by Chen Fei was an immense honor. Zhou Shang grew even more curious about Chen Fei. What kind of magic does this kid have that so many beauties are so obedient to him? Now you're broke. Chen Fei teased Mi Shui. No way. Mishi will definitely work hard to earn money. Mishi Liya looked determined, filled with a sense of mission. Chen Fei felt a bit embarrassed. It seemed like he was really living off others. Well, if that's the case, so be it. After all, it's my charm, isn't it? Alright, let's lighten the load and go. Chen Fei immediately changed tactics, continued to lead the charge, and led the 300 men to storm the island once more. The artillery shells would take some time to arrive. It was now deep into the night, and after being bombarded all day, the sudden lull would likely prompt Furman and his men to take the opportunity to rest. Therefore, their defenses were at their weakest at this moment. There was also the most important point: they had grown accustomed to shells arriving every 15 minutes, so they had become complacent, assuming Chen Fei and his men wouldn't launch another assault. As a result, Chen Fei and his men managed to charge directly to the mine site, throwing over 100 grenades inside, causing a large section of the mine to collapse. They then returned to the ships. Attack in shifts, in batches, with 100 people forming a squad. Follow my commands to advance and harass them. The rest. Continue this harassment relentlessly, ensuring that Furman and his men are tormented around the clock, 24 hours a day. Chen Fei said coldly. The island had already been reduced to ruins by previous miners, and now that construction had just begun, a day of bombardment had left everything in ruins once again. Now, in the dead of night, when everyone finally had a chance to rest, they had stopped, but people kept charging forward. Who could withstand that? Although Furman had counterattacked, such as figuring out the time intervals of Chen Fei's attacks and setting up ambushes in advance, it didn't help much. Chen Fei didn't follow any patterns, so the enemy couldn't predict his moves. Unless they maintained constant vigilance, they'd fall right into the trap. Chen Fei was aiming to wear down their mental resolve. In their already exhausted state, how could they maintain sustained focus? On Chen Fei's side, everyone was full of energy. It wasn't because they were superhuman, but because this combat method was incredibly satisfying. As the attacking party, they controlled the rhythm entirely, forcing the enemy to react defensively. It was like toying with them. This battle was as thrilling and fun as playing a video game. Charge! Chen Fei gave another order, this time waiting a full 2 hours. Everyone had rested sufficiently and charged forward again with their weapons raised. Bang, bang, bang. Enemy attack. Quick, organize a counterattack. It's no use. Our ambush has been exposed. In an instant, the 100-man ambush team arranged by Furman, who were half asleep, were completely annihilated by Chen Fei and his men. Over 10 were killed, and the rest were all captured alive. On Chen Fei's side, not a single person was injured. This ambush was not only meaningless but also a suicide mission. Everyone was too exhausted to maintain focus for 2 hours. Chen Fei bound all the prisoners and left them on the shore, taking only their equipment. Why not just kill them all? Zhou Ding asked in confusion. Killing all these people would deal a severe blow to Furman's morale. Don't forget our purpose here. If we can turn Furman against his own men, these people will become our allies. On the other hand, if we kill them all, there will be no chance of turning them. Even if we offer them tempting benefits later, Furman would never agree to cooperate with us for the sake of his own survival. Chen Fei said calmly. This logic was straightforward. If we wiped out 100 of their men and they still agreed to cooperate, where would their leader as authority stand? What would his men think? So if it came to that, it would mean we completely lost any chance of cooperation. However, by binding these dozens of people here without killing them and even releasing them, this is a way to win over hearts. It not only demonstrates our sincerity but also gives Furman enough face. Moreover, how might these dozens of people feel in their hearts? They would certainly think that the other side came with the intention of cooperating, and the centurion among them would definitely go back to report to Furman. Chen Fei immediately noticed one woman with an attractive appearance. The color of her clothes was noticeably more vibrant than the others, which clearly indicated that she was the leader of the ambush squad. As a woman who had managed to rise through the ranks under Furman, she must have a close relationship with him. If they could communicate with her, they would certainly be able to pass the information on to Furman. Hey, what's your name? He jumped off the boat and approached the woman, asking. What's it to you? If you want to kill me, just do it. Rue C snorted disdainfully. She exuded the aura of a boss's woman. That's what you said. If you answer honestly, your men can be spared. Are you really willing to sacrifice dozens of your men just for a moment of arrogance? Chen Fei smiled mockingly. This was psychological warfare. Saying this in front of dozens of pirates, if the woman still refused to negotiate, it would mean she was condemning her men to death. The pirates quickly turned their hopeful gazes toward the woman. Who would want to die? Seeing a glimmer of hope for survival, they naturally wouldn't let it slip away. Under the gaze of dozens of eyes, Rousey felt as though she were being roasted over a fire. My name is Rousey. What's the matter? Finally, the woman couldn't hold back and revealed her identity. Nothing, I just want you to pass on a message. Tell him, Mr. Furman, do you really want to keep being Eric's dog? If you do, then consider me, Chen, as having said nothing. If he wants to take Eric's place, we can negotiate further. Chen Fei said. What did you say? How dare you say that our Mr. Furman is acting like a dog? Rousey was furious. Whether it's true or not, he knows it himself. Chen Fei said, loosening the rope binding Ruei and releasing all the other pirates. Don't worry. Mr. Furman has nothing to discuss with you. Ruei said, then let everyone away from the coastline. Just let them go like that? Zhou Ding still felt regretful. From this woman's attitude, it wouldn't be easy to cooperate with her. So, I did buy 1 billion rounds of ammunition, didn't I? Chen Fei smiled and said. He didn't expect to convince them in one go, but Ruei would definitely relay his words to Furman. Chen Fei didn't believe he had no ambitions. If he did, he would definitely be able to bring them out. With 2 more days of artillery bombardment coming up, using both soft and hard tactics, he wasn't afraid Furman wouldn't accept. 191, a desperate negotiation. At dawn, a cargo ship appeared on the horizon. This was the ship carrying the artillery shells. Zhou Shang explained, calming everyone down. Chen Fei was taken aback. This ship seemed to be a converted American warship. Who were these people selling artillery? Due to his grandfather's connections, Chen Fei had a thorough understanding of these combat vehicles. He could identify various models at a glance. What do you think? Who else could be selling ammunition at sea? Zhou Shang sneered. Chen Fei understood. It seemed that the chaos at sea was exactly what they wanted to see. Only then could they continue selling ammunition. Such simple things could fetch $1 billion. The money came too easily. Chen Fei followed with a cold laugh. Exactly. They wouldn't want the sea to return to peace. Never mind, there's no point in talking about it. After all, they aren't directly involved, and they're even using the pretext of eliminating pirates. They're just capturing a couple of insignificant examples to make a show and secure funding. Zhou Shang spoke casually, clearly well versed in their tactics. Chen Fei said nothing more. This matter could only be resolved by restoring peace to the sea, otherwise, it would never be eradicated. Suddenly, Chen Fei realized that the top-secret mission he had been assigned was far more difficult and challenging than he had anticipated. These sea tyrants were merely the visible face of darkness. Behind them lurked countless shadowy hands and an incalculable web of interests. What he faced was a tightrope. One misstep, and it would be an irreversible disaster. But no matter what, nothing could stop Chen Fei. Lin Xianer was still waiting for him back in Daxia. Mr. Zhou, the ammunition you requested has arrived. A white man in a suit approached, wearing a businesslike smile. Thanks, Yura. Zhou Shang nodded, clearly not a stranger to this man. Chen Fei swiped his black card, and the money was transferred quickly. It was that simple. Good business. I hope we can collaborate again in the future. Yura's smile grew even wider. This deal had netted him tens of millions. Once all the ammunition was loaded onto Zhou Shang's pirate ship, Yura set sail. Chen Fei felt a sense of irony. Though he knew the other party's identity and the complex web of interests involved, he had no choice but to make the deal to achieve his goals. Over the next 2 days, the artillery fire continued unabated. Finally, on the 3rd day, Furman, with 2 dark circles under his eyes, suppressed his anger and fatigue and reluctantly said, negotiate. Have Chen Fei come and talk to me. Furman had not slept for 3 days and 2 nights. Every time he dozed off, a loud explosion would wake him up. Unless he completely ignored the bombardment and tried to sleep, but that was a suicidal act. Who knew if Chen Fei would suddenly come ashore? If Chen Fei came to attack while he was asleep, wouldn't he be captured alive? When the initiative was in the enemy's hands, completely trapped in their rhythm, and forced to fight defensively, there was no room for any initiative. He had originally planned to wear down Chen Fei's firepower and regain the initiative. But after 2 days of relentless bombardment, there was no sign of it stopping. Upon receiving this news, Chen Fei immediately decided to come ashore. Brother, I'll go with you. Miyu Liya said. This was Chen Fei's request in front of others. She was only allowed to call him brother. Otherwise, it would seem too strange. Chen Fei didn't mind, but he didn't want others to look at Mishi Liya with strange eyes. No need. Stay on the ship. Going together would be risky. I'll go alone for safety. Chen Fei said. Everyone understood that Chen Fei had a point. If they all went ashore, all their advantages would be lost. The island was the enemy's territory, and with 3 times as many enemies, they might be surrounded and lose the initiative, ending up in a trap. Master brother. Mish Liya understood the logic, but she couldn't help but worry about Chen Fei going alone. She stepped forward, tugged at his sleeve, and whispered softly in his ear. Did you forget what I said earlier so quickly? Mishu knows, Mishu will obey. The young girl's expression changed, and she quickly returned to the deck, her eyes filled with worry and reluctance. But when she thought back to that night in the jungle of Dan Nua, when the master said he would abandon her if she didn't obey, she dared not say another word. Chen Fei exhaled deeply. This little girl whispering sweet nothings in his ear was simply irresistible. She was a little vixen. After arriving on the island, Ruesi came to pick up Chen Fei, leading him all the way to Furman's office. Furman was wearing a suit, holding a cup of coffee, still looking as gentlemanly and elegant as ever. Mr. Furman, you haven't been sleeping well lately, you have dark circles under your eyes. Chen Fei smiled and sat across from Furman. Hearing this, Furman tightened his grip on the blanket, gritted his teeth, and glared at Chen Fei. Why couldn't he sleep well? Didn't he have any self-respect? Mr. Chen, aren't you afraid I'll kill you? Mr. Furman's voice was calm, but his words were chilling. He was truly filled with murderous intent toward Chen Fei. These past 3 days and nights had nearly driven him mad from the harassment. I'm not afraid. Chen Fei replied casually, if I die, your island will be harassed endlessly. You can't have unlimited firepower. Furman said solemnly. Though he didn't know how many shells were left on Chen Fei's ship, it couldn't possibly be unlimited. So what? Chen Fei didn't seem to care. If the firepower isn't enough, we'll just stop harassing them for now. Can't we come back when we have enough firepower? Can you move the mine away or something? Hearing this, Furman's beard nearly twisted with anger. Damn it, he never thought that as a pirate, he was already sinful enough, yet he could still encounter someone even more shameless than a criminal. But I'm different. I have no assets, just a bunch of brothers out at sea. So you want to target me precisely? That's impossible. Chen Fei said casually, with a look of helplessness, leaving Furman speechless. 192, deal struck, heading to the Rose Sea. Furman had no response. The facts spoke for themselves. If these hundreds of men were to stick around like glue, constantly harassing them, the mine would indeed be impossible to operate. If you ask why this tactic is so effective yet no one else uses it, it's because anyone who can match Furman, a pirate of his caliber, must have their own territory. Using such underhanded tactics against each other would only result in mutual loss, a lose-lose situation. But Chen Fei is different. If he comes to attack you, and you try to retaliate? Sorry, you have no territory to retaliate against. Moreover, there's the most crucial point, the cannons on this island have already been destroyed by the previous group of miners. Chen Fei naturally knows this, which is why he acts so brazenly, without fear of being hit by cannon fire. Moreover, if you cooperate with me, we can take down Eric. Then you can inherit his men and become the new tyrant Woon T. That'd be great. Though you Woon T be the 6th ranked pirate initially, you can develop slowly. In any case, no matter how powerful the pirate crew is, if you're not the true leader, what's the point? Every word Chen Fei spoke was stirring up Furman's thoughts. He had long desired independence, but lacked the manpower. 1,000 men were many, but still no match for Eric. Rebellion would surely result in the harshest reprisal. Every sea tyrant is the same. If you can't even handle a rebellion from your own pirates, it's like announcing to everyone that you're not capable. The outcome would be being surrounded and torn apart. Furman planned to wait until he had 2,000 men before declaring independence. By then, even Eric would have to carefully consider whether he could afford the losses of a direct confrontation. But no sea tyrant is a pushover, they all have their own countermeasures. When Furman had around 1,000 troops, Eric began to weaken him. No matter how many people Furman recruited, Eric would find a way to divert them. Furman was also trying to find a way to break this deadlock, but he remained helpless. Chen Fei's appearance today was a turning point. Mr. Furman, think carefully. If you miss this opportunity, how long will it take you to find another chance to declare yourself king? Chen Fei continued to coax him. I must admit, your offer is tempting. But how can I be sure that collaborating with you will allow us to defeat Eric? If we fail, we'll be doomed forever. Furman finished his coffee and spoke solemnly. You can rest assured on that front. Just calculate the troop numbers. You have 1,000, I have 300, Lilith has 1,200, and add Casey's 500, and our forces will match Eric's exactly. Plus, we'll catch him off guard, forcing him to fight on 2 fronts. We'll definitely take him down in one fell swoop. Chen Fei repeated the plan he had discussed with Zhou Sheng earlier, word for word. He also added phrases like our side, which subtly drew Furman into the plan. Has Casey really been bought off by you? As one of Eric's men, Furman had naturally heard various rumors. Of course. Otherwise, how did Gade die at my hands? There were over 500 of them. Without Casey's intelligence, how could I have ambushed and killed them all? Not a single one survived. Mr. Furman, tell me, did Casey reveal any critical information about you to me? Chen Fei smiled faintly. What fatal flaw do I have? None. And I didn't have much interaction with Casey. He wouldn't know my intelligence either. Furman snorted disdainfully. But his restless hands, which had nowhere to rest, betrayed his nervousness. In the treacherous world of the sea, even the strongest have weaknesses. No matter how many troops you have, there will always be moments when you're alone. Take Gauda, for example. He liked to go to specific places to find women. Although he outsmarted the S Squad by using their own plan against them, what if Bob hadn't betrayed him? He would have died because of his own habits. Everyone has habits. These pieces of information may seem worthless, but if the enemy finds out, they can be fatal. Furman certainly has them, but he wasn't sure if Casey knew about them. If this information were truly revealed to this young man. So, Mr. Furman, what are you waiting for? Once you take down Eric, the Lilith you rescued will surely be grateful to you. This will solidify your position. Chen Fei pressed on while the iron was hot. In reality, Casey hadn't revealed anything at all. He was still trying to clear his name, but Chen Fei had already pinned it on him. Furman was torn, wavering back and forth. This temptation was simply too great for him. It had reached a point where he couldn't refuse. Let's work together. Finally, Furman sighs deeply and makes his decision. Of course. Chen Fei smiled as he shook hands with Furman, but a dark gleam flashed in the depths of his eyes. When Chen Fei returned to the coastline, Ma Shui on the deck rushed to Chen Fei's side, carefully inspecting him from head to toe. Seeing that he was unharmed, she finally relaxed, relieved that her master had caused her worry. Stop it. Chen Fei quickly stopped her. This little girl's ability to act spoiled was something ordinary people couldn't resist. There were important matters to attend to, and if she kept whispering to him, he might lose his composure and cause trouble. Soon, Furman appeared, leading his men in a large group as they emerged from the island. The pirates were carrying small wooden boats, with 10 or more men carrying each one. These had been rushed into production over the past 3 days, but they were far superior to what Chen Fei had made, as they had access to better tools and materials. Furman boarded Zhou Shang's ship personally, as had been arranged with Chen Fei. Only with Furman on board could they ensure that his men would not attack Chen Fei. Similarly, if Chen Fei dared to harm Furman, the over 1,000 men under his command would surround and attack, eliminating Chen Fei and the other 300 people. This was a mutual check and balance. Let's depart. At Chen Fei's command, over 1,000 men set sail toward the Rose Sea. At the same time, Rose Sea, Rose Island. The entire island had been meticulously renovated by Lilith, resembling a budding rose. However, at that moment, the island was surrounded by pirate ships. Over a dozen pirate ships had completely blockaded the island, leaving no room for escape. No one from Lilith's forces could possibly break through. Captain Eric, we've been surrounding them for nearly a month. I'm sure Lilith and her people are running out of food and water. A pirate said to a man with a large gold tooth. Eric looked ordinary, lean, and dark-skinned. But what stood out most were his teeth, all made of pure gold and inlaid. It was because he had been shot in the head years ago but survived, losing only his teeth. 193, Lilith's last stand. Later, Eric rose to power and had his teeth made entirely of gold. The pirates at sea began calling him Big Gold Tooth. Of course, as his strength grew, no one dared to call him that anymore. Send someone in to spread the word. Whoever can capture Lilith will be spared and allowed to enjoy her once. Such an enticing offer will surely lure out the demons in their hearts. Eric said coldly. His men heard this and their eyes lit up. This was a surefire plan. No matter how loyal Lilith's followers are, they're still pirates. They're out here to make money. As long as they can survive, they might hold out. But once food and water become scarce, they'll starve to death, and their loyalty will crumble. This was a simple truth. If Eric led his men to the island and fought to the death, it would naturally stir up hatred among Lilith's men, and they would fight to the death without fear of death. But without food, it was different. This is a slow death, constantly feeling hunger, truly experiencing the gradual loss of physical strength and vitality. It erodes one's willpower, making them anxious and afraid of death. At this point, offering a glimmer of hope for survival would ignite the instinct to survive. Rose Island. Lilith heard Eric's defiant shout and clenched her grip on the greatsword. Her seductive eyes were filled with rage. She knew that if this continued, internal problems would inevitably arise. However, Lilith wasn't without her own tactics. For instance, she gathered everyone together every day to eat, always taking the least and worst portions for herself. This was a tactic. By showing her subordinates that the leader was willing to eat the worst, she could encourage them to give up the better portions, thereby winning their loyalty. Lilith had risen to this position through no accident. She was well versed in the art of manipulating people. But the crux of the matter is that these tactics eventually lose their effectiveness, specifically when all the food is gone. At that point, morale will plummet and people will start to stir. Captain Sister, we must break out. Zhou Shalwei spoke with a ruthless expression, her words sounding far beyond her years. No, we can't. Our ships have all been destroyed. If we leave the bunker now to fight on the coast, we'll be completely outmatched. Xiao Qi explained. Though she appeared harmless, having spent so much time with Lilith, she had picked up a lot about combat tactics. We must fight. Otherwise, we'll be trapped here until internal divisions arise. Then we'll be even worse off. While we still have strength and can fight, we must fight. Even if we lose in the end, we can't let Eric get off easily. Zhou Xiaohui's eyes flashed with determination. Interesting. Xiao Qi, you should learn from her. Lilith gave a seductive smile and looked at Zhou Xiaohui with approval. Indeed, only those who have experienced the most tragic events can develop such a ruthless personality. And on the open sea, it is precisely such a personality that allows one to survive. A personality like Xiao Qi's would never have survived on the open seas without Lilith's constant protection. Clearly, Lilith agreed with Zhou Xiaohui's words and was preparing for one last desperate attempt. Sister, you're so skinny from hunger. I have a piece of cheese here. Xiao Qi brushed aside the topic. She had been scolded by her sister many times before, but she knew her personality couldn't be changed. Thank you, Xiao Qi, but this piece of cheese can't be eaten, it has a more important purpose. Lilith took the cheese, stepped out of the room, and climbed onto the high platform. She addressed the over 1,000 pirates below in the square. Everyone, we only have one piece of cheese left. Who will take it? Hearing this, everyone looked at each other in confusion. What good is one piece of cheese? There are over 1,000 of us, it's impossible to divide it. I suppose giving it to anyone would be meaningless. Lilith didn't wait for anyone to respond, she simply threw the cheese on the ground. We have no way out. If we want to survive, we must fight. Eric and his men are so arrogant, thinking they can take us without a fight. Such arrogance and contempt, can you tolerate that? Instantly, the pirates in the square, who had lost all will to fight, were now filled with hatred by Lilith's words. Those who joined Lilith's pirate crew weren't just lowly scum. Even pirates have pride. To be treated like prey, to be looked down upon, that was the most unbearable insult. Why are we trapped here, being looked down upon and left to starve to death? Are we really inferior to them? On their ships, there is plenty of food and drink. If we defeat them, their food, drink, and jewels will all be ours. Lilith raised her sword and shouted wildly. Kill! Break out! Make them pay the price. The pirates swung their weapons, their eyes blazing with battle intent. If they surrendered easily, even if they managed to survive, they would only end up as the lowest-ranking pirates under Eric, earning less than a tenth of what they made under Lilith. Becoming free pirates, on the other hand, meant starting from scratch, and that was something the pirates couldn't accept. But if they could defeat the enemy, they could divide the wealth of Eric's pirate crew and live in abundance. Though this was an extremely difficult task, the hearts of over 1,000 men burned with determination. The cannons are ready for a frontal assault. Fire all cannons at once to cover our charge. Lilith issued the order, and Xiao Qi immediately rushed toward the cannons on Rose Island at top speed. 1,200 men quickly assembled, standing in neat formation on the square, waiting for Lilith's command. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, 3 cannon blasts erupted. Charge! Lilith raised her greatsword, let out a loud battle cry, and charged toward the coast, leading the charge. Eric was still pondering his psychological tactics when he heard several loud explosions. Trouble! Almost instinctively, Eric quickly jumped down into the ship. Boom! Amid the deafening noise, his flagship was instantly reduced to a pile of debris. Ah! Help! How do they still have cannonballs? Fortunately, Eric acted quickly and had already jumped off the ship in advance. The crew members on board who were quick enough also jumped off. Those who didn't make it in time were lucky to survive. If they had been hit directly by the cannonballs, they would have been blown to pieces in an instant. Damn it, those bastards! Didn't they run out of ammunition? 194, War Goddess Lilith. Eric furiously pounded the water. The nearly month-long siege hadn't been without previous bombardments. But before, they had remained vigilant, keeping the ship moving instead of staying stationary. But after many days without any cannon fire, Eric deduced that their ammunition must have run out. He never expected that after 20 days, there would be another barrage of fire. This immediately sent panic through Eric's pirate crew, and the ships began moving again, fearing more cannon fire. But this was Lilith's final salvo. She had saved these 3 cannonballs for the final moment, to have one last chance to fight to the death. Using the cannon fire to tear open a breach. Charge! Even while still in the water, Eric heard the deafening shouts echoing through the air. He was startled, but also excited. Ha! These fools couldn't hold back any longer, they're walking straight into the trap. Brothers, prepare for battle. Use the ships to bombard them, we must eliminate every last one of them. Eric issued a series of orders. In his eyes, Lilith and her followers' actions on this mission were the last desperate acts of a dying force, coming to their own deaths. How could they still have any fighting strength when they hadn't even had a meal? That's the perspective of someone who hasn't read enough. The ancient Chinese saying about fighting with one's back to the water is something Eric doesn't understand. When there's no way out, one can actually unleash even greater combat power. Soon, Eric would see for himself. He had expected the scene of Lilith's forces attacking from the coast while they fought from their ships, but it didn't unfold as he had imagined. Whoosh! Lilith swung her arm, and the giant sword flew out like a dart, instantly embedding itself into the hull of a ship. Attached to the hilt of the greatsword was a steel cable. After using the greatsword to anchor herself to the ship's hull, Lilith quickly retracted the steel cable, propelling her body in an arc as she leaped onto an enemy ship. The steel cable snapped back with a violent jerk, and the greatsword flew out of the ship's hull, returning to Lilith's hand. Thud! With the sound of blood spattering, the pirate standing before Lilith was instantly decapitated. Only when the scorching red blood splashed onto their faces did the pirates on the ship finally snap back to reality. Queen Lilith had arrived. Engage the enemy! With a loud battle cry, the fight erupted in full force. Lilith's men, all armed, leaped into the sea. This was something Eric and his men never expected. They had assumed that Lilith and her group intended to engage in a gunfight along the coastline. They never anticipated that the battlefield would be their own pirate ships. This completely changed the situation. Lilith's men charged like starving wolves, engaging in fierce combat with the enemies who had been knocked into the sea earlier. The pirates on the ships dared not fire their guns, as there were their own men among the enemies, and the churning sea made it impossible to aim accurately. One of the ships belonged to Eric, and it was filled with high-ranking pirates from the pirate crew, though their numbers weren't large. Under the assault of over 1,000 men, the sea quickly turned a deep crimson from the blood. Huff, huff, that scared the hell out of me. Eric was pulled from the sea by the skin of his teeth, thrown onto the deck, and gasped for air, nearly drowning in the seawater. The other high-ranking pirates weren't so lucky. All the pirate captains under Eric's command were dead. In other words, the 3,000 men under him could only follow his orders except for Casey. Kathy, however, had been suspected of treason and was not on the same ship as Eric, which is why she survived. Kill Lilith first. Eric, who had finally come to his senses, roared furiously. Most of Lilith's followers were still in the sea and hadn't managed to board the ship yet. The skeleton rose had been reorganized, and all the pirates were now directly under Lilith's command, obeying only her orders. In other words, if Lilith could be eliminated, the skeleton rose would be leaderless. Bang, bang, bang. Suddenly, a barrage of gunfire erupted, all aimed at Lilith. Lilith's body was enveloped in a cloud of white smoke, but it did not hinder her movements. She swung her greatsword with a deafening boom, sending the pirates in front of her flying through the air and knocking several of them to the ground. Lilith was fully armed, wearing thick bulletproof armor and a specially designed riot helmet, with only her flowing long hair dancing in the wind. To penetrate Lilith's defenses, one would need a high-caliber weapon. However, Lilith was currently fighting alone against a group of enemies on Eric's ship. Using high-caliber weapons would result in one enemy killed and hundreds of allies injured. Although Eric could accept sacrificing hundreds of lives to eliminate Lilith, such an order could never be issued. With all the great pirates under his command now dead, this is precisely the time when unity is needed. Issuing such an order would only break the morale of the troops. Therefore, we can only watch helplessly as Lilith charges forward like a war goddess. Don't panic. Use the blast-proof shields to hold her off and wear her down. The rest of the troops block the enemies from boarding the ship. Eric regained his composure, entered the ship's cabin, and began shouting through a megaphone. In the heat of battle, he wouldn't risk his life by going onto the deck. After all, he was alone, and if he died, the 3,000 men would be leaderless. Plus, he was always afraid of dying. As a result, he was already at a disadvantage in the direct confrontation with Lilith. Lilith led the charge, being the first to advance. Eric, however, remained in the rear to issue commands. In terms of boosting morale, the difference was clear. Before Lilith, the pirates all raised their blast-proof shields and stood their ground, fiercely resisting Lilith's charge. Clang! Lilith swung her massive sword with all her might, the razor-sharp blade striking the blast-proof shields. Zzz. The sound of metal clashing echoed, and sparks flew from the shields. The immense force sent the pirates holding the shields flying backward, their eyes filled with terror. Quick! Keep the shields up! Damn it, is this woman a monster? How can she be so strong? The pirates were all stunned. Though the heavy sword failed to shatter the blast-proof shield, the sheer force of the blow sent over a dozen pirates reeling. For a moment, they all began to doubt what this woman had been feeding on. How could her body contain such overwhelming explosive power? Lilith was like a war god descended from the heavens, her divine might unmatched. 195, white-hot battle. And this was with just her alone. The situation quickly changed. While the pirates raised their shields against Lilith, her subordinates began swarming onto the ship, approaching the shield-bearing pirates from behind and either pulling the triggers or swinging their blades. Put! Ugh! Hurry and come to our aid! The enemies are boarding the ship! Eric's men screamed wildly. They never expected that despite their desperate defense, they would be so easily boarded by Lilith's men. Lilith's lips curled into a seductive smile. She wasn't some reckless woman. Over the past month, she had already analyzed the situation thoroughly and devised a plan for this desperate, all-or-nothing battle. The most crucial point was to merge the battlefield. In simple terms, they had to fight alongside the enemy and avoid being separated, as using ranged weapons would lead to certain annihilation. Just like now, with Lilith and her men all aboard the enemy ship in close combat, even though the enemy had over 3,000 men, how many of them could actually fight effectively? The answer was simple: each ship could only fight with as many men as it had on board. Exactly. If a ship only has 300 people, the remaining 3,000 are useless. Because once Lilith's forces board the ship, it will be full, and no one else can board. In such a situation, the only way for other ships to provide support is to fire cannons directly. Cannon fire is indiscriminate. It can injure both Lilith's men and their own. Therefore, once Lilith leads her men into battle, the remaining ships can only watch helplessly. As for why Lilith was able to allow her men to board the ship so smoothly, it was because her strategy had been executed perfectly. The answer is: everyone on board attack with me, the rest of the brothers should lie low for now. Lilith roared once more and led the charge again. Behind her were only around 300 men. Where are the rest of them? They were all hiding in the water. This was Lilith's wisdom. Her 1,200 men never split up to attack. Instead, they focused all their efforts on surrounding a single ship. This numerical disadvantage actually became an advantage. As for Eric's side, although they had over 3,000 men, they were divided among 10 ships. As a result, each ship had an average of over 300 men, which was no match for over 1,000 men closing in from all sides. They could board the ships in an instant. However, the ships have limited space, so Lilith only allows around 300 to board. The remaining 900 remain submerged in the sea. Lilith had prepared oxygen tanks in advance, turning the sea into a natural shield for her troops. As long as they remained in the water, they couldn't be attacked by other ships. They simply waited for Lilith to lead the assault on the next ship, then would move on to the next one with 1,200 men to continue the attack. Ah! Captain Eric, request reinforcements. Help! We can't hold them off anymore. The first ship hit by Lilith was quickly completely destroyed. In this battle, Lilith's side lost around 50 men, but annihilated over 300 of the enemy. Attack the next ship immediately. Lilith showed no signs of stopping. With a furious shout, she led her men into the sea and began to surround the second ship. She couldn't stop, she had to keep fighting with this momentum. If she stopped, the momentum would dissipate and the outcome would be disastrous. Moreover, there was a crucial point: once Lilith had completely annihilated the enemies on a ship, that was the most dangerous moment. Because without Eric's men on board, he could unleash his heavy weapons without restraint. Boom! Just as Lilith had anticipated, the moment she led everyone into the sea, a deafening explosion erupted behind them. Turning around, the ship they had just been on was now engulfed in flames. Charge forward! Lilith shouted furiously, leading everyone to begin surrounding the next pirate ship. At this moment, the morale of the soldiers was sky high. Although they had suffered losses in the previous battle, the casualty ratio was 7-1. 7 of the enemy had been killed, while only 1 of their own had fallen. Under such circumstances, how could their fighting spirit not be at its peak? Whoosh! Lilith swung her arm again in the water, her greatsword cutting through the air with a piercing sound, tracing a graceful arc before piercing directly into the hull of the next ship. Lilith was about to board the ship. Charge! Come and fight! Shield bearers, prepare! Quickly raise the blast shields! The pirates on this ship were instantly overcome with fear, as if they had seen a ghost. Clearly, Lilith's terrifying combat power and her fearless fighting style had completely intimidated them. Suddenly, the battle erupted once more, with Lilith's side once again dominating the fight and pushing forward with overwhelming force. Damn it! In the command room of one of the ships, Eric was already in a rage. Watching Lilith charge forward relentlessly on the screen, he felt both anxious and furious. If this continued, morale would plummet to freezing point. No, he had to come up with a plan to counter this, or they might lose. The thought of defeat was the last thing Eric wanted to believe. After all, in Eric's mind, Lilith was already a fish on the chopping block, waiting to be slaughtered. But now, she was fighting back and leaving him helpless? This was something Eric could never accept. All ships, follow orders. Head toward the coordinates of this ship and connect all vessels together. Eric roared furiously, issuing his commands. Though he had never read the Romance of the Three Kingdoms, in this critical moment, he thought of a way to break the stalemate. Since Lilith was now using her combined forces to attack his scattered troops, he would connect all the ships together, effectively creating a single large platform. The numerical advantage will become immediately apparent. With over 3,000 people attacking over 1,000, how could they possibly lose? Captain Lilith, they must be trying to link their ships. Zhou Shelwei was also in the midst of battle. Though she was very young, she was fully armed and following closely behind Lilith, fighting fiercely on the enemy ship. Upon seeing the approaching enemy pirate ships, Zhou Shelwei immediately assessed the situation. Lilith froze, her eyebrows furrowing. She was surprised that Xiaohui could so clearly discern the enemy's intentions, but her heart sank. If the enemy succeeded in linking their ships, their side would quickly fall into a disadvantage. However, Eric's connection was unstoppable. Soon, all the enemy pirate ships were locked together, forming a chaotic battlefield. Charge forward! Lilith charged forward, wielding her greatsword with fury. Though the best course of action now would be to retreat to shore and lie low, engaging the enemy in urban combat. But that wasn't an option. With insufficient supplies, retreat was out of the question. 196, trapped in a desperate situation, Chen Fei arrives. Lilith's side was already outnumbered and had no food. If they showed any signs of fear and their morale dropped, they would have no chance of victory. Fully aware of this, Lilith unleashed an even more ferocious battle intent than before. Put! Suddenly, a bullet pierced Lilith's calf. Lilith's eyebrows furrowed slightly, but she did not utter a sound of pain. Her movements did not falter as she continued to swing her greatsword forward. However, Xiaoqi, who was beside her, could clearly see that Lilith's movements were slightly slower than before, clearly because her pace had slowed down. She wasn't made of iron. The physical exertion and injuries had taken their toll, causing her combat effectiveness to gradually decline. Whoosh! Zzz. Amidst a shower of sparks, Lilith's sword strike landed on the enemy, who stumbled back a few steps but did not fall. Realizing this, the enemy's expressions were filled with intense joy. Lilith's attack had been blocked by us. Ha! Her stamina is exhausted. She's spent. Our chance has come. Instantly, the enemies erupted into excited shouts. Lilith's condition not only affected the enemy's emotions but also tightly tied the morale of our own troops. Those following Lilith into battle could clearly sense her declining combat strength, and their hearts sank. Ugh! Put! Queen, save me! Suddenly, morale plummeted, and they immediately found themselves in a terrifyingly passive position. This group had been relying on their final burst of anger to hold on, and Lilith, as their leader, was crucial to their morale. If Lilith couldn't break through, the fighting spirit of all her followers would plummet. Lilith clearly realized this as well. Bang! An enemy aimed at her subordinates and pulled the trigger. In an instant, Lilith charged forward at top speed, blocking the bullet and allowing it to pierce her shoulder. Queen! The subordinate protected by Lilith immediately shouted with gratitude. Who would have thought that the leader would personally step in to block a bullet for a lowly subordinate? Charge! Protect the queen! We must break through the enemy lines. In an instant, Lilith's subordinates were all filled with battle fervor. If the leader was willing to take a bullet for them, the subordinates were naturally willing to die for their leader. Are you okay, sister? Xiaoqi hurried over to check the situation. Lilith shook her head. This was an unavoidable choice. Only by doing so could she inspire the troops' morale. Under the casualty ratio remained at 1-2. That meant for every one of Lilith's men who fell, 2 of the enemy were taken down. This was already terrifying combat power. Keep in mind that the ships were now linked together, and Eric's forces were nearly 3 times Lilith's in numbers. However, as time went on, Lilith's side eventually fell into a disadvantage. The numerical disadvantage, combined with hunger, led to physical exhaustion. Even with their strong willpower, they could not avoid defeat. Sister, should we retreat first? Watching her subordinates fall one after another, the casualties began to mount. At this rate, Lilith's entire army would be wiped out in less than half an hour. Xiaoqi couldn't think of anything else. Her only thought was to keep Lilith alive at all costs. No, the captain can't retreat. Once the captain leaves, these people won't last 5 minutes. They'll all surrender. Joe, shall we cut to the chase? What should we do? Are we really going to die here today? Xiaoqi's eyes were red, and the constant screams around her, along with the blood-soaked floor, all spoke to the brutality of the battle. Let's wait a little longer. Maybe there's still a chance. Joe, shall we said. Xiaoqi was confused. This child was acting unlike a child at all. She spoke with the authority of a leader. Moreover, his sister seemed to agree with her words. Yes, perhaps there's still a chance. Lilith said meaningfully. She knew exactly what this chance referred to. The pirates on their side were falling one after another, and Lilith's heart was breaking. But there was nothing they could do now. They had to fight to the death. And just then, the turning point finally arrived. Look, there's a ship coming over there. It's Captain Furman. Haha, we've got another 1,000 reinforcements. Lilith, surrender now. Upon seeing this, the pirates on Eric's side all became excited. With the current overwhelming advantage, plus Furman's arrival, they were certain to achieve a decisive victory in no time. In contrast to Eric's side, who were overjoyed, Lilith's men were plunged into deep despair. Already at such a disadvantage, and now reinforcements have arrived. Could we really be doomed to die here today? Boom! At that moment, the sound of intense cannon fire erupted. Ah! Furman, you're firing at the wrong target. You should be targeting Lilith's rear. But before long, it was Eric's men who let out agonizing screams. They were directly hit by the shells, and those struck instantly died. Those nearby, caught in the blast, also began to wail in pain. Boom! Another shell came crashing down. But this time, it hit Eric's side again. Amidst the screams, Eric's men were all stunned. What was going on? The people on that ship were definitely Furman's men. Why were they attacking their own people? Eric burst out of the ship's cabin, his eyes filled with rage, and a sense of foreboding began to spread rapidly through his mind. Suddenly, his eyes widened in shock. Shen Fei. Through the telescope, he could clearly see the young man standing beside Furman. It was none other than Chen Fei. Sister, it's Chen Fei. Xiaoqi also spotted Chen Fei, and his eyes immediately filled with excitement and hope. Lilith was startled. I thought this guy was dead. She snorted disdainfully, but couldn't hide the smile in her eyes. For some reason, hearing Chen Fei's name made her feel inexplicably at ease. It was as if, as long as Chen Fei was here, everything would be resolved and crises could be turned into opportunities. My father and uncle are here too. Zhou Xiaowei sighed in relief. This was the wild card she had mentioned earlier. During the siege, she had managed to send a message to her uncle. They had been waiting ever since. Sure enough, it hadn't let her down. But why was Furman with Chen Fei? Xiao Qi was taken aback, completely puzzled. Who knows? That guy always has his ways. But from the situation, it seems like Furman has betrayed Eric. Lilith said. At those words, all of Lilith's subordinates, who had been despairing moments ago, erupted into wild joy. 197 Eric, die. Lilith's side felt like they were on a roller coaster. The emotional roller coaster was so intense it made them want to cry. And the facts proved it to be true. The 2 explosive shells had landed precisely behind Eric. If the first one was a mistake, then hitting him twice in a row was definitely intentional. Just then, Chen Fei's voice rang out. Thanks to Casey's intelligence, Gade has been eliminated, and we've also made contact with Furman. The time has come. Today is Eric's day of reckoning. Chen Fei stood far away on the ship, using a high-powered megaphone to shout toward the battlefield. Casey froze for a moment before reacting instantly. This kid is trying to get himself killed. Actually, after being released, Casey had already suspected Chen Fei's intentions, but he hadn't taken it seriously, thinking that as long as he remained loyal, he would eventually clear his name. But within 3 days, Gauda was completely wiped out. This was like throwing Casey into a blazing fire. And now, Chen Fei's outburst had solidified Casey's betrayal as a done deal. Damn traitor, you're a traitor after all. And Furman, you have treasonous thoughts as well. I'll make an example of the traitors first. Brothers, kill the traitors first. Eric was so enraged he had lost his mind. He quickly calculated that Furman and Casey's betrayal would eliminate his numerical advantage. In this situation, whether out of vengeance or tactical necessity, he must first surround and eliminate Casey, who was right in front of him. Leader, listen to me. It's not like that. I'm not a traitor. I'm just following orders. Casey had intended to explain, but Eric had already acted. Over the past few days, Casey had been suspected of being suppressed, and his heart was filled with resentment. Plus, he wasn't stupid. He could see that, given the current situation, rebelling wasn't without a chance of success. Suddenly, internal conflict erupted within Eric's ranks. This relieved the immense pressure on Lilith, who was already under immense stress. With morale sky high, she immediately launched a counterattack. Chen Fei had achieved his goal. He knew that Casey didn't need to be persuaded. All he had to do was present the situation to him and shout loudly enough to provoke Eric into acting first. Once that happened, Casey wouldn't have a choice but to rebel. Chen Fei, I saw Xiaohui. Hurry! Upon seeing his daughter, Zhou Ding was overcome with emotion. Seeing her holding a weapon and fighting, with fresh blood on the blade, his heart was filled with a mix of emotions. He was both worried and unable to put his feelings into words. No wonder she's my niece. Zhou Shang, however, was not like Zhou Ding. Seeing Zhou Xiaowei so brave, he was overjoyed. Brothers, attack! Finally, Chen Fei's ship arrived at the battlefield. At a single command, over 1,000 men swiftly joined the fray, unleashing a super-scale melee involving over 6,000 combatants. Such intense combat was rare even in the past decade, let alone on the open sea. After this battle, the downfall of the sea tyrant was inevitable. Furman, I've treated you well. It's not too late to turn back now. Eliminate this group and I'll make you my second in command. From now on, the pirate crew will be led by the 2 of us. Eric shouted to Furman. He knew that these 1,000 men were the decisive factor in the battle, capable of turning the tide of the fight. Why would I want to share power with you? I want to be the sole leader. Furman sneered, showing no restraint in his ambition. I want you dead, and everyone else too. Eric fell into a frenzy, and the battle between the 2 sides intensified, escalating into all-out war. Chen Fei also threw himself into the battle, standing back-to-back with Mishi Liaya. On this battlefield, they trusted each other more than anyone else. Master, be careful. We'll try to avoid direct combat. We'll win if we keep this up. Mishi said. She was born a bounty hunter. Anyone in this line of work dislikes direct combat. They're all opportunists. Alright, just remember the task I assigned you earlier. Chen Fei nodded slightly and spoke in a low voice. Before arriving at the battlefield, Chen Fei had already assigned Mishi a task to be completed in collaboration with him. It would be the key to this battle. Master Brother's task, Mishi will definitely complete it. If you don't want me to die, just talk nicely. Chen Fei was so touched by her playful tone that his bones went weak, but this was the battlefield. As the battle progressed, the situation had completely reversed. Eric's side had already lost nearly 1,000 men, while Chen Fei's side had lost over 500. However, the vast majority of those losses were from Casey's men. Even Casey himself had been killed in battle, which was the best possible outcome for Chen Fei. Because Casey hadn't been truly turned, he was only forced to fight Eric. So having him act as cannon fodder was the best outcome for Chen Fei. In terms of morale, Eric's side is already collapsing rapidly. On the battlefield, morale is a seesaw battle where one side gains while the other loses. Keep a close eye out for any backup ships, sink them as soon as they appear. Lilith shouted the order. This was targeting Eric, as he might try to escape in the chaos. By blocking the backup escape boats, they would effectively cut off his escape route. Damn it, you're going to die! Eric roared madly, having heard Lilith's orders. He had truly intended to flee, but now that things had come to this, how could he possibly escape? Immediately, Eric dialed a number. The battle raged on. With thousands of people on the battlefield, it wouldn't end quickly. As dusk approached, the cries of battle finally fell silent. Eric lay in a pool of blood, struck down by Lilith's sword. The sixth tyrant, Eric, met his end. A large gold tooth protruded from his mouth, his eyes bulged wide, and his gaze was filled with unwillingness. With Eric's death, the battle entered its final stages. All his followers either jumped into the sea to escape or surrendered. The rest were all killed in the battle. Lilith's 1,200 men had lost more than half their numbers, leaving around 500 remaining. Furman was in a similar situation. His 1,000 men had lost over 700, leaving only 300 and a few dozen left. At this moment, Furman's expression was vacant. He felt as though Chen Fei had betrayed him. The casualties were simply too heavy. Even if Eric was dead now, absorbing some of his surrendered men would not compensate for such a massive loss. In fact, by the time the battle had reached its midpoint, Furman had already sensed that continuing the fight this way would result in victory, but it would be difficult to secure a stable position afterward. It wasn't as simple as defeating the sixth tyrant and taking his place. If one lacked the strength, countless pirates would emerge to challenge them. But once the battle began, Furman was already in a no-win situation. There was no turning back. 198, twist, crisis, Lilith's army is wiped out. Damn it, it seems like Chen Fei used me as a pawn. Once he finally realized what was happening, Furman was furious. Captain Furman, I think I heard you just insult my master? Suddenly, a soft, sweet voice rang in his ear. Furman froze, still unsure of what was happening, before feeling a chill on his neck, followed by a suffocating sensation. He tried to speak, but no sound came out. Mr. Furman. What's wrong with you? You, how dare you attempt to assassinate the master? Ruasi's eyes turned blood red. She didn't even know when Mishi Liaya had appeared, moving so swiftly and silently that she had slit Furman's throat. By the time Furman's men reacted, Misha had already jumped into the sea and vanished. Boom! Immediately, the sound of large-caliber cannon fire echoed through the air. Ruasi and the rest of Mr. Furman's men hadn't even figured out what was happening before they were blown to pieces. Those who survived were either severely injured or swept into the sea along with the ship's debris. Damn Chen Fei! You dared to attack us! Crossing the river and dismantling the bridge, killing the donkey after it has done its work. Furman's men roared in fury, but their cries were met by the second cannonball hurtling toward them. Master brother, did the dog complete its mission? Mishlia climbed out of the sea onto the deck and approached Chen Fei, speaking softly. You're truly my S-rank little Mishi, perfect in every way. Chen Fei ruffled her hair and smiled. This was precisely the task Chen Fei had assigned to Mishi Lia earlier. That's right. Even when he first approached Furman for cooperation, Chen Fei had already decided to eliminate him after the collaboration ended. Chen Fei's mission was to eliminate the 10 tyrants, not allow new ones to emerge. Therefore, after Eric's death, Furman's role was no longer needed. During the battle, Chen Fei had already discussed with Lilith that once it was over, they would immediately use artillery fire to attack. Lilith didn't hesitate at all and agreed to Chen Fei's request. To her, Furman was always an enemy. So, she had no qualms about it. With that, the battle finally came to an end. Everyone, eat and drink your fill. The bounties for Furman, Eric, and the other pirates will be divided equally among you brothers. I will also provide compensation for the families of the fallen brothers. Lilith said. The surviving pirates all became excited. Although the casualties were extremely heavy, this was what they had come out to do. After all, Eric's bounty was a staggering $10 billion. And Furman was worth $2 billion. As for the other leaders, after the initial bombardment, their bodies could no longer be found. Lilith looked at the remaining 500 or so pirates and did not accept Eric's surrendered men. She ordered them to board Furman's small wooden boats and leave. With only 500 men left, and so many who had surrendered, taking them all in might make them impossible to control. The setting sun cast a blood-red glow over the ground, reflecting the crimson stains. After a day of fierce combat, only 500 of the original 1,200 pirates remained. This was the fate of pirates. Those who sought to survive through plunder would inevitably pay the price. Chen Fei was satisfied with this outcome. Lilith was also one of the sea tyrants and the target of Chen Fei's top-secret mission. Now that her strength had been weakened, if she fell off this list, that would be the best outcome. Out of personal consideration, Chen Fei still did not want to become an enemy of Lilith. Sister, trouble. There's someone coming over there. It seems to be Darrow, the great pirate under Murata's command. Shao Qi, holding a telescope, suddenly exclaimed. What? Lilith stiffened in shock. She hadn't expected the fifth tyrant, Murata, to send men here. It seems he's received intelligence that a battle is underway here. It must have been Eric who provided him with this information. He must have started asking for help when he was at a disadvantage. After all, the three tyrants are openly allied. But they only sent someone now? Ha ha. Chen Fei sneered. Murata's intentions were clear. If they had sent someone earlier, the battle wouldn't have been over yet, and they would have had to intervene. Murata wasn't genuinely here to help. For him, if Eric were to die, it would mean one less competitor. And the current situation was exactly what Murata wanted to see. Lilith and Eric were both severely weakened, and he could reap the benefits. What kind of strength does this DRO have? Chen Fei asked in a low voice. He's very strong, the only pirate under Murata's command, with a force of 2,000 men. We must retreat immediately. Lilith spoke, then waved her hand, signaling the retreat. Boom! Suddenly, a terrifying explosion echoed through the air. Accompanied by a deafening roar, a massive cannonball struck the ship where Lilith was located. Sister, be careful. Xiaoqi instinctively rushed over, hugging Lilith and running a short distance away. Master. Mishlia and Chen Fei were at the edge of the deck. Mishlia, reacting swiftly, grabbed Chen Fei and jumped into the ocean in an instant. The Zhou brothers and Zhou Shelwi were on their own ship and managed to avoid the impact. The heaviest casualties were among Lilith's subordinates, who lost nearly half their numbers in the barrage. But the cannon fire hadn't stopped yet. 2 more shells came flying in. The ship sank instantly, and Lilith's men were almost completely wiped out. Xiaoqi. Lilith had no time to focus on anything else. Her attention was entirely on Xiaoqi. Xiaoqi had lost an arm and knee while protecting Lilith. He had already fainted from the intense pain and severe blood loss. Hurry up and get on board. Chen Fei quickly threw down a rope and shouted loudly. Lilith grabbed the rope and climbed onto the ship. Survivors, scatter and hide immediately. In this critical moment, she could only issue such orders to the few remaining subordinates still with her. After all, Lilith had no better solution. She didn't even know if she herself would survive, let alone her subordinates. Go to the medical room. Zhou Sheng ordered the ship's doctor to take Xiaoqi inside immediately to stop the bleeding. 199, a brutal escape. Lilith followed closely behind. She didn't care about anything else, she just wanted to see Xiaoqi safe. If Xiaoqi died, she wouldn't know what to do. All her subordinates were wiped out, which would pain her, but their lives combined weren't as important as Xiaoqi's. It wasn't her fault for being biased and selfish. In Lilith's heart, Xiaoqi's importance was something no one else could understand, except for the two of them. Immediately, Zhou Sheng personally went to the cockpit to pilot the ship and prepare to escape. Boom! The behind them continued to explode. Zhou Sheng's ship handling skills were excellent, and he maneuvered the vessel skillfully, weaving left and right. Since Zhou Sheng's pirate ship was relatively small, it was highly maneuverable. Though it was violently shaken by the waves caused by the explosions, it ultimately avoided being hit directly. Hurry up and retreat. The nearest safe location should be Guild Island, let's head there directly. Chen Fei, soaked from head to toe, shouted to Zhou Sheng. DRO was leading 2,000 men, while Chen Fei's side had only a few hundred. Zhou Sheng's 300 men had suffered minimal losses in their battle with Eric. However, Lilith's forces were effectively wiped out, leaving 300 men to face 2,000. They had no chance of victory. Therefore, we must flee immediately. The nearest safe location is Guild Island. If DRO insists on pursuing us to the island, he will suffer heavy losses. It's not that pirates can't board Guild Island, but most of them do so secretly. Who would dare to attack openly? Although the bounty hunters are fighting in scattered groups, once they all rush in, the hunters within the guild will immediately unite and fight on the spot. A bounty offered on a silver platter no one would refuse. Moreover, at the very center of Guild Island lies overwhelming firepower, 10 cannons providing 360-degree coverage with no blind spots. If pirates dare to cause trouble on the island, they'll be annihilated in an instant. That's the true strength of Guild Island. Captain Darrow, their route must be heading toward the Guild Island. On the massive pirate ship, Captain Dro, clad in plate armor, stood on the deck. Upon hearing his men's words, he nodded and said, "Don't pursue them anymore. Retreat." Dro had no intention of continuing the pursuit. His objective had been achieved to eliminate all of Lilith's followers. However, Eric's entire army had been annihilated, which was something Dro had not anticipated. He had followed Murata's orders, which were not to deal with Lilith but to eliminate Eric. He had assumed the battle had ended with Eric's narrow victory. But he never imagined that the one who had narrowly won was Lilith. "Captain, where is Chen Fei on that ship?" one of his men said cautiously. "Chen Fei? He is indeed a bit troublesome. But why did you make me repeat the order twice?" Dro spoke in a calm tone, but the subordinate trembled all over and was about to kneel down and beg for mercy. Swish! With a flash of cold steel, the sound of blood spattering suddenly echoed. The man was like a dead chicken, instantly beheaded by Dro, and tossed into the sea like trash. The remaining pirates fell silent, quickly turning their ships around and heading toward Di Luo's base, Feiyu. Dro returned to the ship's cabin and called Morata. Big brother, Eric and his men are all dead, and so is Lilith. Although Lilith herself escaped, she no longer poses a threat. Eric's death is actually a fortunate turn of events for us, Dro said over the phone. He was the only pirate captain under Morata's command, and they were cousins. Morata was the fifth tyrant. At this level, his subordinates were mostly his own people, and there was no need to recruit other major pirates. Morata had 7,000 men, 2,000 of whom were under his brother Dro's command, and 5,000 under his own. However, their relationship as cousins made them an absolute alliance of mutual interest. We've gained a lot this time. Natsum Mamiko was also defeated and left in disarray, and several trade routes have been divided between me and Villag. As for Eric's trade routes, you should go and reclaim them as soon as possible, huh? Morata laughed happily. Originally, the three tyrants had united to prevent the threat from Lilith and Shimamami. But they never expected the unexpected bonus of Eric's death. You must understand that Eric controlled 10 trade routes. Now that they've been taken over by Dro, they've all been swallowed up by Morata. However, big brother, Chen Fei has escaped. Dro said solemnly. There was a moment of silence on the other end of the phone. It's nothing. He can't stir up much trouble. Following that young upstart Zhou Shang, he only has a few hundred men. He's no threat. Morata said immediately. Big brother, I think you're wrong. It's not that Chen Fei is following Zhou Shang, it's more like Zhou Shang is following his wisdom. Big brother, we can't underestimate this Chen Fei. If it weren't for him, Eric wouldn't have died. Why did we join forces in the first place? Wasn't it because this kid gave advice to Lilith and Shimamami? Dro said. You have a point, but we need to secure what's already in our hands first. You go handle Eric's trade route. What we need to watch out for now is Vera. Morata finished speaking and hung up the phone. Dro shook his head helplessly. He could hear the joy in his older brother's voice clearly. He had been overwhelmed by the recent gains and hadn't taken Chen Fei seriously. But Dro won tea like that. He had never underestimated Chen Fei. In fact, it was Dro who orchestrated Morata's alliance with the other two tyrants to confront Lilith and Shimamami. Head to Eric's trade route. But since the boss had spoken, and now they had to pursue Chen Fei, it wouldn't be easy. The 10 trade routes had to be taken over immediately, so Dro had no choice but to change course. Master, the pursuers are gone. On Zhou Shang's ship, Nishi looked through the telescope and saw Dro's pirate ship disappear from sight, sighing in relief. Chen Fei, however, couldn't relax. He was contemplating his next move. Now that the 6th tyrant Eric has been defeated, another milestone has been achieved. But the sea tyrants above him will be much tougher to deal with. Lilith's forces were being depleted too quickly, and her power could no longer be relied upon. With only Zhou Shang's men, challenging Morata was still a distant goal. Even his deputy, Dro, was a formidable obstacle. Suddenly, Chen Fei had a brilliant idea, a way to gather more troops. He would need to discuss with Zhou Shang how to deal with Dro later. Thankfully the treatment was timely, and Xiao Qi's life was saved. However, he lost an arm. At that moment, the ship's doctor emerged from the treatment room and said, 200, the plan to overthrow everything. Chen Fei heard this and sighed in relief. As long as Xiao Qi was still alive, Lilith could be kept under control. Otherwise, she might lose her mind and turn into a raging beast. Although all of Lilith's subordinates had been killed, she still had value. With that combat power, she was an extremely powerful existence even for Chen Fei. Immediately, Chen Fei entered the treatment room. Lilith was standing by the bedside, her expression filled with exhaustion and worry. The look in her eyes as she gazed at Xiao Qi was filled with unbearable heartache. Chen Fei glanced at Xiao Qi on the bed, who had lost her left arm. Her face was as pale as paper, and despite being unconscious, she grimaced in pain, occasionally murmuring, "Sister, sister." Lilith's eyes welled up with tears. Xiao Qi, I failed to protect you. What has happened cannot be undone, but we can still seek revenge. Chen Fei spoke in a low voice, stirring Lily's nerves. Yes, the murderer is still roaming freely at sea. He should pay with blood for the lives of his men and for Xiao Qi's lost arm. Lilith's eyes flashed with murderous intent, but they soon dimmed. Though she was a proud and confident woman, the brutal reality before her was undeniable. She had no troops left, and taking on a colossus like Morata was virtually impossible. Do you have a plan? Suddenly, she thought of something and turned her hopeful gaze toward Chen Fei. In her heart, this man seemed to possess infinite power. As long as he acted, he could turn anything into something extraordinary. It seemed like there was nothing he couldn't solve. Now that he had come to find her, perhaps there was a way to avenge her? Maybe. Shanggu, come in for a moment. Chen Fei called Zhou Shang inside to discuss a plan. What do you plan to do next? Zhou Shang cut straight to the point. He knew Chen Fei wouldn't just let things be, he must have a plan in mind. Of course, we'll take care of Morata. Chen Fei said calmly. Haha, I admire you, kid. Zhou Shang nodded, reaching for his cigar, but upon seeing Xiao Qi on the hospital bed, he put it away. Now, all we have left are your 300 brothers. Plus, the bodies of Eric and Furman. These two can be taken to the Guild Island to exchange for $12 billion. That's a huge sum, we must use it wisely. Chen Fei said. What do you plan to do with the money? Zhou Sheng asked. Lilith, you suffered the greatest loss. You should take the lion's share of this money. Chen Fei said. I don't need it. Lilith shook her head and said, simply using money to recruit pirates will only bring in a rabble. It's hard to find loyal followers. They might be useful against small pirates, but if they hear we're fighting Murata, they'll all flee. Her former subordinates were all battle-hardened veterans. To be precise, any pirate who could follow the sea tyrant must be a ruthless individual. Losing such combat strength would be extremely difficult to replace in the short term. If you can find a way to avenge them, I'll give you all the money, Lilith said. You know I don't really care about money, so you can spend it however you see fit. Zhou Sheng added. Alright, since that's the case, I'll handle it alone. With this money, we have a chance to bring down Murata. And we can use this to establish our own base and continue our campaigns. Chen Fei said. Continue the battles? Zhou Sheng was taken aback by the words. Lilith also looked at Chen Fei. Of course. Is our goal merely to defeat Murata? Is that all? Chen Fei said. Wow. Zhou Sheng was startled for a moment, then laughed. Do you know that over the past few months, your name has already spread far and wide? Being able to deal with so many sea tyrants has made you someone countless people look up to. You don't seem satisfied? Of course not. Chen Fei spoke firmly. Tell me, what is your goal? From what I can see, you don't seem to care much about money either. Zhou Sheng and Lilith were clearly different from the other pirates, who were solely motivated by greed. Otherwise, facing a fortune of $12 billion, how could they not be tempted to hand it all over to Chen Fei? Me? I just want to live life to the fullest, do as I please. When I see injustice, I seek revenge with a sense of justice. Zhou Sheng smiled coldly, holding a cigar between his lips, but resisted the urge to light it. Lilith paused for a moment before speaking calmly. My only goal was to protect myself and Xiao Qi from being bullied. But now it seems that even that hasn't been achieved. If that is your goal, then what could be more exhilarating than overthrowing all the sea tyrants? And eliminating all the pirates at sea to restore order to the ocean Wu Ti that protect more people from being bullied? Upon hearing this, Lilith and Zhou Sheng's eyes lit up. Chen Fei's eyes blazed with determination as he said, if we're going to do this, let's go all out. Eliminate all the sea tyrants, make our names legendary, and restore order to the seas. Isn't that the most thrilling endeavor imaginable? Seeing the growing excitement in Zhou Sheng and Lilith's eyes, Chen Fei knew that their brainwashing had taken effect. Though he couldn't reveal his top-secret mission, he could use this approach to build his own forces. Chen Fei was well aware that completing this top-secret mission alone was impossible. Therefore, he must build a faction. And people like Lilith and Zhou Sheng were rare talents, recruiting them would be of immense value. Ha! Chen Fei, I admire your words. Just thinking about it gives me goosebumps all over. To bring down all the sea tyrants, how thrilling. Zhou Sheng laughed wildly, needing no further words to show his agreement with Chen Fei's goal. I don't have such lofty goals, but if you can help me avenge my enemies, I'm willing to lend a hand. Lilith said, however, these are all just your ideas for now. What's the plan and strategy? These words brought Zhou Sheng back down to earth, from his pleasant fantasies to the cold, harsh reality. Let's not talk about those unattainable goals yet. Just looking at the immediate situation, the 5th Tyrant's deputy, Darrow, and his 2,000 men are already a challenge we can't handle. A plan en route, of course I have. Chen Fei wasn't one to make empty promises. If he'd brought it up, he must have had a plan in mind. I need to make this clear to you in advance, our future identity cannot be called pirates. What we are doing is just. It has nothing to do with the word pirate. Chen Fei said. 201 received a massive bounty. Zhou Sheng didn't think much of it, it was just a name, and he didn't care. Lilith shot Chen Fei a disapproving glance. She didn't understand why Chen Fei disliked pirates so much yet was so eager to stay at sea. What was wrong with him? As you said, Lilith, pirates bought with money can never achieve great things. That's exactly right. Most pirates are only in it for the money, they have no beliefs. Gathering such a group, no matter how large, is useless, they're all bark and no bite. Chen Fei said. Then what is the true definition of elite? At sea, if you want to expand your influence, you must recruit pirates. There is no other way. Lilith said helplessly. Who said that? Chen Fei scoffed and said, Shanggu, where did you get your 300 brothers? Zhou Sheng understood immediately and said, we rescued them from various islands. Some were beggars, and others were people enslaved by pirates. In any case, none of them were pirates. Chen Fei summarized and said to Lilith, so, Zhou Sheng's 300 brothers have strong cohesion, fear no death in battle, and possess extremely high combat power. I was wondering, could there really only be 300 such people in the vast ocean? Upon hearing this, Zhou Sheng and Lilith's eyes lit up. What do you mean? Should we rescue slaves from all over the place to strengthen our forces? Chen Fei nodded firmly upon hearing this. Exactly. Chen Fei nodded firmly. Out in the vast ocean, how many people have been captured? They are scattered across black mines, black factories, and countless black industries. As long as we can rescue them, they will bring us formidable combat power. That's right. Before, I just rescued them when I came across them, but I didn't make this a goal. That was a mistake. Zhou Shang slapped his head excitedly. Although he had over 300 men under his command, they were all people he had rescued by chance. If Zhou Shang had aimed to expand his forces through this method from the start, his numbers would likely be 10 times greater by now. On this vast sea, how many people are enslaved by pirates? Anger is the catalyst for power. Those who have been bullied for too long, once they release their pent-up anger, can devour everything. Such a team might truly achieve your goal. Lilith's beautiful eyes sparkled. She had no doubt about the power of anger. Take Zhou Xiaowei, for example. Why had she grown so quickly? Wasn't it because she harbored anger in her heart? And she herself was no exception. If it weren't for the experiences she had with Xiaoqi back then, how could she, as a girl, have set out to fight at sea? That's exactly my plan and strategy. And our first target is Dero. Shen Fei spoke with a trembling voice. Niue gave me intelligence. Dero has a diamond mine in the non-domain. That's his main source of income. In that mine, there are 1,000 slave miners. They work non-stop every day. The slightest mistake could cost them their lives. If we can rescue them, that's 1,000 soldiers fueled by anger. Alright, once we've settled the bounties, we'll make our move. I think that's feasible. Zhou Shang and Lilith both nodded, their hearts racing with excitement. After enduring such humiliation, especially Lilith, this grudge must be avenged, otherwise, she would never rest in peace. This bounty money will be used to purchase equipment to arm these miners. And whenever we encounter anyone in need of assistance, we will use it to help him. In short, anyone suffering hardships on the open sea is a force we can rally. Shen Fei said. Compared to recruiting pirates, those who come to us seeking help are the true source of strength. Brother, the guild island has arrived. As they spoke, Mishia's voice echoed outside the medical room. Shen Fei walked out. The bodies of Eric and Furman lay on the deck. After sealing their heads with black plastic bags, he went to Guild Island with Mishia. That day, the entire Guild Island was in an uproar. The sixth tyrant Eric is actually dead? And he was captured by our bounty hunters. I wonder who the powerful individual is. No doubt, this person is now the top bounty hunter. That's right. The highest bounty accumulation record before was only 10 billion. I think it was Tang Aoshuang. But how many years did she spend as a bounty hunter to accumulate 10 billion? This new expert captured Eric and his men in one fell swoop, overtaking her in one go. Shen Fei and Ma Xue were walking back to the ship. The area was filled with gasps and whispers, all tinged with envy and astonishment. A single S-class bounty hunter is already enough to be talked about for years. But this time, with a 12 billion bounty, that's equivalent to 12 S-class hunters. What does that even mean? That's enough to last several lifetimes. Master, why did you put all the bounty on my head? If it were counted as yours, you could become an S-rank bounty hunter too. Ni Shui was confused. I'm not a bounty hunter. The money is fine for you. Just be the housekeeper. Shen Fei said. Housekeeper? Miu Lia repeated the word, her heart feeling as sweet as honey. She never imagined her role could be so important. She nodded vigorously, yes, yes. Guarding the house is a dog's duty. After saying that, she was hit on the head by Chen Fei. Back on the ship. Should I contact Eula right away and have him send the weapons and equipment over? Zhou Shang asked Chen Fei upon seeing him return, noting that the money had already been transferred. No rush. Let's return to the base first. We can't go directly to the non-domain. Chen Fei replied. Xiaoqi can't handle the strain, we must find a safe place for her to rest. Lilith said. And Xiaohui, I absolutely cannot let her come out to sea with us. Zhou Ding added. The sea is unsafe, but the base where Liang Ting is located is different. It represents the Great Xia dynasty, and no pirates dare to attack it. As long as we keep her at the base, her safety can be guaranteed. Previously, Lu Yan also escaped on her own and was captured afterward. After 2 days of sailing, the ship arrived at the base. During the journey, Xiaoqi regained consciousness once but fell unconscious again due to severe pain. The medical facilities at the base were far superior to those on the ship, and Xiaoqi could receive better care here. Adele saw her sister and immediately ran over, throwing herself into Mishia's arms. Liang Ting saw Chen Fei return and her eyes lit up. In the days Chen Fei was away, the base had nearly been turned upside down by Lu Yan. Xiao Fei, Lu Yan's mental state is getting worse and worse, Liang Ting said with a heavy heart. Chen Fei was also helpless. Have you consulted a psychologist yet? The previous experience had a huge impact on her, possibly causing severe psychological trauma. She definitely needs professional psychological treatment. 202, the authority of an older sister. We have, but it hasn't helped. Every time she regains consciousness, she keeps calling out your name. Otherwise, she's in a dazed state. Sigh. Liang Ting sighed heavily. Just then, a frail figure burst out of the room. Chen Fei was startled and almost didn't recognize her. Lu Yan was disheveled, her once smooth long hair scattered behind her. Her once beautiful face was now gaunt. The full lower eyelids had disappeared, and instead, the entire eye sockets were slightly sunken, a sign of extreme mental exhaustion. Who would have thought that in just a few days, she had become like this? When Lu Yan saw Chen Fei, her previously dull eyes suddenly sparkled with light. "Brother Fei, you're back." She rushed over and clung tightly to Chen Fei, refusing to let go. It was as if she were a drowning person who had finally grasped a lifeline. Chen Fei could only let her hold on, though he wanted to push her away. But he knew that doing so would only make her mental state worse, and he also noticed that Liang Ting was looking at him with pleading eyes. Clearly, she too could only see Chen Fei as Lu Yan's lifeline. "Let's go back to the room to rest." Chen Fei pulled Lu Yan back into the room. "Brother Chen, I won't eat or sleep. If you do, you'll sneak away like last time." Lu Yan clung tightly to Chen Fei, pouting her lips as she spoke. "What else are you going to do if you don't rest? You're very tired now, you need to sleep more. Besides, I'm not leaving secretly. I have a mission to complete, and you know that." Chen Fei spoke softly, afraid of upsetting her. "I don't care." Lu Yan suddenly pulled her clothes off and climbed onto Chen Fei, trembling as she said, "Fei go, we can do something fun." "Really, I won't be worse than anyone else." Chen Fei frowned, pushed Lu Yan away, and said in a stern voice, "Sha Yan, how could you become like this?" Although Chen Fei wasn't particularly pure-hearted, he wasn't the type to want to do something with just anyone. Moreover, given Lu Yan's current mental state, Chen Fei would never take advantage of her. That's not something a decent person would do. "Why? Fei Ge, in what way am I not as good as Lin Xin'er or the other women? What gives you the right to reject me? I became like this because I was looking for you. Do you even know that?" Lu Yan, pushed away by Chen Fei, had bloodshot eyes and began to act hysterically. Especially when she mentioned Lin Xin'er, it was as if the most cherished thing in her life had been taken away, her pupils filled with hatred, even venom. Chen Fei saw Lu Yan's gaze and felt a sense of dread. But in the end, he couldn't help but sigh softly. Although he didn't think that Lu Yan going out to sea to find him and getting captured was his responsibility, things had come to this point, and Lu Yan was also a victim. Even if she had brought some of it upon herself, she was still pitiful. Having endured psychological torment, it was no wonder she had such shadows. Chen Fei was still quite lenient toward her. "No matter what, I'm still your friend. Rest well and take care of yourself. Once I finish my mission, how about I accompany you back to Daxia to sightsee and enjoy the scenery? Or you can go back first, and I'll definitely contact you once I return to Daxia." Chen Fei promised. Although he had no intention of becoming her boyfriend, he was willing to be a close friend and help her move on. However, in the short term, Chen Fei had more important matters to attend to. "I'm fine." Lu Yan wanted to say more, but in the end, she nodded. Deep in her pupils, a faint, dark light flickered. Soon, Lu Yan really fell asleep. Chen Fei was also exhausted. The battles and schemes of the past few days had kept his nerves on edge. After all, the slightest mistake could mean death. Upon returning to his room, Mishi had already prepared the bathwater. "Master, Mishi is here to attend to your bath." Miyu Aliyah entered the bathroom first, wearing a bathrobe, and spoke to Chen Fei with a blushing expression. Chen Fei nodded slightly, sat in the bathtub, and enjoyed the gentle massage, relaxing his tired nerves, and soon fell asleep. "Master, how is the massage?" The young girl asked softly, but after a moment, she heard no response. She quickly looked over and saw that Chen Fei had closed his eyes and was already snoring. "You can't sleep like this. You need to go to bed." Miyu Liya muttered to herself as she dried Chen Fei off. Though she wasn't tall, years of practicing martial arts had given her considerable strength, so she effortlessly carried him to the bed. Chen Fei woke up the next morning. He felt a slight ache in his waist but couldn't pinpoint the cause. He had slept soundly all night and hadn't woken up once. He furrowed his brow and tried to recall the previous night. He had had several dreamless, peaceful dreams. Sniffing the air, Chen Fei noticed an odd smell in the room, mixed with the scent of air freshener. "Master, you're awake. Time for breakfast." Before he could figure out what was happening, the door opened, and Mishi walked in like a shy young wife, her cheeks still flushed. She held a tray with toast and milk. She lowered her eyes slightly, look into Chen Fei's eyes. "Thank you." Chen Fei didn't think much of it. Seeing that his master had started eating breakfast and hadn't noticed anything, Mishi finally relaxed. "Sister, why were you meowing like a cat last night?" At that moment, Adele, still half asleep, rubbed her sleepy eyes and looked at Mishi Liaya curiously, whispering softly. "What cat noises? Little sister, what are you talking about? You must be dreaming." Mishi Liaya's face turned bright red as she hurriedly said. "No, I heard it clearly. You're just making things up." Adele wasn't making things up. "I told you to go to bed and sleep properly at night. I'll beat you if you don't." Miyu Liya summoned her sisterly authority and charged forward to hit Adele's bottom. The little one was so scared she dared not utter a sound. She had never seen her sister so upset before and quickly shut her mouth. "But last night, I really didn't hear wrong. She meowed all night long." Watching the sisters playfully fight, Chen Fei smiled faintly. Sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating Mishi's smile so brightly. If only such moments could linger forever. No! This wasn't enough. Chen Fei realized he still needed Lin Xianer and had to find Luo Bing. These matters were still waiting for Chen Fei to resolve. Though such beautiful moments were fleeting, they served to cleanse Chen Fei's weary soul. Master, when do you plan to depart? Miyue's question snapped Chen Fei back to reality. 203, head to the diamond mine. Chen Fei said indifferently. We're leaving today. Sister, are you going out with brother Rafei again? What brother? He's your sister's master, and also your master. Yes, Adele's sister. Chen Fei interrupted Mi Shue's words, picked up Adele, and looked at Mi Shue with a smirk. You call me master, so why don't you call the master's sister? Miyu Lia was instantly stunned. This was an outcome she had never imagined. Could it be that she had to call her own sister Adele little master? That was unacceptable. Where was the dignity of an older sister? Master, please don't do this. Immediately, Mishi began to speak softly and pleadingly. Chen Fei chuckled and no longer pressured Mishi Liaya. Adele's wide eyes were filled with confusion, completely unaware of what had just happened. After breakfast, they went to the medical room to check on Xiao Qi's condition. They found her already awake, chatting with Lilith. Chen Fei. Upon seeing Chen Fei, Xiao Qi perked up, greeted him, and tried to sit up, but the movement aggravated her wound, causing her eyebrows to furrow in pain. Just lie still and rest. Chen Fei quickly helped her lie back down. Are we leaving? Lilith asked. She cast a reluctant glance at Xiao Qi. Though she was no longer in immediate danger, her injuries were severe, and this was her most vulnerable moment, yet she couldn't be by her side. Sister, don't worry about me. Be careful without me by your side. Xiao Qi also said with teary eyes. They had always been together for so many years and had never been separated. Liang Ting will send someone to take care of Xiao Qi. Chen Fei said. Lilith finally felt at ease upon hearing this. After a night of rest, Zhou Ding, Zhou Shang, and over 300 brothers were all refreshed and ready to go. Just as Chen Fei was about to depart, Lu Yen came over. She looked very haggard, with dark circles under her eyes. Brother Chen, can you let Ma Xue stay with me? If Ma Xue is here, I think I'll feel better. She said to Chen Fei. Chen Fei was taken aback by her words, thinking she was about to cause a scene again, but he didn't expect her to make such a request. Miyu Lia hesitated. She naturally wanted to stay with Chen Fei. Miyu, stay at the base with Xiao Yan. You can also spend more time with Adele. What do you think? I'll come back as soon as I can. Chen Fei said. In truth, Chen Fei also had his own reasons. He felt that if Mi Shue stayed at the base, her safety would be better ensured. Moreover, both times he rescued Lu Yen, he had acted alongside Mi Shue. He was certain that Mi Shue was also an important person to Lu Yen, capable of comforting her emotionally. Therefore, leaving Mi Shue at the base might be the most prudent decision. I'll listen to my older brother. Miyu Lia felt a little disappointed, but she nodded obediently. She also felt sorry for Lu Yen, and being able to spend more time with Adele at the base would make her very happy. After all, since she had been with Chen Fei, she had been living in constant danger and hadn't had much time to spend with her younger sister. Thank you, Mishi. Lu Yen held Mi Shue Lia's hand, and her mental state seemed much better than before. This made Liang Ting very relieved, and Chen Fei also sighed in relief. Get ready, we're leaving. Zhou Shang had the boat ready and shouted to Chen Fei from the shore. Zhou Ding was bidding farewell to his daughter and instructing her not to go out to sea under any circumstances. Chen Fei and Lilith left the base and stood on the deck. As the sails unfurled and the ship set sail, it headed toward the non-domain. At the same time, non-domain. The scorching sun baked the earth. Inside a massive diamond mine, thousands of miners toiled under the sun, sweating profusely, working like machines to extract the raw diamond or buried deep underground. Anyone who moves even a moment too slowly is met with a cruel lash from a whip. In such extreme heat, even a moment's carelessness could lead to dehydration and heatstroke, causing them to collapse on the ground. However, the miners who collapse on the ground receive no medical attention. Instead, two pirates immediately come forward, drag them to a shaded area, and pour water over their bodies. Those who regain consciousness and survive are forced back into the mine to continue working. If they die, they are discarded like trash. Inside the mine shaft. Tonight at 6 o'clock sharp, the operation begins. Got it? A woman with her face covered in soot, looking filthy and disheveled, was carrying a shovel and addressing a group of miners. If Chen Fei were here, he would recognize her immediately. This woman was the one he had rescued from the mine in Kasi. Her name was Mina, and she was from the International Rescue Team. She was here now, disguised as a miner. The coal dust on her face was, of course, self-inflicted. If she didn't make herself look ugly, her striking beauty would attract the pirates' attention. The ordeal she had endured before was about to repeat itself. Mina's purpose here is, of course, to rescue these mine slaves. Despite the trauma she had endured after escaping from Casey's island, she immediately threw herself into the next rescue mission and did not retreat because of that failed experience. Therefore, Mina came to the infamously dangerous Dero diamond mine, renowned across the seas. Here, she had been working as a miner for several days. This time, Mina had learned from her previous experience and did not immediately confront the guards violently upon arrival. Instead, she disguised her identity and began mobilizing the miners. After being rescued by Chen Fei and witnessing him lead hundreds of miners to turn the entire island upside down, Minnie finally realized that to save the miners, she must awaken their own strength. Got it. Tonight, while the guards are eating dinner, we'll storm the factory, seize the keys from their hands, head to the armory to grab weapons, and then escape. Alright, everyone, go inform the most trustworthy people. Remember to keep this a secret. Only after we take control of the factory can we gather more rebels. Under Mina's leadership, the circle of miners surrounding her spoke with burning eyes. Such matters must not be openly proclaimed, that would be suicide. Over the past few days, Mina had been observing carefully, only approaching those with a rebellious spirit. By today, she had gathered around 20 people into her faction. Though the number isn't large, it's enough to surround the factory when the guards aren't looking. After all, the overseers are here to supervise the workers. As for the miners rebelling, that's something they never even considered. Damn it, slacking off again? Looking for a beating? Just as Mina and the others were gathered together discussing their plans, a supervisor approached with a whip, lashing out while shouting angrily. Everyone scattered with angry glances, continuing to mine and waiting for dinner time to arrive. Finally, the sun was about to set. 204, Chen Fei, the kind-hearted? Mina led over 20 people, each holding an iron shovel, crouching low and bending over, heading toward the factory. Inside the factory, there were only 3 guards, completely unaware of the danger, drinking and eating meat. Suddenly, they saw Mina and the other 20-plus miners slowly approaching. What are you doing? Looking for trouble? How dare you slack off? Get back to work immediately. They immediately began to shout angrily. Charge! Mina shouted loudly, and instantly, over 20 miners rushed into the factory at top speed. The 3 guards turned pale and trembled as they backed away, never expecting such a situation to arise. As they watched, Mina and the 20-odd miners charged into the factory, raising their shovels to attack the 3 guards. Bang! Suddenly, gunfire erupted. Ugh! Put! Why? All the miners surrounding Mina collapsed into pools of blood, dead beyond recognition. Someone betrayed us. The thought flashed through his mind in an instant. There was no other possibility. Because the enemy had clearly prepared in advance, knowing that we were coming to ambush them. Therefore, someone must have betrayed us. This was Mina's oversight. She only wanted to replicate Chen Fei's method of resistance, but she never considered that Chen Fei had never had any contact with the mine slaves before. Such acts of subversion can only be carried out by seizing a moment of opportunity, making them lose their heads, and then charging forward recklessly. It absolutely cannot be part of a long-term plan. Because human hearts are fickle, and people have selfish motives. Human nature cannot withstand any test. They would think, if I inform on them, it would be a merit. Might I be released as a result? Well done, Sanjuzi. Thanks to your intelligence, we've eliminated a bunch of traitors. A guard holding a gun said to a man who had followed Mina inside. Ah, big brother, as long as you let me go, that's fine. By the way, this Mina is a real beauty. I saw her true face before. Big brother, just wipe the black soot off her face, and you'll see. A man with a sharp nose and a smug expression said with a forced smile. Clearly, he was the one who betrayed Mina and the others. Damn it! Mina hesitated for only an instant before charging forward and swinging a shovel directly at Sanjuzi. No! Bang! With a dull thud, Sanjuzi, whose head had been crushed, was killed instantly. The guards didn't even glance at Sanjuzi's body, merely grinning maliciously. Why the rush, little girl? This stupid dog is our problem. A traitor who's already snitched once has no use to us anymore. Mina's face darkened as she took a step back. She had already made up her mind, if she was going to be captured again, she would rather smash her head against the wall and die than be imprisoned. As the guards closed in, Mina closed her eyes and was about to charge at the wall. Boom! Suddenly, a loud explosion rang out. The factory's roll-up door was blown open from the outside in an instant. Chen Fei charged in first, his gun firing immediately. Boom, boom. Several more explosions followed, and the few guards inside the factory, who hadn't even had time to react, were blown to the ground by Chen Fei, lying in pools of blood, twitching. One of them, in his dying moments, managed to activate the alarm. Beep. Instantly, the vast mine site was filled with the sound of the emergency broadcast. Oh no, run. The 200 guards will be here any moment. It's you? Mina turned around, but before she could finish speaking, she saw Chen Fei's face and froze in shock. Chen Fei looked at her in disbelief. What are you doing here? You dare to sneak into the mine? Who are you? Clearly, he had recognized her at once. This woman was the one he had rescued on the island last time. I am a member of the International Rescue Team. It is my duty to rescue the mine slaves at the Black Mine. Mina said firmly. Indeed, you are part of the rescue team, and your mission is to wait to be rescued by me. You. Mina's tone faltered, feeling a bit frustrated. But she couldn't really argue, after all, this man had saved her twice. What did I do? Thank you. In the end, Mina could only say that. I'm a bit confused. Are you the only member of the international rescue team? Last time the mission went wrong, how come you're back on duty again? Chen Fei asked, puzzled. The rescue team didn't let me come. They told me to rest for a while. But I felt that your previous method was effective, so I took matters into my own hands. Mina said, feeling a bit embarrassed. There's a saying called adapt to local conditions, but never mind, you've probably never heard of it. Anyway, the result is that you made a mistake again. Chen Fei sighed helplessly. Yeah, I was wrong. Let's go already. Otherwise, we won't be able to leave. You're here alone too, aren't you? Mina pulled Chen Fei toward the factory exit, only to be completely stunned. Outside the factory, there were over 300 people standing in neat rows, all armed and fully equipped, looking like a highly trained military unit. You came prepared, didn't you? Otherwise, you'd just come here to die like you did? Chen Fei didn't care if the woman got angry. For someone who lacked self-awareness, he had to scold her into her senses. That was for her own good. Otherwise, her fate would be death. Those who are unaware of their own situation cannot be saved by others. Hey, beauty, want to come with us? Zhou Sheng puffed on his cigar and waved the gun in his hand. Sure. Mina was seething with anger, eager to vent. Now that she had the chance to fight the pirates, she couldn't refuse. All the mine slaves inside the mine had stopped working and were staring at Chen Fei and the other 300 fully armed men. Their numb eyes suddenly flickered with a glimmer of hope. Could this group be planning to kill the pirates? Brothers, the pirates are coming. A major battle is about to erupt here. If any of you wish to leave, now is your chance. But if anyone wants to avenge themselves, we welcome you. Chen Fei stepped forward and shouted to the crowd. Hearing this, the miners all froze in shock. Run! Ha, finally free! Hurry up! The fighting will start here soon. Instantly, the miners all cheered and rushed to escape the mine. Only a small number of people chose to stay. Don't rush off. How will you leave with nothing? Come here and take a gold bar, it'll be enough for your journey home. What the miners never expected was that Chen Fei would actually give them gold bars. 205, winning hearts. Everyone was stunned, staring at Chen Fei with eyes filled with shock. It was as if they were witnessing the arrival of a deity. You're such a kind person. God will bless you. Gratitude and praise. Immediately, the miners came forward to collect the gold bars. This was something Chen Fei had prepared beforehand. Each gold bar was light, weighing only about 10 grams, but it was enough for them to go home. Although Mishue wasn't present, she had already given Chen Fei the black card, so now Chen Fei had plenty of money. Chen Fei, are you running a charity? 80% of them have left, and we've given out hundreds of gold bars without gaining any combat power. Zhou Sheng may be generous, but he doesn't do things this way. A gold bar weighing 10 grams is worth $500 when converted to US currency. $500 might not be much for Chen Fei, but if distributed here, there are roughly 800 people, which amounts to $40,000. Moreover, we'll need to rescue more people in the future, and no matter how much money we have, it might not be enough. Lilith is also anxious. She had previously hoped to recruit 1,000 people here, but now it seems her expectations were too naive. These mine slaves, having finally regained their freedom, certainly want to fight. Don't worry, it won't be a loss. Chen Fei spoke calmly, then took the megaphone and shouted into the mine, everyone, I have no other demands. But you must know that there are many brothers out at sea who are in the same situation as you, being bullied and enslaved. All I ask is that you spread the word, no matter what difficulties you encounter on this vast sea, come find me, Chen Fei. Whoever bullies you, I, Chen Fei, will help you fight back. If you need money to go home, I, Chen Fei, will give it to you. Hearing this, many miners shed tears. To them, this was an immense act of kindness. Especially when compared to the ruthless pirates who killed without mercy, Chen Fei had become their protector, their saint. I've decided I'll stay and fight alongside you. Do we have any weapons? I want to fight too. Damn it, those dogs, bullying us, I'll get revenge. Instantly, many of the 800 people abandoned their plans to leave and decided to stay, vowing to return the gold bars to Chen Fei. Zhou Sheng's eyes lit up. So this was Chen Fei's plan? This was a very clever move. Compared to actively going to every place to find people, spreading the news like this would attract even more people who came seeking fame. Such personal charm would win over countless people. No doubt, by then, Chen Fei would become the savior of all the weak and oppressed in the entire sea. Even if they don't participate in the battle and simply take the gold bars and leave, they will still spread the word about Chen Fei. Lilith's eyes sparkled with admiration. Chen Fei's move was truly brilliant. This was planning for the future from the very first step. However, to achieve this, there is one crucial factor, money. Those who choose to stay are welcome. You don't have to return the gold bars, everyone gets a share. And as long as you follow me, regardless of age or gender, everyone will receive a gold bar every month. Additionally, for every distressed brother we rescue at sea, I will reward you with another gold bar. Chen Fei announced loudly. The moment he spoke, the crowd erupted once more. Who would have thought that by following Chen Fei, everyone could get a gold bar every month, and even have the chance to get more? There were many homeless people here with nowhere to go. If they left, they had no better options. If they stayed, they could receive wages. And with someone like Chen Fei, who had such a righteous heart, protecting them, what more could they ask for? Moreover, Chen Fei wasn't picky. Even children and the elderly, who couldn't fight, were treated equally. Instantly, everyone in the mine was moved to tears, wanting to kneel down before Chen Fei. They felt incredibly fortunate to have encountered Chen Fei coming to their rescue. Ah, this guy is truly a genius. That's right. You know, as captains, if we only gave our pirates one gold bar a month, they would have quit long ago. Yet this guy only needs one to make them loyal to the end. That's right, and there are no old, weak, or sick people in the mine. The pirates wouldn't even bother capturing them. Those brought here are all strong and healthy. And they're all loyal to the core, far more combat effective than those recruited with money. Chen Fei really leaves me speechless. Lilith and Zhou Shang whispered to each other. As outsiders, they understood Chen Fei's tactics all too well. Mina also noticed something and could only admire him. She didn't think Chen Fei's tactics were wrong. After all, from the results, Chen Fei was doing the right thing, saving these people's lives. Suddenly, the 800 people who had been about to leave all stayed put. Not a single person wanted to leave. Since everyone wants to fight alongside me, Chen Fei, then take up your weapons. Everything we seize from the pirates will be divided equally among us all. Chen Fei shouted loudly, and the mine was filled with excitement. Zhou Shang began organizing the distribution of the purchased equipment and weapons. 1,000 men were immediately fully armed, each receiving an AK-47, the simplest type of weapon, which even the miners, who had never used firearms before, could handle effectively. Everyone lined up in a straight row, forming a long line stretching across the mine. This would prevent friendly fire and also make them more intimidating. Just then, over 200 pirates guarding the mine rushed toward them. Damn it, there are actually some blind fools daring to cause trouble at our mine. We must eliminate every last one of those bastards. Right. Otherwise, if DRO the boss finds out that someone caused trouble while we were on duty, what face will we have left to follow DRO the boss? The pirates charged forward with unmatched arrogance. But when they saw the single file line and over 1,000 fully armed men, they froze in shock. Everyone stared wide-eyed, unable to believe what they were seeing, like ducks with their throats squeezed shut. Retreat! Retreat! Immediately, someone, the first to react, shouted decisively. Open fire! Chen Fei didn't give them a chance to retreat, roaring loudly as he unleashed a barrage of fire. The miners, filled with the hatred and anger accumulated over countless days, unleashed their fury, gripping the triggers tightly and refusing to let go. Over 1,000 people formed a long snake-like formation, furiously firing away. Ugh! Put! Quickly notify Captain Darrow. Hurry! Over 200 pirates were no match for the 1,000-strong force of the brothers, and were instantly wiped out. Ha! Revenge is served. You bastards! Didn't you bully us before? Now do you know how powerful our elders are? Thanks to Brother Fei, without you we wouldn't have had a chance to avenge ourselves. 206, take down Vera. These dogs, they were so arrogant toward us before, yet they died so easily? Suddenly, the miners, their emotions unleashed, all began to roar wildly. Many vented their anger, nearly shedding tears of joy. Chen Fei was very satisfied with this. Lilith and Zhou Shang were no different. They had truly seen the hope of defeating DRO and Murata. Just moments ago, there was nothing, but after Chen Fei's maneuvers, the situation had completely changed. One could only say that this young man possessed the power to turn nothing into something extraordinary. Everyone, come on, let's eat. Chen Fei directly threw a grenade at the pirate's warehouse door, causing a massive explosion that blew the door wide open. Inside were piles of food and drink, and everyone rushed in excitedly. They were all starving, working themselves to death every day with only 2 buns to eat. Now that they saw so much food, who could resist? There's a tough battle ahead, so everyone, let's not drink the alcohol. Chen Fei instructed. With such a commotion, De Luo would definitely come. Chen Fei had no intention of fleeing now. Instead, he planned to strike De Luo head-on. To them, Chen Fei's words were like an imperial edict. If he said no drinking, then not a drop would be touched. After devouring the food to replenish their energy, the entire warehouse was completely emptied. After all, there were 1,000 people here who had been starving for so long their appetites were staggering. Brother Fei, who else do we have to deal with? Someone asked. Lilith and Zhou Shang both looked troubled. They knew that if they revealed the enemy's name, it might scare them. The enemy we need to defeat next is called Dero. Chen Fei spoke bluntly. Whoa! The scene erupted into chaos, with fear and terror filling everyone's eyes. Just as Lilith and Zhou Shang had anticipated, there was no way around it. The name Dero sounded too terrifying to them, like the Grim Reaper of Hell. The miners were well aware that this mine belonged to Dero. He had come here once before, and to intimidate the miners, anyone who was even a moment too slow was immediately beheaded. Chen Fei didn't show any reaction to the miners' response. Clearly, he had anticipated that they would react this way after he mentioned Diaro's name. Brothers, you must understand one thing, Daro and Morata are your true enemies. Those we defeated earlier were merely their dogs. I know you all fear Daro, but I assure you that as long as you follow my commands, we will definitely defeat Daro. Do you believe me? Chen Fei raised his arms and shouted, every word ringing out clearly. For some reason, no matter how much fear filled their hearts, it all vanished upon hearing Chen Fei's words. It seemed as though Chen Fei's words were infusing them with strength. Alright, Brother Chen, we'll follow your lead. Whatever you say, we'll do it. I believe in you, you can lead us to defeat Daro. Instantly, everyone responded in unison. Lilith, Zhou Sheng, and Mina exchanged glances. Is this what they call charisma? Without saying much, just a few simple words were enough to earn the unconditional trust of so many people. Chen Fei nodded satisfactorily, then waved his hand broadly, everyone, follow me into action. Once we defeat Daro, we'll take the diamonds we've already dug up. This is the hard-earned labor of our brothers, we'll take it with pride. Hearing Chen Fei's words, the miners grew even more excited, filled with courage and determination. Immediately, Chen Fei dialed a phone number. This was the intelligence number Mi Shui had given him. After a few rings, the call connected. Hello, may I speak to your captain? Chen Fei said calmly. Who is this? Our captain isn't someone just anyone can contact. A cold female voice came from the other end of the line. It's me, Chen Fei. As soon as those 3 words were spoken, there was a loud thud on the other end of the line. The woman who had answered the phone had dropped the receiver in shock. She quickly picked up the receiver and said, hold on. Chen Fei waited for a moment before a harsh voice came through. Haha, a rare visitor. What do you want with me? Captain Vera, I've killed Eric. You know about this, right? Morata wasn't honorable. He came to take advantage of the situation. He sent his brother, Daro, to take over all 10 of Eric's trade routes. Captain Vera, I'm speaking up for you. Chen Fei spoke with righteous indignation, but his expression was half smiling, half mocking. Lilith and the Zhou brothers beside him were startled, clearly not expecting Chen Fei to be calling the 4th tyrant, Vera. A brief silence followed on the other end of the line. Are you trying to sow discord? I won't fall for that. Immediately, Vera's cold voice rang out again. He knew Eric was dead and that the trade routes had been taken over by Daro, so he was furious. But what could he do? Was he really going to confront Daro head-on? Although he was the 4th tyrant with 10,000 troops, he was stronger than Morata with 7,000 troops. However, a direct confrontation would be extremely brutal, and the losses would be unbearable for both sides. This isn't about sowing discord. I'm just passing on information to you. Daro is about to leave the 10 trade routes he just took over. This is your best chance, sail over immediately and claim them for yourself. Chen Fei said. Do you really think I'd believe that? Vera snorted. You have to believe me, because I'm blowing up Daro's diamond mines in the non-domain. Do you think he's not in a hurry? Will he rush back to the non-domain? Right now, those 10 trade routes are the most vulnerable. You're not going? You're such a coward. Chen Fei said indifferently. What the hell are you talking about? I said you're a coward. Sigh, it just means you're a coward. Do I need to translate it for you? Chen Fei sighed helplessly. Ha ha. Vila was so angry he laughed, saying coldly, I'll go to the trade routes, of course. But don't think that by inciting me to oppose Morata, you'll get off scot-free. Chen Fei snorted coldly, I'm giving you intelligence now so you can take over the trade route and distract Daro. What's the big deal if I tell you my purpose outright? Ha! Stop wasting my time. After I take out Morata, you're next. After saying that, Chen Fei hung up the phone without caring about the furious Vera on the other end. Damn, kid, you're bold. The 4th tyrant, you're cursing him like a dog. Zhou Sheng and Lilith were both stunned, not expecting Chen Fei to be so blunt. But this was an open plan, there was nothing to discuss. Even if Vera found out Chen Fei's true intentions, what could he do? Under the enormous temptation of the 10 trade routes profits, he had no other choice. He would definitely go. 207, Daro is on his way. In that case, when Daro arrives in the non-domain, he'll probably hear the news that the trade routes have been occupied the moment he lands. What must he be feeling? Chen Fei is eagerly anticipating it. At the same time, at sea, Daro's pirate ship is racing toward the port of non-domain at full speed. He had just taken over those 10 trade routes, yet he suddenly heard that his home had been raided? Damn it, someone dared to touch his diamond mine. That was Daro's largest source of income, more than all the trade routes combined. Therefore, Daro has mobilized nearly his entire force this time. He had a total of 2,000 men, bringing 1,900 with him. Only 100 were left behind on the 10 trade routes. This was Daro's unwavering confidence in his own deterrent power. As the deputy of the 5th tyrant Morata, Daro believes no one would dare provoke him, so the trade routes wouldn't be threatened. Even with just 100 men, no fool would come looking for trouble. Chen Fei, you damned little bastard. I didn't exterminate you completely, yet you dare to come looking for trouble. Dro was furious beyond measure. He never expected Chen Fei to dare to come and blow up his diamond mine after fleeing for less than 3 days. If he couldn't eliminate Chen Fei this time, how could he continue to survive? At top speed, De Luo rushed toward Feiyu. Soon, 7 pirate ships all docked at the port. De Ro led his 1,900 men toward the diamond mine. You bastard Chen Fei, don't you dare run. I'm coming to finish you off. De Luo feared that Chen Fei had already fled. In his eyes, Chen Fei was a fox, extremely cunning, and would never dare to face him in open combat. Boom! Just as De Luo led his men onto the island, a deafening explosion echoed through the air, sending over a dozen pirates flying into the sky. And such explosions were not isolated incidents, they were followed by a series of consecutive blasts. Put! Ugh! Landmines! The men, who had been charging forward swiftly, all came to a halt. They stared nervously ahead, none daring to take a single step forward. Damn it! De Luo also hurriedly stopped in his tracks. He never expected Chen Fei to have set up an ambush along the coastline. They had barely even set foot on shore and already faced such a harsh welcome. He was nearly driven mad with anger. After all, this was Dro's territory. On his home turf, he was outsmarted by a young upstart, something Dro couldn't accept. Fortunately, Dro's men had experts in defusing mines, all former mercenaries who had served in the Middle East. After a thorough search and advance, they finally pushed forward from the coastline onto the island. This took a full 2 hours and resulted in nearly 100 casualties. Dro never expected such heavy losses. They hadn't even landed on the island yet, and already so many of his men were dead. Damn it, Chen Fei, I'll make sure you don't die a good death. I'll see how your 300 useless men can hold back so many of us. Dro roared, leading his men toward the mine. This diamond mine had only one entrance, resembling the shape of a gourd. The 2 circular mines were in the center, with the entrance being extremely narrow. Fully armed, charge in. Those 300 men must be guarding the inner part of the entrance, thinking we'll advance slowly? Dro snorted. This mine was indeed a fortress, easy to defend but hard to attack. The narrow entrance limited the number of people who could enter at once. So no matter how many were outside, they could only advance in waves, making it much simpler for the defenders. However, if we break through a gap with full gear, giving the rear troops a moment to advance, we can overwhelm the defenses in an instant. The vanguard troops were all well prepared, fully equipped with the best riot gear, charging into the mine with shields raised. Boom, boom. However, just a few steps inside, several loud explosions rang out as landmines were triggered again. Damn it, there are landmines at the entrance to the mine. Hurry up and defuse them. The bomb disposal team rushed to the front, but before they could act, a gunshot rang out, and they were killed instantly. Looking inside from the entrance, there were blind spots everywhere, but from the inside looking out, it was a completely different story. Zhou Shang, armed with a sniper rifle, stood at a vantage point where the enemy couldn't see him, but every move the enemies made at the entrance was clearly visible to him. Forget it, just detonate it. De Luo shouted recklessly, unable to endure the feeling of being toyed with by Chen Fei. He decided to blow up the entire entrance. Although this would clear all the landmines at once, the rocks on both sides of the entrance would collapse, requiring a lengthy cleanup afterward. But De Luo had already lost his composure. Even he didn't realize that before he had faced Chen Fei in combat, he had taken Chen Fei seriously as an opponent and managed to stay calm. But once the battle began, his mindset was easily manipulated by Chen Fei, causing him to grow impatient. Boom! With a series of deafening explosions, all the landmines were finally detonated. The entrance was also buried under the rocks caused by the massive explosion. 208, defeat De Luo. Dig! Dig for me! I must get inside as quickly as possible and kill that little bastard Chen Fei. Dro roared madly. The mine had nothing but shovels. All his men grabbed shovels and began digging through the rocks. Finally, after another 2 hours, all the rocks were cleared away, and the path ahead was now clear. Charge! Boom! Before De Luo could finish speaking, the pirates in front had only taken a few steps forward when another deafening explosion sent them flying high into the air before crashing back to the ground, dead as a doornail. Everyone was completely stunned. Hadn't all the landmines been detonated earlier? How could there be more? There was only one possibility. While they were busy digging rocks to clear the path, Chen Fei on the other side was also working hard with the miners to plant more mines. Chen Fei, you bastard! Dro was about to lose his mind. He felt like a dog being toyed with by Chen Fei. The number of men lost to the landmines alone was already close to 200. Who knows how many more landmines the enemy had buried. But one thing was certain, Chen Fei was definitely inside the mine. These landmines had just been planted. Continue detonating the mines. Today, I will kill that bastard. I will turn their 300 men into turtles in a jar. De Luo had completely lost his mind. So he led his men, detonating and digging their way forward. Anyway, as long as one mine explodes, the rock walls on both sides will collapse, and Chen Fei will lead the miners to come and continue laying mines. Chen Fei doesn't have much, but he has prepared a lot of firepower. There's nothing we can do, he's just too rich. This approach was time-consuming and would gradually reduce their losses. They knew there were mines, so they wouldn't dare step on them. From the vantage point, Mina said to Chen Fei. At first, the effect was the best. But once they were prepared, there were hardly any casualties. But Chen Fei didn't stop planting mines. Even as the damage to the enemy grew smaller, he continued tirelessly. You don't understand. If you keep doing something, it becomes a numbing habit. Plus, it'll make Daru more and more emotionally unstable. No matter what kind of battle it is, psychological warfare against the enemy is an extremely important aspect. Chen Fei said calmly, and everyone was taken aback. They all nodded in agreement. There was no denying that Chen Fei had a point. Diaro's furious roars echoed constantly from outside, reverberating throughout the entire mine, making it clear how enraged he was. And a leader who cannot maintain composure while commanding a battle will inevitably make wrong decisions. Moreover, the timing was carefully calculated. Chen Fei's eyes gleamed with cold intent as he laughed sarcastically. In just this short stretch of road, De Luo had spent the entire night, finally finishing all the rock excavation by the darkest hour before dawn and fully entering the mine. The area ahead suddenly opened up, making it impossible to lay mines strategically. Chen Fei, you little bastard, your grandfather is here, come and die. De Luo roared madly, but he had forgotten that he couldn't see a thing now. The remaining 1,700 people followed De Luo into the pitch-black mine. Open fire. Suddenly, an order rang out. Instantly, the pitch-black mine was engulfed in intense gunfire. Boom. Click. Bang, bang. Amidst the relentless gunfire, Dero and his men all let out agonized screams. There's an ambush. Boss, we've fallen into a trap. We have to retreat immediately. Such intense firepower, there's definitely more than 300 of them. There must be over 1,000. How is that possible? Damn it, Chen Fei, where did you get so many reinforcements from? Terrified screams echoed continuously. Dro was completely stunned. The suppressed anger he had been holding back not only failed to erupt but exploded within him, causing him to choke on his own blood. If thoughts could kill, Chen Fei would have been killed 10,000 times over. Only now did De Luo truly realize that he had been caught in Chen Fei's rhythm the entire time, completely unaware that he had been manipulated by his emotions, leading him into this dangerous situation. If he had been thinking clearly, he never would have chosen to enter the mine at dawn, the darkest hour of the night. At the very least, he should have waited until daylight before engaging in battle. This was the result of the constant cycle of defusing mines and digging rocks, which had left everyone numb and frantic. And this timing was perfectly controlled by Chen Fei. By the time all the rocks were cleared and they could enter the mine, it was around 4 a.m. In such pitch-black darkness, how could anyone see Chen Fei and his men lying in ambush? But what puzzled De Luo the most was how Chen Fei could have so many troops. The miners. It must be those damned miners. Suddenly realizing something, De Luo flew into a rage. In his eyes, the mine slaves were nothing but animals, not even considered human beings, with no use other than mining. If he was in a bad mood, he could kill them as easily as playing a game. But he never imagined they would dare to resist. This was clearly all Chen Fei's doing. Without this organizer, those miners would never have dared to pick up weapons. Retreat. Dro had no choice but to accept the fact that he had been completely defeated by Chen Fei. 209, the situation was like a chess game, every move calculated carefully. They had only just entered the mine for a short while, and already hundreds had died. And the enemy? Not a single one had been killed, because they couldn't even see where the enemy was. The high ground of the entire mine had been occupied by the miners. Complete darkness, not even a hand in front of your face. How could they fight like this? Although it was equally pitch black for Chen Fei's side, they didn't need to aim, they could simply fire directly at the entrance. After all, the enemy was coming from that direction. Even with their eyes closed, they could still kill them. This was the terrain of the mine shaft. Chen Fei and his men were stationed at higher ground, surrounding the entire mine. Dero and his men were down in the pit, on the battlefield, with the advantage of being above them. So, even if Dero had 1,700 men, it wouldn't matter. Dro can only retreat in disarray. Now, relying on him to attack and capture the mine is almost impossible. We must hurry to find Big Brother Morata for reinforcements and have him mobilize his men to come and help us retake the mine. Ha, you think you can come and go as you please? However, at that very moment, Chen Fei's cold laughter echoed from behind. Hearing this, Dero nearly spat blood in anger. This was his territory. Being driven out like a dog was already humiliating enough, but what was this guy thinking? Did he really think he was the owner of this mine? Boom! Just then, a deafening explosion erupted at the very entrance. The last remaining sections of the rock wall that had not yet collapsed completely shattered and collapsed, sealing off the entire mine. Dro, we can't get out. Damn it, the exit is blocked. They actually planted explosives here in advance that can be detonated remotely. We need to dig through the rocks quickly to get out of here. We don't have time. It'll take at least 2 hours. Hearing the screams of his men, De Luo was completely frozen in place. At that moment, besides hatred, he felt an indescribable fear toward Chen Fei. Although he had previously said that Chen Fei was someone to be cautious around, when faced with him, he hadn't followed his own advice. That's why he had ended up in this situation. In the blink of an eye, he was on the brink of death. To be killed by Chen Fei? This was something De Luo had never even imagined. With the fifth tyrant Murata backing him, he couldn't possibly fall into Chen Fei's hands, could he? But now, the bloody reality was staring him in the face. What on earth is going on? What kind of supernatural powers does this Chen Fei possess? Seeing his men falling in droves, De Luo knew there was no chance of a counterattack. All that could be heard were cries of agony, with morale and fighting spirit completely shattered, leaving no room for a comeback. Even trying to escape had become a pipe dream. Digging through the rocks blocking the road would take at least an hour. How could Chen Fei give them that much time? In an hour, everyone would be dead. In fact, it wouldn't even take that long. Over 1,000 people were passively taking blows, trapped in the mine shaft. The miners above, though they had only just begun learning to fight today, didn't even need to aim. They simply threw various explosives down below or held down the triggers, firing blindly. Below, everyone was a target. They could hit anyone. Ha, this is great. Revenge at last. You bastards, you like treating us like dogs, didn't you? You bastards, I saw with my own eyes how you killed the miners and threw their bodies into this mine shaft. Now karma has come to get you. This mine shaft isn't just filled with our brothers' bodies. You bastards have also defiled so many women. Today, you're all going to die. Brothers, keep firing. The miners' overwhelming hatred has been completely unleashed, like an unstoppable flood. In this situation, most of the people on De Luo's side were instantly killed. Those who survived weren't because they were particularly skilled, they just had good luck and weren't hit. As more and more people died, the remaining survivors became fewer and fewer, and the miners' amateur combat skills made it increasingly difficult to hit their targets. However, even this had been accounted for by Chen Fei. Because at that moment, the sky had just begun to lighten. Zhou Shang and his 300 elite brothers were put to use. Armed with sniper rifles, each shot brought down another enemy. Watching their men fall one after another, gradually all lying in pools of blood, nearly extinct, the entire mine shaft had become a grave. Finally, De Luo felt the fear of death. Cold sweat had soaked his entire body. Chen Fei. I am the younger brother of the fifth tyrant Murata. If you dare kill me, you will not die a good death. Desperate and out of options, De Luo could only resort to threats, roaring angrily at Chen Fei. At the same time, he harbored a faint hope that perhaps he could scare Chen Fei into sparing him. Ha, who said it was me, Chen Fei, who killed you? Where's the evidence? Chen Fei replied with a mocking smile, speaking calmly. Hearing this, De Luo froze in shock. What do you mean? Besides you, who else could it be? My brother will definitely find out. Because the only one we need to deal with is you, the one who slipped through our fingers. De Luo shouted. Don't worry, Murata won't blame me. At least not yet. Because your 10 trade routes should all be in Vera's hands now. Tell me, when your brother hears you're dead and sees Vera has taken over the trade routes, what do you think he'll think? Ha! Chen Fei burst into laughter, but it sent a cold sweat down De Luo's entire body. You bastard, how dare you? Bang! Before De Luo could finish speaking, Zhou Shang pulled the trigger. With a spray of blood, De Luo collapsed in a pool of blood, his eyes wide open in death, refusing to close. Did you already anticipate this when you were on the phone with Vera earlier? Mina looked at Chen Fei in shock, as if he were a monster. What kind of person is this? These strategies are so well planned. And what's most terrifying is that all of these were open schemes. Everything unfolded so naturally. Even if Vera wanted to kill Chen Fei, he'd have to follow the plan. It's because Chen Fei exploited the human desire for profit. Vera would never give up those 10 trade routes with Eric. But Vera knows your identity and is fully aware that you were the one who killed Dru. All he needs to do is explain it to Moriah. Lilith said. Remember, Chen Fei had already spoken with Vera beforehand. Does Murata just believe whatever Vera says? Don't forget, they're rivals. Chen Fei said. Anyway, Chen Fei will provoke a conflict first and see what happens. Moreover, Chen Fei has a backup plan. 210, enraged Murata. Guys, let us tally up our gains. Before that, Chen Fei shouted at the miners. Instantly, everyone became wildly excited. This was the moment they had been waiting for. Upon arriving at the warehouse where the diamonds were stored, Chen Fei took out all the diamonds inside and began distributing them to everyone. With over 1,000 people present, each person received approximately 100 carats. Those who received the diamonds were overjoyed. Their feelings toward Chen Fei could no longer be described as admiration. They were utterly devoted to him. Not only had he saved their lives, but he had also provided them with food, avenged them against the pirates, and now they even had money to take home. Chen Fei also felt that he had gained a great deal. Of course, the gains he referred to were not material wealth, but the spiritual elevation of these minor brothers. After battling with Dru, they had all been through a baptism of fire. From now on, they were no longer weaklings but a true force to be reckoned with. Brothers, let us rest and recover on the island. Eat well, drink well, sleep well, and then go take down Murata. Chen Fei shouted angrily. Alright. Support Brother Chen. Kill Murata. Instantly, over 1,000 people responded enthusiastically, waving their weapons in the air. Chen Fei raised his hand to signal his men to rest first. Murata still has 5,000 men. Unless he declares all-out war on Vera, we won't have a chance to strike while he's weak. Otherwise, it'll be tough. The numerical disadvantage is just too great. Lilith said. Don't worry, if I say it's possible, it is. Besides, I don't expect Murata to declare war on Vera. Just wait and see. Eventually, they'll divide Eric's trade routes among themselves. As for Diaro's death, that can be put on hold for now. Chen Fei deduced. Then what's the point of doing this? Not only will we fail to turn them against each other, but Murata will gain more trade routes, making him even harder to deal with. Lilith was taken aback and asked in confusion. That's exactly what I want. The more trade routes he has, the better. Chen Fei's words left Lilith completely baffled. It sounded unbelievable, but there was an inexplicable trust in his words, as if Chen Fei's words had a magical quality. If you need anything, just ask. Zhou Sheng yawned. After fighting all night, it was time to rest. Zhou Ding gave his younger brother a meaningful look. He knew that this younger brother had always been defiant and unyielding, but now, he trusted this young man so much. Chen Fei, can I continue to join the team? Nina stepped forward and asked. She had truly seen Chen Fei's capabilities today. This made her even more curious about Chen Fei's upcoming actions. Plus, the hatred she felt toward the pirates was genuine, and she really wanted to continue fighting alongside Chen Fei. It's up to you. Chen Fei naturally agreed. There was no reason to refuse. The international rescue team behind this woman might also be a significant force, and it was worth cultivating a good relationship with them. Just as Chen Fei had anticipated. Murata, upon receiving the news of his brother Daro's death, was in a state of rage. Upon learning that all 10 trade routes had been seized by Vera, he immediately mobilized his entire force, leading 5,000 troops directly to attack. Vera naturally explained that although his forces numbered 10,000, twice that of Murata's current troops, he did not wish to sever ties with Murata. If a direct conflict were to erupt, even if they could annihilate the enemy, it would severely weaken their own forces. Therefore, Vera proposed dividing the trade routes equally with Murata. Though Murata harbored deep resentment, he reluctantly accepted the offer. He did not believe Vera's explanation, as Dero had been completely annihilated, while Chen Fei had only a few men. Murata was convinced that his brother had been killed by Vera. However, dwelling on this now was pointless. The loss of 2,000 men was a massive blow to Murata. With only half of Vera's forces, a direct confrontation would be disadvantageous. He could only suppress his anger, secure the trade routes first, and then devise a long-term strategy. Originally, Murata controlled 15 trade routes, and now he has gained 5 more, bringing the total to 20. However, the original 7,000 troops have been reduced to 5,000. With 5,000 troops managing 20 trade routes, each route averages only 250 troops. Of course, the rules aren't that rigid. Not every trade route is equally important. Some have higher cargo volumes, while others are smaller. Therefore, the waiting for troop deployment varies accordingly. The 5 trade routes allocated to Murata this time were all the least busy ones among Eric's 10. Clearly, this was an act of bullying by Vera. Although he had given up half, it seemed fair on the surface, but he had taken all the good ones for himself and left the poor ones for Murata. Don't push me, or I'll really have to use that thing and go all out to take him down. Murata was furious, slamming his massive palm down on the table, shattering it into pieces. 211, next move, frame him. 2 henchmen rushed forward, offering Murata tea and water, trying to calm him down. Right now, the priority is to secure the trade route. Murata was well aware of this and began to deploy his forces. For high-traffic trade routes, more personnel were assigned. The most heavily staffed routes had 500 personnel, while the least busy routes had only around 100. Sai, we need to recruit more men quickly, otherwise, with such a small force, we won't be able to control these trade routes. Murata muttered to himself. Although he could still use his reputation to intimidate those at sea, there would inevitably be those who came looking for trouble. This was a very practical issue. If there were too few men under his command, even if he were given more trade routes, could he defend them? Chen Fei had precisely recognized this point. 3 days later. Noon. Non-domain. Chen Fei, having regained his composure, gathered all the miners together. After 3 days of rest, everyone was well rested, well fed, and in top condition. Chen Fei was about to lead them into the next phase of their operation. Brother Chen, what should we do next? Did you call us here to take action? We'll follow Fei Ji's lead. The miners were all brimming with determination. After the previous battles, they have all undergone a transformative change, like being reborn from the flames. That's right, the enemy we're facing this time is extremely powerful. As soon as Chen Fei spoke, the scene fell silent. Everyone listened intently, their pupils widening in shock. In their eyes, Chen Fei was an invincible warrior. And if even Chen Fei said the enemy was powerful, they must be extremely difficult to deal with. But as long as everyone follows my commands, we will definitely win. Chen Fei changed the subject and said. Hearing this, the thousands of miners all became excited once more. The astonishment in their eyes had vanished. As long as Chen Fei said they could win, they believed it was possible. However, there are some things I must make clear beforehand. The enemies we are facing are ruthless pirates. Therefore, any battle will inevitably result in casualties. There will be bloodshed, and there will be deaths. If anyone is afraid, you may leave now, and I will not blame you. After all, fear of death is a natural human emotion, and there is nothing shameful about it. And I will still give you all the gold bars you deserve. Chen Fei declared loudly. Like 3 nights ago, when we annihilated the enemy without losing a single soldier, that is no longer possible. At that time, we only had the advantage of time, place, and people. Such a battle opportunity is rare and hard to come by. Therefore, in the upcoming battles, even though Chen Fei had made careful calculations, direct conflict was inevitable, and bloodshed was unavoidable. If we don't prepare mentally in advance, seeing dead bodies might cause them to break down. If anyone deserts in the heat of battle, that would be the most fatal outcome. Morale would plummet, and the troops would collapse completely. Over 1,000 minor brothers, and indeed many were hesitating. What are we afraid of? I'm going to kill those pirates. Me too. As long as we follow Brother Fei, let's do this. Even if I go back, I'm just a worthless life. Following Brother Fei is the only way to make something of myself. But soon, someone stood up and shouted loudly. It was both a declaration of intent and a way to motivate themselves. Many of them came from impoverished, chaotic, and war-torn regions around the world. Even if they returned, they might starve to death or be beaten to death. Most of them had never even seen gold before, and this was their first time seeing it here with Chen Fei. So, for them, it wasn't about anything else. They were willing to follow Chen Fei solely for their own future. People tend to follow the crowd. Once one person stands up, others will follow suit, until eventually everyone is swept up in the emotion and stands up to fight alongside Chen Fei. Alright, since that is the case, I, Chen Fei, promise you all that no matter what enemies we face, I will lead the charge and ensure I'm on the front lines. Chen Fei shouted. The miners were all thrilled. You must understand that in ancient times, what boosted soldiers' morale the most was the emperor leading the troops into battle. Especially when the emperor leads the charge, it makes all his subordinates feel like they are part of a single unit, even willing to risk their lives for their leader. Who would dare to retreat then? Brother Chen, let's set off immediately. As long as you give the order, even if it's a sea of swords and fire, the brothers will follow Brother Fei into battle. Battle! We'll fight side by side with Fei Go. The emotions of over 1,000 brothers were all stirred up. They couldn't wait to join Chen Fei on the battlefield and fight the pirates. Brothers, don't rush. Do you know why we're taking these 3 days off? Besides giving the brothers a chance to rest and recover, there is also this. After Chen Fei finished speaking, Zhou Ding drove up in a truck. Immediately, Zhou Shang led a dozen brothers to the truck and began unloading the cargo. When they opened the cargo boxes, they saw that they were filled with identical uniforms. These uniforms were rushed into production over the past 3 days. Do you know what these uniforms are? Pirate uniforms. The uniforms worn by the pirates of the Vera pirate gang. Chen Fei explained. Over 1,000 brothers were all completely baffled. They had no idea why they were going to confront Mariah while wearing the outfits of the Vera pirate gang. Was it to intimidate them? Of course, there were also some smart ones. For example, Lilith and Zhou Shang immediately understood Chen Fei's intentions. You're framing them. Completely making Murata hate the Vera pirates? Making him fight to the death in the end? 212, Operation Commence, head to the trade route. These 1,000+ people disguised as Vera's men. Murata would never be able to tell them apart. Vera has 10,000 men under her command. With so many faces, even Vera herself might not recognize them all. Therefore, Chen Fei's disguise will definitely not be discovered. However, you've done all the preliminary preparations well, but there is one crucial point. We only have over 1,000 men. Although Vera lost 2,000, he still has 5,000 troops. If we engage in a direct confrontation, we will still be at a disadvantage. Hearing this, Chen Fei couldn't help but laugh. I can understand Shang Ge not getting it, but Lilies, how could you be so confused? You had several trade routes before, didn't you? Upon hearing this, Lilith froze for a moment before suddenly realizing and slapping her forehead in understanding. So that's how it is. Haha, this kid has been outmaneuvered by him all along. Zhou Shang whistled in admiration, growing even more convinced of Chen Fei's cunning. So you killed Dro and framed Vera, not only to make Murata and Vera enemies, but also to achieve this step. With Murata's forces reduced but his trade routes increased, the number of troops assigned to each trade route would be greatly reduced. We can then take them down one by one. Mina also realized this and became very excited. Lilith was puzzled. Then you could have just told Murata to take over the 10 trade routes without informing Vera. That way, his forces would be even more, and our actions would be much simpler. Chen Fei shook his head. No, we must focus Murata's hostility on someone else. I received intelligence from manhwa that Murata possesses lethal weapons. When he is on the brink of destruction, he will drag his enemies down with him. Therefore, I must direct his hostility toward Vera. Lilith finally understood. So, are you planning to deal with Murata first and then immediately target Vera? Zhou Sheng asked in shock. Chen Fei nodded slightly. Exactly. This time, we'll take them all down at once. Those around them were filled with shock. This was beyond their imagination. If it weren't for Chen Fei saying it, they would have dismissed it as a joke. After all, the two sea tyrants combined still had 15,000 troops. And on Chen Fei's side? The miners and Zhou Shang's men combined didn't even reach 1,500. Even with such a minuscule force, he dared to claim he would annihilate the enemy? This was nothing short of a fairy tale. But since it came from Chen Fei's mouth, they believed him. Brothers, change into your gear and get ready to move. Chen Fei shouted loudly, and over 1,000 people began to change into the uniforms of the Vera pirate gang. Immediately, following Chen Fei, 3 large ships set sail toward Murata's trade route. He now has 20 trade routes. Which one should we attack first? Mina asked. Zhou Sheng thought for a moment and said, I think we should target the trade route with fewer people first. That way, it'll be easier to surround them, starting with fewer enemies and gradually advancing toward the larger groups. Lilith nodded in agreement. However, Chen Fei shook his head. Your ideas are too idealistic. When making decisions, you must consider the other side's perspective. If you were Murata, what would you do after learning that one of your trade routes had been attacked? You must understand that some trade routes have fewer troops because they generate lower profits. Therefore, Murata would not send reinforcements to rescue a low-profit trade route. Instead, they would strategically withdraw troops and reinforce the high-profit trade routes. As Chen Fei spoke slowly, the others began to see things more clearly. Even if we were to eliminate all the low-profit trade routes, what good would that do? According to intelligence, Murata only has 3 of the best trade routes. If he were to retreat, abandon the weaker ones, and concentrate his forces to protect the better ones, we would be powerless to stop him. Don't forget that even if we split our 5,000 men into 3 equal groups, we would still outnumber them. I understand. Lilith nodded. So, we should strike first at their best trade route while they're unprepared. Though there might be more defenders, it won't exceed 1,000. Once we take it, we can use the Chinese idiom. What was it again? Encircle the point and attack the reinforcements. Zhou Sheng continued. In short, the first wave of attack is the most important because Murata won't be as prepared. If reinforcements arrive, we can retreat if there are many of them. If there are few, we'll keep fighting. In any case, we can advance or retreat as we please. Exactly. Chen Fei smiled, his heart also filled with excitement. Among the 10 sea tyrants, only 5 remain in practical terms. If this plan succeeds, we will defeat the 5th tyrant. And in Chen Fei's plan, there is another phase to deal with Vera. He was desperately eager to complete the mission so he could return home sooner. After a day of sailing, Chen Fei finally led everyone to the trade route guarded by the largest number of soldiers under Murata, which was also the busiest route for merchant ships and cargo vessels. With so many ships passing through, how much toll money would be collected in a single day? Zhou Sheng shielded his eyes from the sun and looked ahead, seeing nothing but merchant ships as far as the eye could see. And every ship that passed had to pay tolls to the guards. The fees were paid according to a set ratio. The trade routes I had previously controlled didn't have such high traffic volumes. Even at Murata and Vera's level, they might not even bother with my routes. A trade route like this could generate at least $1 million in daily revenue, more than 10 times my current earnings. Lilith's eyes were filled with hatred. Although she had killed Dro, she still felt unsatisfied. Her skeleton rose had been destroyed, with thousands of casualties. And little Seven had lost an arm. This was a pain that would forever linger in Lilith's heart. At least she had to kill Murata to ease the hatred in her heart. No. Even if Murata dies, it won't be enough. Vera must also bear this sin. Lilith thought angrily. Making $1 million a day, you say? Didn't these merchant ships ever think of resisting? Every time they come and go, they have to pay money. How much is that going to cost? Chen Fei said indifferently. He had time to chat because he wasn't hesitating to attack. It was because there were too many merchant ships ahead. If they fired now, they wouldn't hit Murata's men, they'd just hit the merchant ships in front. This was something Chen Fei hadn't anticipated. Damn it, even in war, you have to wait in line. Resist? Are you kidding me? These merchants are only thinking about making money. How could they dare to resist? Could they even unite? Clearly, they couldn't. They're even business competitors. You know, people are short-sighted, especially when it comes to their interests. Lilith said. 213, a bunch of disgusting, fat pigs waiting to be slaughtered. You're right. Chen Fei nodded slightly and said, then, if there were a massive trade route that allowed free passage, what do you think would happen? That's a no-brainer, they'd flock to it. That's exactly it. I don't care if these merchants are weak as long as they chase after profits, they can be used to my advantage. The economic base determines the superstructure. These sea pirates, the more followers they have, the faster they'll collapse. Just wait and see after Murata, it'll be Vera. Chen Fei spoke coldly, his expression brimming with arrogance. Lilith's beautiful eyes sparkled. Though she didn't know Chen Fei's exact plan, the strong confidence he exuded was highly appealing. Zhou Shang also looked on with admiration. He loved those who were bold, and he was bold himself, but he never expected this young man to be even bolder than him. At that moment, a dispute erupted ahead. Every time they passed by before, they only charged $1,000, but now they want $2,000? The captain of a merchant ship looked miserable as he asked the pirate collecting the fee. Shut the hell up. This is Murata's orders. If you've got the guts, go ask the captain yourself, the pirate said arrogantly. Murata had raised the prices because he had lost a lot of money buying weapons earlier. That's why he had to increase the trade route fees by half. But these ships have no choice but to pay up. What else can they do? Take a detour? That would cost even more, at least more than $1,000. So under these circumstances, they have no choice but to pay up. The woman on your ship is quite attractive. She's pretty. Stay here, and you won't have to pay when you pass by in the future. The pirate captain suddenly shifted his gaze, looking at the captain and the girl standing beside him with a sly expression. The merchant ship captain was startled. Guys, this one do. She's my daughter. She's a decent person. Look, here's a little something. Just let us pass. The captain hesitated, then quickly pulled out $3,000 and handed it to the pirate captain. I'll take the money, but you're staying. We're after proper people. Any more nonsense, and I'll shoot you. The pirate captain pulled out his black gun and aimed it at the ship captain. The young girl was about to cry. She had never imagined that coming out to sea for a trip would end up like this. She had wanted to see the beautiful ocean scenery, but instead she had encountered these life-threatening pirates. Her father looked distressed, pleading with the pirates to spare them. Oh, you there in front, hurry up. She's just a woman, just give her up. The pirates took a liking to her, she's lucky. If you keep dragging this out, I can't stand it anymore. The people on the merchant ship behind us didn't even speak up for the girl, instead, they all sided with the pirates. It seemed like they thought flattering the pirates would bring them some benefit. Or maybe, to them, whether a girl was captured by pirates didn't matter as long as it didn't interfere with their business. Damn it, I have to go up there and grab her myself. The pirate captain, seeing the beautiful girl dodging constantly, shouted and led his men to rush forward and grab her. Boom! But just then, a loud explosion rang out. Everyone was startled. Immediately afterward, the pirate captain and his men were blown to pieces by a single cannon blast. In an instant, all the captains of the merchant ships were completely stunned. They could hardly believe their eyes. How dare someone attack Murata's men here? Are they looking for death? You little bastard, you dare to attack here? Wait and see, you're as good as dead today, and everyone here will die with you. Another pirate squad leader rushed over upon hearing the commotion and, upon seeing Chen Fei, erupted in anger. Although Chen Fei was renowned, few pirates had seen him in person, as most of those who had encountered him were already dead. Therefore, the captain of this pirate squad did not recognize Chen Fei. Immediately, he pulled out his walkie-talkie and started calling for reinforcements. What's wrong with you, you little bastard? Who told you to attack them? Apologize to me right now. If you want to die, go die yourself. What are you showing off for here? To impress the women? You damn bastard. Immediately, the captains of the merchant ships began to curse Chen Fei. In their eyes, it seemed as though Chen Fei was the real culprit. The pirates who had demanded tolls now seemed like the righteous ones. And the one who had attacked the pirates was now the villain. Except for the girl, who cast a grateful glance at Chen Fei, even her father avoided him like the plague, as if Chen Fei were a plague-ridden demon, quickly pulling his daughter into the ship's cabin. Did you see that? They're such lowlifes. You tell me, if you don't take money from such scum, are they even human? Lilith snorted coldly, her eyes filled with disgust, and said to Chen Fei. This makes me want to control the trade routes too. I was thinking about not taking money before, but look at them now. These money-grabbing scum are nothing but cattle to be slaughtered. Zhou Shang spat out a mouthful of saliva, his expression filled with murderous intent. 214, the merchant ships were shot. What are you lot talking about? How dare you insult us? Do you know our background and status? I'm from the Triangle Merchants Guild. Go ahead and boast. Murata's troops are on their way. You're all going to die. The captains, hearing the insults, were filled with righteous indignation. In front of pirates, they didn't even care if they were treated like dogs. Boom! Another cannonball greeted them. Chen Fei didn't even bother to look at these merchant ships. They were nothing but a bunch of greedy ants. Earlier, he had thought to avoid harming innocents as much as possible, so he hadn't fired before the merchant ships had left. But now, Chen Fei didn't care anymore. Fire! Fire immediately! Ugh! Hurry up and come to our aid! Enemy attack at the port! Another small pirate squad was directly blown to pieces by Chang Fei. They knew the intruders meant trouble, especially some of them who recognized the person standing beside Chen Fei. Isn't that Queen Lilith? The one we had previously eliminated under Captain Darrow. And those pirates' clothes are from the Vera pirate gang. What? Lilith has defected to Vera? Damn it, she's here to seek revenge. Quick, request reinforcements. The pirate guards shouted loudly and sounded the alarm. The merchant ship captains were all stunned. They tried to shout curses, but the words were stuck in their throats, unable to come out. They had been sailing the seas every day, how could they not have heard of Lilith's name? They were well informed about news on the seas and knew that Lilith had been injured. They never expected it to be a battle between sea tyrants, and yet they still dared to talk back. Thinking back to their earlier insults toward Chen Fei, the captains' hearts began to race, and their entire bodies trembled. Their earlier actions had been nothing short of suicide. Chen Fei naturally wouldn't bother targeting these captains specifically. There was no need, and besides, he would need to use them later when dealing with Vera. However, Chen Fei wouldn't deliberately avoid them now either. If the cannons need to fire, they must fire. As for whether it might accidentally hit the merchant ships ahead, Chen Fei didn't care about that anymore. Boom, boom, boom. After the first round of cannon fire, all the pirate defenders at the port were blown to pieces. Their buildings were also completely leveled to the ground. Brothers, follow me. After the first round of bombardment, Chen Fei gave the order, and instantly, over 1,300 fully armed men followed him into the port. Originally, there were 500 people in the port, but after several rounds of bombardment, only 300 remained. Facing an overwhelming numerical disadvantage of over 1,000, the battle was one-sided. It took less than half an hour to completely annihilate all the pirates. Chen Fei's side also suffered some losses, with about a dozen brothers killed. Their bodies were all brought back to the ship by Chen Fei for proper burial. All the brothers had their family information reported in advance, and Chen Fei would provide their families with a lump sum compensation to ensure they could live out their remaining years in peace. The captains of the merchant ships were all stunned. Seeing Chen Fei standing on the deck, they were all too scared to utter a word. They had no idea what was coming next. With the front path blocked and the rear cut off by Chen Fei's men, was this young man planning to seek revenge? Big brother, we didn't recognize your true worth. Please forgive us for our ignorance. Yes, it was my fault for speaking out of turn. I'll slap myself. Slap, slap. Just let us off like a fart. Instantly, those who had previously insulted Chen Fei all knelt down, begging for his forgiveness. However, Chen Fei paid them no mind. He merely addressed the gathered merchant ships. From now on, anyone traveling along the trade routes under my control regardless of origin will be allowed to pass freely and without charge. Forever. As soon as he spoke, the entire port fell silent. The captains couldn't believe their ears, thinking they must have heard things. This happiness came too suddenly. They had thought Chen Fei was coming to settle accounts with them, but instead, he had waived their toll fees? What do you mean by that? These guys should be milked dry. Zhou Shang and Lilith were both puzzled, even filled with righteous indignation. These guys had been so arrogant earlier. By rights, we should have charged them more, or even killed them outright. I told you, I need to use them to take out Vera. This is part of the plan for the next move. Chen Fei said calmly. Hearing Chen Fei's words, both of them were completely baffled. They couldn't understand the connection between waiving the toll and defeating Vera. Chen Fei didn't bother to explain further. Some things could only be understood through action, not words. Immediately, Chen Fei opened the checkpoint. All the merchant ships departed. The girl who had nearly been taken away earlier rushed onto the deck, gathered her courage, and said to Chen Fei, "Brother, you're a good person. If you return to Great Xia, I'll come find you." 2:15, cutting off the supply. Chen Fei didn't think much of it and nodded indifferently. All the passing merchant ships expressed their gratitude to Chen Fei and quickly departed. As for whether they truly felt grateful, Chen Fei didn't care. Meanwhile, at Murata's main island base. Damn it, you bastard. Vera, you're forcing my hand. Murata slammed the walkie-talkie to the ground. He had just received intelligence that the largest trade route, with 500 men deployed, had been completely wiped out by Lilith, Chen Fei, and the Vera pirate gang. That was Chen Fei's brilliance. He knew his identity couldn't be hidden, so how could he ensure Murata's hatred was directed solely at Vera? The answer was simple: spread the message that he had already joined forces with Lilith and Vera. Even if Vera comes out to explain, it won't matter. Would Murata believe his explanation? There are over 1,000 people wearing the Velha pirate gang's uniforms. If they weren't sent by Velha, where did Chen Fei get so many people? Lilith's 1,000+ men were directly wiped out by DRO, so they must be Velha's men. What are Chen Fei and his men doing now? Murata asked angrily. They're not doing much. They've taken control of the port and are letting all the merchant ships pass through for free. His subordinate said. Damn it, using my trade routes for good deeds? I want him dead. Murata roared, summoning all his forces to join him in annihilating Chen Fei. He intended to finish the job in one fell swoop and eliminate all of Chen Fei's 1,000+ men. Since Vera had already broken off diplomatic relations, there was no need to show him any mercy. However, when Murata arrived at the port with over 4,000 troops, he found it completely deserted. Only merchant ships were coming and going freely, with the gates wide open and no one stopping them. Not a single coin was required. Where was Chen Fei? Murata was furious. He hadn't seen a single person from Chen Fei's group, let alone over 1,000 men, not even a shadow. Clearly, Chen Fei knew Murata was coming, so after opening the gates, he had already retreated. As for where Chen Fei is now? Captain Murata, we're in trouble. Chen Fei has taken his men to our other trade routes. He opened all our trade route checkpoints, allowing merchant ships to pass freely. Upon hearing the intelligence from his subordinates, Murata nearly fainted from anger. This Chen Fei is like a fox, impossible to catch. He's determined to disrupt us. In a fit of anger, Murata immediately dialed Vera's phone. Damn it, Vera, are you challenging me to a showdown? What do you mean? I already gave you 5 trade routes. On the other end of the line, Vera was also furious. As the 4th tyrant, being disrespected by Murata naturally left him feeling resentful. Don't play dumb. You gave Chen Fei over 1,000 men to harass my trade routes. How despicable. Are you really pretending not to know? When did I give Chen Fei 1,000 men? I can't even kill him fast enough. Vera was furious. Chen Fei had been so arrogant on the phone earlier. If he were in front of him, he would have beaten him to a pulp long ago. How could he give him men? Keep playing dumb. Just wait and see. If you push me too far, I'll make you pay with blood. Murata slammed his phone down again. Boss, what should we do now? We don't have enough men, and we can't recruit that many in such a short time. His subordinates asked with grim faces. First, gather everyone and assign them to my 3 best trade routes. Each route will have 1,500 people, which will outnumber Chen Fei's men. As for the rest, we'll have to deal with them later. Murata's heart was bleeding. You must understand that the combined income from those dozen trade routes is equivalent to these 3. Though not as profitable, they make up for it in numbers. Now, he was effectively giving up half of the profits, but what else could he do? He had to secure these 3 routes first. If Chen Fei has even more people, it means that Villa has given them to him. At that point, Murata is prepared to go all out. But he hasn't realized one crucial point: what he's giving up is far more than just half the profits. Because the remaining 17 trade routes are now free, more ships will choose the free routes. The result? Although Murata is holding on to the 3 best trade routes, the toll fees have been significantly reduced, less than half of what they used to be. This was equivalent to a 3/4 reduction in income. Damn it, at this rate, the treasury won't last a month. Murata was both desperate and furious. If there's no money, we can't pay the bounties to our men. Pirates are all in it for the money. If there's not enough, they'll desert in an instant. This would create a vicious cycle. Without money, he couldn't hire more people, and the previously lost trade routes couldn't be reclaimed. The money would dwindle further, and even the remaining 4,000 people would gradually desert him. Sure enough, as days passed, the number of pirates in Murata's crew began to dwindle. Although he had amassed a fortune, not everyone was like Chen Fei. Money once in your pocket, who would willingly give it up? Even if Murata stopped being a pirate, the treasure he had accumulated would be enough to sustain him for 10 lifetimes. But if he had to use it to support his men without any income, how long could he last? Not everyone had Chen Fei's boldness when it came to spending money. Is this your grand plan? Economic foundation, that's exactly what it comes down to. Lilith and Zhou Shang finally understood: as long as Chen Fei continues to harass them, even without engaging in direct conflict, Murata's forces will gradually dwindle until they reach the brink of collapse. After nearly a month, Vera finally realized the severity of the situation. This can't go on. Chen Fei's plan is a huge threat to me as well. My trade routes are more numerous than Murata's. If he uses this tactic against me, wouldn't I end up the same as Murata? No, he doesn't even need to target me directly. The negative impact on me is already evident. Due to Chen Fei's attacks, free trade routes are proliferating, and over the past month, all my online traffic has plummeted. We absolutely cannot let Chen Fei continue like this. We must stop him immediately, no matter the cost. We must eliminate him and expand our forces to secure more trade routes. Unbeknownst to us, this young upstart has stirred up the entire sea. At the internal meeting of the Vera pirate gang, Vera spoke repeatedly. All the captains under him nodded in agreement. Since that young man named Chen Fei arrived on the seas and began stirring up trouble, the impact has been significant. The most critical point is that the maritime landscape has been completely disrupted. 216, the eve of Murata's retirement. You must understand that pirates' primary source of income isn't piracy. Because piracy isn't sustainable, the targets aren't easy prey. Ship captains are especially so. If a certain area is constantly plagued by pirate attacks, no one will dare to go there. Therefore, the primary source of income is tolls. Across the entire ocean, all trade routes are controlled by the 10 strongest pirates. Any merchant ship passing through any trade route must pay a toll. These 10 sea tyrants may seem like competitors, but in reality, it's a symbiotic relationship where they must coexist to thrive. It's a simple principle. If too many of the 10 sea tyrants fall, many trade routes will be left vacant. Merchant ships will then be able to pass through for free, resulting in all ships opting for the free routes, causing the fees for the paid routes to drop. Although pirates would quickly emerge to fill the void, how much time would it take for small pirate leaders to grow in power? During this period, the economic impact on major pirates would be significant. Just like now. And to make matters worse, there's Chen Fei. Though small pirates have no chance to unite, they're wiped out before they even gain any traction. You don't realize it until you look, but half of the 10 sea tyrants have already been wiped out. The 5th-ranked Murata pirate gang is also on the brink of extinction. If Vera doesn't act soon, he has a feeling that he'll be next. Vera called Murata. We must unite to confront Chen Fei, otherwise, the consequences will be irreversible. Vera said. You bastard, just wait, I'll make you pay for this. However, Murata on the other end of the line had no intention of communicating with Vera and immediately shouted angrily. Clearly, the losses Murata had suffered were already irreparable. That was why he was so enraged. Although Villa was angry, he was more worried. A bad feeling was rapidly rising in his heart. At this point, Murata had only 2,000 men left. Over the past month, half of them had already fled. Those who remained were in extremely low spirits. Brothers, we've been through thick and thin together for all these years. We've shared life and death. Vera has gone too far. Today, I will make him pay the price. Murata had returned to his main island and stood atop the tower, addressing the remaining 2,000 men below. Indeed, he had already abandoned all his trade routes. Anyway, if this continues, the number of men will keep dwindling, and the trade routes will bring in no income. Might as well call it quits. He's made enough money. His bank account is overflowing with countless dollars. Now, he has decided to retire. But before he quits, he must make Vera pay a bloody price. And give himself time to escape. So Murata gathered all his remaining men here. However, after hearing Murata's bold words, his men didn't react much. Because over the past month, they had witnessed everything that had happened. Troops were constantly defecting, and funds were dwindling. They were no match for Vera now. Brothers, this is your share of the profits for the past month. But as soon as Murata brought out several large boxes of gold, all his men stared wide-eyed. The dazzling gold left them spellbound. Long live the boss. So many gold bars. This month is more than any other month. Everyone was shocked. They had thought this month's dividend might not even be paid out. Instead, it was several times more than usual, and they were even handing out gold bars directly. This was Murata's last cash reserve, and it wasn't much to him. The real fortune was all deposited in Ruizhou Bank. And these gold bars aren't just being given away to his men. Why give them money when he's about to flee? Of course, there's a purpose. Next, we'll first secure the base. As long as we fortify it like a fortress, we can develop slowly. I will definitely lead the brothers back to the peak. Then, we'll go and take on Vera again. So, the brothers' task is to defend the base. From now on, there will be more money every month. Murata shouted loudly. Over 2,000 subordinates all became excited. After all, defending the base is the easiest job. Who dares to attack the sea tyrant's base? It's also the safest place. Now we can get so much money. How awesome is that? So much so that, under the enormous temptation of money, they didn't even think about why, in such a desperate situation, they were being given more money? This was such an abnormal thing. Alright, everyone, rest up. Remember, you must defend the base at all costs. Next month, I'll give you 5 times the money. Long live the captain. Ha, thank you, Captain. We will definitely defend the base island. Amidst a chorus of cheers, Murata turned and entered the tower, a cold, ruthless smile curling at the corners of his mouth. 217, the cunning Vera escapes by the skin of her teeth. At dawn, while all his men were sound asleep, Murata made his way to the top floor of the tower and pressed a button. Suddenly, an enormous cannon atop the tower erupted with a deafening boom. A massive cannonball of enormous caliber was fired from the tower, targeting Vera's base headquarters. This missile was purchased by Murata at great expense from Yura. A single missile cost $300 million. It was originally intended to serve as a deterrent. But now that they were about to flee, there was no reason to keep it. Immediately, Murata rushed down from the tower at top speed, boarding the prepared mini-submarine and heading toward North America at full speed. The 2,000 or so subordinates still asleep at the base would face Vera's most brutal retaliation. They would pay with their lives to buy Murata time to escape. At that moment, the base island of the Vera pirate gang. Boom! With a deafening explosion, the entire base was engulfed in flames. The ground trembled violently, and even the surrounding seawater churned wildly. Thousands of people were killed in their sleep. On another island a kilometer away, Vera, awakened by the deafening explosion, watched the base island engulfed in flames with a mix of anger and fear, her face twitching uncontrollably. He had secretly moved to the neighboring island a month ago, specifically to prevent Murata from going mad. And now it seemed his decision had been the right one. If he had been on the base island tonight, he would already be dead. Damn it! Though he was still alive, the losses this time were immense. At least thousands had died, and the entire island was destroyed. Fortunately, he had managed to transfer some valuable treasures beforehand, otherwise, they would all be lost. The entire island is engulfed in flames, and the screams from above can be heard clearly even a kilometer away in Villa. The remaining subordinates still on the trade routes have all received the emergency message and are heading to Vera to await his orders. Everyone, follow me in a nighttime assault. We must make Murata pay the price and storm his base. At Vera's command, the remaining 6,000 men, fully armed, charged toward Murata's island. Chen Fei looked at the morning newspaper. It detailed everything that had happened at sea the previous night. Murata had attacked Vera's headquarters with large-scale weapons of mass destruction, resulting in the deaths of thousands. Vera led his men in a nighttime counterattack, storming Murata's headquarters and annihilating over 2,000 of his forces. The fifth tyrant, Murata himself, remains missing and his whereabouts are still unknown. Another tyrant has fallen. This is the sixth maritime tyrant to be defeated since Chen Fei set sail from the Great Xia Empire. Who is this young man who has stirred up such turmoil in the seas? As Chen Fei read the headlines, his heart remained unmoved. After over a month of harassment and standoff, with Murata's constant decline, the outcome was inevitable. It was merely a matter of time. In the meeting room, Chen Fei, Lilith, the Zhou brothers, Mina, and others were engaged in heated discussion. The next move was to target Vera. He had suffered heavy losses, with only 6,000 men remaining. With so many trade routes, he couldn't possibly hold them all and would have to retreat. Should we use the same tactics we employed against Murata against him? If Vera is willing to burn money, he might be able to hold on for a long time. However, Murata is dead, and all his trade routes are now open. If the small pirates want to occupy them, we can simply surround and eliminate them while continuing to allow free passage. In the long run, Vera will have only expenses and no income. No amount of money will be enough to sustain him. Yeah, so what do you think Vera will do? Chen Fei pinched his nose and asked. He loved to think from the enemy's perspective. If he were Vera, what would he do now? Launch a full-scale assault on Chen Fei? Chen Fei has no base. With over 1,000 men at sea, he can go wherever he pleases. How could we possibly surround him? Continue defending the trade routes? Traffic is dwindling, income is shrinking, and they can only survive by relying on their existing resources. Recruit more people and swallow up all the vacant trade routes? That would entail terrifying costs. Especially with Chen Fei's constant harassment, there's no way to maintain stability. Deploying over 1,000 men on each route, how many people would Vera have to feed? Perhaps he should seek external assistance. Chen Fei muttered to himself, furrowing his brows. External forces? What could that be? Relying on someone else's strength? Who could possibly help Vera now? Could it be an even more powerful sea tyrant? Suddenly, everyone realized something, and a sense of unease began to spread among them. If it were a more powerful sea tyrant, that would truly be a force to be reckoned with. The top 3 sea tyrants had undergone a qualitative transformation compared to those below them. Rumor had it that their equipment was as advanced as that of professional military units, and their firepower was intense to the extreme. And the money they earned wasn't from collecting tolls along trade routes, but from roaming freely in various chaotic regions. Those were their true battlefields. Every one of them had blood-stained hands, soaked with the lives of countless people. If Vera were to surrender and use this to confront Chen Fei, Lilith, the Zhou brothers, Mina, and the others all looked at Chen Fei with concern. What's there to be nervous about? I've already said it before, all the sea tyrants must be annihilated. Chen Fei's gaze remained unwavering. 218. The intense discussion within the Divine Might group. Chen Fei currently has no concrete plan, as he knows too little about the first 3 tyrants. His previous plans only went as far as stopping Vera. But now, Vera was also slowly withdrawing from the trade route, appearing to follow Murata's lead and abandon this source of wealth, essentially dissolving the group. Although he still had thousands of subordinates, they were now in a state of silence, and no one knew what they would do next. Even Chen Fei didn't expect things to unfold so quickly. He had assumed it would take months to wear down Vera and force him to give up, but instead, he followed Murata in retiring from the trade? The real tough battles are yet to come. Chen Fei said calmly. Once the enemy no longer has a visible source of income, it effectively has no obvious weaknesses. If Chen Fei wants to break them, he must first strengthen his own power. Only when his hard power is in place will he have the qualifications to confront them head-on. Sure enough, not long after, a headline news story appeared on the front pages of newspapers and news sections across the seas. The 4th tyrant, Vera, has completely retracted his forces and ceased operations on the maritime trade routes. Upon seeing this news, the entire maritime world erupted in chaos. Countless people were spreading a name. Chen Fei. If no one had noticed before, then after these past few months, everyone had begun to realize something, which had been summarized by others. That is, the collapse of the Dark Order on the seas began with the emergence of this young man named Chen Fei. Since this man arrived on the seas, 7 of the 10 sea tyrants have vanished in an instant. This is something no one dared to imagine. Could this young man be planning to eliminate all 10 of the sea tyrants? Of course, such news is not visible in the orderly nations around the world. It only circulates in the open seas, in the gray zones, and in the dark world, where Chen Fei's name has already become renowned. In the orderly nations, while ordinary people cannot see these dark news reports, the higher-ups are fully aware of everything. Great Xia. Special Task Force. Meeting room. Xia Changming sat at the head of the table. In his early 50s, with half-gray hair and a stern expression, he exuded an air of extraordinary dignity. Everyone had seen the intelligence report. Chen Fei's achievements were remarkable. Even I didn't expect things to progress so quickly. Xia Changming said. The meeting table was occupied by high-ranking members of the special unit. Yes, we originally thought it would take at least a year, but in just a few months, we've achieved such progress. The 7 sea tyrants have all left the ocean. However, while speed has its advantages, it also has its drawbacks. Chen Fei has relied solely on his courage and wisdom to charge forward recklessly. He hasn't established a solid foundation. Although he has cleared most of the oceans with this force, the truly issues remain unsolved. The top 3 sea tyrants are absolutely not comparable to the 7 behind them. They are entrenched in South America, with power so formidable it could overthrow a nation. With Chen Fei's current base, he is not yet a match for them. Xia Changming listened to the various opinions and nodded slightly, saying, let's talk about the remaining 3 tyrants. What's their current situation? The 3rd tyrant, Morrison, operates in the Boz Kingdom region of South America, specializing in restaurants, smuggling, and human trafficking. He has 50,000 followers, a vast network of local connections, and is extremely difficult to deal with. The 2nd tyrant, Jia, is even more terrifying. He is also in South America, entrenched in Hongdu, the most chaotic nation in the world. He has gathered 100,000 followers, specializes in illegal drugs, and controls all the silver mines within Hongdu. His power is overwhelming, and even the local authorities must kowtow to him. The 1st tyrant, Yi Junlin. Enough, no need to introduce him further. I'm getting annoyed just hearing about him. Xia Changming furrowed his brows, and the meeting room fell silent. Everyone remained quiet, no longer discussing Yi Junlin. I called everyone here to discuss one thing, whether we should assist Chen Fei. After all, the upcoming opponents are too formidable. If we continue as before, Chen Fei might not be able to handle it. Xia Changming said. Senior leader, I think we should consult Chen Laotsu on this matter. After all, Chen Fei is his grandson. Yes, since he agreed to let Chen Fei undertake this top-secret mission, he must have more plans in mind. Chief, I agree with you. The subordinates all spoke in this manner, leaving Xia Changming deeply troubled. What kind of plan does that old man have? He spends all day fishing and sleeping. I even doubt if Chen Fei is really his grandson. He might not even notice if he died tomorrow. It was rare to see Xia Changming so out of control, and his subordinates, who rarely witnessed such behavior, found it hard to suppress their laughter, but dared not show it. Never mind, I'll just inform old Chen first and see how things develop from there. Chen Fei is a smart man. He can't go head-to-head with the former 3 tyrants yet, so he won't act rashly either. After speaking, Xia Changming dismissed the meeting. At the same time, Citibank. Shunwei Group. This was their special organization, also holding a meeting. Team leader Jack sat at the head of the table, pointing to a stack of documents, and said, you should all be aware of the recent news from the open seas. The center of all the turmoil and chaos is this young man named Chen Fei. Immediately, the entire meeting room erupted into lively discussion. The 7 sea tyrants have been defeated, and the situation across the entire ocean has undergone a complete upheaval, leaving it in utter chaos. Although many small pirates are emerging, none of them can rise to prominence. Unlike before, when survival of the fittest prevailed, this time there is an external force obstructing their rise. The one causing this interference is Chen Fei. Since he announced that trade routes would be free, merchants from all over the world have been overjoyed. He also rescued the mine slaves and even gave them money without asking for anything in return, causing countless people across the seas to flock to him. His power has grown exponentially, and now he has over 10,000 followers. Indeed, Chen Fei leads these people in doing nothing but roaming the open seas. Whenever a pirate faction shows signs of growth, they are immediately crushed. With over 10,000 men, they outnumber the peak era Vera people. Under such suppression, which pirate could possibly rise? I'm curious, since he doesn't want trade routes and doesn't collect money, where does he get the funds to support so many men? Over 10,000 people. Besides daily expenses, there's also equipment and weapons. All of that requires money. 219, Luyan's dark side. Earlier, didn't he kill a few major pirates and exchange them for over $1 billion? That should be enough for him to live in luxury. But he can't keep wasting it endlessly. You must know that his followers are growing in number, and there are even more people coming to him for money without joining his ranks. He is like a money-giving fairy. Even a mountain of gold and silver wouldn't he last if spent like that. You didn't know that, did you? I have the latest intelligence. All the merchant fleets around the world have voluntarily established a foundation, regularly transferring funds into it to support Chen Fei and his men. What? Isn't that just like paying tolls to pirates? The difference is huge. Some merchant ships make 100 round trips a year, paying an average of $1,000 per trip to pirates, which adds up to $100,000 a year. But how much do they give to Chen Fei? At most a few thousand is enough. Yeah, Chen Fei's move is damn brilliant. Before, the sea tyrants each controlled their own trade routes. But he? He seems to want none of them, yet in the end, the entire open sea is his trade route. If this keeps up, his power will be unstoppable. The entire office was in an uproar. Eula, a member of the Divine Might group, also chimed in, "Jack, team leader, this can't continue. If order is restored to the seas, all merchant ships will support Chen Fei, and he'll become the ruler of the seas. Our previous crucial sales channel will be completely ruined." Instantly, the meeting room fell silent, with everyone wearing solemn expressions. Though Yura didn't say it outright, everyone knew exactly what he meant by sales channel. It was equipment and ammunition. Only when the sea was in chaos could they sell these items to pirates and reap enormous profits. But now, with Chen Fei around, their business was doomed. Have any of you considered that this young man named Chen Fei might be a pawn of the Great Xia Empire? Jack, the team leader, wasn't as excited as the others. Though he knew this matter was significant, he analyzed it from its core. Team leader, are you suggesting that clearing the seas is the Great Xia Empire's intention? Could it be that their previous intentions have not been abandoned? They are all so naive. Over the years, the Great Xia Empire has produced countless skilled warriors, achieving considerable success. But their ultimate goal remains unattained. Now this Chen Fei is another new heir? Perhaps. Should we eliminate him? Suddenly, someone suggested. Upon hearing this, the meeting room fell silent once more. Their eyes flickered with a murderous glint. Don't rush. We're not there yet. He hasn't touched our true interests yet. Compared to the income from that thing, these firearms and equipment are nothing. If it ever comes to that, we won't have to do the dirty work ourselves. We'll make sure that young man dies quietly. In any case, let's keep a close eye on his next move. Jack stood up and, in the oppressive and grim atmosphere, declared the meeting adjourned. The entire sea began to grow turbulent and unpredictable. At the same time, at the offshore base, the barrage of news over the past few days had already informed Mishi Liaya of Chen Fei's current situation. She was overjoyed not only because her master had achieved such remarkable results, but more importantly, because he was safe. Meanwhile, under her careful care, Lu Yen had also recovered well, at least, that was how it appeared to Mishi. Inside the room, Lu Yen sat at the desk, her expression as dark as water, her eyes filled with cruelty. She was unrecognizable from the delicate and adorable girl she had first met. Her entire aura was filled with a twisted, unhealthy energy. She was imitating Chen Fei's handwriting, writing something on a sheet of paper. After finishing, she blew the ink dry, found an envelope, sealed it, and then walked out of the room. As she stepped out of the door, the gloom on her face vanished instantly, and the sweet smile from before reappeared on her cheeks. However, the smile was so fake. "Miyue, I found a letter that Fei Ge left in the room. The envelope says it's for you. It had fallen under the bed and I hadn't noticed it until now. I found it while cleaning out the trash. Come quick and see what Fei Ge wrote to you," Lu Yan said. Mishue didn't pay attention at all. She only heard that Chen Fei had left a letter and immediately grabbed it excitedly. But when she tore open the envelope, she was completely stunned. Reading the words on the letter, she recognized Chen Fei's handwriting immediately. Her mind went blank, her ears rang, and she felt as though the world was spinning. "Do you think I don't know what happened last night? You disgusting, filthy thing. You're just a worthless woman used for entertaining guests, yet you dare to aspire to be with me. I didn't say it outright to spare your dignity. Get out of here immediately and never show your face before me again. This is my order." The words on the letter felt like a sharp knife piercing her heart, causing her to bleed internally and leaving her unable to speak. "What is wrong? What did Fei Ge say to you?" Lu Yan approached with a concerned expression. Niulia took a few steps back, her eyes reddening, tears streaming down her face. I'll step out for a moment. Excuse me." Almost using her last ounce of strength, Mishi Liaya hugged the confused Adele and walked out of the base. Watching Mishi Liaya's departing figure, Lu Yan's expression darkened once more. "Get out of here. There are surveillance cameras everywhere. Who knows how many people are lurking in the waters outside the base, waiting to take down Fei Ge. Once you step outside, you're as good as dead." She muttered to herself with a hideous expression, her beautiful face contorting in anger. Clatter. The sound of a cup shattering echoed suddenly. Lu Yan froze for a moment, turned around, and saw her aunt, Liang Ting, standing there with a blank and disbelieving expression. Liang Ting opened her mouth, then rushed forward and slapped Lu Yan across the face with a loud smack. "Why did you do that? What did you show Mishi just now?" Liang Ting hadn't seen the letter. She had originally gone to bring Lu Yan and Mishue afternoon tea, but she saw Mishue run out, and Lu Yan's expression had changed drastically, along with her mutterings, which she had overheard. Hee, of course I saw something good." Lu Yan widened her eyes, ignoring the swelling on her cheeks and the fresh blood at the corner of her mouth. She seemed to feel no pain, instead splitting her lips into a sinister grin. Auntie, as long as all the women related to Fei Gu die, Fei Gu will be mine, right? 220, Mishwe's crisis. Liang Ting felt her heart skip a beat. She felt that this niece she had raised with her own hands had become so terrifying. Xiao Yan, why? Why have you become like this? Liang Ting's eyes welled up with tears. While she was filled with fear, she felt even more heartbroken. Her once sweet and innocent niece had become so twisted and extreme. What kind of mental torture had she gone through? Auntie, you'll support me, right? You'll help Xiao Yan, won't you? As long as those vile women are all dead, Fei Gu will only have me. Why? How dare a worthless woman deserve Fei Ge's love? And Lin Qianer. How dare she bully me at school and now try to steal my Fei Gu? They all deserve to die, they all deserve to die. Lu Yan fell into an extremely agitated state, clutching her head with both hands and convulsing on the ground. Liang Ting quickly picked her up, both heartbroken and furious. Xiao Yan, please snap out of it. Mi Shui risked her life to save you. You can't do this. As she spoke, Liang Ting suddenly remembered something and hurriedly stood up and walked toward the base exit. The sea outside is dangerous, we must stop Mi Shui from leaving and explain everything to her. Before Liang Ting could finish speaking, she felt a sharp pain at the back of her neck, followed by darkness engulfing her vision, and she lost consciousness. Lu Yan held the baseball bat, gasping for breath, unable to suppress her nausea. After a long while, she finally came to her senses. Her expression darkened once more as she carried Liang Ting into the room. Ugh! After an unknown amount of time, Liang Ting groaned in pain and regained consciousness from her unconscious state. She felt a sharp pain in her head and took a moment to recall what had happened earlier. Immediately, she saw Lu Yan sitting by the bed. Auntie, are you okay? I'm so sorry. I hurt you. But I controlled my strength. It might hurt a little, but it won't be serious. Lu Yan looked concerned, but the nervous twitching between her eyebrows clearly revealed her unstable emotions. Yan, let me go. Liang Ting suddenly realized she couldn't move at all. Her hands and ankles were shackled to the bed, leaving her lying flat and helpless. This won't do. Lu Yan shook her head and said, since Auntie doesn't want to help Yan, you'll just have to stay here and sleep. Don't worry, Yan will take care of Auntie. I won't let you go hungry or thirsty. You're crazy, you're really crazy. Liang Ting's eyes turned red, and tears streamed down her face as she finally uttered the words she had been avoiding all along. Ha ha ha. Lu Yan's sharp laughter echoed throughout the room. In a dark corner, a pair of menacing eyes watched everything unfold. On the speedboat. Mi Shui maneuvered the boat while wiping away tears with her hands, refusing to let her vision blur. But no matter how hard she wiped, the tears kept flowing. It felt like a knife was piercing her heart, and no matter what she did, the blood kept flowing. Sister, don't cry. Tell Adele what happened. Adele reached out her small hand to wipe the tears from Mishi's eyes. It's my fault. I made a mistake and made Master angry, so we had to leave the base. Miyu said, her little mouth puckering again as tears poured out uncontrollably. She bit her lips so hard they bled. How could that be? Brother loves sister so much. No matter what sister did wrong, brother would forgive her. Trust Adele. Whatever happened, wait until you see brother and tell him then. Though Adele was young, she thought clearly and spoke with great logic. Sister also wanted to, but she was afraid to hear Chen Fei read the letter aloud. If she did, she didn't know if she'd have the courage to go on living. So she had to leave before Chen Fei returned. Even if she didn't want to, there was no other choice. There must be some misunderstanding. Sister, you're getting more and more foolish. Adele pinched Ma Xue's face and said angrily. She didn't want to leave the base at all. At least there was enough to eat, she didn't get beaten, and it was safe. Plus, her brother was really kind to her sister. Even Adele, who was still a child, could tell that. Miyui's heart trembled. Is there really a misunderstanding? If it's just a misunderstanding, that would be so much better. Unfortunately, the master's handwriting was recognizable, there was no mistake. Sister, sister. There's a ship chasing us from behind. Suddenly, Adele looked behind and saw a pirate ship swiftly approaching. On the deck of the ship stood a seductive woman with an excited expression, as if she had been waiting for a long time. Beside her were over 10 pirates armed with guns, all of them staring at Ma Xue and Adele on the speedboat. Miyue was startled upon hearing this. She knew the area was unsafe, so she had always taken the most remote route, but she never expected to be followed. She revved the engine to full speed, and the speedboat charged forward at top speed. Compared to the pirate ship, the smaller speedboat was undoubtedly faster. Therefore, as long as Mi Shui had enough time, they could escape. Boom! However, the next second, a cannonball struck the rear of the speedboat. With a deafening roar, the waves surged upward, and the speedboat was immediately overturned. Adele, who was sitting in the passenger seat, was thrown out of the boat due to her small frame and fell into the sea. Miyue was completely panicked, with no time to think, and jumped into the sea. Fortunately, Adele didn't stay underwater for long. Mishi dived down and spotted her. The young girl couldn't swim and was choking, flailing her arms and legs wildly as she sank downward. Miyu quickly grabbed Adele's hand and pulled her back up. Finally breaking the surface, the sunlight hit her face and she took deep breaths of fresh air. However, the danger wasn't over yet. Instead, because of the time they had wasted, the pirate ship had already caught up. Seeing the pirate ship just a few feet away and the black gun barrels aimed at herself and her sister, Michilia knew there was no escape. If you run again, I'll shoot your sister dead. The red-haired woman on the deck, with her seductive lips parted, smiled. Instantly, Michilia dared not move an inch. If she were alone, she might have tried to escape. But with Adele holding her back, she knew she couldn't get away. Because she couldn't bear the risk of Adele getting hurt. Chen-Fei, I'm curious to see what expression you'll have when you see me again. The red-haired woman laughed seductively, grabbing Michi and Adele and dragging them onto the ship. 221, Liangying. On the open sea. Chen-Fei and his over 10,000 men had already wiped out countless small pirates. The sea at that moment was the calmest it had ever been. Merchant ships no longer had to worry about being attacked by pirates, and many enslaved miners who had lived in darkness also rose up in rebellion, knowing that as long as they broke out of the mines, Chen-Fei would stand by them. As their numbers grew, Chen-Fei had already consolidated a powerful force. And it was still growing rapidly. If this continues, the three tyrants will eventually be defeated by us. Zhou Shang, puffing on a cigar, watched as his forces grew larger and larger. He felt an indescribable sense of satisfaction. Leading thousands of brothers in battle against pirates on the sea was a feeling that couldn't be put into words. It was like commanding a great army. It's not that simple. Lilith shook her head. That's right. Chen-Fei nodded. Over the past few months, he had gathered a great deal of intelligence, all about the first three tyrants. As the saying goes, know your enemy and know yourself, and you will never be defeated. Therefore, with insufficient intelligence, Chen-Fei would not act rashly. No, to be more precise, Chen-Fei had only gathered intelligence on Jie and Morrison. He knew they were entrenched in South America and had immense power. As for the first tyrant, Yi Junlin, no matter how hard Chen-Fei tried to gather information, he couldn't find a single clue. In fact, even Junlin Island is merely a legend. No one knows its exact location. This is what drives Chen-Fei mad with anxiety. He hasn't heard any news about Luo Bing for several months. Whether she is alive or dead, safe or in danger, Chen-Fei has no idea. Thinking of this, Chen-Fei clenched his fists tightly. Whether it was Morrison or Jia, they were different from the other pirates. Their base had already shifted from the open sea to the mainland. In Boz and Hongdu, they had been operating for years, not only in large numbers but also with elite troops, each of whom had spilled countless lives. Our brothers aren't a match for them, Lilith said solemnly. Chen-Fei nodded in agreement. According to intelligence, Boz and Hongdu had been fortified by these two sea pirates into impregnable strongholds, completely under their control. Trying to storm in with just over 10,000 men was impossible. Even if we had more men, it wouldn't matter. These minor brothers reach their peak combat effectiveness when they're venting their hatred. After that, they're just average. The only reason they've been able to follow Chen-Fei and emerge victorious in every battle, annihilating the pirates, is because of their sheer numbers. However, once they find themselves in an unfamiliar land environment, facing even more numerous and stronger enemies, they will be utterly defeated. That's why Chen-Fei hasn't taken any further action so far. It's truly because there's no way to proceed. Just then, the door was knocked. Come in. The meeting room door opened, and Mina walked in. Chen-Fei, I've received a message from the rescue base. A merchant group from Daxia has been captured by pirates. The rescue team is preparing to act. Do you want to go with them? I came here specifically to tell you, Mina said quickly. Upon hearing this, Chen-Fei paused for a moment before nodding. A merchant caravan from Daxia is in trouble. Chen-Fei couldn't just stand by and do nothing. Tell me the details. How many people are in the merchant group, and who kidnapped them? Chen-Fei asked. The caravan consists of 10 people, all prominent business tycoons from Daxia. They were en route to an international business conference when they were kidnapped. Based on our leads, the culprits are likely affiliated with the Vera faction. Mina explained. At this, Chen-Fei and the others were immediately startled. Vera? Isn't he supposed to have withdrawn from the sea? Has he started kidnapping merchants now? Chen-Fei shook his head, suspecting it wasn't that simple. Where did Vera take the merchant group? The direction seems to be South America, Mina said. That must be it. Chen-Fei furrowed his brows. It seems that Vera plans to use this merchant caravan as a ticket to contact the third tyrant, Morrison. Lilith and Zhou Shang also caught on to something. Could it be that this guy hasn't given up his treacherous plans and still intends to launch a counterattack against us? It's highly likely. Vera must be planning to use Morrison's power to fight against us. Then it's even more urgent to rescue this merchant group. We'll go with you, Chen-Fei. Lilith and Zhou Shang said. No, Chen-Fei, you must stay with our squad. The captured merchant group isn't at sea, so we can't take that many people, Mina said. Chen-Fei now has over 10,000 men under his command. He can roam the open seas unchecked, but land isn't something you can just walk onto. I understand. Chen Fei nodded in understanding. These 10,000 men don't necessarily need Chen Fei to command them. Whether it's Zhou Sheng or Lilith, these two are effectively Chen Fei's deputies now, so the task of eliminating the pirates can be entrusted to them. Chen Fei can now relax and enjoy being a hands-off leader. Leave this matter to you, Chen Fei said. Lilith and Zhou Sheng nodded and instructed. Be careful. If anything comes up, remember to contact us. Chen Fei followed Mina out of the meeting room, preparing to set sail and join his team. Over the past month, Chen Fei had become familiar with this international rescue team. It was an official rescue team composed of personnel dispatched by various countries, with the sole purpose of rescuing people in distress at sea due to various accidents. However, before Chen Fei could depart, his communicator rang. Seeing the caller ID, it was Ma Xue. Chen Fei quickly answered. Miyue, what's the matter? Of course there's something. A seductive voice came through the phone. Chen Fei froze in surprise. This wasn't Mishi Lia's voice. Who are you? How did you get Mishi's phone? Chen Fei demanded sternly. Ha, Chen Fei. It's only been a few months and you can't even recognize my voice anymore? Chen Fei furrowed his brows, thinking carefully, then suddenly realized. Li Yingying? That's right, I'm still alive. Surprised? Hearing the affirmative response, Chen Fei was shocked. He was indeed surprised, as he hadn't seen Li Yingying since that incident on the deserted island, and he had almost forgotten about her. He never expected to receive her call now, and it was even made using Mishi's phone. What's going on here? Isn't Mishi at the base? Could something have happened at the base? Where's Mi Shui? You're talking about your little wife, aren't you? Come on, give Chen a shout. Are you mute or something? Li Yingying's delicate shouts rang out, followed by the sound of slapping on the other end. 222, knowing there's a tiger in the mountain. Don't hit my sister. Adele's screams also came through the phone. Li Yingying, stop. Chen Fei shouted angrily, what grudge do you have against me? Take it out on me. Give me your address, and I'll come over. That's exactly what I was waiting for. I'll send you the coordinates. If you don't show up within a day, I'll skin your mistress alive. Remember, only one person is allowed to come. Li Yingying spoke coldly before hanging up the phone. Damn it, I should have killed you back then. Chen Fei was filled with anger and resentment. What's wrong? Need help? Mina noticed Chen Fei's unusual mood and turned to ask. Nothing. I can't go with you for now. You guys go ahead. Stay in touch. Be careful. Chen Fei said. Alright, be careful too. Mina didn't ask any further questions and left first. Chen Fei boarded the speedboat and headed toward the coordinates Li Yingying had provided at top speed. Along the way, Chen Fei called the maritime base again. Since Mi Shui had been captured, it might mean something had gone wrong at the maritime base. Chen Fei wanted to find out what was happening. However, after calling for a long time, no one answered. This made Chen Fei even more anxious, but there was no time to return to the base to check. He had to hurry to the coordinates immediately. If he was late, Mi Shui might be in danger. Meanwhile, at the maritime base. Why aren't you answering the phone? Liang Ting watched the phone ring several times and couldn't help but ask. At that moment, she couldn't move an inch. The base was entirely under Lu Yan's control. It's Fei Gu calling. I want to answer it too. But I can't answer it right now. I have to make sure all the women who are bothering Fei Gu are dead before I talk to him. That way, he'll cherish me more. Lu Yan said excitedly, then brought a bowl of egg custard to the bedside, scooped a spoonful, blew on it gently, waited for it to cool slightly, and placed it by Liang Ting's lips. Auntie, eat something. Liang Ting closed her mouth and turned her head away. But before she could, her head was forced back by Lu Yan, who held her face with one hand and forced the egg custard into her mouth with the other. Auntie, you have to listen to me. Yan Yan is telling you to eat, so you must eat, do you understand? Lu Yan's tone was extremely gentle, but her eyes held a terrifying emptiness. Liang Ting was on the verge of mental collapse. She didn't know if the innocent and adorable Yan Yan could ever return to her former self. In a port in South America. Inside a factory. Li Yingying sat on a chair with her legs crossed, holding a slender lady's cigarette between her fingers, smoke swirling around her fingertips. She took a light puff, and the smoke drifted out from her delicate red lips. In the corner of the factory. Mi Shui and Adele were bound with ropes and left there. Tears streamed down Mishi Shui's cheeks like broken pearls. She hated herself so much she wanted to kill herself. Sister, did you hear how anxious your brother sounded on the phone just now? He said he was very concerned about you. Little Adele added weakly from beside her. Don't say anything, please, Adele. Miyu bit her lips until they bled. How could she not have heard? The tension and concern were evident. This proved one thing, the letter was definitely not written by the owner. Moved to the core, she now understood something, though she dared not believe it. Why? The person she risked her life to save would treat her this way. They had once shared a bond so deep they would have given their lives for each other. On the icy island, they had been able to warm each other in the cold. Yet now, she had done something so cruel. Perhaps she was innocent too? Miu Lia clung to this faint hope in her heart, but aside from the people inside the base, who else could have access to Chen Fei's handwriting to study and imitate it? How could outsiders even enter the room? Her head ached unbearably, and she dared not think further. What was more important now was that her recklessness had led them into a life-threatening crisis. Mishi wasn't worried about her own safety, she was worried about her master. This woman clearly had a grudge against her master. What if she used her to control her master? The thought filled her with guilt and pain beyond words. If it weren't for Adele being here, she would have thrown herself against the wall, at least not dragging Chen Fei down with her. But thinking about it was useless. As time passed, the sky grew darker. Finally, the voice she had been longing to hear yet dreaded came from outside. Li Yingying, I'm here. Chen Fei walked into the factory and spoke softly. The moment he entered the port, he felt countless eyes fixed on him. Clearly, this was a trap set up just for him. Yet, despite this, Chen Fei remained unwavering. Mi Shui was here. Even knowing the danger, he had to face it head-on. As soon as Chen Fei entered, his gaze swept around the room, searching for Mishi's whereabouts. Seeing that she and Adele were being held captive but had not suffered any injuries, he finally relaxed slightly. Miu Lia, upon seeing Chen Fei, first felt joy, then guilt and self-blame. Countless emotions surged through her heart, making her feel utterly overwhelmed. Adele's wide eyes were filled with hope, and the fear she had felt earlier had dissipated greatly. In her young mind, Chen Fei was like a savior. Chen Fei, you really dared to come. It seems you really care about this woman, huh? But she's not any prettier than me. Li Yingying snorted coldly, speaking indifferently. However, Chen Fei's gaze swept past her. Mi Shui, what's going on? Is something wrong at the base? Chen Fei was filled with confusion. On the way there, he had been thinking about how Li Yingying could possibly enter the base and kidnap Mishi. Master, I'm sorry. Miu Lia cried, her eyes red and swollen. 223, get down on your knees. Alright, I'm here. Why are you still crying? Hearing her apology, Chen Fei realized it wasn't about the base after all, she had come out on her own. Since that was the case, Chen Fei couldn't possibly blame her further, it would only make her feel worse. Regardless of the reason, she certainly didn't want things to turn out this way. Chen Fei. Are you still ignoring me like this? Li Yingying's previously haughty expression turned slightly angry. The thing that bothered her the most was that, back on the deserted island, when she had shown her feelings for him, Chen Fei had completely ignored her. After all, Li Yingying was extremely confident in her own beauty. In fact, she wouldn't dare to say she was any less beautiful than Lin Xianer, yet the treatment she received from Chen Fei was like night and day. Therefore, Li Yingying was extremely upset. Now that she was in a position of power, she couldn't stop thinking about making Chen Fei bow his head to her to vent her pent-up frustration. Li Yingying, we were classmates after all. I didn't do anything wrong to you, did I? Chen Fei said. His impression of Li Yingying had always been poor, especially during their last meeting, when she nearly caused Lin Xianer's death. However, she did have a shred of conscience and pushed Lin Xianer back, so she wasn't entirely without mercy. But now she is suddenly targeting me. I have no idea why. Classmates? Haha, now you want to talk about our relationship? When we were on the deserted island, why didn't you mention being classmates? Li Yingying sneered, thinking Chen Fei was scared. Don't give me that nonsense. Without me, you would have died on that deserted island. No matter what grudges you harbor, that's an undeniable fact. Chen Fei ignored Li Yingying's cold expression and said directly, what do you want me to do? Do you want to kill me for revenge? Then just do it. As long as you let her go. But if anything happens to Ma Xue or her sister, you won't end up well. Hearing this, Mishi Liaya couldn't stop her tears from flowing. Earlier, she had actually taken those letters seriously, but now Chen Fei valued his own life more than hers. Chen Fei, do you know how much I hate your arrogant attitude? What gives you the right to look down on me? Li Yingying suddenly stood up, her voice trembling with emotion. Although Chen Fei hadn't said anything overly harsh and had only stated the facts, it still grated on Li Yingying's nerves. I've never looked down on you provided you respect yourself. Or perhaps you think that only someone like Long Haoyu, who beats and scolds you, truly respects you? Chen Fei remained unfazed. Shut up. Li Yingying slammed her hand on the table and snarled, if Long Haoyu were here right now, I'd make him die in a rhythmic fashion. Everyone who looks down on me will die. Chen Fei, what about you? What do you think I'll do to you? Let me tell you, everyone in this port is my man. You won't be able to escape. All your people? Not necessarily. Chen Fei replied indifferently. Upon hearing this, Li Yingying's expression suddenly turned panicked, but she quickly covered it up and coldly snorted, in any case, without my orders, you'll never get out of here. Ha, you don't know, do you? The one protecting me is Dennis. Chen Fei froze upon hearing the name. It sounded familiar, but he couldn't quite place it. Chen Fei, haven't you been quite famous on the seas lately? You've dealt with so many sea tyrants. What? You don't even know Dennis, the general under the third sea tyrant, Morrison? Li Yingying said. Upon hearing this, he immediately recalled that there was indeed such a person. During his intelligence gathering on Morrison, one of his 5 great generals was named Dennis. No wonder this port is in South America, it's already within the third tyrant's territory. Chen Fei felt that fate was playing a cruel joke on him. He had originally planned to make contact with the third tyrant, but Vera had kidnapped the merchant group and handed them over to him. Now he had ended up in the tyrant's territory first. However, the current situation was extremely disadvantageous for Chen Fei. So, do you really want to leave safely with your little wife? Chen Fei remained silent. The other party had gone to great lengths to kidnap Manhwa and summon him here. He couldn't just hand her over unconditionally. There must be more to this. Leaving was simple, kneel down and lick my feet. Ha! Liang Ying laughed seductively and wildly. Chen Fei furrowed his brows in disgust at such a repulsive demand. This woman hadn't seen him in months, yet she had become even more vicious than before. What? Unwilling? That's my only demand. Once you fulfill it, I'll let you take her away. I just want to see how this arrogant man will submit before me. Liang Ying said coldly. You filthy woman. Master, don't listen to her. Mishlia couldn't hold back any longer and shouted angrily with tears in her eyes. 224, a cat that stepped on its tail. Shut up. Did I give you permission to speak? Liang Ying snapped, reaching out to flip a switch. Zzz. Ah! A buzzing sound emanated from Mishi Lia's body, and she collapsed to the ground, screaming in agony. Sister! Adele rushed forward to check on Mishi, but as soon as she got close, she was also struck by the electricity, and tears immediately streamed down her face. Stop! What have you done to her? Chen Fei was startled and shouted angrily. He saw that there were black metal rings on both her wrists and ankles, emitting a blue glow. It was clear that the electric current was coming from those metal rings. That's exactly what you saw. Liang Ying shrugged and turned off the switch. Manhwa, who had been trembling like a fish out of water, finally stopped moving, but she still couldn't control the slight twitching and hadn't regained consciousness from the electric shock. Chen Fei seized the opportunity to rush forward and grab the switch from Liang Ying's hands, but she had been prepared and stepped back, dodging his grab. She sneered, Do you believe me if I press the detonation button? Let me tell you, the metal rings on her body are all explosive. And if you try to forcefully remove them, they'll explode too. Chen Fei heard this and immediately stopped in his tracks. He never expected such a device to be installed on Manhwa. I'll ask you one last time, will you kneel or not? Liang Ying said arrogantly, as if she had already the upper hand over Chen Fei. Miu Lia tried to stop her, but due to the electric shock earlier, she couldn't utter a single word. She could only sob quietly, biting her lips tightly. She would rather die herself than let Chen Fei suffer such humiliation. Liang Ying, I think we can make a deal. Chen Fei suddenly changed the subject and said. A deal? What capital do you have to make a deal with me? Chen Fei, don't even think about it. I'm giving you 3 seconds. My bargaining chip is that I can help you escape from here. Chen Fei said. What did you say? Liang Ying was taken aback for a moment, then burst out laughing as if she had heard the funniest joke. Why would I want to escape from here? Here, I have a high-ranking position, I don't have to worry about food or money, and I have plenty of it. There's no better place in the world than here. Then why go to all this trouble to bring me here? Isn't it just to get me to help you escape? Don't think I don't know. From the moment we landed, I noticed there were people watching you. I'm sure Dennis is protecting you because he knows about our relationship and wants to use that to catch me? But you're a smart person. You chose to bring me here in one day because today is the day Dennis is going to Boz. Every month on this day, the 5 great generals gather to meet with Morrison to review last month's income and distribute the profits, right? This is also what Chen Fei's intelligence reported. It's not top secret information, so it's easy to find out. I'm sure the factory is already surrounded by people, trapping us inside? Ha, no need to look to know that. Yet you say I can still leave? That must mean there's a secret passage inside the factory? And you didn't let me bring anyone here earlier because if there are too many of us, the guards will immediately report to Dennis and Boz, right? Chen Fei deduced. This isn't hard to understand. Liang Ying may be beautiful, but what good is that? There are beautiful women all over the world. Someone like Dennis has seen countless women. Why would he give Liang Ying such power? Moreover, they're foreigners with different tastes in beauty. Chen Fei believed that Liang Ying must have a backup plan because he knew she was a clever woman. She wouldn't accept such an ending to her life. Because once she is captured, her value is gone. So, she sent him because she couldn't leave on her own. And she couldn't let herself be captured by Dennis, so she had to come today. After all, nominally, Dennis is still protecting Liang Ying. When Dennis isn't around, everyone in this port must follow Liang Ying's orders. So today, without Liang Ying's orders, no one from outside can come in, they can only wait outside. Chen Fei, what I hate most is your self-righteous attitude. Liang Ying's expression was filled with anger. But she had to admit that Chen Fei had hit the nail on the head. Why get so angry? You put metal rings on Manhwa's body, wasn't it to threaten me so that I take you with me when the time comes? So whether I grovel or not, you'll still threaten me in the end and run away with me, right? Chen Fei hit the nail on the head. Hit by Chen Fei's words, Li Yingying was like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, immediately exploding in anger. Stop wasting my time. Are you going to kneel or not? Otherwise, I'll electrocute her. Li Yingying shouted. 225 Li Yingying's powerless rage. Ha, then let's die together. As long as Mi Shui is in danger, I won't leave you behind. We'll die here together. If you're not afraid of death, then go ahead and do it. Chen Fei said calmly. This woman is really something. Such a simple matter, just kidnap Mi Shui to blackmail herself and run away together. But she insists on making a mess of things, wanting me to beg her on my knees. She really thinks she's so clever. Now Chen Fei was determined. He believed that Li Yingying wouldn't give up her chance to survive for something like this. No. To be more precise, as a woman, if she couldn't leave this place, her fate would be worse than death. Li Yingying's face was a mix of emotions. Chen Fei had guessed everything. She, who had everything under control, was now being outmaneuvered. This was unbearable for Li Yingying, at least on the surface, it felt like a huge loss of face. Alright, we're in this together now. As long as you don't press that button again, I'll still consider you a classmate and do my best to get you out of here. How about it? Chen Fei said. At this point, Chen Fei's priority was to stabilize Li Yingying's emotions and ensure that Mi Shui wasn't electrocuted again. Damn it, damn it. Li Yingying was furious with frustration. She had fantasized all day about Chen Fei kneeling before her, crawling at her feet in submission. Just thinking about it made her feel exhilarated. But in the end, it hadn't happened. Has that brat Chen Fei really been brought here? But just at that moment, a deep voice echoed from outside the factory. The moment she heard the voice, Li Yingying's expression suddenly changed. Dennis is back? That voice was Dennis's. He was supposed to be at Boz today, and according to past patterns, he wouldn't return until tomorrow at the earliest. But this time, he had returned early. It seemed that their regard for Chen Fei far exceeded Li Yingying's imagination. Captain Dennis, Li Yingying said she wants to deal with Chen Fei first and not let us in. Without you here, we dare not disobey her orders. The pirates' voices echoed from outside. Li Yingying, open the roll-up door immediately. Dennis shouted loudly from outside. Upon discovering the roll-up door was locked from the inside, he immediately drew his gun and fired several shots, shattering the lock. Follow me over here. Li Yingying no longer dared to hesitate. If she waited for Dennis to come in, it would be too late. She immediately headed toward the corner of the factory. Chen Fei quickly used a knife to cut the ropes binding Ma Shui and Adele, picked up Adele, and carried Ma Shui, who hadn't fully regained her mobility, on his back, following Li Yingying. In the corner of the factory, there was a large oil drum. After Li Yingying moved the oil drum aside, she saw a hole in the ground. Hurry! Li Yingying went in first, with Chen Fei following closely behind. After entering the passage, Chen Fei turned around and pushed the oil drum back into place, completely sealing the opening. Dennis must not have known about this opening, otherwise, he wouldn't have left Li Yingying here. Now that the opening was sealed, it wouldn't be able to hide them for long, but it would buy them some time. This was a long underground passage, more accurately described as a water pipe. It had been abandoned and was filled with rust. This pipe leads directly to the wastewater treatment plant on the shore. I've prepared a speedboat there. You know, speedboats have limited range, and the surrounding waters are uninhabited islands. We'll have to land on one of them first. Li Yingying said. Chen Fei nodded upon hearing this. He had anticipated this outcome. Otherwise, Li Yingying wouldn't have asked him to come along. She would have acted alone and left this place long ago. It's just that she has limited resources and couldn't obtain a larger vessel. If they end up on a deserted island, she wouldn't survive alone. As they continued forward, Chen Fei could already see a bright white light ahead, knowing they were nearing the end of the underground water pipe and about to reach the port. Clang! At that very moment, a loud explosion echoed behind them. Clearly, Dennis had discovered the passageway. If Chen Fei hadn't moved the oil drum back to buy some time, Dennis would have caught up sooner. You little bastard, I never expected this factory had such a passageway. It seems you've been planning this for a long time. I underestimated you. But do you think you can escape like this? Dennis' voice echoed from behind, accompanied by the reverberations. Although they were a certain distance apart, since they were both inside the water pipes, the sound carried clearly, making it seem as though it were right beside their ears, greatly increasing the sense of pressure. Fortunately, the light source was ahead. Li Yingying stepped out first, Chen Fei holding Adele, and Ma Shui Liaya, who had regained her mobility, followed closely behind, heading toward the port. Over there! Captain Dennis said to surround them. Hurry, there's only one exit to the sea. As soon as they reached the port, they heard footsteps and shouts coming from all directions. They're over there. Surround them. The captain is on his way. A dozen pirates who arrived first quickly surrounded us. Roar! At that moment, the roar of an engine echoed through the air. Li Yingying, who had been the first to rush into the port, had already driven the speedboat over. Hurry! She shouted, and Chen Fei, holding Adele, and Mi Shui jumped onto the speedboat. With a loud roar, the speedboat sped off at full speed. The The pirates behind them all pulled the triggers, but Chen Fei, fully armed, stood at the back of the speedboat. Combined with Li Yingying's fast maneuvering and constant side-to-side movements, the pirates couldn't hit their targets. Only a few bullets struck Chen Fei's back, but they merely produced a puff of white smoke, blocked by his bulletproof vest. The speedboat sped forward. Chen Fei pulled out his communicator and continuously reported their coordinates. Before he could take action, backup had already been arranged. As long as they weren't caught by the ships behind them, they could escape safely. Behind them, over 10 speedboats were closing in at top speed, closing in on Chen Fei. And their fuel reserves were still ample. If this continues, we'll be caught sooner or later, Li Yingying said in a low voice. The other side has spare fuel. If they run out, they can just refuel. But Chen Fei's situation is different. It's just a backup speedboat that Li Yingying secretly prepared, and it's not even fully fueled. Bang, bang. Gunfire echoed continuously from behind. The distance between them was rapidly closing. Don't worry about that. Just keep going at full speed. Even if we run out of fuel, it doesn't matter. The most important thing now is not to let them catch up, Chen Fei shouted. 226, helicopter destroyed. Li Yingying wanted to say something, but ultimately kept her mouth shut. Although following Chen Fei's orders made her feel annoyed, she managed to hold back. After all, she was well aware that to survive in the wilderness, she had to obey Chen Fei. Otherwise, she wouldn't have brought him along in the first place and started fleeing. At this rate, we'll only last 5 minutes. All the fuel in the speedboat will be gone, Li Yingying said. If that happened, they would be surrounded instantly and sink into the ocean. Keep going, Chen Fei said in a low voice, continuing to fiddle with the communicator. After accelerating to the absolute limit, they finally managed to maintain a safe distance from the pursuing forces. As the fuel gauge on the instrument panel continued to drop, Li Yingying's cold sweat soaked through her back. If they were caught, it would be worse than death. Chen Fei remained calm. Mi Shui, why did you leave the base? His focus remained on the matter at hand. He hadn't asked earlier out of concern that she might feel too guilty. Now that they had escaped, though not yet completely safe, he felt it was finally safe to ask. Master, Miyuki didn't know how to start. Though she suspected Lu Yen was behind it, it was only a hunch, and she refused to think of her as a villain. A sliver of hope still lingered in her heart. So she simply shook her head. It's Lu Yen, brother. Lu Yen gave sister a letter, saying it was from you for her. Adele tried to speak up, but before she could finish, Mishi Liaya covered her mouth. I never left you a letter. What does it say? Chen Fei frowned. Mishikshu remained silent, lowering her head in silence. She felt both happy and sad inside. She was happy because her master hadn't rejected her, but sad because the letter might actually have been written by Lu Yen. Chen Fei saw she didn't want to talk about it and didn't press further. He sensed something was amiss and figured he'd get to the bottom of it once they returned to the base. But the most important thing now was to escape the pursuers behind them. They were almost out of fuel. Chen Fei heard this and felt a slight sense of urgency, but he couldn't show it. Roar! Just then, a loud roar of propellers suddenly echoed from the sky ahead. The moment he heard the sound, Chen Fei couldn't help but feel a surge of hope. He looked up immediately and saw an unmanned helicopter in the sky, being remotely controlled, rushing toward them at top speed. Just as it was about to arrive, a soft ladder was lowered from the helicopter. Upon seeing the rope ladder, Li Yingying instantly realized that this was the helicopter Chen Fei had called to rescue them. She couldn't help but feel overjoyed. As long as they boarded the helicopter, the speedboat chasing them wouldn't be able to catch up, and they would be able to escape safely. Chen Fei, holding Adele in his arms, leaped into the air, grabbed the rope ladder, and turned to the two women, shouting, "Jump up quickly." Mishli and Li Yingying heard this and immediately followed suit, jumping up and gripping the rope ladder tightly with both hands. Once everyone had a firm grip, the rope ladder began to retract. This was all pre-arranged by Chen Fei, who had instructed Zhou Ding to remotely control the helicopter. On Zhou Ding's screen, he could clearly see Chen Fei's current situation. This unmanned remote-controlled helicopter had cost Chen Fei a fortune, specifically for use in critical moments like this. Damn it, we can't let them escape. How are we supposed to catch them? The speedboat can't fly. We need to inform the boss immediately. The pirates chasing from behind were all panicking, unsure of how to pursue. After all, how could they possibly catch up in boats on the sea? Chen Fei felt cold inside the aircraft. The altitude wasn't particularly high, but the region was in a cold climate zone, so the temperature was low. Looking down from the aircraft, the islands below were covered in glaciers. Suddenly, at that moment, the sound of engines roaring came from behind. And the sound of propellers spinning. Upon hearing the sound, Chen Fei froze in shock. He quickly turned around and saw another helicopter chasing after them. A person was hanging outside the helicopter. He looked muscular, with a black pirate-style headscarf, a thick beard, and a machine gun in his hand. It was Dennis. Li Yingying, seeing this, panicked to the extreme. She never expected Dennis to come chasing after them in a helicopter. And he was holding a gun. Chen Fei had no weapons on his side. In this situation, wouldn't they just become targets? Moreover, they were on a helicopter. If the helicopter were hit, it would be extremely dangerous. Quick, secure the parachute. Chen Fei shouted loudly. Clearly, he had also noticed the danger. If anything went wrong, the helicopter would crash immediately. Goodbye. However, before the two women could put on their parachutes, Dennis on the helicopter behind them let out a sinister laugh and pulled the trigger. Bang! With a series of impacts, the helicopter's metal hull was pierced. The fuel tank was also punctured, and worst of all, a piece of the rotor blade was torn off. In an instant, the entire helicopter veered off course. Ah! They couldn't secure themselves. Manhwa and Li Yingying couldn't maintain their balance, let alone stand steadily. They couldn't even fasten their parachutes. They had to cling tightly to the steel pipes inside the helicopter to stay upright, otherwise, they would fall out. Adele, hold on to your brother's neck. In this critical moment, Chen Fei had no time to hesitate, he had to take the risk. If they continued, the helicopter would crash, and with the fuel tank leaking, it could even explode. Hearing Chen Fei's words, little Adele obediently wrapped her arms around Chen Fei's neck, with her tiny legs wrapped around his body. In that very instant, the helicopter plummeted downward. Jump! Chen Fei grabbed Manhwa and Li Yingying with both hands and leaped out of the helicopter. The sensation of weightlessness hit them instantly. Quick, press the button on my shoulder strap. Chen Fei shouted loudly. Now he was holding one woman in each hand and couldn't spare a hand to press the button. If he didn't deploy the parachute soon, the altitude would be too low for it to fully open, and they would plummet to their deaths. Li Yingying was completely panicked in the weightless state. Although she had been adrift at sea for so long, her mindset was stronger than before. She had never experienced falling from a helicopter before. Miyu Shiraya, however, remained more composed. In this critical moment, she forced herself to ignore the suffocating sensation and pressed the button on Chen Fei's shoulder strap with precision. Whoosh! Instantly, the parachute deployed. 227, you guys sure know how to play. After falling for a moment longer, it finally opened completely near the ground. In the end, all four of them landed on the ground, their internal organs feeling as though they had shifted out of place. Although the parachute had fully deployed, it was a single-person parachute, and 3 adults plus a child were clearly too heavy. If the ground below had been flat, they might have been killed on impact. Fortunately, the 4 landed on a glacier on the island, crashing into a thick snowdrift, narrowly escaping death. Are you okay? Chen Fei had tightly embraced Adele just before landing, so she was unharmed. As for Manhwa and Li Yingying, Chen Fei had no idea. Master, I'm fine. I'm not dead. Manhwa and Li Yingying looked pale and clearly in poor condition, but at least they weren't in immediate danger and hadn't suffered serious injuries. However, the 4 of them were still in danger, as they had landed directly on the snow-covered mountain peak, where the temperature was extremely low. It had already dropped below freezing, and if they didn't leave the mountain peak quickly, they would freeze to death. Brother, big brother, Adele is so cold. Adele's face was ashen, clearly suffering from the cold, and her lips had turned a purplish blue. If they stayed on the mountain peak any longer, they would likely freeze to death. Hurry, let's get down the mountain. Chen Fei held Adele tightly and said to the 2 shivering women, for every 300 meters we descend in altitude, the temperature will rise by 2 degrees Celsius. As long as we keep moving downward, the temperature will continue to rise, and once we reach above 0 degrees Celsius, we will be out of danger. After speaking, Chen Fei led the way down the mountain. Manhwa and Li Yingying were freezing to death, but they followed closely behind, moving as fast as they could. Watch your step, don't slip and fall. Chen Fei cautioned. Why don't we go down the southern slope? It should be warmer there. Li Yingying glanced at the sky and said. Although it's freezing and snowy, the sun is still shining overhead, though we can't feel the warmth. The sunlight was shining on the southern hills. No way. Chen Fei warned directly, because this area is in an extreme environment, the southern side of the snow-capped mountains is constantly exposed to the sun's rays. Although the temperature isn't high, it significantly increases the risk of avalanches. Especially if someone is moving around up there, it would be extremely dangerous. Upon hearing the words avalanche, Li Yingying's face turned pale instantly. In such an environment, if one were to encounter an avalanche, there would be no chance of survival, one would die without even a place to be buried. Just then, the sound of helicopter rotors echoed across the mountaintop. Without even turning their heads, the group knew that Dennis's pursuers had arrived. However, the situation was even worse than Chen Fei had imagined. The sound of the rotor blades didn't stop. One after another, helicopters landed on the mountaintop, and over 100 fully armed men followed Dennis to the summit. Divide into 4 groups and pursue them down the mountain, Dennis said in a low voice. Earlier, he had thought they could kill Chen Fei outright, but he never expected 4 of them to survive. Their lives were truly resilient. Fortunately, they had made preparations beforehand, knowing Chen Fei was no easy opponent, and had deployed 10 more helicopters. A total of 100 elite troops had come here with one goal, to kill Chen Fei. You've really brought this upon yourself. They want your life so badly. Li Yingying was speechless. She had already thought it was absurd for Dennis to send a helicopter to chase them, but she never imagined it would be even more absurd 10 helicopters. Now she was starting to doubt whether it was a good idea to have Chen Fei help her escape. Maybe she'd have a better chance of escaping alone, since Dennis Woon T personally brings so many people to chase her. Oh no! Boss, it's a snowstorm. Help me. Just as Li Yingying was doubting herself, from the back of the snow-covered mountain, a series of piercing screams suddenly echoed out. The sound lasted only an instant before disappearing completely, leaving Li Yingying frozen in place. Because Chen Fei had led several people down the mountain from the north, and the backside of the north was the south. Just as Chen Fei had said earlier, an avalanche had indeed occurred on the southern side. In the wilderness, Chen Fei's experience made his words as reliable as law. Li Yingying couldn't help but think that if she had made the decision herself, she would already be dead. In the wilderness, it only takes a few seconds for a living being to become a corpse. Master, you were right. A snow avalanche really did occur in the south. We split into 4 groups of 100 people, and we've already lost a quarter of our numbers. Master, you're truly amazing. Mishi Liaya exclaimed excitedly. Chen Fei remained calm, showing no signs of pride. Just as he had always maintained, in the wilderness, the greatest enemy was not the pursuers behind you. You call him Chen Fei director? What kind of director is he to you? Li Yingying was curious. From the moment she first heard Mishi call Chen Fei by that name, she found it odd. He's the master. Master, you know now? Mishi translated. You guys are pretty good at this. Li Yingying rolled her eyes and continued following along. The snow-capped mountains were very high, and as they continued to descend, the temperature did indeed rise slightly. However, compared to the summit, it was still below freezing. The pursuers were still behind them. Chen Fei glanced back but couldn't tell if Daniel was leading the group on this side. However, the distance between them hadn't closed. After all, on the slope, even at high speeds, there was a limit to how fast they could go, otherwise, they might lose their footing and roll down the mountain. As they continued to descend, the temperature finally rose above freezing. They had now descended to 1/5 of the way down the snow-covered mountain, finally temporarily escaping life-threatening danger. However, while the cold had eased slightly, hunger quickly set in once again. By this time, it was nearly dark. In such conditions, continuing forward would be extremely dangerous. We need to find a place to rest and wait until tomorrow to continue descending. Otherwise, in the pitch-black night, even the slightest misstep could cost us our lives on the snow-covered mountain. Chen Fei said. Brother, Adele is so hungry. Adele, who was being held by Chen Fei, had a plump little face that was still frozen white. But even so, she still wanted to eat. Don't disturb the master brother now. Miyua furrowed her brows and said to Adele. Li Yingying, can't you give them something to eat? You know we have to run away. Are you a pig? Chen Fei scolded her directly. I haven't eaten either. If you keep making noise, I'll electrocute her. If you dare touch that button, I'll kick you right out of here. Chen Fei shouted angrily. Li Yingying glared at Chen Fei angrily but dared not speak. Seeing the 20 or so Dennis men buried under the avalanche, she realized even more clearly that without Chen Fei, there was no way they could survive and leave this place. See that gray area over there? That SA line of trees. Once we get there, we'll have something to eat. Chen Fei said. 228, Ice Plain Fishing. What is that? Just a barren forest, right? How could there be food there? Li Yingying said upon seeing the scene. Even though she knew Chen Fei was capable, he couldn't just conjure food out of thin air, could he? Was he going to eat trees or insects? As it turned out, Li Yingying was right. After reaching the tree line, Chen Fei first found some soft pine roots, grabbed a handful, and chewed them in his mouth. He gave the rest to Mishi, Adele, and Li Yingying. However, only Mishi followed Chen Fei obediently and ate without hesitation. Li Yingying tugged at the corner of her mouth but didn't touch a single piece. Even Adele puckered her lips and refused to eat. After being at the base for so long, Adele had become spoiled. She used to be a skinny little girl, but now she has become a little chubby girl. Adele, eat. Seeing her sister refuse to eat, Mishi grew angry and ordered her to eat. Adele's little face twisted in distress, but she dared not disobey her sister's words. Plus, her stomach was indeed growling with hunger, so she grabbed a few pine roots and stuffed them into her mouth. However, after chewing for a moment, her eyes lit up. It didn't taste as bad as she had imagined. This tastes like celery. Chen Fei answered for her. Yes, it's celery. Adele nodded, feeling the crisp texture in her mouth. The tender shoots of pine roots contain calories. Eating a handful is like having a little chocolate. Though not much, it can sustain you for a while and save your life in a pinch. Chen Fei explained. After eating all the soft pine roots within sight, Chen Fei went to a bush and peeled off the bark of a dead tree. He saw countless ants crawling around inside. These are also edible. Chen Fei said. Ugh. Li Yingying couldn't help but gag. Just looking at it made her scalp tingle, and now he was saying it was edible? She couldn't handle it. Chen Fei, you really brought us here to eat grass and insects. I'll eat. Manhwa also felt a tightness in her heart, but since the master said it was edible, she would eat anything without hesitation. However, while she was willing to eat the ants herself, she truly didn't want her younger sister to eat them. Don't rush. Shenfei stopped Mishi and said, ants secrete a large amount of formic acid when they're alive. If you want to eat them, you can only eat the eggs. But do you really want to eat them? What do you think? Li Yingying snapped. No way. Wah! Adele was scared to tears. I should want to, right? Mishia said reluctantly. There is no choice, we can't disobey the master's orders. Do you really want to? Let's make a deal, I won't eat it. Shenfei said. What did the master say? Mishikshu widened her eyes. If the master won't eat it, I won't either. The master just said it was okay to eat it earlier. Yeah, but just because it's okay to eat doesn't mean I have to eat it. Shenfei chuckled, we're not at the point of eating ants yet. These ant eggs can be used for more things. To gross people out, right? Li Yingying choked out. Huh, just wait until we catch a fish, don't eat it then. Shenfei said casually. What? Li Yingying was taken aback, clearly not expecting that ant eggs could have such a significant use. Her expression softened immediately, and she dared not confront Shenfei anymore. But master, how can we tell the difference between ant eggs? Manhwa looked at the swarm of ants crawling everywhere and couldn't tell the difference. This is simple. Shenfei spoke, then picked up a large leaf, shielding the light to create a shadow, and tossed both ants and ant eggs into the damp shadow. Immediately, it became clear that the ants began to move. Master, I can see them now. Manhwa was very excited. Only the ants could be seen moving in large groups, each carrying ant eggs, heading toward the shadows, making them easy to distinguish at a glance. These ants prefer dry places, so as long as you place them in the shade, you can see the active ants carrying the immobile eggs. Shenfei explained. Li Yingying was completely stunned. Although she had been stranded on the deserted island with Shenfei, she hadn't spent much time with him and hadn't fully witnessed his survival skills. It wasn't until now that she truly felt how vast Shenfei's knowledge was. The bait was obtained, but where were the fish? Li Yingying hadn't even eaten a pine root earlier, but now that she heard there were fish, she couldn't resist. Even without seeing a single fish, she was already salivating. There was no choice. She had complete faith in Shenfei's abilities. If he said there were fish, then he must be able to get them, right? It's just ahead, not far from here. Shenfei said, walking forward, only to find a smooth sheet of ice. Master, are you saying the fish are all beneath the ice? Manhwa asked. That is right. Just chisel through the ice, and we can fish. Shenfei said. How do we break through the ice? It's way too thick. Li Yingying glanced at the ice on the ground. Although she could see the water flowing beneath, the ice was at least several centimeters thick. Without tools, it would be impossible to break through such a thick layer of ice. Let's go further ahead. The ice there is thinner, so it should be easier to break through. Li Yingying said. You know the ice is thinner there, so why are you going to risk your life? We don't even know if it can hold your weight. If the ice breaks, you'll fall into the icy lake and freeze to death. Shenfei said. Li Yingying heard this and quickly stopped her forward steps, feeling a chill run down her spine. If she fell into the icy water, that wouldn't be something to joke about. Moments later, she saw Shenfei holding a dagger, crouched under a tree, swinging it with all his might. Master, what are you cutting? Manhwa walked over, surprised by the sight. The wood was incredibly sturdy. Even with all that force, he hadn't managed to cut through it after half an hour. This is juniper wood. It's extremely hard, and look, doesn't it resemble an axe? This is a natural ice-breaking axe, and it works very well. Shenfei said, and after a long time, he finally managed to cut the juniper wood down. Holding it in his hand, it really did look like an axe. Stay away from me. They came to a patch of ice, and Shenfei carefully assessed the situation for a moment before deciding to break the ice here. The ice here was quite thick, and even if they chiseled out an ice hole, it would be safer than other areas. However, even so, it didn't guarantee 100% safety. In nature, nothing is absolute. Nature doesn't make promises to anyone. 229. The effect of limited edition cosmetics. Manhwa hugged Adele and retreated with Li Yingying, stopping only after they were a safe distance away from Shenfei. Around Shenfei's waist was a rope, which he had cut from his parachute after landing. In the wilderness, anything that could be useful should not be discarded lightly. It could be crucial in an emergency. Manhwa gripped the rope tightly, fearing Shenfei might encounter an accident. If he were to fall into the icy lake, she would pull him out at all costs. Li Yingying thought for a moment and also grabbed the rope, as she relied on Shenfei for survival. Fortunately, Shenfei's judgment was correct. The ice surface here was safe. After chiseling a hole, Shenfei began fishing. Manhwa, bring the hook over here. Shenfei shouted. A hook was obviously not something one would carry on one's person, but the parachute had a ring of hooks attached to it. When the rope was pulled back in, all the hooks were retrieved as well. Now they came in handy. Master, it's no use. The ant eggs are too small to be hooked. Manhwa frowned and said, although the ants can stick to the hooks, as soon as they're placed in the icy water, they're immediately washed away. This way, we won't be able to catch any fish. We need to think of a solution. Go find some pine needles and bring them back along with some branches to block this ice hole. Otherwise, it'll freeze over again in no time. Chen Fei said. Manhwa followed his instructions. After blocking the ice hole with pine needles, Chen Fei returned to the bushes and began searching again. What are you looking for? Li Yingying followed behind, asking in confusion. The injured tree. Chen Fei replied while continuing his search. The two women were both puzzled. How could a tree be injured? It was exactly what it sounded like. Chen Fei was looking for trees with injured trunks. After the trunk was damaged, the tree would secrete resin to repair the wound, resulting in an increase in resin. Typically, resin bulges slightly around the wound on a tree. What Chen Fei was now searching for was the resin itself. Resin is not uncommon, so Chen Fei soon found quite a bit of it. Immediately, Chen Fei lit the campfire. The environment here is extremely dry, so the shrubs ignite easily. Take out your makeup kit. Chen Fei held out his hands to Li Yingying. For a woman who loves beauty like her, cosmetics are definitely something she carries with her at all times. Li Yingying didn't know what Chen Fei was up to, but she still handed him the cosmetics. Immediately, she saw that Chen Fei had emptied the entire contents of the box. This is my limited edition makeup. Li Yingying was about to lose her mind. She thought Chen Fei was up to something, but it turned out he just wanted the box as a container to hold the resin and roast it over the fire. There was no other option. In this jungle on the snow-capped mountain, there wasn't a soul in sight, so he couldn't find any human-made trash. Without a container, Chen Fei had no choice but to use the cosmetics box. Under the heat, the black resin began to melt, though it was still filled with black impurities. However, the golden, glue-like resin could still be seen. Immediately, Chen Fei added some charcoal ash and began stirring with a branch, making the resin more viscous. The beeswax glue was ready. After a while, Chen Fei finally stopped working. He quickly applied the honey wax glue to the iron hook and then stuck the ant eggs onto it. This way, even in icy water, they wouldn't be washed away. Chen Fei approached the ice hole he had chiseled open, cleared away the pine needles and branches, and found that the ice hole had not frozen over. He then used the parachute cord to hang the hook and lowered it directly into the hole. Go warm yourselves by the fire. Chen Fei saw Manhwa holding Adele, along with Li Yingying, all gathered around the ice hole, which was about the size of a tennis ball, their eyes filled with anticipation. It's okay, master. Mishi will stay here with you. She wanted to be the first to know if any fish had taken the bait. Li Yingying and Adele were the same. The three of them were so hungry their stomachs were pressed against their backs, staring eagerly, wanting to catch a fish as soon as possible. Don't worry, we should be able to catch most of them. There are many fish that are also lacking food. As soon as Chen Fei finished speaking, he saw the rope move. He quickly pulled the line, and suddenly a trout was pulled up. This trout wasn't very big, but it was enough for one person to eat. Wow, Big Brother is so amazing. Adele, seeing this, clapped her hands excitedly. The two girls were equally thrilled. This fish can be eaten raw, but it's better to cook it first. You two go ahead and start grilling it. Chen Fei handed the trout to them and continued applying honey wax glue to the hook, preparing to keep fishing. Li Yingying took the trout and was about to go grill it. However, she saw Manhwa and Adele still standing by the ice cave, especially Adele, who was looking longingly but didn't say anything. Feeling a bit embarrassed, the thick-skinned Li Yingying hesitated to eat alone. For Manhwa, since Chen Fei hadn't eaten yet, she definitely wouldn't eat first. Li Yingying, take Adele and go grill the fish first. 2:30, Li Yingying falls into the icy water. Chen Fei knew what Manhwa was thinking, so he arranged it directly. This way, everyone was satisfied. Li Yingying could eat without hesitation, and the little one was already very hungry. Although Mishi wanted to stay with Chen Fei, she didn't want to see her younger sister go hungry. Immediately, Li Yingying took Adele to eat grilled fish first. Sizzle. The trout, skewered on branches, sizzled over the fire, with fat dripping down onto the campfire, emitting an enticing sizzling sound that made one's mouth water. Cold water fish, needing to stay warm, were extremely fatty, with flavor, texture, and aroma all top-notch. Especially when hungry, it was simply unbearable. Once the trout was cooked, Li Yingying tore it open, handed half to Adele, and the two began to eat heartily. The fish wasn't very large and wasn't enough for two people, so they finished it in just a few bites. Li Yingying stood up and glanced over. Chen Fei and Manhwa were still fishing in the ice cave. She had intended to go check on them, but suddenly felt the urge to use the restroom. Stay here by the fire, I'll go to the bathroom. Li Yingying instructed Adele before quickly heading toward the bushes. Adele sat by the campfire, sucking on the remaining grease from her little finger, clearly not satisfied. She hoped that Chen Fei would catch a few more fish. Plop! Ah! However, just at that moment, a splash of water sounded, followed by a scream. What's happening? Chen Fei, who was fishing, quickly stood up and looked toward the bushes. But all he saw was Adele. He didn't see Li Yingying. Adele stood up, her little face looking frightened, pointing behind the bushes. You stay here and fish. I'll go take a look. Chen Fei had a bad feeling in his heart. After speaking to Ma Xue, he walked toward the bushes. Sure enough, he saw a large crack opening up on the ice field outside the forest, with Li Yingying struggling in the icy water. Help! Save me! Li Yingying, nearly frozen stiff, saw Chen Fei and shouted with her last ounce of strength as if she had seen a savior. Chen Fei saw this and felt torn. He truly had no feelings for Li Yingying. She was a selfish woman who had bullied Mi Xue. If she were to die, he wouldn't feel the slightest bit of sadness. But now, she was about to die right before his eyes, and that felt different. Master, I'll go save her. You hold onto the rope. Mi Xue stepped forward and said. Although she had been bullied by her before, Mi Xue harbored no ill will. After seeing the conflict in Chen Fei's eyes, she made her decision. Sai, you hold onto the rope. Chen Fei ultimately decided to save her. After all, they were classmates, and Li Yingying wasn't a completely wicked person. If it had been Long Haoyu, Chen Fei would have set off fireworks even if he died in front of him. Chen Fei quickly stripped off all his clothes. If submerged in icy water, the clothes would not only fail to keep her warm but would also cling to her body, causing her body temperature to drop at 25 times the normal rate. That would pose a severe life-threatening danger. Master, be careful. Mi Xue, upon hearing this, tightly gripped the rope and wrapped it around Chen Fei's waist. Without hesitation, Chen Fei clenched his teeth and jumped into the freezing cold water. Plop! With a splash, Chen Fei instantly felt his entire body enveloped by bone-chilling cold. In just an instant, it felt as though his body was no longer his own. Chen Fei moved swiftly. If he didn't start moving his limbs immediately, he would freeze solid in an instant. Instantly, Chen Fei dove down, grabbed Li Yingying who was sinking, and surfaced as quickly as possible, shouting to Mi Xue, who was shivering uncontrollably, pull. Quickly pull. Mi Xue hurriedly pulled on the rope with all her strength. The rope wrapped around Chen Fei's body had already frozen solid. Once they reached the edge of the ice pit, Chen Fei quickly pushed Li Yingying onto the shore. But just then, the frozen rope snapped under the pressure of the ice, and Chen Fei, who was about to reach the shore, plunged back into the icy water. Master! Mi Yue screamed in horror, her eyes reddening instantly. She rushed toward the ice pit, ready to jump in and pull Chen Fei out. No! No, I can get out. Chen Fei stammered, adopting a seal-like posture, lowering his center of gravity, and slowly moving upward with his upper body pressed against the ice surface. Only by increasing the contact area could he prevent the ice from cracking. Otherwise, the fragile ice might shatter, and if Chen Fei fell back into the water, he would be doomed. Watching from the shore, Mi Xue was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. Seeing that even Chen Fei's eyelashes were covered in ice crystals, she wished it were her who had fallen into the icy lake. Fortunately, Chen Fei knew the self-rescue methods for falling into an ice lake, and his physical condition was excellent. Therefore, after falling in, he was able to rely on his own strength to return to the shore. Hurry! Chen Fei shivered as he returned to the campfire, using snowflakes from the ground to rub himself dry. Master, what are you doing? Mi Yue was startled by the sight. It was already so cold, and he was still rubbing snowflakes onto his body. Help her do the same. The air here is dry, and the snowflakes are dry snow, which can quickly absorb the moisture from the skin. Chen Fei explained while wiping himself down. Mi Xue finally understood and undid Li Yingying's clothes, using the dry snow to wipe her body as well. Sure enough, as soon as the ice water touched the snowflakes, it was immediately absorbed. This dry snow isn't just good for absorbing moisture, it can also be used to wash your face and rinse your mouth. It's very effective. Many people who live in snowy regions use this method for cleaning. After Chen Fei dried himself off, he put his clothes back on. Before getting into the water, Chen Fei had already left his clothes on the shore to avoid getting them wet. This allowed his body temperature to rise quickly. However, Li Yingying was different. Her clothes were completely soaked. She had to use the campfire to dry them. Even after her clothes were dry, she felt cold and shivered uncontrollably by the fire, as she had nothing to wear. Chen Fei, I thought you were some kind of gentleman, but you just wanted to see me naked, didn't you? Li Yingying was freezing and shivering as she spoke. Ha, that won't work on me. I'll freeze you to death. And you fell into the ice pit because you were relieving yourself there, causing the ice to melt. You deserve it. Chen Fei didn't know what she was thinking, she just wanted her clothes back. Li Yingying was furious, but since she had been called out for relieving herself, she couldn't blush. She just angrily said, if I freeze to death, I'll electrocute your little mistress before I die. Your little thing is already frozen solid by the water. Who are you trying to scare? Chen Fei snorted coldly. Then let's try it. Li Yingying said, this entire set of equipment is fireproof, cold-resistant, and waterproof. Unless you blow it to pieces with a cannon, it won't break. Earlier, she even wanted to jump in to save you. You're really something, aren't you? How dare you bully her? 231. Eliminate an entire group of pursuers. Chen Fei glared at Li Yingying. I'm warning you to take off the metal ring from Mi Xue's earring right now. I'll remove them once I'm completely safe. Li Yingying snorted coldly but didn't actually shock Ma Xue. Chen Fei tossed a jacket to Li Yingying and prepared to continue fishing, but noticed Mi Shue's pale expression. Mi Shue, don't worry. This guy daren't bully you anymore. Chen Fei said confidently, certain he had her under control. He didn't believe Li Yingying would dare to bully Mishi now that she had to fend for herself. It's not that. Mi Shue lowered her eyes and sighed softly. Oh, you're sighing? Such a young age and already have worries? Chen Fei teased with a smile. But Mi Shue shook her head and didn't say anything. She had heard what Chen Fei said earlier and thought of Lu Yan. Hadn't she given her heart and soul to Lu Yan? Not only had she gone to great lengths and risked her life to save her multiple times, but she had also taken care of her and stayed by her side during her most difficult days. But why? Alright, now you won't even tell me your troubles. Sigh, it seems you'll eventually leave me. Chen Fei rolled his eyes and said. Seeing Mi Shue panic, she was almost at a loss for words. She wasn't really trying to hide it from Chen Fei, she just didn't know how to bring it up. Plus, she refused to believe that Lu Yan would do such things. Master, please give me some time, okay? Mishi pleaded softly. She wanted to confront Lu Yan face to face and ask her directly if she had written that letter. If Lu Yan denied it, Mi Shue could continue to believe her. Alright, I was just worried you had something on your mind. If you need someone to talk to, feel free to tell me anytime. Chen Fei wasn't forcing her to say anything. Since she had her own thoughts, that was fine too. Dogs love their masters the most. Mishi rubbed her head against Chen Fei's arm. I think I can give you a gift. Li Yingying, who had finally recovered, put on her dried clothes and said with a pout. Ha, no need. Chen Fei didn't bother with her. What good gift could he possibly give her? No sooner had he finished speaking than the rope moved again. Pulling it up, this time it got stuck in the ice hole and couldn't be pulled up at all. What a huge fish! Everyone was thrilled. If it could get stuck in the ice cave, it must be enormous. The rope was violently shaking, clearly the large fish was struggling. With a loud snap, the rope snapped just like the one Chen Fei had been holding earlier. In the blink of an eye, Chen Fei suddenly reached into the ice hole and grabbed it swiftly. A slippery creature was caught in his hand. Chen Fei's fingers clamped down like iron claws, refusing to let the fish escape. Quick! Break the ice around it a bit, but be careful. Chen Fei shouted urgently. In this state, he couldn't hold on for much longer. If he couldn't pull the fish up within a minute, he would have to let go. Otherwise, his hands would freeze. Mi Shue immediately grabbed the ice-breaking axe and began striking the ice surface as quickly as possible. Finally, another piece of ice was chiseled away, and Chen Fei managed to pull the fish up. What a huge trout! Chen Fei and the others were all startled. This trout must weigh at least 5 pounds. 4 people could eat their fill, with plenty left over. They immediately gathered around the fire and began grilling. Finally, they were full. By then, it had grown dark. Chen Fei gathered branches and dry leaves. He spread the leaves on the ground, piled the branches around them, and placed stones on top. This would block the cold wind, and with the warmth of the campfire, they could spend the night safely. Mi Shue, you can't eat that. Just then, Chen Fei noticed that Mishi was holding some dry snow and about to put it in her mouth. You can use dry snow to rinse your mouth, but if you want to drink water, you must first melt the snow over the campfire. Otherwise, it will freeze your digestive tract. Do you understand? Chen Fei instructed. Oh, I know. Miyu wouldn't say that she had already eaten some. But it's already in her stomach, she can't just spit it out. If she told Chen Fei, he'd just worry for nothing, so Mishi decided not to say anything. But she obeyed and melted the snow into water before drinking it. The next day. At dawn, before the sky had fully brightened, Chen Fei was the first to wake up. He heard rustling sounds coming from the bushes behind him, followed by the crunching sound of footsteps on the snow. Clearly, Dennis's men were chasing after them. Having gained experience in surviving in the wild, Chen Fei could sense even the slightest movement and wake up to danger, even in his sleep. Wake up quickly, the enemies are coming. Chen Fei quickly embraced Adele and shook the 2 women awake. Upon hearing the enemies, Mishi and Li Yingying quickly got up, their confused eyes fixed on Chen Fei. Clearly, in this critical moment, the 2 women had no idea what to do and could only follow Chen Fei's instructions. Run in the direction you fell into the ice pit. Chen Fei spoke and immediately led the way, holding Adele tightly. He remembered the situation around the ice pit from when he fell in earlier that day. That area was covered in fragile ice, with only a narrow path that was safe. And Chen Fei happened to remember that safe route. It was a gift of his exceptional memory. There's a fire ahead. Chen Fei and the others were ahead. Hurry up, pick up the pace. As long as we catch them or kill them, Dennis the boss will reward us handsomely. The pursuing troops behind them were all excited. They had been chasing them for half the night, darting through the bushes, but hadn't seen Chen Fei. Finally, seeing the flickering light, they were overjoyed. But just as they emerged from the forest, a sudden crackling sound echoed through the air. Before anyone could react, there was a thud. Ah! With a scream, the pirate at the front fell directly into an ice pit. The icy water instantly engulfed him, the bone-chilling cold preventing him from even uttering a cry for help. He could only splash around in the water. Stopping on the ice was impossible, especially with the sky still dark and visibility low. Even if they tried to brake, they would slide forward and follow the first pirate into the ice pit like dumplings. Those behind were even worse off. With over 20 people, their combined weight caused the ice to collapse, sending them all plummeting into the icy water. It's so cold. Help! Someone, please save me. Guys, give me a hand. Pull me up. Everyone's fallen in. Are we going to freeze to death here? Screams filled the air. This small team was one of the 4 groups Dennis had divided them into, totaling around 20 people, and now they were all in the icy water. Their struggles didn't last long. In the first minute, they could still shout and splash around, but within 3 minutes, they were all silent. Their bodies, frozen stiff, sank directly to the bottom and never resurfaced. 232, falling off the cliff. All wiped out. Chen Fei hid behind a tree, watching as the 20-odd people were all killed. He exhaled deeply, as this outcome matched his expectations. In the pitch-black darkness, over 20 people charging onto the fragile ice layer, they deserved to die. With this, half of the 100 men brought by Dennis had already been eliminated. The sun was about to rise. Let us continue descending the mountain, Li Yingying said. After being woken up and witnessing the destruction of over 20 people, she had no desire to rest anymore. She just wanted to get off this deadly glacier as soon as possible and return to Dasha. Chen Fei nodded. Since this small group had appeared here, it meant that Dennis and his men had already reached the shrubbery. Therefore, this was not a place to linger. It must be said that Dennis was indeed very cautious. In this glacier, he had always stayed at the rear, preferring to pay a higher bounty and let his men charge ahead rather than risk leading the way himself. If Dennis had been at the front, he would be the one turned into an ice sculpture now. Chen Fei gathered many long, flexible branches from the bushes and instructed the 2 women, weave all the branches into rings. Hurry! Understood, master. Manhwa immediately began working, while Li Yingying hesitated for a moment before following suit. Soon, the branches were woven into rings. Chen Fei cut the remaining parachute rope into sections and tied all the branches to his shoes. This would serve as a makeshift anti-slip device, effectively functioning as anti-slip boots. Chen Fei explained. Earlier, they had been in a hurry to catch up, with pursuers behind them, so there hadn't been time to prepare this. Now that they had some spare time, Chen Fei immediately put together the anti-slip boots. After all, this would be much safer. Sure enough, stepping on the snow didn't feel slippery at all. Manhwa tried sliding forward a few times, and even when she did it on purpose, there was significant friction. The sky was bright, which was a good thing for Chen Fei and his 4 companions on their journey, but it was equally advantageous for their pursuers, as visibility was now much better. Just like now, as soon as it got light, they could immediately spot Chen Fei and his group. Dennis stood on a high ground and shouted, Chen Fei has killed over 50 of our brothers. Whoever can kill him will be rewarded with $10 million. When they passed by the icy lake, Dennis saw several shoes and some clothing scattered nearby, and immediately realized that another small team had been wiped out. Dennis finally understood why the 10 great tyrants had lost so many men to Chen Fei. Damn it, once you enter the wilderness, it's like entering a no-man's land. How are we supposed to fight? I don't care how strong you are, you'll die by my hands today. Dennis growled. Chen Fei couldn't hear his threats, he was currently running for his life. However, after charging forward for a while, just as he was about to descend the glacier, Chen Fei suddenly stopped. What's wrong, master? Manhwa saw this and rushed forward, only to be startled there was no path ahead. The 4 of them were now on a frozen cliff. The distance to the ground was a full 20 meters. Though not exceptionally high, the height was sufficient to kill anyone who fell, and even if there was ice and snow below, it was too shallow to provide any cushioning. How could this happen? We were about to reach the glacier. Chen Fei, Dennis, and the others are catching up. Li Yingying looked back and was immediately filled with panic. In the distance, she could already see Dennis leading the group rushing toward them. Dennis also spotted Chen Fei and the others through his binoculars and couldn't help but get excited. Ha, they're trapped on the cliff. Hurry! He waved his hand and led his men toward them at top speed. This time, Dennis didn't lag behind, because there was only one path leading to the cliff, and Chen Fei had already taken that route earlier, proving it wasn't dangerous. Chen Fei was currently holding a dagger, chiseling away at an ice pillar with all his strength. Fortunately, he still had a parachute rope in his pocket. Otherwise, there would be no hope at all. Now there was still a sliver of hope. Chen Fei said as he continued chiseling the ice. Chen Fei carved a 10-centimeter deep groove into the ice pillar and secured the parachute rope tightly to it. The remaining length of about 17 meters wouldn't reach the ground completely, but the snow and ice below would cushion the fall by about 3 meters. I'm going down. Li Yingying was terrified and wanted to go down first. No, I have to go first. I need to demonstrate how to use the rope properly. It's not just about hanging down. Relax, we have enough time. Due to the strength of the ice column and the flexibility of the rope, it might not withstand the impact of a direct slide down. Therefore, Chen Fei had to use a specialized descending rope to ensure safety. Chen Fei first threaded the rope between his legs, then looped it over his shoulders, and finally gripped it firmly in his hands. Watch closely, grip the rope tightly, then control the rhythm and slowly release it, and you'll be able to descend easily. Chen Fei said while holding Adele in one arm. 233, trying to steal someone else's girlfriend? Soon, Chen Fei reached the end of the rope, about 3 meters above the ground. He let go, hugged Adele tightly, and fell into the snow together. With Chen Fei's protection, Adele was unharmed. The snow pile on the ground also acted as a cushion. Though Chen Fei still felt pain, he didn't get injured, just minor scrapes. This method was really effective, but it was damn painful. After all, letting go of the rope had caused it to rub against his skin, leaving a numbing, burning sensation. But in a life-or-death situation, Chen Fei couldn't afford to focus on such trivial matters. So he didn't give it a second thought. However, he completely forgot that the two girls might not be as resilient as he was. It's my turn. Li Yingying quickly grabbed the rope and followed Chen Fei's method, sliding down. Mi Shui didn't argue with her. After all, the master and her sister had already gone down, so she was completely calm. After Li Yingying had gone down, Ma Shue finally began to descend. Midway down, Mishi suddenly sensed something. Immediately, she heard Li Yingying, who had already gone down, venting her frustration. Chen Fei, what kind of rope is this? Damn it! Li Yingying grimaced. It's not my fault, it's all yours. Chen Fei didn't seem to care and said indifferently. Just pretend. Wait until your little wife comes down, then you'll know what it's like. Alright, she's already down. Li Yingying saw Mi Shui sliding down and walked over, asking, does it hurt? What are you talking about? I'm asking you, did it hurt when you fell from up there? Uncomfortable? No, it wasn't. I told you, it's your own fault. Li Yingying was completely stunned. For a moment, she truly believed something was wrong with her, but she quickly realized something was off. She walked up, pinched Mishi's cheeks, and smiled, I really think you're great. Do you want to follow me? Mi Shui looked completely confused. What's so good about following a stinky man? Don't speak ill of your master. Li Yingying, do you want to die? You dare to steal my man? Are you crazy? Chen Fei, you really did pick up a gem. How did you get so lucky? This girl's physique. I want one too. Mind your own business. Chen Fei ignored her and continued walking forward. Before leaving, he cut the rope cleanly. Now, Dennis and the others would have to prepare their own ropes. But Chen Fei wasn't satisfied. He pulled out his revolver and fired all the bullets into the ice pillar. Click! With the sound of ice shattering, the ice pillar snapped in two. Now, even if Dennis and the others had ropes, they would need to exert some effort. If they couldn't find anything to tie the ropes to, they'd have to have several people hold one person and lower them down, which would slow down their descent and give Chen Fei and his 3 companions ample time to escape. Be careful when walking, stay close behind me, and don't wander off. Many large glaciers move about 30 centimeters each day. The pressure from millions of tons of ice squeezing together creates numerous ice cracks and fissures. A single misstep could send you plummeting into an ice crack, and that's a one-way ticket to certain death. Chen Fei said. Hearing this, Li Yingying immediately grew tense and obediently followed Chen Fei and Mi Shui. Chen Fei dared not walk too quickly ahead, as the white expanse made it difficult to distinguish between safe and dangerous areas, even though he knew how to do so. Slower was always safer. However, after Daniel led the enemies down from the cliff, Chen Fei had no choice but to speed up. Otherwise, they would catch up with them. Next, I'll tell you where to go. You must go ahead. I must bring up the rear because only I am wearing a bulletproof vest and a riot helmet, Chen Fei said. Remember, the pursuers behind us are all armed to the teeth. Though they're currently out of range, Chen Fei couldn't predict when they might enter firing range. Mi Shui and Li Yingying weren't wearing bulletproof vests, so following behind them was dangerous. Upon hearing Chen Fei's words, Li Yingying immediately stepped back, positioning herself in the middle. This way, Mi Shui would lead the way in front, and Chen Fei would block the rear, making it the safest arrangement. You think you can steal my girlfriend like this? Chen Fei snorted coldly, goading her. The best use for stealing your little wife is that she's obedient. She'd die for you. If I steal her, wouldn't that mean I'd gain an extra life? Li Yingying wasn't someone who acted on impulse. She was very rational and didn't let herself be provoked. She remained in the safest position in the middle. Chen Fei didn't insist on having her go first. After all, he was in charge, and he had better chemistry with Mi Shui. Having her go first would be safer. Mi Shui, remember, under no circumstances should you walk on areas with snow. Stick to the smooth ice surfaces, understand? Because the ice on glaciers is solid on one side and extremely sturdy. But beneath the snow could be snow-covering cracks. Chen Fei instructed. 234, Chen Fei and Mi Shui fall into the ice abyss. Mi Shui nodded seriously and began walking cautiously. Although she was leading the way, she wasn't the least bit nervous, and she even seemed to enjoy it. As Li Yingying had said, she was willing to give her life for Chen Fei. She was willing to take any danger for Chen Fei, and now that her younger sister was in Chen Fei's arms, protecting Chen Fei was like protecting Adele, so Mi Shui was even more willing. But Chen Fei would never let Mi Shui get into danger, so even though he was bringing up the rear, his expression remained focused on the front, constantly guiding Mi Shui's direction. The journey was filled with narrow escapes. But behind them, it was a different story. Occasionally, a piercing scream would echo through the air. There was no need to look back, they knew someone had fallen into the crevasse of the glacier. Below the crevasse, the drop was nearly 100 meters. In the wider crevasses, a person would fall directly onto the ice surface, dying a gruesome death, but at least it was quick. But if they encountered a narrow crevasse, that was a different story. The person would get stuck inside. These crevasses are called compression slots, and the narrower they are, the more dangerous they become. Dennis's scalp prickled, and a faint sense of fear crept into his heart. There was no way out. This journey was too dangerous. Damn it, someone who was walking ahead suddenly vanished, leaving only a piercing scream. Even after a few seconds, the scream abruptly stopped, leaving only the agonizing cries of someone falling to their death. What does it mean to walk on thin ice? I've truly experienced it now. Chen Fei, you little bastard, why aren't you dead? How dare you know so much? Die. Dennis, who had always been so arrogant, had never been so terrified before. Enraged, he pulled out a weapon from behind and started firing in Chen Fei's direction. Bang! The sound of gunfire echoed behind him, leaving Chen Fei trembling with fear. Although he was wearing protective gear, no matter how thick it was, it couldn't stop the bullets. Even the highest level of protection would be penetrated if hit enough times. Fortunately, although Chen Fei was within range, he was at the very edge. As a result, while bullets did strike his body, their force was greatly reduced by air resistance, and by the time they hit the bulletproof vest, they caused little harm to Chen Fei. Click! However, at that very moment, a sudden crisp cracking sound echoed from the ground. The moment he heard the sound, Chen Fei's scalp tingled. The ice surface began to crack in multiple places. Clearly, this was the result of the bullets striking the ice. It turned out that Dennis had been firing continuously, aiming not just at Chen Fei, but at the solid ice beneath him. He knew that beneath the ice was an icy abyss, as many of his men had fallen in before. Therefore, he had to find a way to make Chen Fei fall in as well. Once that happened, he could eliminate Chen Fei and his companions in one fell swoop. Whoosh! Just then, a piercing sound cut through the air. Chen Fei's heart sank as he turned to look behind him, only to see Dennis tossing a grenade directly at him. Boom! Suddenly, a deafening explosion erupted on the ice surface. The entire ice surface began to tremble violently. Ah! Immediately afterward, a shrill scream echoed through the air. The small crack she had been standing on was wide enough to step over, but the ice beneath her feet shattered under the force of the explosion, causing her to plummet into the crack in an instant. Sister! Adele, who was being held by Chen Fei, saw Mishi disappear and immediately teared up, crying out in distress. Li Yingying was also stunned. She was in the middle, closest to the scene, and could only watch helplessly as Mi Shui vanished in an instant, unable to do anything. Protect Adele and continue forward as I instructed earlier. Chen Fei handed Adele to Li Yingying and said in a firm voice. He couldn't just let Mishi fall without doing anything, even if it meant jumping into the abyss below. Li Yingying was scared. Although following Chen Fei's instructions would prevent her from stepping into the ice crevasse, going alone was still terrifying. But she was even more reluctant to follow him into the icy abyss. Sister, sister. Adele, held by Li Yingying, struggled forward, trying to reach the ice crack where Mi Shui had fallen. If you move again, I won't help you. Li Yingying frowned. Adele, don't worry. I'll bring your sister back. Li Yingying, be nice to her. Once we're out of the ice field, we'll meet up in the forest. Chen Fei said, then slid backward into the ice abyss. Li Yingying gave her a lingering glance before hugging Adele tightly and rushing forward as fast as she could. After hearing Chen Fei's promise, Adele finally stopped crying. She wiped away her tears with her small hands, praying in her heart that her brother and sister would be safe. Haha, boss, that dog Chen Fei actually went looking for trouble. There's only one woman and a child left. We can easily kill them. The pirates were thrilled and shouted to Dennis. However, Dennis waved his hand and warned, don't kill the woman yet. Keep following her. We'll kill her once we reach the edge of the island. 235, tunnel collapse. Dennis had just walked over to the edge of the ice abyss and looked down. The abyss wasn't very deep, and he didn't see Chen Fei or Ma Shui anywhere. In theory, even if they had fallen in, they wouldn't have survived the fall. The ice walls on both sides were extremely slippery, making it impossible to climb out without tools. However, Dennis was certain of one thing: Chen Fei couldn't be judged by ordinary standards. If Chen Fei were an ordinary person, he wouldn't have defeated so many sea tyrants. Moreover, he had seen with his own eyes that Chen Fei had handed the child to Li Yingying and said a few words, though he hadn't heard them clearly. Still, he couldn't shake the feeling of unease. Therefore, Dennis decided to follow Li Yingying first. That way, if Chen Fei managed to escape, he would certainly reunite with her, and then they could kill him. With double protection, I won't let you live today. Dennis growled, leading his men to follow closely behind Li Yingying. At the same time, beneath the icy abyss, Chen Fei held Mi Shui's hand and slowly walked forward. Are you okay? I'm fine, master. This ice abyss isn't very deep because it was forced open by an explosion, not naturally formed. That's why the sides are sloped. I just slid down, so I didn't get hurt. That's good. Chen Fei saw that Mi Shui was unharmed and felt relieved. But now another problem arose. Below the ice abyss was a deep blue tunnel, but there was no sign of an exit. Climbing up the sides was out of the question. Trying to scale the icy walls with bare hands? That was a pipe dream. The temperature in the ice abyss was extremely low. If they couldn't find an exit, they would soon freeze to death. Rustling sounds. At that moment, Chen Fei suddenly heard the sound of small particles sliding. What was that sound? Chen Fei looked down and saw that the shattered ice and snow from the previous explosion were all sliding forward. Mi Shui, if we follow these fragments, we'll find the exit. It's because of the wind that's blowing the fragments. Since the wind can get in, that means it's connected to the outside world. Chen Fei deduced, then took Mi Shui's hand and walked forward. However, the further they went, the worse the situation became. The path ahead grew narrower and lower, so much so that they could barely stand upright. Master, while this path is well ventilated, the exit is too narrow. It's unlikely we'll be able to get out. Mi Shui said upon seeing the situation. Chen Fei frowned, seeming to agree with Mi Shui. It was impossible to proceed smoothly. As the passageway continued to narrow, Chen Fei could only crawl forward. Mi Shui followed behind, crawling as well. After crawling through the icy tunnel for an unknown amount of time, nearly numb from the cold on the ground, Chen Fei finally saw a glimmer of light ahead the exit. However, upon seeing the exit, Chen Fei was momentarily speechless. Even a dog hole would have been better, but this was even smaller than a dog hole. Even the petite Mishi couldn't crawl through it. To get out, they had to enlarge the opening. Chen Fei had a juniper ice-breaking axe on him, so he had the tools to break the ice. However, in this icy tunnel, randomly striking the ice was extremely dangerous. He didn't know how sturdy the ice layers above were. If they were fragile, a single strike could cause a collapse. Master, the dog is so cold. Mi Yue's eyelashes were covered in ice crystals as she spoke through the biting cold. Chen Fei felt her hands were ice cold, clearly having been exposed to the extreme cold for too long. If they remained trapped here, their lives would be in danger. With no other options, Chen Fei immediately pulled out the ice-breaking axe and struck the edge of the tunnel's exit. Bang! With a dull thud, the edge shook, revealing cracks and fissures. Chen Fei saw this and continued to strike. More cracks appeared, and eventually, a chunk of ice was knocked loose by Chen Fei. But this wasn't enough. He needed to remove more ice blocks to escape the tunnel. However, this was risky. Chen Fei could clearly feel that with each strike, the entire tunnel was trembling. But Chen Fei hesitated not a moment, continuing to swing the ice-breaking tool in his hands, striking the tunnel's edge with increasing speed. Hesitation would only waste time and increase danger. Finally, when there was enough space for Mi Shui to escape, Chen Fei immediately stopped striking and let Mi Shui crawl out of the tunnel first. Mi Shui crawled out of the opening, feeling the sunlight on her body. The cold was finally driven away, though it wasn't very warm. At least there was no longer any danger to her life. Master, be careful. Chen Fei hadn't come out yet because his body was larger than Mi Shui's, so he still needed to knock away some of the ice at the entrance, but it was almost done. As he watched, after chipping away one more piece of solid ice, Chen Fei would be able to come out. Crack! But just then, a sudden cracking sound echoed through the air. Chen Fei's heart sank and a bat instantly surged through his mind. Boom! In the next second, the entire tunnel began to collapse at an alarming speed. 236 escaped to freedom, terrifying brown bear. Chen Fei's scalp tingled and he scrambled toward the tunnel exit with all his might. However, the icy tunnel collapsed completely. Just as darkness was about to engulf Chen Fei, his heart sank to the bottom. But then, his palm suddenly grew warm as a small hand gripped it. He had no idea how that small hand had mustered such immense strength, but it managed to pull him out just moments before the ice and snow completely buried him. Master! Mi Yue immediately burrowed into Chen Fei's embrace. In that life or death moment, she didn't know where she had found the strength. Perhaps it was her dependence on Chen Fei. The moment she thought of her master being buried, the despair overwhelmed her, and she would do anything to pull him out. You scared the life out of me. Chen Fei was still shaken, glancing back at the collapsed tunnel. At least several tons of ice had come crashing down. If he hadn't managed to escape at the last moment, he would have been crushed to death. This time, it was truly Mi Shui who saved his life. Let us go. Lowering his head to inhale the sweet scent of the girl's hair, Chen Fei embraced her and stood up, continuing to walk forward. They had finally reached the foot of the mountain, leaving the snow-covered peaks behind. The temperature had risen to around 10 degrees, and the cold was no longer unbearable. Below the snow-capped mountain lay a dense forest. After Chen Fei and Mi Shui entered, they suddenly heard someone calling out softly. Sister! Don't make noise. They saw Li Yingying and Adele hiding in a hollow of a giant tree. Upon seeing Chen Fei and Mi Shui emerge, Adele couldn't help but shout. However, she was immediately silenced by Li Yingying, who glared at Adele with a vigilant expression, her delicate brows furrowed. Oomph! Adele glared back at Li Yingying. She had seen Li Yingying bully her sister earlier and had already disliked her. There seems to be some noise over there. Captain, I heard it too. Hurry up and go check it out. That damn Li Yingying is too cunning. Soon, a sound came from ahead. This time, it must be said that Li Yingying was right. She had deduced that the other party was nearby, so she didn't make a single sound, allowing her to hide until now without being caught. Earlier, she had already sensed something was wrong. After carrying Adele for a long distance, she didn't hear any sounds behind her. When she turned around, there wasn't a single person in sight. Something unusual must be happening, she thought, and immediately concluded that Dennis and the others were secretly following her. Therefore, after leaving the glacier and entering the jungle, Li Yingying suddenly sped up and found a place to hide. She knew that if she continued forward, she would eventually expose her position, and meeting Chen Fei at that point would mean certain death. The only option was to shake them off and hide in a place where she could encounter Chen Fei. The tree hollow she had chosen was perfectly positioned to overlook the glacier. Anyone emerging from the glacier would be immediately visible. After hiding inside, Li Yingying indeed saw Dennis leading a group of people quickly emerge from the glacier and head toward the bushes. As the saying goes, the most dangerous place is often the safest. They probably never imagined that Li Yingying would dare to hide at the exit of the glacier. In fact, this required tremendous resolve. It was a testament to her trust that Chen Fei could escape. For Li Yingying, hiding here was a desperate move. If Chen Fei couldn't escape from the ice crevasse and died inside, she would be trapped, as the entire jungle was filled with Dennis's men. Now that Chen Fei had arrived, he too needed his formidable wilderness skills to escape from the jungle. Chen Fei and Manhwa felt a chill run down their spines and quickly hid in the tree hollow, blending into the shadows. At that moment, they saw Dennis leading a group of people searching around. The four of them in the tree hollow held their breath and stared intently. They feared that even the slightest sound of breathing might alert Dennis's men. If they were discovered in this tree hollow, they would likely face certain death. This was the heart of the jungle, completely surrounded. Crunch, crunch. However, at that moment, the sound of dry branches being crushed could be heard, growing louder as it approached. Chen Fei and the others furrowed their brows. It was exactly what they feared. Worse still, the pirate had already discovered the tree hollow. It was clear he was heading straight for it. However, he hadn't yet spotted the four people hiding in the shadows inside the hollow. Li Yingying's pleading eyes turned to Chen Fei. At this moment, she was completely at a loss, and could only rely on Chen Fei's decision-making in this critical moment. Chen Fei gripped Manhwa's hand tightly, rubbing his fingers against her palm. A single glance between them was enough to read each other's next move. This was the silent understanding of those who were in tune with each other. Suddenly, the pirate really started walking toward the tree hollow. Damn it, such a big tree hollow, there might be someone hiding inside. The pirate muttered to himself as he crawled inside. Then, his voice abruptly stopped. He felt his neck being gripped tightly. He tried to scream for help, but before he could utter a sound, his neck grew cold and warm, crimson blood seeped out, causing him to lose his breath instantly. He was dragged into the tree hollow. Everything happened too quickly. The pirate didn't even have time to scream or beg for mercy. Plus, he was alone, so no one noticed what had happened. After all, with so many people around, who could keep an eye on everyone at all times? Huff. Manhwa wiped the blood off the dagger and finally exhaled in relief, having eliminated this threat. If he had been discovered and called for help, that would have been dangerous. Fortunately, with Chen Fei's perfect coordination, they had disposed of him silently. However, leaving the tree hollow now was still impossible. Dennis was still searching outside, and they couldn't let their guard down, as there might be pirates who discovered the tree hollow and came looking for them. We can only wait until there's no movement outside before we can safely leave this place. However, after waiting for nearly 5 minutes, there was suddenly a commotion outside. All we could hear were the terrified screams of Dennis's men coming from outside. "Boss, there's a brown bear. My goodness, what a huge brown bear. There's more than one. Run. Help." All we could hear were loud howls coming from outside. Roar. Bang, bang. Suddenly, the growls of brown bears and the gunfire of pirates erupted outside. Chen Fei's heart sank. There were bears outside? And not just one. In such a jungle, bears were not uncommon, but while they were fierce, they rarely attacked groups of people. There were dozens of pirates here, yet the brown bears were charging toward them. Suddenly, Chen Fei realized something. He looked into the tree hollow, at the pirates who had been killed, and the pool of blood on the ground. This is bad. 237, desperate escape, first glimpse of hope. Before he could finish speaking, a massive shadow appeared outside the tree hollow. Instantly, a brown bear's head lowered. Its pitch-black eyes and terrifying fangs appeared right before his face. Roar! The brown bear's terrifying roar, along with drool, sprayed onto the faces of the few people. It tried to push its head inside, but due to its enormous size, it couldn't fit, so it roared even more wildly. The young girls, both older and younger, were all pale with fear. Only Chen Fei managed to maintain a semblance of composure. But just then, the massive brown bear suddenly stood up, its powerful paws violently slamming against the tree trunk. Boom, boom. With each strike from the giant bear, the entire tree shook violently. The sound of cracking wood could even be heard. If this continued, the entire tree might be shattered by the brown bear. Chen Fei acted swiftly, taking advantage of the bear's momentary stance, and suddenly grabbed the pirate's corpse, flinging it away. Attracted by the smell of blood, the brown bear immediately began to tear into the pirate's corpse. Quick, now! Chen Fei acted decisively, scooping up Adele and rushing toward the tree hole. Miyue and Li Yingying followed closely behind, taking advantage of the brown bear's distraction with the pirate's body to attack, and rushed out of the jungle at top speed. Boss, I see Chen Fei. They're over there, running out of the forest. Damn it, get rid of these brown bears and chase after them. Dennis was furious. Under the brown bear's attacks, many of his men had already been severely injured or killed. Of course, they also had the ability to fight back. After all, they were all armed to the teeth. Even if the brown bears were tough and thick-skinned, as long as their firepower was intense enough, they could take them down. However, this only made the brown bears more enraged, as their injuries caused them to become even more ferocious, escalating the battle between humans and bears. Chen Fei and his group took this opportunity to quickly create some distance between themselves and Dennis and his men, running toward the edge of the jungle. In the forest, even within range, any slight distance would be blocked by trees, making it impossible to hit their targets. Seeing Chen Fei escape, Dennis was filled with rage. Bang, bang. He raised his gun and fired directly at Chen Fei's direction, pulling the trigger. Ah! Li Yingying suddenly let out a pained cry and crouched down. Chen Fei saw this, furrowed his brows, and looked at her. He saw a blood stain on her calf. Upon closer inspection, it was only a graze from the bullet, not a direct hit. Though it felt slightly burned, it wasn't serious. Get up, quickly. Damn it, you're the only one who doesn't know how to show mercy to a woman? Then just keep crouching there. Ignoring Li Yingying's complaints, Chen Fei continued walking forward. Li Yingying clenched her teeth so hard she felt like she might break them, wanting to devour Chen Fei whole. But there was nothing she could do, so she stood up and continued forward. Roar! Just then, a loud roar of a brown bear suddenly echoed from behind. Immediately afterward, everyone felt the ground tremble slightly. Chen Fei's heart sank, and he turned to look behind him, his scalp tingling with fear. There, a massive brown bear was charging toward them. Clearly, it had detected the scent of blood on Li Yingying's body. Li Yingying also realized this, her face turning deathly pale. The fear of death instantly engulfed her. Her heart sank to the depths of despair. She knew that in her current state, she was likely to be abandoned. Run! Chen Fei shouted, then grabbed Adele and charged forward. Mi Shui followed closely behind. Li Yingying was terrified, but she still sprinted forward. Even the burns from earlier no longer felt painful due to the adrenaline rush. This wasn't Chen Fei acting on a whim. Although he had previously said that when encountering a bear, one should remain still or shout loudly to scare it away, that was only applicable when first encountering a lone bear. The bear chasing them now was in a frenzy and had a clear target to attack. In such a situation, staying still would be pure foolishness. If hit by the bear's massive body, it would be like being struck by a truck instantly crushed to death. But how could a human possibly outrun a bear? You must understand that when a bear is running at full speed, it can reach 50 kilometers per hour. How could a person possibly run that fast? Therefore, the distance between Chen Fei and the bear was rapidly closing. Especially Li Yingying, whose athletic ability was far inferior to Chen Fei's, and even worse than Ma Xue's. Though she was sprinting at her absolute limit under the threat of death, the distance between her and the bear was closing in at an alarming rate. I can't run anymore. Li Yingying looked utterly despairing. Even with her adrenaline surging, she couldn't outrun it. Take off your clothes and throw them on the ground. Hurry! Chen Fei didn't look back, but he knew the situation behind him. He shouted loudly, take them off one by one. Start with the outer layer. Hurry up! Li Yingying heard Chen Fei's shout, her heart skipped a beat, but there was no time to hesitate. She quickly threw her jacket to the ground. She immediately noticed that the bear's footsteps behind her had paused briefly. Turning around, she saw the bear lowering its head to sniff the clothes she had just dropped. It turned out that Chen Fei had told her to take off her clothes for this purpose. The bear would stop to sniff the lingering scent on the clothes. However, after sniffing for a moment, it let out a roar and swatted the clothes to shreds with a single paw. Clearly, this could only delay the bear's pursuit for a short while, but it couldn't deceive it for long. No wonder Chen Fei had said to take them off one by one. From then on, without Chen Fei's instructions, Li Yingying took control of the rhythm, tossing down a piece of clothing every time the bear was about to catch up. This gave Li Yingying precious time to escape. Miyue, hurry up and take off your clothes. Li Yingying shouted from behind. Mi Shui, who was sprinting away, paused in surprise. Why was it her turn now? She turned around and realized that Li Yingying really had nothing left to throw. Even her shoes and socks had already been tossed to the bear. If she threw anything else, she'd be left exposed. There's a lake below. We're saved. At that moment, Chen Fei's voice suddenly echoed from ahead, startling both women. Mi Shui's hands, which had been unbuttoning her clothes, suddenly froze. Following him to the front, they indeed saw a sheer cliff ahead, with flowing lake water below. "Master, should we jump down?" Manhwa asked upon seeing the scene. 238, The Art of Diving. Chen Fei nodded but didn't move. Because diving isn't that simple. It's not just about jumping in and being done. In an unfamiliar environment, without prior reconnaissance, there's a risk to your life. Because no one knows how deep the water really is. Chen Fei picked up a few stones and threw them into various spots on the lake where he could jump. Plop. Bang. The sounds of splashing water echoed up from below. "What are you doing, throwing stones? Hurry up. The bear is catching up." Liang Ying rushed forward, glanced at the lake below. Although the distance was quite high and looked terrifying, compared to the bear chasing her from behind, it wasn't that bad. Chen Fei continued to throw stones, observing carefully. The stone took nearly 2 seconds to hit the water. Its descent speed was approximately 15 meters per second. Therefore, we were 30 meters above the lake's surface. Jumping down carelessly would be suicide. Upon hearing Chen Fei's words, Liang Ying said, "But now we can only keep jumping. The bear is about to catch up." The ground began to shake more violently as the bear roared and charged toward them. Who said we should just keep running blindly? Chen Fei remained calm. The more critical the situation, the more one must stay composed, otherwise, the outcome would be dire. The slower the water flow, the darker the color, and the deeper the sound when a stone hits the water, the deeper the water is. We must jump into such areas to ensure we don't get hurt. Hearing this, the two women realized that even something as simple as jumping into the water had so many nuances. Chen Fei finished speaking and pointed to a spot in the lake below, saying, "That's the spot. Don't jump anywhere else, understand? Keep your body vertical when you go down. I'll go first. Adele, close your eyes, plug your ears with your fingers, and hold your breath." Upon hearing Chen Fei's instructions, little Adele immediately obeyed, closing her big eyes tightly and her face tense with anxiety. Instantly, Chen Fei embraced Adele and leaped into the water. In mid-air, he used his core strength to tense his body vertically before plunging into the water. Plop! With a splash of water, Chen Fei and Adele disappeared beneath the surface. But soon, their heads emerged from the water. "Hurry!" Chen Fei shouted up at the two women above, even hearing the bear's roar. Manhwa and Liang Ying closed their eyes and jumped down together. The bear chased them to the edge of the cliff but could only watch as the humans jumped directly into the water, enraging it so much it began pounding the ground. If this had been flat ground, the bear would have charged into the water to grab them, but this was a 30-meter drop. With its massive weight, the bear would have crashed to its death. As the bear finally turned around, Chen Fei and the others all breathed a sigh of relief. Just as they were about to swim toward the shore, they heard a series of gunshots echoing from the cliff above. Immediately afterward, the bear's piercing screams echoed through the air. They immediately realized that Dennis and the others had caught up. They must have fully armed themselves and eliminated all the bears. Thinking of this, Chen Fei quickly swam toward the shore, following the current at an angle. "Hurry, don't let them see us," Chen Fei urged himself on. Being discovered in an open area with no cover would be extremely dangerous. Damn it! Dennis charged to the edge of the cliff and just caught sight of Chen Fei and the others climbing out of the lake and dashing into the nearby jungle. Though he fired his gun in a hurry, the bullets only struck the tree trunk, sending up plumes of white smoke, but failed to injure Chen Fei and the others. "Jump down and chase them." Immediately, Dennis swung his arm and jumped into the lake first. He only ever let his men charge first in dangerous situations, but when it came to safety, he always led by example to establish his authority. Of course, this safety was merely Dennis's own assessment. He saw that Chen Fei and the women had all jumped safely into the water without a scratch, so he naturally assumed that jumping from the cliff into the water was absolutely safe. And the outcome proved him right. Dennis landed exactly where Chen Fei and the others had entered the water, safely reaching the lake. Seeing their leader jump first and come out unscathed, the subordinates followed suit, jumping one after another. This was a disaster. Those who were lucky, like Dennis, landed in the deep water and were unharmed. However, those with poorer luck who didn't land in the deep water were injured, with broken limbs being common. The most unfortunate ones jumped directly onto the shallow sandbar, falling from a height of 30 meters. The only outcome was death, with no other possibility. Instantly, the entire lake echoed with the agonizing screams of the pirates. "Damn it, you bastard, I'll make you pay with your life." Dennis roared furiously, directing all his hatred toward Chen Fei. After the previous battle with the bear pack, there were already fewer than 40 men left. This time, several more died in the water, and nearly 10 were injured. Out of the 100 fully armed elite soldiers, there were now fewer than 30 remaining. And now Chen Fei had entered the forest. Damn it, he was like an eel in the sea, impossible to catch. "I don't care what methods you use, you must capture Chen Fei and kill him. This forest isn't that big, we must capture him. I'll give you $1 million if you kill Chen Fei." Dennis roared furiously. All his men heard this and became excited. $1 million. What does that even mean? With that kind of money, you could live a lifetime and still not spend it all. At that moment, Chen Fei was no longer just a person in their eyes, he was a piece of gold that could move. Instantly, nearly 30 fully armed pirates charged into the jungle at top speed. Chen Fei held Adele in his arms, leading the two women through the jungle with caution. Be careful, there are bears here. After entering the jungle, they could see huge paw prints and large piles of feces on the ground, which was enough to indicate the presence of bears in the jungle. Manhwa closely followed Chen Fei, while Li Yingying was on the verge of tears. How could they have just escaped the bears' pursuit only to find themselves in the same dangerous situation again? Fortunately, once they crossed this section of the jungle, they would reach the coast. Earlier, from the towering glaciers, they had already caught a glimpse of the island's full outline. Brother, I'm hungry. Adele was like a walking alarm clock, opening her mouth, pointing to her own mouth with her little finger, and rubbing her stomach to indicate that she was hungry. Manhwa heard this and furrowed her brows, about to scold Adele, but was stopped by Chen Fei. He knew that Adele wasn't being spoiled. She wouldn't cry out just because she was a little hungry. She must have been truly unable to hold it in anymore. After all, even Chen Fei, an adult with excellent physical condition, was feeling hungry now, so it was no wonder that the little girl Adele was starving. 239, Abandoned Gold Mine. Big brother will catch some fish for you to eat. Chen Fei said with a smile. He had actually been by the lake all along. He had scouted the terrain earlier and knew that even if they went around the jungle, they could eventually reach the coast, though it would take much longer because they would have to make a large detour. However, Chen Fei still chose this route, even if it meant taking several times longer. Because this was safer, reducing the chance of encountering bears and allowing him to shake off Dennis and the others. It was a simple logic that they wouldn't have thought of. Chen Fei and the others entering the jungle could also come out again. This was reverse thinking. Master it, and you could manipulate your enemies at will. Master, I'll go into the water to catch fish. Manhwa arrived at the lakeside and volunteered. By the time you catch a fish with your bare hands, we'll probably be starving to death. Chen Fei smiled and said. What should we do then? We've used up all our parachute lines. Even if we could make a fishing rod out of branches and find bait, we have no line. Mishi frowned helplessly. She was actually quite worried, seeing her sister hungry. Who says you have to use a fishing rod to catch fish? Chen Fei pointed to the shallow part of the lake and said, see that? This shallow area extends all the way over here, and the protruding part is a great spot for fishing. All we need to do is build a dam, and it'll be easy to catch fish. A dam? How do we make that? Go pick up some stones, bigger ones. Chen Fei started picking up stones first, and Manhwa quickly followed suit. Even though she was usually lazy, Li Yingying also started helping to pick up stones so she could eat fish sooner. Soon, they gathered a lot of large river stones. Chen Fei stacked the stones, enclosing the entire shallow sandbar and leaving only a small opening facing inward. Thus, the simple fishing dam was completed. Will this dam work? Even if fish come in through this opening, won't they just swim out again? Li Yingying, seeing this, spoke with some dissatisfaction. If it's all for nothing, wouldn't that be a waste of her energy? You'll see for yourself. Chen Fei said nothing more. The principle behind this fishing dam was exactly the same as the plastic bottle Chen Fei had used to catch fish on the deserted island earlier. Because the opening is concave inward, like a funnel, fish can easily swim in with the current. Essentially, the entrance widens along the length of the concave section, but escaping is impossible. Not only would the fish struggle to find the tiny exit, but even if they did, Chen Fei wasn't just standing by to watch. Just then, a plump trout swam along the current and entered the shallow dam. Chen Fei's eyes lit up. Adele smacked her lips twice, while Mishi and Li Yingying also looked at it with envy. The trout appeared to weigh around 5 pounds, enough for 4 people to have a meal. It swam in, made a circle, and immediately tried to exit the shallow area, but was trapped by the dam, leaving Li Yingying wide-eyed in amazement. It was indeed possible to enter, but extremely difficult to find the exit. At that moment, Chen Fei had already picked up a wooden stick and walked into the shallow area. The trout sensed danger and began swimming rapidly within the shallow area. Even though the shallow area was limited, at such high speeds, Chen Fei couldn't catch it with his bare hands or strike it precisely with the wooden stick. However, Chen Fei didn't need precision. He simply swung the stick wildly at the water's surface, sending water flying everywhere, making it impossible to see anything clearly. When Chen Fei stopped, he saw that the trout had slowed down and was lingering in place, dazed. Master, you're so skilled. You actually managed to hit the fish. Manhwa clapped her hands in admiration. He didn't hit anything, he just stunned the trout with the noise. This time, Li Yingying was right. As long as you stay in a small shallow area, just mindlessly hit the water surface with a stick. The more intense the water turbulence, the greater the impact on the fish. After a while, the fish will be stunned. Chen Fei walked up, easily picked up the fish, and proceeded to dissect it on the spot, discarding the innards where they lay. He then hurriedly led the others away from the area. In an environment with bears, handling items with a strong blood odor must be done at least 30 meters away from one's usual campsite to ensure safety. They arrived at a spot about 50 meters from the water source, where Chen Fei finally started a fire to roast the fish. It smells delicious. Even without seasoning, the taste is still great. Not bad, though it's nowhere near Michelin-starred. Li Yingying, are you just showing off? A few people finished off a trout and filled their stomachs. They got up and prepared to continue their journey. Just then, a rustling sound came from the jungle. Boss, I think the smoke I saw earlier was coming from that direction. Isn't that by the lake? Chen Fei, that bastard isn't playing by the rules. Let's go check it out. Chen Fei heard their voices and immediately furrowed his brows. He had been starting a fire under a tree, thinking the leaves would absorb the smoke. However, he hadn't realized that the trees here weren't as dense, so some smoke had still escaped. Chen Fei and his group immediately rushed forward at top speed. This would solidify their position, as moving quickly would inevitably cause them to bump into branches and create noise, alerting Dennis and the others. But there was no time to worry about that now. Chen Fei and the others sprinted forward. Master, there's a mountain ahead. This is bad. The mountain wall is too steep to climb, even if you have the ability, we can't climb it. And on the mountain wall, we'd be sitting ducks. Manhwa and Li Yingying looked utterly despairing. They never expected there to be no path ahead, blocked by the mountains. This was a dead end. I remember there was a mine shaft around here. I saw it through the telescope earlier. It should be here. Hurry! Chen Fei arrived at the foot of the mountain and indeed saw a pitch-black mine shaft. The mine shaft was extremely small, roughly the size of a city sewer entrance, and even smaller. Only one person could fit inside at a time. Earlier, when Chen Fei had observed the area from a higher vantage point using his telescope, he had spotted this mine shaft. Fortunately, Chen Fei had an excellent memory and knew its exact location, giving them a chance to escape. However, the interior of this mine shaft might not be safe. To be precise, the risk was very high. This was a mine shaft dug by gold prospectors who had come here in the past. It was now abandoned. You must stay close to me. Chen Fei first made a torch, then immediately grabbed Adele and began crawling down into the mine shaft. 240, tunnel collapse. Manhwa and Li Yingying followed closely behind. Upon descending, they found the mine shaft pitch black, so dark that one couldn't see their hand in front of their face. Without the torchlight, they wouldn't have been able to see a thing. Below them was a long, pitch-black tunnel. The ground was covered in rusty tracks, and abandoned mine carts were parked nearby, likely untouched for years. Chen Fei followed the tunnel forward. In the flickering light of the torches, he felt the surroundings were extremely dark and oppressive. It felt as though an entire mountain was pressing down on his head. The rock walls were also covered with numerous cracks. Chen Fei had no doubt that if they were to start a fire in this mineshaft, it would likely cause it to collapse. Ah! Li Yingying suddenly screamed. Chen Fei's gaze was immediately drawn to the ground, where he saw a skeleton covered in moss, clearly having been there for many years. What's the commotion? Seeing such things in a mine isn't unusual, is it? Chen Fei said calmly. But he couldn't stay calm for long. Because the further they went, the more skeletons there were. Eventually, they could see a skeleton every few steps. And from the initially intact skeletons, they gradually became fragmented and broken. It seemed as though they had encountered something extremely terrifying before they died. But the tunnel hadn't collapsed. Chen Fei was a bit confused, but he remained relatively calm. After all, no matter how many skeletons there were, they were all dead, and the dead couldn't come back to attack him. So, Chen Fei gritted his teeth and continued moving forward. Adele had closed her eyes tightly and buried her head in Chen Fei's chest since she first saw the first skeleton. Manhwa was braver as long as Chen Fei remained calm, she could follow. Li Yingying's legs were trembling. In her eyes, this wasn't a mine, it was hell. After walking a bit further, the torch in Chen Fei's hand began to flicker, flickering dimly in the darkness, as if it were about to go out at any moment. What's going on? There's still plenty of fuel left in the torch. Why is it about to go out? Is it haunted? It must be. Otherwise, how could there be so many corpses here? Li Yingying screamed, cold sweat instantly soaking her entire body. Stop screaming. Chen Fei frowned and interrupted her, saying, what are you talking about? It's because the oxygen content in the mine is too low, causing the fire to burn poorly. If the oxygen content drops below 16%, the fire will go out. I don't understand. We were classmates, right? This is all in the textbooks. Who can think logically in this kind of environment? Li Yingying, feeling mocked, couldn't help but snap back. She knew that combustion required oxygen, but after seeing all those skeletons, her mind naturally ran wild. Now that she knew the truth, Li Yingying looked relieved, which made Chen Fei laugh. What? Low oxygen levels are worth sighing in relief? If we keep going and run out of oxygen, won't we all die here? Chen Fei said solemnly. As long as it's not haunted, right? Besides, if there's no oxygen up ahead, don't we know how to turn back? Li Yingying hadn't finished speaking before she shut her mouth. Turn back? Turn back my ass. The footsteps of Dennis and his men echoed through the tunnel, and it wouldn't be long before they caught up. Turning back now would be suicide. Whoosh! At that very moment, the torch in Chen Fei's hand finally went out. This meant that the oxygen content in the air had dropped below 16%. Chen Fei could clearly feel his breathing becoming difficult, though not yet suffocating, but much more strenuous than before. This was due to the lack of oxygen, which his body was struggling to adapt to. Manhwa felt the same, but both she and Chen Fei were able to adapt relatively quickly. Li Yingying and Adele, however, were struggling. Their faces had turned pale, their heads felt dizzy, and cold sweat was trickling down their faces. Their physical constitutions weren't particularly strong. The most distressing thing was that they had no idea if the oxygen levels would drop even further ahead. Are we going to become one of these countless skeletons? Li Yingying said despairingly. Nonsense, don't worry, we won't die. Although the oxygen levels are low, it doesn't affect survival. As long as we adapt, we'll be fine. There's oxygen ahead. Chen Fei retorted, his tone unfriendly but sounding like a shot of adrenaline. But Li Yingying couldn't help but ask, how do you know there's oxygen up ahead? Don't tell me you're just guessing. Don't you feel the ground is slippery? Yes, there's a layer of ice on the ground, of course it's slippery. But if there's no wind coming in, how did the ground freeze? Since there's a ventilation shaft, there must be air, so the oxygen levels might be a bit low, but we won't die. Chen Fei explained. Hearing this explanation, Li Yingying finally relaxed and continued feeling her way forward in the dark. But just then, a loud explosion suddenly rang out from behind. Boom! It was the sound of a grenade exploding. Dust from the ceiling fell continuously due to the intense vibrations, causing Chen Fei's scalp to tingle. He never expected Dennis to dare to throw a grenade in the tunnel. Didn't he fear the tunnel collapsing? But then Chen Fei realized something. He turned around and saw that the entire tunnel was pitch black, with nothing visible. The footsteps of Dennis and the others had also ceased. Master, they must have returned to the tunnel entrance. They're planning to use firepower to collapse the tunnel. We need to hurry forward. Manhwa reacted immediately and said anxiously. Boom, boom, boom. However, Dennis and his men continued to drop grenades one after another, clearly aiming to collapse the entire tunnel in one go. The situation was taking a disastrous turn. The tunnel floor began to tilt, and Chen Fei and the others could no longer maintain their balance. The ground was covered in a thin layer of ice crystals, causing them all to slide toward the pitch-black abyss. They could see nothing but the sensation of weightlessness and utter darkness. Suddenly, they crashed heavily onto the ground. Ugh! Master, little sister! Sister! The cries of the others echoed in his ears, but Chen Fei felt as though his internal organs had shifted. The force of the fall, combined with the decreasing oxygen levels, caused even Chen Fei to feel dizzy, as if he were plunging into a dark void. He gradually lost consciousness. However, the bombardment did not cease. Clearly, Dennis and the others had chosen a more cautious approach. After seeing the scattered skulls, Dennis had considered retreating, but upon sensing the oxygen levels dropping sharply, he made the decision to withdraw immediately. This abandoned mine was definitely a dead end they would be trapped inside. As long as we collapse this tunnel, they'll all die in there. Ha! Dennis laughed maniacally, finally about to eliminate Chen Fei, the thorn in his side. 241, the mysterious woman underground. This was a direct order from the third tyrant, Morrison. He must be killed at all costs. This young upstart, unknown to the world, had managed to keep the super pirates awake at night. If Chen Fei dies by his hands, Captain Morrison will bestow immense rewards. Even more, he might rise above the 5 great generals and become the first among them. It's not impossible. Thinking of this, Morrison grew even more excited and continued to throw explosives into the tunnel. Boom! Finally! With a deafening explosion, the entire mine tunnel collapsed, dragging half the mountain down with it. Dust filled the sky, and Dennis had already declared Chen Fei dead. He would stay nearby and watch for a week, ensuring his death without fail. Dennis spoke cautiously. In his eyes, Chen Fei was an indestructible fighter. Even if buried in the tunnel, he couldn't be certain of his death until the time was up. Seeing the person alive or the body was impossible unless the entire mountain was dug up. Therefore, Dennis could only lead his men to guard the outside. If no one emerged after a week, he was certain to be dead. A person unable to eat or drink for a week would have little chance of survival. At that moment, in the tunnel below, in the suffocating darkness that seemed to swallow everything, Chen Fei slowly opened his eyes, but all he could see was complete darkness. In the pitch-black environment, he couldn't see a thing. Pain radiated throughout his body, clearly indicating that he had suffered severe injuries. However, Chen Fei was too preoccupied to concern himself with his injuries at that moment. Manhwa, are you okay? Adele, does my life not matter to you? Li Yingying's voice was the first to respond, sounding strong and steady, not like someone who had been seriously injured. You're not dead, are you? Chen Fei had no interest in arguing with her. He only wanted to know what had happened to Mishi and Adele. They're not dead, they're just temporarily unconscious. The 3 of us all fell on top of you, with you as a cushion, so we're fine. Li Yingying said. Chen Fei heard this and felt around beside him. Sure enough, Manhwa and Adele were there, with faint snoring sounds and steady breathing. He finally relaxed a bit. Thinking about it, his injuries were the worst, but they weren't life-threatening. Under these circumstances, the Manhwa sisters, who were protected by him, should be fine. How are we going to get out of here? Li Yingying asked. As far as the eye could see, everything was pitch black. Not to mention speaking, we didn't even know where we were. In the instant the tunnel collapsed, we thought we were doomed, but somehow we survived. It felt like we had fallen a certain distance, but we had no idea if there was an exit in this deeper underground area. Stay here and watch over the two sisters. I'll go check the situation, Chen Fei said. Li Yingying naturally wanted to go with him, as she felt safer with Chen Fei. But after thinking it over, she nodded in agreement, knowing that Chen Fei wouldn't feel at ease leaving the unconscious sisters behind. Chen Fei stood up, and his eyes gradually adapted to the darkness, allowing him to see things slightly more clearly. This was night vision, not some special ability. As long as one had good enough vision and no night blindness, spending enough time in the dark would allow the eyes to automatically adapt to the environment. Of course, one couldn't see clearly, but within a meter in front of them, they could make out a general outline. Soon, Chen Fei noticed that ahead of him was a curved rock wall. He pulled out his dagger and slashed it fiercely against the rock wall, causing a flash of sparks from the metal friction. Chen Fei knew there would be sparks, so he closed his eyes in advance. The brief flash of light not only failed to illuminate anything but also caused Chen Fei's eyes, which had just begun to adjust to the darkness, to once again struggle to make out anything. Chen Fei had slashed the rock wall with his dagger to carve out a mark as a reference point. He then felt his way forward along the cold rock, and after about 15 minutes, he actually felt another indentation. This was a circular, artificially carved out area. Immediately, Chen Fei made his judgment. The rock wall was far too smooth to have formed naturally. And the curvature was perfectly circular. This had to be man-made. Chen Fei's doubts deepened. Who could have done this? Why would someone go to such lengths to carve out such a large space underground? A living person? Suddenly, a voice rang out. Chen Fei's heart raced. The voice came out of nowhere. It sounded like a woman's voice, but it was hoarse and had an odd tone. Damn it, could there really be a ghost here? This is strange. How could there be anyone else down here? I'm not a ghost, I'm human. Then, the voice responded to Chen Fei's mutterings. This time, he could clearly tell it was a woman. The intense hoarseness from before had improved significantly after the second utterance, and the tone had returned to normal, sending a chill down Chen Fei's spine. Could it be that she hadn't spoken in so long that her voice had grown hoarse? How long has this woman been trapped here? Is she really still alive? Chen Fei had 1,000 questions racing through his mind. Though he was usually decisive, he stood frozen in place, unsure of what to do. After all, he had never encountered such a situation before. Come here, to the center of the altar. The woman's voice rang out again, this time sounding clear and gentle, finally returning to normal. So this is an altar? It seemed to be one. A circular area, and upon closer inspection, he could make out some obscure, incomprehensible symbols. It did indeed resemble an altar, which made Chen Fei even more wary. He felt a chill run down his spine. Could there really be ghosts in this world? Come over here, to the side of the altar. Immediately, Chen Fei blurted out. He wasn't some kind of pushover. Why should he go over there? Even if this woman wasn't a ghost, she was definitely dangerous. Otherwise, how had she ended up trapped underground? I can't come. Clatter. A woman's voice spoke, as if to prove she couldn't move, making some noise. Chen Fei recognized the sound immediately. It was the clinking of heavy chains. Could it be that this woman was bound to the altar with iron chains? Damn it, this is getting stranger and stranger. If I can't come, then forget it. I'll go home first. Goodbye. In the end, Chen Fei decided not to meddle in others' affairs. Whether she was human or ghost, he'd just pretend he'd never been there and avoid trouble. You can't go back. The tunnel above is the only exit, and it's already been buried. Now, the entire altar has only one exit, and I'm the only one who knows about it. If you don't do as I say, you'll die underground. Really? I don't believe you. Chen Fei ignored the woman and continued searching for an escape route. 242, Mysterious Luminous Liquid. However, after searching for nearly half an hour, he found himself back where he started. Clearly, his efforts had been in vain. This underground space wasn't very large at most, it was the size of 4 football fields. The altar itself was roughly half the size of a basketball court. Do you believe me now? I believe you, I believe you. I'll come over right away. Sister, don't betray me. Chen Fei no longer hesitated. Since things had come to this, regardless of what this woman was, he had no choice but to confront her head-on. Otherwise, he would truly be trapped here forever. Since death was inevitable either way, he might as well face it head-on. With that thought, Chen Fei no longer hesitated and stepped forward. As he got closer, Chen Fei could finally see a little more clearly. He nearly lost his soul in the process. Where's your face? Chen Fei saw only a slender, naked figure bound by massive iron chains, with hair so long it dragged on the ground, but no face more terrifying than Sadako. Chen Fei's scalp prickled. This was more thrilling than watching a horror movie. Could he really have encountered a female ghost? How could such a thing happen? What are you shouting about? The woman slowly raised her head, revealing a pale, ghostly face. It turned out she had been keeping her head down, hidden by her hair. Chen Fei let out a sigh of relief, but he didn't feel much better. Her face was pale and lifeless, resembling a ghost. The woman was extremely thin, as if she hadn't eaten in ages. Since the altar was dark and there was no light, Chen Fei couldn't see much, but even this brief glimpse was enough to make him feel uneasy. I know you have many questions, but none of that matters. Even if I told you, you wouldn't understand. There is a glass bottle at my feet. Open it and feed me what's inside, the woman said. Beneath me? Chen Fei, upon hearing this, knelt down and began feeling around below. After all, it was pitch black, and it was difficult to see anything with his eyes. But accidentally, he touched something he shouldn't have. The icy cold sensation made Chen Fei's hands tremble, and he could clearly hear the woman's breath. But she didn't say anything else. After all, she was still relying on Chen Fei. Soon, Chen Fei discovered that there was indeed a small rope beneath the woman. He grabbed the rope and pulled it, causing the woman to let out a soft moan. A small glass bottle was then pulled out, no larger than a thumb, which Chen Fei held in his hand. He could see a faint glow inside the bottle. What was this? The liquid inside the glass bottle had a very peculiar color, resembling the deep black of the night sky, with silver particles flowing through it, like a Milky Way in the summer night sky, constantly shifting and flowing. Chen Fei had never seen such a beautiful liquid before and had no idea what it was. Despite its tiny size, the bottle seemed to contain the entire universe, leaving one feeling utterly amazed and speechless. You want me to feed this to you? Immediately, Chen Fei recalled the woman's request. He couldn't help but ask, is this thing poisonous? If I feed it to you and you die from it, wouldn't I be responsible for your death? Looking at your face, we're both from the Great Xia dynasty. If you die, wouldn't that cause me a lot of trouble? As everyone knows, the more beautiful something is, the more toxic it usually is. Take mushrooms, for example. The beautiful ones are almost always poisonous. Chen Fei, though a seasoned sailor, had never harmed an innocent person. Moreover, this woman was from the Great Xia kingdom. Of course, Chen Fei couldn't be certain she was good either. He was trapped here and had no choice but to rely on her to find a way out. I could poison myself, couldn't I? The woman's voice was extremely weak. Hurry up, or I'll die. Chen Fei knew immediately that she was starving, but unfortunately, he had nothing to eat to give her. He wondered what this glowing liquid was. Could it possibly be edible? It was no bigger than a thumb, and even if it were the finest delicacies, it wouldn't be enough to fill her stomach. But since she was begging so insistently, Chen Fei didn't say anything else and simply opened the lid of the glass bottle. What Chen Fei didn't expect was that an intoxicating fragrance immediately wafted out from the bottle's opening, instantly clearing his mind. This fragrance was unlike anything Chen Fei had ever smelled before. It wasn't the scent of spices or artificial chemicals, and it wasn't even floral. It was a natural fragrance that defied description. Chen Fei couldn't describe his exact feelings at that moment. He only felt mentally alert, as if he had never been so focused before. Immediately afterward, he couldn't help but look at the glass bottle in his hand, feeling an overwhelming urge from the depths of his soul to drink the shimmering liquid in one gulp. It felt as though every cell in his body was starving, constantly screaming for him to drink the shimmering liquid. Hey! The woman's weak cry snapped Chen Fei out of his trance. Chen Fei was startled. What kind of magic did this luminous liquid possess that could send him into such a trance-like state? 243. A single punch shatters the rock wall. Thinking of this, Chen Fei dared not dwell on it further and quickly fed all the luminous liquid into the woman's mouth. She swallowed the liquid, and instantly, a powerful aura emanated from her body. Her gaunt, pale face and weakened expression were fading at a visible pace. In just an instant, the woman was radiant and no longer resembled her previous self. It was as if she had been transformed into a different person. Although her previous appearance was also beautiful, her aura was completely different. Chen Fei was so stunned he couldn't move. It's not that he hadn't seen beautiful women before, whether it was Lin Xin or Ma Shue, none of them could compare to the woman before him in terms of looks. But the aura this woman exuded was something Chen Fei had never encountered before, as if she were a celestial being who had descended from the heavens. I'll try to help you break these chains. Before Chen Fei could finish speaking, there was a loud crack. Under his stunned gaze, the woman suddenly broke free with a swift movement of her arms. The iron chains binding her shattered into dust, as if they had been crushed by a colossal force. Is this even human? That was Chen Fei's first thought. He had touched the chains himself. They were genuine, solid iron, forged with precision. Even gunfire would struggle to break them open in a short time. Yet this woman had torn the chains apart with her bare hands? She had looked like she was about to die moments ago, yet now she possessed such divine strength? Chen Fei suddenly realized that this sudden turn of events was all because the woman had drunk that flowing liquid. Could this be some kind of high-tech hormone that stimulates human cells? Don't be so surprised. If we ever meet again in the Great Xia dynasty, I'll give you this glass bottle as a reward for saving my life. The woman said. Chen Fei took the glass bottle in a daze, looked at the empty bottle, and asked in confusion, the glass bottle is empty. What use is it to me? Even if it's empty, it will accumulate again one day. Every day, it will brew a single drop of the luminous liquid. Once consumed, its benefits are endless. Just remember, this glass bottle is priceless. And don't reveal its existence to anyone, or you'll face certain death. The woman said. The luminous liquid regenerates automatically? How is that possible? Does a perpetual motion machine exist in this world? It sounds so unrealistic. If all of this is true, can I use this to break iron chains with my bare hands like you? Chen Fei had 1,000 questions, all of which poured out, eager for answers. The flowing light liquid cannot regenerate. It is the glass bottle itself, made of an extremely special material that produces the liquid through photosynthesis. This is a rare treasure from the ancient Qin dynasty. In short, just know that this small glass bottle is an extremely precious item. Under no circumstances should you reveal it to others. As for breaking iron chains with bare hands, once your external martial arts reach a certain level, it becomes possible. For you, that's still a long way off. However, the flowing light liquid can enhance physical functions. With daily nourishment and relentless practice of the great Xia martial arts and various external training techniques, you can become very powerful. Cultivate your inner energy and strengthen your muscles, bones, and skin. Harden your body through relentless training, and with the support of inner strength, shattering stones and splitting metal will no longer be difficult. Watch closely. The woman merely smiled faintly, then walked toward the edge of the altar and suddenly unleashed a powerful punch. Boom! With a terrifying explosion, flew everywhere. The rock wall beside the altar was directly blasted open by the woman. Long-lost sunlight poured in from outside. My goodness! Chen Fei stared wide-eyed, as if he were looking at a monster, at the woman. The rock was at least 10 centimeters thick. How could she possibly shatter it with her bare hands? What kind of power was this? She must have trained her martial arts to perfection. Chen Fei had watched plenty of hard qigong videos online, but most of them were fake, just for show. But now, seeing it with his own eyes, it was real. The light shone on the woman, as if she were a celestial being bathed in a halo of divine light. When Chen Fei's eyes adjusted to the light, he realized that the woman was completely naked. Her stunning beauty was like a landscape painting. What are you looking at? A faint blush spread across the woman's snow-white face. She tossed her hair, and her 3,000 strands of black hair swirled around her body, covering everything. You made me look. Chen Fei muttered under his breath, then quickly handed his coat to the woman and draped it over her. He dared not offend this martial arts master. After all, someone capable of splitting mountains and shattering rocks. If that punch had hit him instead of the rock wall, it would have easily pierced through him. Sister, what is your name? With such formidable martial arts skills, you must be someone who serves the country. Why are you trapped here? 244. The treasure given by Dongfang Yu has been obtained. Chen Laoya's mysterious identity. As the woman demonstrated her overwhelming strength, Chen Fei's doubts grew deeper. Seeing that the woman didn't seem hostile, he dared to ask more questions. My name is Dongfang Yu. I am from one of the 8 ancient martial arts sects of the Great Xia dynasty. All members of the 8th sects are ancient martial artists. Chen Fei looked utterly confused. He had never heard of such things as sects or ancient martial artists in his entire life. You're an ordinary person, so you wouldn't know these things. A sect is a lineage that has been passed down through the ages, like the Shaolin or Wudong sections. They're just not as secretive because they're very powerful. Ancient martial arts sects, however, are much smaller in number. But not all ancient martial artists are powerful. The vast majority are just a bit stronger than average. You might even encounter someone on a construction site who moves bricks exceptionally quickly. He could very well be an ancient martial artist. Chen Fei. He twitched his lips. So that means someone as skilled as you, sister, is extremely rare? Of course. Then why are you trapped here? Chen Fei was puzzled. They had traveled all the way across the ocean to the other side of the earth. Not only that, but they were locked underground. I was betrayed by treacherous enemies, which is why I'm trapped here. A look of hatred flashed across Dongfang Yu's face. Seeing this, Chen Fei didn't ask any more questions. This wasn't something he could handle. He just wanted to know one thing. Sister, you're so powerful, are you invulnerable to blades and bullets? Are you immune to fire and water? Do bullets even affect you? Who said that? Being impervious to swords and spears is something some people can achieve, but bullets are definitely a different story. Ancient martial artists are still human, not gods. Chen Fei was slightly disappointed, having thought that at a certain level of strength, one could withstand bullets with their bare hands. As for serving the country, that does exist. For example, within the special unit, there are powerful individuals from various sects who contribute their strength in combat. The most famous among them is Chen Dongjie. Never mind, there's no point in saying more. You don't know or recognize them. Dongfang Yue shook her head and said. However, at that moment, Chen Fei's eyes were completely filled with shock. Chen Dongjie. Isn't that the name of my own grandfather? Grandfather was some kind of ancient martial artist? Sister, what did you mean by ancient? Enough said. Chen Fei wanted to ask more, but was interrupted by Dongfang Yu, who said calmly, in any case, you must remember that this flowing light crystal bottle must not be seen by anyone. Otherwise, it will bring about a deadly disaster. However, if you use it properly, the flowing light liquid will bring you endless benefits. Dongfang Yu said no more and entered the forest. In the blink of an eye, she vanished without a trace, like a ghost or a spirit, completely beyond detection. The blinding sunlight shone on his face, and Chen Fei closed his eyes slightly. Everything that had just happened felt like a dream. It felt so unreal. But the glass bottle in his palm reminded Chen Fei that this was not a dream, it had truly happened. In this world, there were indeed people capable of breaking iron chains and shattering stones. According to legend, martial arts masters with iron sand palms and golden legs could split mountains and shatter rocks, while those with golden bell armor and iron-clad robes were impervious to swords and spears. Though I had never witnessed such feats before, hadn't I just seen them today? And most importantly, grandfather was also such a master. Chen Fei muttered to himself, then suddenly noticed that another droplet of luminous liquid hid inside the glass bottle. That uncontrollable urge surged once more within him. With trembling hands, he removed the lid and tilted his head back, swallowing the luminous liquid in one gulp. A cool, refreshing sensation instantly filled his mouth. It dissolved instantly without needing to be swallowed. Instantly, Chen Fei felt a surge of power coursing through his entire body. It felt as though every cell in his body was rejoicing. This state was something he had never experienced before. He dared to assert that he was now in the best condition of his life. Are my injuries completely healed? The previous hidden ailments have all been cured. Immediately, Chen Fei realized that the injuries from the fall were all healed. The bruises and wounds on his body had returned to their normal skin color. The bullet wounds in his lungs, which had left scars and hidden ailments, had also healed, restoring his lung capacity and strength to their former levels. Now, everything was back to normal. Chen Fei took a deep breath, feeling more refreshed than ever before. He couldn't resist throwing out 2 punches, accompanied by a whistling sound. He looked extremely stylish as he directly punched the rock wall. A loud cry. He immediately let out a pained cry as blood began to seep from his fist. Clearly, Chen Fei had overestimated himself. At his current level, punching a rock was like hitting a stone with an egg. However, an even more scene unfolded. The area on Chen Fei's hand where the skin had been torn and bleeding was healing at an astonishing speed. This was clearly the residual effect of the droplet of flowing light liquid he had just consumed, whose potency had not yet fully dissipated. This substance must be thoroughly researched. What kind of divine liquid is this? As Dongfang Yu had warned, one must not reveal such treasures, as it could invite disaster. This was undoubtedly a treasure among treasures and must be kept safely. Thinking this, Chen Fei quickly put the glass bottle away. He believed Dongfang Yu was right. This flowing light liquid was simply too powerful. It was priceless. Even a city couldn't be exchanged for it. If others found out, who wouldn't covet it? Carrying such a precious treasure on his person would only make Chen Fei a target for everyone. At that point, he wouldn't just have to face pirates who knew how many enemies would emerge in the shadows. Thinking of this, Chen Fei decided that no matter what, he must not reveal that he possessed such a secret treasure. Additionally, the matter concerning the old master was also highly mysterious. Everything would have to wait until they returned to the Great Xia Empire. Chen Fei's heart was filled with excitement. This was truly a stroke of luck. He never imagined that such a miraculous event could happen to him. On this desolate island, he had managed to rescue a woman and obtain such a precious treasure. Just thinking about how he could become a martial arts master by relying on the luminous liquid in the glass bottle filled him with excitement. Though he was still far from being a master now, as long as he could nourish himself with the flowing liquid every day and train diligently, one day he would eventually become as strong as Dongfang Yu. Chen Fei's vision was beautiful, but he soon realized the harsh reality. He knew no martial arts at all. Oh, he had learned some soft martial arts from Manhwa, but that wasn't traditional martial arts or hard training, and it couldn't harness the body's strength. It seemed he would have to find a way to learn hard training to become stronger. Chen Fei, did you create this hole? Li Yingying, who heard the commotion, couldn't help but rush over. She immediately saw a large hole in the rock wall, with sunlight streaming in, allowing them to escape. She was instantly filled with excitement. 245. The offensive and defensive formations have shifted. I checked and found that the rock here is the weakest, so I used a thunderbolt to blast it open. It's connected to the outside after all. We're saved now. Once Manhwa and Adele wake up, we'll get out. Chen Fei, of course, wouldn't tell the truth, not even to his close friend Mishi. It wasn't about trust, he just didn't want to put her in danger. After all, sometimes, the less you know, the safer you are. Upon arriving at the dark altar they had been at earlier, Chen Fei heard Adele's faint sobs and Manhwa's comforting words. They had just woken up but saw no sign of Chen Fei, and the surroundings were still pitch black, filling their hearts with fear and anxiety. I'm here! Chen Fei shouted urgently. Hearing his voice, Manhwa hugged Adele and rushed over. With the sunlight filtering in from outside, they saw Chen Fei was unharmed and finally relaxed. Master, is this the exit you found? Manhwa approached the cave entrance and looked out. Sure enough, they had passed through the mountain they had previously been in, and continuing forward would lead them to the coast. However, at that moment, a series of chaotic footsteps echoed. Chen Fei's heart sank. These were clearly the footsteps of pirates. He hadn't expected Dennis and the others to be so cautious and still be guarding the outside. He had thought they would leave once they saw the tunnel collapse. Although Chen Fei had obtained a stroke of luck, he was still just an ordinary person. Even if he had guns and bullets, let alone swords and knives, they could kill him in just a few strikes. The luminous liquid indeed enhanced physical strength, there was no doubt about that. After using it, even just a single drop, Chen Fei could feel a significant difference. However, to achieve a qualitative change, Chen Fei estimated that he would need to consume a large amount. At the rate of 1 drop per day, it would take a very long time. Moreover, even if his physical constitution were enhanced to its limit, he still couldn't withstand bullets. Previously, Dongfang Yu could shatter refined iron with her bare hands, but if she were hit by a high-caliber firearm, it would undoubtedly take her life. In summary, this extraordinary encounter was extremely valuable to Chen Fei, but he must remain vigilant, as he would otherwise face certain death. For instance, at present, Dennis and his group of nearly 30 men were all armed and ready. If they were to open fire on Chen Fei, even 100 more bottles of the elixir would be of no use. Let's go into the jungle and hurry toward the coast. My reinforcements should be arriving soon. Chen Fei had never been one to accept being the prey. As soon as he landed on the island, he had already begun contacting Lilith and Zhou Shang. After all, Chen Fei was no longer fighting alone, he had over 10,000 followers. In the blink of an eye, Chen Fei led a few people into the jungle. After passing through the mountains underground, the coast was now within reach. At their current speed, they could break out in as little as half an hour. Dennis watched helplessly as Chen Fei and his group charged back into the jungle, grinding his teeth in frustration. Damn it! What's going on? How could that little bastard be buried underground and still come out unscathed? He was nearly mad. He had assumed Chen Fei was doomed and had planned to wait 7 days just to be safe. Instead, not even a day had passed, and Chen Fei had emerged as lively as ever. Dennis felt like he was in a fantasy world. Was this young man immortal? I'll show you today. I'll blow your head off and see if you die or not. Screaming wildly, Dennis led over 20 men out of the jungle, finally reaching the coastline. There, they saw Chen Fei and his group, along with over 10 ships, each fully armed with over 1,000 men. Instantly, Dennis was speechless. All the chasing had made him forget the most important thing: Chen Fei wasn't alone. He was different now, he had thousands of loyal followers on the open sea. Earlier, he had used manhwa to lure Chen Fei into the lion's den alone. But after playing the role of a hunter for so long, Dennis had grown complacent. It wasn't until he saw the fleet of over 10,000 ships that he finally came to his senses and realized his current predicament. Old man, what should we do? Should we gather our forces as well? Is it too late? Dennis's men all trembled as they spoke. In reality, Dennis's forces were not lacking in numbers, in fact, they were extremely powerful. The second tyrant, Murata, commands an army of 50,000. These troops are led by 5 great generals, while Murata himself has no troops under his direct command, focusing solely on overseeing the 5 generals. Dennis is one of them, commanding over 10,000 men. However, he was in a hurry to pursue Chen Fei and couldn't bring everyone along. The 100 or so men he had brought were the cream of the crop. They had originally thought that killing Chen Fei would be a piece of cake. In reality, they had pushed Chen Fei to the brink of death several times, but he had managed to survive each time. Now the situation had completely turned around. Dennis's 10,000 men clearly couldn't arrive in time. And now, he had no chance of escaping. Bang! Chen Fei waved his hand, and Zhou Shang understood immediately, ordering his men to open fire. After a series of loud noises, everyone except Dennis was lying in a pool of blood, with no survivors. 246, Dennis is dead. Dennis had intended to utter a few threatening words, but when the moment of life and death arrived, the fear deep within him overwhelmed him. You can't kill me. I'm one of the 5 great generals under Morrison. If I die, Morrison will never spare you. Dennis shouted at Chen Fei. It sounded like a threat, but cold sweat was already soaking his entire body. I'm really scared. Chen Fei smiled faintly, then said harshly, do you think Morrison will spare me if I don't kill you? Ha, that's not important. Because I won't spare Morrison. If you answer my questions, I'll spare your life. Dennis was completely intimidated by Chen Fei. Hearing that he could spare his life, he immediately nodded, ask me anything. I'll tell you everything I know. Hearing him say that, Chen Fei knew he was completely terrified. Saying such words of surrender meant he was no longer a threat. Once a person's backbone is broken, even if they're still alive, they're just a broken-back dog. What I want to know is, how far has your contact with Vera progressed? I have intelligence that he has kidnapped a merchant caravan from the Great Xia Empire to use as a token of loyalty to you. I need all the information you have, you must tell me everything, no holds barred. Chen Fei demanded in a thunderous voice. I have heard a little about this, but it is not under my jurisdiction. Vera has indeed made contact with our pirate gang, but the person he contacted is Pamir, one of the 5 great generals. Dennis said. Where is this Pamir? Has Vera already made contact with him? Where is the merchant caravan? Tell me everything you know. Among the 5 great generals, we are allies externally but competitors internally. Matters involving Pamir's interests would never be fully disclosed to me. However, Pamir's base is in Boz's Food Street, so whether it's making contact or arranging for the merchant group, we must go to Boz's Food Street. Dennis said. Boz's Food Street? Chen Fei furrowed his brows. Are you seriously running a legitimate restaurant to make money? He found this unrealistic. After all, what is the point of being a pirate if you can't make more money running a legitimate business? There must be something fishy going on. You don't know that, do you? Zhou Shang interjected. In Boz, everyone does this kind of work. While they call themselves restaurants, they do serve food, but every kitchen has a shadowy side. For example, smuggling or kidnapping. And the people they hire are all undocumented workers. Are there really people willing to work in such a chaotic small country? Chen Fei was puzzled. Of course. Since it used to be a British colony, as long as you work here illegally for a few years, you can clean up your record and go back to England, where you can blend in. These grey market industries are huge sources of income. Not only do they get free labor, but they also help with smuggling and running such a large operation. Morrison must be making a fortune. Zhou Shang sighed. Chen Fei finally understood. So, the merchant guild might be in some hotel? But according to your description, there are restaurants everywhere. How are we supposed to find it? Dennis said, since it's a high-ranking merchant group, they should be at the hotel named after Premier. If you want to go, I can guide you. As long as you have my emblem, you can move freely throughout Boz. Even Pamir's subordinates can't interfere with me. The 5 great generals compete with each other internally, and their subordinates' first order is to obey their own leader. However, the other generals still hold significant authority in front of their subordinates. It's like a hierarchical relationship. Even if they're not direct subordinates, they're not someone you can easily offend. By the way, I heard that the international rescue team has infiltrated Boz. Those fools think they're being discreet, but they've been under our control all along. To be precise, even their squad leader has been bribed by us. They're all just coming to their deaths. This made Chen Fei pause. If what Dennis said was true, it meant that Mina and the others were in serious danger, and he had no idea what their situation was. Chen Fei had to go to Boz to find out. Is there any other intelligence? Let's go then. You lead the way. Chen Fei said. No problem. Hearing Chen Fei's words, a flash of cruelty flickered in Dennis's eyes. Once we reach Boz, it's my territory. Even if you, Chen Fei, dare to bring over 10,000 men into Boz, it would be a direct challenge to Morrison's authority. With 50,000 against 10,000, you're doomed. Even if Morrison doesn't intervene, I have over 10,000 men under my command. On our home turf, we'll still crush you. Dennis thought to himself as he prepared to lead the way. Bang! The next moment, a gunshot rang out. Dennis jerked as if electrocuted, then collapsed in a pool of blood, his eyes wide open in death. He never could have imagined that in the split second he turned around, still thinking about how to deal with Chen Fei, he would lose his life. Zhou Shang holstered his revolver without even glancing at Dennis's body. Clearly, this had been decided from the start. There was no intention of sparing Dennis's life. This was also Chen Fei's intention. Such a man, with blood on his hands and a life filled with evil deeds, could not be spared. To let him think he could still live, only to take his life afterward, that was murder, and murder with intent to destroy the soul. Immediately, Chen Fei searched through Dennis's body and found a nameplate that represented his identity. Even if you have this nameplate, it won't do you any good. After all, you don't look anything like Dennis. Even if you take the nameplate with you, you'll still be in danger. Why don't we all go attack Boz together? Zhou Shang asked. Currently, the team's cohesion is exceptionally strong. Over 10,000 people can be directed to any target. As long as Chen Fei gives the order, everyone will charge forward. Of course, if we really send so many people to attack Boz, we wouldn't be a match for the enemy. Not to mention the numerical disadvantage. Our combat skills, though honed through numerous battles with pirates at sea, still have room for improvement. No need. This operation isn't about numbers. You just need to provide backup. As long as I can bring the merchant group out safely, you just wait. As for the nameplate, I have my own use for it. Chen Fei said. Upon hearing Chen Fei's words, Zhou Shang nodded in agreement. Indeed, a rescue operation with too many people would be counterproductive. Going in with a large force would only result in wasted effort. Someone as formidable as Chen Fei was best suited for a rescue mission with a small, elite team. Hey, you haven't forgotten your promise, have you? Li Yingying quickly tugged at Chen Fei. Now that they were safe, she wanted to return to Daxia immediately. With over 10,000 of Chen Fei's men present, Li Yingying dared not act arrogantly. 247, a heartbreaking betrayal. Shang Ge, dispatch a team to escort Li Yingying back to Daxia. Chen Fei ordered. No problem. Seeing that Chen Fei had kept his word and wasn't causing her any trouble, Li Yingying finally relaxed completely. Before leaving, she handed Chen Fei the switch for the metal ring on Mi Shui's body and whispered into his ear, "This can open the metal ring, but you can also keep it locked and continue to electrocute her." Are you crazy? You don't understand. Li Yingying whispered, "Just try it and see." Get lost. Chen Fei glared at Li Yingying. You don't understand romance. Trust me, she'll be hooked after just one try. Liang Ying gave a seductive smile and followed Zhou Sheng's team back to Daxia. Mi Shui, you don't need to come with me to Boz. Chen Fei said to Mi Shui Lia. After all, the situation there is unclear and there might be danger. If the mission fails, it's better for Chen Fei to be alone than for both of us to be in trouble. Under normal circumstances, Mi Shui would have insisted on going with Chen Fei, but this time she agreed to his request, only whispering, "Master, may I return to the base first?" She had been preoccupied with this matter. If she couldn't confront Lu Yen face to face, it would keep her awake at night. Therefore, after escaping danger, the first thing Mishi thought of was returning to the base to find Lu Yen. "Can I go alone?" Chen Fei asked with some concern. Given Mi Shui's previous strange experiences, Chen Fei suspected that something must have happened at the base. However, since Mi Shui refused to elaborate, Chen Fei naturally wouldn't press her for details. Moreover, he had to rush to Boz and couldn't accompany Mi Shui back. Moreover, even if Chen Fei were willing, Mi Shui might not want that. She intended to handle this matter alone. "I'll be fine, Master, please don't worry," Mi Shui said with a smile. "Lilith, could you please take care of my sister for me?" After Chen Fei left, Lu Yen found Lilith and asked her for a favor. "Is there a change at the base? You don't want to tell Chen Fei, and you're afraid bringing your sister back might put her in danger?" It must be said, Lilith was incredibly sharp. From just one sentence from Mishi, she had deduced so much information. Miyua couldn't deny it and could only nod. "Don't die," Lilith instructed, telling Mishi to bring Adele over. The little girl, however, seemed to have realized something and started crying uncontrollably. No matter how much Mishi scolded her, she wouldn't stop. "See that sword?" Lilith suddenly drew the massive sword hidden behind her back, waved it at Adele, and said, "If you keep causing trouble, I'll strike your sister down with this sword." Adele immediately stopped crying, her little face puffing out like a pufferfish, her eyes red and dared not speak. "Don't scare her." "I'm not scaring her. I'll really do it." Miyue. After entrusting Adele to someone, Mishi finally left with a sense of relief. At night, Miyue returned to the base by speedboat. Her heart was pounding wildly. The closer she got to the truth, the more nervous she became, fearing that the outcome would be the most heartbreaking and disappointing result. But no matter what, she only sought one outcome. Upon returning to the base, Liang Ting came out to greet her. Seeing Mishi, she asked excitedly, "Mishi, you're back? Where have you been these past few days?" I'm here, Sister Liang Ting." "Where's Yen Yen?" Mi Shui didn't know how to respond, so she simply asked directly. All she wanted now was to see Lu Yen and talk to her. If none of this was her doing, she feared Liang Ting would misunderstand if she found out. "Yen Yen is sleeping. She wasn't feeling well yesterday and was restless all night. Should I wake her up?" Liang Ting said hesitantly. "No, it's okay. Let her sleep first. I don't have anything urgent." Miyue heard that Lu Yen wasn't feeling well and became even more concerned, unwilling to wake her up at this time. "You look exhausted from your journey. You must be tired too. Why don't you rest for a while?" Liang Ting smiled and brought over a cup of tea. Miyue nodded and drank the tea in her cup. Just as she was about to sit down to rest, a sudden dizziness swept over her head. Before she could even think, her vision went black and she fainted. When she woke up, she found herself in a closed room. Ignoring the dizziness in her head, Mishi carefully recalled what had happened before she lost consciousness, and couldn't help but laugh at herself. "I'm such a fool. I was betrayed once, and now I'm coming back for a second betrayal." Lu Yen was Liang Ting's niece. They were definitely in cahoots. Since Liang Ting had drugged her, it meant that all the illusions she had harbored were false. That letter was indeed forged by Lu Yen. Thinking of this, Mi Shui Lia felt nothing but sorrow, self-mockery, and a hint of hatred. She wasn't a saint, it was just that her tragic past made her cherish every person who was kind to her. She was willing to give her all for them. But being betrayed time and again had left her heart dark and heavy. At that moment, all that remained in Mishi's heart were Chen Fei and Adele. She decided that from now on, she would care about no one except her master and her younger sister. But how much longer could she live? Would there even be a future? She didn't know. Click. At that moment, the door to the room opened. Liang Ting walked in with a guilty expression, came before Mishi, and suddenly knelt down with a thud. "I'm sorry." She apologized earnestly. "I know I was wrong. Thank you so much for rescuing Xiao Yan multiple times before. I truly appreciate it." Mi Shui remained unmoved, coldly replying, "Is this how you repay me? I couldn't let Xiao Yan get hurt. I'm so sorry. Mi Shui, I'm truly sorry. So you can let others get hurt? You're really selfish. Bring Lu Yen here. I want to confront her personally." Though the outcome was clear, she still clung to her resolve, seeking only a resolution. "Xiao Yan, she's returned to Daxia. Then there's nothing more to say. Go ahead." Miyue closed her eyes, ready to accept her fate. "No, I won't hurt you. It's just that we can't let everyone know the truth yet." Trust me, Yen Yen is only like this because of mental issues. Once she recovers, I'll give you your freedom back. I know this is very unfair to you. I don't ask for your forgiveness. As long as Yen Yen gets better, I'll even give you my life. Liang Ting said earnestly. Mi Shui understood upon hearing this Liang Ting intended to keep her under house arrest. She was afraid that revealing the truth would have a negative impact on Lu Yen. She had nothing left to say, and her sense of loss was overwhelming. 248, Su Qingcheng and Zhao Shirin. If you need any entertainment facilities or want to eat or drink anything, feel free to ask. I'm truly sorry for making you stay here for a while. Liang Ting remained kneeling on the ground, speaking with guilt. Get up. Mi Shui leaned weakly against the bed. At least she had the foresight to ask Lilith to take care of Adele. Liang Ting finally stood up, left the room, and locked the door. A figure was already waiting outside. She whispered to Liang Ting, "You talk too much. I told you to just kill this woman. Why are you keeping her under house arrest? What if she escapes?" Liang Ting's eyes were red, and she said firmly, "No. If Mishi's safety can't be guaranteed, and something happens, even if it affects Yen Yen, I'll expose everything. Mishi saved Yen Yen twice. Yen Yen has already made a mistake, and I'm adding to it, but at least we can't lose our humanity. Womanly mercy." That slightly immature voice coldly snorted before disappearing from the spot. Liang Ting felt suffocated. She felt like the world had gone mad. The situation had completely slipped out of her control. Late at night. Da Xia. Special Unit, High-Level Meeting Room. Damn it. Xia Changming slammed his fist on the table so hard that even the hardest solid wood surface left a clear imprint of his 5 fingers. The entire table shook violently. If that blow had landed on someone's face, it could have snapped their neck clean off. Xia Changming, who was usually as calm as a rock, couldn't help but let out a curse. The others at the meeting table all furrowed their brows. After exerting tremendous effort to finally subdue that female demon Dongfang Yu, how could she have escaped again? What on earth is going on? Xia Changming frowned and spoke in a deep voice. We have no idea. The place where we subdued her is so desolate that not even a ghost would dare to go there. How could she have escaped? We didn't expect her to escape again. Let's hope this doesn't cause any major trouble this time. Otherwise, we'll never have peace again. The most important thing is her flow light bottle. It's far too powerful. The flow light liquid can enhance a person's physical abilities beyond their limits. We managed to obtain a single drop after great effort, but after studying it for an unknown amount of time, we still haven't figured out its true nature. If she uses the flow light liquid to buy people's loyalty, all the ancient martial artists might follow her. That would be a major destabilizing factor. Damn it, if only we could take that treasure from her. We tried to suppress it earlier but couldn't find it after searching for so long. What a pity. That's right. With that flowlight bottle, we could mass-produce enhanced warriors. Based on that single drop of flowlight liquid, just 10 drops could cause a qualitative leap in a person's physical abilities. What a pity, what a pity. This time, if we capture that female demon again, we must obtain her secret treasure at all costs. In any case, we should first notify old Master Chen. After all, it was thanks to him that we were able to suppress Dongfang Yu last time. Xia Changming sighed softly. It seems there's no other choice. Dongfang Yu, you'd better behave yourself. The next day at noon. Bo's Food Street. The Premier Grand Hotel, though called a Grand Hotel, was nothing special. After all, it was a backward and chaotic small country. If the hotel were in the Great Xia Empire, any random one there could match its scale. The lobby was bustling with people enjoying their morning tea. Mina was among them. The rescue team consists of 7 members, currently gathered around a table, each engaged in different tasks and dressed in completely different attire. To an outsider, the 7 appear to be a random group of strangers who do not know one another. However, they are actually a team. Their actions are designed to avoid attracting attention. Based on the intelligence I've gathered, we can confirm that the merchant group is staying at the Premier Grand Hotel. One of them, with a small mustache and a headscarf, was reading a newspaper while muttering to himself under his breath. It was clear that he was speaking to the others at the table. Although the Premier Hotel isn't particularly large, it has 6 floors. Aside from the restaurant on the first and second floors, the upper 4 floors have dozens of rooms. If we were to search each one individually, how long would that take? Nina took a sip of coffee and shook her head. This information alone isn't enough. I know the exact location, but you'll never guess. The kidnapped merchant group isn't in any of the rooms, they're in the kitchen, the mustached captain said. Upon hearing this, the few people at the table all exchanged sharp glances. They hadn't expected the hostages to be hidden here. Now that they had precise information, the rescue operation would be much easier. Let us confirm one last thing, the key figures we need to rescue from this merchant group. The most important one is Su Qingcheng, the first female CEO of the Great Xia Empire. She was born into the Su family of Jiangbei, one of the 5 major families of the Great Xia Empire, and is also the head of this merchant group. The most important task is to rescue her safely, without any casualties. Those words sounded harsh, as if the lives of the rest of the merchant group didn't matter at all. But that was the truth. The lives of everyone in the merchant group combined weren't as important as Su Qingqing's. Su Laoyi has made it clear, if anything happens to Su Qingqing, he will use his connections to wipe out the pirates of Boz. But the emperor is far away, and no matter how influential the Su family is in the Great Xia Empire, their influence doesn't reach here. These threats are merely to ensure Su Qingqing's safety, to make the pirates back down and not harm anyone, and to negotiate a ransom. But don't forget, Su Qingqing is an Ice Queen CEO, a woman of unparalleled beauty. I know this well in the Great Xia Empire. Countless noble young masters have lusted after her, yet none could have her. Now that she's fallen into the pirates' hands, what fate awaits her? That's why Su's old man offered a bounty. Whoever rescues Su Qingqing will be treated as an honored guest. You must understand, this is something no amount of money can buy. Becoming an honored guest of the Su family means a lifetime of unimaginable wealth and privilege. Of course, our mission isn't about profit, it's about saving a life. Everything else is just a bonus. Remember, our top priority is to rescue Su Qingqing. The squad leader summarized. No, this time it's not just Su Qingqing, there is also a woman named Zhao Shireen. Someone said. Who is Zhao Shireen? Mina looked puzzled. She had never heard of her before and clearly didn't recognize the woman. 249, Qin Fei appears. You don't know? This woman is the hottest star in the Great Xia Empire right now. She's the top singer in the entertainment industry, famous throughout the country. Even in North America, she has a lot of fans, which is why she's here with the merchant group. They're heading to North America for a tour. By the way, the boss of the agency she signed with is Su Qingqing. A member of the rescue team who knew the details said. So these two are the primary rescue targets. If we're in an extreme situation and have no other options, we'll have to prioritize saving these two. If possible, we'll try to rescue the entire business delegation. After the squad leader finished speaking, he put down the newspaper and stood up. I'm going to the restroom. After speaking, he headed toward the back of the restaurant. This was the signal to act. The remaining members of the team at the table also put down their belongings one after another and headed to various parts of the restaurant, but ultimately gathered in the kitchen. Until everyone had entered the kitchen. Click. The squad leader immediately locked the kitchen door. All the chefs stopped what they were doing and looked up in surprise at the people who had entered. Everyone, get down on your knees and cover your heads. Mina pulled out her weapon and warned the chefs. The chefs all complied in fear, putting down their utensils and crouching down. Captain, where is the merchant group? Mina looked around but saw no members of the merchant group. The kitchen wasn't very large, and she began to hesitate. But before she could finish speaking, Mina felt a cold touch on her forehead. A black gun barrel was pressed against her head, causing her heart to skip a beat. She turned her head, staring at the mustached captain in disbelief, her eyes filled with shock and confusion, unable to comprehend the sudden change. Captain, what are you doing? Put the gun down immediately. This isn't the time for jokes. The other rescue team members were also completely shocked. After regaining their composure, they shouted in unison. I'm sorry, everyone. I didn't want this to happen either. The bearded captain spoke calmly. I know you're all shocked. It was Vera who revealed this information, which led me to bring you here. Although we've worked together for a long time, today marks the end of our partnership. His words were calm, forming a stark contrast to the team members' excited and enraged expressions. Captain, why is this happening? We worked together before and saved so many people. Mina still couldn't believe the betrayal. Saving people is one thing, but it can't interfere with the interests of so many others. Do you understand? The captain said. Mina suddenly realized that everyone they had rescued had no connection to Vera. They were even competitors of the sea tyrant, so they had been captured, which is why they had been rescued. In other words, the man with the mustache had always been Vera's man. Vera is so cunning and treacherous. He actually used our rescue team to serve his own purposes and strike against his rivals. I must tell the rescue team's supreme commander about this. Mina was furious. You might not get the chance. Little Mustache said calmly. Stop wasting time, kill them all. Keep this woman alive, she's quite attractive, hee hee. Just then, a chef suddenly removed his hat, revealing a gun in his hand, and immediately pulled the trigger. The other chefs also pulled out their weapons and began firing wildly. Ah! You'll die a horrible death. Put! Instantly, the entire rescue team, except for Little Mustache and Mina, lay dead in a pool of blood, beyond any hope of survival. Mina's eyes were red with anger. She never imagined that so many lives could be taken in such a short moment. Looking at Little Mustache, the former team leader, he now wore a cold expression, showing no emotion at all. Mina wanted nothing more than to tear him to pieces. Ha, well done. At that moment, a hidden door opened, and Vera emerged from within. Seeing the bodies lying in the pool of blood, she nodded slightly and said to Little Huzi, You did well. Eliminating this rescue team has removed my greatest threat. Although there were over a dozen rescue teams in the rescue headquarters, the one Mina was in was the strongest and most powerful. Eliminating this small team would effectively neutralize any threat to Vera's kidnapped merchant caravan. It's my duty, Captain Vera. The reward you promised me earlier, I'll take it as a token of my gratitude.